In the era of universal beast taming, Qiao Yang unexpectedly discovers his ability to communicate with the spiritual essence of inanimate metallic stones. Thus, can your pet unleash massive fireballs to rival my 1,000mm naval cannon? If you wish to concoct elixirs or forge artifacts, consider my automated furnace. It operates entirely on its own. Perhaps, confining our vision to a singular location is excessively narrow. Our aspirations should encompass the vastness of the stars and the ocean. Chapter 1. The Peculiar Attributes. Yinjian Star, the Radiant Federation, Tianlin City, Tianlin High School. Hey, have you heard? Lin Hao from our class brought a flame lion today. Is that true? That creature can reach silver level upon maturity, and it may even attain gold level, which is not impossible. If only I could possess such a magnificent spirit beast. Come on, have you considered the cost? Lin Hao's family is affluent enough to acquire a flame lion cub. We certainly lack the means. By the way, Qiao Yang, the Beast Tamer's registration assessment, is approaching. Have you found a required spirit beast? Not yet. Qiao Yang scratched his head and said with a wry smile, I haven't even sensed my own attributes until now. Oh, you must hurry. Failing the Beast Tamer registration assessment will restrict many future specializations. In this contemporary age, spirit beasts have become ubiquitous, utilized by individuals across various professions, not solely for combat, but also for daily life. From the time of their schooling, each person cultivates their own spirit beast. It is acceptable if one cannot afford it, as they can report to the federal government. The federal government will allocate a spirit beast based on your adaptability, provided that later you compensate with funds or contribute equivalent herbal minerals. Naturally, the government-assigned spirit beasts will not include creatures like the flame lion, yet they will suffice for practical purposes. Qiao Yang's circumstances are rather unique. As a time traveler, he has yet to sense his attributes, possibly due to a compatibility issue with the soul from his previous life. This is somewhat disheartening. Not only do I arrive in this world without a system, but my talents are also quite mediocre. Is it not a tad unjust to bear the title of a time traveler? Although the Beast Tamer registration assessment does not evaluate the prowess of one's spirit beast, lacking a spirit beast entirely would naturally result in failure. The person conversing with Qiao Yang was Jiang Li, his desk mate and childhood friend, renowned as one of the most beautiful girls in the class. She had already determined her attributes and, like her father, belonged to the dark element. Her family had also prepared her first spirit beast, a shadow butterfly, which is extremely useful. Look, Lin Hao is coming. Lin Hao approached Qiao Yang with a flame lion, specifically a cub. Bro, have you not found a suitable spirit beast yet? Would you like to visit my family's breeding farm after school? It would also give my dad a chance to assist with your attribute issue. Unlike many typical scenarios in novels, Lin Hao is not an arrogant and overbearing young scion. On the contrary, he is remarkably humble and eager to assist. His purpose in bringing the flame lion was not to show off, but to report and register it at school. Qiao Yang is an orphan, yet he is remarkably self-reliant, working diligently to support his own education and meals, excelling in all subjects. This has garnered Lin Hao's admiration, leading them to become close friends. Subsequently, Lin Hao even helped Qiao Yang secure a job at his family's spirit beast breeding center. The job is quite easy, serving both to uphold Qiao Yang's dignity and to maximize his exposure to various spirit beasts. I'm most grateful. Lin Hao cherishes the assistance rendered by Qiao Yang, yet he is acutely aware that he must swiftly ascertain his attributes and pass the spirit beast master examination before he can contemplate any form of repayment. Thus, he can only graciously accept Lin Hao's goodwill for the time being. After school, Qiao Yang and Lin Hao ambled along the road. Let me tell you, my brother, the breeding center has recently acquired a substantial new batch of spirit beasts, encompassing virtually every attribute, function, and species imaginable. You are certain to find a spirit beast that suits you perfectly. Not everyone's attributes are confined to elemental types, such as water, fire, or darkness. Some individuals possess attributes related solely to healing, while others may only form contracts with specific species, such as snakes or birds. Take Lin Hao, for instance. His attribute is not fire, but rather felines. The reason he opted for the flame lion is simply its striking appearance. I hope so. Qiao Yang candidly expressed his anticipation regarding his own attributes. Once he identifies them, even if he cannot afford a spirit beast, relying on one allocated by the government to ensure his livelihood would still be feasible. In the midst of their conversation, the pair arrived at Lin Hao's family breeding center, where a tall, middle-aged man awaited them. Lin Hao's father, Lin Chonggang. Qiao Yang, I have already heard from Xiao Hao about your situation. Come to the breeding ground and sense if there is a spirit beast you can form a contract with. With that, Lin Chonggang led the two into the breeding center. Gazing at the myriad of spirit beasts, Qiao Yang was secretly astonished. Iron bull, azure water snake, celestial white falcon, nine-joint bamboo. Essentially every attribute and species is represented here. Truly, it is the largest breeding center in Tianlin City. So, have you sensed a spirit beast suitable for you? Lin Chonggang inquired with a smile. No, before the words had fully escaped his lips, and before any look of disappointment could cross the faces of the Lin family, Qiao Yang suddenly perceived a connection forming with something not far away and quickly amended his statement. Wait, it seems I have found something. What is it? Lin Chonggang was curious about this classmate of his son who had yet to determine his attributes. It appears to be that, he said, gesturing towards the direction his finger indicated. The mountain-moving violent bear. As its name suggests, the mountain-moving violent bear is an immensely powerful spirit beast, comparable in rank to Lin Hao's flame lion. However, the mountain-moving violent bear does not manipulate elements. All its abilities are manifested through sheer strength, which is quite formidable. Moreover, this particular mountain-moving violent bear is an adult spirit beast, a far cry from Lin Hao's still juvenile flame lion. But if the mountain-moving violent bear is indeed the case, shouldn't it have been sensed earlier? Our breeding center has never been devoid of pure strength-type spirit beasts, Lin Hao remarked, puzzled. It is not the mountain-moving violent bear itself, but rather, it seems to be the cage containing the mountain-moving violent bear, Qiao Yang replied, equally perplexed. A cage? Could this cage possibly be a spirit beast? It was evident that this cage was not some undiscovered spirit beast, but merely a simple metal enclosure. However, Qiao Yang, could it be that you are capable of forming a contract with metal? Lin's father, being well-versed in various matters, immediately considered this possibility. That cannot be true. Is it conceivable for a person's adaptability to extend to inanimate objects? Lin Hao questioned, incredulous. Human attributes are wonderfully diverse. Anything is possible, including a connection to inanimate objects. But, Uncle, I've been working here every day. Why am I only sensing it now? Could it be, Lin's father pondered and explained, that this adult mountain-moving violent bear has just entered for the first time? To accommodate its power, a specially crafted cage was employed, and the previous cages did not possess the requisite metal quality. Hence Qiao Yang could not sense it. This seems to be the only plausible explanation, yet the question remains, what utility could metal possess? Regardless, we have finally identified Qiao Yang's attributes. Let us first investigate the material of this cage, procure a sample of the same material, and then consider its potential applications. Qiao Yang was equally bewildered by his attributes, but regardless, he had finally established what they were. As for the potential applications of his attributes, an idea suddenly struck him. Isn't it akin to the various intelligent robots from before my transmigration? Now, with my own soul contract in place, the intelligence aspect is no longer a concern. The next steps merely involve enabling movement and equipping it with weaponry. Chapter 2. The beginning of the mechanical department. It has already been confirmed that the cage for the mountain-moving bear is forged from cold iron. Cold iron is a unique mineral that, while barely classified as common grade, possesses commendable hardness among its peers. After specialized forging, it can also exhibit a degree of toughness. Thus, it is frequently employed in the creation of cages for formidable spirit beasts. Is it possible that only metals of a certain grade can establish a connection with you? Qiao Yang. The mineral classifications include common, spirit, profound, earth, and heaven. There may be even higher grades. But those are far beyond the reach of Qiao Yang and even Lin's father. Even if it were possible, how could mere metal be utilized? Are we to fashion a hammer and have Yangzi engage in hand-to-hand combat? Lin Hao interjected. While hand-to-hand combat is not out of the question, spirit beast tamers often practice self-defense methods in the wild for protection. Some even train themselves to have their spirit beasts assist them. However, for Qiao Yang, mere physical combat is insufficient. Metal is inanimate and cannot move on its own. Relying solely on oneself in the face of opponents aided by various spirit beasts or encountering a pack of beasts in the wild would be far too disadvantageous. Perhaps I could create some mechanical beasts to assist me in battle, Qiao Yang pondered. Indeed, this world does possess mechanical beasts, as society has evolved to this stage. And it is reasonable to assume that someone has considered utilizing metal to construct machinery for combat or assistance. For some grassroots civil servants, mechanical beasts are standard equipment. How foolish. They certainly cannot compare to true spirit beasts in terms of utility, Lin Hao scoffed, feeling that Qiao Yang's reliance on mechanical beasts was unworthy. It is still quite commendable, far better than having nothing at all. Moreover, I can forge contracts and command them with my soul. Even if they are not as effective as genuine spirit beasts, they would not fall too short. Lin Hao was not entirely wrong. Although mechanical beasts are prevalent, they remain rather clumsy. They can follow simple commands, but when faced with more complex tasks, they cannot respond as adeptly as spirit beasts linked through a soul bond. Another limitation to the widespread acceptance of the mechanical beast faction is the absence of growth potential. Mechanical beasts are inanimate and locked in from the moment of their creation, lacking the boundless possibilities for growth and mutation that true spirit beasts possess. For instance, Lin Hao's Flame Lion, though currently at the Black Iron level, can naturally ascend to Silver level with growth, and with careful nurturing, it could even reach Gold level. If it were to evolve into a Flame Lion King, or even a Hell Lion King, attaining even higher tiers would be quite effortless. A crucial drawback of the mechanical faction is the lack of mutual benefit. When a human forges a contract with a spirit beast, they can gain a portion of the beast's power, be it an enhancement of physical attributes or an extension of lifespan. Likewise, spirit beasts benefit from their contracts with humans, gaining improved combat skills, protection, and greater opportunities for advancement. However, mechanical beasts are inanimate. Humans cannot forge contracts with them, and thus there is no reciprocal benefit. Regardless of how many tamers command them, their core remains feeble. Qiao Yang is correct. It is certainly better than nothing. And since you can sense the soul link, you may indeed be different from those who utilize mechanical beasts. Lin Changgung appreciated Qiao Yang's attitude. Xiao Hao, you ought to adopt a mindset similar to Qiao Yang's. In the wild, failing to maintain an optimistic outlook could cost you your life. Indeed, countless examples illustrate that a catastrophic mindset often heralds destruction. All right, Dad, I merely mentioned it. I still want to find a way to help Yangzi secure a contract. As for that, I am uncertain. After all, I have never witnessed a soul link with a piece of metal. Lin's father sighed, leaving it to Qiao Yang himself. Though I will strive to provide the venue and tools. Thank you very much, Uncle. Qiao Yang was deeply grateful to the Lin family. It was rare to receive such support from someone unconnected by blood. He could also see that Lin's father was genuinely making an effort to assist him. The following day, at school. Hey, Qiao Yang, did you find a suitable spirit beast yesterday? Upon meeting, his deskmate Jiang Li eagerly questioned him. We did, but it seems a bit strange. Not wishing to conceal anything from Jiang Li, who had grown up alongside him, Qiao Yang shared his thoughts on wanting to create mechanical beasts. A piece of cold iron? Jiang Li expressed surprise, but at least it has attributes, so it won't hinder us from participating in the assessment. How about we brainstorm together after school today? I have quite a bit of knowledge about crafting. The earliest dark-type spirit beasts were not particularly aggressive, so dark-type tamers often assisted their combat with various weapons. Jiang Li had watched his father forge and use weapons since childhood, thus he had gained some understanding. Great. That sounds wonderful. Inside the forge, the three stared at the block of cold iron in bewilderment. So what should we do now? Lin Hao tentatively suggested. First, should we attempt to forge a contract with this piece of cold iron? Qiao Yang replied helplessly. I can issue a contract invitation, but a piece of metal cannot respond. The beast taming contract is bilateral, thus, both parties must agree. How about I try forging first? Qiao Yang inquired tentatively. The reason he did not let the more experienced Jiang Li take the lead was that if someone else could manage it, Qiao Yang could simply purchase a mechanical beast. However, they had tried that approach, and it did not work. Bought mechanical beasts remain inanimate and cannot respond to beast taming contracts. Therefore, they could only pin their hopes on Qiao Yang's uniqueness, with Jiang Li assisting him from the side as he took matters into his own hands. How should we begin? First, let us determine what kind of mechanical beast we're aiming for, Jiang Li suggested after a moment's thought. Let us focus on the immediate task. Qiao Yang said, the beast taming assessment involves team survival in the wild. The three of us will team up. Haozi, your flame lion is a warrior and can also serve as a mage. Jiang Li, your shadow butterfly acts as support, so we need a tank. At the very least, one advantage of mechanical beasts is that they can be created according to the needs of the team, alleviating concerns about not finding suitable spirit beasts for optimal pairing. A tank-type mechanical construct is relatively easier to create, at least in this initial stage. A metal body is sturdier than that of low-grade spirit beasts and can be repaired more swiftly than a spirit beast's self-recovery. What might a tank-type mechanical beast look like? Lin Hao inquired. Perhaps we do not need to confine our imagination to beast or human forms right from the outset. Qiao Yang mused thoughtfully. Given our current level, we cannot achieve such a mechanical beast. Indeed. Both Lin Hao and Jiang Li nodded in agreement. A complete mechanical beast or robot would require considerable time and precision. something 3 high school students cannot accomplish. How about we start by attempting to forge a shield? Regardless of what the final mechanical figure resembles, a shield is the most straightforward item to create and easiest to utilize for protection. Even if we ultimately cannot create a mechanical humanoid, a shield forged from cold iron will still provide defense when held. Chapter 3. A new companion, silver. According to Qiao Yang's past life experiences, shields are typically made with a wooden core encased in iron, but that is relevant to cold weapons for ordinary people. Now, in order to contend with various spirit beasts and human firearms, using cold iron for direct forging is the way to go. They cannot handle more expensive materials at this stage. In fact, forging cold iron is not particularly complicated. It requires merely a higher temperature, Zhang Li explained. Under Zhang Li's guidance, Qiao Yang heated the block of cold iron in the forge until it glowed red, then picked up the forging hammer to begin striking. In the era of universal beast taming, forging emerges as an exceptionally valuable skill. Consequently, high school curricula encompass relevant introductions, including instruction and practice, allowing students to utilize their self-forged equipment in final assessments. Although Qiao Yang lacks the abundant opportunities for practice that his 2 classmates enjoy, he possesses the fundamental skill of hammering and shaping metal. With each successive strike of the hammer, he senses an increasingly profound connection with the cold iron before him. Ultimately, with the final blow, it felt as though an egg had cracked open, giving rise to a consciousness that seamlessly bonded with Qiao Yang. A soul contract? A warm current coursed through Qiao Yang's entire being, and he could distinctly feel a slight enhancement in his physical strength. A reciprocal boon? Indeed. It was the soul contract and the subsequent reinforcement that surged within him. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Qiao Yang's mind. What voice? Regrettably, after uttering a singular phrase, it fell silent. Yangzi, what's wrong? Lin Hao inquired, noticing Qiao Yang pausing with his forging hammer. It seems I have completed the contract. Qiao Yang replied hesitantly. Completed it? What does it feel like? Lin Hao and Zhang Li, intrigued by Qiao Yang's unusual affinity for metal as a beast tamer, leaned in closer. I can sense the binding of the soul contract, along with the power that has been bestowed upon me, and I can communicate with this piece of cold iron. Beyond that, I have no further insights, Qiao Yang slowly articulated, as he attempted to probe his newfound abilities. Bestowed upon you? Zhang Li asked, astonished. If that's the case, you may be on the verge of a breakthrough. The greatest limitation of the mechanical faction had always been the absence of such reciprocal enhancement. And with this critical constraint lifted, Qiao Yang's potential to create mechanical beasts seemed immensely promising. There might be other advantages as well, but it's getting late. Let us return and rest for now, Qiao Yang suggested, feeling somewhat embarrassed for having kept his classmates with him for so long. All right, we can discuss your findings tomorrow. Additionally, from tomorrow onward, you will need to report your spirit beast, and we must begin practicing our coordination, Lin Hao responded. Initially, Lin Hao and Zhang Li contemplated taking Qiao Yang to the final assessment in case he was unable to form a contract, so he would not miss out on his education. However, now that Qiao Yang had successfully formed the contract, it was indeed a relief. Very well, see you tomorrow. They agreed. As night descended, Zhang Li called her father to pick her up, while Qiao Yang returned to his residence alone. At home, Qiao Yang stared blankly at the hefty cold iron shield, reflecting on the enigmatic phrase he had heard earlier, wondering if it had been merely an illusion. Of course, it was not an illusion, my brother. The voice suddenly resonated once more, sounding youthful, as if it were of a similar age to Qiao Yang. Are you, my system, the standard companion of a transmigrator? Has the system finally arrived? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Een, the creator of the alchemical era. Not a system, the voice, or rather, Een, clarified. Een, the alchemical era? To elucidate, the alchemical era refers to an epoch dominated by alchemists as the mainstream profession. Similarly, your current age can be termed the beast taming era. Alchemists, as the name suggests, are individuals who can extract various powers through the smelting of metals, akin to how you form contracts with spirit beasts to acquire power. So, are you implying that I am essentially an alchemist? Is my ability to resonate with metals a result of your influence? Qiao Yang, well versed in such themes from his previous life, inquired. Not quite. Een promptly refuted Qiao Yang's assertion. You remain a beast tamer. Your ability to resonate with metals stems from your innate attribute that allows you to connect with them. This uniqueness is your own, independent of my involvement. The alchemical era has long passed, and alchemists can no longer exist. Then why do I have such an affinity for metals, which are considered lifeless? And what brings you to me? Your questions are numerous. Allow me to address them one by one. Een exhibited remarkable patience. The affinity you possess does not pertain to lifeless matter. You must have noticed that you can only connect with metals of a certain grade. Ordinary metals do not suffice. Influenced by the spiritual energy of this era, Metals have undergone certain transformations, resulting in classifications. Metals of higher grades can indeed develop sentience, consciousness, and a soul. However, ordinary individuals lack such affinity, which makes you exceptional. Furthermore, your affinity may not be limited to metals. You should also be capable of resonating with certain non-metallic elements. To put it succinctly, your attribute can be described as an affinity for smelting materials. As for me, I fell into slumber after the onset of the alchemical era. It appears that your transmigration has led to our encounter, and your forging of metals awakened me. I must say, we share quite a unique bond. Thus, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Oh, certainly, I shall be at your service. Not being a system was inconsequential. Having a companion from the past was rather intriguing, was it not? Moreover, Qiao Yang had not anticipated the arrival of a system. So the presence of an additional friend brought him great joy. By the way, what exactly is this system you mentioned? Yin queried suddenly. Qiao Yang, somewhat exasperated, proceeded to explain the concept of systems as perks for transmigrators, discussing various types such as the God-level wealth system, the simulation system, and the equipment recycling system. Wow, that's remarkable, Yin exclaimed in surprise. Did such terminology exist even during the alchemical era? Very well, Yin continued. I may not possess the extraordinary capabilities of those systems, but as a friend, I shall certainly endeavor to assist you. As the creator of the alchemical era, although I have remained dormant, the knowledge of its development is etched into my soul. In other words, I possess the entirety of the alchemical era's knowledge to aid you in your forging endeavors. Moreover, regarding your contracted spirit beast, I may be able to offer insights on how to forge it. Most importantly, a fundamental ability of the people from the alchemical era is the capacity to enable metal creations to self-upgrade. In that case, the final flaw of the mechanical faction has been addressed. I am truly grateful to you, Yin, Qiao Yang sincerely expressed. There's no need for thanks. Your contract with the metal creation benefits me as well. Chapter 4. First battle. Let us focus on the present, Yin suggested. Although you have completed the contract, you still cannot be considered a true beast tamer. After all, you have contracted with a shield that cannot move, lacking the agility of a genuine spirit beast. However, it has established a soul contract with you, allowing you to command it effortlessly, albeit without the ability to perform corresponding actions. Nevertheless, as a summoned entity, it can be called forth from any location within a certain range, potentially yielding unexpected effects. Keep this in mind. Tomorrow, I will teach you a method to fuse other metals into the shield, enabling it to move independently. Very well, sleep now. I still need to plan thoroughly. Yin appeared quite motivated. Despite the plethora of events that had transpired and having acquired his first spirit beast, Qiao Yang quickly succumbed to a deep slumber after a long day of classes and extensive forging. After Qiao Yang fell asleep, Yin murmured to himself, It seems this new friend possesses quite an intriguing essence. The following morning, at the training grounds of Tianlin High, Lin Hao and Jiang Li were already waiting. The high school curriculum of the universal beast taming era certainly diverged from the mundane subjects of Qiao Yang's previous life, encompassing a significant proportion of physical and practical training. The school also encourages students to select auxiliary courses that suit their individual needs, with the final assessment offering potential bonus points based on their performance. For instance, Lin Hao has chosen a course focused on beast nutrition, while Jiang Li has opted for training in the art of assassination. Regardless of their choices, practical combat experience remains indispensable. The training ground is quite bustling, with most students experimenting with their spirit beast abilities in preparation for outdoor combat training. Yangzi, come over here, we've been waiting for you, Lin Hao called out. Noticing Qiao Yang's slightly listless demeanor, he inquired, Did you not rest well last night? Sleep was fine. Qiao Yang yawned, but I was a bit exhausted yesterday. However, it's nothing to worry about. That is good to hear. Let us familiarize ourselves with our respective spirit beasts before devising our strategy, Lin Hao suggested. After which, the trio summoned their spirit beasts. Yinzai, a fire lion of black iron rank, possesses the ability to unleash fireballs, capable of emitting a substantial blaze after a brief accumulation of power. Xiaoying, a shadow butterfly of black iron rank, can create environments of darkness or shadow, albeit currently limited in range. Xiao Dun, a piece of cold iron shield, expressed dissatisfaction through their soul contract, seemingly feeling that Qiao Yang's introduction was overly simplistic. Perhaps I can enhance its capabilities in the future. The fundamental strategy will be for me to wield Xiao Dun for protection at the forefront, while Yinzai suppresses the opponent with fireballs, and Jiang Li, you support with Xiaoying to prepare for a surprise attack. Is that acceptable? No objections here, the other two replied in unison. Then it's settled. Let us find the teacher to commence our training. After a period of practice at the training ground, they prepared for a real combat assessment. The school's training ground offers a myriad of spirit beasts for practice, all of which are familiar with the students and are handled with care by the teachers, ensuring no harm comes to the students. Even if an accident were to occur, injuries in this era are relatively easy to heal. Soon enough, their opponent arrived at the training field, a seemingly gentle male teacher named Wen Yin, accompanied by a stone golem. This stone golem, however, is merely a projection of the teacher's spirit beast, the rock giant, since facing the actual entity would be a different matter entirely. The rock giant, of silver rank, possesses a formidable physique and immense strength, albeit lacking agility in close-range maneuvers due to its rocky constitution. A silver rank rock giant can summon stone golem guardians of 2 ranks lower, making it quite a formidable opponent. The teacher's rock giant is at the pinnacle of silver rank, while the summoned stone golem guardians are at the peak of black iron rank. Quite a challenge for the students. Begin. With the teacher's command, Qiao Yang stepped forward, shield in hand, following the established strategy, while Zhongli commanded the shadow butterfly to create a shadowy environment, gradually concealing her presence. Lin Hao directed the fire lion to unleash fireballs for suppression, advancing alongside Qiao Yang to brace against the stone golem guardian. As a beast master bonded to the fire lion, Lin Hao's physical prowess had been notably enhanced. The stone golem guardian remained unperturbed, allowing ample time for the trio to strategize before launching its attack. The guardian advanced, absorbing the fireballs from the fire lion, showing minimal damage due to its stone composition. Upon closing in, the guardian delivered a powerful punch, forcing Qiao Yang and Lin Hao to stagger back, despite their preparedness and the guardian holding back its strength. Meanwhile, Zhongli emerged from the shadows, seamlessly combining her movements, and swung a hammer with great force. Indeed, upon realizing their opponent was a stone golem guardian, Zhongli had wisely switched her weapon to a hammer, as a small dagger would prove ineffective against the guardian's rocky body. With a resounding thud, the stone golem guardian staggered, though that was the extent of the impact, as Zhongli's hammer slipped from her grasp due to the recoil. After all, the shadow butterfly does not augment physical strength, and Zhongli's ability to deliver such a blow was a result of her rigorous training. Immediately after her ambush, Zhongli retreated into the shadows. Qiao Yang, having regained his footing, charged at the stone golem guardian with his shield to prevent it from pursuing Zhongli. Forced to abandon its chase, the guardian redirected its attack towards Qiao Yang, who firmly planted his shield into the ground, gripping the top to absorb the blow. Fortunately, he had opted for a larger tower shield instead of a small round one. In truth, the shield was more akin to a large iron plate with a handle. Crafted from cold iron, it could contain even a fully grown mountain-breaking bear. Thus, the black iron rank stone golem guardian was incapable of doing much against it. With his physical strength slightly enhanced by the feedback from Xiao Dun, Qiao Yang could withstand the downward strike. After successfully blocking the guardian's attack, the shield in his hands suddenly vanished, allowing him to sidestep. At that moment, Yanzai had finally completed its energy accumulation, unleashing a torrent of flames. Although fire could not harm the black iron rank stone golem guardian, the accumulated energy from the fire lion still forced the guardian to stagger backward. At this juncture, Xiao Dun reappeared beneath the stone golem guardian's feet, causing it to lose its balance and topple backward. Lin Hao, being the strongest among the trio, swiftly picked up the hammer and swung it down onto the fallen stone golem guardian. Though the black iron rank guardian would not be significantly damaged by a student's strike, this battle could indeed be concluded. Applause erupted from the side as teacher Wen Yin commended, "Very well done, an exceptionally thrilling battle. Now, take a moment to rest and engage in a thorough review. Post-battle reflections are immensely beneficial for improvement." Chapter 5, Reflection and Enhancement. While the battle was brief, the intensity of the confrontation and the focus required left the trio feeling quite fatigued. After a brief respite, teacher Wen Yin gathered them together. The training ground provides multiple angles of video recordings for students to review, and they are also permitted to copy these recordings to analyze at home repeatedly. Additionally, a dedicated lounge for students to review their performance post-training is available. This facility encourages students to conduct their practical training at the school's training ground. In the lounge, teacher Wen Yin analyzed the combat footage on the screen. Your initial tactical choices were astute. Typically, when confronting a stone golem guardian, which lacks speed and agility, a common strategy is to engage in constant movement and free attacks to wear down its combat effectiveness. However, you lacked immediate long-range methods capable of inflicting significant damage on the guardian. Furthermore, given the limitations of your stamina in this training environment against a black iron rank stone golem guardian, such tactics were unfeasible. Thus, you had to rely on blocking the guardian's attacks and seizing opportunities to strike back. Qiao Yang, your maneuver to trip the stone golem guardian was quite ingenious. Real combat is not merely reliant on the skill potency found in video games. We are, after all, living beings, and our physical forms are integral to the battle alongside our spirit beasts. This tactic was devised by Qiao Yang, who, upon realizing the absence of contract attributes, dedicated considerable effort to tactical research. Previously, Jiang Li, Lin Hao, and classmates would often seek Qiao Yang's assistance in verifying their strategies in the absence of a teacher. This tactic was previously praised even by Silver. After commending the strategies employed by Qiao Yang and his team, Teacher Wenyin took a sip of water and continued, "At the same time, you must have noticed some of your current issues. You are presently lacking effective physical attack methods, which puts you in a rather awkward position when facing the Stone Guardian, an entity with high defensive capabilities and minimal susceptibility to elemental attacks. Particularly, classmate Jiang Li. The Shadow Butterfly grants you exceptional mobility. Your role should extend beyond mere ambushes, as harassment is equally vital. Classmate Lin Hao. The Flame Lion possesses not only fiery attacks, but also formidable melee combat skills. As the Beastmaster bonded with the lion, you can actively engage in battle as well. Lastly, classmate Qiao Yang. I find it difficult to ascertain the nature of your contracted spirit beast, though it may be related to that shield. However, your combat strategy appears sound. Albeit the absence of a beast capable of independent combat presents a significant limitation that must ultimately be addressed. That is all I wish to convey. What are your thoughts? Teacher Wenyan's observations were both objective and detailed, leaving no room for dissent among the trio. Even the Silver residing in Qiao Yang's mind acknowledged the thoroughness of the teacher's insights, which highlighted the very deficiencies they faced. So, what are your plans moving forward? Qiao Yang inquired of his friends after Teacher Wenyan departed. In this era of universal beastmasters, high school life is notably flexible, as it is challenging to impose restrictions on the training hours of spirit beasts. Consequently, students can manage their schedules as they see fit, and it is not uncommon for them to prefer staying at school. However, given the school's well-equipped facilities and the excellent dining options at Tianlin High's cafeteria, including meals for spirit beasts, many students opt to remain on campus. I plan to head to the dark magic training area shortly to see if I can teach Xiao Yang the Shadow Arrow, Jiang Li declared first. Teacher Wen was right. Had I been able to perform the Shadow Arrow earlier, we wouldn't have needed to withstand the Stone Guardian's attacks head-on. The Shadow Arrow is a swift and corrosive attack skill, particularly effective against the Stone Guardian's rocky physique. I have a class on Beastmaster Nutrition this afternoon, and I will return home after dinner, taking the opportunity to train Yan Zi to learn the Flame Claw. The class is conveniently located in the cafeteria, Lin Hao added. Yang Zi, what are your plans? I intend to enhance Little Shield. I have found some insights on how to fortify it. Just as the teacher mentioned, relying solely on wielding Little Shield in combat is not a sustainable strategy. Upon hearing this, Little Shield's affectionate emotions resonated through the soul contract. Previously, Lin's father had entrusted Qiao Yang with the key to the forging room, allowing him to utilize it freely and request any necessary materials, which Lin's father would prepare. While Qiao Yang indeed required materials, he felt hesitant to continually rely on the Lin family's assistance, suggesting the option to purchase them instead, to which Lin's father agreed. However, considering Qiao Yang's financial situation, Lin's father refrained from demanding immediate payment, proposing instead an exchange for materials obtained during the Beastmaster registration examination, with any shortfall to be settled monetarily. The high school Beastmaster registration examination is akin to the college entrance examination in Qiao Yang's previous life. It encompasses not only academic subjects and auxiliary skills, but also a critical field survival assessment. Candidates must survive in designated areas for 10 days while acquiring corresponding task materials. Any surplus materials collected become the property of the candidates, many of which are quite valuable, leading numerous merchants to place orders for materials from the examination. Taking this into account, Qiao Yang did not reject Lin's father's proposal. However, Lin's father was astute. He did not impose restrictions on the types of materials, meaning that even if the materials Qiao Yang procured were not particularly precious, Lin's father would still facilitate the exchange. Before heading to school, following Silver's suggestion, Qiao Yang messaged Lin's father to request 2 materials, a thunder magnetic stone and a molten gold stone, both of which are common-grade ores. Lin's father replied that they were ready and placed in the forging room. Inside the forging room, as Qiao Yang gazed at the 2 ores positioned on the forging rack, he quietly listened to Silver's explanation. Throughout both the alchemical era and the present, the self-upgrading of mechanical constructs involves 3 primary methods: augmentation, replacement, and enhancement. Silver paused briefly, adding, of course, other methods may emerge in the future as times evolve. Augmentation refers to adding functions that the mechanical construct originally lacked. Replacement entails substituting original components with stronger materials and functionalities. Enhancement, in this context, pertains to the self-evolution of the mechanical construct, specifically allowing it to absorb other materials to amplify its own capabilities. However, At present, you are merely contracted with a shield, so augmentation and replacement are not yet applicable. Nonetheless, fret not. Let us first focus on enhancing this shield, thereby granting you a truly independent spirit beast. Qiao Yang eagerly anticipated the methods Silver would impart to facilitate Little Shield's evolution. Chapter 6. The enhancement of Little Shield. You must first comprehend that your contracted spirit beast, Little Shield, is not equivalent to the cold iron shield in your possession. Silver's voice resonated. Qiao Yang was momentarily perplexed. Was Little Shield not synonymous with the shield? What did this mean? In truth, Little Shield is the consciousness that emanated from the shield, which serves merely as its physical form. The enhancement we are about to undertake involves imbuing this shield with various attributes, thus enabling Little Shield to manipulate it. This principle is crucial. The same approach will apply when you acquire new spirit beasts in the future. Ah, I see, Qiao Yang replied, recalling the numerous novels he had read in his past life that depicted weapon spirits, making it easy for him to grasp the relationship between Little Shield and the shield before him. Returning to the shield. Our objective is to grant it the ability to move. Should we attach legs to it, or construct a robot to wield this shield? Qiao Yang inquired. Neither. Silver's tone remained gentle. You currently lack the proficiency to independently construct a robot from scratch. Moreover, employing a pre-existing mechanical beast to carry the shield would be somewhat excessive. Do you see the Thunder Magnetic Stone I requested? Our goal is to integrate the properties of the Thunder Magnetic Stone into the shield, allowing it to harness its magnetic capabilities and enable Little Shield to levitate itself. The planet we inhabit possesses a magnetic field. As long as Little Shield can appropriately control its own magnetism, this should be feasible. Qiao Yang understood. So how do we proceed? Hehe. Allow me to teach you a secret method from the alchemical era, one of my own creation. Silver's voice brimmed with pride. I have sensed its viability. Remain open-minded and do not resist. Mysterious messages and runes suddenly infiltrated Qiao Yang's consciousness. After a while, he regained his composure. Silver, you truly are remarkable. Qiao Yang expressed sincerely. Hehe, Silver replied. The principle is quite simple, akin to the diffusion process I studied in chemistry class during my previous life. When zinc and tin are tightly compressed together for a period, their atoms diffuse into one another. The secret method I imparted operates similarly, connecting the Thunder Magnetic Stone and the Cold Iron Shield through mystical runes, allowing the properties of the Thunder Magnetic Stone to permeate the Cold Iron Shield, endowing it with both the magnetic qualities of the stone and the hardness of the iron. While the principle may seem straightforward, the ability to create the corresponding mystical runes speaks volumes of Silver's prowess. Alright, let us commence by inscribing the mystical runes onto the shield. Runes serve as the technological foundation of the era of universal beast taming, with the essence of the soul contract being, in fact, runes themselves. The study of runes is also a compulsory cultural subject in high school. Although he had not yet contracted a spirit beast, Qiao Yang's own cultivation had not waned. He now possessed nearly mid-black iron-level prowess. For him, manipulating spiritual energy to inscribe runes was not overly challenging. Yet replicating an unfamiliar secret rune he had never encountered before posed a significant difficulty. The forging chamber housed a rune array designed to restore spiritual energy, which could, to some extent, prevent failures in the forging process due to insufficient personal spiritual energy. Every time Qiao Yang faced failure, he would promptly resume his cultivation to restore his energy, gradually increasing the completeness of his runes. Finally, success. A jubilant cheer erupted as a luminous rune manifested upon the Cold Iron Shield. Now, place the Thunderstone upon the rune, Yin advised. Alright, what next? Qiao Yang inquired upon completing the task. Grab a drink and wait, Yin's voice echoed. Prolonged practice of an unfamiliar rune could be mentally taxing, and a drink would aid in relaxation. Additionally, congratulations were in order. He had reached mid-black iron level. Have I truly reached mid-black iron? He pondered, realizing that inscribing runes was indeed one of the methods for beast tamers to cultivate. Given his previous near mid-black iron level cultivation, such an intense practice leading to a breakthrough was only natural. Tianlin High provided students with a daily allowance of beverages, redeemable throughout the city with their student cards. Though Qiao Yang's family was not affluent, he deemed this expenditure necessary, for, as Yin pointed out, a beast tamer must maintain a sound mental state. After retrieving a drink from a vending machine, Qiao Yang sipped while quietly awaiting the upgrade of his little shield, engaging in conversation with Yin. By the way, Yin, in various novels from my previous life, protagonists often possess an identification skill that allows them to see through an enemy's spirit beast abilities. Do you know how that works? Oh, let me think. It seems not impossible, Yin mused, fully aware of the significance of such a skill. In the alchemical era, some individuals could employ a power known as the Eye of Truth to discern others' abilities. Alchemists bore some resemblance to beast tamers. and the Eye of Truth should be accessible to them as well. However, it appears you cannot utilize the Eye of Truth. Qiao Yang pouted, feeling a tinge of disappointment as his momentary hope was extinguished by Yin's words. Hey, don't be so disheartened. There's always a silver lining. Although you cannot wield the Eye of Truth, you still have me. I am the pioneer of the alchemical era, and the development of this era is engraved within me, including the Eye of Truth. Our souls are intertwined. What is mine is also yours. I can leverage your soul's power to utilize the Eye of Truth and relay information to you, Yin elaborated. Oh, right, that works too. Qiao Yang's earlier gloom dissipated, and he expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. We are of one mind, Yin replied. In that moment, a wave of jubilant emotion surged through Qiao Yang's soul contract. Little Shield had completed its enhancement, fully absorbing the properties of the Thunderstone, leaving behind only a dust of powder. Simultaneously, a warm current flowed through Qiao Yang's body, completing the feedback process. The cold iron's feedback strengthened Qiao Yang's physical constitution, while the Thunderstone's feedback seemed to grant him an inexplicable sense of the magnetic field. Alright, your next task is to focus on training Little Shield to control its own magnetic field. While there are many fascinating applications for magnetic control, let us start with the basics, getting Little Shield to float on its own. With its current soul power, achieving self-levitation is already quite impressive. Progress takes time. Training spirit beasts cannot be rushed. That will be all for today. You must be tired. Take that piece of molten metal and let us head home. Understood. It seems tomorrow will be busy, Qiao Yang replied. The essence of a beast tamer lies in the soul contract, rendering their mental state exceedingly crucial. Thus, in this era of universal beast taming, sleep holds significant importance. Initially, some individuals attempted to replace sleep with cultivation, and while it showed promise at first, without exception, they ultimately stagnated at the bronze level. Consequently, the federal government mandated that students refrain from substituting sleep with cultivation. The first lesson in student cultivation was learning how to sleep quickly and efficiently. Chapter 7. Training and Preparing for the Final Assessment. Over the past few days, Qiao Yang had conferred with Lin Hao and Zhang Li, as they each needed to train their spirit beasts to learn new skills. The three agreed to reconvene in 5 days for further discussion. At the training ground, Little Shield stood firmly in the ground beside Qiao Yang, beads of sweat forming on its brow. Getting a stationary object to levitate was no simple feat, especially since Qiao Yang was unable to demonstrate it himself. He could only rely on the slight sensitivity to the magnetic field gained from the Thunderstone feedback, repeatedly instructing Little Shield on how to proceed. Throughout this process, Yin frequently corrected him, and at times, even connected mentally with Little Shield to demonstrate how to control the magnetic field. It was akin to guiding someone's hand while they learned to write. Naturally, this required a portion of Qiao Yang's mental energy, leaving him quite fatigued. Thanks to the efficient sleeping methods taught at school, however, he managed to endure the training. The exhaustion felt was not physical, but rather a mental strain. Though fatigued, the results were notably significant. As the spirit of the cold iron shield, Little Shield's ability to control its own magnetism was akin to a human controlling their limbs. Mastering magnetic control to achieve levitation was comparable to a toddler learning to stand. More advanced aerial maneuvers would parallel running, jumping, and even dancing. Despite the challenges, Little Shield finally managed to hover, albeit unsteadily. Like a toddler instinctively moving towards their parents, Little Shield, upon achieving liftoff, flew directly towards Qiao Yang. Consequently, catching the substantial cold iron shield proved quite taxing for Qiao Yang. That will be all for today. It wasn't easy, Yin remarked, equally exhausted. The outcome is quite satisfactory. We've taken a significant step forward. Now it's a matter of refining the skill. Beverages are indeed a wonderful thing, as they can swiftly alleviate mental tension and replenish some energy. Yin, I just thought of something, Qiao Yang said while sipping his drink. Oh, what is it? Does Little Shield need to eat like a regular spirit beast? Yes, Yin promptly replied. But the consumption of a metal entity like Little Shield differs from that of a typical spirit beast. If a steel pipe is repeatedly bent, it can suffer from metal fatigue and eventually break. Little Shield is no different. If it endures too many attacks, even within its capabilities, its metallic properties may diminish, leading to damage. In such cases, new metal must replace the original, akin to how spirit beasts eat and excrete. However, feeding is a biological instinct, so no additional actions are required on your part. Qiao Yang nodded, relieved to find that during survival trials and future excursions, he need not worry about providing food for Little Shield. The unfortunate news is that in the future, merely changing materials will entail a significant expenditure, especially since I will also possess other spiritual beasts. Moreover, it seems that Qiao Yang has recalled something. What exactly is the molten gold stone that you requested? The molten gold stone, in a strict sense, is an artificial mineral whose function is to dissolve metals, with each grade corresponding to a specific type of molten gold stone. Ever since Silver learned that Qiao Yang's attribute is affinity with refining materials, he has been tirelessly searching for the names of various refining materials. Although Silver is well-versed in many materials, their current names may not necessarily align with those from the alchemy era. The reason Silver speaks infrequently during the day is that he needs to rest to replenish the soul energy expended at night. Indeed, now that the little shield can move on its own, I intend to cut the shield into several pieces. This will enhance its agility in battle and prevent it from spinning mid-air when struck. The metal-cold iron is exceedingly hard and must be cut using the molten gold stone. However, there is no rush. It is prudent to first ensure that the little shield masters perfect control over its magnetism before considering further actions. As the days passed, the little shield became increasingly adept at controlling its magnetism and was able to fly relatively steadily, though its speed remained modest. Fortunately, there is more good news. In the past few days, Qiao Yang managed to meet with Lin Hao and Zhang Li to discuss their progress. Both of their spiritual beasts have learned Shadow Arrow and Flame Claw, but what astonished them most was the fact that the little shield can now move independently. Relying on magnetic levitation is truly an ingenious idea, Lin Hao exclaimed. Not only that, but the ability to grant a cold iron shield sufficient magnetism to support its own levitation without compromising its hardness is a remarkable feat. Zhang Li, being a former assassin, instinctively recognized the crux of the matter. Naturally, both were tactful enough not to inquire where Qiao Yang acquired such knowledge. Everyone has their secrets, and prying too deeply is not the way of friendship. With all preparations in place, it is time to prepare for the Beast Master Registration Assessment. The registration exam for Beast Masters is essentially analogous to the college entrance examination from Qiao Yang's previous life, its significance arguably surpassing that. Naturally, every high school student places immense importance on it. Thanks to the influence of spiritual energy, students generally possess a much higher intelligence quotient than those from Qiao Yang's former life, making purely memorization-based subjects relatively effortless for them. Conversely, courses requiring hands-on practice present greater challenges. This morning marked the final cultural class. As class advisor Su Zhong concluded, he stated, "In 3 months, we will face the final registration assessment for Beast Masters. Your high school journey is nearing its end, and I am grateful for your efforts throughout this period. I will now emphasize the process of the Beast Master Registration Assessment. The assessment consists of 3 parts: the cultural exam, which I believe poses no difficulty for our class; the Beast Skills Test, where you may contemplate which examination you wish to participate in, with the final intention submission deadline being 1 month prior to the exam, allowing for changes until then; and the Survival Trial, which is the most crucial segment, as it significantly influences which prestigious institution you may attend. During the Survival Trial, you will form teams of 3 to survive in a designated area for 10 days and complete specified mission materials. The survival zones are random, meaning students from the same class may not be grouped together. Your performance will be recorded throughout, and the results, along with task completion, will be submitted for evaluation by higher educational institutions. That is the gist of it. I will send out more detailed information for you to review. For the next 3 months, you should arrange your studies according to your circumstances. Should you require guidance, feel free to make appointments." All right, class dismissed. With this, Su Zhong's words marked the official conclusion of the students' high school courses. As the class ended, students gathered in small groups. Forming teams was never a concern, as pairings had long been established. Team composition should not solely rely on combat prowess. Adaptability is essential, as the ultimate assessment focuses on survival rather than confrontation. A spiritually powerful beast, such as Lin Hao's Flame Lion, may sometimes hinder survival due to its high food consumption. If a team consisted of a lion, a rhinoceros, and a hippopotamus, merely meeting their dietary needs would be a formidable challenge, especially in a resource-scarce survival area, which could even lead to the team's annihilation. Chapter 8. The Beast Master Registration Assessment. There is a saying that time is like tissue paper in a dormitory. If you are not vigilant, it slips away unnoticed. Each day, Qiao Yang and his companions train their spiritual beasts, practice coordination, and develop auxiliary skills, while researching various materials for survival training, making the days pass quite swiftly. Through daily diligent practice, the little shield is now capable of floating freely and controlling its body to disperse and reassemble. Lin Hao's Flame Cub has also grown somewhat, with its Flame Claw now possessing practical combat capability. Zhang Li's Shadow Butterfly, Qiao Yang, can create a larger, dark environment than before. During this time, Qiao Yang attempted to forge some equipment for his 2 teammates. At the very least, a pair of metal gloves is essential to prevent injuries while foraging in the wild. Additionally, he crafted several crowbars, which are quite handy for both combat and survival, and their creation was not overly laborious. The survival trial permits only the use of self-forged equipment, a measure to prevent the emergence of pay-to-win warriors that could compromise fairness. Thus, the time for the assessment arrived. The first cultural exam posed no challenge for Qiao Yang and his companions. In fact, students admitted to Tianlin High would not encounter difficulties in the cultural exam. For the Beastmaster skills test, Lin Hao chose beast nutrition, while both Zhang Li and Xiao Yang opted for forging. Unsurprisingly, both Lin Hao and Zhang Li hail from families with deep-rooted knowledge in their respective fields, and forging is the very foundation of Qiao Yang's identity. Furthermore, the content of the test designed for high school students is not overly complex, allowing all three to pass without issue. The first two assessments were merely qualifying exams and will contribute a modest portion to the final scores. The third segment, the survival trial, is the main event. In this era of universal Beastmasters, the collection of various outdoor resources plays a vital role in the overall production process within the Federation. While many resources can be mass-produced, the wilderness remains the most suitable environment for minerals, herbs, and spiritual beasts. Consequently, even today, the Federation places immense emphasis on outdoor survival, and high school education includes various field practices. Outdoor survival is the most comprehensive test of a Beastmaster's capabilities, which is why the final assessment focuses on survival rather than combat. Regardless of one's combat strength, returning alive from the wilderness is the foremost priority. The wilderness for outdoor survival does not merely refer to barren lands outside urban areas, but encompasses all regions untouched by human development, including various alternate spaces and dimensions. These locations may be safe and resource-rich or fraught with peril, yet brimming with opportunity. Of course, there are also extremely harsh environments devoid of any resources. The sites for the survival trial of the Beastmaster registration assessment are randomly selected, though they undergo preliminary reconnaissance to ensure comparable survival difficulty. However, no one can guarantee the absence of unknown dangers. Should one encounter them, they must simply accept their misfortune. Those who fear can opt to withdraw early, but they should not expect to be admitted to highly ranked institutions. The results of the draw are undoubtedly a source of joy for some and sorrow for others. In the frigid environment of the snow-capped mountains, our team lacks any fire-based abilities. The rainforest region, however, is relatively acceptable, as it boasts a greater abundance of food. Surviving in the clouds presents a myriad of surrounding sounds. After all, survival trials cannot be too simplistic, and it ultimately depends on how well the team synergizes. As for the luck of Qiao Yang and his companions, it can be described as neither particularly good nor bad, as they have drawn the survival environment of a rocky cavern. Some entrances may lead directly to subterranean spaces, which remain shrouded in perpetual darkness, illuminated only by certain luminous ores. This environment proves to be quite favorable for Zhang Li, a dark-type Beastmaster, as it allows her to harness her abilities more effectively. Conversely, for Lin Hao, it poses significant challenges, as using fire-based skills in confined spaces could be perilous. On the other hand, Qiao Yang benefits from his ability to mentally communicate with metals, making the collection of materials considerably easier. Nevertheless, the rocky cavern environment is generally regarded as quite harsh among the various settings. Having ensured their gear is secure and equipped with positioning wristwatches, the trio follows the soldiers from the Federation tasked with overseeing the assessment to the entrance of the dimensional space below. After an explanation of the trial process, they receive the command to enter the dimensional portal, officially marking the commencement of their assessment. Following the trial protocol, upon entering, they place a locator at the entrance. When the examination concludes, this device will guide them back to their starting point, preventing them from losing their way due to excessive exploration. Remaining near the entrance for 10 days is permissible, but it would inevitably come at the cost of food and points. To deter such behavior, the survival trial only allows the carrying of 2 days' worth of food. All right, our assessment has begun. Let us take a moment to gather our thoughts on what we should do, Qiao Yang stated. Regardless of the location, the fundamental elements for survival remain constant. Zhang Li replied, these are principles taught as early as high school: water, shelter, fire, and food. These 4 essentials apply universally. Lin Hao quickly interjected, we need not worry about fire, as long as we can find a suitable spot to ignite it. Ideally, we should locate an underground river. This would not only address our water needs, but also facilitate firemaking. The flow of the underground river would provide ventilation, alleviating concerns about depleting the air supply while igniting a fire. As for food, I shall send Xiao Yang to scout ahead. This way, should danger arise, she can swiftly return. This exemplifies the importance of team composition. Having suitable spirit beasts in a team is far more conducive to survival than merely pursuing combat prowess. In the rocky cavern environment, food is relatively scarce, and with Yanzi being a lion, her food intake is considerable, making the search for sustenance an even greater challenge. All right, it's settled then. Let us set off. The three of them, armed with spirit lanterns, secured themselves together with ropes. Zhongli summoned Qiao Yang to alert them of any impending dangers. In the rocky cavern, the absence of day and night cycles permits teams assigned to this environment to carry timekeeping devices. After traversing for a while, Qiao Yang, who was scouting ahead, issued a warning. The shadow butterfly can detect its surroundings through its innate dark domain, rendering eyesight unnecessary. It appears to be some burrowing beetles, Zhongli remarked, interpreting the spiritual information relayed by Qiao Yang. Burrowing beetles are barely classified as low-grade black iron spirit beasts, possessing the singular ability to dig. No one in the Radiant Federation has formed a contract with them, and they are inettable, being too small to be of any assistance to Qiao Yang and the others. The alert was lifted, and Qiao Yang suggested, "Let us continue onward." After navigating countless twists and turns, the trio paused to rest and partake of their provisions. During wilderness survival, the expenditure of energy is substantial, making timely nourishment and hydration imperative. When thirst arises, it is crucial to replenish fluids promptly. One must not rigidly adhere to arbitrary intervals for drinking water, as this could lead to fainting before one has the chance to hydrate. With Qiao Yang present, they felt relatively secure regarding their food and water sources. Chapter 9. Survival in the Rocky Cavern. We must have been walking for several hours now. I feel somewhat revitalized. Lin Hao inquired. Have you discovered anything? Nothing yet. Both Zhong Li and Qiao Yang replied in unison, as neither Qiao Yang nor Qiao Yang had sensed anything noteworthy. The assessment requires the submission of 3 types of common-level ores or 3 types of common-level plants, with scores calculated based on the specific types of materials submitted. Should they manage to present spirit-level ores or plants, only a single specimen is necessary. Capturing a spirit beast of at least high black iron grade can also count as one completed task. As for bronze-grade spirit beasts, it would be prudent to flee swiftly. Should bronze-level spirit beasts appear during the survival trial, candidates may immediately terminate the trial. As long as they can endure until rescue arrives, they will be deemed successful. After a brief respite, Qiao Yang and his companions resumed their journey, with Qiao Yang continuing to scout ahead. After meandering for quite some time, Qiao Yang once again transmitted information. Good news, Qiao Yang has detected a water source ahead. The bad news is that there is a group of spirit beasts nearby. Can you ascertain the nature of the spirit beast group? Qiao Yang can sense spirit beasts, but it does not recognize all of them. Creatures in the cavern are not sensitive to light, but are highly responsive to heat and vibrations. Therefore, the trio dared not approach too closely. If they encountered a formidable group of spirit beasts, escape would be virtually impossible in such an environment. Let me take a look. As a dark-type beastmaster with a background as an assassin, scouting is my forte. Zhongli connected her consciousness with her spirit beast to gain insights from its perspective. It appears to be cave rock crabs, Zhongli stated. Cave rock crabs are common edible spirit beasts encountered during exploration of rocky caverns, ranging from barely black iron grade to mid-black iron grade. Their pincers possess considerable strength, and they can utilize the skill earth spike to summon spikes from the ground to attack enemies. Interestingly, cave rock crabs can survive and utilize their skills in both freshwater and seawater. Unlike the previously overlooked burrowing beetles, cave rock crabs are indeed sought after for contracts. An individual cave rock crab does not pose a significant threat to the three, but a large swarm certainly could inflict harm, considering they need to survive for 10 days. It is vital to avoid injuries whenever possible. Let us mark this location and explore elsewhere, Qiao Yang contemplated before making a decision. The swarm of cave rock crabs represents a rare food source that should not be squandered, coupled with the necessity to avoid injuries, prompting them to seek alternative locations. They instructed Qiao Yang to follow the water source further to find a spacious area suitable for camping. After a considerable period, Zhang Li's consciousness returned to her body. I found it. If you turn around a few more bends, there's a vast space with an underground river flowing through it, ideal for camping. Excellent. Let us head there. Under Zhang Li's guidance, the trio arrived at the designated area. It indeed proved to be an ideal campsite. Featuring an underground river that provided ample water, and having recently found food alleviated concerns about fire, with Lin Hao present to address that need. Now, if they could just set up their tents, all the fundamental conditions for survival would be fulfilled. The three chose a higher elevation, connecting their platform to other elevated terrains to erect their tents. This would prevent unexpected flooding from the underground river from inundating their tents and ensure they wouldn't become stranded should the rising water transform the area into an island. After erecting the tents, the trio divided their tasks succinctly. Due to the irreplaceable role of Qiao Yang during the cavern exploration, Zhang Li must maintain a constant state of alertness throughout the expedition. Consequently, the vigilance during rest periods is entrusted to Qiao Yang and Lin Hao. When venturing out to procure resources and sustenance, the duo of Qiao Yang and Zhang Li endowed with superior defensive capabilities, take the lead, while Lin Hao joins for the collection of food. The trio's wristwatches are equipped with a positioning feature, necessitating that one person remains at the camp as a point of reference for the other two. After a brief respite, Qiao Yang and Lin Hao proceed to the marked location to hunt some cavern rock crabs for sustenance, while Zhongli summons Qiao Yang to explore the surroundings. The two, armed with crowbars and spirit lamps, engage in a succinct discussion of their strategy. First, they will agitate the rock crab swarm, and amidst the chaos, allow Xiao Dun to disperse and encircle several crabs, after which Yin Zai will swiftly eliminate them. The aim is to mislead the crab swarm into launching their attacks in the wrong direction. Gradually, they approach the designated point, and at a safe distance, Qiao Yang summons Xiao Dun. He directs Xiao Dun to glide slowly to the opposite side, when suddenly, a part of Xiao Dun falls to the ground with a heavy thud, the cold iron plate producing a muffled sound. The rock crab swarm immediately becomes agitated. Some scurry wildly, while others launch ground spikes toward the fallen object. However, the highest-tier black iron cavern rock crabs pose no threat to Xiao Dun. Simultaneously, Xiao Dun breaks into several pieces, ensnaring 4 or 5 rock crabs, and with a few fireballs from Yin Zai, the crabs remain immobile. The plan is successful, they retreat. Qiao Yang instructs Xiao Dun to bring the crabs back to him, and he and Lin Hao hastily withdraw. Falling within the cavern is exceedingly perilous, so the two must refrain from running and instead walk as swiftly as possible. They return to the campsite with their catch, ensuring they remain a safe distance from the tent. During the wilderness survival phase, food must be processed away from the camp to prevent the enticing aroma from attracting formidable spirit beasts. Even if the trio could defeat such beasts, the unnecessary expenditure of stamina and risk of injury would be unwise, not to mention the potential destruction of their tent. Zhongli, having completed her reconnaissance, reunites with the two, and Lin Hao roasts the rock crabs thoroughly over the fire. Each of the three partakes in 1 crab, with Yin Zai consuming 2, while Xiao Yang, possessing a butterfly-esque modest appetite, has but a small portion. I just surveyed the vicinity, and there are no other spirit beasts within my immediate exploration range. The surrounding pathways are excessively convoluted, necessitating further investigation later. With the fundamental survival issues addressed, the trio must now contemplate their mission's objectives. They either need to acquire 3 types of common-grade ores or medicinal herbs, or capture 3 spirit beasts of high black iron grade or even peak black iron. Of course, Qiao Yang has not forgotten his promise to Lin's father. He needs to exchange some materials for the thunder magnetic stones and fusion gold stones he previously requested. Nevertheless, there is no concern of Qiao Yang being greedy. Like Qiao Yang, Lin's father had also prearranged materials with Zhongli. It is preferable to seek ores and herbs, as they are easier to store. Capturing spirit beasts would require additional food resources. After their meal and a short rest, Qiao Yang and Zhongli embark on an exploration of the surrounding area. Xiao Dun floats in several pieces around them to prevent falls. Although Xiao Dun currently lacks the strength to carry a person aloft, it can still provide support. Xiao Yang continues to lead the way as usual. The initial exploration yields no rewards, and as time runs out, the two must return. In the cavern, one must be mindful of stamina expenditure. Each exploration has a fixed duration to prevent exhaustion on the return trip. It is no surprise that cavern explorations are notorious for either starvation or overindulgence, and the two do not presume their luck to be sufficient to accomplish the task on their first attempt. Chapter 10. A Bountiful Harvest. Each survival environment presents its own set of challenges. In the case of cavern survival, the primary difficulties lie in the general scarcity of resources and the psychological stress induced by prolonged darkness, whereas the advantage is the reduced concern over the appearance of large spirit beasts. In contrast, environments such as rainforests and swamps are resource-rich, but pose significant dangers to survival. Similarly, survival in snowy mountains or cloud-covered terrains, characterized by harsh conditions and limited resources, tends to feature somewhat less demanding assessment tasks. For instance, after several days of exploration, Qiao Yang and Zhongli have found nothing, leading to a sense of urgency. Stopping. Qiao Yang, your current mindset is unsuitable for continued exploration, Silver advised him in his mind. Yet, after several days without success, Qiao Yang felt increasingly despondent. It could be that the extended duration spent in darkness has disrupted his biological rhythms, resulting in poor rest over the past few days. Therefore, today, regardless of the circumstances, you must take a day to adjust. Continuing exploration in your current state poses a significant risk. Suppressing his anxious feelings, Qiao Yang and Zhongli conferred and decided to return for adjustments. Upon reaching the camp, they briefed Lin Hao on their situation. Lin Hao had no effective solutions either. While he excelled in combat, he lacked any particular expertise in exploration. It appeared that they had reached an impasse. "Hey, buddy, don't fret, you still have me," Silver suddenly chimed in. However, despite the lightheartedness, Silver held great admiration for Qiao Yang's self-reliant nature. Silver, do you have any suggestions? You can sense metals that have ascended in rank, right? Your inability to do so now stems from insufficient soul power and limited range. I can share my soul power with you, which will expand your sensing range. However, this method may impose a considerable burden on you, so it's best to avoid it if possible. But will this harm you? Qiao Yang expressed concern. Rest assured, as the pioneer of the alchemical era, my strength remains formidable. Even now, with only my soul intact, connecting with you will have a negligible impact on me. Prepare yourself. We are about to begin. Qiao Yang informed his companions. I have a method that can temporarily enhance my sensing ability. Wandering aimlessly every day is not a viable approach. Will this affect you? Compared to the testing, Lin Hao and Zhang Li were more concerned about Qiao Yang's well-being. I'll be fine. It can automatically stop if it becomes unbearable. Qiao Yang's reassurance eased their worries slightly. Let us begin, Silver. All right, relax. Instantly, Qiao Yang felt a weight, not physically, but mentally. This was unsurprising, as the sudden influx of foreign soul power would naturally cause discomfort. His connection to metals was passive, leaving him with little control. Suddenly, a powerful sensation surged through him, startling Qiao Yang, who then fainted. Qiao Yang, Yang Zi. Upon witnessing Qiao Yang collapse, Zhang Li and Lin Hao hurried to his side. After a brief examination, they discovered that Qiao Yang's heartbeat and breathing were stable. He appeared to be unharmed. Before long, Qiao Yang gradually regained consciousness. You're awake? You scared us half to death. Zhang Li reproached him. Didn't you say there was nothing wrong? It's not a matter of the secret technique. The sensation was just too intense, and I momentarily lost my composure. What do you mean by an intense sensation? The two were somewhat puzzled. I can't quite articulate it, but let us go take a look. As before, Qiao Yang and Zhang Li ventured out to scout, leaving Lin Hao behind for positioning. This journey has become significantly longer, yet, guided by a general sense of direction, it has paradoxically shortened in terms of time. As they walked, suddenly Qiao Yang spoke. I can sense it. Following the direction of his intuition, the two arrived at a certain location. Qiao Yang, why have you stopped? We have arrived. The sense point is right here. Where exactly? Shall we begin digging? After a moment of contemplation, Qiao Yang responded. There is an abundance of resources here. Wait, are you saying this is a vein? Zhang Li exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement. This is incredible. The value of such a vein is immeasurable. The federal government has long established regulations. Regardless of circumstances, any discovery of a vein or spirit herb forest must be reported, with 5 of the profits from mining or harvesting going to the discoverer. Moreover, one can choose to receive or spirit herbs or cash equivalents. Discovering a vein during survival trials not only yields profits, but also counts as a full score in the trial's assessment. Let's not rush to dig. Calm down. We should mark this spot and return first. Qiao Yang remained composed, earning Silver's praise for maintaining his cool under such thrilling circumstances. After covering considerable distance, it would be easy to become exhausted in a state of overexcitement while mining, which could be perilous in the cavernous environment. All right, though I am quite exhilarated. I will collect myself, Zhang Li replied, understanding the need to keep her wits about her. The two took a brief respite, consumed some food, and drank water before making their way back. For the past few days, they hadn't survived solely on rock crab meat, although they had not discovered any mission materials. They had encountered various small spirit beasts like snakes and mice. Lin Hao had helped turn some of these into jerky for their explorations. Upon returning to the camp, they shared their discovery with Lin Hao, who was also astonished for quite some time. This is a windfall. A true windfall. He kept repeating. Brother Hao, you still seem in shock, Qiao Yang chuckled. Let him revel in this for a moment. Opportunities like this are rare. Indeed, after days of no rewards, a sudden stroke of fortune could leave anyone in disbelief. Eventually, Lin Hao regained his composure and suggested a plan to his teammates. Regarding the discovery of the vein, I did not contribute to the effort, so I shall forego my share of the profits. That cannot be. Without you, we might not have discovered the vein so smoothly. Your logistical support was crucial. We left you behind for safety, which is not a sign of lack of contribution, they argued. Furthermore, Lin Hao had often assisted them, making it uncomfortable to deny him a share. What I meant to say is, could you two choose to receive the ore and then sell it to my family? I assure you we will offer 10 above the government's valuation. This proposal was advantageous for both Zhang Li and Qiao Yang, allowing them to secure greater profits. For Lin Hao, the cost of obtaining mining rights for his family would far exceed this arrangement. Thus, there was no reason to refuse a mutually beneficial agreement. Chapter 11. Mining in danger. Once Qiao Yang and Zhang Li had regained their composure, the three discussed the next steps. Qiao Yang and Lin Hao would venture forth to collect some or samples while Zhang Li remained at the camp. Equipped with the metal gloves they had crafted earlier and armed with crowbars, the two packed ample food and water before setting off towards their marked location. They meticulously planned their stamina distribution and took several breaks along the way, eventually arriving at the site of the discovered vein. There are ores everywhere. Let us start collecting, Qiao Yang declared. Lin Hao chose a spot and began to dig with his crowbar. It appears to be blood pattern iron ore, he remarked after a short while. Displaying considerable knowledge about ores as a merchant's son, blood pattern iron, a common grade ore, reveals faint blood red patterns upon smelting into metal. Although its hardness is inferior to cold iron, it surpasses ordinary iron and is notably lighter in equal volume. Wait, why am I unearthing purple gold? Qiao Yang queried, as both he and Lin Hao began to excavate, only to uncover different materials. Purple gold, also a common grade ore, possesses excellent spirit energy conduction capabilities, making it widely applicable in various spirit energy mechanisms. Moreover, it is often found alongside spirit silver, which, while possessing similar attributes, has even greater elemental conduction abilities. Qiao Yang, quickly gather your things. We must retreat. Silver's voice suddenly resonated in Qiao Yang's mind. I will explain upon our return. Lin Hao, let us go. Although Qiao Yang was perplexed, he chose to trust Silver. Oh, all right. Lin Hao was equally bewildered, but promptly readied himself for departure. In wilderness survival, unity of opinion is paramount. Any disagreements should be tabled until a safe location is reached. However, time was of the essence, and before they could secure their packs, a large python lunged from the shadows. Fortunately, the small shield they had set up around them intercepted the snake's ambush just in time. A colossal, jet-black serpent. Level, peak black iron, on the verge of bronze. Skills, constriction, strike, charge, breath concealment. Silver S. True, I transmitted this information about the massive python. Defeating it here would be exceedingly difficult. They needed to reunite with Jiangli. The dark serpent, having failed its surprise attack, recoiled to prepare for another strike. Seizing the moment, Qiao Yang and Lin Hao exchanged brief words and resolved to fight while retreating. The small shield floated protectively around them, as Yanzi suddenly unleashed a barrage of fireballs upon the giant python. The serpent's defense was inferior to that of the previous stone guardian, and with Yanzi's elevated level, the fireballs could not be ignored by the python. In an open space, perhaps they could exhaust the serpent with fireballs alone, but the confined and rugged cavern was not conducive to such tactics. As they fought and retreated, every time the dark python attempted to attack, the small shield would thwart its advance. Although the shield was frequently knocked aside, the serpent suffered from colliding with the cold iron shield. Moreover, Yanzi occasionally dislodged rocks from above to disrupt its efforts, momentarily thwarting the serpent's attacks. There was no immediate concern regarding the vein. As long as it was marked, the federal government had ample means to locate it. Get back. It's preparing to charge. The narrow confines of the cavern restricted the dark python's abilities, rendering its skills of constriction and strike ineffective due to lack of space. It could only charge forward, attempting to break through the small shield's defenses. Yet, while the shield might be displaced, it could redirect the charge. The cold iron body was beyond the serpent's capacity to damage. Furthermore, Qiao Yang's physical strength had been enhanced, and with the shield's protection, he remained largely unscathed. The charge was successfully absorbed, and with a subsequent strike from Yanzi's fiery claws, the serpent began to regard them with renewed caution. However, the dark python was not one to concede easily. It persistently followed the two. After trailing them for some time, a crowbar suddenly shot out from the shadows, plunging deep into the serpent's vulnerable underbelly. It was Zhang Li, who had sent Xiao Ying into the field while she remained behind in the camp. Sensing the presence of the dark python, she had commanded Xiao Ying to infiltrate using the dark domain. The serpent had not anticipated the presence of another individual besides Qiao Yang and Lin Hao, and during the standoff, it had failed to conceal its aura deliberately. The ambushed obsidian giant python writhed in pain, as a small shield soared swiftly towards its head and neck. With a resounding thud, the creature was momentarily disoriented, while the shield returned to protect its companions. Meanwhile, the shadowy figure unleashed a barrage of shadow arrows upon the python. The corrosive nature of these arrows gradually began to take effect, eroding the scales of the obsidian serpent. At last, Flame's Eye completed his charge, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the dark beast. Under the searing blaze, the obsidian giant python slowly succumbed. Let us not lower our guard. It may only be feigning death, Qiao Yang cautioned his two allies. He instructed the shadowy figure and Flame Zai to continue assaulting the creature's head from a distance, to prevent any sudden counterattack. After a prolonged assault that nearly eroded the python's cranium, Qiao Yang commanded a ceasefire. Do not rush in. The snake's body is lengthy, and even after brain death, its nerves may still be active. Should it ensnare or lash out, it could cause injury. Qiao Yang's meticulous reasoning left Silver in awe. The trio waited a while longer before simultaneously thrusting pry bars into the python from 3 different angles, ensuring it could not coil around them. During this process, the small shield helped to stabilize the serpent's massive form. Together, they hoisted the obsidian giant python back to their encampment, confident that their mission was successfully accomplished. Moreover, they anticipated a delightful improvement in their rations. The meat of such a formidable creature, a pinnacle black iron-grade beast on the verge of becoming a bronze-grade spirit beast, promised a delectable taste and texture. By the way, Silver, why did you suggest we evacuate earlier? Qiao Yang inquired mentally. Because there was something amiss with that mine. Silver replied earnestly. Typically, a mine would yield its own minerals along with 1 or 2 accompanying ores at most. However, this particular mine presented both blood-patterned iron and purple gold, 2 ores that are typically unrelated at such close proximity. Thus, I surmise that this mine is likely not a natural formation, but rather influenced by the presence of some spirit beast. The obsidian giant python serves as further proof. Ordinarily, such a barren cavern could not sustain a serpent of that size. Its existence indicates that there is an ecosystem within the cave capable of supporting its dietary needs. Moreover, I suspect that the python is not at the apex of the food chain. The ecosystem is likely more extensive than we can fathom. Qiao Yang shared his conclusions with his companions, who expressed their astonishment at the marvels of nature. The fact that the mine was not naturally occurring but rather generated by a spirit beast would not diminish its value. On the contrary, it would enhance its worth, as such mines are renewable. Many mines within the Federation are of this nature. As for the extraction process, that would be left to the Federation government to determine. Chapter 12. Conclusion of the Survival Trial and Selection of Academies. The 10-day survival trial was nearing its end, and after defeating the obsidian giant python, the following days passed without incident. With the mission satisfactorily completed, the trio ceased their aimless wandering. On the final day, they gathered their spoils and belongings, setting off towards the exit marked on the first day. Finally, it is coming to an end. Once we are out, I am going to sleep like never before. Qiao Yang mused, having endured restless nights. I also wish to find a place for some mental therapy, having spent so long in a dark environment. Jiang Li's mental state was also compromised. How about we visit my family's bathing facility? Qiao Yang, you should join. It's on me, Lin Hao suggested. His own condition was not particularly robust either, having struck a significant deal with Qiao Yang and Jiang Li earlier. The cost for a simple bath and mental therapy was negligible. Upon their exit, Lin Hao and Jiang Li's father awaited them at the dimensional space entrance. What are you carrying? It appeared to be a snake. Such a large serpent. Are you not meant to survive in a cavern? Does such a creature exist within the cave? After emerging, the trio reported their findings to the examiner and submitted their locating wristwatches. The discovery of a mine, particularly a renewable one, was a significant matter, and they provided mineral samples and the giant serpent as evidence. The examiner, understanding the gravity of the situation, promptly reported it through the spiritual network to the Federation. Excellent work. You have successfully completed your task. The mining agreement has been sent to you via the spiritual network. Please review it, and now, go rest, the examiner instructed. Further exploration was required before mining could commence, thus immediate profits would not be forthcoming. Aware that those returning from the wild often suffer from fatigue, the examiner refrained from elaborating further. Lin's father and Zhang's father had arrived together, and the trio boarded Lin's father's vehicle to review the agreement on the vehicular holographic display. Both fathers confirmed that the agreement was sound, as the Federation would not take advantage of 3 students in such matters. With a nod, they accepted the terms. Lin Hao had already informed Lin Changgung about the mine's revenue proxy sales, and Lin's father expressed great satisfaction with his son's actions. Truly, my son, Lin Changgung praised, not only for the mine's profits, but more importantly, Qiao Yang and Jiang Li are both exceptionally talented young individuals with boundless potential. In this era, cultivating relationships with such promising youth will facilitate smoother business endeavors. Thus, Lin's father not only endorsed Lin Hao's choice, but also increased the acquisition premium to 15. Only a foolish and short-sighted merchant would quibble over minor profits. This had always been Lin's father's belief. Reality proved his decision was sound. Regarding the giant serpent, although much of its flesh had been consumed, its skin and scales still held considerable value. Despite being somewhat damaged, its worth remained high due to its sheer size. Lin's father negotiated with the trio and acquired the serpent at a mutually agreeable price. It is finished, they collectively sighed. Come, let us go rest and rejuvenate. Lin's father smiled. In the subsequent days of awaiting results, the group indulged in well-deserved rest. During this time, news arrived via the spiritual network confirming that they had indeed discovered a small renewable mine, with exploration and extraction to commence shortly. The mine minerals would be delivered to the address they had previously designated. After several days, the mental states of the survival trial participants had largely recovered, and they were now faced with the next formidable challenge, selecting a higher education institution. This process bore resemblance to the college admissions frenzy of Qiao Yang's past life, inciting chaos among countless families. However, the selection of higher education institutions in the era of universal spirit beasts was even more complex. The institutions of the Glorious Federation did not possess a clear ranking system akin to that of Qiao Yang's former world. Instead, they were categorized into broad tiers. For instance, the most comprehensive higher education institution, the Glorious Academy, was located in the capital city of the Federation. However, this designation of most comprehensive merely indicated a balanced approach without any glaring weaknesses. Each individual's attributes vary, and the most comprehensive institution may not necessarily be the most suitable for everyone. In fact, many prefer to attend schools that excel in specific disciplines. For example, when it comes to forging and weapon usage, the Iron Melting Academy is undeniably superior. Regarding the fields of beast mastery, nutrition, pharmaceutical research, and alchemical refining, the Tianqing Academy stands unparalleled across the entire Federation. Each elemental discipline boasts its own specialized institutions. For instance, the Dark Moon Academy, where Zhongli studies, delves deeply into the dark arts, while the previously mentioned Iron Forge Academy is indeed a specialized institution for the fire element. Consequently, the selection of a higher learning institution after the registration assessment for Beastmasters often proves more daunting than the assessment itself. Such is the case for Qiao Yang, who has been troubled by this matter for several days. Given their outstanding academic performance, Qiao Yang and his peers need not worry about admission. In fact, the selection process is already complete, and it is merely a matter of their choice. Ever since Qiao Yang returned from his break, he has been diligently researching various higher education institutions and has engaged in lengthy discussions with Ian. Ian, do share some advice. I feel as though I'm on the verge of exploding, Qiao Yang implored, his face contorted in a pitiful grimace. Advice, you say? That can certainly be arranged, Ian replied, seemingly in good spirits. Considering your temperament, you would undoubtedly excel in any institution you choose. What you ought to contemplate is not merely what you will do in the future, but rather what you aspire to do. In terms of attributes, you are, in fact, most closely aligned with the Iron Forge Academy. I envision embarking on adventures among the stars, Qiao Yang mused, pondering aloud. Is that a bit juvenile? As a transmigrator, he harbored a subtle yearning for the vast cosmos. Oh, Ian appeared taken aback by Qiao Yang's revelation, seemingly unprepared for such aspirations. He lapsed into thought for a considerable time. Ian, after a pause, Ian resumed, his enthusiasm evidently rekindled. In that case, let me give this some serious thought. For tonight, rest well, and we shall discuss it in detail tomorrow. The following morning, Ian earnestly deliberated with Qiao Yang. Should you wish to embark on adventures among the stars, you will require a plethora of resources. Your vision cannot be confined solely to swords and shields. Your unparalleled ability to imbue materials with a soul is an advantage that should be maximized. Your safety can be adequately ensured by a small shield, which can be further enhanced in the future. Next, you will need to contract other spirit beasts, which you must create yourself. You will require reconnaissance spirit beasts, long-range attackers, collection devices, and most importantly, a spaceship. These items cannot be forged solely by your hand, but fear not, we shall tackle this step by step. Thus, the Iron Forge Academy may be somewhat singular in focus. You would benefit from attending a comprehensive institution where you can acquire a broader range of knowledge. Therefore, I propose the Radiant Academy. What do you think? All right, then it's settled, the Radiant Academy. Chapter 13, Departure to the Radiant Academy. Hey, Qiao Yang, which academy did you choose? The Iron Forge Academy? On that day, Zhongli messaged Qiao Yang. I selected the Radiant Academy. Given your attributes, the Iron Forge Academy seems far more suited for you, Zhongli remarked, perplexed. Although the Radiant Academy bears the name of the Radiant Federation, its positioning is somewhat awkward. Beastmasters typically opt for institutions that align closely with their strengths, striving to maximize their capabilities. Thus, not many prodigies tend to select the Radiant Academy. Mainly, I wish to pursue more than just forging. The Radiant Academy offers a more holistic curriculum. All right, it seems you have a plan, so I shan't pry further. However, it's fortunate. I chose the Dark Moon Academy, which is quite close to the Radiant Academy. Higher learning institutions are not evenly distributed, with each city housing only a few, concentrated in select locations. After all, in the age of beast mastery, the optimal training environments for various attributes are often geographically determined, leading to the formation of distinct strengths among these academies over time. The Dark Moon Academy is situated near the Radiant Academy, both nestled around the capital of the Radiant Federation, Radiant City. We can go to school together. Zhang Li's voice carried a note of cheer. By the way, do you know which academy Lin Hao selected? Qiao Yang inquired. I recall he chose the Savage Beast Academy, Jiang Li replied, her tone tinged with curiosity. Qiao Yang fell momentarily silent. The Savage Beast Academy focuses on training spirit beasts for physical combat. With a considerable number of beast masters engaging in direct combat, while their spirit beasts serve merely as support. It is surprising to think that Lin Hao, who appears so refined and whose interests lie in beast nutrition, harbors a warrior's spirit deep within. The Savage Beast Academy is also located near Radiant City. Yet it stands apart from the other institutions, secluded in the depths of the mountains. It rarely makes an appearance except during scheduled inter-academy exchanges, making it difficult to envision what Lin Hao would be like at the Savage Beast Academy. Have you determined when you will set out? We could take the same train. Jiang Li asked. I don't have much to pack here, so I plan to depart in 3 days, Qiao Yang replied candidly. Well, it seems you two truly are best friends. You've both chosen to leave on the same day, Jiang Li remarked, unable to suppress a chuckle. In that case, I will also depart on that day. In the age of universal beast mastery, intercity travel has become a commonplace occurrence, and thus, parents seldom accompany their children to higher education institutions. After all, even wilderness survival is a compulsory course in high school, making city travel seem even less perilous. The trio packed lightly, hopping aboard the train bound for Radiant City. After all, the academy is equipped with all the necessary living supplies, and they are no longer lacking in funds. The inner-city train traveled swiftly, and before long, they reached their destination. Radiant City is vast, significantly larger than Tianlin City, and as the capital of the Radiant Federation, it is undoubtedly more prosperous. Amidst the enrollment season, each higher education institution has set up reception points in nearby cities for incoming students, alleviating a considerable burden for the trio. Well, Qiao Yang, I shall take my leave now. I'll seek you out for some fun later. Jiang Li waved goodbye to Qiao Yang. This statement was not merely a formality. As a specialized institution in the dark arts, the Dark Moon Academy has extensive research in stealth, reconnaissance, and assassination, making it a common pastime for students studying assassination to infiltrate neighboring academies. This activity has long been publicized, and the Dark Moon Academy promises rewards of spirit herbs to those who discover their students, the grade of the herb depending on the year of the discovered student. Naturally, the herbs must be provided by the discovered students themselves, preventing relationships like that of Jiang Li and Qiao Yang from exploiting the school's resources. I shall also take my leave. Let us stay in touch, Lin Hao chimed in. Given the Savage Beast Academy's usual routine, it will likely be quite difficult to see Lin Hao outside of breaks or inter-academy exchanges. By the way, Yangzi, my family has interest in Radiant City, and my father often comes by. If you need anything, feel free to contact him, Lin Hao added, as if recalling something. The Savage Beast Academy is indeed unique. Unlike other higher institutions that utilize vehicles or mechanical contraptions for transportation, the Savage Beast Academy employs large spirit beasts. Alright, I should head to the Radiant Academy for registration now. In this day and age, registration is swift, as all information is recorded online, and authentication is exceedingly convenient. The Radiant Academy, where Qiao Yang had arrived ahead of schedule, was not yet in session, allowing students the opportunity to settle into their new surroundings and, most importantly, to determine their future paths in cultivation. Unlike specialized higher institutions where students typically have predetermined trajectories, the students entering the Radiant Academy often possess a more eclectic mix of attributes and interests. This diversity is a double-edged sword. The advantage lies in their versatility, enabling them to form well-rounded teams that are not limited by the strengths or weaknesses of their peers. However, the downside is that most students may struggle to excel in any single area, often desiring too much and ultimately achieving little. Qiao Yang, however, was untroubled by this dilemma. As a beastmaster specializing in mechanical creations, each spirit beast he crafted could be continuously upgraded through modifications, ensuring he would not find himself in a situation where he was competent in many areas but a master of none. The accommodations at the prestigious academy were commendably spacious single rooms, furnished to meet all necessities. Reclining on his bed, Qiao Yang conversed with Silver. This arrangement was not unique to the Radiant Academy. All institutions of higher learning provided single dormitories, as interpersonal relationships among students could be managed fairly well. Those who gained admission to such prestigious academies were unlikely to possess malevolent dispositions, as individuals with ill intentions would not survive the trials of existence. In contrast, the relationships among spirit beasts were far more unpredictable, as students often possessed a plethora of peculiar and diverse spirit beasts. Even among those of the same elemental affinity, there could exist vast disparities. If multiple students were to share a dormitory, discord among their spirit beasts could create significant challenges. Moreover, Differing cultivation methods and paths necessitated ample space during training, making shared accommodations prone to disturbances. By the way, Silver, it's time I prepared to contract my next spirit beast. What should I choose? Qiao Yang inquired. Rest assured, Silver replied with an air of confidence. I have given this ample thought, including your desired direction of cultivation. Chapter 14. Aspirations. A new spirit beast. It is not the case that a beastmaster can only contract one additional spirit beast upon advancing a level. Rather, as long as one's soul power is sufficiently robust, one may continue to form contracts. However, this is merely a theoretical assertion. Contracting a formidable spirit beast demands substantial soul power. Furthermore, a beastmaster must reserve adequate soul power to maintain their mental state. And the enhancement of soul power necessitates a corresponding increase in physical strength. In practice, no beastmaster would recklessly continue to form contracts without consideration. Additionally, contracting a spirit beast is only the initial step. Nurturing the beast is of paramount importance. As previously mentioned, with the protection of a small shield, your safety can be assured. According to your aspirations, there are two potential options for your next spirit beast. The first is to create a beast that grants you ranged attack capabilities, thereby augmenting your combat effectiveness in the wild. The second is a reconnaissance spirit beast, significantly enhancing your resource-gathering abilities. There is no inherent superiority between these two choices. Ultimately, both types of spirit beasts will be necessary, merely leading you down divergent paths thereafter. Qiao Yang recognized that opting for an attack-oriented spirit beast would direct his future endeavors towards hunting, trading, and enhancement. Conversely, selecting a reconnaissance spirit beast would steer him towards gathering, trading, and enhancement. Regardless of the choice, survival in the wilderness is an inevitable step. Recalling his prior experiences in the caverns, Qiao Yang decisively declared, I choose a reconnaissance spirit beast. In the earlier survival scenario, having a spirit beast focused on detection would have proven invaluable, rendering brute force futile. Moreover, the offensive mechanical spirit beasts he could currently manufacture had limited power. It would be far more advantageous to create a reconnaissance spirit beast, one that would integrate seamlessly with his team. While many classmates would undoubtedly possess powerful offensive spirit beasts, reconnaissance types would likely be rare. Most importantly, while he could compensate for offensive capabilities with ranged weaponry, reconnaissance spirit beasts were better suited for soul communication. Although there exist remote weapons akin to firearms from Qiao Yang's previous life, their initial effectiveness pales in comparison to the skills of a grown spirit beast, offering limited damage to a seasoned beastmaster. For this reason, acquiring ranged weapons is not particularly challenging in this world. The Radiant Academy itself offers them for sale, and many students procure them for self-defense. You make a valid point. Thus, our goal will be to acquire a reconnaissance spirit beast, Silver affirmed, pleased with Qiao Yang's meticulous considerations. However, it must be noted that while a purely reconnaissance spirit beast is relatively simple to produce, it may not provide substantial assistance. There is no need to limit ourselves to just one spirit beast. A purely reconnaissance beast would occupy minimal soul power, allowing you to contract two. Speaking of reconnaissance, one cannot expect to unearth resources merely with bare hands. The mind ores cannot continually be entrusted to others for smelting, nor can one rely solely on brute force for intricate processing tasks. Therefore, my suggestion for the second spirit beast is that it should not only possess reconnaissance capabilities, but also be adept in mining and processing, ideally with some storage functionality, capable of handling both ores and medicinal materials. Although your spirit beasts are mechanical creations, you and your companions will undoubtedly require medicines at some point. Wait a moment. Qiao Yang interjected, momentarily bewildered by Silver's elaborate description. What exactly would this spirit beast look like? Oh, are you finding it a bit perplexing? Silver's voice carried a hint of amusement. In truth, it is rather straightforward. It is simply a forge. Consider this. If you can imbue mechanical creations with souls, having the machine operate autonomously would surely yield more precision than doing it manually, wouldn't it? The functions of processing ores and herbs are inherently tied to the forge's primary purpose. For mining, our goal is to enable the smelting furnace to autonomously collect ores within itself. The storage function is easily accomplished with a space stone. Space stones possess no fixed grade and contain an internal space exceeding their physical volume. The higher the grade of the space stone, the greater the internal capacity. I see. Qiao Yang mused, realizing the validity of Silver's explanation. It was indeed a matter he had overcomplicated. Nevertheless, there is always a but. Silver's tone grew solemn. This will require considerable effort on your part. You need a forge that can operate independently, which means you will have to design its internal structure and inscribe the necessary runes. Simply replicating an existing forge from the market will not meet your specifications. Additionally, you must teach it how to refine herbs and process ores, necessitating that you possess the requisite skills yourself. I can impart knowledge, but the practical application rests on your shoulders. Qiao Yang's expression faltered, daunted by the challenges ahead. However, he reassured himself, "No worries, I will strive diligently." His voice exuded confidence. "This is the Radiant Academy, one of the premier institutions in the entire Federation, and it must have resources to assist me. After all, that was our reason for choosing this academy in the first place. Indeed, your enthusiasm is commendable," Silver praised. "However, do not rush. Even if you were to create this smelting furnace now, your current level of soul power would not suffice for contracting it. Thus, let us postpone the creation of your spirit beast until the formal commencement of classes. During this period, you should diligently practice step by step. I will teach you several runes for you to practice. Additionally, take some time to venture outside and search for herbs that can enhance your soul power. It is always prudent to prepare more." Well then, Qiao Yang felt a sense of relaxation and decided that tomorrow he would first seek out suitable weapons. At the break of dawn the next day, Qiao Yang began to stroll through the commercial district of the school. Unlike the institutions of higher learning in his previous life, which were built within cities, this era's academies stand independently outside urban confines. The campus is vast, equipped with comprehensive facilities akin to a small city. Within the commercial district, there are specialized shops selling both ranged and melee weapons. Due to the presence of spiritual energy, the ranged weapons here differ somewhat from the firearms of Qiao Yang's former world. Instead of gunpowder and bullets, they rely on rune arrays. Unlike firearms, which have significant recoil, these weapons do not require direct handling. They can be worn on the wrist. Qiao Yang tested their power, finding them no less formidable than the firearms of his past, with even greater stealth capabilities. However, their effectiveness against beast masters, whose bodies are generally enhanced, and against more powerful spirit beasts, remains uncertain. After a lengthy selection process, Qiao Yang finally chose the ranged weapon he desired: flame gloves and shadow gloves, crafted from the fur of the iron bear, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. The engraved rune arrays allow the gloves to launch fireballs and shadow arrows. Chapter 15. Life at the Academy. Thanks to the existence of rune arrays, ranged weapons can take on various forms without hindering the user's ability to engage in other activities. Qiao Yang was well acquainted with fireballs and shadow arrows, as Lin Hao and Zhang Li's spirit beasts could wield these skills. The two gloves simultaneously provide elemental damage, physical impact, and corrosiveness, making them versatile enough for most situations. While the power of the gloves does not quite match that of the flame lion and shadow butterfly, each a pinnacle of their respective attributes, they are sufficient for self-defense. Having procured the ranged weapon, Qiao Yang also selected a suitable forging hammer, an essential tool for his future endeavors, requiring careful consideration. With all necessary items acquired, Qiao Yang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. During this time, he had also discussed with Ian the direction of his studies, which would focus on precision machinery manufacturing. After all, the devices he would create in the future would be intricate and sophisticated, not something that could be accomplished merely by wielding a hammer in the forge. With all preparations complete, he now awaited the commencement of classes. The curriculum at the academy bears a resemblance to high school, broadly categorized into theory, practice, and survival. However, unlike high school, the academy does not impose strict regulations on students' lives, offering merely a recommended framework. Whether one chooses to drift aimlessly or strive vigorously, the institution refrains from excessive interference. This is due to the vast differences in attributes and spirit beasts among individuals, necessitating a variety of training methods that cannot be uniformly mandated. Once, there was a student who spent nearly all his time asleep, rarely venturing beyond the confines of his dormitory, appearing quite dispirited. Yet, he had contracted a dream beast, whose primary focus was to construct dreamscapes, making sleep his main method of cultivation. Thus, among those who gain admission to the illustrious academy, it is impossible to judge one's worth based solely on appearances. As long as one can ultimately pass the required assessments and refrains from unlawful conduct, the academy is indifferent to how students spend their time. Regarding specific course selections and corresponding practices, once a study direction is established, instructors will discuss the particulars. Moreover, the academy is replete with hidden talents, many of whom are prominent figures, though they do not teach classes. This is not due to any desire to withhold knowledge or favor particular groups. Rather, while they are willing to assist with inquiries, they lack the pedagogical skills of dedicated instructors, making formal teaching challenging. Qiao Yang is currently in discussion with his instructor about his upcoming course schedule: Introduction to Spiritual Mechanisms, Principles of Rune Arrays, Mechanical Energy, Precision Processing. There are quite a number of courses. Upon reviewing the finalized list of courses, Qiao Yang nodded in approval. Given that students' training plans vary significantly, these courses will not involve attendance records, assignments, midterm examinations, or final assessments. thus eliminating the possibility of failing or needing to retake exams. Everything serves the purpose of the assessment required for graduation from the academy. Ultimately, as long as results are achieved, the process is of little consequence. Additionally, some courses will involve corresponding practical sessions, as indicated on your timetable, the instructor added. You may reserve the school's facilities online for practice, but prolonged usage is not permitted. The school organizes outdoor exploration sessions twice weekly, with relevant information posted in advance on the school website. You may choose to participate based on your schedule, of course. If you have specific outdoor areas in mind, you may pursue them, though you will need to arrange your own transportation. That sums it up. If you have further questions, feel free to contact me privately. Thank you, teacher. With that statement, Qiao Yang's life at the academy officially commenced. The days of attending classes turned out to be rather mundane. However, this did not dampen Qiao Yang's enthusiasm for learning. When a person possesses a goal and perceives the hope of achieving it, their motivation indeed intensifies. After all, as a transmigrator, with Yin's assistance and the unwavering support of friends, it would be somewhat inappropriate to idly pass the time. Notably, the courses taught at the academy are no longer solely focused on rote knowledge as in high school. Instead, they impart principles for students to deduce. For instance, in the course on rune array principles, not only are various existing rune arrays taught, but also the foundational composition rules, empowering students to independently create new rune arrays. Naturally, this is an ideal scenario. Students capable of constructing new rune arrays or improving existing ones are exceedingly rare. Similarly, this applies to other courses as well. With daily classes and consistent practice, Qiao Yang's days have been quite fulfilling. As for outdoor explorations, he does not plan to participate for now. With only Little Shield as his spirit beast, even with his newly acquired equipment, the potential gains from such expeditions would be minimal. The previous survival trial's discovery of a mineral vein was merely a stroke of luck. One cannot expect to uncover such treasures every time they venture out, as dreams do not often grant such fortune. Over the past few days, Qiao Yang has been quite exhausted, returning to his dormitory and collapsing into bed, hardly remembering the passing days. Until one day, he heard Silver's voice in his mind. The black iron has advanced. You can now begin crafting detection-type spirit beasts. The feedback from detection-type spirit beasts will enable you to reach the pinnacle of black iron. Detection-type spirit beasts invariably enhance the soul power of their beast masters. And for beast masters, soul power signifies their cultivation level. However, no one would be foolish enough to hastily contract detection-type spirit beasts solely for rapid advancement. Not to mention that not all beast masters possess the attributes necessary to bond with detection-type spirit beasts. Even if the attributes align, the soul power must correspond with physical strength. Otherwise, if the physical body cannot withstand the soul power, it may lead to various ailments, and in severe cases, even result in physical collapse. Moreover, the elevation of a beastmaster's grand realm signifies an enhancement of the essence of life itself. One could assert that a bronze-level beastmaster and a black iron-level beastmaster, in a certain sense, do not belong to the same species. Thus, it is futile to hope for a contract spirit beast to transcend to a higher realm. Qiao Yang, having previously augmented his physical strength when contracting the Little Shield, along with his daily practice in forging and inscribing runes, found that his physical prowess was entirely commensurate. Therefore, leveraging this recent enhancement was inconsequential. However, it is imperative for him to first elevate himself to a higher level before allowing the spirit beast to reciprocate and elevate him to the peak of black iron. There is no actual elevation in realm during this process. The peak of black iron is not an independent realm, but rather indicates that one is on the verge of breaking through to the bronze level. Well then, Silver, shall we commence? Chapter 16, Detection-Type Spirit Beast, Dark Spirit. Let us defer for today. You have just made a breakthrough and need to stabilize your abilities. Once you have established stability, we can proceed, and you may also contemplate the nature of the spirit beast you wish to create. Qiao Yang understood that impatience could be detrimental, and a beastmaster must maintain a sound mental state. Thus, he resolved to heed Silver's counsel and first adjust his mental state to its optimum. On this day, Qiao Yang entered the forging chamber, officially embarking on the creation of his second spirit beast. He reflected on Silver's instructions. Detection generally falls into three categories. The first is termed viewing, akin to various avian spirit entities that observe from great heights. The advantage lies in its simplicity and convenience. However, it is severely limited by obstructions, rendering it ineffective in environments such as caves and rainforests. The second method, positioning, resembles the echolocation used by bats and dolphins, employing sound waves to detect various obstacles. We can take this a step further, though it poses challenges in locating resources buried underground. The third method is perception, which is relatively intricate. Just as individuals perceive their own attributes, Both living beings and minerals possess unique spiritual magnetic fields. One can glean information from the variations in these fields, though the range of such sensing is rather limited. Since our spirit beast is a mechanical construct, it need not adhere to the conventional limitations of possessing only one detection ability. Thus, we shall endeavor to incorporate all three methodologies. Recently, Qiao Yang has been incessantly discussing his design concepts with Silver and consulting the Academy's instructors for validation. Ultimately, this collaboration culminated in a substantial collection of blueprints in Qiao Yang's hands. Detection-type spirit entities do not require exceptionally high defensive capabilities, but demand considerable agility. Although cold iron is robust, it is somewhat too weighty. Thus, Qiao Yang opted for blood-patterned iron as the foundation, which is lighter yet possesses a degree of hardness. Naturally, blood-patterned iron can also be forged into blood-patterned steel to enhance its toughness. As a beastmaster intimately connected to the spirit beast's soul, Qiao Yang can, like Zhongli before him, see through the eyes of his spirit beast. The sole complication lies in the fact that the little shield, his previous spirit beast, lacked eyes altogether. Previously, the little shield's movements were guided by Qiao Yang's own vision, to enable the mechanical construct to observe its surroundings. The foremost requirement is to equip it with eyes. The design of a simple eye is not particularly complex. Even a middle school student from Qiao Yang's past life would have learned about it. The principles of a camera lens parallel those of the human eye. Therefore, if we are to utilize the first detection method, Qiao Yang's task is merely to construct an aerial camera lens, perhaps with an added light source. As for how to make the mechanical construct levitate, it has already been tested on the little shield. It merely requires a stronger magnetic force. Acquiring a more potent magnetic force is straightforward. One can utilize the superior or star magnetite, derived from thunder magnetite. As for the more advanced moon magnetite, sun magnetite, and primal magnetite, they are beyond Qiao Yang's reach. Star magnetite, a spirit-level mineral, possesses a magnetic strength superior to that of thunder magnetite and is commonly employed in various large-scale machinery. In fact, there is another method to achieve levitation: the use of gravity nullification runes, which can shield an object from the effects of gravity, thereby facilitating its ascension. According to Silver, in their era, the large planetary warships faced significant gravitational challenges, making gravity nullification runes quite prevalent. However, gravity is one of the inherent properties of matter, and any runes related to gravity are classified as advanced runes. Qiao Yang's current spiritual power is far from sufficient to inscribe such runes. Qiao Yang has also selected the material for the lens, known as dark iron crystal. Dark iron crystal is a spirit-level mineral, a subspecies of dark iron ore, renowned for its excellent light transmission properties, thus earning the title of crystal, and is frequently used in the fabrication of various lenses. In this endeavor to create a detection-type spirit beast, Qiao Yang has indeed invested heavily. Fortunately, the star magnetite is merely utilized through a secret rune to harness its attributes, and the dark iron crystal is only required for the lenses, so the quantities are not substantial, and Qiao Yang can still afford them. The principle behind the second method of positioning is not overly complex. Qiao Yang has encountered similar devices in his past life, known as sonar. Of course, in his previous life, creating a sonar device was intricate, demanding the integration of various positive and negative voltage devices to simulate the vocal and auditory organs of living beings, alongside the crucial task of mimicking the brain. In the present era of universal beastmasters, however, the implementation is relatively straightforward. Essentially, the mechanical construct that Qiao Yang creates remains a spirit beast, a sentient entity capable of self-governance and thought. Qiao Yang's role is merely to endow it with the requisite organs. Thus, what Qiao Yang ultimately requires is a component capable of emitting vibrations and receiving sound. It must produce sound waves, but more importantly, ultrasonic waves. Qiao Yang previously studied the corresponding vibration rune array, akin to that found in household speakers. However, he made slight modifications. Drawing from the principles of the rune arrays he had learned, he adjusted the frequency control rune within the vibration array to allow for variability. However, it is worth noting that Qiao Yang typically would avoid using this vibration rune, as it could easily expose his position. What may be ultrasonic or infrasonic frequencies for humans may not necessarily hold true for the myriad spirit beasts. In fact, in the submarines of Qiao Yang's past life, passive sonar was utilized far more frequently than active sonar, and the reason for this is evident. For the receiving component, Qiao Yang modeled it after the shape of the human eardrum, using plant materials to create two membranes and inscribing amplification runes upon them. As previously stated, passive sonar is far more prevalent, akin to the human binaural effect, discerning the direction and distance of sound sources through the differences in sound received by both ears. Naturally, Qiao Yang also did not neglect to inscribe anti-vibration measures. Otherwise, the incessant reception or emission of vibrations could inflict damage on various components. As for the third method, it appears considerably more esoteric. The first two methods draw upon Qiao Yang's past experiences, but the spiritual magnetic field is a unique phenomenon of this era. Moreover, matters concerning the soul have long posed challenges in research, and no corresponding runes have yet been developed. Otherwise, Qiao Yang would not have been troubled for so long by his own attribute dilemmas. Fortunately, Silver possesses a solution, as a spirit himself. He holds insights into the research on tool spirits that far surpasses current understanding. The method for sensing the spiritual magnetic field no longer relies on runes, but rather involves a soul's secret technique. This technique effectively solidifies a soul's secret method within the newly formed tool spirit, using materials capable of storing spiritual energy. At this stage, the finest material available to Qiao Yang for storing spiritual energy is spirit gold. This alloy, composed of a specific ratio of purple gold and spirit silver, not only possesses the characteristics of both metals, but also has the remarkable ability to store spiritual energy. Unfortunately, while the spiritual energy stored in spirit gold can be utilized as a source of power, it cannot be employed to replenish energy during combat. Each individual's spiritual energy is intrinsically linked to their essence, and once expended, it undergoes a transformation that renders it irretrievable. There are materials that allow for the preservation of expended spiritual energy without alteration, enabling replenishment during battle. However, Qiao Yang knows he cannot afford such luxuries. Through his dedicated efforts in crafting, Qiao Yang's connection with the various materials has deepened, culminating in the formation of a soul contract. Concurrently, his own soul's power has surged, ultimately reaching a plateau at the threshold of the bronze level. Sensing the emotions of the newly formed soul within his mind, Qiao Yang bestowed upon it the name Dark Spirit, inspired by a line he recalled. The night is the domain of spies. Chapter 17, Training and the First Enhancement. My goodness, Qiao Yang couldn't help but exclaim. He had not anticipated needing to endure another breakdown of his small shield after the earlier training. Indeed, he was now training his newly contracted spirit beast, Dark Spirit. One could only hope that this would not become a recurring requirement for every spirit beast he encountered. Nevertheless, Qiao Yang was acutely aware of Dark Spirit's significance for the future, compelling him to exercise patience in the training process. What made this session slightly more manageable was the presence of the small shield, which could demonstrate how to control magnetic forces. The small shield was delighted to have a new friend and flitted about Dark Spirit with great enthusiasm. The more challenging aspect lay ahead. Dark Spirit was a detection-type spirit beast, yet it currently functioned merely as an information receiver. In simpler terms, Dark Spirit could gather images and sounds through the three methods crafted by Qiao Yang, as well as sense the spiritual energy magnetic fields. However, it lacked the capacity to interpret the meaning of this information. Images were relatively straightforward. Dark Spirit simply needed to relay the observed data to Qiao Yang. However, vibrations and spiritual magnetic fields required information processing to yield meaningful results, presenting a considerable challenge for the nascent Dark Spirit. Qiao Yang had foreseen this hurdle and had previously consulted Silver about whether rune arrays could assist in processing the information. The response he received was, "It is possible, but the complexity of the rune array required to meet your specifications far exceeds your imagination. It is not something you can inscribe on your own." Observing Qiao Yang's frustration, Silver smiled and suggested, "Your perspective seems somewhat narrow. Why not explore the possibility of existing solutions? Finding a ready-made information processing device for Dark Spirit to learn from would be quite beneficial. All living beings grow. Have you considered how mechanical creations evolve? The enhancement of a mechanical construct's body and its self-learning process constitutes its own form of growth. Even the small shield could continuously strengthen itself by updating its materials." After hearing Silver's explanation, Qiao Yang experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, he had been overly biased in his thinking. While creating a mechanical entity from scratch was immensely challenging, enabling it to replicate existing methods was considerably more feasible. Moreover, Dark Spirit was a being with a genuine soul, inherently equipped with the learning capabilities of a normal biological entity. Additionally, it contained spirit gold, which Qiao Yang had arranged to store spiritual energy. If it could learn to manipulate spiritual energy, then mimicking the inscribing of runes would also be attainable. Nonetheless, teaching a mechanical creation to manipulate spiritual energy from the ground up was still a monumental task. "There is no need to start from scratch," Silver interjected. "Mechanical creations excel at imitation. You only need to guide it in using spiritual energy to inscribe runes. It will naturally learn the methods of rune carving, and after that, you simply need to expose it to a sufficient variety of information processing devices, allowing it to generate its own rune arrays based on its understanding. At this point, Qiao Yang realized that he had been treating Dark Spirit more like a robotic construct from his past life rather than a true living being. As for acquiring enough information processing devices, he had his own strategies. Purchasing them was out of the question, as acquiring such a multitude of devices for a single use would be wasteful. Upon entering the academy, although Qiao Yang focused primarily on classes and practice, he was not entirely ignorant of social matters. His naturally cheerful and sincere disposition had garnered him several close friends. Among them was Shuehan, who had previously faced financial difficulties and had gone hungry until Qiao Yang provided assistance. Shuehan's family dealt in mechanical beasts and various second-hand trades, often handling numerous information processing systems. When Qiao Yang proposed assisting with the repair of mechanical beasts at their home, Shuehan, though puzzled, agreed. The mechanical beasts sent for repair were generally not severely damaged, as those in dire condition were typically discarded. Most of the information processing systems remained intact. During the repair process, Qiao Yang could certainly issue specific commands for testing, allowing Dark Spirit to perceive the functioning of the runes involved. Qiao Yang's forging skills were beyond reproach, so he was mostly capable of handling the repairs himself. While guiding Dark Spirit in learning the rune arrays for information processing, Qiao Yang also intentionally directed it towards the necessary processing schemes. For instance, regarding sound or vibration processing, distinctions could be made based on pitch, frequency, and timbre could indicate the type of object producing the sound. Differences between two receivers could help ascertain direction, and loudness could provide an approximate distance, among other factors. It is worth noting that Dark Spirit was currently focused solely on learning how to process information, while the corresponding processing outcomes required Qiao Yang to create an additional database. For example, what timbre corresponded to which creature, what spiritual magnetic field indicated which or, and how to calculate distance based on loudness. All these elements required Qiao Yang's guidance. Of course, Silver's assistance and the support of the Academy's instructors were indispensable. Relying solely on Qiao Yang, a newcomer to the higher institution, would have been overly ambitious. Eventually, one day, Qiao Yang sensed that Dark Spirit had acquired a series of intricate rune arrays within itself, likely a manifestation of its growth. Indeed, artificial imitation could never rival the innate learning capabilities of living beings. Throughout this period, Qiao Yang had also kept himself busy by upgrading the small shield. Previously, the small shield could merely separate into several segments. While this offered greater agility than a solid shield, it still fell short in certain situations. Sometimes, a larger surface area was required, or a more peculiar shape was necessary, making it rather cumbersome to accommodate. Thus, Qiao Yang opted for a rather unique metal named flow gold. Flow gold, a spirit-level ore, is characterized by its exceptional ductility and malleability. It is commonly known that among ordinary metals, gold boasts remarkable malleability, with 1 gram capable of being stretched into a gold thread measuring 4,000 meters. Flow gold, however, takes this a step further. When infused with spiritual energy, it can transform into various shapes like a fluid, hence its name. Once again employing the previous method of integrating magnetic properties with thunder magnetite, Qiao Yang first amplified the magnetism using star magnetite before incorporating the unique characteristics of flow gold into the mixture. However, Qiao Yang must remain vigilant, as the increasing integration of metallic properties within the little shield necessitates continual replacement of its foundational material to withstand the fusion. Yet, with the enhancement of the material, the soul power required to control the little shield correspondingly intensifies, placing greater demands on Qiao Yang's cultivation. Currently, the cold iron base has reached its limit in accommodating the characteristics of 2 types of spirit-level ores. Beyond this, a material replacement becomes imperative. Fortunately, the Dark Spirit is not encumbered by such concerns for the time being, as its body consists of various metals that do not undergo property fusion but merely form distinct components. Presently, the training of the Dark Spirit is complete, and Qiao Yang is contemplating participating in an outdoor exploration to test the capabilities of his new spirit beast, seeking areas for potential improvement. The expenses incurred during this upgrade have been considerable, prompting Qiao Yang to hope to recoup some losses through this exploration. Chapter 18. Farewell Zhongli and the battle ahead. Qiao Yang has also begun to contemplate further material upgrades for the little shield. However, such endeavors must wait until Qiao Yang ascends to the bronze level and accumulates additional funds. As for outdoor explorations, the Academy organizes 2 each week, announcing the exploration times and regional types in advance on the Spirit Network. Furthermore, the Academy publishes all exploration plans for the upcoming month to allow students ample preparation time. After discussing with Yin, Qiao Yang decides to opt for a forest region for the exploration. In truth, the survival trial site during their Beastmaster registration assessments was deliberately chosen, featuring particularly challenging environments aimed at testing the students' survival skills. The materials obtained during these tasks influence scoring, but they do not hold significant weight in the Academy's admissions process. Most outdoor exploration regions do not present such harsh conditions. The emphasis is primarily on exploration. Unless there are exceptionally critical resources that are either difficult to procure or costly, most individuals would not venture into overly harsh environments. Nevertheless, some intentionally seek such regions for exploration, as the unique resources found therein often command high prices. Many in dire need of money opt to take their chances here. Qiao Yang is not foolish. He currently has no pressing resource needs and does not require a substantial influx of money in a short time. This exploration is primarily to test the abilities of the Dark Spirit, with resource gathering being a secondary objective. The forest region presents an excellent choice. Known as the Primal region, its environment consists of dense, primordial forests, albeit not as humid as rainforests, thus making survival considerably less challenging. Furthermore, the forest region is relatively resource-rich, though the resources are generally of lower levels, making it easier to yield rewards. Coincidentally, the Academy has an upcoming exploration to the forest region in 2 weeks. While walking towards the commercial district, contemplating what preparations to make, Qiao Yang suddenly felt a tap on his back. "Hey, Qiao Yang, long time no see. You could have sent me a message." It was Zhongli, whom he had not seen for quite some time. "Oh, what brings you here?" "I saw on the Spirit Network that your Academy is organizing an outdoor exploration to the Primal Forest region. I just completed my current phase of study and thought I would come see if you wanted to participate." "Oh, how did you know I wanted to join that exploration too?" Qiao Yang was not surprised by Zhang Li's interest in the outdoor exploration. The Academy organizes these explorations collaboratively with several institutions, allowing students from all academies to participate. "Are you going to join as well?" "That's fantastic. We can team up." Zhang Li's voice held a note of excitement. "Unfortunately, Lin Hao cannot participate this time," Qiao Yang lamented. The Beast Academy typically does not partake in such outdoor explorations, as it is situated within a forest, essentially living in a state of constant wilderness survival. "Well, enough lamenting. Shall we head to the training grounds to see our latest progress? It will give us a clearer picture." "Sure," Qiao Yang readily agreed. In the training grounds, Qiao Yang summoned both the Little Shield and the Dark Spirit, while Zhang Li released her own Spirit Beast. In addition to the shadow, there was also a candle-like apparition adorned with flickering flames and wisps of white smoke, the Night Candle Wraith. Attributes: Darkness, Soul. Level: Pinnacle of Black Iron. Qualification: Profound. Skills: Wraith Form, Possession, Soul Absorption, Memory Reading. As Qiao Yang's soul power has grown stronger, Yin's true I can now glean more information. In addition to level and skills, a qualification has been added. According to Yin's explanation, qualification is akin to a person's innate talent. Within the same realm, a stronger qualification equates to greater combat prowess, while also signifying the upper limit of a spirit beast's attainable level. However, qualifications can be cultivated, much like humans, where careful nurturing versus neglect can lead to vastly different achievements. Moreover, mechanical constructs lack any notion of qualification. Thus, the potential of Qiao Yang's spirit beasts entirely depends on him. How about it? This is my newly contracted spirit beast, the Night Candle Wraith, named Ling Zhu. It can continuously absorb the target's spiritual energy during combat and read memories, making it incredibly useful for infiltration, reconnaissance, and battle. It can perfectly coordinate with the shadow. That's truly impressive, Qiao Yang exclaimed earnestly. He could envision the synergy between the shadow butterfly's shadow domain and Zhang Li unleashing a barrage of shadow arrows while siphoning the opponent's spirit energy, deftly manipulating the adversary at will. Furthermore, Qiao Yang did not doubt that Zhang Li possessed some combat capability herself. Not bad. But you've crafted a new spirit beast, haven't you? Indeed, it's called the Dark Spirit, and it's intended for detection. Qiao Yang briefly introduced the Dark Spirit to Zhang Li, who listened in astonishment. Incredible. I've never even heard of something like a spirit energy magnetic field. Despite this, Zhang Li refrained from inquiring about the source of Qiao Yang's knowledge, just as he would not question her about the origins of her Night Candle Wraith. It was clear that such a creature could not be obtained from the Academy. If the Dark Moon Academy could breed spirit beasts capable of memory reading in bulk, it would undoubtedly rank as the absolute premier academy in the Federation. After all, the power of memory reading is formidable, especially for a black iron-level spirit beast capable of such feats. Its potential benefit is well understood. As the adage goes, everyone harbors secrets. The willingness to share them signifies trust. However, probing too deeply is not the way to cultivate friendship. With both defense and detection covered, we are sure to reap rewards in this exploration, Zhang Li expressed, appearing quite pleased. Their upcoming exploration would focus on gathering and searching, without the need for overwhelming offensive strength. When the necessity for offense arises, Their own combat prowess would adequately supplement their efforts. Then it's settled. We shall reconvene on the day of the exploration. By the way, Qiao Yang, how about treating me to a taste of your school's cafeteria? Zhongli suddenly inquired. Sure, no problem, Qiao Yang responded, unsuspecting, and generously led Zhongli to the cafeteria for a hearty meal. It is unclear how Zhongli has trained, as this assassin, hailing from a background of stealth, consumes more than Qiao Yang, who has undergone years of rigorous forging. Having satiated their hunger, Zhongli finally set aside her bowl and chopsticks. Those of us who pursue the path of the assassin within our academy often infiltrate other institutions to partake in their meals, using it as a form of extracurricular practice. Thus, I have also fulfilled this task. Qiao Yang, observing from the side, found it somewhat peculiar. Although he was aware of this tradition at the Dark Moon Academy, he thought that typically one would seek out unfamiliar individuals for such ventures and subsequently reimburse them discreetly. Don't dwell on it, Zhongli remarked nonchalantly. 2 weeks later, the duo was ready and accompanied by the school to the forest region designated for exploration. As this was an organized school activity, provisions such as locators, signal flares, and rescue personnel were all adequately arranged, a level of preparation not achievable during independent excursions. Furthermore, the Academy's organization of field explorations incurs no fees. The only stipulation is that any resources collected must be sold exclusively to the Academy. After ensuring all equipment was in order, their outdoor exploration officially commenced. Chapter 19, Forest Exploration. The outdoor explorations organized by the Higher Academy differ from the survival trials previously undertaken, as they do not involve prior reconnaissance of the area. The exploration sites are untouched and uncharted, shrouded in uncertainty regarding potential dangers. In truth, this kind of exploration serves as a means to employ students in surveying portions of the unknown, hence, it not only incurs no charges, but also provides students with a considerable remuneration. Shortly after entering the forest, Qiao Yang released the Dark Spirit. Following standard procedure, he first assessed the various capabilities of the Dark Spirit. Once assured of its proper functioning, he allowed it to hover nearby while they selected a direction for their exploration. Regardless of the type of detection spirit or method employed, there are always limitations to their range, particularly with the life magnetic field detection, which possesses the highest precision. The range is notably restricted. Given that the Dark Spirit had only recently been created, its soul power was still insufficiently strong, further constraining its detection range. Not long after their entry into the forest, Qiao Yang identified a fundamental flaw in the Dark Spirit's design. He had neglected to equip it with the ability to conceal itself. Thus, allowing it to float in the sky made it easily detectable by various spirit beasts, which could potentially bring about its downfall. Although the Dark Spirit is a mechanical construct and does not emit the sense typical of organic beings, its conspicuous presence in the sky would undoubtedly attract attention from keen-eyed spirit beasts, including those capable of flight. Fortunately, this oversight did not significantly impact their current exploration. The Dark Spirit's aerial position primarily served to enhance their visual range. However, the dense tree canopy of the primeval forest posed considerable interference to this method. Well, only through practical testing can we unveil the issues, Silver remarked in Qiao Yang's mind. Oh, Silver, had you given me a heads up during its creation, we wouldn't be facing this predicament, Qiao Yang retorted with a slight pout. I'm not omnipotent. Even I require various tests during the crafting of machinery. Furthermore, the complexity of your future projects will only increase. I can't be expected to identify every problem. Silver's voice held a hint of grievance. All right, I don't blame you. Our purpose for this outing is to uncover flaws, Qiao Yang reassured Silver. At that moment, Zhongli interjected, Qiao Yang, we can't meander aimlessly. Should we not inquire for directions? Inquire for directions? Qiao Yang responded, perplexed. They were in a remote forest, far from any village or shop. What directions could they seek? Search for any nearby small spirit beasts, she suggested. Approximately 100 meters to the 7 o'clock direction, there exists a nest of burrowing swift rabbits. The Dark Spirit's life magnetic field radar promptly provided an answer. Burrowing swift rabbits. Level, low black iron. Qualification, unknown. Skill, agility. This creature resides in the liminal space between ordinary beasts and low-level black iron spirit beasts. It is classified as a spirit beast due to its ability to enhance itself using spiritual energy, yet it lacks the intelligence typically associated with spirit beasts. In the past, someone had attempted to cultivate these rabbits for reconnaissance purposes, only to discover that they struggled to comprehend various commands, leading to their abandonment. Zhongli summoned her night candle wraith, blending seamlessly into the shadows. Moments later, she reappeared. I utilized the spirit candle to access their memories. According to their recollections, there should be some spiritual herbs growing in this vicinity. However, these herbs belong to a water ape. That water ape is of the bronze level, and we cannot hope to defeat it. The water ape, upon reaching maturity, is classified as a bronze-level spirit beast, possessing a degree of water manipulation ability. Although its melee combat prowess is not as formidable as that of other ape species, nevertheless, being a bronze-level spirit beast, its strength should not be underestimated. Furthermore, all ape spirit beasts possess a skill known as Spirit Ape Howl, which can inflict considerable auditory damage to humans. However, Qiao Yang mused, given the burrowing swift rabbit's intelligence, can they truly retain so much information? Can they even discern that the water ape is a bronze-level beast? Indeed, these rabbits are quite intelligent. The descriptions found in folklore may have been intentionally misleading. For instance, their agility skill actually guides spiritual energy to progressively enhance their legs, which is why they run so swiftly. Their ability to independently channel spiritual energy indicates a remarkable level of intelligence, Zhongli explained. Based on her insights, the two chose a direction and continued onward. The burrowing swift rabbit's memories of the surrounding area were based on their own speed, which required additional time for Qiao Yang and Zhongli to traverse. Not only spirit beasts, but various spiritual herbs and minerals also possess their own spiritual magnetic fields, detectable by the Dark Spirit's radar. At last, the Dark Spirit relayed news of spiritual herbs and some spirit beasts in the vicinity. The good news was that the water ape was not present. Only low-level spirit beasts remained, easily manageable by the duo. Zhongli activated her shadow domain, enveloping both of them as they advanced toward the direction of the spiritual herbs. Guided by the spiritual magnetic field radar, they finally laid eyes upon their objective, clear heart grass. Level, common. Effect, clears the mind and sharpens the vision. Clear heart grass is commonly utilized during alchemical processes or forging, capable of dispelling distractions and allowing one's mind to remain serene. It proves particularly effective when crafting complex elixirs or devices. However, the value of common-grade clear heart grass is relatively modest, as the grade of the herb increases. So too does its worth. Clear heart grass has little effect on spirit beasts, which is why only a single green snake lingered nearby. And even its classification as a spirit beast is somewhat tenuous, adhering to the adage that even a mosquito's leg is meat. The two decided to stealthily approach and harvest the grass, disregarding the green snake. Wait, Qiao Yang, do not overlook that green snake, Silver suddenly cautioned. Huh, the green snake? Level, unranked. Qualification, common, earth. Skill, none. What does this qualification signify? This was Qiao Yang's first encounter with the true I displaying such information. It indicates that if left unattended, the snake's qualification would remain at the common level, yet it possesses a unique bloodline that, when activated, could elevate it to the earth level. It is quite commonplace for spirit beasts to possess unique bloodlines. The only variable lies in the concentration of such bloodlines. Tracing back through dozens or even hundreds of generations, many spirit beasts boast divine beast ancestors. For instance, Lin Hao's fiery lion may indeed carry the bloodline of the swan and I, albeit in a diluted form that may not fully manifest. Since Ian specifically mentioned this azure serpent, it implies that its bloodline concentration is quite substantial, at least sufficient for activation. In the realm of wilderness exploration, there exists a specialized tool for capturing spirit beasts known as the Spirit Taming Pearl. When a spirit beast is ensconced within the Spirit Taming Pearl, it is lulled into a tranquil slumber, while the runes inscribed upon the pearl provide it with spiritual energy and sustenance. Moreover, the pearl possesses a unique space within its compact form, making it convenient to transport in the wild. Oh, Ian, can you discern the bloodline of this azure serpent? Qiao Yang inquired curiously after a brief explanation from Zhongli. The transformation serpent bloodline? Upon hearing Yin's description, Qiao Yang was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that such an unassuming azure serpent would possess a notable lineage. Among serpentine bloodlines, the transformation serpent bloodline ranks as a relatively high-tier category, conferring exceptional control over water to its bearers, rivaling even some of the lesser dragon bloodlines. However, it is essential to note that dragon bloodlines vary significantly in strength. Not all dragons excel in water manipulation. After elucidating the unique attributes of the azure serpent to Zhongli, both were filled with delight. Spirit beasts captured during exploration do not count as resources and need not be sold to the academy. Students may utilize them freely. Given the diverse qualities and strengths of spirit beasts, individual needs vary greatly, leading to erratic price fluctuations. The academy had attempted to purchase them, but found it exceedingly challenging to set fair prices, ultimately opting to allow students to trade freely. Though neither Qiao Yang nor Zhongli had a need for this particular spirit beast, its value could not be underestimated should they encounter someone in need. Consequently, Zhongli resolved to stealthily capture the azure serpent and gather the clear heart grass. regardless of the serpent's high bloodline. It had yet to reach an advanced stage and would, therefore, be unable to resist the power of the spirit-taming pearl. Zhang Li effortlessly ensnared the azure serpent and procured the clear heart grass. "Here you go, you can take it for trading," Zhang Li said, handing the spirit-taming pearl to Qiao Yang. "Your academy has a wider array of spirit-beast attributes, making it easier for you to conduct trades. Most students of the Dark Moon Academy possess dark attributes, making it difficult to find anyone in need of this azure serpent." However, following Yin's suggestion, Qiao Yang proposed that they both venture to the trading district in Radiant City. Zhang Li readily agreed. One must learn to interact with the myriad of individuals in society. One cannot solely engage with fellow students, Yin remarked. Nevertheless, Qiao Yang decided to retain the spirit-taming pearl for the moment, as he had a method to activate the azure serpent's bloodline. Without this activation, it would remain merely an ordinary azure serpent, valued accordingly. Having traveled for quite some time, it was prudent to seek a suitable place to set up camp. Otherwise, navigating the wilderness after dark would prove perilous. The assistance of the dark spirit made foraging for food a simple task. However, to conserve energy, they had prepared ample provisions in advance. For this purpose, they had purchased a storage device crafted from void stones. Given the possibility of encountering the azure water ape in their current vicinity, they needed to find an alternative spot for the night. Night watching was no arduous task for either of them. They naturally decided to take turns. The following day, well rested, they set out to scour the area based on the intelligence they had previously gathered. After gathering a portion of resources, they estimated that their haul was sufficient and planned to make their exit. Fearing an encounter with the azure water ape, they were acutely aware that they could not contend with it, especially after capturing an azure serpent with the transformation bloodline and obtaining a water heart lotus, which had already met their expectations. The water heart lotus, a spirit-grade herb, is a principal ingredient in the crafting of water cloud liquid. This liquid is renowned for purging impurities from the body and enhancing the qualifications of spirit beasts, thus making it highly sought after. However, should artificially cultivated water heart lotuses be employed in the concoction of water cloud liquid, the resultant effects inexplicably shift to merely replenishing energy and alleviating fatigue, losing the capacity to enhance qualifications. Hence, the price of wild water heart lotuses remains exorbitantly high. It is worth noting that while the process of creating various potions is collectively referred to as alchemy, the final products are not exclusively spherical solids. They may also manifest as incenses, liquid medicines, vapors, or even culinary dishes, as long as the desired outcomes are achieved. The form is entirely contingent upon the alchemist's discretion. As Qiao Yang and Zhang Li contemplated their retreat, a sudden, piercing roar resonated from a distance. "That is the shriek of a spirit ape. It must be the azure water ape," Qiao Yang immediately remarked. From the sonar of the dark spirit, they could discern two distinct spirit beast sounds, indicating that the azure water ape was engaged in combat with another spirit beast. Nevertheless, the two decided to turn and flee. Even if the azure water ape was embroiled in battle, it was unwise to entertain the notion of reaping the benefits. The bronze-level azure water ape posed a significant threat. Even if injured, and should it fall, the victor would undoubtedly be a formidable foe beyond their capabilities. However, they remained cautious, opting not to return directly to their point of departure, but instead seeking a secure hiding place. Although they had no intention of capitalizing on the situation, the battle between two bronze-level spirit beasts might inadvertently affect their surroundings. They planned to wait until the two spirit beasts had retreated before assessing the area for any potential salvage. In the meantime, they resolved to fill their stomachs before addressing other matters. By the following day, the sounds of battle had subsided. Qiao Yang had previously utilized sonar and the spiritual magnetic field radar to confirm that the two spirit beasts had moved far away, allowing him and Zhang Li to return to the battlefield. "Goodness, it appears they fought quite fiercely," Qiao Yang exclaimed, surveying the chaotic scene with astonishment. The azure water ape, adept at water manipulation, would not excel in close combat. Thus the confrontation likely occurred near the water's edge, where it could better harness the element's power. Judging by the footprints, it seemed that the azure water ape had clashed with an iron bull. Zhang Li examined the area briefly and remarked, "The iron bull ranges from black iron to silver grade, with formidable physical strength and an astonishing impact when charging. True to its name, this spirit beast fights ferociously and will not cease easily once enraged." From the scene, it was unclear who had emerged victorious, but given the iron bull's nature, it certainly would not have been the one to retreat. Why would these two spirit beasts engage in battle? Zhang Li raised a pertinent question. Both the azure water ape and iron bull are herbivorous, and this territory has clearly defined boundaries. What could have provoked such a conflict? Clearly, something here has drawn their interest, Qiao Yang replied casually. The Dark Spirit's radar had already indicated a potent spiritual magnetic field in the vicinity, which was why he had led Zhang Li directly to this location. Without further ado, they began to dig. Indeed, it was Xianling essence. The only substance capable of manifesting here and attracting those two spirit beasts must be this. Xianling essence, a profound-grade spiritual herb, contains immense energy and can enhance even silver-grade beasts. They likely sought to utilize it for a breakthrough, but it fortuitously fell into our hands. The two carefully stored it in specialized containers. Come, let us share equally. This should suffice to elevate us to the bronze rank. However, we are not foolish enough to take everything. The typical approach is to leave one for every 3 encountered or 2 for every 5. This method allows us to retain some as bait, ensuring that more of the mystical essence can be generated here in the future. Even spirit beasts, upon seeing the remaining mystical essence, will refrain from taking it immediately, opting instead to wait until it accumulates to a substantial degree before acquiring a portion. Now, let us hasten our departure. It would be unwise if those two spirit beasts were to return. The two of them swiftly gathered their belongings and fled without a backward glance. Chapter 21. The exploration concludes. The mystical essence, the water heart lotus, the serpent bloodline, along with an assortment of miscellaneous spiritual herbs, constituted a commendable haul. After a brief discussion, they decided against further exploration. Their primary objective of testing the new spirit beasts had been achieved, and they were content with the spoils. Continuing to linger in an area inhabited by at least 2 bronze-level spirit beasts would be rather reckless. Additionally, they had numerous matters to attend to upon their return, absorbing the mystical essence, activating the serpent bloodline of the azure snake, and visiting the trading district to procure necessary items. They also resolved to sell the remaining mundane-grade spiritual herbs to the academy. Zhang Li needed to acquire some items to enhance her 2 spirit beasts. With their decisions made in a spirit of camaraderie, they retraced their steps to the starting point. Due to the differing conclusion times, a shuttle service was arranged to transport the students back to the academy. Upon their return, the spirit network would automatically record their arrival. After an outdoor expedition, the most crucial task was to rest adequately, as beast tamers must maintain a sound mental state. Thus, they refrained from immediately addressing subsequent matters, opting instead to dispose of the water heart lotus and other spiritual herbs before indulging in a much-needed slumber. Although the effects of the water cloud liquid were significant for both, they neither practiced alchemy nor relied solely on the water heart lotus as a material. Therefore, it was more convenient to sell it off and directly purchase the water cloud liquid instead. After revitalizing their spirits, the next task was to awaken the azure snake's serpent bloodline. Generally, there are several methods for activating a bloodline. The first involves applying pressure. Akin to how individuals may unleash their potential under extreme circumstances, spirit beasts may also trigger their hidden bloodlines when faced with stress. However, for the azure snake, which had yet to ascend in rank, the degree of pressure required was difficult to regulate, and any miscalculation could lead to its demise. Furthermore, the success rate of this method is rather uncertain, rendering it seldom employed. The second method involves utilizing medicinal pills. Numerous types of pills can achieve this effect, such as the aforementioned water cloud liquid, which purges impurities from the body and can also aid in the development of a spirit beast bloodline. The challenge here is that the azure snake, not yet ascended, would struggle to endure the potency of various medicinal pills. The third method entails the use of high concentration, high-purity spiritual energy to induce bloodline activation. Other methods exist, such as bloodline fusion or induction by a similar bloodline, but these options lack feasibility for Qiao Yang. The method Qiao Yang planned to employ was a combination of the first and third approaches, termed the Spirit Return Blood Refinement Array. As the name suggests, it gathers spiritual energy and tempers the bloodline, preventing the rapid influx of energy from endangering the spirit beast's body, while simultaneously refining the bloodline to enhance the success rate. This rune array was provided by Een and is traditionally used in the alchemical era to awaken the unique bloodlines of alchemists. Much like modern beast tamers, alchemists possessed various attributes and harbored an affinity for diverse bloodlines. However, times have changed, and a formation designed for alchemists may not necessarily be effective for contemporary spirit beasts. Thus, Een presented this array merely as a reference, with the particulars requiring further research by the two. Under Yin's guidance, Qiao Yang modified the runes to align with contemporary standards and aptly renamed it the Spirit Return Blood Refinement Array. Qiao Yang had also conducted simulations using the Academy's equipment, validating the array's efficacy. However, this would be his first attempt at fully inscribing the rune array independently. Yet, before embarking on this endeavor, it was imperative to first ascend to the bronze rank. Given the array's demand for spiritual energy, the black iron rank would be insufficient in terms of both quantity and soul power. Qiao Yang reserved a training room at the academy, bringing along the mystical essence in preparation for his breakthrough. Contrary to the frequent depictions in novels from his previous life, where consuming medicinal pills could lead to an unstable foundation and latent risks, such notions do not apply in this realm. The cultivation of a beast tamer stems from the synergy of soul power and the spiritual energy stored within the body, with the most common issue arising from a mismatch between the two. The consumption of medicinal pills enhances the capacity of both the body and soul, rather than directly amplifying spiritual energy and soul power. The increase in spiritual energy is primarily attributed to the gathering array within the training room, thus mitigating potential complications. The sole issue lies in digestion and absorption. Barring certain temporary combat-enhancing substances, the potency of pills designed to elevate cultivation cannot be wholly absorbed at once. At this juncture, if one were to consume additional pills aimed at increasing cultivation, their body would metabolize them over time, resulting in a waste of medicinal efficacy. The same principle applies to the mystical essence in Qiao Yang's possession. However, since the mystical essence can significantly enhance one's cultivation even for those at the silver rank, or, more accurately, is a rare treasure, it is somewhat too potent for Qiao Yang at his current level. Therefore, he diluted it with water, mindful that even then, absorption would require a considerable amount of time. As the mystical essence was ingested, perhaps mystical fluid is a more fitting term, Qiao Yang, already at the pinnacle of black iron rank, felt his power surge. Crossing the threshold into the bronze rank was a mere formality. After all, being at the peak of black iron, it would be rather disappointing if he struggled to break through with such a precious substance as the mystical essence at his disposal. Yet, having just achieved this elevation, he could not immediately cease his training. The medicinal herbs merely raised the upper limits of his soul power and spiritual energy, but their quantities had yet to be sufficiently replenished. Fortunately, the training room was equipped with a gathering array, making it convenient to restore spiritual energy, while soul power would have to be replenished gradually over time. Moreover, the bronze rank possesses an advantage over black iron in that it allows for the external projection of spiritual energy, forming a protective barrier around the body. Although the quality of bronze-level spiritual energy does not render this protection invulnerable to attacks, it is far superior to the reliance on physical resilience characteristic of the black iron rank. This explains why Qiao Yang and his peers, despite being only at the mid-black iron level, could successfully besiege and defeat a peak black iron spirit beast, while Qiao Yang and Zhongli, at their peak, were entirely hesitant to confront a potentially wounded bronze-level spirit beast. As one progresses to the silver rank, the increase in spiritual energy becomes more substantial, allowing for the intricate inscription of runes. At this juncture, a beast tamer's physical form would also possess a certain degree of offensive capability, rather than relying solely on wielding a hammer in combat. Upon reaching the golden rank, the spiritual energy and soul power of a beast tamer can support the spontaneous inscription of rune arrays. At this stage, beast tamers can utilize various skills, significantly enhancing their combat prowess in conjunction with their spirit beasts. The platinum rank represents yet another tier, wherein the externalized spiritual energy can even lift the beast tamer off the ground, granting them the ability to soar through the skies. Beyond this, the distance separating Qiao Yang from those heights is substantial. For now, he must focus on resolving his immediate tasks, restoring his soul power, and attempting to awaken the Azure Snake's bloodline. Chapter 22. Awakening the Bloodline and the Trading Venue. Based on the prototype provided by Yin, Qiao Yang has refined the spirit-returning blood refinement array. The principle behind it is to harness the power of runic formations to concentrate and purify spiritual energy that stimulates the bloodline, subsequently infusing it to temper the bloodline of spiritual beasts. Most importantly, this infusion through the spirit-returning blood refinement array also enhances the resilience of the spiritual beasts, preventing them from suffering injuries. However, there remains a question that Qiao Yang has yet to comprehend. Why has no one thought to protect the bloodline before tempering it? Typically, no spiritual beast possessing a special bloodline would reach such size without having undergone a transformation, would they? Pondered carefully. A spiritual beast that has ascended can rely on spiritual energy for self-protection, thus withstanding the potency of medicinal effects. But what about this one? It was apparent that Yin's assertion did not quite align with the condition of the snake before them. The green snake. Attributes: none. Level: not ascended. Qualification: mortal, earth. Special bloodline: serpent transformation bloodline, snake, cry bloodline. Skills: none. Yin remained silent, and instead activated the true eye. As Qiao Yang's cultivation progressed, the information displayed by the true eye expanded correspondingly. So this is how it is. It appears that previous estimations were incorrect. This snake possesses not only the serpent transformation bloodline, but also the snake cry bloodline. According to legend, while both are water-controlling beasts, the serpent transformation can summon water. causing floods, while the snake cry can drain water, leading to droughts. The powers of these two bloodlines are identical, yet mutually restraining, resulting in this green snake remaining unascended until now. However, the circumstances have shifted, warranting a modification to the original plan. On the foundation of the spirit-returning blood refinement array, Qiao Yang added an additional runic formation named the Greenwood Revival Array. The Greenwood Revival Array boasts superior healing effects compared to the ordinary Revival Array, preventing excessive conflict between the two bloodlines during activation. Simultaneously, Qiao Yang decided to use a small amount of mysterious spirit essence to provide additional stimulation, albeit in a more diluted form than the mysterious spirit liquid, which can be termed as mysterious spirit solution. With all preparations complete, the activation of the bloodline commenced in earnest. He administered the mysterious spirit solution to the green snake, simultaneously activating the spirit-returning blood refinement array and the Greenwood Revival Array, while increasing the power of the spirit-gathering array within the training chamber. Upon ingestion of the mysterious spirit solution, the balance of the two bloodlines within the green snake was abruptly disrupted by the overwhelming influx of spiritual energy. Under the infusion of the spirit-returning blood refinement array, both bloodlines began to awaken gradually. This process was visibly painful. However, the pursuit of evolution is an innate trait of spiritual beasts. Otherwise, this green snake would not have lingered near the tranquil heart grass. Thus, despite its scales and skin fracturing incessantly, the green snake endured. It was fortunate for the healing provided by the Greenwood Revival Array. Otherwise, it would certainly have succumbed. Qiao Yang witnessed the entirety of the green snake's transformation. Not only did it grow in size, but its scales renewed, and bone spurs emerged along its back and tail. Signs of both the serpent transformation and snake cry began to manifest. The Qianming Demon Python. Attributes: Water, Poison. Level: Black Iron Peak. Qualification: Earth. Special Bloodline: Serpent Transformation Bloodline. Snake Cry Bloodline. Skills: Water Control, Plague Induction, Snake Cry. The True Eye revealed the information regarding the green snake post-bloodline awakening, which now ought to be referred to as the Qianming Demon Python. After expending such an abundance of spiritual energy, it had only ascended to the Black Iron Peak. Indeed, the strength of this bloodline is remarkable, Qiao Yang marveled. Following the awakening of the bloodline, the spiritual intelligence of the green snake significantly increased, comprehending that it was Qiao Yang's assistance that facilitated its evolution. Hence, it reared up and bowed to Qiao Yang in gratitude. All right, you should rest within the spirit conduit pearl for now. After a while, I will assist you in finding a suitable beast master. Qiao Yang understood that with the intelligence of this snake, it could comprehend his words. Although the snake was formidable, Qiao Yang himself lacked the means to form a contract, and there was no one nearby suitable for this spiritual beast. The Qianming Demon Python, sensing that the individual before it could not forge a contract, acknowledged Qiao Yang with a nod before retreating into the spirit conduit pearl to rest. Phew, that concludes this ordeal. Qiao Yang grabbed a bottle of beverage and sank into the sofa, catching his breath. Nevertheless, the effort was not in vain. This spiritual beast is indeed powerful. Although its skills are simple, the combined bloodlines of the serpent transformation and snake cry undoubtedly grant it formidable water-controlling abilities. Legends state that regions inhabited by these two types of demon beasts are devoid of flora. This is not merely by design, as their toxicity is evident. Moreover, the skill named Plague Induction, rather than Poison Induction, implies that the toxin it releases may indeed possess infectious properties. As for the final skill, the Snake Cry, Qiao Yang found it difficult to speculate. The cry of a serpent transformation resembles an infant's wail or a woman's scolding, while the snake cry resonates like the striking of bells. It stands to reason that this Qianming Demon Python's cry holds extraordinary significance as well. Can the True Eye discern the effects of a spiritual beast as skills? That would certainly be more convenient. You're overthinking it. The True Eye merely analyzes the unique characteristics of spiritual beasts based on their spiritual energy distribution and soul fluctuations. The names of the skills are designated by me. Elucidated to Qiao Yang. The real world is not a video game where skill names and descriptions are explicitly defined. Many so-called skills are, in fact, merely the instincts of the spiritual beasts. Setting that aside, it is time to contemplate what materials to procure in the trading area next. According to prior considerations, the next spiritual beast should be a forging furnace capable of processing various materials. If Qiao Yang possesses such an item, it would expedite the collection of resources significantly and facilitate the processing of required materials. Countless novels in Qiao Yang's previous life emphasized the desirability of the alchemist profession. And indeed, that remains true today. Fire seeds, fire-resistant runic materials, and sufficiently robust exteriors are essential, in addition to materials for enhancing small shields. Perhaps I should also conceptualize what my offensive spiritual beast will be like. Days later, Qiao Yang reached out to Jiang Li, who had concluded her training, and the two decided to visit the trading post in Guanghui City together. The primary objective was to find a suitable beastmaster for the Xianming demon python, followed by purchasing some necessary materials. As for the latter, both were confident about acquiring what they needed. The former, however, would depend on fate. The largest venue for spiritual beast and spiritual material trading in Guanghui City is the Guanghui Wanbao Pavilion, officially operated by the Federation. Despite its designation as a pavilion, it is, in fact, akin to a large shopping mall. More than half of the spiritual beast and spiritual material transactions within Guanghui City and the entire Guanghui Federation are associated with the Guanghui Wanbao Pavilion. Not only in Guanghui City, but each city possesses a similar Wanbao Pavilion, all interconnected. Data can be directly linked through the Spirit Network. Otherwise, encompassing the entire Federation's transactions would be unfeasible. However, transactions concerning spiritual beasts must involve uploading their information for face-to-face exchanges, as the attributes and compatibility issues of spiritual beasts must be addressed in person. One cannot establish a contract with a spiritual beast through the Spirit Network, and one must meet face-to-face to ascertain compatibility. Not everyone's attributes are as broad as Jiang Li's or Lin Hao's, capable of contracting all dark-type and feline spiritual beasts. Some individuals may have restrictions within their attributes that even they are unaware of, leading to potential contract failures post-transaction on the Spirit Network. Chapter 23. New Friends. The spiritual beast transactions at Guanghui Wanbao Pavilion occur through various modes. One method involves buyers posting their needs to purchase corresponding spiritual beasts during such times. It essentially becomes a seller's market, resulting in elevated prices. One approach involves sellers disseminating information regarding the magical beasts they wish to sell, awaiting potential buyers. In such instances, a distinction arises. When the magical beasts possess exceptional qualities, the market favors sellers, whereas, for those of ordinary caliber, it becomes a buyer's market. Both scenarios belong to the realm of retail transactions. Alternatively, there exists a model akin to the breeding farms where Qiao Yang previously worked, characterized by relatively stable pricing, albeit with a lower likelihood of encountering high-quality magical beasts. In summary, magical beasts with superior attributes and unique bloodlines remain scarce commodities. For instance, Qiao Yang's Xianming demon python undoubtedly falls into this category. Additionally, another sought-after category includes magical beasts endowed with special abilities. For example, Jiang Li's Night Candle Phantom possesses the coveted skill of memory reading, a trait many aspire to obtain. The currency of the Radiant Federation is divided into three types: Tianlong coins, Radiant coins, and Federation coins. One Tianlong coin equates to 10,000 Radiant coins, while one Radiant coin equals 10,000 Federation coins. To establish a price, acquiring a low-level black iron Xianming demon python would approximately require 20 Radiant coins, whereas a low-level black iron Night Candle Phantom would cost around 10 Radiant coins. This represents an estimated value. However, actual purchase prices can deviate significantly from these figures based on demand. With the advancement of societal productivity, the basic necessity of merely satisfying hunger has ceased to be a pressing concern for contemporary individuals. Nevertheless, expenses associated with magical beasts remain exorbitant. Qiao Yang and Jiang Li have circulated information regarding the Xianming demon python, while concurrently perusing various requests for serpentine, water attribute, and poison attribute magical beasts. As for whether beast tamers would mistreat their magical beasts, Qiao Yang has never harbored any concerns regarding this matter. Magical beasts are not mere pets. The soul contract forges a connection between the magical beasts and their tamers, whereby mistreating a magical beast equates to self-abuse. While the character of a beast tamer may vary, their dedication to their magical beasts is unwavering. Suddenly, a trade request piqued the interest of the two. The requester, named Ling Ji, was someone Qiao Yang and Jiang Li recognized. He was a senior from the Radiant Academy, possessing an affinity for all reptilian species. His most formidable magical beast was a heavily armored Xian turtle, renowned for its astonishing defensive capabilities and commendable strength, boasting peak silver-level prowess. Their familiarity with him stemmed from an incident during his exploration of the wilderness, where he encountered a horde of magical beasts. He selflessly allowed others to escape while he stayed behind to hold the line, utilizing the heavily armored Xian turtle and the terrain to his advantage. He single-handedly withstood the onslaught of the beast horde for an entire hour. Although he was left severely injured and drained of energy, he emerged without life-threatening danger. Eventually, the horde, unable to breach his defenses, retreated. Following this episode, he gained notoriety and was dubbed the Holy Guardian Shield. Qiao Yang and Jiang Li held great admiration for this senior, His bravery in the face of a formidable beast horde was extraordinary. Thus, upon encountering Ling Ji's trade request, Qiao Yang resolved to prioritize the transfer of the Xianming demon python to him. Of course, further discussions would be necessary upon meeting. Soon, Senior Ling Ji arrived at the designated trading location. Contrary to the imposing physique one might expect, he appeared rather refined and gentlemanly. However, appearances can be deceiving. Making judgments based solely on external factors can lead to misinterpretations. Greetings. You must be Qiao Yang and Zhang Li, Ling Ji initiated. Indeed, that is us. You are Senior Ling Ji, correct? They responded. That is correct. This is not a suitable place for discussion. Let us retreat to the lounge, he suggested. The Radiant Treasure Pavilion provides a resting area for buyers and sellers to converse, particularly when dealing with rare magical beasts, necessitating a discreet environment. All right, this will suffice. Could you elaborate on the specifics? Ling Ji inquired warmly. For confidentiality, Qiao Yang had refrained from disclosing the skills of the Xianming demon python in the magical network announcement, merely indicating the presence of both the serpent bloodline and the Ming snake bloodline. Certainly, Qiao Yang began to relay pertinent information about the Xianming demon python. Ling Ji pondered for a moment before speaking. To be candid, I am quite taken with this Xianming demon python. It aligns seamlessly with my magical beast team. As you may already know, my primary combat beast is a heavily armored Xian turtle, which excels in defense. However, this focus on defense limits my combat style. The Xianming demon python, capable of summoning vast water domains and administering toxins, would undoubtedly elevate my personal combat effectiveness. This way, while I defend, I can continuously diminish the enemy's combat prowess and restrict their movements. In conclusion, I am very interested in acquiring this magical beast. In truth, Ling Ji's approach was not particularly astute in trading. Revealing such intentions up front can lead to unfavorable outcomes. However, this was indicative of his character. Among the myriad of reptilian magical beasts, his choice of the heavily armored Xian turtle as his mainstay was not without reason. Nonetheless, Ling Ji's demeanor had not led him astray. Rather, luck consistently favored him. Qiao Yang and Zhang Li appreciated Ling Ji's character. Dealing with someone straightforward was far less exhausting than negotiating with someone constantly scheming. Since Senior Ling Ji is being so forthright, I will refrain from unnecessary elaboration. Qiao Yang stated as he proceeded to quote a price. I believe you understand that given the quality of this Xianming demon python, a low-level black iron specimen would typically be valued around 25 radiant coins. Now, considering the current peak of black iron, I would not consider 30 radiant coins unreasonable. Accounting for additional costs, I propose a total of 35 radiant coins. The value of magical beasts primarily hinges on their attributes, bloodlines, and skills. Their level does not significantly elevate their price. Of course, Senior Ling Ji may also settle the transaction with various spiritual herbs, rare treasures, or ores, Zhang Li interjected. This practice was a time-honored tradition. If both parties had mutual needs, bartering could often prove more favorable. Ling Ji paused momentarily. While Qiao Yang's valuation was accurate, real-life transactions often entail various premiums. According to Ling Ji's original expectations, anything under 60 radiant coins would be acceptable. Qiao Yang's quote was nearly half of what Ling Ji anticipated, prompting a surge of goodwill towards the duo. Thank you, esteemed juniors. I have accumulated quite a collection over time. If there is anything you require, please let me know, and I shall see if I can assist, he offered graciously. The two were elated and promptly relayed their material needs to Ling Ji. I do not possess materials related to darkness or soul attributes, but when it comes to fire seeds for alchemy, I indeed have one, he stated, retrieving a gathering yuan pot. This is it, the spirit water flame. Chapter 24, A Bountiful Harvest and New Aspirations. The spirit water flame is a spirit-grade fire seed, while it does not possess any extraordinary effects. It serves as an excellent fire source for novice alchemists. It derives its name from its liquid-like appearance, resembling flowing water. Compared to other alchemical flames, even those exhibiting a more ferocious nature, this flame is considerably easier to control, significantly lowering the difficulty for beginner alchemists. Qiao Yang accepted the gathering yuan pot, confirming it indeed contained the spirit water flame. Feeling quite pleased, the primary objective for the day was nearing completion. Gathering yuan pots are specifically designed vessels for collecting various exotic elements, available in different grades, though the highest typically caps at the mystical rank. In reality, higher-grade gathering yuan pots could be created, but there is little necessity for mass production. Regarding the price of the spirit water flame, Ling Ji mentioned that he would consider it a token gift and proceeded to pay 35 radiant coins to acquire the Xianming demon python. However, Ling Ji specifically summoned Qiao Yang and Zhang Li to the lounge for another matter. The two junior students should have heard of the Academy Exchange, of course. Qiao Yang responded. affirming that no student entering a prestigious academy could be unaware of the academy exchange. The so-called academy exchange is, in essence, a test, a pass-fail system rather than a ranking one. Any student who passes the test is eligible to participate in higher-level competitions, which can yield significant benefits, both personally and for the Radiant Federation. The format of the Academy Exchange involves teams from each academy engaging in survival exploration. As long as the final harvest meets certain criteria, they are deemed successful. Teams are organized by region rather than by academy. For instance, the Radiant Academy and the Dark Moon Academy, located near Radiant City, can form a team, while those close to the icy plains, such as the Molten Iron Academy and the Frosty Academy, can team up as well. Similarly, academies from the Rainforest region, like the Azure Sky Academy, the Spirit Witch Academy, and the Songhai Academy, will collaborate in teams. Since both of you are aware of the Academy Exchange, would you consider joining my team? Lingji extended the invitation. Given that this is an Academy Exchange, it is natural that not every academy sends only their strongest. Thus, upperclassmen must seek out lowerclassmen to form teams. This also serves as a test of students' interpersonal relationships. Of course, we can join, but may I inquire why you chose us? Qiao Yang asked. Lingji, known for his expertise in group defense, would be well suited for Qiao Yang and Zhang Li, and Qiao Yang had heard much about Lingji's character, so there was no cause for concern. Yet, Qiao Yang was curious why he had been selected, as they had previously not been acquainted. You should understand that the Academy Exchange focuses on exploration rather than combat, Lingji explained. While having a strong attack is advantageous, it is not essential. What is far more crucial are search capabilities and keen judgment. The Xianming Demon Python is a testament to your discerning eye. Oh, how so? Qiao Yang inquired, puzzled. He had not even disclosed the existence of his true eye skill to Zhang Li. How could Lingji possibly know of his abilities? Truth be told, it is not very surprising. At my level, I can easily discern that both of you have recently made breakthroughs, Lingji stated candidly. Qiao Yang nodded. For someone at Lingji's peak silver level, this was not a difficult feat moreover, given your levels prior to the breakthrough. It is rather implausible that you could have captured this Xianming Demon Python, which is at its peak black iron level and possesses 2 unique bloodlines. Clearly, these bloodlines were recently awakened. Thus, it is evident that you encountered and captured the Xianming Demon Python prior to the awakening of its bloodlines. Your ability to recognize the unawakened state of the Xianming Demon Python and subsequently awaken its bloodlines demonstrates that your capabilities are indeed exceptional. Indeed, if you had encountered the Xianming Demon Python in its current state and managed to defeat and capture it, that would also reflect your excellence, making it entirely reasonable for me to wish to team up with you. Lingji concluded. Qiao Yang and Zhang Li were somewhat astonished. In such a brief encounter, Lingji had gleaned so much from merely a transaction involving the Xianming Demon Python. It was clear that the renowned seniors of the academy were truly remarkable. With the conversation having reached this point, further words might seem superfluous. In that case, I look forward to your guidance, senior. Very well, replied Lingji, who presented a rather eloquent demeanor, making it hard to envision him as a solitary warrior confronting a horde of beasts. However, it was worth noting that Lin Hao also appeared quite refined, yet he had chosen to attend the Beast Academy, a place teeming with muscular individuals, hadn't he? By the way, the Academy Exchange requires teams of 5. With you two joining me, we are still short 2 members. Do you have any suitable candidates in mind? Lingji suddenly recalled. When it came to teammates, Qiao Yang and Zhang Li immediately thought of none other than Lin Hao. Qiao Yang promptly contacted Lin Hao, and before long, Lin Hao replied, indicating his desire to bring his girlfriend along. He expressed confidence that she would not be a hindrance. Although Lin Hao's girlfriend was also a student at the Beast Academy, her primary focus was as an apothecary, possessing considerable knowledge in healing, pharmacology, and toxicology. It was curious why someone with her expertise would choose the Beast Academy. Nevertheless, this arrangement seemed beneficial, as they would have a healer, a tank, and a damage dealer within their ranks. Qiao Yang shared Lin Hao's situation with Lingji, who readily agreed, recognizing the value of having a healer among them. This was not to imply that injuries were a certainty, but having a healer could significantly enhance the team's resilience, preventing a total collapse due to a single mistake. Let's meet this weekend to make some arrangements. The responsibilities of a beast master, breaking through realms, nurturing spirit beasts, concocting elixirs, and forging equipment, are all quite time-consuming and require substantial energy, making it impractical to pause midway. Thus, even within a team, frequent meetings may not be possible. However, it is essential to meet initially to become acquainted. While some may slack off regarding their personal futures, it is unlikely anyone would take shortcuts when their lives are at stake. Such individuals would not survive in a prestigious academy. Then we shall see each other then. We need to procure some additional materials, so we will take our leave for now. After exchanging contact information, Qiao Yang and Zhongli bid farewell to Lingji. Aside from the forging furnace, the design for offensive spirit beasts also needs to be prioritized. Chapter 25. Concept of offensive spirit beasts. Ever since Qiao Yang discovered that his attribute was related to metals, he had been contemplating the creation of his offensive spirit beasts. However, due to technical limitations, he had been unable to bring his ideas to fruition. Precision machining is a highly technical endeavor, one that a mere student like Qiao Yang could not accomplish alone. It was only after entering a prestigious academy and taking relevant courses, coupled with Silver's guidance, that he began to gradually engage in the creation of more complex devices. Despite his inability to create them, he found no fault in his thoughts. Silver had consistently emphasized that the creation of mechanical constructs requires bold imagination. One must not allow their thoughts to be constrained. If one cannot even dare to envision something, how could they ever hope to realize it? Influenced by numerous novels from his past life, Qiao Yang's initial reaction upon learning that his attributes were related to refining materials was to consider various firearms, pistols, rifles, and even barrettes. However, as his studies deepened, he gradually abandoned this notion. It was not a matter of processing capability, but rather a realization that, in the context of beast masters, firearms from his past life held no remarkable advantages in this era. While they could certainly be utilized, they represented a rather mundane option. The rate of fire and power of firearms did not significantly surpass the abilities of spirit beast skills in this age. Moreover, the kinetic projectiles method of attack lacked room for enhancement. Most importantly, with the presence of various non-corporeal spirit beasts and the enhanced beast masters in this era, firearms lacked substantial lethality. The sniper rifle may possess a slight advantage in terms of range. However, the inevitable recoil of kinetic projectiles significantly diminishes its maneuverability. Furthermore, the hidden prowess that snipers typically rely upon appears somewhat inadequate in the face of the myriad peculiar detection-type spirit beasts that inhabit this world. The same principle applies to artillery. While its destructive capacity is indeed enhanced, it remains shackled by the limitations of ammunition and the subsequent challenges of advancement. The second notion that crossed Qiao Yang's mind pertained to various mechs. These constructs are quite commendable, offering protection to the user while augmenting speed and agility. Moreover, the essence birth during Qiao Yang's crafting process effectively serves as a natural AI for the mech. However, the advantages of mechs are somewhat diminished due to the Beastmaster's ability to harness spirit beasts and command spiritual energy. Ultimately, Qiao Yang found himself contemplating an array of weaponry that aligns with the current era. Upon reflection, Qiao Yang deemed the floating cannon array, frequently depicted in numerous anime, to be an excellent choice. It allows for free movement in the air, enables various elemental energy combinations, and guarantees rapid energy beam assaults. It can execute both dispersed strikes and concentrated firepower, allowing for precision attacks, as well as siege capabilities. Most importantly, upgrading would merely require substituting higher-tier energy and runes. As an offensive weapon, its drawbacks are minimal, the sole hindrance being Qiao Yang's inability to construct it. Nevertheless, the inability to create it was inconsequential. He resolved to begin preparations. This idea is rather intriguing, Ian remarked. Ultimately, spirit beast skills are a synthesis of spiritual energy, elemental power, and the forces of the soul, not to mention the higher laws at play. Your approach, which directly designs from the source of power, is commendable. At its core, mechanical creations are simply a manifestation of abstracting and recreating the forces of nature, and your path is indeed the righteous one. However, we cannot fabricate such advanced weapons like floating cannons by hand. It appears that the establishment of a forging furnace must be prioritized. Not only does it involve smelting and forging, but also stamping, lathe work, milling, and grinding must be incorporated into the plans. In line with previous ideas, the processes of alchemy, inspection, refinement, purification, and concoction must also be accounted for. Unfortunately, achieving an automated forging furnace necessitates considerable initial effort in research and development. Merely contemplating these requirements causes Qiao Yang some trepidation, for he finds himself both the client and the contractor. Do not be overly apprehensive. This world is fundamentally distinct from your past life. Spiritual energy and the power of the soul reign supreme. So there is no need to strive for a complete restoration of the machinery from your previous existence, Ian reassured him, observing Qiao Yang's troubled expression. This statement offered Qiao Yang a modicum of solace. However, whether concerning the forging furnace or the floating cannons, these intricate machines introduce another concept, the experimental apparatus. The fabrication of such machinery cannot achieve perfection in a single step. Thus, the initial creations will undoubtedly require extensive experimentation and iterative improvements. The silver lining is that the machine's Qiao Yang constructs can give rise to spirits, allowing for timely feedback regarding any issues. Since the academic exchange is not too far off, Qiao Yang has been diligently designing his forging furnace since his last visit to the glorious treasure pavilion. As he had previously mentioned to Ling Ji about meeting this weekend, Qiao Yang arrived early at a spirit beast park outside the campus to avoid inconveniencing Jiang Li, Lin Hao, and the others. Qiao Yang, you're quite early, remarked Ling Ji, who had surprisingly arrived even earlier than Qiao Yang, having prepared some tea. Before long, Jiang Li, Lin Hao, and Lin Hao's girlfriend had also arrived. Yangzi, it's been a while, Lin Hao greeted with a smile. Having not seen each other for some time, Lin Hao had undergone a notable transformation. He now sported a muscular physique, similar to Qiao Yang, and had achieved bronze-level prowess. Lin Hao's girlfriend, a petite girl with glasses, appeared somewhat delicate, contrasting sharply with the typical image of students from the Beastmaster Academy. Let me introduce myself. I am Lin Hao's girlfriend, Wu Ling, she said. Her demeanor cheerful. It is uncommon for introverted students to emerge from an institution like the Beastmaster Academy. However, curiosity arose among the group, including Ling Ji, regarding why a pharmacist like Wu Ling would choose the Beastmaster Academy, as one would expect a preference for the more scholarly Tianqing Academy. I dislike the pretentious atmosphere of Tianqing Academy, Wu Ling stated candidly. Moreover, the Beastmaster Academy excels in this respect. Upon hearing her explanation, it became clear that the Beastmaster Academy invests significantly in training, as many spirit beasts and beastmasters rely on physical combat, inevitably leading to issues such as injuries and poisoning. Well then, since everyone is here, let us introduce ourselves in detail and discuss our subsequent arrangements, Ling Ji proposed. I shall begin with my introduction. Ling Ji, peak silver level, specializes in defense. The affinity attribute of spirit beasts is generally not disclosed explicitly. All that is known about the attributes of the individuals present is based on conjectures drawn from their spirit beasts. Ling Ji summoned his primary battle spirit beast, a heavily armored Xian turtle, which stood over 3 meters tall, its shell appearing menacing. Despite its fearsome exterior, the heavy armored Xian turtle bore a gentle expression, reflecting its master's essence. Heavy armored Xian turtle. Level, peak silver. Aptitude, earth. Skills, armored shell, heavy shield, guardian, counterattack, pain resistance, earth manipulation. Chapter 26, Lin Hao and Wu Ling. The information regarding the famed heavy armored Xian turtle flowed through the real eye. From a skills perspective, this Xian turtle exhibits extraordinary defensive capabilities and remarkable protective abilities, capable of generating a vast spiritual energy shield. Unless an enemy's attack can breach the shield in a single strike, it can retaliate against elemental assaults. Ling Ji continued to elucidate. For physical attacks, it can manipulate earth elemental forces to block, and it is inherently insensitive to pain. Even if an attack manages to breach its earthen defenses, it can withstand with its formidable physical strength. As for my other spirit beasts, Ling Ji summoned 3 additional spirits, including the Xianming Demon Python he had previously traded with Qiao Yang. Xianming Demon Python. Level, peak bronze. Aptitude, earth. Skills, water manipulation, plague induction, serpent's call, serpent's shedding. In just a few short days, the Xianming Demon Python had ascended from Black Iron Peak to Peak Bronze, acquiring an additional skill known as Serpent's Shedding. It seems that Ling Ji has indeed put considerable effort into preparing for the Academy Exchange. This Xianming Demon Python has the ability to conjure water and poison domains and can disrupt enemies with its call, which also inflicts tangible damage. For reasons unknown, Ling Ji refrained from introducing the skill named Serpent's Shedding. However, this name was assigned by Yin and may not be recognized as such by Ling Ji. As for the other 2, they were identical species of giant lizards, each measuring less than half a meter in height and 1 to 2 meters in length. One red and the other green. Fire Spirit Lizard. Level, mid-silver. Aptitude, profound. Skill, flame attachment. Poison Spirit Lizard. Level, mid-silver. Aptitude, profound. Skill, poison attachment. This creature is known as the Spirit Origin Lizard, a mystical beast whose abilities are fundamentally identical, revolving around elemental attachment. However, the elemental affinity varies according to the different attributes of each Spirit Origin Lizard. This elemental attachment allows the creature not only to imbue its own elemental essence on adversaries, but also to enhance the attacks of allies, making it a commendable support-type spirit beast. It is particularly well-suited for a beastmaster like Ling Ji, who specializes in positional warfare. The Spirit Origin Lizard is widely recognized, exemplified by the 2 specimens here, one embodying the fire attribute and the other the poison attribute. Such is the nature of my spirit beast. What about yours? Allow me to continue. Qiao Yang, you and the others are likely well acquainted by now. Surprisingly, Wu Ling is quite proactive. Wu Ling, a mid-level bronze spirit, can be considered a potion master, or perhaps a healer. I am adept at concocting poisons, administering them, and setting traps. Should you require healing, Do not hesitate to seek my assistance. It seems that reflecting on her role as a potion master, Wu Ling felt compelled to add, as for my spirit beast, I summoned forth a 9-headed grain. Level, mid-level bronze. Qualification, skills, rejuvenating herb, celestial poison vine, hellish demon bamboo. Qiao Yang's expression was one of confusion upon seeing these skills. In his past life, he had heard legends of the 9-headed grain. During the reign of the Flame Emperor, a phoenix would carry the 9-headed grain, and those who fell to the ground would be collected by the emperor to be planted in fields, granting eternal life to those who consumed it. The 9-headed grain in this world is similarly renowned as a remarkable botanical spirit beast. Yet he had not anticipated that someone would indeed choose to form a contract with such a being. The 9-headed grain does not possess a fixed qualification. Its potential is entirely contingent upon its growing environment, with an astonishingly high upper limit and a frighteningly low lower limit. As its name suggests, it has 9 ears of grain, each corresponding to one of the 9 plants: flower, grass, vine, wood, fruit, leaf, bamboo, mushroom, and algae. Each ear can absorb a corresponding plant, yielding rice that possesses identical properties. Moreover, it can disregard the inherent relationships of mutual growth and antagonism between original plants, forcibly merging various fruit properties. However, this very trait leads the 9-headed grain to reject all other spirit beasts once contracted, meaning that a beastmaster can only contract this singular spirit beast. Over the years, many have valued the unique traits of the 9-headed grain, yet none have fully harnessed its advantages. Wu Ling's synergy, featuring rejuvenating herb, celestial poison vine, and hellish demon bamboo, each being a heavenly grade spiritual herb, strikes as peculiar. While the rejuvenating herb is therapeutic, the other two are, as their names suggest, fearfully toxic. Thus, it can be concluded that Wu Ling is indeed a proficient practitioner in poisoning, administering toxins, and setting traps. Notably, her ability to utilize 3 heavenly grade spiritual herbs for the 9-headed grain indicates a commendable background. After Wu Ling elaborated on the skills of the 9-headed grain, except for Lin Hao, who appeared accustomed to it, the expressions of Qiao Yang, Jiang Li, and Ling Ji were rather unnatural. Clearing his throat, Lin Hao interjected. Now it's my turn. I am Lin Hao, a mid-level bronze spirit master, specializing primarily in direct assaults. Upon finishing, he summoned forth his spirit beasts, a lion engulfed in flames and a tiger radiating golden light. Flame Lion King. Level, mid-level bronze. Qualification, profound. Skills, fireball, fiery claw. Sea of flames, Lion King's roar. Diamond Tiger King. Level, mid-level bronze. Qualification, profound. Skills, diamond body, diamond claw, diamond roar, metal domain. These 2 spirit beasts are quite familiar to everyone, with skills that are standard fare, yet this does not diminish their strength. In fact, their combat prowess is among the elite within the same level. Moreover, the Flame Lion King, known as Yanzi, is particularly well acquainted with Qiao Yang and Jiang Li, often circling around Qiao Yang upon being summoned. The Diamond Tiger King, on the other hand, embodies a more aloof demeanor. Qiao Yang and Jiang Li also introduced themselves, garnering noticeable interest in Jiang Li's Night Candle Phantom and Qiao Yang's Dark Spirit. After all, spirit beasts capable of memory retrieval and those like the Dark Spirit, which can conduct comprehensive detection, are rare treasures. Additionally, the presence of a beastmaster like Qiao Yang, who employs mechanical constructs as spirit beasts, is quite uncommon. Having completed the introductions, it is evident that everyone has gained a better understanding of our team. Our defensive capabilities and detection abilities are formidable, and we possess a comprehensive array of support functionalities. Ensuring our survival in the wild is not a significant concern. The only pressure lies in our somewhat insufficient offensive capabilities, which is an aspect that requires your attention, Lin Hao. However, there is no need for excessive concern, as our primary mission focuses on exploration and collection rather than combat. Now, allow me to elucidate some important considerations regarding our academic exchange. The chosen area for each academic exchange is fixed, located in the central region of the Cloud Wasteland Star, on the Cloud Wasteland continent. The exchange zone will not be situated in the inner or central regions, but rather on the periphery. Nevertheless, I advise that everyone strive to elevate their levels to at least high bronze or pinnacle bronze prior to the exchange, as the risk of encountering danger remains prevalent. The boundary between the outer and mid regions is hardly discernible, making accidental incursions highly likely, and I suspect we will inevitably encounter such situations. Furthermore, it is permissible to seize spoils during the academic exchange, so it is almost certain that we will face adversaries seeking to do the same. Chapter 27, The Plan. As for your future endeavors, you may proceed according to the existing plan. Your current spirit beast configurations adequately meet the requirements for the academic exchange. There is no need to alter your established growth trajectories for the sake of the exchange. That is all I wish to convey, concluded Lingji. Well then, let us conclude for today. Should any questions arise, feel free to reach out to me at any time. The prestigious academies place great importance on these exchanges. And once I report your names, you will enjoy considerable discounts when utilizing the various facilities at the academy. I shall take my leave now. The remaining time is yours to manage as you see fit. After Senior Ling Ji departed, Qiao Yang and Zhang Li immediately surrounded Lin Hao. Do tell, how did you and Wu Ling come to be together? It's rather a cliché tale, Lin Hao began. During one of Wu Ling's explorations, she encountered a pack of wild gale leopards. While she expertly dispatched them with her poison, she accidentally injured me as I rushed to her aid. Feeling quite guilty, she cared for me for a time, and upon discovering my amiable nature, we eventually became a couple. The toxicity of the hellish demon bamboo is truly formidable, Lin Hao remarked, reflecting on the incident. Nevertheless, this situation underscores Wu Ling's remarkable prowess in poisoning and trap setting. Regardless of the species, leopards are inherently swift and agile spirit beasts, and the gale leopard, being a higher-tier wind leopard, surpasses others in agility. Yet, Wu Ling managed to inflict poison upon them or ensnare them in traps, demonstrating her exceptional skill. However, encountering heavenly-grade spiritual herbs is exceedingly rare. My nine-headed grain has been left with vacant spots for quite some time. This is a dilemma that others share, as Qiao Yang and his companions have yet to encounter any heavenly-grade spiritual herbs. Do you have any thoughts on the types of spiritual herbs you wish to fuse next? Zhang Li inquired. My vision encompasses 9 varieties of plants, for toxic, for medicinal, and 1 for gathering spiritual energy. Qiao Yang and his companions fell into a contemplative silence. Given their collective knowledge, the notion of limiting functionality in plant types while aspiring to cultivate plants of celestial tiers was undeniably a foray into their intellectual blind spots. And what of you? Wu Ling inquired. With a considerable span of time remaining before their exchange at the academy, it was certain that each individual would experience growth during this interval. It was prudent to communicate in advance, allowing everyone to prepare accordingly. My next spirit beast has a definite target, the Xianbing Lion King, which can synergize with the Flame Lion King. The Xianbing Lion King, upon reaching maturity, can attain a golden level, excelling in its command over ice elements, and boasts remarkable speed and strength. Lin Hao's choice indicates a deliberate pursuit of extreme offensive capabilities. While elements can indeed interact, the reactions are not merely about vaporization or electrolysis, they are more pragmatic. For instance, thermal expansion and contraction. Applying the flames of the Flame Lion King followed by the chill of the Xianbing Lion King can render the opponent's exoskeleton brittle, making it more susceptible to shattering. Similarly, if flames are combined with a whirlwind, the adversary may inhale superheated air, inflicting internal damage. The same principle applies to the chilling winds that can accompany frigid air. The fusion of ice and rain can accelerate the extraction of heat from an enemy, resulting in a drop in body temperature. Such elemental combinations are not mystical, they are grounded in practicality. Hence, it is not far-fetched to surmise that after contracting the Xianbing Lion King, Lin Hao's subsequent spirit beast will likely be a storm saber-toothed tiger capable of controlling wind elements. Furthermore, these spirit beasts possess formidable melee capabilities, and their collective impact is substantial, greatly enhancing the strength and speed of their beast masters. Though these spirit beasts may appear relatively ordinary compared to the unique specimens like Wu Ling's 9-headed grain or Zhang Li's night candle phantom, this does not imply a lack of strength. In fact, the more extraordinary a spirit beast, the greater the likelihood of mediocrity in the end. There are countless examples of those who initially bonded with a remarkable spirit beast only to fail to harness its advantages. My next spirit beast is already prepared, an abyssal core. The abyssal core does not require summoning. Once contracted, it merges with the beast master, significantly enhancing their speed in condensing dark elements and their mastery over them. This is particularly advantageous for Zhang Li, who practices as an assassin beast master. Naturally, the group was most eager to learn about Qiao Yang's next spirit beast. After all, personally crafting one's spirit beast sounded incredibly impressive. I intend to construct an automated forging furnace, as the complexity of mechanical spirit beasts is ever increasing. Relying solely on manual hammering has become increasingly unmanageable. A craftsman must first sharpen their tools to realize the offensive weapon envisioned by Qiao Yang. Precision machinery is indispensable. Previously, the time constraints and the simplicity of spirit beasts necessitated crafting by hand. Indeed, upon reflection, it was unrealistic to expect Qiao Yang to master all technical trades alone. Creating a mechanical control system would be far more convenient. If that is the case, allow me to find some existing blueprints for forging furnaces for your reference, Zhang Li suggested. Her family frequently crafted weapons, so they naturally had no shortage of forging furnaces. Our family is renowned for alchemy and also for crafting various cauldrons. I can inquire on your behalf, Wu Ling added. Would that be appropriate? Qiao Yang hesitated. No worries, it's not a secret. Many people possess such things. And you could surely find them online, though not as comprehensively, Wu Ling reassured him. If you truly feel uneasy, just keep an eye out for information regarding Earth-tier spirit herbs. Any kind will do. Given the nature of our relationship, should we really concern ourselves with such matters? Jiang Li chimed in. Then, let me teach you something. Qiao Yang seemed to recall something and addressed Jiang Li and the others. Oh, what is it? They all inquired with curiosity. It is the formation I previously used to activate the bloodline of the Xianming serpent, known as the Spirit Return Blood Refining Array. As he spoke, he retrieved a diagram of the formation. Are you really going to teach us this? Jiang Li and Wu Ling were somewhat taken aback. The gratitude they would owe Qiao Yang would be considerable. Is it truly that significant? Qiao Yang pondered. He had previously discussed the protective functionality he added for spirit beasts with Yin and felt it was somewhat superfluous. You may not realize the true value of this. Jiang Li explained. Regardless of the method employed to awaken a bloodline, the necessary elixirs or high concentrations of spiritual energy infusion are beyond what a bronze-tier beast master can accomplish. Yet your method allows one to activate a spirit beast's bloodline immediately upon breaking through to bronze tier, even for mutually exclusive bloodlines. Just imagine how much cost this method saves. Jiang Li summarized. Furthermore, different bloodlines typically require distinct methods for activation. But the Spirit Return Blood Refining Array imposes no such limitations. This alone can save considerable resources, Wu Ling added promptly. Qiao Yang was astonished. He had failed to recognize that the true value of the Spirit Return Blood Refining Array lay in this aspect. Chapter 28. The true power of the mechanical system. It is entirely understandable that you did not realize this. Yin spoke from the recesses of Qiao Yang's mind. The advantages of the mechanical system have never resided in diversity or comprehensiveness. Even if you were to toil alone to create machines, you would never rival the diversity found in the mutations of biological entities in nature. Moreover, it pales in comparison to the ingenious concepts employed by the mysterious factions to circumvent the laws of reality. The true strength of the mechanical or technological domain lies in mass production. In essence, it simplifies tasks that would traditionally require advanced techniques, replacing monotonous repetitive tasks with machinery, thus creating a vast quantity of equipment with only marginal decreases in power. This is the essence of the mechanical system's advantage. The Spirit Return Blood Refining Array embodies this principle as well. Its special functions are secondary, but it reduces the cost of bloodline activation without compromising success rates. This is the array's greatest value. After hearing this, Qiao Yang finally understood why Jiang Li and Wu Ling felt that the debt of gratitude was substantial, as long as their respective families were not utterly foolish. Acquiring a formation that could lower the costs of bloodline activation would yield significant profit. Do we really need to discuss this, given our relationship? Qiao Yang chuckled at Jiang Li. I cannot accept such a precious item without some form of recompense. I will consult with my family, Wu Ling insisted, shaking her head repeatedly. She had only recently met Qiao Yang, and, due to their shared team and Lin Hao's influence, had offered Qiao Yang some assistance. However, this gesture of gratitude felt excessively extravagant to her. She could not simply accept such a valuable gift. While Wu Ling took the time to communicate with her family, Qiao Yang began teaching Jiang Li and Lin how to inscribe the Spirit Return Blood Refining Array. This formation had elements derived from the alchemical era and differed somewhat from the current prevalent principles of runic formations. Thus, without Qiao Yang's specialized instruction, it would be challenging for them to decipher the array independently. Moreover, Qiao Yang specifically noted that this array could be combined with the Greenwood Rejuvenation Array, providing an additional layer of security when the spirit beasts were of too low a tier. Qiao Yang also contemplated whether the Spirit Return Blood Refining Array could be combined with other formations, having previously conducted some limited experiments. Though the results had not been particularly optimistic, the combination of the Spirit Return Blood Refinement Array and the Greenwood Rejuvenation Array essentially functions as two separate formations, each exerting its influence without merging into a singular array. This limitation significantly constrains the selection of formations. To this day, Qiao Yang remains at a loss. At this moment, Wu Ling finally concluded discussions with his family and approached Qiao Yang, stating, "After conferring with my family, it appears that there are not many resources we can offer to assist you. Thus, we have considered the possibility of collaborating to establish a beast taming store. Jiang Li's family could provide equipment, my family could concoct medicines, Lin Hao's family could supply spirit beasts and spirit beast feed, and you could activate bloodlines through the Spirit Return Blood Refinement Array. This would comprehensively cover the various needs of beast tamers. Moreover, Once your new spirit beasts are crafted, our costs will further decrease, ensuring a competitive price that will attract customers. In fact, the business of a beast taming store, particularly in the realms of alchemy and equipment forging, has always favored the provider, while customers are at their mercy. In this era, low-tier pills and weapons can be mass-produced, which is how such products have proliferated. However, high-grade spirit beasts and cultivation supplies maintain exorbitant prices. The challenge lies primarily in the fact that raw materials cannot be mass-produced. For instance, the water cloud essence, which varies in efficacy when sourced from artificially cultivated materials. Therefore, only those with considerable strength can operate a beast taming store, catering to high-level demands, with customers often seeking out their services. Regarding pricing, as long as it is not excessively outrageous, it suffices. I have no objections. How about you? Qiao Yang inquired of Lin Hao and Zhongli. I have no issues, but how shall we divide the responsibilities? Zhongli replied, while Lin Hao naturally had no dissent. I will send you the specific agreement for your review, but our family may need to take a slightly larger share. The trio examined the proposal, which essentially outlined that the Wu Ling family would handle the venue, store decoration, equipment configuration, raw materials, and personnel, thereby claiming 40% of the profits while the other three would evenly split the remaining 60%. Qiao Yang and the others were somewhat perplexed, not due to unfavorable terms, but rather because the conditions were exceedingly generous. Establishing such a store is not particularly complex in terms of technical requirements. The primary difficulties lie in the myriad of ancillary tasks. Thus, Wu Ling's family resolving various logistical concerns while only claiming 40% of the profits is genuinely a significant concession. Do not be astonished. Our family operates on a similar profit-sharing basis when collaborating with alchemists and equipment forgers. After all, the store's success heavily relies on their presence. Additionally, in reality, venues and storefronts are not prohibitively expensive. Our type of shop can thrive anywhere without concern for customer influx, eliminating the need for costly real estate. Even with this profit distribution, our family will not incur losses, as beast taming stores typically have low overhead and high profit margins, relying on technical expertise. Given this, Qiao Yang and the others found no grounds for further discussion and collectively agreed. However, opening a store cannot simply be a matter of decision. Substantial preparatory work is essential. Zhang Li and Wu Ling decided to provide Qiao Yang with the blueprints to examine how to construct his forging furnace. Once the store is established, Qiao Yang can oversee operations while conducting research. Qiao Yang appreciated this arrangement, as the school's forging room cannot be used continuously for extended periods, and renting a forging space comes with time constraints. Having access to a forging room that he can utilize at will would alleviate numerous concerns. Nevertheless, Qiao Yang did not anticipate that a mere meeting would lead to such a significant development. He must now embark on researching the design and construction of the forging furnace, not solely for the store, but also for his own floating cannon array. Shortly after parting ways with Zhang Li and the others, Qiao Yang received the blueprints they had sent. Of course, the blueprints were not the traditional paper variety. Otherwise, the multitude of detailed designs for forging furnaces and alchemical furnaces would have overwhelmed him. In this modern age, blueprints are in the form of chips that can be connected to personal terminals, projecting holographic images. This format allows for a one-to-one display of dimensions. Moreover, in addition to the blueprints, Zhang Li and Wu Ling prepared notes detailing the precautions for constructing each type of forging furnace or cauldron for Qiao Yang's reference. Naturally, although connecting the blueprints to personal terminals facilitates viewing, it does not diminish the volume of material, especially concerning mechanical designs. Therefore, Qiao Yang dedicated no less than a minute to studying the blueprints. Chapter 29, Days of Research and the Store. Experienced individuals understand that the process of studying blueprints can be excruciating, and the most torturous aspect is the design and drafting of these blueprints. The utmost agony arises when a completed drawing is erased. Fortunately, Qiao Yang is not likely to encounter someone so unscrupulous as to erase his designs. However, reviewing the vast array of blueprints for forging furnaces and alchemical cauldrons is a monumental task, let alone analyzing their corresponding characteristics and transforming them into components that meet his requirements. Furthermore, an automated forging furnace necessitates not only the ability to melt and mold materials, but also a suite of machinery such as lathes, milling machines, and grinders to shape the materials. Frankly, if this were not a world infused with spiritual energy and without various aids, the prospect of Qiao Yang independently constructing a machine identical to those from his past life would be more fantastical than a dream. Fortunately, the prevalence of spiritual energy in this world, coupled with various runes and formations, simplifies many processes. This is one of the motivations that has sustained Qiao Yang thus far. At least a glimmer of hope remains. The distinctions between alchemical cauldrons and forging furnaces are notable. While forging furnaces may vary in shape, their end products are relatively consistent, adhering to similar fundamental principles with unique functionalities. Conversely, alchemical cauldrons differ significantly, as previously mentioned. The outcome of alchemy is not limited to pills, but may also yield medicinal liquids, incense, or even cuisine, depending on the alchemist's methods. The diverse outcomes dictate that the structures of alchemical cauldrons cannot be uniform. There is no hierarchy among these forms of alchemical products. The primary consideration is their efficacy, allowing Qiao Yang to choose a construction style based on one of the outcomes. In terms of similarity between alchemy and forging, Qiao Yang believes that the construction of medicinal liquids bears the closest resemblance to forging. Forging is a process of continuously eliminating impurities and excess components, while the creation of pills and incense introduces an additional step of incorporating elixir powder for solidification, necessitating further modifications to the design. In contrast, the production of medicinal liquids does not require solidification, aligning most closely with the forging process. After a day of poring over blueprints, Qiao Yang, feeling lightheaded, decided to head to the cafeteria. Upon rising, he suddenly stumbled, recalling that he had been engrossed in the blueprints since early morning, neglecting both breakfast and lunch. I can't let this happen again. Neglecting my mental state as a beast tamer is genuinely perilous. Silver, why didn't you remind me? Qiao Yang pouted, feeling as though he might collapse before reaching the cafeteria. Well, I did remind you several times, but you seemed unresponsive, Silver replied with a hint of exasperation. What? I was that engrossed. I had no idea I could be so dedicated, Qiao Yang muttered. I can only say you are quite suited to being a forger. You are able to immerse yourself in such a tedious task as studying blueprints. Perhaps next time, keep some quick sugar supplements on hand to avoid such situations. Next time, I will prioritize eating first. For several consecutive days, Qiao Yang existed in this state, just managing to review all the blueprints. However, merely having read through the materials is insufficient. It is imperative to delve deeply into the blueprints and their corresponding finished products to translate them into the knowledge that Qiao Yang requires. One fateful day, as Qiao Yang, his head spinning from exhaustive study, made his way to the dining hall, he was intercepted by Jiang Li, who had infiltrated the Radiant Academy. Jiang Li. It has been quite some time, he greeted her, startled by the sound of his own voice after such a prolonged silence. My, how have you changed? Jiang Li inquired with concern, her voice hoarse and her complexion somewhat haggard. What have you been doing to wear yourself out like this? Not much, really. I have simply been engrossed in studying the blueprints and lost track of time, Qiao Yang replied, adjusting his tone to sound more normal. I must say, it is quite remarkable how you can exhaust yourself over something like studying blueprints. Given Jiang Li's nature, she would much prefer to engage in assassin training within the shadows rather than pore over blueprints. Never mind, let's skip the cafeteria today. We should dine out instead. Our shop is nearly renovated, and I would like to show you. With that, Jiang Li took Qiao Yang by the hand and led him away. After satisfying their appetites, they followed the location provided by Wu Ling, meandering until they discovered the premises shared by several individuals. While it is true that our type of establishment does not require a prime location, this is rather too remote, Qiao Yang remarked. The shop was situated on the outskirts of Radiant City, not far from the foreboding Shadow Forest. Comparatively, its location could be likened to being beyond the 8th Ring Road of Beijing in Qiao Yang's previous life, raising questions as to whether it could still be considered part of Beijing. There is little we can do, as we need ample space, and such vast open areas are scarce within Radiant City. Welcoming them were Wu Ling and Lin Hao, who had been awaiting their arrival. Moreover, this location is advantageous. Anyone emerging from the Shadow Forest will inevitably pass through here. We need not worry about a lack of business, Wu Ling added, leading the others inside for a tour. The shop itself was quite spacious. Upon entering, they found a tavern, albeit currently closed for business. Adjacent to the tavern were shelves displaying various commonly used weapons, armor, and potions, though Qiao Yang noted the lack of high-quality items. The establishment had previously served as a tavern, providing a resting place for adventurers returning from the Shadow Forest. However, after the owner's son was accepted into the Frost Academy, he sold the business to prepare for opening a new shop in Frost City. Thus, they had taken over this establishment and expanded it for forging, alchemy, and bloodline awakening. A lounge had also been constructed for their convenience. I have also hired 2 staff members to assist here, Wu Ling mentioned as a middle-aged man and a young woman approached. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Chong, the middle-aged man stated, and I am Zhang Ying, the young woman added, looking slightly older than Qiao Yang and his companions. The duo was a father-daughter pair who had applied for the positions after the shop's recruitment announcement. Both possessed commendable skills, and most importantly, they were excellent cooks, though their cultivation talent was somewhat lacking. Nonetheless, for the role of shop assistants, high cultivation levels were unnecessary, as the group would always be present to oversee operations. Adventurers were well aware that such establishments typically had personnel on duty, so the likelihood of disturbances was minimal. They could entrust the management of the shop to these two, who would inform them of any orders received. As for the mass production of weapons, potions, and feed, Wu Ling, Jiang Li, and Lin Hao's families would regularly deliver supplies to the shop's warehouse, alleviating any concerns. The staff had also established a rotation schedule to ensure there would always be someone present to oversee the shop's operations. Chapter 30. The design of an automated forging furnace. In truth, while the notion of opening a shop had been proposed, Qiao Yang's involvement was not as extensive as it seemed. The services of alchemy and bloodline awakening were rather high-end offerings, and for a shop of this nature, it was evident that patrons seeking food and drink would vastly outnumber those interested in specialized services, especially considering the establishment's distance from the bustling city center. As it had only recently opened, it had yet to gain any notoriety. However, this presented a silver lining. Qiao Yang required time to design and construct his forging furnace, and the current situation afforded him that very opportunity. Once the furnace was completed, he could accept tasks without concern. For now, though, he needed to focus on finalizing the design of his forging furnace. According to Qiao Yang's specifications, the furnace must be capable of automatically drawing in ores, controlling flames for smelting, and adapting based on the smelting conditions through pressing, shaping, and cutting, while also selecting appropriate liquids for quenching and tempering. Weapons requiring sharpening would necessitate a grinding wheel, while any necessary components would require a lathe for turning, a milling machine for milling, drilling, and boring, and a grinding machine for polishing. The production of required parts would involve corresponding molds, which could be purchased and utilized as needed. One crucial factor remained: precision in sizing. Any processing that deviated from exact dimensions would be deemed ineffective. Additionally, the design must encompass features such as exhaust vents, ventilation ducts, and air outlets. There was also the matter of energy sourcing. Previously, the capabilities of the small shield and dark spirit could be considered instinctual biological traits, allowing for the absorption of spiritual energy from the surrounding metals. However, the forging furnace would require a dedicated energy source due to its additional consumption demands. Qiao Yang had contemplated enabling the furnace to inscribe runic formations directly, but he ultimately dismissed the idea, as he could not guarantee the success of each inscription. How would he instruct a spirit beast to inscribe runes? It was not entirely out of the question, however. You could deconstruct the runes into their individual components and inscribe them beforehand, interjected. Then, when needed, you could assemble them on the fly. For example, if you were to forge an attack weapon like a floating cannon, you would simply need to create a uniform exterior and leave corresponding slots for the runic arrays, allowing you to insert different rune plates to achieve varying attributes. That was a valid point, and Qiao Yang conceded that he had previously reached a dead end in his thinking. However, this raised another issue. The runes inscribed by the forging furnace would only be compatible with specific equipment. In truth, that was inconsequential, as he would be the sole user. He had also envisioned the furnace being capable of automatically mining ores, but for the time being, he had decided against incorporating that feature. Mining was a task better suited for future machinery. Adding too many functions to a single machine could lead to increased complications. It would be more prudent to create several more efficient devices, leaving the importance of the mining step to be addressed later. As for potion crafting, it bore a resemblance to forging. One would draw upon raw materials, utilize flames for smelting, remove impurities, and then blend the refined liquid. Ultimately, through flame heating or the agitation of spiritual energy, a finished potion could be produced. Although the steps in potion crafting appeared simpler than forging, in reality, the intricacies involved in potion production were more demanding. The more straightforward the process, the higher the requirement for precision. The tasks of removing impurities and agitating with spiritual energy were exceedingly challenging, while controlling flame temperature was relatively basic in comparison. Although Qiao Yang has already mastered the intricate mechanics of forging complex devices such as the forging furnace and has delved into the study of the blood refinement formation, she remains only somewhat knowledgeable about alchemy. While it cannot be said that she is entirely ignorant, her understanding is certainly limited. Even though she comes from a prestigious martial family, she now refers to herself as a pharmacist rather than an alchemist. Therefore, there remains a considerable journey ahead before she can teach the forging furnace to independently concoct medicinal liquids. For the material of the furnace body, she contemplated using the star-cold crystal. The star-cold crystal, being the pinnacle of the mysterious grade ores, possesses a sturdiness comparable to certain earth-grade minerals. The crystals, when forged, shimmer with faint starlight, and gazing upon them evokes a subtle chill, hence the name. The forging furnace will serve as a foundational element for Qiao Yang in the future, prompting her decision to utilize superior materials this time around. Constructing the entire furnace from star-cold crystal is indeed a significant investment. As for sourcing the materials, she can rely on the Void Realm Stone. The forging furnace, crafted by Qiao Yang, can manifest a spirit and with a soul. It can naturally employ the Void Realm Stone, akin to how humans utilize storage devices. However, utilizing flames presents a challenge. The sparks collected by the elemental gathering pot are merely embers, insufficient for forging or alchemy. Thus, Qiao Yang needs to inscribe a flame-gathering array to concentrate the fire elements, transforming the embers into a sufficient quantity of flames for forging. Of course, the participation of a spirit-gathering array is indispensable, and this time its grade must be quite high due to the substantial amount of spiritual energy required by the forging furnace. Previously, when Qiao Yang was creating the dark spirit, she used spirit gold as a storage material, but for this forging furnace, spirit gold alone is inadequate. To align with the other materials of the furnace, she will employ the superior metals of purple gold and spirit silver, crafting a storage alloy named Spiritual Energy Mystic Crystal. By using Spiritual Energy Mystic Crystal as the material for inscribing the Spirit Gathering Array and Flame Gathering Array, she can ensure an ample supply of spiritual energy and fire elements. The cutting and drilling tools, along with grinding wheels for sharpening, can be readily sourced, as many forging workshops possess such equipment, making them relatively easy to acquire. Dimensions are also crucial, as they must guarantee that the workpiece's size is as precise as possible. In this regard, Qiao Yang drew inspiration from the ultra-precision CNC machines of her past life. Naturally, the specific knowledge still comes from silver. Based on Qiao Yang's understanding of ultra-precision CNC machinery, these machines not only have stringent material and environmental requirements, but also involve specialized structures, such as the spindle and guide rails. The spindle, which directly contacts the tools during processing and is also in semi-contact with the workpiece, is a vital component. Its rotational accuracy directly influences the processing precision of the workpiece. In her previous life, the most precise spindles employed air-static pressure bearings. Linear guide rails, serving as the mechanism for relative positioning between the workpiece and the tool, are equally important. The most commonly used linear guide rails in ultra-precision machines are air-static pressure guides. You need not think of crafting everything by hand. Tools can be leveraged when necessary, Silver remarked. In this era, there exists precision processing technology, and even Qiao Yang's curriculum includes similar courses. In this world, soul power is paramount, and precision processing often requires soul power as an auxiliary, which differs significantly from Qiao Yang's previous life. Therefore, it is unnecessary for Qiao Yang to replicate every structural detail from her past. By borrowing certain principles and integrating the use of soul power, she can achieve commendable precision. Of course, the final concerns are vibration isolation and thermal insulation, as forging, stamping, and lathe operations inevitably generate vibrations, while the use of flames raises temperatures, both of which can affect processing. Fortunately, runes can effectively address these issues. With the critical technical challenges nearly resolved, Qiao Yang finally decided to commence her work. Chapter 31, New Spirit Beast, the Furnace. It is well known that merely resolving theoretical difficulties leaves a vast distance to the final product's completion. Thus, even if Qiao Yang's design is refined to the point where even silver finds no fault, she must diligently forge each component step by step. Moreover, this process is rather slow, as the metals involved are of a high grade, and the star-cold crystal, with its exceptional hardness, poses significant challenges in forging. Although the Radiant Federation possesses methods for handling such ores, essentially employing catalysts like azure flame water and blue flame water to elevate furnace temperatures, thereby reducing the difficulty of metalworking. Qiao Yang's bronze-level cultivation makes working with mysterious grade ores somewhat strenuous, consequently hindering her forging speed. However, this is of little concern. She can gradually forge while managing the shop. After all, her recent schedule is not overly demanding, and with Uncle Zhang's excellent culinary skills, she has a reminder nearby, preventing a repeat of her previous oversight in neglecting meals. Time passes steadily. Qiao Yang's forging furnace nears completion, with the spirit having already manifested during the forging process. Initially, she contemplated a stylish name for it, but one day, she inadvertently remarked on how beautiful the furnace she had crafted was, prompting the spirit to adopt furnace as its name. Uncle Zhang's culinary skills are truly exceptional, ensuring that the tavern enjoys a bustling business, likely due to its proximity to the dark forest. Patrons emerging from the forest often flock to the tavern for food and drink. During this time, a few individuals learned that the tavern also offers forging and blood awakening services. Upon inquiring about the prices, they were genuinely perplexed as to why they were somewhat lower than elsewhere. Qiao Yang and her companions would certainly not divulge their secrets, merely assuring that the quality and success rate are absolutely on par with other establishments. offering a tenfold compensation for failures. After a few skeptics decided to give it a try, all doubts quickly dissipated. Qiao Yang had been managing the shop for a while without encountering any troublemakers. After all, the clientele predominantly consists of seasoned hunters who frequently explore the dark forest. Engaging in conflict with them would be a rather foolish endeavor. In the wild, a simple trick from them could leave one in dire straits. However, there is no shortage of foolish individuals in this world. This spot is ours, clear off. Just as Qiao Yang was reflecting on the tranquility of life, an untimely voice broke the peace. Having often engaged in solitary research and forging, she had grown quite intolerant of such boisterous interruptions. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a group of flamboyantly dressed youths berating a middle-aged man who appeared honest and unassuming. Oh, I thought, how could the essential element of a transmigrator's journey be absent? Although Qiao Yang harbored no particular fondness for these individuals, she recognized that such characters were plentiful. Not everyone is as amicable and courteous as those she had encountered, such as Lin Hao, Wu Ling, and Ling Ji. As students of the Radiant Federation's most prestigious academy, they are indeed exceptional among their peers. Yet, a considerable number of individuals, whether due to familial, personal, or environmental reasons, exhibit certain flaws in character. Take, for instance, the group before her. They often seek trouble for no reason, possessing a modicum of strength and likely a bit of wealth. Many prefer to avoid conflict, opting not to engage with them in most situations. Their strength typically hovers around the peak of black iron. Had they the ability to break through to the bronze level, they would not be seeking trouble in such a place. However, it is evident that they have come to the wrong venue to stir up discord. Greetings. It is strictly prohibited to cause disturbances here. If there are no available seats, please find someone to share a table, but do not disrupt others. Qiao Yang said with a smile as she approached. And who are you to dare interfere with me? Get out of here quickly, or you'll be in for a beating too. The group of youths displayed an air of arrogance. I am the proprietor of this tavern, and since you are causing a ruckus within my establishment, it is only natural that I intervene, Qiao Yang stated calmly. Hey, I've never encountered someone so audacious before. Brothers, let's show this kid what for. The leader waved his hand, signaling his lackeys to make a move. Why is it so difficult for people to comprehend a simple matter? Qiao Yang sighed in exasperation. My words seem to carry no weight, do they? Don't you want to act? After shouting for quite some time without any response, the leader turned around to see what was amiss. A shimmering metallic sphere, faintly glowing with starlight, had appeared where his lackeys once stood, emitting a rhythmic clanging sound. Clearly, his subordinates were trapped inside, desperately attempting to escape. Earlier, when Qiao Yang was crafting the forge, he had reserved a portion of the star cold crystal, combining it with a large chunk of cold crystal iron, thus upgrading the material of the small shield. Cold crystal iron, being as superior or to cold iron, far surpasses it in hardness, toughness, and density. Therefore, these individuals stood no chance of escaping unless their physical strength matched that of a golden grade mountain bear king. At this point, even the leader realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. With a facade of bravado, he muttered a threat before attempting to flee. You had better apologize to him and this gentleman immediately, or I cannot predict what may transpire. A dagger suddenly pressed against his back, while a hefty axe loomed above his head. The crowd gasped in astonishment, utterly bewildered by the sudden appearance of these two figures. The newcomers were, of course, Jiang Li and Lin Hao, accompanied by Wu Ling. It was evident that Jiang Li's shadow domain was responsible for their stealthy entrance. Faced with the dagger at his back and the axe overhead, the troublemaker had no choice but to bow his head in apology, albeit reluctantly. Simply apologizing is insufficient. You will also settle the debts of everyone present in the tavern. Disruptions come at a price, Qiao Yang mused thoughtfully. The leader had intended to voice further objections, but as the axe descended slightly, he promptly fell silent. Once this matter was resolved, Qiao Yang instructed the small shield to discard the troublemakers outside and led Jiang Li and the others to introduce them to his newly crafted spirit beast. The exterior of the star cold crystal was truly exquisite, not to mention the forge Qiao Yang had fashioned, characterized by sharp angles and an industrial aesthetic. However, the completion of the forge was merely the beginning. The more challenging task lay in teaching it to forge and concoct elixirs. Qiao Yang could handle the forging process himself, as he had already devised a method for the forge to comprehend the concept of dimensions. Yet, he was currently at a loss regarding the concoction of elixirs and wished to consult Wu Ling about it. I lack the patience to practice, Wu Ling admitted sheepishly. That's all right, Qiao Yang replied, somewhat exasperated. As it happens, my new spirit beast is also ready, and I shall return to school to learn. Qiao Yang had chosen the Radiant Academy for this very purpose, as it offered a multitude of subjects. Just inform me of any new orders, and I shall expedite the crafting process. Chapter 32, Alchemical Apprentice, Qiao Yang. The essence of alchemy lies in the willingness to waste materials and practice diligently. This is irreplaceable wherever one may go. Furthermore, the application of soul power is critical. One must utilize soul power to sense impurities within the medicinal ingredients, incinerating them with flames while preserving the effective components of the materials. Once all the ingredients have been refined, pure spiritual energy must be introduced and agitated with soul power to ultimately form the elixir. This process demands a high level of soul power. Without it, one cannot succeed. It is important to note that alchemists primarily serve a healing role, concocting remedies for injuries and toxins. In contrast, alchemists specializing in elixirs focus on nurturing spirit beasts or beast masters, producing potions that primarily enhance levels and attributes. It is evident that Wu Ling aligns more closely with the definition of an alchemist rather than an elixir master. This is also why she struggles to endure the monotony of practice. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to attend the Savage Beast Academy. Conversely, Qiao Yang possesses the fortitude to endure such training, as his days spent forging and studying blueprints can be quite tedious. This is why blacksmiths often have an advantage when transitioning to alchemy. The control of fire, the use of soul power, and the repetitive nature of practice are all interconnected. Moreover, esteemed academies that offer alchemy courses typically possess unique secrets to ease the learning process, thereby attracting aspiring students. The Radiant Academy, renowned for its comprehensive curriculum, may not rival the Celestial Blue Academy's specialization in alchemy, but it certainly employs distinctive teaching methods. Among these, the Soul Refinement Tower and Virtual Space are particularly noteworthy. The Soul Refinement Tower offers various training exercises to enhance the control of soul power, including the sensing abilities and soul power manipulation needed for elixir concoction. Virtual Space assists in simulating the alchemical process, eliminating the need for additional materials, thus conserving resources. However, this method cannot fully replace physical practice, as the distinction between using tangible materials and not is ultimately significant. Much like pilots, no matter how many times one practices in a simulator, they must still log thousands of hours flying actual aircraft. Regarding the acquisition of pure spiritual energy required for alchemy, each academy teaches different methods. The Celestial Blue Academy cultivates a plant known as the spirit-nurturing bamboo, which gathers spiritual energy while automatically filtering out impurities. By making an incision on the bamboo, one can collect the dripping sap to obtain pure spiritual energy. However, the cultivation method of the spirit-nurturing bamboo remains a closely guarded secret of the Celestial Blue Academy, inaccessible to outsiders. Given the nature of the Celestial Blue Academy, they are unlikely to engage in trade of the spirit-nurturing bamboo. In contrast, the Radiant Academy employs a runic array, which achieves results similar to the spirit-nurturing bamboo. However, the principle involves the collision of fire and lightning elements to annihilate impurities, with both elements dissipating after a certain period. The advantage of using a runic array lies in its simplicity and lack of attribute requirements, while the downside is that the final quality of spiritual energy is not as high as that derived from the spirit-nurturing bamboo. It has been mentioned previously that some alchemists produce meals as their end product. These alchemists are often referred to as spirit chefs. The innate fire of a spirit chef can generate pure spiritual energy, functioning on principles similar to the runic array of the Radiant Academy. Consequently, spirit chefs do not require additional pure spiritual energy for their alchemical processes. However, the emergence and training of spirit chefs are largely contingent upon talent. There are no formal teachings. Each spirit chef within the Radiant Federation has navigated their path through trial and error. To date, no academy has succeeded in establishing a course for spirit chefs. In pursuit of crafting the forge, Qiao Yang invested heavily, depleting nearly all his savings. Although he benefits from discounts on the Soul Refinement Tower and Virtual Space due to inter-academy exchanges, he can no longer afford the raw materials for practical exercises. Consequently, Qiao Yang is left with no choice but to become an alchemical apprentice, undertaking tasks in exchange for raw materials. Once the profits from the next mineral vein and shop dividends arrive, his situation will improve significantly. An alchemical apprentice is expected to assist a formal alchemist with preparatory tasks, cultivate medicinal ingredients, and clean the alchemical furnace. Occasionally, alchemical apprentices may also take on simple commissions to hone their skills. Fortunately, the alchemists within the academy are not as temperamental as those outside. If they perceive potential in a student, they may offer guidance from time to time. Among the alchemists, there exists an unwritten convention. When a master recruits apprentices to assist with their tasks, upon the successful completion of said tasks, the apprentices are permitted to observe the formal alchemical processes. This customary practice is a significant factor in why many individuals are inclined to become alchemical apprentices. Such is the case with Qiao Yang, who not only seeks to observe, but is also preparing for the automated alchemical processes. The art of alchemy encompasses more than just the series of actions performed during the formal commencement. It begins with the cultivation of medicinal herbs and extends to their preliminary processing, both essential aspects of the learning journey. Moreover, certain straightforward commission tasks, such as the concoction of low-level medicinal liquids, often entail costs for hiring a formal alchemist that can exceed the price of the liquid itself. Consequently, many opt to engage apprentices for such tasks. This presents a valuable opportunity for apprentices, as they are not required to bear the cost of the materials themselves. For instance, the medicinal liquid Qiao Yang is currently preparing, known as the strengthening elixir, can slightly enhance physical strength when applied topically, albeit with rather modest effects. Primarily intended for those embarking on their cultivation journey, the process of concocting this elixir is relatively simple, involving merely 5 types of herbs, essentially serving as practice for alchemical apprentices. Nonetheless, Qiao Yang meticulously completes each step. A competent alchemist would never allow carelessness to mar the alchemical process, as such negligence is far more egregious than mere oversight. Of course, Qiao Yang's diligence is not solely for his own benefit. He must also impart the necessary knowledge to the furnace, ensuring it learns the correct method for creating this elixir. Any lapses in Qiao Yang's technique would result in the furnace mimicking those errors, complicating future corrections. Remarkably, the furnace learns rapidly, achieving the ability to autonomously produce the strengthening elixir within a matter of days, thereby expediting Qiao Yang's capacity to accept related commissions. During this time, he also practiced concocting 2 additional primary spiritual liquids, the Awakening Elixir and the Gathering Powder. The Awakening Elixir assists individuals in sensing spiritual energy during the initial stages of their cultivation, while the Gathering Powder marginally enhances the speed of energy absorption, albeit with similarly limited potency. However, relying on these rudimentary spiritual liquids to create a price advantage and boost shop sales is a rather unrealistic expectation, as they are already capable of mass production and inherently possess a low market price with minimal room for reduction. In truth, any genuine price advantage would only emerge when crafting higher-grade medicinal liquids. At that point, the mechanization replacing human alchemists would result in considerable savings on labor costs. Chapter 33. The Leisurely Days After Mastering Alchemy. Qiao Yang has long considered himself a prodigy, having successfully modified the blood refinement array. To claim he is not a genius would be somewhat pretentious. Within a mere month, he attained formal alchemist status, and few would contest his self-proclaimed genius. However, it is worth noting that the relatively low threshold for alchemist qualifications was the catalyst for his swift achievement, rather than the thousands of practice sessions he undertook during that time. To earn the title of a formal alchemist, one must be capable of independently concocting the strengthening elixir, the soul-nourishing elixir, the gathering powder, the awakening elixir, and any elemental potion, totaling 5 primary spiritual liquids or equivalent medicinal pills. These 5 liquids correspond to the fundamental aspects of physical cultivation, soul cultivation, spiritual energy cultivation, affinity for spiritual energy, and elemental affinity, thus demonstrating that the alchemist can operate independently. However, as previously mentioned, primary spiritual liquids are already in mass production, while one could make a modest living from them. The notion of becoming instantaneously wealthy through their sale is far-fetched. Thus, obtaining formal alchemist qualifications merely signifies that Qiao Yang has mastered the basic operational procedures of alchemy and can continue to practice and improve, nothing more. It also marks the conclusion of his apprenticeship, allowing him to return to the shop and resume a more leisurely existence. Strangely enough, despite his frequent solitary practice in forging and his aversion to boisterous company, Qiao Yang finds himself preferring the bustling atmosphere of a tavern over the solitude of his dormitory. Perhaps it is due to the inherent social nature of humanity, which craves companionship. Alternatively, it could be the allure of ordering meals from Uncle Zhang and enjoying complimentary food and drink from the shelves. There is little concern regarding academic obligations. The school is indifferent to attendance, and all library resources are accessible online. The only distinction lies in one's willingness to engage with the material. The tavern offers the added advantage of alchemical and forging facilities for personal use, which are more convenient than those at school. Recently, Qiao Yang has faced no pressing matters and, following a period of intense strain, has succumbed to a sense of lethargy. Beyond instructing the furnace in alchemy and forging, he spends his days assisting Uncle Zhang and his daughter in managing the shop. Following his decisive action against troublemakers, patrons now treat him with considerable respect. Qiao Yang does not waste the abundant products generated from teaching the furnace. Beyond placing them on shelves for sale, he also entrusts some low-level medicinal liquids to Zhang Yang, Uncle Zhang's daughter, to be crafted into beverages. Influenced by her father's culinary skills, Zhang Yang has developed a keen understanding of drink mixing. Transforming low-level medicinal liquids into drinks is a common practice. even for those who can mass-produce such liquids. Hunters who traverse the shadowy forests daily are often reluctant to expend them. Consequently, they frequently opt for a lower-grade beverage, which allows them to share a single serving of spiritual liquid among several individuals, yielding only negligible benefits. Even though Qiao Yang utilizes the furnace to automatically concoct spiritual liquids, he cannot significantly lower the costs associated with these low-level liquids. Their prices remain competitive with similar products on the market. Expecting Qiao Yang to sustain losses by selling at a deficit is wholly unrealistic. The primary costs of low-level spiritual liquids stem from raw materials, with labor costs representing a minor proportion, thus diminishing the evident advantages of mechanization. For hunters, this reality does not alter their purchasing decisions. They remain hesitant to spend. However, as the grade of the spiritual liquids increases, so too do the labor costs, and typically, materials are supplied in advance for commissioned concoctions. Here, the benefits of mechanization become unmistakable. Observing the bustling tavern, Qiao Yang suddenly conceived an idea. Taverns have long served as the venues for task postings and commission acquisitions in countless fantastical narratives. He recalled the anime, novels, and games from his previous life, but regrettably, tasks are now predominantly posted on the spiritual network, and taverns no longer serve such a purpose. The advent of the spiritual network and personal terminals has rendered many processes more convenient. Nowadays, procuring medicinal pills or sourcing materials requires merely posting on the relevant sections of the spiritual network. Though task postings in taverns may no longer be necessary, it is still feasible to create a display screen that showcases task information from the spiritual network's corresponding sections. While everyone possesses personal terminals, it is impractical to check them constantly, and critical messages may be overlooked. Moreover, since personal terminals are inoperative in the wild, hunters can be away for days, potentially missing vital updates. By the way, there is really no benefit to this idea, Silver queried, perplexed. It won't significantly increase revenue or aid in cultivation, and you'll be putting in your own money. You mustn't view it that way, Silver, Qiao Yang replied with a grin. Not everything needs to have a specific purpose. I simply find it entertaining. After all, why do so many people enjoy collecting figurines? Well, I suppose that's fair enough, Silver conceded, albeit somewhat exasperated. Indeed, the creation of a mere display screen is not a daunting task. Similar functionalities exist within personal terminals. The blueprints previously acquired by Qiao Yang from Wuling and Jiang Li can be projected using personal terminals. Crafting a larger display screen is akin to this. The principle resembles the holographic projections from Qiao Yang's past life, fundamentally involving the refraction of light through runes. Qiao Yang's intention was merely to project the task board from the spiritual network onto the display screen, with no plans for user interaction. Thus, the tasks at hand were not as numerous as one might assume. Initially, Qiao Yang sought to fulfill a time traveler's whimsical fantasy of taverns as a fantastical element. However, the end result resembled more of a cinema's front desk. It seems that each era must possess its corresponding artifacts, and forcibly transplanting elements from the age of swords and sorcery into contemporary society can only yield such outcomes. Qiao Yang chuckled at his own self-deprecation. Yet the display screens found their place in the tavern nonetheless. Qiao Yang, what is this? Uncle Zhang inquired, noticing the addition of several oversized display screens in the establishment. Qiao Yang explained his concept. Although Uncle Zhang grasped the purpose of the creation, he, much like Ian, found it peculiar that such a thing was necessary. Qiao Yang could not articulate the personal sentiments behind it, and instead offered other justifications. Of course, this endeavor was merely a craft project born out of Qiao Yang's reluctance to work. Such a leisurely existence could not persist indefinitely. Chapter 34, Floating Cannon Array. By the way, Ian, have I forgotten something? After several days of idleness, Qiao Yang suddenly seemed to recall something. Yes, Ian replied succinctly. Though I am unaware of what you have forgotten, your inquiry suggests there is indeed something. Qiao Yang, at a loss for words, could not refute this. I was pondering what prompted my haste to forge a smelting furnace, he mused, scratching his head. How should I know? But it certainly wasn't tea for weapon crafting. Ian replied after a moment of contemplation. Ah, right, you wouldn't know, Qiao Yang acknowledged. As for weapons, that's it. I intended to create my own offensive spiritual beast. Perhaps it was the recent days of idleness that clouded his thoughts, but only now did Qiao Yang remember this. Speaking of his envisioned offensive spiritual beast, Qiao Yang's eye sparkled. The floating cannon array had been a long-desired creation. In confronting foes, Qiao Yang envisioned himself sheltered behind a protective shield, unleashing relentless fire from the floating cannon array. Perhaps he could even exclaim, "Fire at will." One must admit, your ideal is somewhat cowardly, Ian remarked. A true warrior should wield weapons and engage enemies face to face. It seemed as though some berserker spirit had awakened within Ian. I never realized you had a penchant for the berserker spirit, Ian, Qiao Yang inquired, intrigued. It is not just me. All of us from the alchemical era revered direct combat, Ian explained. My kin and I emerged from the primitive age, wielding rudimentary tools to carve out our existence. We used our handcrafted axes, hammers, and spears to hunt colossal beasts akin to monsters. It was through countless forges that I discovered the means to refine metals, strengthen ourselves, and commune with them, leading to the alchemical era. Even then, the initial creations were an array of cold weapons, necessitating battles against wild beasts. Thus, despite the eventual development of various firearms, wielding one's own crafted cold weapons to hunt was always regarded as an act of valor. This was the first time Ian recounted tales of his past, undoubtedly worthy of the title, founder of the alchemical era. Wow, how impressive! Qiao Yang exclaimed with admiration. You make me feel invigorated and eager to hone my melee skills. Absolutely. I can teach you, Ian responded immediately. Huh, Qiao Yang replied, bewildered. I never said I wanted to learn. Not to worry. Focus on crafting your floating cannon first, and we can discuss melee weapons later, Ian advised. You will certainly need a close combat spiritual beast in the future, and practicing melee skills is a preparation for what lies ahead. Qiao Yang acknowledged this with a vague understanding, surprised by the unexpected addition to his responsibilities. However, the crafting of the floating cannon left Qiao Yang at a loss. Previously, he could reference knowledge from his past life, but he had only encountered floating cannons in films, leaving him without a solid frame of reference. Why not ask me? Ian interjected. The alchemical era possesses weaponry akin to floating cannons. I can provide you with references. However, the actual crafting must be your own endeavor, as the elements from the alchemical era may not necessarily translate well to the present. Upon receiving this information, Qiao Yang quickly grasped the concept. It wasn't that he was exceptionally gifted, though he held such a belief, but rather that the principles of the floating cannon were not overly complex. At least not in the context of the current era. Yet, understanding the theory and being able to construct it were two vastly different challenges, akin to the chasm between life and death. For instance, while it is commonly known that penicillin is extracted from mold, few can actually isolate it for practical medical application. Even a seemingly simple task, such as breeding a batch of fish through 2 generations, often proves to be a formidable challenge for many researchers. The floating cannon presented similar challenges. While the underlying principles were not difficult to comprehend, the pathway to realization was fraught with complications. The practical execution would inevitably encounter bugs, such as what mechanisms would enable movement and which would hinder it, an exasperating endeavor. Previously, aside from the straightforward forging of the small shield, the creation of the dark spirit and furnace had been riddled with failures. Thus, the lengthy duration spent on those tasks was understandable. This time, the floating cannon was an entirely new weapon, one Qiao Yang had never witnessed and had no clear conception of its form. After perusing the blueprints provided by Ian, Qiao Yang summarized that the floating cannon could be categorized into 4 distinct modules: the energy module, transformation module, floating module, and firing module. Each module existed independently, and a quartet could form the most fundamental combat unit, termed a Level 1 floating cannon. Furthermore, 3 identical modules could be combined to create more advanced modules, while 4 secondary modules could coalesce into a larger floating cannon, designated as a Level 2 floating cannon. Such combinations could continue to escalate, albeit the potency would not increase infinitely. As the number of modules grew, the complexity of rune combinations escalated, leading to increased energy consumption from identical runes, ultimately affecting the floating cannon's power and mobility. Based on the information provided by Ian, after numerous experiments during the alchemical era, it appears that the 5th level floating cannon, which comprises a combination of 81 basic combat units, represents the upper limit of power. While it is technically possible to combine beyond this threshold, the resultant power diminishes instead. In fact, the 5th level floating cannon is often inferior to the cumulative effect of 3 4th level floating cannons in many aspects, only exhibiting an increase in maximum output per unit area while also presenting a significant charge time due to severe energy dissipation. The 5th level floating cannon can even inflict damage upon its own structure after use. Even when dispersed, its efficacy is compromised. However, that is a distant concern. The pressing matter for Qiao Yang is to first forge 3 floating cannons to form a floating cannon array, with the remainder to be addressed later. Chapter 35, Preparation. Although Qiao Yang has generally grasped the principles behind the floating cannons, he has regrettably discovered that he is currently unable to proceed. Firstly, after contracting the furnace, his soul power has diminished significantly, leaving him with insufficient residual soul power to contract the floating cannons. Upon rough calculations, he realizes that as a mid-level bronze, contracting even a single 1st level floating cannon might be a stretch, let alone a full array of 3. To achieve this, he likely needs to reach the high bronze level, at which point his soul power would be adequate to support the contract of an array comprising 3 first-level floating cannons. Only in that scenario would he be able to form a combat force. It is important to note that although the floating cannon array operates under a single soul, the strength of that soul is intrinsically linked to the number of floating cannons within the array. Secondly, Qiao Yang finds himself short on funds. His previous earnings at the Glorious Treasure Pavilion have been nearly depleted by the materials for the furnace. Although the mineral vein discovered during the Beastmaster registration assessment promises a stable income, one must not forget that Qiao Yang's spirit beasts also require regular material replacements. Moreover, this expenditure has surged significantly with the addition of his forging furnace. The mechanical constructs, much like living beings, require material substitutions to address damage caused by metal fatigue. Little Shield and Dark Spirit, due to Qiao Yang's recent lack of outings, require minimal material replacements. However, the forging furnace, being utilized daily for forging and alchemy, necessitates a higher frequency of material changes. Thus, while the income from the mineral vein exists, it is insufficient to support Qiao Yang's need for a floating cannon array. The most pressing concern remains the first point. As a fully fledged alchemist and blacksmith, earning money is not a challenge for Qiao Yang. Yet the matter of cultivation remains beyond his control. He simply cannot elevate his abilities. Should he venture into the wilderness? Qiao Yang muses, perhaps to hone his close combat skills? This thought pleases Ian, who harbors a special fondness for melee combat as a denizen of the alchemical era. While acknowledging the significance of ranged weaponry, Ian is delighted to see his friend willing to practice close combat. Given that contracting the forging furnace has considerably enhanced Qiao Yang's physical strength, engaging in melee practice would undoubtedly be beneficial. I possess considerable knowledge of close-quarters combat and would be glad to assist you. However, you must first decide which weapon you wish to wield. I'm not quite sure, Ian. Do you have any recommendations? Qiao Yang admits his lack of expertise in this area. There's really nothing specific to recommend. Any heavy weapon will suffice. Ian responds nonchalantly. Why is that? I personally think swords are much more stylish. Qiao Yang expresses his confusion. After all, strength may be fleeting, but style is everlasting. If given a choice, who wouldn't desire a weapon that is both impressive and formidable? Your future endeavors won't solely involve humans. Primarily, you'll be facing the larger spirit beasts in the wilderness, Ian explains. Weapons that rely on thrusting, like swords, often fail to deliver effective kills, and in the wild, the inability to swiftly eliminate a target can result in unnecessary harm. Therefore, you should opt for heavy weapons that emphasize slashing for rapid and effective kills. Qiao Yang comprehends this, understanding that his future explorations will predominantly lead him into the wild. Perhaps a saber, battle axe, or a great hammer would suffice. Ian offers several options. There are also some unconventional weapons, but the more peculiar they are, the quicker they break. Best to avoid those. After pondering, Qiao Yang decides on a saber. Although he is a blacksmith and intimately familiar with hammers, he does not wish to wield one as a weapon. He will eventually need to teach his subordinates the melee mechanical constructs, and using a hammer would be rather inappropriate. However, while this is termed a saber, it should be more accurately classified as a type of cutlass. For now, Qiao Yang does not require a weapon of his own design. Purchasing one from the commercial district will suffice. Before venturing into the wilderness, he still needs Ian to instruct him on its usage. Ultimately, regardless of how one articulates it, the movements achievable with such a large weapon in hand are quite limited, primarily comprising slashing and blocking actions. In pursuit of lethality, we forego elaborate movements and agility, focusing instead on delivering a single, decisive blow. Hence, practicing with this cutlass involves honing the method of exerting force and continuously refining one's perception through practical combat experience. Utilizing this type of weapon necessitates maintaining balance, as falling in the wild can be perilous. We often say that strength arises from the ground. During a slash, one must engage the entire body in concert, rather than relying solely on the strength of the arms. Every joint in the human body acts as a lever, beginning with the legs. We amplify our strength through the entire body, ultimately delivering the strike. As for blocking, there is no need for elaboration. Using such a large cutlass for defense is quite comparable to your previous experience with the small shield. However, with the small shield present, blocking becomes less critical. Before embarking into the wilderness, it would be prudent for you to familiarize yourself with this weapon, and I will also contemplate the types of regions suitable for practice. Individuals from the spiritual era possess not only greater physical strength, but also exhibit a marked enhancement in their control over their own bodies, thanks to the potency of their soul power, which surpasses that of people from Qiao Yang's previous life. Thus, he finds it relatively easy to acclimate. This upcoming expedition into the wilderness will be a solitary endeavor for Qiao Yang. He does not intend to venture with others. This time, he aims to embody a berserker. seeking unparalleled prowess rather than engaging in conventional exploration. Ultimately, Een selects a locale known as the Land of the Undead. This area, teeming with necromantic entities, is abundant in various dark, undead, and soul-related materials. Its eerie environment, compounded by a lack of sustenance, deters many from exploring, rendering its unique materials exceedingly valuable. The choice of this location stems from the fact that, in addition to the diverse materials, the Land of the Undead features a notable phenomenon, the corpse tide. Unlike beast tides in other environments, the corpse tide here is particularly frequent and ubiquitous, even more so than insect swarms in certain regions, which contributes to the reluctance of many to explore the Land of the Undead. Furthermore, the tide comprises not only humanoid undead, but also a myriad of shapes and sizes, providing Qiao Yang with a variety of environments to practice close combat. More importantly, facing the undead in the Land of the Undead imposes no psychological burden upon him. Chapter 36. Observations in the Land of the Undead. Despite the numerous advantages of the Land of the Undead, Qiao Yang remains somewhat reluctant to venture into such a place. The creatures inhabiting the Land of the Undead can induce physiological discomfort in any normal individual. Moreover, the dark elements that pervade the Land of the Undead can have a profound impact on the human body. Although many individuals are reluctant to explore this ominous realm, a dedicated group of explorers has consistently ventured into the Land of the Undead. This is primarily due to the opportunity to obtain a reliable reward known as soul crystals. The undead in this desolate land are a unique breed of spiritual beasts, controlled by the soul fire. Upon vanquishing these undead, the extinguished soul fire releases a potent essence that can be absorbed by the soul-gathering gem of the Radiant Federation, thereby crystallizing into soul crystals. Unlike normal spiritual beasts, which include human souls that do not coalesce into tangible soul fire, the essence of death does not emanate substantial energy and cannot be absorbed by the soul-gathering gem. Were human souls to possess corporeal form, the study of souls would not remain an enduring conundrum to this day. Since soul crystals are composed purely of spiritual energy, they serve as a significant boon to spiritual beasts such as Jiang Li's Night Candle Wraith, enhancing their innate abilities. With an ample supply of soul crystals, even evolution is within reach. However, humans are unable to absorb these crystals. The influx of foreign spiritual energy into a human soul can cause upheaval, resulting in potential soul damage or, in severe cases, the rupture of soul contracts. It is precisely because of the existence of soul crystals that the Land of the Undead attracts a cadre of explorers, as they are not reliant on luck as in other regions. Yet, to amass sufficient power for the soul-gathering gem to yield soul crystals, a significant number of undead must be defeated. In addition to soul crystals, the Land of the Undead boasts another unique specialty, exotic dark elements. Due to its peculiar environment, the Land of the Undead is abundant in these exotic dark elements, though their quality is generally inferior and their practicality is limited. Thus, those who venture into the Land of the Undead to acquire soul crystals are often martial enthusiasts seeking to hone their skills while earning a bit of income. Take, for instance, the current protagonist, Qiao Yang. Standing at the dimensional entrance of the Land of the Undead, Qiao Yang conducted a final check of his gear, protective suit, resistance potions, energy rations, and drinking water, all accounted for. Having donned his locator, he stepped into the otherworldly portal. Upon entering, Qiao Yang was momentarily blinded by darkness, but after a brief adjustment, he regained his bearings. Much like the common perception of the Land of the Undead, the area he entered was shrouded in gloom. However, it was not devoid of light. A singular purple moon hung in the sky, casting a faint glow over the landscape. The heavens were not merely black, but a haunting deep violet, adorned with countless stars. Were it not for the desolate terrain underfoot, strewn with staggering undead, the scenery would have been quite picturesque. While the land was barren, it was not entirely devoid of life. Several twisted, withered trunks were scattered about, aligning well with Qiao Yang's expectations of the Land of the Undead. After securing his locator, he selected a target and commenced his martial journey. As he traversed this eerie realm, Qiao Yang noted the distinct nature of the spiritual beasts here. He effortlessly cleaved a skeletal guardian in twain with his great blade. Reflecting on his encounter with this foe, the skeletal guardian, classified as a mid-tier black iron creature, possessed attributes of darkness and soul, with a common aptitude and skill such as bone claw and soul fire. Initially, Qiao Yang struggled to comprehend the guardian's abilities, encountering unexpected difficulties. The bone claw skill did not enhance the guardian's attack. Rather, its hands served merely as weapons. Severing the guardian's hands would disarm it without inflicting harm to its core. Furthermore, as long as the soul fire remained intact, the skeletal guardian could resurrect as long as the remnants of its bones were present. These two abilities were characteristic of the skeletal guardian species. Unaware of this at first, Qiao Yang inadvertently triggered the emergence of higher-tier skeletal sorcerers after dispatching several skeletal guardians without collecting any soul energy. The skeletal guardian could evolve along two paths. One involved fortifying its bones to become an iron-bone guardian, then an armored skeletal guardian, culminating in the form of a dark undead knight. The other path focused on enhancing its soul fire, evolving into a skeletal sorcerer, then a skeletal lich, ultimately becoming a dark undead archmage. The skeletal sorcerer could wield a couple of straightforward dark element skills, comparable in power to shadow arrows, albeit with lesser speed. Thus, when Qiao Yang inadvertently summoned a skeletal sorcerer, he was momentarily taken aback, but the sorcerer posed little threat. During this period of engagement, Qiao Yang made notable progress, acquiring greater mastery over his blade. He had reached a level of proficiency that allowed him to shatter the soul fire of the skeletal guardians with ease. And it was time to delve deeper. Silver, who had been observing, expressed satisfaction with Qiao Yang's advancement, yet pointed out that his current adversaries were of similar stature and he needed to seek out more diverse opponents. Beyond the ubiquitous skeletal guardians, the land of the undead also harbored formidable entities such as skeletal knights and abominations. Qiao Yang's next target was an abomination. The abomination, classified as a peak bronze-level creature, bore attributes of darkness and undeath, with an enigmatic aptitude and a skill known as repair. In the hierarchy of undead, the abomination ranked higher, resembling a colossal creature stitched together from various parts. Despite its lack of notable skills, its sheer size, strength, and self-repairing ability rendered it a formidable foe, particularly as this specific abomination was of peak bronze rank, exceeding Qiao Yang's own level. Summoning his small shield to float nearby, Qiao Yang brandished his blade and charged towards his target. The abomination, equipped with 3 robust arms wielding a cleaver, a stone hammer, and a wooden club, swung its weapons menacingly at Qiao Yang upon noticing him. Rather than evade, Qiao Yang commanded his shield to absorb the impact. With a resounding clang, the shield's fluid form dented momentarily before reverting to its original shape. Constructed from starry coldstone and frost crystal iron, it proved resilient against even the abomination's might. Seizing the opportunity, Qiao Yang swung his blade at the abomination, leaving a series of gashes upon its form. Meanwhile, the small shield remained vigilant, not only deflecting the abomination's attacks, but also ensnaring its limbs to disrupt its movements. The outcome was inevitable, although both were of bronze rank. Qiao Yang's body had undergone multiple enhancements, and with the assistance of his small shield, the mindless abomination stood little chance. Ultimately, with a deft maneuver from the small shield that tripped the abomination, Qiao Yang struck the final blow, severing flesh from bone. At last, it's over. This abomination was indeed formidable, Qiao Yang sighed, having felled his foe. Don't celebrate too soon, Silver cautioned, dousing Qiao Yang's triumph with cold reality. Chapter 37. The Onslaught. In a shadowy hollow on the mountainside of the land of the undead, Qiao Yang paused to rest and replenish his strength with a meal. The small shield circled him, maintaining vigilance. Silver, what did you mean by don't celebrate too soon? Qiao Yang inquired, puzzled. Did you not notice the issues with that abomination? Silver replied with a knowing smile. Given Silver's previous encounters with mineral veins in the caverns, Qiao Yang understood that there was likely something amiss. However, the crux of the matter was that he had failed to discern any apparent problem. Do you not ponder the notion that a creature as devoid of intellect as the abomination could ever forge a weapon? While the abomination may possess a seemingly substantial head, it is but a mere facade, utterly incapable of wielding any significant cognitive function. Even if it were to be decapitated, it would scarcely affect the creature. Its primitive mind can only engage in clumsy weaponry flailing, rendering it entirely unfit for the crafting or forging of arms. Moreover, I took the liberty to examine the crude blades and stone hammers the abomination had brandished moments ago. Though they were undeniably rough and lacked the finesse of modern craftsmanship, they were indeed the product of manual labor. A moment of realization struck me. I had been viewing the abomination through the lens of my past gaming experiences. However, even within the context of those games, such monstrosities were typically conjured by necromancers. In the current era of beast taming, it is not entirely unheard of for individuals to possess a kinship with spiritual beasts that embody the essence of the undead. The Glorious Federation has not prohibited the bonding with such undead beings, and many beast tamers can be found along the Starlight frontline at the borders of the Federation. Yet, it is inconceivable that a citizen of the Glorious Federation would equip their spiritual companion with such rudimentary weaponry. More crucially, should that abomination have been contracted, it would not retain the same qualities as a typical one. The soul bond between a beast tamer and their contracted creature is inherently reciprocal. An abomination that has entered into a contract would experience a marked increase in intelligence, rendering it far beyond what I could easily vanquish. Thus, the abomination I had slain might well have been an evolution born of the necromancer's domain, likely under the command of a dark sorcerer. Such a dark sorcerer would be at least of silver rank, and considering the abomination's level, it is probable that this sorcerer is of a mid-silver tier or higher. However, there is no need for alarm. A silver-tier dark sorcerer does not necessarily pose a threat to you. The choice of words from silver was carefully considered, indicating that it does not imply that they are your adversary, but rather that they may not inflict harm upon you. Prior to my arrival, I had researched that the strength of undead spiritual beasts cannot be uniformly compared to that of regular spiritual beasts. While they too have ranks, their power often does not align with those ranks. For instance, while a dark sorcerer may be silver-ranked, their strength is primarily derived from the undead creatures under their command. Lacking a corporeal form, their own capabilities do not reflect those of a silver entity. As long as one can withstand the onslaught of the undead horde and reach them, defeating a dark sorcerer is not an impossibility. However, should one encounter higher-tier undead like dark knights or dark necromancers, their power often surpasses their rank. A platinum-tier dark knight could easily engage a diamond-tier ordinary spiritual beast without faltering. Silver's words offered me a slight sense of reassurance, though not entirely comforting. I remained skeptical that a dark sorcerer of mid-silver rank would lack silver-tier subordinates. Yet, such subordinates would likely be few in number. Having 2 or 3 would be considered significant. The relationships among undead creatures are predominantly hierarchical rather than contractual. As I contemplated this, the dark spirit's sonar revealed an extensive source of vibrations, akin to an army advancing towards us. Dark spirit, ascend and survey the skies. Although the view was somewhat obscured, I discerned a large throng of undead slowly advancing in our direction. It was the infamous corpse tide of the necromancer's realm. This tide primarily consisted of lowly skeletal warriors and even more rudimentary skeletons, with advanced entities like abominations and bone knights comprising only a minor fraction. Given this, I resolved to engage. After consuming my energy ration and taking a few sips of water, I readied my equipment and approached the advancing tide with my cleaver in hand. The skeletal warriors, being the most rudimentary of undead, posed no challenge to me in my current bronze mid-tier state. I could easily disperse their soul flames with a mere wave of my hand. Similarly, the slightly more formidable bone guardians and armored defenders were no match for my strength. As I swung my cleaver, the bones shattered, and their soul flames were extinguished one after another, the remnants of their essence gradually coalescing into the soul-gathering jade I carried. Should I encounter an abomination of higher rank, I might face some difficulties, yet it would not be insurmountable. Abominations often create a vast space around them in battle, for their lack of intellect results in indiscriminate fighting, leading to the elimination of their own lower-tier undead. This offered me the opportunity for one-on-one combat. Nevertheless, the endless tide of corpses left me uncertain of how long I could endure. Thus, I aimed to conserve my strength whenever possible. Comparatively, the higher-tier Bone Knights were somewhat easier to contend with than abominations. Bone Knight. Level, Bronze mid-tier. Qualification, Spiritual. Attributes, Dark, Undead. Skills, Charge. Despite the relentless tide of corpses being troublesome, it also restricted the Bone Knight's capabilities. The sluggish movements of the lower-tier undead impeded the Knight's ability to charge. A Knight unable to charge would see a significant reduction in their effectiveness. I merely needed to sever the legs of their skeletal steeds to unseat them, then deliver a decisive blow to extinguish their soul flames. As for the Bone Knight's lance attacks, let us not forget that my small shield was still hovering nearby. Goodness, this corpse tide is truly formidable. While I found it relatively easy to dispatch the lower-tier undead, the continuous swinging of my cleaver was beginning to take its toll on my stamina. Yet the tide remained boundless, with no hope of breaking through. This was under the condition that my small shield had absorbed the majority of the dark sorcerer's skills. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly have sustained injuries by now. The next time I venture into such a place, I must craft a mount to accompany me. How did I not think of the mount issue before? No matter. No time for such thoughts now. I must concentrate on the task at hand. Finally, after decimating over half of the undead, I found myself on the brink of exhaustion. At that moment, the orchestrator of the corpse tide, a high-silver dark sorcerer, appeared before me. Accompanying him were 2 mid-silver Bone Knights. Bone Knight. Level, mid-silver. Qualification, Profound. Attributes, Dark, Undead. Skills, Charge, Tough Armor. It seemed this was the final challenge I would face. In my prime, I might have been able to exchange blows with these 2 Bone Knights, but in my current state, nearly depleted of strength, it would be exceedingly difficult. Chapter 38. Wrapping up, returning home. Certainly, while it may be arduous, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Although the Bone Knights possess commendable combat prowess, They remained shackled by the common deficiencies of undead beasts, notably their clumsy and rigid movements. For instance, the Bone Knight's charging ability, once unleashed, can only propel it directly forward, utterly incapable of adapting to unforeseen circumstances. Additionally, their primary means of attack relies on the lance's thrust. If it fails to connect, they must first retract it before attempting another strike. Such limitations persist until they evolve into either a Necromancer Knight or a Dark Necromancer Knight. Prior to that, the ranks of undead creatures are predominantly sustained by sheer force and physical resilience. Despite my growing fatigue, I raised my weapon and charged at the enemy, just as the two Bone Knights initiated their own charge. As we closed the distance for a direct confrontation, a metallic ribbon suddenly manifested beneath the hooves of the Knight steeds. The charging Bone Knights, unable to halt their momentum, were unceremoniously thrown from their skeletal mounts. One was immobilized beneath a layer of liquid metal, while the other was abruptly ensnared by a suddenly manifested furnace, its mouth closing tightly. Although the spirit-level fire source, the spirit water flame, might not inflict fatal damage upon the silver-tier Bone Knight, the furnace's walls, forged from the pinnacle of profound level, or the frost crystal, left the Bone Knight with no possibility of escape. Meanwhile, Qiao Yang charged directly towards the Dark Sorcerer. As previously mentioned, the Dark Sorcerer was unlike other undead beings. His power resided entirely in the legion of undead under his command, with his own strength being rather feeble. Thus, faced with Qiao Yang's rapid advance, the Dark Sorcerer could not even evade, and was swiftly cut down, shattering his soul fire. With the commander of the undead tide vanquished, the horde began to disperse gradually. Finally, it was over, and I felt utterly drained. From the outset, Qiao Yang had no intention of confronting the Bone Knight head-on. Had it not been for the undead tide, he might have considered exchanging blows with the Bone Knight to hone his skills. However, now, it was best to bring matters to a swift conclusion. He was exhausted. Observing that the surrounding undead were nearly gone, Qiao Yang checked his soul-gathering jade. It appeared he had accumulated a small amount, but not much, merely the size of a mung bean. The value of soul crystals grew exponentially. Small soul crystals were not particularly valuable, while larger ones appreciated rapidly. This was due to the non-linear enhancement of soul-type spirit beasts. The effects of using a soul crystal in its entirety versus dividing it into portions were vastly different. Presently, the soul crystal in Qiao Yang's possession was of such diminutive size that it would be challenging to sell. Thus, a piece of unfortunate news was to be conveyed to him, with Silver's voice inexplicably tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. You might need to endure several more waves of the same undead tide. Of course, there were also some positive tidings. Oh, what might that be? This phrasing seemed somewhat familiar, and Qiao Yang had a vague inkling. In unison, Silver and Qiao Yang echoed in their minds. This place is teeming with undead tides. Oh, congratulations, you've learned to answer in haste, Silver's voice teased lightly. However, there's another piece of good news. Your soul energy has also increased. And it seems that after a few more encounters, you may achieve a breakthrough. This was indeed splendid news, considering Qiao Yang's purpose for coming here was to seek a breakthrough. Prolonged battles, alchemy, and rune crafting all contributed to his cultivation. Well, it could be said that had Qiao Yang devoted the same time to alchemy, he might have already broken through. He had come to the land of the undead primarily to practice close combat techniques. Yet, that was not entirely accurate. The feedback from the contract with the forging furnace had enhanced his physical strength, and he still needed to familiarize himself with it. Very well. Qiao Yang decided to rest before continuing his practice. The process was indeed somewhat tedious, reminiscent of the grinding periods in various open-world games, characterized by sheer monotony. The sole motivation was the gradually growing soul crystal. After enduring several waves of undead tides, Qiao Yang determined it was time to call it a day. His cultivation had progressed, the soul crystal had grown sufficiently, and he had honed his blade skills adequately. His original purpose was nearly fulfilled. He contemplated whether he should assist Jiang Li in gathering some soul crystals, but given her current cultivation level, her needs were minimal, and Silver advised against it. According to Silver, Jiang Li's Night Candle Spectre could not utilize soul crystals until it reached its limit. The strength of the memory reading ability was not solely dependent on soul energy. The strength of the soul was just one aspect, while one's experiences and temperament were equally significant. Hastily attempting to enhance one's soul strength and aptitude before fully mastering one's abilities could easily lead to misjudgments by the Night Candle Spectre, potentially leaving hidden dangers. Should a memory reading occur under duress, it could easily result in madness. Therefore, if Qiao Yang wished to offer a gift, it would be better to provide something else. For instance, a special dark power he had fortuitously acquired, named the Mysterious Dark Fire. Like the other elemental anomalies such as Yifa, Yao, Yisoi, Yisoi, Yifeng, Yifeng, and Yili, Yili. Dark elements also had their own varieties. Although dubbed fire, the mysterious dark fire was fundamentally a manifestation of dark energy, with fire merely serving as a form of expression. If one were to categorize it, it would probably fall between the spirit and profound levels. As dark fire is a dark element, it possesses the common abilities of darkness, such as devouring, eroding, and decomposing. Furthermore, the mysterious dark fire is particularly notable for its deceptive nature, by augmenting the input of spiritual energy during its use. It can become transparent or create afterimages, making it exceedingly difficult to defend against. Its effects are quite practical, though its absolute power is not particularly formidable. Hence its lower classification. Upon learning of the mysterious dark fire's characteristics, Qiao Yang decided to reserve it for Zhongli, as it would complement her training direction. As for the bone knight confined within the smelting furnace, Qiao Yang could not eliminate it for the time being. Moreover, without its matching steed and weapon, it would be challenging to find a buyer even if he wished to trade it. Thus, he had previously opted to release it. At last, everything was concluded, and it was time to return. These past few days had left Qiao Yang utterly exhausted. Upon returning, he resolved to take a period of rest before processing the soul crystals and then beginning preparations for the construction of the floating cannon array. Upon reflection, there was indeed a plethora of tasks awaiting him. Qiao Yang had always adhered to the principle of accomplishing all that could be done at home without venturing out. So the mere thought of having to go out to handle those matters filled him with dread. Regarding the processing of soul crystals, there were two avenues. One could sell them directly to the glorious treasure pavilion, which had a dedicated section for purchasing soul crystals. The other option was to publish a message on the spirit network seeking buyers. Undoubtedly, the latter would yield a higher price, but it would also require more time and be somewhat more complicated. Although Qiao Yang was not particularly fond of trouble, he still prepared to opt for the second option. Chapter 39, Return. For reasons unknown, the wilderness Qiao Yang had recently traversed was rather dim. Prolonged exposure to dark regions could affect one's internal rhythm, thereby impacting mental state. Thus, upon his return, Qiao Yang intended to indulge in a good, long sleep. However, he awoke sooner than expected, which left him somewhat vexed. Biological rhythms could not be adjusted instantaneously. Since sleep eluded him for the time being, Qiao Yang decided to first deliver the mysterious dark fire to Zhongli and then find a way to deal with the soul crystals. Most importantly, he needed to carefully consider the materials required for the floating cannon array. He arranged to meet Zhongli at the store, preparing to set off early, hoping to catch lunch in the process. Upon arriving at the store, he discovered that Zhongli had arrived even earlier. Qiao Yang, where have you been these past few days? You only mentioned needing to handle some matters, yet there was no further word, she inquired as soon as they met. I took a trip to the wilderness. By the way, I brought you a gift. Qiao Yang produced a gathering yuan pot from the spatial stone. You went to the wilderness? Zhongli did not immediately accept the pot. Instead, she expressed concern for Qiao Yang's well-being, asking why he hadn't invited her along if he was exploring. She was confident that she would not be a hindrance. I wasn't going to explore. I intended to practice combat skills, so I didn't call you. Qiao Yang offered a brief explanation. What do you think of this gift? Upon hearing this, Zhongli understood that her presence would not have been particularly helpful, and she solemnly expressed her gratitude before accepting the gathering yuan pot. Dark fire? As a beast master of the dark attribute, Zhongli could not possibly fail to recognize the dark fire. You went to the land of the undead? She did not harbor any doubts regarding Qiao Yang's capabilities. Although the environment of the land of the undead was somewhat harsh, the level of danger was not excessively high. With the presence of the small shield, as long as Qiao Yang did not wish to be harmed, it was virtually impossible for him to sustain injuries. As the Dark Moon Academy specialized in the dark arts, its curriculum included comprehensive materials on wilderness environments closely related to darkness, such as the land of the undead. In fact, the details might even surpass those provided by the Radiant Academy. Thus, upon receiving the gift from Qiao Yang, which was a form of dark fire, Zhongli's first thought was of the land of the undead. Indeed, Qiao Yang was aware that he could not conceal this from Zhongli, who had a background in intelligence, and thus he readily admitted it. This is rather extravagant. I cannot accept such a precious gift without reciprocating, Zhongli remarked, refraining from outright refusal, knowing that Qiao Yang would insist she keep it. Consequently, she resolved to gift him something in return. The bizarre dark fire? The perception of exotic elements was an essential skill for all elemental beast tamers, and Zhongli could certainly sense the nature of the strange dark fire. She understood that its attributes were remarkably aligned with her own abilities and areas of study. Thank you. I truly appreciate this gift, she expressed. As childhood friends, Zhongli was well aware of Qiao Yang's family circumstances and recognized that everything he possessed was a result of his own labor. Therefore, she was genuinely touched that he had ventured into the wilderness, bringing her a gift. "No need for thanks. Let us eat quickly. I hardly had any breakfast this morning." Qiao Yang interjected. "As I've mentioned before, Uncle Zhang's culinary skills are truly commendable. This is no mere boast. At the very least, I find it more delectable than the cafeteria at the Radiant Academy." However, according to Uncle Zhang, he had previously worked in the cafeteria of the Radiant Academy. "By the way, Qiao Yang, now that you have defense, detection, and logistics covered, shouldn't you consider an offensive-type spirit beast next?" Zhang Li naturally knew about Qiao Yang's recent creation of a forging furnace. Connecting this with Qiao Yang's previous spirit beasts, she could easily deduce that he intended to adopt a comprehensive approach. Indeed. Do you have any ideas? Oh, by the way, would you like to see the spirit beast I recently contracted?" Zhang Li's topic shifted rather abruptly. "A spirit beast? The Dark Core? Can this be summoned?" Qiao Yang inquired as he observed Zhang Li summon a peculiar phantom floating in the air, resembling a silhouette of a figure wielding a scythe. The figure's attire and facial features were completely obscured. It seemed Zhang Li had a penchant for these phantom-type spirit beasts. Her previous Night Candle Phantom was also a candle silhouette. Shadow Reaper. Level, low bronze. Qualification, Earth. Attribute, darkness. Skills, phasing, shadow escape, possession, and tier. This was a renowned spirit beast from the Dark Moon Academy, essentially a standard for its students. The basic form was known as Shadow Guardian, a humanoid phantom, which, depending on the contractor's area of expertise and relevant training, would wield different weapons. Those wielding daggers were referred to as Shadow Assassins, while those with scythes were called Shadow Reapers, and those with staves were naturally known as Shadow Mages. Many prestigious academies possessed their unique spirit beasts, which added to their allure. For instance, the previously mentioned Spirit Bamboo of the Azure Sky Academy was exclusive to that institution. Zhang Li did not elaborate further, nor did Qiao Yang inquire. The specific details regarding these academy-exclusive spirit beasts were considered confidential, and even though their relationship was close, revealing them was not prudent, though observing them was acceptable. As for whether there was a possibility that an investigation akin to Qiao Yang's true I might lead to a leak, that was certainly plausible. However, the Dark Moon Academy was unconcerned. After all, these spirit beasts, no matter how confidential, ultimately had to participate in actual combat. With so many individuals utilizing spirit beasts annually, some intelligence would inevitably be gleaned. As long as the most critical information remained undisclosed, other issues were of little consequence. Based on the intelligence already gathered, combined with the skills observed through the true eye, it appeared that phasing, shadow escape, and possession were common skills shared among the Shadow Guardian series of spirit beasts. Shadow Assassins developed in the direction of concealment, with skills primarily focusing on invisibility or silence. Shadow Reapers leaned towards lethality, enhancing attack damage with skills akin to tear and corrosion. Shadow Mages progressed towards sustained damage, with most skills associated with curses. That was essentially all the information that could be discerned, which was sufficient for their purposes. As for how to nurture and advance the Shadow Guardian, one could easily surmise that the Dark Moon Academy would never divulge such information. "Impressive," Qiao Yang remarked in admiration. His praise was sincere. The qualification of the Shadow Guardian series spirit beasts could indeed be enhanced with progression, but typically, the qualifications of a Shadow Reaper at this stage were of the Mystic tier, while Zhang Li's had reached the Earth tier. It seemed Zhang Li possessed some unique methods. The Radiant Academy also had its own exceptional spirit beast, and as a top-tier academy, it certainly held its share of prestige. However, the issue lay in the fact that students could only contract this special spirit beast upon passing their graduation assessment, as it was somewhat unique. Contracting it too early would yield adverse effects. Thus, even someone as formidable as Ling Ji had not contracted the Radiant Academy's exclusive spirit beast, and Qiao Yang had even less chance. Chapter 40. Preparations before commencement. The Radiant Academy's unique spirit beast was called the Spirit Magpie. The reason it was deemed special was that, strictly speaking, the Spirit Magpie did not qualify as a spirit beast. It required cultivation to enter the realm of spirit beasts. It is well known that the most significant difference between the Radiant Academy and other academies is that its students do not possess the same level of targeted specialization as those in other institutions. The attributes of spirit beasts can be exceedingly complex. Since the Spirit Magpie is not classified as a spirit beast, it does not face the restrictions of spirit beast affinity attributes. Moreover, since the Spirit Magpie is not categorized as a spirit beast, it does not possess qualifications, attributes, or skills in the conventional sense. Its development entirely depends on the tamer's abilities and luck. This aspect shares similarities with the Wu Ling's 9 stalks of rice. However, one should not underestimate the Radiant Academy's hidden treasures. In fact, if fully nurtured to their zenith, the capabilities of this spirit beast would surpass those of all other academies. The spirit magpie, known for bringing auspiciousness, possesses the ability to bestow fortune, which requires little elaboration to understand its significance. However, success and failure hinge on the same element. The Radiant Academy's possession of such a spirit beast should theoretically enable it to dominate other academies. Yet, leaving aside the exorbitant costs of nurturing the spirit magpie, the restrictions on merely contracting it deterred a vast number of individuals. This was one of the reasons many chose not to attend the Radiant Academy. After all, what good are exceptional offerings if they remain unattainable? While the spirit magpie does indeed carry auspiciousness and the potential for fortune, if the tamer's own luck cannot withstand this influx, the backlash from such fortune would be more severe than any side effect. Furthermore, the enhancements during the nurturing of the spirit magpie are not fixed. Once contracted, it becomes challenging to predict when its auspiciousness might exceed one's capacity for handling it. Thus, without considerable confidence and assurance, most people would hesitate to attempt contracting it. Do you not see that Lingji has yet to dare to contract it? Therefore, the theoretical supremacy of the Radiant Academy's spirit beast exists only in an idealized realm. In truth, you should be fine, Yin remarked. After all, you have already encountered such extraordinary circumstances. Your fortune need not be questioned. However, it is wise to exercise caution, as this matter is elusive, and no one can promise certainty. At present, you should consider your floating cannon array. By the way, Qiao Yang, do you plan to visit the Radiant Treasure Pavilion tomorrow? I intend to purchase some materials, Zhongli invited. It is already noon today, and the Radiant Treasure Pavilion is still quite far away. Thus, it is not particularly suitable to go there at this moment, especially since Qiao Yang's friends have chosen such a remote location for their shop. Well, that being said, Qiao Yang has decided to search for potential buyers for the soul crystals and, while at it, to see if there are any materials suitable for the floating cannons. In fact, one can shop conveniently on the Spirit Network nowadays. And with the advent of express delivery, thanks to spirit beasts involved in the courier industry, local deliveries can sometimes be even faster than those in Qiao Yang's previous life. However, the challenge lies in the fact that Qiao Yang has yet to see the floating cannon, making it difficult for him to determine which materials would be appropriate. Without a clear target, placing an order becomes impossible. The information provided by Yin pertains to the alchemical era, and the materials utilized back then may not necessarily be available now. The interchangeability of materials is not a straightforward matter. Metals possess varying properties, and selecting the right materials requires a comprehensive consideration of numerous factors. For instance, while platinum and copper are comparable in hardness, they cannot be easily substituted for one another. Thus, Qiao Yang resolved to visit the Radiant Treasure Pavilion to see if he could find suitable materials. Although he cannot be entirely certain which materials would be effective, he still has Yin to assist him. After posting the trade information for the soul crystals on the Spirit Network, Qiao Yang decided to further study the blueprints. Soul crystals, being relatively high-end spiritual materials, are not difficult to find buyers for. Many individuals have a fondness for soul-type spirit beasts, regardless of their strength, as they tend to possess notable aesthetic appeal. As the saying goes, strength may be temporary, but beauty endures for a lifetime. Thus, it did not take long for someone to purchase the soul crystal Qiao Yang had listed. This particular soul crystal could fetch around 15 radiant coins, but selling it directly to the Radiant Treasure Pavilion would yield less than 10 radiant coins, whereas the official price set by the pavilion is 20 radiant coins. This is still considering that soul crystals are relatively popular items. For less sought-after goods, the purchase price could be even lower. As a result, more individuals prefer direct transactions rather than going through the pavilion. After some haggling, Qiao Yang ultimately settled on a price of 17 radiant coins, planning to visit the Radiant Treasure Pavilion tomorrow for the transaction and inspection. Although this amount appears less than what he earned from the previous trade involving the shimming serpent, Qiao Yang does not intend to create a complete array of 81 cannons just yet. He plans to construct a basic array of 3 cannons for the time being. As for the full 81 cannon array capable of forming a level 5 floating cannon, he estimates he will need to advance to the silver level. Therefore, this sum, along with the orders related to forging he has received recently, should suffice. The 4 modules constituting the floating cannon include the energy module, the floating module, the transformation module, and the output module. The energy module undoubtedly consists of the spirit gathering array and energy storing metals. However, this time, the spirit gathering array needs to allow for multiple connections, necessitating slight adjustments from previous designs. Additionally, this iteration requires greater power output than before. To ensure a swift attack speed, the array's endurance must also be taken into account, meaning stronger materials will be required. For the floating module, Qiao Yang cannot rely on magnetic levitation as he did previously, as the floating cannon must not only achieve levitation but also perform disassembly and assembly while floating. To accommodate various situations, the floating cannons may need to disperse or concentrate, as well as adjust their orientations mid-air. Pure magnetism will not suffice to meet these needs. Not only are the complex movements challenging to achieve, but there is also the issue of magnetism generating electricity. The changing magnetic fields create electric fields, and while a single object's magnetic field fluctuations can be managed, multiple floating objects will cause severe magnetic fluctuations that could affect the trajectory of their movements. Furthermore, the output module will require the use of magnetic fields for constraints. If levitation relies on magnetism, the two will interfere with each other. Thus, Qiao Yang intends to experiment with gravitational interruption runes, which he had previously hesitated to attempt due to his cultivation level. Now that he has reached the advanced bronze level, he believes he can make a tentative attempt. The transformation module is relatively straightforward, requiring a gem known as the Spirit Energy Stone, which, when activated by spiritual energy and fused with runes, can transform into various elemental rays. However, for convenience, Qiao Yang plans to use only 3 elements: fire, lightning, and darkness. Other elements could be employed, but their necessity is not as significant. The burning of the fire element, the paralysis of the lightning element, and the corrosion of the darkness element can adequately address the vast majority of situations. Chapter 41. An unexpected encounter at the Radiant Treasure Pavilion. It is often said that protagonists in novels always stumble upon hidden treasures at trading venues. However, thus far, Qiao Yang has yet to experience such fortune. Even in instances where protagonists attend auctions, they invariably encounter interruptions that allow them to showcase their prowess, leading Qiao Yang to ponder why such occurrences have eluded him. Enough with the lamentations. It sounds as though you have attended an auction yourself, Ian scoffed in his mind. Moreover, you have only been to the pavilion once, primarily as a seller, so even if you wish to find a bargain, one ought to adhere to some basic principles. Ah, that does seem to be the case. Qiao Yang often found himself financially constrained, making him largely ineligible for auctions. Additionally, given that most purchases are now conducted online through the Spirit Network, the prospect of discovering hidden gems has become rather challenging. Well, in truth, I have always been quite fortunate. After graduating, every time I venture into the wilderness, I find unexpected rewards, don't I? Qiao Yang reassured himself. Strictly speaking, only the graduation assessment could be considered a significant haul, while the subsequent 2 outings yielded rather ordinary results, and those had all been related to Ian. Therefore, it is you, Ian, who truly serves as my greatest good fortune. Qiao Yang concluded. Ah, indeed. Within the Radiant Treasure Pavilion, Qiao Yang gazed at the dazzling array of metallic spiritual materials, feeling somewhat dazed. By the way, Qiao Yang, have you considered what materials you wish to purchase? Jiang Li inquired. Jiang Li quickly procured the materials she needed, which were primarily dark element items. However, Qiao Yang was particularly intrigued by the numerous starflash pearls Jiang Li had acquired. Starflash pearls are peculiar pearls formed when the heavenly star shell consumes spatial attribute spiritual material particles. They contain a measure of spatial power, allowing for short-range teleportation of about 5 to 6 meters. However, the distance is limited, and the user will experience significant immobilization following teleportation, making it akin to courting death in battle. Do not entertain the thought of teleporting to evade an attack only to strike from another direction after the immobilization period. Only undead creatures can maintain their skills without interruption. Moreover, Starflash pearls are single-use items. Once utilized, the spatial power is expended, and the pearl itself shatters, rendering it unusable thereafter. Thus, Qiao Yang could not help but perceive this item as somewhat impractical. Nonetheless, he had inquired with Jiang Li about its utility. Do not always think in terms of frontal combat. Consider us assassins during infiltration or reconnaissance, when we encounter areas where stealth is impossible or walls that are insurmountable. Is it not convenient to use this item? Jiang Li explained. Upon reflection, Qiao Yang realized that his recent focus on close-quarters combat training might have limited his perspective. However, returning to the present moment, he found himself utterly at a loss regarding which materials he should purchase. In light of this dilemma, Jiang Li was unable to offer any guidance, as she too was unclear about the weapon concepts Qiao Yang had in mind. Nevertheless, Jiang Li remained unperturbed. She had previously surreptitiously deposited some funds into her account, and today's expenses incurred by Qiao Yang would be charged to her account, serving as a reciprocation for the enigmatic dark fire he had gifted her. After considerable deliberation, Qiao Yang finally reached an agreement with the silversmith to select a few materials for experimentation. Lacking certainty about which materials would be suitable, they could only proceed with this initial selection. The properties of these materials, such as hardness, density, and spiritual energy conductivity, merely aligned on paper. The actual suitability for forging alloys would depend on forthcoming test results. For experimental purposes, the quantities of each material were modest, though the variety was somewhat extensive. ultimately amounting to a negligible expense. This was also why Qiao Yang had come to procure materials following his sale of soul crystals. Qiao Yang, why not purchase a few more? Zhongli mused, observing that Qiao Yang's acquisitions were limited, leading her to suspect her subtle maneuvers had been discovered. Alas, my uncertainty regarding the materials suitable for the floating artillery has necessitated this cautious approach. I intend to conduct some experiments upon my return. It suffices to procure just enough for the experiments. Excess would be rather wasteful. Qiao Yang's explanation alleviated Zhongli's concerns. Well then, this should be sufficient. In total, Qiao Yang selected a dozen or so materials, some of spiritual grade and others of profound grade, albeit in small quantities. The value of these spiritual materials was roughly comparable to that of the enigmatic dark fire. However, it was improbable that anyone would be willing to exchange these materials for the dark fire. Nevertheless, given the nature of their relationship, it was unnecessary to quibble over such trifles. Since we have procured everything we need, how about we indulge in a meal before heading back? The Radiant Treasure Pavilion also boasts a dining area. Considering the high threshold for opening a shop here, the quality of the dining options is likely commendable. It is said that several establishments are run by spiritual chefs, although their levels may not be particularly high. The profession of spiritual chef differs somewhat from that of a conventional alchemist. They rely on their own research into recipes rather than merely conjuring dishes that can serve as medicinal elixirs from provided ingredients. The dishes they create must be those they have already developed. Thus, it is not guaranteed that all meals crafted by spiritual chefs are palatable. Peculiar dishes like bacon and Oreo may even find a spot on their menus. Fortunately, the restaurant chosen by Qiao Yang and Zhongli did not feature such outlandish fare. Upon entering, Zhongli and Qiao Yang found the chef preparing the dishes somewhat familiar. The meal proved satisfactory, even among spiritual chefs. Only a select few dishes are priced as medicinal elixirs, while the rest fall under standard food pricing. However, it is during such moments that the public's penchant for drama often emerges. As Qiao Yang and Zhongli engaged in conversation post-meal, a sudden crash of plates resounded nearby. What kind of dish is this? How dare you call yourself a spiritual chef? The ensuing commotion came from a heavily made-up, rotund middle-aged woman and a tall, lanky man. Turning to look, Qiao Yang and Zhongli observed a server patiently explaining to the pair that their order did not correspond to the spiritual chef menu, thus lacking any special effects akin to medicinal elixirs. It was inconceivable that these individuals were unaware of such common knowledge. They were merely seeking to instigate trouble. I tell you, if there is no compensation today, this matter is far from over. Observing the server's timid demeanor, the duo continued their tirade, their voices growing increasingly aggressive, even suggesting physical confrontation. Sighing, Qiao Yang and Zhongli rose to intervene. However, they were suddenly halted as the chef who had been cooking emerged. Surely, with such a high threshold for opening a shop at the Radiant Treasure Pavilion, there must be security present. The absence of security implies that this establishment can handle matters internally. The chef towered at over 2 meters. His muscular physique reminiscent of a mountain. His arms were nearly the width of Qiao Yang's waist. At that moment, Qiao Yang and Zhongli finally understood why the chef appeared familiar. They had previously encountered him while researching various academy's talents. His impressive musculature had made a lasting impression on Qiao Yang. This individual was Wang Yong, a renowned prodigy from the Spirit Witch Academy, comparable to Ling Ji. Recently, he seemed to be exchanging at the Beast Master Academy for a period. Unlike the various poison masters and insect tamers common to the Spirit Witch Academy, Wang Yong was associated with elephant-type spirit beasts, the most formidable being a dragon-scaled giant elephant, also at the pinnacle of silver rank, akin to Ling Ji. Chapter 42. Experimentation. I appreciate your intentions, but I would prefer not to burden you with this trouble. Allow me to handle this matter, Wang Yong interjected, preventing Qiao Yang and Zhongli from advancing. The pair was indifferent. They had no concerns regarding whether Wang Yong might suffer any repercussions. After all, Wang Yong was a peak silver beast master, and his sheer cultivation would suffice to intimidate the pair. Moreover, all of Wang Yong's contracted spirit beasts were elephants, with the strongest, the dragon-scaled giant elephant, even showing signs of evolving into a dragon elephant. The innate strength of elephant-type spirit beasts was purely muscular, indicating that Wang Yong's impressive physique was no mere facade. Thus, resolving the issue with the troublemakers would be straightforward. Wang Yong's imposing stature exerted significant pressure. As he approached, the demeanor of the two individuals diminished, their volume considerably reduced. As for what Wang Yong articulated to them, Qiao Yang and Zhongli could not discern. But the outcome was that the pair not only compensated for their grievances, but were also obliged to clean the establishment for an entire day. Meanwhile, Qiao Yang sensed a slight fluctuation of spiritual energy, though it could have been a mere illusion. With the situation effortlessly resolved, Qiao Yang and Zhang Li intended to return to the tavern. However, just as they rose, they heard Wang Yong call out, "Please wait a moment." Puzzled, Qiao Yang and Zhang Li turned around, uncertain of what Wang Yong wished to discuss. Following the earlier incident, most patrons had vacated the premises, prompting Wang Yong to close the shop temporarily and hang a sign indicating a break. "You two must be students from a nearby academy. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Yong. I am Qiao Yang, and this is Zhang Li. By the way, how did you come to know of us, Senior Wang Yong?" Haha. It's quite improbable that someone of your age could attain high bronze rank without qualifying for a higher academy. The pair was taken aback, while Qiao Yang remained unfazed. Zhang Li, being of assassin lineage, had undoubtedly mastered the art of concealing her presence. Yet even so, Wang Yong had seen through her. His perceptiveness was truly remarkable. "Oh, the primary reason is that I am friends with Ling Ji. He has mentioned you two to me. Today, by chance, I thought I would introduce myself." "Oh, so the source lies with Senior Ling Ji. However, upon meeting today, it was evident that your personalities aligned splendidly with my own." Clearly, Qiao Yang and Zhang Li's willingness to intervene earlier had earned Wang Yong's admiration. After exchanging contact information, Wang Yong presented them with a large bag of his homemade snacks before bidding them farewell. "Senior Wang Yong is indeed a rather intriguing individual," Zhang Li remarked, savoring a piece of snack as they exited the Radiant Treasure Pavilion. In truth, Zhang Li had a fondness for snacks. The rigorous training of an assassin demanded maintaining her physique while also expending considerable energy, prompting her to always keep some treats on hand. Wang Yong's generous offering was sufficient to last her for quite some time. Senior Wang Yong possesses formidable strength. He will undoubtedly be a worthy rival during the academy exchange. Fortunately, the exchange operates on a pass-fail basis. If rankings were involved, it could pose quite a challenge. However, the manner in which Senior Wang Yong forges contracts is indeed quite audacious. Due to his unique attributes, Wang Yong is only able to form contracts with elephant-type spirit beasts, which, without exception, excel in charging and offensive maneuvers. Coupled with the massive size of these spirit beasts, this circumstance leaves Wang Yong with little possibility of cooperating effectively with others. Consequently, his team comprises solely auxiliary beast tamers, a configuration colloquially referred to as the 4-Protect-1 formation. Qiao Yang procured a plethora of materials to commence his experiments while simultaneously fulfilling recent orders. Zhang Li prepared to return and refine the enigmatic dark fire, alongside managing a portion of her forging tasks. Thus, they bid farewell. In the forge, Qiao Yang extracted a piece of material to conduct trials. This substance, known as the fixed element spirit iron, is a profound grade or that possesses commendable properties for gathering spiritual energy and serves as one of Qiao Yang's chosen alternatives for shell materials. Beyond the requirements for hardness and toughness, shell materials must also exhibit good conductivity for spiritual energy. Otherwise, the efficiency of the spirit gathering array would diminish, leading to extended gathering times, which can be lethal during combat. However, through Qiao Yang's assessments, the fixed element spirit iron proved satisfactory in terms of hardness and toughness, as well as its capability to concentrate spiritual energy, yet it failed to meet durability standards. A low durability rating indicates that this material exhibits poor resistance to metal fatigue, meaning that the fixed element spirit iron cannot withstand the rigors of forging. Nevertheless, considering its other commendable attributes, Qiao Yang decided to record this material, as it may still be useful when contemplating alloy forging should the other materials fall short of requirements. In truth, in this era, forging alloys does not possess the superiority seen in Qiao Yang's previous life. The process of creating alloys often comes at a cost, akin to adding carbon to iron to enhance hardness at the expense of toughness. In Qiao Yang's past life, such sacrifices were within acceptable limits, allowing for slight compromises in secondary attributes for significant enhancements in critical aspects. However, in the present, such sacrifices are, for the most part, intolerable. It is crucial to recognize that ascending metal materials often possess not only inherent hardness, but also unique abilities. Yet, the alloying process can significantly alter the properties of metals, leading to unacceptable losses in secondary aspects and potentially causing the disappearance or alteration of the original metal's special abilities. For instance, the transformation of purple gold and spirit silver into spirit gold fundamentally changes the inherent capabilities of both metals, a modification that is often undesirable. The goal of forging alloys is to enhance or compensate for certain capabilities without diminishing the original advantages of the metals. Losing these advantages renders the endeavor futile. Thus, alloy forging remains a last resort. If it can be avoided, it should be. Including the secret runes provided by Een that can merge the characteristics of metals. It must be noted that these runes predominantly alter special abilities without affecting properties such as hardness and durability. Therefore, Even when employing such secret runes, it is imperative to first identify a suitable foundational material. The initial stages of experimentation have not been fruitful, which, while disheartening, is expected. Qiao Yang has already prepared for a prolonged endeavor. Candidly speaking, it would be miraculous if the materials encountered initially met the requirements. Consequently, Qiao Yang must proceed to test each of the materials he has selected individually, limiting the number of experiments conducted each day to prevent excessive depletion of his spiritual power. Thus, he resolved to take a break and seek out refreshing beverages while checking on the recent orders. Chapter 43, Celestial Spirit Steel. The days spent conducting experiments are fraught with frustration, not due to the results themselves. Unfavorable outcomes are within the realm of acceptance, but rather because at times, no results are yielded at all. Qiao Yang engages more in verification or testing, which is slightly preferable to the unpredictability of complete failure. The materials Qiao Yang selected were pre-screened. The spiritual network hosts a relevant database that allows for the filtering of necessary materials through a limited set of data. However, this only provides a rough estimate, and the types of data utilized for filtering are quite scant. Thus, upon acquiring the materials, Qiao Yang must still test each one individually. It must be said that this methodical testing is quite laborious, and to maintain his mental state, he can only evaluate a few materials each day. 4 to 5 days elapsed, and he had tested more than half of the materials he had earmarked, most of which proved unusable. Save for one substance known as Dragon's Breath Stone. Dragon's Breath Stone, of indeterminate grade, may emerge from purple gold or that has been subjected to the breath attacks of high-ranking dragon-type spirit beasts. The grade of the stone correlates with that of the purple gold ore in the dragon spirit beast, exhibiting strong elemental affinity. The transformation module's rune board can utilize this material. At this rate, I see little hope, Qiao Yang expressed, his frustration mounting as yet another material was dismissed. This is inevitable. The probability of ultimately failing is quite high, replied, equally exasperated. The primary limitation hindering the creation of floating artillery is not merely the runes or structures involved, but rather the materials themselves. Crafting with inferior materials is futile, while employing superior materials is often economically unfeasible, a common challenge in weapon development. Frequently, material issues are foundational. Indeed, with the Glorious Federation's exploration of ancient relics, some blueprints from bygone eras have surfaced, yet the challenges of sourcing the requisite materials have rendered them nearly impossible to replicate. It all hinges on whether fortune favors you next, concluded. Regrettably, the remaining materials tested by Qiao Yang did not meet the criteria for manufacturing floating artillery, a development that was anticipated. This realization signifies that Qiao Yang must now delve into the study of alloy forging. However, before that, a meal is in order. His current mood is hardly conducive to further experimentation. Uncle Zhang, whip me up something delicious. Exiting the forge, Qiao Yang resolved to treat himself to a sumptuous meal, seeking to uplift his spirits amid his disappointment. Sure thing, Qiao Yang. What would you like? Uncle Zhang inquired, noting Qiao Yang's less than cheerful demeanor. Understanding that he might be facing difficulties, yet regrettably unable to provide substantial assistance, he could only offer support in other ways. Braised pork ribs, stewed pig knuckles, grilled lamb chops, roasted leg of lamb, grilled chicken wings, lamb skewers, and let us add a roast goose. After a brief pause, Qiao Yang reconsidered, realizing that a meat-heavy meal might not be particularly healthy, and added, also, a portion of 3 delicacies and sauerkraut vermicelli with meat. Of course. How about staples? Still want rice? Uncle Zhang asked, noticing Qiao Yang had not mentioned a staple. Yes, Qiao Yang nodded. And 2 meat sandwiches along with half a pound of dumplings. With pork and celery filling, please. All right, just wait a moment. Uncle Zhang noted the order and headed into the kitchen without further comment. One of the greatest advantages of having a family-run eatery is the freedom to enjoy any beverages available on the shelves. Qiao Yang grabbed a few bottles of drinks, sipping while he awaited his meal. Qiao Yang had ordered quite a spread, which took some time to prepare, but there was no question of him wasting food. Those who practice cultivation naturally have hearty appetites, especially considering that Qiao Yang partakes in forging and alchemy daily. This meal, while slightly more substantial than normal, posed no issue for him. Though it may have lacked in vegetables, leading to a slight imbalance in nutrition, Qiao Yang compensated for this, resulting in an overall healthy meal. After finishing this repast, he would soon return to the arduous phase of experimentation. The thought of the upcoming days filled him with trepidation, prompting him to take 2 hearty bites of the lamb leg. Though the experimentation is fraught with discomfort and the outcome remains uncertain, it is imperative that no essential task be overlooked. One fortunate aspect for you is that you need only to procure materials with foundational attributes that meet the requirements, and subsequently, employ mystical runes to fuse special abilities. Yin offered some consolation to Qiao Yang. This indeed simplifies the endeavor considerably. It is common knowledge that eliminating a single requirement in material research can significantly reduce the workload. However, a limitation exists. Qiao Yang may only utilize metaphysical-grade metals for crafting. Although superior materials, such as those of the earthly or heavenly grades, could undoubtedly fulfill his specifications, resorting to them would deviate from Qiao Yang's original intent. Furthermore, the burden of contracting mechanical constructs made from earthly materials would be far too great for him. The research process is monotonous and tedious. It begins with formulating a broad direction, followed by incessant attempts at various formulas, adjusting ratios, and observing fluctuations in various metrics, ultimately determining the optimal ratios. This is why Qiao Yang had deliberately procured some spiritual-grade materials in advance, anticipating the potential need for alloy creation. Following Yin's counsel, Qiao Yang devised several plausible formulas. The experimental process was undeniably lackluster. During this period, Qiao Yang scarcely ventured outside, and had it not been for Uncle Zhang's daily reminders to eat while residing in the tavern, the earlier scenario of Qiao Yang engrossed in blueprint studies would likely have repeated itself. Yet, in the end, he did achieve a breakthrough, successfully melting the Hua Yin gold crystal, Po Yu dark iron, and Xinghan crystal stone in a ratio of 1:9:5 within an extremely short time frame, channeling spiritual energy through soul power for fusion, and then rapidly cooling the mixture. The resulting metal, while exhibiting varying degrees of decline in hardness, toughness, durability, elemental affinity, and other attributes, still met the necessary requirements. Thus, the final step involved fusing the ability to gather spiritual energy through mystical runes with the refined spirit iron. The Hua Yin gold crystal and Po Yu dark iron are a pair of complementary ores, embodying the powers of the blazing sun and the shadowy moon, and are reputedly connected to the ancient legendary beasts, the sunlight candle and the moonlight wisp. However, Qiao Yang remained skeptical. The existence of the duality's sacred beasts is of such magnitude that anything associated with them could not possibly be mere metaphysical grade. To his surprise, he discovered that the balance of yin and yang is often not absolute. Initially, Qiao Yang adhered to the principles of yin-yang balance, maintaining a ratio of 1:1 between the Hua Yin gold crystal and Po Yu dark iron, merely adjusting the quantity of Xinghan crystal stone, resulting in consistently unsatisfactory outcomes. It was only when, on one occasion, the scale did not fully reset while measuring the Po Yu dark iron, resulting in a slight reduction in weight, that he noted an increase in the values, leading him to ultimately discover this ratio. In many instances, the balance of yin and yang is indeed skewed. Perfect equilibrium is a rarity, accounting for the myriad of attributes. Yin explained briefly. Why not name this new metal? Yin suggested. After all, it is your first independently developed material, deserving of commemoration. Let us call it Starry Spirit Steel. Although Qiao Yang yearned for a more flamboyant name, he could not conjure one after much contemplation. So be it, let us commence. Chapter 44, A Fortuitous Beginning. With materials, blueprints, and runes nearly prepared, the next step involves purchasing materials for crafting. However, speaking of procuring materials, Qiao Yang presently finds himself in dire financial straits. It would be prudent to undertake additional commissions first. Wait, what is the state of my balance? He pondered. I should be running low on funds. Qiao Yang had previously estimated the costs of materials. The money earned from selling soul crystals, combined with some savings, suggested that even if he had any remaining, it would not be substantial. However, upon checking his balance today, he was astonished to find a considerable sum still available. While it was not quite enough to cover the materials for crafting floating cannons, it was not exceedingly far off. Could it be that my previous materials were not charged to my account? Qiao Yang surmised, concluding that this was the only plausible explanation. He certainly did not believe it was due to his handsome appearance garnering him complimentary services. It could only be that his colleague, Jiang Li, had covered the costs. Yet, Qiao Yang distinctly remembered using his card. When had Jiang Li made the payment? However, Jiang Li was likely engrossed in seclusion, refining the enigmatic dark fire, and possibly enhancing her spiritual beast. Thus, he had no means to inquire. Qiao Yang thought to himself that while he jested about Jiang Li's actions, he understood her reluctance to take advantage of him. Consequently, this development allowed Qiao Yang to expedite his plans for crafting floating cannons. He could first purchase a portion of the materials to begin production, while concurrently taking on commissions to earn money. A well-structured plan. Once the types of materials were determined, he could place orders through the spirit network for delivery. To be candid, the primary materials required, Hua Yang gold crystal, Po Yu dark iron, and Xinghan crystal stone, are not inexpensive. There was no need to purchase the refined spirit iron, as the mystical runes would suffice for experimentation. In addition to the primary materials, Auxiliary materials such as rune boards and specialized cooling agents for forging also needed to be procured, as the commonly used cooling agents in the forge lacked sufficient efficiency. Thus, after accounting for everything, Qiao Yang still found himself a pauper. His total savings would only allow him to produce 2 level 1 floating cannons, with insufficient funds to assemble even a basic tri-cannon array. The thought of the ultimate 81 cannon formation felt tantalizingly distant. To celebrate the commencement of his work, Qiao Yang performed a ceremonial opening of the furnace, albeit the entirety of the ritual consisted of barbecuing beef, whole lamb, and roast suckling pig as offerings to the heavens, which he devoured alone. I've seen numerous posts on the Spirit Network proclaiming the importance of ritual in life. This counts as having a sense of ceremony, doesn't it? Qiao Yang mused. Even the cumin he sprinkled on the grilled meat was personally prepared by him. The primary material for the floating cannon was naturally the starry spirit steel he had previously developed, with rune boards crafted from the corresponding attribute of Dragon Breath Stone. The gravity disruption runes utilized in the floating modules were also derived from the Dragon Breath Stone produced by Earth Element dragons. The elemental transformation runes selected by Qiao Yang were, of course, those of fire, lightning, and darkness attributes from dragonkind. Even the Spirit Gathering Array employed a crystal dragon bloodstone this time. Among dragons, there exists a peculiar branch known as the Crystal Dragons. This lineage possesses no elemental affinity and does not exhale dragon breath, yet their mastery over spiritual energy is unparalleled, enabling them to inscribe rune formations from birth. They can even manipulate spiritual energy for alchemy and artifact crafting. It is said that a significant portion of the runes used by human beast tamers were derived from this lineage. Furthermore, if the dragon blood of a crystal dragon falls in a region rich in spiritual energy, there is a chance it will form a special type of dragon bloodstone, exhibiting an extraordinary affinity for spiritual energy, making it the optimal material for inscribing spirit-gathering arrays. The crystal dragon bloodstone is also the most valuable material among those Qiao Yang intends to utilize. The price of metaphysical-grade crystal dragon bloodstones is nearly on par with that of earthly-grade materials, although the Xinghan crystal stone ranks slightly higher in grade. Its price pales in comparison to that of the crystal dragon bloodstone. The energy-storing metal will continue to be the spiritual energy crystal, a blend of purple spirit gold and primordial spirit silver. This storage metal has become a staple in the current era of beast taming. The spiritual energy crystal possesses exceptional capacity for storing spiritual energy, based on Qiao Yang's calculations, even when transitioning to earthly-grade materials as the primary components or even incorporating heavenly-grade materials. The spiritual energy crystal will suffice for energy storage. It is worth mentioning that although divided into 4 modules, each module does not consist of a complete block of metal. For instance, in the floating module, aside from an independent power supply unit, gravitational disruption runes are intricately interwoven throughout the entire structure. The foremost output module employs 4 lunar magnets alongside a magnetic shielding apparatus to create an extraordinarily potent magnetic confinement field, ensuring that the spiritual energy rays emitted from the cannon's mouth do not disperse. Thanks to the assistance of a fully automated forging furnace and precision machinery, Qiao Yang's manufacturing speed this time was commendable. Having learned from past experiences, Qiao Yang refrained from casually naming this newly birthed spirit. After considerable contemplation, he bestowed upon it the name Dominator, inspired by a game he had enjoyed in his previous life before his transmigration. Following the binding contract, Qiao Yang distinctly felt an increase in his physical strength, and his spiritual power became more acute, significantly augmenting its lethality. However, at present, Dominator was equipped with only the most rudimentary 3 primary floating cannons, which he could command to amalgamate into a secondary floating cannon. It could also shift among the attributes of fire, lightning, and darkness. Qiao Yang equipped each primary floating cannon with 3 rune plates to prevent attribute mismatches during future upgrades to more advanced floating cannons. He also experimented to see if he could utilize the attribute-less spiritual energy rays without the rune plates. The results confirmed it was feasible, albeit with diminished power, resulting in a pure spiritual attack devoid of additional effects. For the time being, this was the extent of its capabilities. Qiao Yang assessed his own soul power. Being at the advanced bronze stage, he could contract a maximum of a 3-cannon array. This situation would remain unchanged until reaching the pinnacle of the bronze stage, where he might be able to add 1 or 2 more primary floating cannons, though such additions would be trivial. According to the general patterns of soul power enhancement, he would need to reach the silver tier to elevate Dominator to a 9-cannon array. As for a complete 81-cannon array, that would likely be achievable at the peak of the silver intermediate stage. Of course, this is under normal circumstances. There are certain rare spiritual herbs at the silver level that could enhance soul and physical capacities, potentially allowing for an earlier upgrade. Nonetheless, he decided to focus on the present. Once again, Qiao Yang depleted his savings, and it appeared he would need to save up for another period. Being perpetually in such financial straits was untenable. He needed to devise a means of generating a steady income. Chapter 45. Testing. Weapons like floating cannons are certainly not simply crafted and ready for carefree adventures in the wild. Unlike the mechanical constructs he had previously contracted, the small shield's defensive capabilities rely entirely on its material. The Dark Spirit's probing ability is also a static skill. Conversely, the Forge, being a logistical spirit beast, would not place Qiao Yang in a precarious situation even if issues arose. However, Dominator is different. Its offensive capabilities must be accurately tested before venturing into the wild. Should its attacks provoke the wrong entities, and if its power proves insufficient, the consequences could be dire. Naturally, taverns are not suitable venues for weapon testing. Qiao Yang must head to the Radiant Academy for proper evaluation. The testing process consists of 2 phases. Initially, various data must be assessed in the laboratory, followed by real-world tests to gauge performance in actual combat scenarios. To this end, Qiao Yang contacted Ling Ji, requesting assistance in evaluating Dominator's offensive capabilities. With Ling Ji's peak silver-level defensive prowess, he could effortlessly assess Dominator's power without concern for injury. This spirit beast of yours is quite intriguing. I have never encountered one like it before, Ling Ji remarked upon seeing Dominator's floating cannon structure. The elongated main body of the cannon, subtly crackling with electric arcs, boasted sharp edges and resplendent patterns. These intricate designs were not etched by Qiao Yang, but rather, they emerged organically from the fusion of starlight crystal with radiant gold and shadow moondark iron. Although Ling Ji had never seen such a futuristic and technologically advanced construct, it did not hinder his fascination. He circled around Dominator, examining it intently. However, they had business to attend to, so the two arranged to meet at an unoccupied training ground for testing. Any assessment of an offensive spirit beast's skills must occur in an open space to avoid the backlash of explosive skills. Feel free to attack. I will have my heavy armored tortoise defend, Ling Ji stated, summoning his formidable guardian. Heavy armored tortoise. Level, peak silver. Qualification, earth. Skills, armored shell, heavy shield, guardian, counterattack. Pain tolerance, earth control. A yellowish glow enveloped the heavy armored tortoise, causing the ground of the training field to churn and form an earthen wall. With a transparent shield-like projection shielding the wall, they began testing with the primary floating cannon. Qiao Yang commanded Dominator to focus on a primary floating cannon, firing a shot at the shield projection created by Ling Ji's heavy armored tortoise without any elemental enhancements. The shot produced a resounding thud, yet the spiritual energy ray failed to even cause the shield projection to quiver. Is this the minimum power? Ling Ji inquired, receiving an affirmative nod from Qiao Yang. He commented, its power is slightly less than the instant fire flame shot from a wildfire lion at the advanced bronze level, but it is significantly faster. As a renowned peak silver beastmaster known for his defensive capabilities, Ling Ji's insights were undoubtedly valuable. Well then, let us test the power with elemental enhancements next. Qiao Yang decided to proceed. The experimental results indicated that while adding elements did not markedly increase the power of the spiritual energy ray, the special effects associated with the elements inflicted greater damage on spirit beasts. However, you might consider using the spiritual energy rays for prolonged exposure. It may yield different results. Ling Ji suggested. The corrosive effect of the dark element could gradually erode the shield projections summoned by the heavy armored tortoise, albeit slowly. The prolonged exposure of the fire element ray should theoretically melt the earthen wall into lava. But since the wall was controlled by Ling Ji's heavy armored tortoise using earth elements, it would not melt easily. As for the paralysis effect of the lightning element, Ling Ji allowed the heavy armored tortoise to withstand it without protective measures. It could be said that the effect was indeed present, but it was not particularly significant against the heavy armored tortoise. Actually, that's quite commendable, Ling Ji remarked. The instant fire elemental rays eliciting a response from his heavy armored tortoise was already a noteworthy achievement. My heavy armored tortoise possesses formidable defense and has undergone specialized training for resilience against various negative states. If the spirit beast were of a slightly lower level or not specialized in defense, it might have already exhibited some control effects. Understanding this, Qiao Yang suggested, let's try a charged attack. He noted this effect. Each of Dominator's primary floating cannons could charge energy, but after 5 seconds, further power enhancement ceased. With a thunderous boom, the fully charged primary floating cannon, without any elemental enhancements, released a spiritual energy ray that caused the heavy shield projection to tremble slightly. Excellent. The ability to unsettle the heavy armored tortoise's shield projection indicates that the attack power has reached the threshold of the silver level, Ling Ji clarified, explaining the significance of touching the threshold. The charged lightning element ray was already able to elicit a noticeable reaction from the heavy armored tortoise, though it appeared ineffective in influencing its movements. Next, it was time to experiment with the second-level floating cannon. Under Lingji's astonished gaze, the three components of the floating cannon disassembled and then reformed into a significantly larger barrel. The details of the experimental process are not worth recounting. Suffice it to say that, according to Lingji's assessment, the second-level floating cannon, when unleashed without any elemental enhancement, could breach the protective aura utilized by low-level silver beast tamers. The maximum output of the second-level floating cannon should possess the potential to inflict damage upon the defensive spirit beasts of low-level silver. If elemental enhancements are applied, it poses a fatal threat to such silver-level spirit beasts. In essence, the formidable offensive capability of Dominator has granted Qiao Yang the means to contend with silver beast tamers or wild spirit beasts. Moreover, it appears that Dominator has yet to fully realize the limits of its construct. The materials employed during its creation were of a rather superior grade, indicating that its power is likely far from being exhausted. A common characteristic of mechanical creations is that their capabilities are not constrained by their wielder. Even a child wielding a firearm can effortlessly harm an adult. Fundamentally, after reviewing Qiao Yang's tests, Ian expressed his perspective. The spirit of the floating cannon still possesses a relatively weak soul power. Although the spirit gathering formation etched from crystal dragon bloodstone and the capacity of the spirit aura crystal extend beyond current limitations, Dominator is still in its infancy, and its soul strength can only control this level of spirit energy. A great hammer can indeed possess tremendous lethality, but placing it in the hands of a child would result in a far lesser impact than anticipated. With the passage of time, as soul strength increases, it should be able to unleash the full might of this construct. By then, it should be capable of inflicting harm or even slaying mid-level silver spirit beasts. Chapter 46. Into the Wild. There are numerous methods to enhance the soul strength of a weapon spirit. Time accumulation is one aspect, as the weapon spirit naturally grows stronger over time. Additionally, certain spiritual materials or liquids can augment the strength of the weapon spirit, with soul crystals being the most common example, as weapon spirits are also classified as soul-type spirit beasts and can naturally utilize soul crystals. However, soul-nurturing liquid is not applicable, as it is designed for beast tamers and targets their physiology. Weapon spirits lack the corresponding digestive organs to utilize it. The spiritual liquid mentioned here refers to specially manufactured types. For Dominator, adding new combat units can also enhance its soul strength, although the increase is somewhat limited. Essentially, the augmentation merely provides a basic capacity for the weapon spirit to manage the additional combat units. There are indeed other unique avenues to strengthen weapon spirits, such as the Soul Refinement Tower at the Radiant Academy, which can significantly enhance a weapon spirit's soul power. There are many paths available. Those wishing for quicker results may purchase spiritual materials, while those seeking to obtain them for free might consider the Soul Refinement Tower. Alternatively, one could simply choose to wait passively. As a financially constrained individual, Qiao Yang opted against purchasing materials and chose to visit the Soul Refinement Tower instead. Such facilities cannot be accessed daily. Anything related to the soul requires particular caution, as excessive diligence could lead to adverse outcomes. The principle of the Soul Refinement Tower is akin to muscle training, where rapid consumption and recovery stimulate soul power, and various training methods hone the control over that power. According to research from the Radiant Academy, visiting the Soul Refinement Tower every 3 to 4 days is considered optimal, allowing ample time for rest and recuperation. If one cannot optimize their mental state before a visit, it is wiser to refrain from forcing oneself. Any damage to the soul could have dire consequences. During the remaining time, one should ensure sufficient sleep and rest, avoiding high-intensity battles or research, lest recovery be hindered. Life has been relatively pleasant, as visits to the Soul Refinement Tower occur every 3 to 4 days. Although the day spent there is arduous, the remaining time is manageable. During this period, Qiao Yang conducted several tests with Lingji, and the results indicate that Dominator's offensive capability has indeed improved. Based on the grade of materials, the current instantaneous power of the first-level floating cannon should reach the peak strike of a low-level silver beast. Ian speculated that if elements or charging were added, the power could be even greater. Given the limitations of the materials, achieving such results with mystic-grade materials is commendable. A complete array of 81 cannons, forming a 5th-level floating cannon, should at least be capable of delivering lethal damage to high-level gold spirit beasts. High-level gold is regarded as a formidable combat tier, as Qiao Yang has yet to encounter a gold-level spirit beast. However, the prospect of assembling an array of 81 cannons feels daunting. Reflecting on the numerous challenges faced even in assembling the basic 3-cannon array, Qiao Yang felt overwhelmed. I'll just have to save up gradually. Once you reach silver level, earning will definitely become much easier and offered a slight consolation. Have you noticed that you've been focused on crafting spirit beasts recently and haven't ventured into the wild? Naturally, you feel somewhat financially constrained. Now that your foundational lineup is established, you can also explore the wilderness, Ian continued. Qiao Yang nodded. The emergence of Dominator filled the last void in his arsenal, allowing him to face low-level silver spirit beasts without the need for retreat. Of course, this does not imply that Qiao Yang could recklessly dominate the wilderness. In the wild, the paramount concern is not how many spirit beasts one can slay or how many medicinal herbs or minerals can be found, but rather, returning alive. Thus, Qiao Yang's objective extends beyond merely conquering hostile spirit beasts. He must also ensure his own safety, minimizing injuries as much as possible. Who knows if low-level silver spirit beasts possess some extraordinary abilities? For instance, a silver-level water ape could indeed be injured or even killed by a simultaneous volley from Dominator. Yet its water control abilities could pose significant challenges for Qiao Yang. A torrent unleashed by a silver-level water ape could be quite troublesome. Additionally, there is Lingji's Xianming serpent. If encountered in the wild, it is best to avoid provoking it, even if it could be defeated. The risk of contracting the plague it spreads is not worth the confrontation. The previously mentioned heavily armored Xian turtle, which remained motionless while withstanding Qiao Yang's attacks, would indeed manipulate the earth to entomb him during actual combat. Qiao Yang would have no hope of escaping the territory controlled by a peak silver heavily armored Xian turtle. And this is merely the realm of spirit beasts. The wild's most perilous threats often stem from the environment itself. While spirit beasts can be countered, the raw might of nature is something Qiao Yang cannot currently withstand. For instance, in a snowy mountain, recklessly firing cannons could provoke an avalanche. In summary, spirit beasts are numerous and varied, and the wild environments are equally diverse. One must not underestimate the world simply because they possess weaponry capable of overcoming challenges. The potency of weapons is but one factor. The critical issue remains that Qiao Yang himself is still only at the bronze level, and there are many threats in the wild that could still harm him. Furthermore, not all problems can be resolved through brute force. Nevertheless, Qiao Yang indeed intends to venture into the wild for a period, primarily to gather materials. He believes it is essential to stockpile precious materials or spirit beasts, rather than scrambling at the last moment for resources. Conveniently, he has a shop at his disposal for trading. With a decision made, the next step is to prepare the necessary information in advance. When it comes to resource collection, the seas undoubtedly offer the richest bounty. However, Qiao Yang lacks the means to operate in maritime regions, and none of those around him are well acquainted with the sea. The most knowledgeable about the seas would be the Songhai Academy to the south. The Songhai Academy stands as a premier institution, renowned for its profound and comprehensive research into marine studies. Qiao Yang harbors a strong desire to explore the oceanic realms. Yet the daunting reality remains that the number of spirit beasts in the seas vastly exceeds that on land, coupled with their fierce temperament. Moreover, humanity is inherently disadvantaged in marine environments. The Academy's unique spirit beast, known as the navigator whale, possesses a distinctive aura that renders it immune to attacks from marine creatures. It is through this extraordinary spirit beast that the Songhai Academy is able to undertake the exploration and study of the ocean. However, venturing into the ocean is out of the question. Perhaps a rainforest or a swamp would be a more suitable alternative. Water is the essence of life, and regions abundant in water resources typically boast a wealth of other resources as well. The rainforest is distinguished by its unique flora, commonly referred to as exotic wood elements, while the swamp primarily yields exotic soil elements. The richness of resources in both regions is relatively comparable. In fact, my recommendation leans towards the rainforest, where several peculiar plants could prove advantageous for you, suggested Ian. Very well, let us proceed to the rainforest, Qiao Yang agreed. In comparison, the rainforest presents a slight advantage over the swamp in that its dangers predominantly stem from the various spirit beasts that inhabit it, whereas the swamp's perils arise from its very nature. Qiao Yang finds himself more inclined towards the rainforest. Aside from its high humidity and unpredictable weather, the rainforest is teeming with insects, serpents, and spirit beasts, as well as a plethora of camouflaged plant spirit beasts. The ability of plant spirit beasts to attract spiritual energy can lead to the creation of numerous spiritual medicines, while the synergy between trees and spiritual energy can give rise to exotic wood elements. Coincidentally, Zhongli has recently completed the refinement of the enigmatic dark fire and has emerged from her seclusion, contemplating her own foray into the world. Qiao Yang had previously inquired whether she would accompany him, to which she readily agreed. Furthermore, Qiao Yang had a few questions he wished to pose to Zhongli, so he arranged to meet her in the shop. Having not seen her for a few days, he noticed that Zhongli's agility and stealth techniques had improved. She could now approach within approximately 200 meters of him without being detected. It is important to note that the detection range of the Dark Spirit's spiritual magnetic field extends to 500 meters, which means Zhongli was nearly halfway within that range before being discovered. The Dark Spirit's magnetic field detection is indeed peculiar. I am confident that the sounds I emit will not be captured, yet the spiritual magnetic field is something beyond my control. Zhongli did not claim that she never emitted sound, but she was confident in her ability to conceal her presence. Your ability to suppress your spiritual magnetic field to be detected only at 200 meters is quite remarkable, Qiao Yang praised. I can't actually suppress my spiritual magnetic field, Zhongli admitted with a playful stick of her tongue, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I still don't fully grasp what a spiritual magnetic field is, so how could I possibly suppress it? Since Qiao Yang introduced her to the Dark Spirit's detection capabilities, Zhongli had been contemplating the concept of the spiritual magnetic field, yet she still struggled to comprehend it. Well, I'm curious about this, Qiao Yang said. You have managed to deceive the Dark Spirit's radar, after all. Although I haven't fully understood the issue of the spiritual magnetic field, I have made some progress. Zhongli replied, a hint of pride in her voice. While I cannot suppress my own spiritual magnetic field, I can trick the Dark Spirit into not recognizing it. Unfortunately, that is my limit. Qiao Yang was left perplexed and promptly sought clarification from Zhongli. How should I explain this to you? Zhongli pondered, observing the focused expression on Qiao Yang's face. Imagine this. As we converse now, Uncle Zhang has brought us 2 plates of pastries. Qiao Yang nodded, recalling that he had just taken a piece, which was quite sweet. However, you may not have noticed that I made a slight mistake. It was actually Zhang Ying who sent the pastries. Uncle Zhang's aura is distinctly different from hers, yet you accepted my statement without question. If you reflect on it, you will realize that I was incorrect, but you subconsciously deemed it insignificant and chose to overlook it. The principle is quite similar. My approach is to lure the Dark Spirit, guiding its thoughts in my direction, thus preventing it from reporting back to you. Qiao Yang began to grasp the concept, but still found Zhongli to be exceptionally impressive. Hee. Zhongli placed her hands on her hips. Now, back to business. What did you want to discuss with me? Since we are set to explore the rainforest region, Qiao Yang continued, as Zhongli nodded in agreement. I wanted to ask if assassins have any special methods to prevent sweating in the humid and oppressive climate of the rainforest. Nowadays, the humidity is far more extreme than in my previous life, and without special protective measures, one would need to replenish fluids after just a few steps, making combat quite arduous. This is actually quite simple, Zhongli replied, having practiced as an assassin from a young age. Using ice heart liquid or ice spirit pills will suffice. Sweating occurs as a means to dissipate heat when body temperature rises. So if we can prevent the temperature from rising, we can avoid sweating altogether. Here is the method for refining ice heart liquid from now on. You shall provide me with the ingredients for it. Zhongli pressed a piece of paper into Qiao Yang's hands, leaving no room for refusal. All right, that works for me, Qiao Yang said, glancing at the paper, which revealed that the refining process was not overly complicated and could be accomplished quickly with a furnace. Shall we go shopping now? Zhongli suggested, as they needed to procure essential equipment for their upcoming exploration. They would need to buy ingredients for the ice heart liquid, as well as protective clothing and shoes. Zhongli also decided to purchase several outfits for her everyday wear. Additionally, they stocked up on mosquito repellents and various medicines for disease prevention and detoxification. As they continued their shopping, they found themselves accumulating more items, ultimately returning home with an abundance of bags. Tomorrow, I still need to refine some ice heart liquid and have the furnace replicate the process. Can we set off the day after tomorrow? Qiao Yang inquired. Absolutely. I am ready whenever you are, Zhongli replied. On the day of their departure, both were fully equipped as they boarded the intercity train. The selected rainforest region was not in a dimensional space, but rather near Tianqing City in the Radiant Federation, necessitating their travel by train. On board, they encountered many individuals adorned in attire similar to theirs, all likely heading to the rainforest area adjacent to Tianqing City. Renowned for its Tianqing Academy, Tianqing City is a hub for alchemists and boasts significant economic prosperity within the Radiant Federation, arguably surpassing even Hanqing City. Known for its weaponsmiths, due to the harsher climate that only attracted the weaponsmiths to reside there. Indeed, Wu Ling was right. The people here do exude an air of sophistication, Zhongli remarked as they strolled through the streets of Tianqing City. Well, every region has its own culture. Alchemists spend their days researching herbs and poring over various texts, so their scholarly demeanor is quite pronounced, Qiao Yang replied with a chuckle. Speaking of which, Tianqing City isn't entirely characterized by this. Qiao Yang suddenly recalled something. There is a rather bold custom here. The armored crocodile is a signature delicacy of Tianqing City. If one can engage in a frontal battle with an armored crocodile of the same level using cold weapons, they can dine for free at any restaurant in Tianqing City. It is said that this was once regarded as a testament to bravery in the rainforest tribes of old. What do you think? Shall we give it a try? Upon hearing that meals were complimentary, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Jiang Li's eyes, sending a chill down Qiao Yang's spine. Go. How could we not go? Where do I sign up? Jiang Li's expression was not only eager, but also tinged with impatience. As if the words had barely escaped his lips, Jiang Li had already seized Qiao Yang and whisked him away. Chapter 48. The Armored Crocodile in the city of Tianqing. At Tianqing Plaza, a renowned gathering place for alchemists. A competition is held every 3 years. Winning the championship for 3 consecutive sessions grants the victor the honor of erecting a statue in the plaza, alongside an inscription and their handprint. Should one achieve victory for 10 consecutive sessions, a grand statue will be established at the very center of Tianqing Plaza. As Qiao Yang and Jiang Li strolled through the statue area, they discovered that the number of statues was far fewer than they had anticipated, only about 10. With a single pedestal occupying the center, it appeared that the competition among alchemists was indeed fierce. Qiao Yang had once pondered whether the plaza could accommodate such a collection over the years, and this observation reaffirmed that the requirement for 3 consecutive championships was quite substantial. However, upon reading the messages left before the statues, Qiao Yang was genuinely taken aback. Most of the inscriptions were peculiar, such as tofu pudding must be topped with chili oil, sweetness and saltiness are heresies, and whimsical musings like insects fly, whom do you yearn for? One inscription was relatively normal, offering some guidance to future alchemists. It appeared to be penned by the current president of the Alchemist Association in Lingyun City, stating that the 3 most crucial elements for an alchemist's advancement are talent, and talent. It was difficult to fathom the mental state of these alchemists when they left their messages. Qiao Yang couldn't help but speculate. Perhaps many entered the competition merely to leave behind amusing remarks? At least in Qiao Yang's view, this notion held considerable merit. He wondered what kind of message a prodigy, having achieved 10 consecutive championships, might inscribe when erecting a statue in the heart of Tianqing Plaza. Nevertheless, he resolved to first challenge the armored crocodile. Adjacent to Tianqing Plaza lay a battleground, a swampy terrain well suited for the armored crocodile's prowess. Before challenging the creature, each participant was required to assess their cultivation level on a testing stone. The battleground would then release an armored crocodile of comparable strength to that of the tester, who must locate and engage in combat with the beast. Would there be any classic scenarios where someone maliciously registered a crocodile far exceeding the tester's cultivation? Such an incident had indeed occurred in the early days of Tianqing City, when the son of the former head of the Tianqing Treasure Pavilion, emboldened by his status, harassed a female companion of an outsider. When that hunter faced the armored crocodile, foul play was attempted. Fortunately, the hunter, seasoned and astute, detected the ruse from a distance, prompting his companion outside the battleground to report the matter. The outcome caused a sensation throughout Tianqing City, resulting in all involved, including the head son, being cast into a cage containing 20 ravenous golden-level armored crocodiles. Even the battleground's overseer was sentenced to mine in the frigid ice plains for 30 years. The act of battling the armored crocodile held great significance within the hearts of Tianqing's populace. The city, nestled against the rainforest, recognized the armored crocodile as one of the primary dangers lurking within. The tradition of confronting the armored crocodile had begun even before the establishment of Tianqing City, symbolizing the bravery of warriors, and any form of deceit in such trials was universally condemned. The battleground was expansive, adorned with dense reeds, creating an environment conducive to the armored crocodile's capabilities. Upon learning that 2 young individuals intended to challenge the crocodile, the overseer felt compelled to dissuade them. However, witnessing Qiao Yang and Jiang Li's unwavering determination, he refrained from voicing his concerns. After all, having undergone numerous trials bolstering his physical resilience, Qiao Yang's defensive capabilities were far from negligible. Though the combat was to be conducted with cold weapons, only a dagger was permitted. Qiao Yang, currently at the high bronze level, found himself facing an armored crocodile of the same caliber, measuring a staggering 6 to 7 meters in length. Such a creature was hardly difficult to spot. Anyone not blind could see it clearly. Armored crocodile. Level: high bronze. Qualification: ordinary. Attribute: none. Skills: charge. Bite in the wild. This armored crocodile would pose no threat to Qiao Yang, who could dispatch it effortlessly with a few shots from Dominator. However, summoning spirit beasts was prohibited in this arena. Failure to comply would result in disqualification. Despite being a high bronze spirit beast, the armored crocodile remained encumbered by the typical limitations of its species. While it possessed formidable biting strength, its overall agility on land was sluggish. As the armored crocodile lunged at Qiao Yang, he deftly sidestepped its gaping jaws. The creature's powerful bite could result in dire consequences if it managed to latch onto him, potentially executing its signature spinning maneuver. Qiao Yang quickly climbed onto the crocodile's back, securing his legs tightly to prevent being thrown off, while his hands pressed down firmly on its jaws. The common weakness of crocodilian spirit beasts lay in their relatively weaker jaw-opening strength. Although the high bronze armored crocodile possessed considerable power, Qiao Yang's own enhanced strength from repeated trials was not to be underestimated. Seizing the opportunity, he drew his dagger and plunged it into the creature's eye. Blood gushed forth as the armored crocodile writhed in agony, thrashing violently, even attempting to roll over. Qiao Yang swiftly leaped off its back to create distance, aware that if the crocodile truly did roll over, he could easily sustain injuries. Once the creature had finished its tumultuous spinning, Qiao Yang leapt back onto its back, forcefully driving the dagger into its brain. He then sprang aside, watching as the armored crocodile continued to thrash for a time before finally succumbing to stillness. "Ah, I did it. Does that mean I get free meals?" Qiao Yang inquired of the astonished onlookers. Yes, that will do." After the battleground overseer recorded Qiao Yang's information into the spirit network, he informed him that he could dine at any restaurant in Tianqing City, and his bill would be waived when paid through his spirit network account. "Impressive, Qiao Yang," Zhang Li remarked, beaming as she turned to him. "Now watch me." The battleground overseer, observing such a striking young woman preparing to battle the armored crocodile, felt a twinge of skepticism. "What's the matter? Do you doubt my abilities?" Zhang Li, more adept with a dagger than Qiao Yang, challenged him. "Oh no, not at all. I merely found it curious. It's rather uncommon for someone like you to engage in combat with an armored crocodile." With a casual flourish of her dagger, Zhang Li demonstrated her skill, prompting the overseer to recognize her potential. "You are a student of the Dark Moon Academy, aren't you? That explains it. Very well. It's all set. You may proceed to the arena." Chapter 49. Departure to the Rainforest. Zhang Li, hailing from an assassin's background, occasionally exhibited the demeanor of a berserker. Yet it was merely a reflection of circumstance. When necessary, she could effortlessly step into the role of a sharpshooter. As an assassin, she had practiced with daggers, an inherently stealthy weapon, since childhood. Though the swampy terrain appeared to somewhat hinder Zhang Li's agility, the impact was not as significant as one might assume. The agile beast master, while cultivating, undoubtedly contemplates the limitations imposed by the muddy terrain on their dexterity. After years of diligent study, they have naturally devised effective countermeasures. However, it is the temporary mud pits conjured by adversaries manipulating earth elements during combat that prove to be more troublesome. In natural marshes or muddy areas, a mere cushion of spiritual energy beneath one's feet suffices. As Zhang Li strides onto the battlefield, dagger in hand, her steps are so light that the mud appears to have no effect on her. Strangely, despite her proximity to the armored caiman, it seems unaware of her presence. Suddenly, Zhang Li makes her move, propelling herself forward like a shadow towards the caiman. The dagger deftly slices through the crevices in the creature's scales, releasing a dark crimson spurt of blood. The caiman, feeling a sharp pain, thrashes about in confusion, unable to locate its assailant. Zhang Li, having studied the blind spots of various common spirit beasts at the Dark Moon Academy, skillfully remains within the caiman's field of invisibility, inflicting precise strikes. The more the caiman struggles, the more blood it loses, until, after a time, it finally collapses with a resounding thud. Impressive, indeed. Observers on the battlefield marvel at how effortlessly Zhang Li dispatched the armored caiman. Qiao Yang approaches, acknowledging, "You made it look far easier than I did." Zhang Li, however, remains silent, pulling Qiao Yang away. After walking a short distance, she suddenly exclaims, "Hurry, support me. I'm utterly exhausted." Qiao Yang quickly steadies her, realizing only now that her legs are trembling. "I'm completely worn out. I didn't want to show weakness earlier." "Well, the mission is complete. Let us find a restaurant and indulge in a good meal. We're off to explore the rainforest tomorrow." Qiao Yang chuckles, instantly comprehending that Zhang Li's fighting style, while appearing effortless, is actually quite taxing on her stamina and intellect. He promptly retrieves a bottle of beverage and hands it to her for a quick replenishment. The duo locates a barbecue restaurant, where they specifically order dishes made from the armored caiman. "How shall I describe it? Quite tender, with a rich juiciness," she muses. It is no wonder that Tianqing City boasts this as a local specialty. Clearly, Zhang Li is fatigued, as she devours over 10 pounds of various grilled meats and 2 bowls of fragrant spiritual rice. As night falls, venturing into the wilderness is ill-advised. They decide to postpone their explorations until tomorrow. The reason Tianqing City has become the largest gathering place for alchemists in the Radiant Federation is largely due to its proximity to the Dusk Rainforest. The abundant alchemical materials produced within the rainforest provide an ideal environment for experimentation. The rainforest earns its name from the towering, dense trees that obstruct sunlight, rendering even midday within the forest rather dim, hence the moniker Dusk Rainforest. The true extent of the Dusk Rainforest remains an enigma, as the Radiant Federation has yet to fully explore its entirety. Most hunters venturing into the rainforest dare only to explore its outskirts, given the generally low cultivation levels among them, making deeper exploration challenging. Both Qiao Yang and Zhang Li possess advanced bronze-level cultivation, allowing them to venture slightly further in. Even with the use of the Ice-Heart Essence, a liquid that regulates body temperature, they must remain vigilant about hydration in such an environment. Typically, explorations in the rainforest follow the river's course, setting up camp at a reasonable distance from the water to avoid swift rises in river levels during sudden downpours. The outskirts of the Dusk Rainforest near Tianqing City are not devoid of valuable resources, though the quality is generally lower and encounters with other people are more likely, prompting Qiao Yang and Zhang Li to avoid conflicts by keeping their distance. According to Qiao Yang's previous research on the Spirit Network, the most common finds in the Dusk Rainforest are various mushrooms or spiritual herbs. The abundance of fallen trees provides the perfect conditions for the growth of mushrooms and spiritual herbs due to the decay of the wood. Nonetheless, these fungi must be harvested promptly, or they perish quickly. Thus, while they are relatively common, the actual quantities gathered do not significantly surpass those of other spiritual materials. It is said that in the past, some encountered earth-grade immortal spirit mushrooms, but such claims hark back to the early days of large-scale development in the Dusk Forest, leaving their veracity uncertain. Unfortunately, large-scale development provoked the wrath of a beast king residing within the Dusk Forest, which nearly leveled the recently established Tianqing City single-handedly. Subsequently, it remains unclear what agreement the Radiant Federation reached with the Beast King, but private exploration activities were allowed to continue while extensive development ceased. Whether anyone has since discovered such high-grade spiritual herbs remains an enigma. At present, however, Qiao Yang and Zhang Li find themselves vexed by a relentless swarm of blood-sucking spirit mosquitoes. Avoiding them is no easy feat, let alone attempting to gather resources. Blood-sucking mosquito. Level, low black iron. Qualification, ordinary. Attribute, poison. Skill, none. Insect-type spirit beasts typically lack significant skills and act solely on instinct. Take the blood-sucking mosquito, for instance. Although it seems devoid of skills, its biological instinct is to feed on blood, and when thousands gather, they become quite the nuisance. To make matters worse, neither Qiao Yang nor Zhang Li's spirit beasts possess wide-area lethal skills, making it challenging to swiftly eliminate such a multitude of mosquitoes. Thankfully, they have thus far avoided bites, thanks to the efficacy of their previously prepared insect repellent potions. As for submerging underwater to evade them, that is a jest. The underwater environment in the rainforest is far more perilous than the surface. Qiao Yang, do you have any ideas? Zhang Li asks, distressed. None. Should we use Xiaoying to create a dark domain for stealth? Qiao Yang ponders, ultimately considering it a feasible yet impractical solution. Shadows abound in the rainforest, making Xiaoying's dark domain quite useful. As night falls, camping becomes quite the challenge, which is why they insisted on departing the city in the morning. The two select an ideal location for their camp. As for dinner, they had prepared provisions beforehand, safely stored within a spatial stone. They then caught some fish from the river, employing a Dominator-type energy ray for the task. Chapter 50. Harvests in the Dusk Rainforest. In a setting such as the Dusk Rainforest, unless one has truly offended the goddess of luck in a past life, it is nearly impossible to leave without any bounty. The question merely pertains to the extent of one's gains. Clearly, Qiao Yang did not incur the wrath of the goddess of fortune in his past life, as it would be inconceivable for him to possess such ill fate as to leave the Dusk Rainforest empty-handed. Coupled with the Dark Spirit's energy magnetic field detection, the likelihood of overlooking any resources is minimal. However, as anticipated, their primary finds during this period consist mainly of various mushrooms, all at least of spiritual grade, as they seldom pay heed to those of ordinary grade. Ordinary grade mushrooms are typically reserved for soups, and with Silver's true eye present, the risk of encountering toxic mushrooms is virtually non-existent. Even should they be so unfortunate, ordinary grade poisonous mushrooms would pose little threat to Qiao Yang and Zhang Li. After swiftly drying the mushrooms in a forge, their volume is significantly reduced, thereby conserving storage space. Well, Qiao Yang, we didn't embark on this exploration merely to gather mushrooms, Zhang Li remarked with a wry smile directed at Qiao Yang. I can't help it. For some inexplicable reason, I've encountered nothing but mushrooms these past few days, Qiao Yang replied, equally at a loss. However, it must be noted that during this period, both Qiao Yang and Zhang Li had not exclusively foraged for mushrooms. They had also managed to collect a few other items, chief among them being a peculiar wood elemental known as the Withered Heartwood. The Withered Heartwood, a spirit-grade wood elemental, possesses the ability to induce wilting in surrounding flora. It does not exhibit the advanced capability of siphoning life force, but is limited solely to plants. Thus, its applicability is relatively narrow and its potency less impressive, resulting in a correspondingly modest market value. Additionally, this wood elemental has a notable drawback for beast masters of the wood attribute. Refining it can lead to skin or hair dryness, and may even cause skin cracking or hair loss, further diminishing the pool of those willing to utilize such an elemental. In evaluating exotic elements, their grade is merely one aspect. As beast masters advance in their craft, the grades of these elements can indeed be enhanced. Naturally, a higher initial grade is generally preferable. However, the paramount considerations are the elemental's capabilities and their areas of applicability. For instance, the most common exotic flames, such as various superheats, are categorized as foundational, while those with unique effects, like explosive flames and frozen flames, are deemed more sophisticated. The dark fire, which Qiao Yang gifted to Zhongli, stands out as a highly functional exotic dark elemental. Despite not boasting a particularly high initial grade, it remains highly sought after. In stark contrast, the withered heartwood's functionality is significantly lacking. The dark fire enhances the user, offering broad applicability and practical effects, with potential synergies with numerous other exotic elements. Conversely, the withered heartwood is tailored to a specific type of target, limiting its usefulness and introducing side effects. Thus, candidly speaking, the market value of this wood elemental is likely to be quite low. Nevertheless, it is still an exotic wood elemental, and there may be individuals willing to purchase it. So Qiao Yang chose to store the withered heartwood in his gathering pot. As for the mystical beasts with special bloodlines, Qiao Yang and Zhongli encountered a few, yet neither found them particularly impressive. One had a low bloodline grade, while the other exhibited a rather diluted bloodline concentration. The Radiant Federation provides a rough classification of bloodline grades, though no definitive demarcation exists. It is challenging to ascertain whether the bloodline of a true dragon surpasses that of a Qilin. The 6 sacred beasts, namely the Sunlight Candle, the Moonlight Shade, the Azure Dragon Meng Zhong, the White Tiger Guardian, the Vermilion Bird Ling Guang, and the Black Tortoise Ji Ming, undoubtedly possessed the highest bloodlines. However, Qiao Yang had yet to hear of any of these 6 retaining their bloodlines in the world. At least, no such claims had surfaced within the Radiant Federation. Currently, a handful of individuals boast claims of possessing Azure Dragon bloodlines, yet they typically fall into the category of self-aggrandizement. The so-called Azure Dragon merely refers to a blue dragon, not the legendary Azure Dragon Meng Zhong. Further down the hierarchy, there are various divine beasts, such as the True Dragon, Qilin, and Boss Snake, which also possess lofty bloodline grades, and, at least within the Radiant Federation, are verifiably existent. Next in abundance are the myriad of various demon beasts and exotic creatures. While these special bloodlines may not necessarily indicate overwhelming strength, they often confer unique abilities. The classifications of sacred beasts, divine beasts, and demon beasts are collectively referred to as legendary bloodlines, representing a branch within the bloodline system. Of course, bloodlines are not solely defined by this hierarchy. There are also ancient bloodlines. Ancient bloodlines pertain to the reign of other species prior to the emergence of humanity, with the bloodlines of these prehistoric overlords referred to as ancient bloodlines. Mystical beasts that awaken ancient bloodlines are not at all inferior to those with legendary bloodlines. The bloodline of a mystical beast serves as a crucial metric for assessing its potential, though it is not an absolute standard. The journey of awakening a bloodline is commonly referred to as reversion. In fact, there exists another path for enhancing the potential of mystical beasts, evolution. In strict terms, Qiao Yang's mechanical mystical beast falls within this category. Consequently, the Radiant Federation has introduced the attribute of aptitude to evaluate the potential of mystical beasts, rather than relying solely on bloodlines. Activating bloodlines and inducing evolution are methods to enhance aptitude, not ends in themselves. Returning to the present, Qiao Yang and Zhongli had indeed encountered beasts with special bloodlines in recent days. However, the aptitude of these creatures was lacking, leading them to refrain from wasting spirit capture orbs on them. The earlier encounter with the Azure Snake while experimenting with dark spirit abilities was an exception, and Qiao Yang did not believe he could replicate such fortune consistently. How about this, Qiao Yang? Shall we try a different location? Zhongli proposed, feeling it was time for a change of scenery after thoroughly exploring their current area. Sure, you practically collected all the resources here. It's indeed time to move on, Qiao Yang concurred, recognizing the futility of lingering any longer. The duo stowed their tent and other belongings into the spatial stone and continued their journey along the river. Due to their substantial dietary needs, larger terrestrial creatures tend to be quite sparse, often found in only 1 or 2 instances across vast territories. Thus, they frequently encountered various medium-sized to small mystical beasts, such as leopard-like creatures. Along their journey, Qiao Yang and Zhang Li had already crossed paths with several wind leopards. However, as they were both at the bronze level, the black iron level wind leopards dared not engage them in combat. Traveling by water was not an option for them, as aquatic mystical beasts vastly outnumber those on land. And the weight of water-dwelling creatures is not constrained, making larger mystical beasts more commonplace. Presently, Qiao Yang and Zhang Li clearly sensed that they had ventured deeper into the wilderness. The frequency of encountering bronze-level mystical beasts had noticeably increased within the radar of the Dark Spirit. Chapter 51. What is meant to come will inevitably arrive. Although Qiao Yang and Zhang Li had diligently endeavored to avoid conflict, even steering clear of densely populated exploration areas, certain circumstances cannot be evaded simply by wishing to do so. When two groups happen to encounter particularly alluring spiritual materials or treasures simultaneously in the wild, the likely outcome is confrontation. The victor claims righteousness. Achieving an equitable distribution is an impossibility, as consensus is rarely reached in such situations. The scenario unfolded as follows. After delving deeper into the wilderness, Qiao Yang and Zhang Li noted a significant rise in the levels of surrounding mystical beasts. For safety's sake, they decided against further exploration and sought a suitable location to set up camp. The spiritual materials in this vicinity were noticeably of a higher grade, albeit scarcer in quantity. During their search that day, the radar of the Dark Spirit revealed a notably strong spiritual energy magnetic field, prompting Qiao Yang and Zhang Li to investigate further. To their astonishment, they stumbled upon a heartburn fruit tree, its fruits visibly ripe for harvest. The heartburn fruit, a profound-grade spiritual herb, can be consumed directly, inducing a burning sensation in the heart that fortifies the soul's strength and also serves to cultivate one's temperament. It can also be utilized as a primary ingredient in concocting heartburn pills or heartburn elixirs, which can purge impurities from the soul. Its diverse applications render it highly coveted. However, as with all heavenly treasures and earthly riches, there are mystical beasts that guard them. The heartburn fruit is no exception. Though the soul-strengthening effects are of little use to the majority of mystical beasts, this is still a profound-grade spiritual herb. Guarding this heartburn fruit tree is an inferno demon wolf spider, measuring 1 to 2 meters in length, its body covered in fur. Level: Bronze Advanced. Qualification: Profound. Attributes: Darkness, Fire, Poison. Skills: Dark Resistance, Toxic Fur, Flame Poison Domain. Although the flame demon wolf spider possesses the attribute of darkness, it is more prominently characterized by its resistance to dark elements. Its primary method of attack revolves around its intensely venomous fur and the flames and toxic domains it conjures. Currently, this flame demon wolf spider has evidently restrained its flame poison domain. Otherwise, it could have turned the surrounding area into scorched earth within a 20-meter radius. Why does it feel as though this spirit beast is targeting me? Zhang Li pouted. Qiao Yang chuckled. Indeed, Zhang Li's ranged attacks primarily relied on dark element assaults. While in close quarters, she would be constrained by the spider's toxic fur and flame poison domain. Even a mere brush against the spider's fur could cause a significant swelling that would subsequently fester. Qiao Yang summoned Dominator and, alongside Zhang Li, proceeded forward. There was no point in having Zhang Li summon Little Shadow to deploy a dark domain to steal the fruit, as the flame demon wolf spider, being of the darkness attribute, would easily detect Little Shadow's dark domain. Furthermore, Little Shadow, resembling a butterfly, seemed somewhat intimidated by the flame demon wolf spider. The spider, sensing the approach of Qiao Yang and Zhang Li, swung its 8 legs and turned to face them, clearly adopting an aggressive posture. Qiao Yang smiled, and a spirit ray infused with lightning from Dominator struck the flame demon wolf spider directly. With a resounding boom, the spider was sent flying. Though Qiao Yang had deliberately moderated his strength to avoid damaging the heart-searing fruit tree. After all, the earth conducts electricity, and the humidity in the rainforest was considerable. Nevertheless, Qiao Yang believed that this strike should make the flame demon wolf spider aware of the disparity in their strength. However, he slightly underestimated it. Although the spider was knocked back and momentarily immobilized by the paralysis effect of the lightning, it eventually managed to rise unsteadily, resuming its aggressive stance. What puzzled Qiao Yang was that despite maintaining this posture, the flame demon wolf spider had yet to initiate an attack. Could it be? A hypothesis began to form in Qiao Yang's mind, prompting him to signal Zhang Li. Simultaneously, he summoned the Dark Spirit to conduct a thorough search. Understood. Zhang Li comprehended the cue and summoned her Night Candle Phantom and Shadow Killer to envelop her, transforming herself into a wraith-like figure drifting toward the flame demon wolf spider. After a brief interval, Zhang Li returned, sharing the information gleaned from her memory reading with Qiao Yang. Indeed, as I suspected, the nest of this flame demon wolf spider is nearby, and its eggs are about to hatch. It intends to bring the heart-searing fruit to feed the little spiders. The dark spirit detected a hollow underground nearby, housing a signal source similar to the flame demon wolf spider before them. What do you think? Zhongli inquired. Qiao Yang pondered for a moment, retrieving a vial of body-enhancing liquid from his storage device, then uncapping it. The moment the lid was removed, the flame demon wolf spider's attention was drawn, its head swiveling in response to the spirit liquid in Qiao Yang's hand. Qiao Yang pointed at the body-enhancing liquid, then at the flame demon wolf spider, followed by a gesture toward the heart-searing fruit, and finally pointed to himself, indicating that the liquid was for it while the fruit was for him. After a moment's contemplation, the flame demon wolf spider obediently stepped aside, allowing Qiao Yang and Zhang Li to pluck the heart-searing fruit before handing the vial over to the spider. The flame demon wolf spider slightly bent its legs in acknowledgement and took the vial in its mandibles, departing. However, Qiao Yang also recognized the utility of close combat skills. When circumstances prevent destruction of the surroundings, utilizing floating cannons often comes with reservations, making strong melee techniques quite advantageous. As for moving the tree, that was out of the question. Many had attempted it in the past, and ultimately, regardless of how much effort was made to restore the wilderness environment, that tree would no longer bear fruit. All in all, exchanging a vial of mundane-grade spirit liquid for 4 heart-searing fruits was a fair trade, especially since it mitigated the risk of injury, Zhongli mused. The body-enhancing liquid is of mundane grade, capable of augmenting a spirit beast's physical strength. In terms of efficacy, it could be regarded as spirit-grade liquid, but due to the Glorious Federation achieving mass production, it has been classified as mundane grade, making it quite affordable. If it is to nourish the little spider, the body-enhancing liquid is actually more suitable than the heart-searing fruit. While I could forcibly take the fruit using the small shield, if it retaliated with its toxic fur, the consequences would be dire. The toxic fur of the flame demon wolf spider is exceedingly potent. Even a slight touch could cause the skin to rapidly redden and fester. Even if an antidote could neutralize the toxin, the already festering skin would not easily recover. Moreover, Qiao Yang was reluctant to incur injuries for another reason. Hey, we've got our eyes on that fruit as well. Let us share, shall we? A flippant voice chimed in. Qiao Yang and Zhang Li had scarcely moved away when several figures flitted past, encircling them. This was precisely why Qiao Yang wished to avoid injuries. During his earlier dark spirit reconnaissance, he had detected several unfamiliar signals nearby, indicating that others were evidently seeking to take advantage of the situation, a matter he had already discussed with Zhang Li. The facts validated Qiao Yang's assessment. These individuals were clearly not friendly. Giving anything was out of the question. Had these people contributed during Qiao Yang's standoff with the flame demon wolf spider, a share might have been warranted. But now they sought to take advantage without any effort? Qiao Yang did not consider himself to be that accommodating. Chapter 52 No? Although Qiao Yang and Zhang Li found themselves surrounded, they remained entirely unperturbed. Yet, Qiao Yang was genuinely curious. Given that they had witnessed him send the flame demon wolf spider flying with Dominator, why did these individuals still dare to close in? Did they believe their physical forms were sturdier than the spider's exoskeleton? I advise you too to be sensible. Your weapon may be formidable, but with so many of us, we can certainly subdue you. So, that was their intention? Qiao Yang scrutinized them closely. Their spirit beast configurations were rather mediocre, unlike those of students from prestigious academies. Students from esteemed institutions would deliberately pursue synergy among their spirit beasts from the outset, thereby cultivating their unique styles. Aside from the first spirit beast, which may have been a standard government allocation due to familial connections, students were quite discerning in their choices. However, the spirit beast configurations of these individuals left much to be desired, with little to no coordination, let alone collaboration. It was common to find fire-type main combat spirit beasts paired with water-type support beasts. The only one among them whose contracted spirit beast appeared to be thoughtfully selected and cultivated to a significantly higher degree was the leader, a blazing wild boar. Blazing wild boar. Level, Bronze Advanced. Qualification, Spirit. Attributes, Fire. Skills, Bloodthirst, Charge, Flame Embodiment. Wild boar-type spirit beasts are known for their reckless fighting style and their tough, resilient bodies. This blazing wild boar was no exception, relying primarily on its massive size to charge, enveloped in flames. It was quite effective among charging spirit beasts, although its qualifications were somewhat lacking. So, have you made up your minds? In this remote mountainous area, anything could happen without anyone knowing. The leader's gaze lingered on Zhang Li. No, Qiao Yang bluntly rejected. I mean, are you two having some sort of mental lapse? Upon hearing Zhang Li's words, the group was taken aback. In the depths of the rugged mountains, we could easily dispose of you without anyone ever knowing, could we not? As an assassin by trade, Zhongli was no stranger to such matters. What did you say? The man, furious, commanded everyone, attack. Eliminate them. Sighing, Qiao Yang remarked, in this day and age, how is it that even beasts lack the courtesy to behave? He summoned Dominator and Little Shield. Upon its summoning, Little Shield transformed into a fortress on the ground, effectively halting the charge of the blazing wild boar. After all, the bronze-tier blazing wild boar did not possess the strength to cause insurmountable damage. Dominator's 3 floating cannons fired in succession. The concentrated streams of spiritual energy, upon contact, meant either death or injury. Boss, the situation is dire. We should retreat. One subordinate, witnessing his spirit beast's leg shattered by the energy beams, hastily withdrew his beast and reported to the leader. The leader had not anticipated Qiao Yang's spirit beasts could unleash such a rapid-fire assault. To him, Qiao Yang and his companion were merely at the bronze high tier, and he assumed that even if they could deliver powerful attacks, they would require a moment to charge. As long as they could restrain the blazing wild boar from the front, it should be easy to overpower the two of them. Ultimately, the leader gritted his teeth and commanded, retreat. Qiao Yang frowned. It was they who initiated the attack, yet when the tide turned, they were the ones withdrawing. Did they truly believe him to be so easily bullied? Just then, a shadow flitted through the crowd. Each time it passed a person, they collapsed with a scream, blood gushing from their wounds. Since the moment the leader ordered the attack, Zhongli had entered a stealth mode. While Qiao Yang directed Dominator to unleash a barrage, Zhongli dashed into the throng, her dagger slicing through, leaving a gaping wound on her target. Zhongli had previously contracted a shadow assassin, whose evolution was tied to lethality. The skill named Tear allowed her to inflict a massive wound that instantly corroded her enemy upon contact. Although this skill had the limitation of requiring a direct hit, it did not necessitate breaking through defenses. In the blink of an eye, except for the leader, the rest of the assailants lay defeated at Zhongli's hands. To his credit, the leader was indeed capable. Even in such dire circumstances, he managed to counterattack, igniting flames upon the blazing wild boar. However, before it could charge, a spirit energy beam, as wide as a bowl, thundered through, piercing the boar's body. Simultaneously, Zhongli's dagger inflicted a horrific gash upon the leader. Thus, the battle came to an end. The multitude of foes and spirit beasts had failed to pose any significant trouble to Qiao Yang and Zhongli. The blazing wild boar, resilient as it was, survived the penetrating shot, its tough hide no mere jest. Qiao Yang and Zhongli could hardly be bothered to inquire further. In the wilderness, skirmishes over resources invariably concluded with one side completely vanquished, and exceptions were seldom heard of. Naturally, they did not depart without ensuring their victory was thorough, as leaving so abruptly risked retaliation. Therefore, they needed to ensure further incapacitation. Before their journey, Qiao Yang had specifically requested some 9-headed grain from Wu Ling, which could ignore the mutual restrictions of absorbed plants and forcibly combine their properties. What Qiao Yang sought was the grain produced by the fusion of returning heaven grass and hell demon bamboo. Depending on the ratio of the two, the properties of the resulting grain varied, and Wu Ling had meticulously tested each variant. The one Qiao Yang was utilizing would produce a lingering, albeit non-lethal, toxin that would prevent the afflicted from summoning spirit beasts or utilizing spiritual energy. After administering it to these individuals, they would be unable to harbor any thoughts of future endeavors, and even upon returning, they would incur considerable expenses seeking a specialist to cure the poison. After all, while Wu Ling's 9-headed grain was only at the bronze level and could be detoxified, the toxin derived from the heavenly grade spirit herb, hell demon bamboo, would require a hefty investment to eradicate, providing these individuals with a memorable lesson. Moreover, to thwart any attempts at utilizing beast attraction powders, Qiao Yang meticulously confiscated all items and storage devices from the individuals before departing. He even had Dark Spirit conduct a thorough check to confirm no items were overlooked, then instructed Little Shield to bundle up the incapacitated individuals and toss them far away. Let us see, 4 heartburn fruits in total. We shall split them evenly. Qiao Yang succinctly divided their spoils. By the way, upon our return, should we consider relocating our camp? Indeed, it seems there are still others in this area, and they possess quite an assortment of items, Zhongli replied. Chapter 53. A horse does not prosper without night grazing. There is an old saying that wealth does not come without unexpected gains, just as a horse does not thrive without grazing at night, much like Qiao Yang and Zhongli at present. Previously, a few individuals had attempted to snatch the heartburn fruits from Qiao Yang after he had plucked them, only to be swiftly subdued by the duo, who then confiscated all their storage spaces. Of course, it was possible that some of these individuals had left certain storage spaces at their camp, which was beyond their reach. Although Zhongli could glean the location of the camp from the memories of those individuals, Qiao Yang would never permit her to do so. Matters involving the soul Particularly memories, those elusive fragments, required utmost caution. Human memories are far more intricate than those of spirit beasts, and if Zhang Li were to carelessly delve into their minds, she risked being overwhelmed by a flood of negative information that could induce unpredictable transformations. For the time being, the storage spaces they had collected were sufficient. It should sustain Qiao Yang and Zhang Li for a considerable while. Storage spaces have a locking mechanism. Forcibly breaching them could lead to violent fluctuations within, destroying the items contained. While it is possible to unlock them, the storage ability stems from the Void Stone, and the locking relies on the runic formations inscribed upon it. Thus, if one can dismantle the runic array, one can access the items within the Void Stone. This is why Void Stones are used for storage. Yet no one directly employs them as storage units. It would be akin to living in a house without a door. Zhang Li had learned how to dismantle the commonly used storage space runes, and with Silver S assistance, Qiao Yang was also familiar with the process. Naturally, where there is a method to dismantle, there will be corresponding countermeasures. In simple terms, modifying a portion of the runes would geometrically increase the difficulty of breaching them. However, these individuals had evidently not made any modifications, allowing Qiao Yang and Zhang Li to dismantle the runes with relative ease. There was indeed a bounty of items. Though most were common or spiritual-grade herbs, of little use to them, they resolved to sell them upon their return. After a brief inspection with Zhang Li, Qiao Yang remarked, "Yet there are still some valuable treasures." Zhang Li produced a gathering essence jar. This is the Spirit Wood Spring. The Spirit Wood Spring, a spiritual-grade exotic water element, when used to irrigate, would promote stronger plant growth. It is a highly valuable exotic water element. Though devoid of any offensive capabilities, it is particularly favored by alchemists. Alchemists often require substantial quantities of Spirit Wood Spring when cultivating spirit materials. Thus, they typically stockpile considerable amounts of its elemental seeds. While many spirit materials cannot be mass-produced, some herbs or auxiliary materials that catalyze the alchemical process can indeed be cultivated through artificial means. The potential yield of a single grass and wood spirit spring seed each day is limited, thus no alchemist would ever complain of having an excess of such seeds. There remain 3 or 4 soul-returning grasses, a type of profound-grade spiritual herb that can be ingested directly to restore soul power and treat comas caused by soul injuries. This herb is considered an essential medicine for beast tamers. In the storage space of the leader, Qiao Yang also discovered a significant quantity of items resembling yin-yang harmony powder, which, as the name suggests, serves a rather specific purpose, causing Zhang Li to furrow her brows. Fortunately, our swift action prevented him from utilizing such items, which would have been troublesome, Qiao Yang remarked with a smile. Yin-yang harmony powder is not exclusively used for such matters. It also acts as an economical rage-inducing agent for spiritual beasts like the blaze boar, which primarily relies on charging as its main attack. The name, having been established long ago, still retains its original designation despite the discovery of its secondary function. One should not attribute such sordid intentions to people. In the wilderness, one might not even encounter another human, making it unlikely that these items were intended for such purposes. However, carrying an excess would encroach upon the space needed for survival supplies. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to dispose of this substance promptly. Disposal does not entail incineration, as the smoke produced could yield similar adverse effects upon inhalation. Burning it in a forging furnace is also inadvisable, for any residual contamination could lead to complications during subsequent potion crafting. To effectively eradicate this substance, one could employ dark elemental forces to corrode it, thus circumventing potential issues. Once the chaotic items were dealt with, Zhang Li exhaled a sigh of relief. The inspection was finally complete. It was no wonder so many were inclined to seize such treasures, as they were indeed far superior to what one might painstakingly gather over time. Indeed, the only drawback was that if one were unable to match their previous accumulations, they would face losses. Qiao Yang remained nonchalant, stating that those who frequently traverse the riverbanks cannot avoid getting their shoes wet. As one engages in more frequent acts of robbery, the satisfaction derived from personal resource gathering diminishes, leading one to seek quicker gains, which inevitably results in a downfall, losing both principle and interest. However, the presence of people in the vicinity indicated a lack of safety. It was best to make a hasty exit. Speaking of which, it had been some time since they had ventured out, and it would be wise to halt their exploration and return to process their harvest. The two had amassed quite a bounty this time, including profound-grade spiritual herbs, 2 exotic elemental seeds, and a plethora of spirit-grade medicinal herbs. Divided, they had more than enough to reconstruct a 3-cannon array, with the possibility of upgrading to a 9-cannon array as well. Finally back, Zhang Li exclaimed joyfully as they stepped into Tianqing City. The food consumed in the wilderness, though not entirely unpalatable, could never compare to that of a fine restaurant. Moreover, they could finally indulge in a proper bath, such luxuries were unattainable in the wild, where maintaining even the most basic level of cleanliness was a necessity. Both Qiao Yang and Jiang Li shared a fondness for bathing. Jiang Li's affection for it was self-evident, while Qiao Yang, often drained from research and forging, found that soaking had a soothing effect on his spirit, gradually leading him to appreciate the ritual. However, before indulging in a bath, a visit to the restaurant was imperative, as Qiao Yang had not forgotten his privilege of dining free of charge. As for the spiritual materials of both mundane and spirit grades, they planned to retain a portion of the useful ones while directly selling the remainder to the Tianqing Wanbao Pavilion's purchasing office. The few profound-grade herbs would be kept, as they were of personal utility to Qiao Yang. Regarding the 2 exotic elemental seeds, after a discussion with Jiang Li, they decided to list them on the spiritual network for a free bidding process. Observing the outcome, the free bidding format is quite intriguing. For popular items, it often leads to final prices significantly exceeding the norm. Conversely, there exists the possibility of a timid bidder securing an item at a remarkably low price due to the hesitance of others. For less sought-after goods, free bidding frequently allows bidders to acquire their desired items at prices considerably lower than usual, although some may opt for a more conservative bid as a precaution. Overall, the nature of free bidding, where participants cannot see each other's offers, results in considerable psychological maneuvering that can lead to volatile price fluctuations. Such occurrences arise because many items, like exotic elements, lack an official pricing structure, existing solely through private transactions with no means of determining a market value. Moreover, exotic elements are generated in unique environments and cannot be mass-produced, leading to a lack of official pricing. For those in need, a slightly higher price is acceptable, while those who do not require them would prefer to seize a bargain if possible, but would not overly concern themselves with the price. In the free bidding process, while bidders cannot see one another's offers, the consignor can view each bid but cannot choose to whom to sell. They must sell to the highest bidder. This setup can provide the consignor with insights into general purchasing intentions and psychological price points. Qiao Yang and Jiang Li prepared to auction 2 exotic elements. The grass and wood spirit spring is a relatively popular item, with a high demand among alchemists, while other professions also require the effects of such a substance. Thus, while the psychological price for the grass and wood spirit spring may not be exceedingly high, the willingness to purchase is certainly present. As for the withered tree heart, Qiao Yang believed it would be challenging to find a buyer due to its significant side effects and limited applicability, rendering its personal utility rather limited. However, he acknowledged that there might be unknown uses for the item that even he was unaware of. Now, having returned via the intercity train to their jointly owned shop, the pair found themselves stationed before their personal terminals, eagerly monitoring the free bidding prices on the spiritual network. Each attended to a specific bid, Jiang Li observing the grass and wood spirit spring, while Qiao Yang focused on the withered tree heart. Jiang Li's bids aligned with expectations, hovering around 7 to 8 radiant coins, with numerous participants making offers. Unlike traditional auctions, free bidding permits no alterations to bids. Each participant is granted a single chance to bid, necessitating careful consideration. Currently, the highest bid reached 9 radiant coins, and it was unlikely anyone would surpass that in the short term. While free bidding may yield a high final price, such occurrences are relatively rare. Most bidders possess a psychological expectation of price. This is distinct from an auction, where the presence of an auctioneer and the atmosphere can easily elevate prices. However, in free bidding, with only a single bid allowed, the price may only rise if a determined bidder willing to pay a premium emerges. However, at the outset of the free bidding, many were still unaware, so it would be prudent to wait a few more days to observe the situation. Conversely, an unexpected development arose on Qiao Yang's side. Initially, as Qiao Yang had anticipated, there were very few bidders willing to place their offers, and the prices remained modest. Nevertheless, given the substantial population of the Radiant Federation, it was indeed a rare occurrence to witness a completely vacant free bidding environment. After several days of the auction, only a handful of individuals had placed bids, the highest being less than 3 radiant coins. Qiao Yang sighed, realizing that his expectations were confirmed. There were not many willing to sell, and most were merely hoping to seize a bargain at a low price. However, in the final days of the free bidding, Qiao Yang was astonished to see a sudden influx of participants, and their bids were notably high, with the top bid reaching 10 radiant coins. Frankly, this far exceeded Qiao Yang's expectations. He had initially thought it was already commendable for anyone to bid at all. Similarly, on Jiang Li's side, the highest bid had come from a user offering 9 radiant coins, only to be eclipsed today by a sudden bid of 20 radiant coins, startling both of them who initially thought it was a mistake. Yet, even if it were a mistake, there was no recourse once a bid was placed. It could not be amended, and there was no concern about anyone reneging on their offer. The payment method for the free bidding required a temporary deduction from the account upon placing a bid, with funds refunded if the transaction was unsuccessful. Thus, regardless of willingness, the money had already been expended. It should be noted that there was a verification process for payments, making it unlikely for one to inadvertently press the wrong button. As the free bidding concluded, the highest bid remained unchanged, and the 2 exotic elemental seeds sold for a total of 30 radiant coins. This amount significantly surpassed the intrinsic value of the 2 seeds themselves, considering that the unique bloodline of the Shinming serpent would likely be valued similarly. Ultimately, these 2 exotic elements were merely of spiritual grade, necessitating further cultivation by beast tamers, making their final transaction price exceptionally high. Originally, this was where the matter would conclude. But the following day, Wu Ling and Lin Hao brought it up during their meal at the tavern. Hey, did you know? A couple of days ago, I saw a spirit wood spring being auctioned on the Spirit Network, and my dad swooped in with a bid of 20 radiant coins to secure it. I was utterly taken aback at the time. Later, he advised me to seize such opportunities without hesitation. What are you two looking like that for? Wu Ling noticed the peculiar expressions on Qiao Yang and Zhang Li's faces and inquired further. What a small world it is, Qiao Yang mused. Then proceeded to explain the situation to Wu Ling. Oh, so it was you who put it up for sale? Wu Ling seemed unfazed, as her family was substantial. And for them, the spirit wood spring held more significance than the additional price paid. Regarding the other item, the withered tree heart, Qiao Yang asked Wu Ling about its demand. It's likely needed by the exploration troops in various cities, Wu Ling replied, having some knowledge in this area. The city troops are categorized into 2 types, the exploration troops and the city guards. The latter is straightforward, while the exploration troops refer to the official military engaged in field exploration, encompassing not just the forests and grasslands near the Radiant Federation, but also various dimensional spaces and secret realms. Exploration troops frequently encounter spaces obstructed by various elements, making such exotic elements that can clear them highly sought after. Previously, exotic fire elements like the Fire Spirit Flame, exotic earth elements like the Taisui Earth, and exotic water elements like the Drowning Stream had all been collected by the exploration troops of various cities. Now that an exotic element capable of clearing wood elements had emerged, they had no reason to let it slip away. Chapter 55, Arena Battle. After listening to Wu Ling, Qiao Yang finally understood that his perspective had been somewhat limited. Indeed, while the withered tree heart may not be of great assistance to individuals, it could work wonders in certain specific environments. The exploration troops were the most likely to encounter such unique settings. However, Qiao Yang also pondered, if a spirit beast could gather all attributes of similar exotic elements, would it not be invincible? Yet, this notion proved futile. Wu Ling, with her broader knowledge, pointed out that such a pursuit would merely squander the potential of the spirit beast. Qiao Yang, you must understand that spirit beasts possess their own attributes. A fire attribute spirit beast would be ineffective in refining exotic water. Being able to refine exotic elements of all attributes implies that the spirit beast encompasses all attributes. Wouldn't it be more advantageous for such a spirit beast to refine higher-level exotic elements instead? Moreover, to be frank, it has been many years since a spirit beast with all attributes has been seen in the Radiant Federation. The closest example would be the Great Ming Peacock that once appeared on the Yunhuan continent, possessing the 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. But it did not encompass all attributes. In essence, offense is the best defense. Fixating solely on countering various elements is indeed a suboptimal strategy. Such elements are best placed in environments suited for them. However, it was evident that Wu Ling had come with a purpose today. I have a favor to ask of you. Would you be willing to help? Wu Ling spoke earnestly. Of course, it's no trouble. As they were part of the same team, and given that she was Lin Hao's girlfriend and had generously supported Qiao Yang's substantial store, they were inclined to assist. Could you help me participate in an arena battle? Wu Ling shyly articulated this rather unusual request. An arena battle? Who are you at odds with? Both Qiao Yang and Zhang Li were puzzled. The arena battle refers to a method of resolving disputes between 2 parties through team competitions, where the victor is deemed justified. It is akin to encountering treasures in the wild. It is said that the origin of the arena battle format stems from methods of resolving disputes that arose in the wild. However, despite being named an arena battle, it does not entail both sides standing in an arena casting skills. The actual battleground is known as the Void Illusion Realm. Originally, arena battles were intended to take place in the wild, but to maintain a wild environment solely for this purpose would be excessively wasteful. So it was adapted to occur within the Void Illusion Realm. This realm, constructed by the illusory Void Beast, is a vast space existing between reality and illusion, closely resembling the wilderness in reality. The arena battle format mimics wild combat. Once all participants enter the Void Illusion Realm, they are randomly teleported to various locations within the environment, and individuals from the same side may not necessarily be together. In the void illusion realm, death does not result in actual demise. Instead, participants are expelled from the realm by the illusory void beast. If an entire side is expelled, they are deemed defeated. However, to prevent endless delays akin to a game of hide-and-seek, the arena battle is time-limited to 3 days. After this period, the void illusion realm concludes automatically, with the side retaining more participants declared the victor. If both sides have equal remaining participants, it results in a draw. Since the current cities were established during the wilderness expansion period, disputes among people now typically adhere to the rulings of arena battles. If both sides draw, they will each make concessions to resolve the dispute amicably. In familial disputes requiring an arena battle, it is common to conduct 2 rounds, one for the older generation and one for the younger generation. A victory for one and a loss for the other, or 2 draws, will result in a stalemate. This time, Wu Ling's family was set to engage in an arena battle against the Jin family. It was said that the 2 families initiated this arena battle to contend for the right of priority exploration of a certain dimensional space. Not all alternate dimensions are as vast and boundless as the ones previously entered by Qiao Yang and his companions. Many are relatively small. The exploration of these alternate realms can be likened to the act of opening blind boxes. One might stumble upon a bountiful land if fortune favors them, or conversely, see all investments go to waste if luck is not on their side. The privilege of priority exploration allows for a month's advance entry into a newly discovered alternate dimension. The official exploratory forces are limited, making it common for individuals to be granted the opportunity to explore upon the discovery of a new entrance. Previously, the elder generations of the Wu and Jin families engaged in a contest, which concluded in a stalemate, leaving the ultimate outcome dependent on the results of a match between the younger generations. Could you lend us your assistance? Wu Ling implored. Even if we lose, we will compensate you. Should we win or draw, in addition to the remuneration, you will also receive a share of the mining profits. Of course, assisting you poses no issue, but I would like to understand the capabilities of the Jin family's younger generation, came the reply. From every perspective, Qiao Yang found it hard to refuse. However, knowledge of the opponent's conditions was necessary. Wu Ling acknowledged that the Jin family's younger generation would undoubtedly seek external aid, and she knew that their leading representative was on par with her own abilities. The specifics of the external assistance were uncertain, but it was unlikely to reach the silver level, Wu Ling explained. Our spirit beasts are predominantly various flora, which places us at a disadvantage in combat. Just look at Wu Ling's 9-headed grain. While it is indeed an impressive spirit beast, its effectiveness in a contest is rather limited. If not for the age restrictions, Wu Ling would have undoubtedly sought the assistance of Senior Ling Ji. As the most exceptional individuals she had encountered within the allowed age bracket were Qiao Yang and his companions. Being a competitor, Wu Ling was not entirely oblivious to the strengths of the Jin family's younger generation, promptly sharing the profiles of the most likely participants with Qiao Yang. Very well. I will examine this. By the way, when is the contest scheduled to commence? Qiao Yang inquired after receiving the information. Jiang Li and Lin Hao had considerable faith in Qiao Yang's strategic abilities, given his prior studies on the subject. In 7 days, was the response. 7 days should suffice. I see that the contest will feature 5 participants. Besides the 4 of us, who else will compete? There is my younger brother. Here is his information for your review. Wu Ling sent over another profile. After dinner, Qiao Yang immersed himself in the data provided by Wu Ling. Upon review, it became apparent that this opponent would indeed pose a challenge. Despite having previously bested several opponents alongside Jiang, those adversaries had poorly coordinated spirit beasts that often interfered with one another, resulting in fewer than half being able to engage in battle. This time, however, those selected for the contest would undoubtedly have been meticulously chosen, ensuring that coordination issues would not arise. Chapter 56. Researching the contest on his side. It was relatively straightforward to analyze. Wu Ling, Lin Hao, and Jiang Li were familiar faces. The only unknown was Wu Ling's brother, Wu Song, whom Qiao Yang had not encountered before. The data Wu Ling provided was quite detailed, offering not only Wu Song's basic information, excluding the password for his spirit network account, but also some recorded battle footage. Curiously, the majority of the clips depicted him being defeated. From Qiao Yang's perspective, Wu Ling's brother possessed commendable spirit beast qualities and had been well trained, so it was perplexing that he had faced so many defeats. Based on the information, Wu Song's spirit beast appeared to belong to the category of arboreal plants, though one could not be entirely certain, as the precise attributes of spirit beasts are considered personal privacy and are typically inferred from the beasts used in combat. Among Wu Song's spirit beasts, the most formidable was an ancient iron tree demon, but due to the nature of the footage, Qiao Yang's true eye could not discern its specifics. The true eye assesses targets based on fluctuations in spiritual energy, but recorded footage fails to capture such nuances, rendering the true eye ineffective. From the footage alone, the ancient Iron Tree Demon seemed primarily capable of summoning minions, specifically 5 ancient Iron Tree men. However, Qiao Yang understood that the innate battle prowess of the ancient Iron Tree Demon itself was formidable, though he had never witnessed it engage directly in combat. Wu Song had also contracted other spirit beasts, 2 healing trees and a Springwell Phoenix tree. The healing tree earned its name from its remarkable ability to heal rapidly after sustaining damage, a trait derived from its capacity to release a significant amount of spiritual energy to stimulate rapid recovery. The Springwell Phoenix tree, cultivated specifically for its healing properties, functions akin to an exceedingly powerful gathering array, channeling spiritual energy like a gushing spring. Furthermore, the Springwell Phoenix tree can be utilized simultaneously with gathering arrays. Once reaching the gold level, Beastmasters can inscribe rune formations from thin air, and the combination of the Springwell Phoenix tree with a gathering array could potentially manifest an actual spiritual spring. The synergy between the healing tree and the Springwell Phoenix tree could furnish plant-based spirit beasts with a continuous supply of spiritual energy and healing capabilities. The downside is that these 2 plants are immobile and must be rooted to exercise their powers, meaning both healing and energy restoration abilities are centered around their anchor point. In Qiao Yang's estimation, Wu Song's spirit beasts had begun to form a rudimentary combat system, with a commendable level of advancement classified at the mid-bronze tier. However, he had seldom emerged victorious. Yet, upon thoroughly analyzing his combat style, Qiao Yang discovered that the ancient Iron Tree Demon and its summoned minions, when combined with the healing trees and Springwell Phoenix tree, could excel in positional warfare and defensive counterattacks. Unfortunately, Wu Song often succumbed to impulsiveness, abandoning the restorative benefits of his healing trees and Springwell Phoenix tree to charge recklessly into battle, frequently exposing himself in the process. Moreover, Qiao Yang suspected that he merely treated the tree men as mere soldiers. The ancient Iron Tree Demon, in addition to its fists, had the capability to summon thorn vines to control the battlefield, yet Qiao Yang had never witnessed Wu Song utilize such abilities. He resolved to inquire further about these specifics upon their meeting. As for Wu Song's impulsiveness, the heavenly poison vine's toxicity could effectively address this issue. After reviewing his own side, Qiao Yang turned his attention to the data on the Jin family. It remained unclear what type of external assistance the Jin family would seek, but based on Wu Ling's provided information, the most noteworthy among the potential combatants were the Jin siblings, Jin Jun and Jin Xia. Jin Jun, as the eldest son and a leading figure among the younger generation of the Jin family, commanded considerable respect, according to Wu Ling's account. While Qiao Yang could not discern Jin Jun's personal charisma, he was well aware of his formidable strength, peaking at the bronze level, possibly even surpassing Qiao Yang, who was at the advanced bronze stage, still a notch below the pinnacle. The Jin family's spirit beasts lacked recorded footage, only textual descriptions. Among Jin Jun's spirit beasts, the most powerful was a giant rock dragon, also at the pinnacle of the bronze level. This marked Qiao Yang's first encounter with a dragon-type spirit beast, and the name itself suggested exceptional prowess in strength and defense. Jin Jun possessed 2 additional spirit beasts, a dark gold Tyrannosaurus and an ice Tyrannosaurus, both at the advanced bronze level. Although Jin Jun's cultivation was superior to Qiao Yang's, it appeared that, due to his contracts with dragon-type spirit beasts, he was limited to just 3 spirit beasts. According to the information provided by the martial spirit, it has been noted that Jin Jun has never exhibited any other spirit beasts, which has been explicitly highlighted. This raises uncertainty about whether he possesses additional spirit beasts. Based on the data, the giant rock earth dragon is not only incredibly powerful, but also boasts an astonishingly high defensive capability. It is reputed that high-ranking giant rock earth dragons can even summon meteorites from the heavens. However, it remains unclear to what extent Jin Jun can accomplish this feat fortunately. Since the competition is set within the void illusion realm, the martial spirit remarked that in reality, their family would prefer to concede outright. The dark gold Tyrannosaurus and the ice Tyrannosaurus are also known to excel in close combat and dragon breath attacks. The breath of the dark gold Tyrannosaurus possesses a razor-sharp gold attribute armor-piercing effect, while the ice Tyrannosaurus, as its name suggests, can instantly freeze its foes. Moreover, it is particularly troublesome that both of these dragon-type spirit beasts possess formidable defenses. The metallic skin of the dark gold Tyrannosaurus and the ice armor of the ice Tyrannosaurus are both exceptionally resilient. Is the Jin family primarily a clan that contracts dragon-type spirit beasts? Qiao Yang pondered this question, noticing that the individuals listed in the martial spirits data all had contracted dragon-type spirit beasts. However, apart from the Jin siblings, Jin Jun and Jin Xia, the others did not seem particularly formidable. Initially, the The martial spirit intended to provide data solely on the two of them, but for precautionary measures, additional individuals were included. Just as with spirit beasts of other types, there exists a notable disparity between the strengths and weaknesses of dragon-type spirit beasts. And Jin Jun's prowess is solely attributed to the strength of the few he has contracted. After this, Qiao Yang picked up Jin Xia's information and, upon reviewing it, felt somewhat taken aback, not due to the strength of Jin Xia, but because he had never heard of her spirit beast before. The information on Jin Xia was even more limited than that of Jin Jun. According to the martial spirit, this individual holds little presence within the Jin family, having summoned only 2 spirit beasts in the few instances she has taken action, and it remains uncertain whether these are her strongest spirit beasts. One is named the Rainbow Illusion Dragon, a high-level bronze beast that, while lacking a specific attribute, can absorb defeated foes into its illusion realm and then manifest a phantom of that enemy to fight on its behalf. The other beast, however, was entirely unfamiliar to Qiao Yang. It was described as resembling a deer with a dragon's head, claws, and wings, adorned with indigo patterns. And its opponents have reportedly struggled to articulate how they were defeated. Isn't this called the Mystical Illusion Dragon? Silver suddenly interjected, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Silver, do you recognize this spirit beast? I thought I was well versed in spirit beasts, yet I cannot fathom any that match this description. Qiao Yang often relished conversing with Silver during idle moments, particularly enjoying her tales of various spirit beasts from the alchemical era. As every beast master is invariably intrigued by matters pertaining to spirit beasts, I am not entirely certain either. Based solely on this description, I hesitate to assert anything definitively. As it could mislead others, Silver responded cautiously. However, the characteristics and description do align with dragon-type spirit beasts. The only one that comes to mind is the Mystical Illusion Dragon, but this creature belongs to the era of mountains and seas. How did this girl named Jin Xia come across it? Silver's voice remained laced with confusion. If it were a spirit beast commonly found in this era, given the martial spirit's lineage, Silver found it hard to believe that even its name could not be uncovered. By the way, Silver, what exactly is this Mystical Illusion Dragon? And what is this era of mountains and seas? Silver always managed to introduce new terminology to Qiao Yang. Let me start from the beginning. I believe I have mentioned that I am the founder of the alchemical era, Silver began. Qiao Yang nodded, recalling that Silver had indeed made this claim. And her knowledge certainly warranted such a title. Given that I founded the alchemical era, my birth must have occurred prior to it. The era that was obliterated before my birth is known as the era of mountains and seas. In every era, dragons are a prominent race. And in the era of mountains and seas, dragon tribes formed. Within these tribes, the Mystical Illusion Dragon typically served as a prophet or priest. Silver was evidently well acquainted with this history. A priest? With the power of dragon-type spirit beasts, is there a need for a prophet or priest? Qiao Yang inquired with curiosity. Although there were indeed weaker dragon-type spirit beasts, the term dragon has always been synonymous with strength. Spirit beasts bearing the name dragon tend to command a higher price in trade due to this association. Indeed, even dragons can reach a limit. Whenever aspirations exceed their own power, they must seek assistance from the ethereal gods. Nevertheless, the Mystical Illusion Dragon possesses an array of mysterious abilities. According to documented accounts, the abilities of the Mystical Illusion Dragon are diverse: prophecy, detection, reading, amplification, and catalyzation. Each Mystical Illusion Dragon possesses unique capabilities. And tribes of dragons in the era of mountains and seas often developed distinct styles based on the abilities of their respective Mystical Illusion Dragons. Of course, not all dragon tribes had the presence of a Mystical Illusion Dragon, but those that were slightly larger typically did. I see, Qiao Yang contemplated. So, Silver, what do you think the abilities of Jin Xia's Mystical Illusion Dragon might be? Regardless of whether Jin Xia's dragon-type spirit beast was indeed a Mystical Illusion Dragon, or where she had acquired it, they could only regard her spirit beast as such for the time being. Based on the information, it seemed that her Mystical Illusion Dragon had the ability to erase others' memories. However, if he recalled correctly, the combat prowess of the Mystical Illusion Dragon was not particularly strong. Among her opponents were several formidable individuals, one of whom had a main battle spirit beast that was a pilot whale with the bloodline of a Kuan fish. Under equal conditions, the Mystical Illusion Dragon would undoubtedly be no match for it. Thus, it was evident that she possessed another mysterious spirit beast, one that was not only powerful but whose abilities were kept secret, so much so that the Jin family would go to great lengths to conceal its existence, Silver concluded. I see. That poses a bit of a problem. However, it is not without potential solutions. The following day, Qiao Yang gathered everyone together, including asking the martial spirit to summon her brother, Wu Song, to share his findings. A Mystical Illusion Dragon? To be honest, I have never heard of such a creature. Qiao Yang, where did you learn of this? Wu Ling inquired, puzzled. Ah well. Qiao Yang evasively brushed it off. Wu Ling did not press further, understanding that everyone has their own peculiarities. Prying too deeply into others' secrets is not the way to foster friendship. So, you're suggesting that Jin Xia possesses a powerful spirit beast that remains undisclosed, and the Jin family is desperately trying to keep its existence hidden? Precisely, Qiao Yang affirmed. Therefore, it is quite possible that Jin Xia may not summon this spirit beast during the competition. The arena, situated in the void illusion realm, is under constant surveillance by the illusionary beasts. No matter how peculiar her mystical illusion dragon's abilities may be, it cannot escape the notice of the illusionary beasts. Yet we must not underestimate the situation. If this exploration is of utmost significance to the Jin family, they may choose to gamble everything. Hence, Qiao Yang posed a critical question. Is there something particularly unique about this dimensional space that would compel the Jin family to take such risks? It must be acknowledged that the disparity in strength between an individual who fights with all their might and one who does not is immense, as exemplified by a certain individual with bushy eyebrows clad in a green bodysuit. In this current era, many individuals contract spirit beasts that serve as trump cards, characterized by their ability to exchange tremendous damage for an attack power that surpasses their current level. Including this time, it remains the same. If the extra-dimensional space were not particularly significant, Jin Xia would likely refrain from summoning her spiritual beast. However, if it holds great importance, the situation would be entirely different. From the intelligence I have gathered, it appears to be merely a routine competition, yet I cannot ascertain whether the Jin family possesses any undisclosed information. Wu Ling candidly stated. As the leading figure among the younger generation of her family, she would certainly not be kept in the dark about any intelligence. Thus, her claim of ignorance is genuinely sincere. Given this, we shall set this matter aside. I reviewed the data on the Jin family. This Jin Jun indeed poses a formidable challenge, yet he is not insurmountable. His spiritual beast, no matter how robust its defenses, cannot possibly rival that of Senior Ling Ji. Therefore, victory remains within reach. Regarding external assistance, even the most powerful allies, constrained by age limits, would not be able to match Jin Jun's prowess. If they did, surrender would be the wiser choice. No matter how confident Qiao Yang may be, he is ultimately not a deity. If all 5 of the Jin family's spiritual beasts are 3-headed dragons, there would be no need for any effort. They could simply steamroll their way to victory. I have gathered information beforehand. Although the void mirage disperses individuals randomly upon entry, there is a silver lining. One does not end up being teleported alongside the adversary. Among us, Wu Song excels in positional warfare. Thus your task is to firmly establish the healing tree and the gushing tree of Phoenix in place, allowing the ancient iron tree demon to summon all the treants to maintain a steadfast defense. I have devised a method to locate you. All you need to do is await my arrival. However, having observed your previous battle footage, I noticed you often charge out recklessly when provoked. I do not expect you to alter such ingrained habits in just a few days. Therefore, before we enter, Wu Ling, please use the heavenly poison vine to restrain Wu Song's movements and provide me with the antidote. Once I encounter Wu Song, I will assist him in detoxifying. Afterward, I will lead him to reunite with you. I have no doubt regarding your trio's ability to protect yourselves. However, upon encountering the opposing team, do not engage in a headstrong confrontation, regardless of how favorable the circumstances may seem. After Qiao Yang outlined a strategy, he turned to Wu Song, summarizing the tactical approach. The simpler the strategy, the better. Overly detailed arrangements tend to invite complications, as tactics require human execution, and humans face an ever-changing array of circumstances that cannot be entirely anticipated. Thus, Qiao Yang did not intend to assign them overly complex tasks. He merely instructed Wu Song to hold his ground, while Qiao Yang sought out the others. Wu Ling can single-handedly deal with a group of gale leopards. Zhang Li possesses the dark domain of Little Shadow, and Lin Hao's spiritual beast can serve as a mount. Qiao Yang felt reassured about their self-preservation capabilities. However, regarding Wu Ling's brother, Qiao Yang found him somewhat unreliable based on his recorded footage, prompting him to enlist Wu Ling's assistance. Concerning your spiritual beast, that ancient iron tree demon, I have a question, Qiao Yang inquired, intrigued by this matter. Please, go ahead. As Wu Song had frequently heard Wu Ling discuss Qiao Yang and the others prior to his arrival, coupled with Qiao Yang's logical analysis, he was quite willing to cooperate. Yet, how could such a person be so easily provoked? Nonetheless, considering Wu Ling's character, Qiao Yang surmised that it was likely a reflection of the entire Wu family's demeanor. Shouldn't the ancient iron tree demon be capable of controlling thorn vines? Why have I not seen you utilize them in any of your battle footage? After reviewing Wu Song's data, Qiao Yang remained perplexed by this issue. Given that Wu Ling hails from a lineage renowned for their expertise with contract-based plant-type spiritual beasts, they should undoubtedly be aware of this capability, suggesting that there must be some underlying reason. Brother, you may not be aware, but for some unknown reason, my ancient iron tree demon simply cannot learn to control thorn vines. Our family has attempted numerous methods, including the Heart of Flora, yet to no avail, Wu Song explained. His expression tinged with a hint of frustration. This is indeed a rare occurrence. For summoning freely mobile trance should ostensibly be more challenging than controlling thorn vines for an ancient iron tree demon. It is illogical that Wu Song's ancient iron tree demon can summon trance, yet fails to master thorn vines. As a family that has long specialized in contract-based plant-type spiritual beasts, the Wu family clearly possesses substantial experience. Even the Heart of Flora has been employed, yet it remains ineffective. The Heart of Flora is a type of elixir used for plant-type spiritual beasts, enhancing their intelligence. Typically, using a corresponding level of Heart of Flora is the optimal choice for enabling plant-type spiritual beasts to comprehend specific skills. If even the Heart of Flora proves ineffective. May I take a look? Qiao Yang approached the situation with a mindset of desperation, yet also with a belief in the silver lining. You primarily wish to place your faith in me, don't you? Silver, in Qiao Yang's mind, could not resist the urge to interject. Indeed. Just as Silver made this remark, Wu Song summoned his ancient iron tree demon. Although named a demon, its appearance was not grotesque. It resembled a robust treant overall. Ancient iron tree demon. Level, Advanced Bronze. Qualification, Profound. Attributes, Wood Soul. Skills, Hard Skin, Treant, Soul Guardian. This combination of attributes and skills left Qiao Yang astonished. For an ancient iron tree demon is typically purely of wood attribute, yet Wu Song's variant possessed an additional soul attribute, along with an unusual skill, Soul Guardian. It is possible that their family expended considerable resources to enhance the intelligence of the ancient iron tree demon in an effort to teach it thorn vines, resulting in this unforeseen state. Silver offered some conjectures regarding this matter. That seems plausible. However, Silver, what does the term Soul Guardian signify? The skill names perceived by the Eye of Truth were all coined by Silver, and Qiao Yang was curious as to why Silver had chosen Soul Guardian as a name. This explanation is somewhat intricate. I will strive to be succinct. Silver pondered how best to elucidate. The trance summoned by the ancient iron tree demon are, in essence, created from its own wood elements, with a portion of its soul dedicated to controlling this corporeal form. The surplus soul energy reserves of this ancient iron tree demon surpass the wood element reserves it can use to create trance by a factor of 2. And the soul energy is significantly denser than that of a typical tree demon. Thus, I surmise that this ancient iron tree demon can not only produce trance, but also generate an equivalent number of soul guardians, with the portion of its soul remaining intact even after the trance are destroyed, likely continuing to exist in the form of soul guardians. Upon hearing this, Qiao Yang began to grasp the implications. However, regarding soul guardians, their potential utility is remarkable. Qiao Yang, what troubles you? Is there an issue? Zhongli, noticing Qiao Yang's prolonged silence while staring at the ancient iron tree demon, assumed something was amiss. Oh, nothing, Qiao Yang replied, snapping back to reality. I believe I have a better understanding of the situation concerning this ancient iron tree demon. Qiao Yang requested Zhang Li and Lin how to step aside for a moment, and then conveyed this information to Wu Ling and Wu Song. Since the Soul Guardian skill is relatively rare, directly revealing it might come across as disrespectful to Wu Song and Wu Ling ultimately. Whether to disclose it is a decision best left to the two of them. Soul Guardian? The ancient iron tree demon can learn such a skill? The two expressed their astonishment. Hurry, let the ancient iron tree demon demonstrate it. Indeed, following the soul contract, Wu Song sensed an additional presence, invisible to the naked eye, standing before him. This must be the Soul Guardian. Sister, please summon them both. This skill ultimately needs to be disclosed, Wu Song stated. After all, as teammates set to participate in the arena battle, it is only reasonable to exert all one's strength. Although Qiao Yang respects the two of them, it would be somewhat unfair to withhold one's abilities at such a crucial moment. The Soul Guardian? Upon entering, Zhang Li and Lin Hao listened to Wu Song's account with astonishment. Given that we possess such a skill, we may slightly alter our plans. Although a week remains, it is true that time can pass swiftly when something significant is at stake. Thus, it is quite unrealistic to aim for particularly challenging coordination within this time frame. Wu Ling, Lin Hao, Qiao Yang, and Zhang Li are already familiar with one another as teammates. As for Wu Song, he was merely brought in by Wu Ling to substitute for Senior Ling Ji as a tank, requiring little coordination. And so, in the blink of an eye, the day of the official arena battle arrived. As anticipated, The Jin family fielded the Jin Jun and Jin Xia siblings, accompanied by 3 young auxiliaries, all evidently below the silver rank. The arena battle between the Jin and Wu families is underway, with the victor gaining priority exploration rights to the otherworldly space designated KJ. JM 2546. The Jin family's wager consists of 3 celestial-grade spiritual herbs, while the Wu family's stake is the ownership of the ice stone vein located in the extreme cold tundra. The stakes were confirmed, and suddenly, a dizzying sensation enveloped them as they were transported to an unfamiliar forest. It seems the phantom beast has made its move, though regrettably, the appearance of the beast remains elusive. As Qiao Yang regained consciousness amidst the forest surroundings, he pondered silently. In truth, the phantom beast lacks a fixed form, or one could argue it possesses no form at all. It is the very essence of illusion itself. What one perceives is merely the impression of the phantom beast reflected in the mind. Inexplained. Very well, the arena battle is about to commence. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Qiao Yang felt a lack of vigor. He stood, stifled a yawn, and summoned the dark spirit to begin sensing. Chapter 59. The initial encounter with the enemy. The illusion crafted by the phantom beast possesses an exceptionally high degree of realism, rendering it as the genuine world to those within the illusion. Every blade of grass and tree appears astonishingly lifelike. The phantom beast is the advanced form of the illusion beast, and its illusions have reached a level of conceptual realism. Should it evolve into the illusion realm beast, it would create an authentic space. Ian remarked. However, it seems there are specific requirements for the phantom beast to evolve into the illusion realm beast, and mere cultivation will not suffice. The idle chatter concluded as the dark spirit's radar picked up on movements nearby. Within a radius of 500 meters, no one was detected, but sonar revealed individuals approximately 3,000 meters to the northwest, 4,000 meters to the southwest, and 2,500 meters to the east. It remained uncertain whether these individuals were allies or foes. This is where the sonar's limitations arise. The dark spirit can only detect activity, but cannot ascertain the source of that activity. If the vibrations were from beings as disparate in size as humans and spirit beasts, differentiation would be possible. However, discerning between humans proves far more challenging. Nonetheless, Qiao Yang resolved to investigate, especially since he had instructed Wu Song to hold his position. Given Wu Song's newfound Soul Guardian skill, Qiao Yang permitted him to release the Soul Guardian while holding the position, enabling reconnaissance and potential communication should they encounter allies. Qiao Yang decided to head northwest, for he had advised Wu Song to remain steadfast, and the vibrations in that direction had not shifted. The dark spirit's spiritual power radar can extend to 500 meters, allowing for identification once within that range. Prior to entering the void illusion, Qiao Yang had already recorded the spiritual power signatures of the other 4 individuals. If only he could summon spirit beasts before entering, the task would be considerably simpler. Each of the 5 could summon a spirit beast to accompany them, facilitating easy gathering. Unfortunately, this is prohibited. All must summon their spirit beasts only after entering the void illusion, lest the phantom beast detect their presence and expel them. As for Qiao Yang's unwavering confidence in locating Wu Song, it is because the dark spirit sonar can detect all individuals, with only 3 being relatively close. Upon entering, only 1 remained stationary. Thus, Qiao Yang felt assured that this was indeed Wu Song. This is fundamentally a psychological issue. After entering the void illusion, no one would remain immobile, knowing that their opponent possesses a spirit beast for detection. It is implausible that anyone would linger in place, awaiting detection by an opponent's spirit beast. Sure enough, upon entry, the dark spirit's spiritual power radar identified the stationary individual as Wu Song. As anticipated, he summoned the healing tree and spring-water parasol to take root, while dispatching the ancient iron tree demon to patrol, remaining within his designated area. It is worth considering. If he were capable of charging out to confront others under the toxicity of the heavenly poison vine, Qiao Yang need not worry for his safety. After alleviating Wu Song's poison, he instructed him to retract the healing tree and spring-water parasol, leaving the ancient iron tree demon behind. While the dark spirit's radar has a limited detection range, Qiao Yang possessed alternative methods to ascertain their respective positions. In essence, it is not particularly complex. It involves prearranging movement trajectories. For instance, Wu Ling excels at setting traps, while her direct combat and mobility are not her strongest suits. Thus, Qiao Yang directed her to find a suitable location to establish traps, resulting in the sonar displaying movement over a distance followed by restricted local movement, indicating it was indeed Wu Ling. Conversely, Jiang Li, when possessed by the shadow assassin, moves silently, making the sonar signals that appear and vanish intermittently indicative of her presence. Lin Hao's characteristics, however, are less easily discernible. primarily because the external spirit beasts invited by the Jin family remain unidentified, making it challenging to determine if anyone is akin to Lin Hao's spirit beast. Nevertheless, Lin Hao spends considerable time with Wu Ling and his flame lion. Being well acquainted with her aura could guide him to find her. While ordinary biological spirit beasts may lack the extraordinary abilities of unique life forms, they compensate with a more comprehensive range of abilities, avoiding significant shortcomings. However, based on the sonar's findings, among the two vibration sources that fit the criteria, the one belonging to Wu Ling is quite distant. A vibration source 7,000 meters away cannot yield an accurate distance and can only provide a general direction. Wu Ling's signal falls within this range. Jiang Li's presence was also somewhat far, but since Qiao Yang had run a distance to rendezvous with Wu Song, her signal was not particularly far now. Someone approaches, just as Qiao Yang and Wu Song were making their way toward Jiang Li. The sonar indicated an approaching vibration source that was clearly not an ally. However, it appeared that this individual had not discerned the presence of Qiao Yang and Wu Song, as their trajectory lacked a clear direction, resembling someone waiting for allies to converge. From the sonar data, it seemed this individual was accompanied by several large spirit beasts. Get closer, Wu Song. Use the Soul Guardian to scout, Qiao Yang instructed, preferring to avoid alarming their potential foe, yet basic reconnaissance remained essential. Large spirit beasts generally possess acute olfactory senses, making the Soul Guardian an excellent choice for stealthy observation. Upon observation, this individual, Waziking, is affiliated with the Lingyu Academy, possessing a mid-level bronze cultivation. Accompanying him are his primary combat spirit beasts, the mountain-moving violent bear and the proud blood barbarian bear. The Lingyu Academy is renowned among second-tier academies for its formidable strength, primarily attributed to its distinctive jade nurturing techniques. Students of Lingyu Academy often carry an array of jade artifacts, each endowed with remarkable and extraordinary functions. Enhancements such as increased elemental affinity or accelerated cultivation speed are considered rather fundamental capabilities. The mountain-moving violent bear is a creature with which Qiao Yang is quite familiar, as it is among the spirit beasts bred at Lin Hao's family breeding center. Qiao Yang first discovered his affinity for taming beasts in relation to this particular spirit beast. While it is relatively common, the sheer power of this spirit beast is formidable. A strike from its massive paw could leave one gravely injured, if not dead. The other spirit beast, the proud blood barbarian bear, is similarly a challenging adversary. In fact, all spirit beasts bearing the name Proud Blood tend to be formidable. Those capable of engaging in combat with their physical strength may possess the Proud Blood ability, characterized by a common trait. The more severe the injury, the greater the pain. And consequently, the more potent the strength, enhanced speed, and ferocity in battle. Some spirit beasts may even acquire an augmented healing ability. Thus, the most effective strategy against such spirit beasts is to incapacitate them swiftly, as relying on gradual attrition is futile. Chapter 60, Convergence. Although Qiao Yang discerned via sonar that there were no enemy allies in proximity, he had no intention of rushing in to capture a lone opponent. Firstly, such an endeavor would not be easy. Despite their large size, bear-like spirit beasts possess remarkable speed. Additionally, bears have an acute sense of smell, and by the time Qiao Yang and his companion approached, they would likely be detected. In truth, a bear's olfactory capabilities would allow it to sense their presence from 2 to 3 kilometers away. Fortunately, prior to their arrival, Qiao Yang and the others had treated themselves with a scent-masking potion. However, to avoid implicating Lin Hao, Wu Ling refrained from using this potion. Once Wu Ling enters the void illusion realm, he will seek a suitable location to set traps for self-preservation. Qiao Yang is acutely aware that even Jin Jun's giant rock dragon would struggle to withstand the combined toxicity of the heavenly poison vine and the hellish celestial bamboo for an extended period. Without such capabilities, Wu Ling, a beast master who has only contracted a 9-headed grain, would not have been selected to participate in the arena battles. Moreover, it is paramount to note that their offensive capabilities are lacking. Qiao Yang's dominator, in pursuit of immense power, has become overly concentrated, resulting in a diminutive wound area. While it possesses considerable lethality against medium-sized spirit beasts, striking the vital points of colossal bear-like spirit beasts proves exceedingly challenging. As for Wu Song, his ancient iron tree demon essentially designates him for frontline positioning and reconnaissance. Were he to wield thorny vines, Qiao Yang might have considered a more audacious attempt. For now, however, it is prudent to rendezvous with Jiang Li. It must be said, the dark spirit's detection abilities are remarkably convenient. Utilizing sonar detection, Qiao Yang effortlessly located Jiang Li. However, he pondered the nature of her detection spirit beast, as they had traversed quite a distance without encountering even a single bird. It struck him as odd that after such a time, no detection spirit beast had been observed on the opposing side. Yet, Based on previous information, it was evident that none of the three adversaries possessed any detection capabilities. Unless the opponents had lost their wits, it was improbable that they would lack a detection spirit master. This raises the question, could it be that the enemy's detection spirit master is in close proximity to Wuling? If so, it is highly likely that Wuling has already been discovered. Thus, should they not hasten to find Wuling and Lin Hao? Although Wuling's nine-headed grain is highly toxic, one cannot discount the possibility that their opponents have specifically prepared for Wuling's presence. Just as they study their adversaries, the Jin family would undoubtedly analyze the combatants from the Wu family, particularly the prominent figures of the younger generation, Wuling, and the likely participant, Wusong. Nonetheless, Qiao Yang is confident that the enemy will not uncover the capabilities of Wusong's ancient Iron Tree demon, as Wusong himself was previously unaware of this skill, resulting in it never being utilized. In a sense, this oversight turned out to be fortuitous. Nevertheless, it remains imperative to swiftly join forces with Wuling and Lin Hao. The dilemma lies in the fact that the three of them do not possess any spirit beasts for swift travel. Should they acquire a transport spirit beast? Qiao Yang mused while making his way, contemplating that in future wilderness excursions, they could not rely solely on foot. Compounding matters, since they had all employed scent-masking potions. They could not allow Lin Hao to lead Wuling to them. Historically, soldiers could only traverse about 5 kilometers at a time. Yet, Qiao Yang estimated they had already covered over 10 kilometers that day. Thankfully, he had maintained his fitness regimen. Let us not kid ourselves, you hardly ever step outside. Yin Wuqing retorted, exposing Qiao Yang's self-aggrandizement. Were it not for the presence of spiritual energy, you would likely still be a weakling. Must you be so blunt, Yin? Technology has transformed our lives, has it not? Qiao Yang replied, somewhat embarrassed. To some extent, you are correct. It is indeed time to consider transportation options. Planning ahead is preferable to scrambling at the last minute. It appeared that the sonar indicated the opposing team was also moving toward Wuling's location. It seemed they had indeed detected Wuling, and their adversaries appeared to possess some means of communication. Isn't this rather precarious? Zhang Li inquired. Fortunately, it seemed as though they were being held at a distance, suggesting that Wuling's traps had proven effective. After traversing such a considerable distance, the remaining distance for the trio was not insurmountable. When they were still a ways off, the three halted their advance. Zhang Li instructed Xiao Ying to unleash the dark domain, allowing them to stealthily approach. Well, we now know who the remaining two individuals are, Yi Yun and Kailina. Isn't that an odd pairing? Not particularly strange. It was to be expected, Wusong interjected. Indeed, it should have crossed our minds. As they approached, Wuling and Lin Hao appeared, accompanied by the Flame Lion King, Yanzai. Oh, what makes these two so special? Qiao Yang and Zhang Li were curious as to why they were so intrigued. Special is perhaps an overstatement. It's merely that Yi Yun is the boyfriend of Jin Xiao, and Kailina is the girlfriend of Jin Jun. If they seek external assistance, it is only natural they would turn to familiar faces, Wusong explained, shrugging. Moreover, there is a high probability that during the academy exchange, these four will form a team. Mirroring our own quartet, Wuling added. Indeed, during team formations, individuals tend to prioritize familiarity and compatibility. Do you know what spirit beasts these two possess? Since Wuling and Wusong were acquainted with these individuals, they would likely also be familiar with their spirit beasts. Yi Yun hails from the Barbarian Beast Academy, primarily summoning bull-type spirit beasts. His strongest is a steel-armored black bull. It seemed Lin Hao was quite familiar with this individual. As the name suggests, the steel-armored black bull is clad as if in iron armor. It can consume metal to form a protective shell around itself, simultaneously reinforcing its horns. In addition to the standard horns on either side of its head, the steel-armored black bull possesses a singular horn at the tip of its snout, reminiscent of a rhinoceros. Its charge is exceedingly difficult to withstand. Previously, Lin Hao had sparred with Yi Yun, and according to Lin Hao, the outcome was a mutual defeat. As the saying goes, success and failure both lie in the hands of Xiao He. The protective shell of the steel-armored black Yao Ox is indeed formidable. However, as a spirit beast that relies on physical combat, its excessive movement is hindered by this very shell, resulting in limited stamina. The martial spirit elucidated. Moreover, the flames of the Fire Lion King accelerated this process, leading to the conclusion that the steel-armored black Yao Ox was ultimately exhausted. Qiao Yang was at a loss for words in response. What about Kailina? He inquired further. Well, Lin Hao admitted, I am not particularly familiar with her. She seems to seldom engage in combat. She hails from the Holy Spirit Academy, where spirit beasts are predominantly of the sacred attribute, essentially resembling a priest, interjected Zhang Li. Chapter 61, Kailina. Zhang Li, do you know her? Qiao Yang asked, perplexed, as was Lin Hao. The Holy Spirit Academy, akin to the Dark Moon Academy, specializes in attributes associated with light and possesses profound research on common professions related to the light system. Well, That is to be expected, Zhongli replied, somewhat bashfully. You must be aware of our extracurricular activities at the Dark Moon Academy. Of course, Qiao Yang confirmed. Students from the Dark Moon Academy frequently visit various academies for meals. He had encountered Zhang Li at the Radiance Academy several times. The proximity of the Holy Spirit Academy to the Dark Moon Academy made it a favored dining spot for the latter's students. However, Zhang Li ceased visiting after a few attempts, citing the subpar quality of the food at the Holy Spirit Academy. During her rare visits, Zhang Li often heard discussions about her classmate Kailina. From what I gather, Kailina's most powerful spirit beast is a Radiant Pegasus. And it seems she has already bonded with an angel. Radiant Pegasus? I thought she was a priest? Qiao Yang expressed his confusion. The Radiant Pegasus, while typically possessing average combat capabilities, excels in synergy with its beast master. But if she is indeed a priest, why would she contract such a spirit beast that demands high combat prowess from its master? Qiao Yang questioned. The abilities of a priest extend beyond mere healing. They also encompass various aura-related powers, Zhongli clarified. Yet, if they can bestow auras upon others, why not upon themselves? In reality, priests and knights often share overlapping roles, albeit with differing specializations. Many priests, like Kailina, prioritize aura abilities over healing. Qiao Yang, unsure of how to respond, could only express that this revelation was hardly surprising. It was not particularly unexpected for someone of her temperament to be paired with someone like Jin Jun. As for angels, they are unique spirit beasts of the Holy Spirit Academy. Though referred to as angels, they are essentially akin to the Shadow Guards of the Dark Moon Academy, differing only in their luminous attributes. Like the Shadow Guards, angels manifest as indistinct phantoms, initially appearing unarmed, but through cultivation, they wield various weapons. If Qiao Yang recalled correctly, angels boasted 4 evolutionary branches, one more than the Shadow Guards. These branches include Combat Angel, Healing Angel, Will Angel, and Holy Angel, each wielding a longsword, branch, harp, and scepter, respectively. The Combat Angel enhances spiritual and physical prowess, significantly heightening sensory acuity. The Healing Angel amplifies restorative abilities, benefiting not only itself, but also allies nearby. The Will Angel fortifies endurance against pain, negative states, and emotions. The Holy Angel does not enhance itself, but imposes a degree of suppression on any hostile entities or spirit beasts within its vicinity. It seems Kailina's angel is a Will Angel, Zhongli added. If so, it appears Kailina embodies the type to lead the charge. However, given the circumstances, it seems that the opposing party lacks any spirit beasts with reconnaissance abilities. Aside from Hua Ziqing's bear, which possesses limited scouting capabilities, the only other potential source of reconnaissance could be Jin Xia's Mirage Dragon. Qiao Yang reasoned, alternatively. Some of the spirit beasts defeated by her 7-colored illusion dragon might serve as scouts. Beyond these possibilities, I can think of nothing else. He spread his hands in resignation. Furthermore, the sonar indicated that they had yet to gather, suggesting their scouting and communication skills were significantly inferior to ours. Had they managed to establish contact sooner, given the speed of their spirit beasts, they would have already regrouped. Presently, Jin Jun and Jin Xia had just joined forces with Hua Ziqing and were en route to our location, although they were approaching swiftly. Qiao Yang lamented the lack of offensive strength among his companions. At this juncture, it appeared that their only viable target for an all-out effort was Kailina. Quickly, we must expedite matters and ensure Kailina's safe passage. This may simplify our subsequent endeavors. He signaled for his companions to enter the realm of darkness and stealthily approach Kailina and Yi Yun. The martial spirit had become increasingly adept at laying traps. Despite my carefulness, I had inadvertently fallen prey to one, fortunately aided by the steel-armored black Yaoaks. Meanwhile, Kailina cautiously explored while muttering to herself. Despite their adversarial positions, she acknowledged the martial spirit's prowess. After all, the martial spirit had gained a modest reputation within the Barbarian Beast Academy, having made a name for itself solely through a single 9-year grain. As the two meticulously navigated their 12th encountered trap, an unexpected shadow arrow flew from an exceedingly cunning angle, striking the ground before Kailina, who, though Kailina instantly recognized it as Zhang Li's shadow butterfly skill, the word escaped her lips. Simultaneously, Kailina summoned her Radiant Pegasus, mounting it with a gleaming suit of armor materializing around her, along with a long spear appearing in her grasp, just as the Shadow Guards can merge with their beast masters, allowing the latter to become ethereal. Angels can also merge with their masters, albeit in the form of equipment. The angelic weaponry formed by Kailina's Will Angel manifests as an armor set, while the long spear in her hand was of her own forging. However, as Kailina surveyed her surroundings, she found no sign of life. Had it not been for the ground eroded by dark elements, the recent shadow arrow might have seemed like an illusion. Facing a stealthy assassin, Kailina, a beast master primarily focused on close combat, found herself at a disadvantage. She was well aware of Zhang Li's signature dark domain. If Zhang Li intended to conceal herself, Kailina had no means to counter. However, the presence of the shadow arrow indicated that Zhang Li was nearby. Raising her spear high, Kailina unleashed a series of auras radiating outward from her center. The repulsion aura, one of the Radiant Pegasus's skills, materializes light to repel foes. Yet, like many of its abilities, it necessitates coordination with its beast master to execute. Found you. With the repulsion aura sweeping across the area, Kailina had detected Zhang Li's presence. With spear in hand, she urged her Radiant Pegasus towards Zhang Li's direction. There was no concern about pitfalls. In truth, the Radiant Pegasus soared just above the ground, rendering such traps ineffective. The Knight skill, Holy Light Thrust, is a piercing strike imbued with light elements, delivering tremendous power that combines both physical and elemental damage. And it covers a considerable distance. Chapter 62. Before the team battle, let us engage in some minor maneuvering. The Holy Light Thrust swept through, shattering trees along its path. And a clearing suddenly appeared before Kailina, yet it failed to strike any adversaries. Certainly, Kailina had no expectation that her strike would inflict any harm upon her opponents. After all, Zhang Li and the others were of equal caliber to herself. If she could wound them with a single blow, it would indeed suggest their considerable weakness. However, from the outset, Kailina's objective was never to injure them. She charged toward Zhang Li, but instead of retreating for a second assault, she pressed onward, casually casting her resistance halo as she continued her advance. Did she intend to flee? Zhang Li disowned her intent. Kailina's earlier charge was merely a ruse to feign strength. She was not foolish. With Zhang Li nearby, it was unreasonable to assume that the others were absent. Nor did she believe her adversaries would be arrogant enough to think that one could vanquish her alone. A direct confrontation was futile, thus retreat was her only option. Seeking to regroup with her comrades, the recent Holy Light stab had already generated significant commotion, alerting her teammates to their positions. Initially, they had been unaware of the enemy's location, necessitating silence to avoid drawing attention. Now that the opposition had initiated an attack, it was clear they were fully assembled and aware of her whereabouts, rendering caution unnecessary. Kailina had previously conferred with Yi Yun. She would create a diversion and swiftly withdraw, while Yi Yun sought an opportunity from another direction. After all, Kailina's Radiant Pegasus could soar, while Yi Yun could not. She certainly runs swiftly, Qiao Yang mused, noting that, as Kailina had surmised, he and Lin Hao had accompanied Zhang Li. However, Wu Ling and Wu Song had not joined them, as their attack power was lacking and thus not particularly useful. Qiao Yang instructed Wu Ling to lay traps along the path that Jin Jun and the others would traverse, while assigning Wu Song to stand guard and assist with some labor. He felt relieved. Had Kailina been resolute in her intent to confront them, it would have posed quite a headache. The reason he had only allowed Zhang Li to probe was to instill doubt in Kailina, making her believe that all 5 of them had arrived. Had she known that only 3 were present, the prospect of defeating her 2 adversaries in a 3-on-2 scenario would have been quite precarious. The resistance halo, after all, was not a detection aura. Kailina could ascertain whether she had pushed anyone back, but not how many. Now, with the 2 of them fleeing, it became considerably easier for Qiao Yang. He had not intervened much, which meant they were unaware that his Dominator Spirit Ray could surpass their speed of escape. The Dominator quickly transformed into a level 2 floating cannon and, after a brief charge, unleashed a shot. The Dominator's attack was a Spirit Ray. Differing slightly from the kinetic shells of Qiao Yang's past life, the Spirit Ray was a linear attack, thus eliminating the need for parabolic calculations. The reason for the charging period was uncertainty regarding whether the instant-release Spirit Ray could breach the armor formed by the Angel of Will. Upon sensing Qiao Yang's charge, Kailina experienced a wave of trepidation, instinctively urging her Radiant Pegasus to evade. Yet, before she could distance herself significantly, a Spirit Ray as wide as a bowl shot past her. Thanks to her keen battle instincts, she narrowly avoided a critical hit. Otherwise, that Spirit Ray could have sent her spiraling out of the void mirage. This was still under the condition that Kailina had not dispelled her angelic armor and had taken defensive precautions. The Dominator's Spirit Ray could even rattle the shield of Ling Ji's silver-tier, heavy-armored turtle. And since Kailina had not yet transcended the silver level and was not primarily defensive, she had no hope of withstanding it. Even with a narrow escape from a fatal blow, the Spirit Ray still left a gash on Kailina's body, which was instantaneously torn open, causing blood to flow. Though she quickly staunched it, Qiao Yang's shot was insidiously infused with dark elements, knowing that Kailina, as a priestess, would possess healing abilities. However, a priestess's healing methods relied heavily on light elements, and the dark elements attached to this shot would require time to cleanse. In the void mirage, she would be unable to hope to rid herself of it within 3 days. Moreover, Kailina would need to divert her focus to suppress the corrosive effect of the dark elements within her body, which would, at least during battle, reduce her control over light elements and diminish the effects of her various halos. Of course, the effectiveness of a single shot might not be substantial, which prompted Qiao Yang to follow up with additional shots after charging the first. While the instantaneous spirit rays would not possess the same strength as a charged shot, they still instilled considerable dread in Kailina. With no other recourse to avoid further attacks, Kailina gritted her teeth and invoked her speed halo, her velocity surging dramatically until she quickly vanished from sight. However, activating the halo required the consumption of spiritual power and light elements, and the robust effect of her speed halo undoubtedly exacerbated her injuries. Yet, in comparison to enduring further shots, this was the only option she had left. As for Yi Yun, Qiao Yang had already instructed Lin Hao to intercept him. However, he did not want Lin Hao to engage directly. As one of the few frontline fighters on his side, Qiao Yang preferred not to let him trade blows with Yi Yun. Hence, he merely advised Lin Hao to create some distraction without confronting Yi Yun head-on. To cause disruption, Lin Hao stayed at a distance, letting the Flame Lion King and the Frost Lion King relentlessly bombard Yi Yun with fireballs and ice projectiles. Forcing the Steel Black Bull, he rode to continuously dodge and shift, thus accelerating its stamina depletion. Although the Armored Bull was impervious to such attacks, Yi Yun would not withstand them indefinitely. Since the Steel Black Bull lacked long-range capabilities, Lin Hao knew it would hesitate to confront him directly, allowing him to simply wear down its stamina from afar. While bovine spirit beasts excelled in direct charges, their energy consumption surged dramatically with rapid turns, especially considering the heavy armor of the Steel Black Bull. Moreover, this type of spirit beast had a slow stamina recovery rate. Thus, even if Yi Yun managed to reunite with his teammates, it would be uncertain whether his stamina could recuperate in time for a confrontation. Unlike before, when the Steel Black Bull could be exhausted to the point of collapse, the arena battles in the Void Mirage had their distinctions from those in the arena, as they could utilize items like ice spirit pills to regulate body temperature. Lin Hao remained mindful of Qiao Yang's instructions to retreat while the going was good. Observing that the Steel Black Bull's evasive maneuvers had begun to slow and that some damage had to be endured, Lin Hao concluded his efforts and withdrew. It seemed that Wu Ling was making good progress. Qiao Yang observed the feedback from the sonar and exchanged thoughts with Zhang Li and Lin Hao, who had returned. A source of vibration, initially moving at high speed, had suddenly halted without warning. Clearly, Wu Ling's traps had taken effect, though it remained uncertain who had fallen victim. Qiao Yang understood Wu Ling's character well. Given her intellect, it was implausible that she would merely dig a hole and cover it with leaves and dirt, calling it a trap. With such advantageous conditions at her disposal, Qiao Yang had little doubt that she would seize the opportunity to employ some poison or similar tactics. Chapter 63, Wu Ling's Traps. While Wu Ling's direct combat prowess might not be formidable, given the unique nature of spirit beasts, she had only contracted a single 9-spike rice plant. Coupled with her role as an apothecary, it would be hard for anyone to believe that she was particularly adept in combat. However, when it came to digging pits, applying poisons, setting traps, and employing ambush tactics, Wu Ling was indeed well-versed. With her direct combat capabilities lacking, she had no choice but to rely on these methods as support. Traps have always been an indispensable element throughout the ages, ranging from snares and pitfalls to barbed wire and landmines, all of which can be classified as forms of traps. In this era of spiritual energy, the utilization of traps remains prevalent, as they are a cost-effective means frequently employed by hunters to achieve favorable results. Due to a lack of offensive capabilities, the martial spirit has resorted to setting traps as one of her limited options, dedicating time to study various hunter groups across different regions. Subsequently, she devised traps tailored to her own unique characteristics in conjunction with her contracted spirit beast. For instance, the trap designed specifically to intercept Jin Jun, Jin Xia, and Hua Ziqing was custom-made for them. Although Jin Jun's massive rock dragon boasts formidable defense, the combined toxicity of the heavenly poison vine and the hellish heavenly demon bamboo can still inflict harm, provided the giant dragon inhales the toxic mist. Solid or liquid forms would require either ingestion by the rock dragon or a breach of its defenses to be effective, which poses a challenge for the martial spirit. The rock dragon is enormous, yet its nostrils are not particularly high, making it feasible to achieve this. Currently, Jin Xia's 2 spirit beasts lack any capacity for carrying riders, and it seems unlikely that her future contracted beasts will possess such abilities. Thus, it is highly probable that she is riding alongside Jin Jun on the rock dragon. As for why not the dark gold Tyrannosaurus rex or the ice Tyrannosaurus rex, the answer is simple: the bipedal nature of the Tyrannosaurus rex. coupled with its protruding dark gold or icy formations, renders them unsuitable for riding. As for Hua Ziqing, he is likely mounted upon his bloodthirsty bear, despite its immense strength. The mountainous bear is slightly slower than the rock dragon. Of course, the possibility of all three riding together cannot be dismissed. But the sonar of the dark spirit indicates the presence of only two spirit beasts in motion. It would be illogical for one spirit beast to run empty. Moreover, the rock dragon's back is not significantly more accommodating than those two tyrannosaurs, and the fact that it can carry two riders is solely due to its massive size. Therefore, the traps prepared by the martial spirit are rather unique. As Jin Jun and Jin Xia gallop atop the rock dragon, their anxiety mounts upon hearing the sound of a holy light thrust from Kalina, clearly indicative of an ongoing battle. Jin Jun harbors a degree of confidence in Kalina's abilities. Even when besieged by 5 adversaries, he believes she could escape, albeit potentially sustaining some injuries and elemental damage. Renowned figures draw attention wherever they go, and even Jin Jun and Jin Xia have heard of Zhongli. They both recognize her prowess as an assassin. The moment when one is most susceptible to complacency is often when they become engrossed in certain matters, as one's focus intensifies on one issue. Their vigilance towards others diminishes. Such is the case now, since the sounds of combat have emerged. Despite Jin Jun's faith in Kalina, he remains apprehensive. After all, she is his girlfriend, and it is impossible not to worry. With such concerns weighing on his mind, his vigilance towards his surroundings wanes significantly. Suddenly, a vine erupts from beneath him. While it cannot possibly impede the colossal form of the rock dragon, it does cause it to stumble momentarily. This vine is birthed from the silver-grade ancient iron tree demon, which the martial spirit specifically collected for trap deployment. Ultimately, the martial spirit is but a human. She cannot manually manipulate a vine to ensnare such a massive spirit beast. Thus, she devised a triggering mechanism akin to the leaves of a mimosa upon contact. It automatically curls, tightening the vine. The rock dragon's stumble is inconsequential, but Jin Jun and Jin Xia, riding upon its back, lurch forward, nearly toppling off. An ambush. At this moment, both siblings' expressions sharpen, instinctively uttering that classic line. It is common knowledge that the martial spirit excels in trap setting, and they would not be foolish enough to think she would merely aim to trip them. However, certain events, once set in motion, cannot be anticipated or prevented. The elaborate triggering mechanism the martial spirit devised is certainly not intended solely to ensnare them. Just as the snare is raised to intercept the rock dragon, the ground beneath them collapses, ensnaring the rock dragon within. Fortunately, the pit is not excessively deep. The martial spirit is incapable of excavating too deep in a short span, merely submerging the rock dragon beneath the surface, with its back still exposed. Hold your breath. It is well known that the martial spirit is adept at employing toxins, and it is inconceivable that a pit of her making would lack poisonous elements. Indeed, the moment the rock dragon plunges into the pit, a plume of blackish-purple smoke billows forth. Thankfully, both the rock dragon and the Jin siblings manage to hold their breath just in time. However, Hua Ziqing, who is mounted on his bloodthirsty bear, is not so fortunate. The bloodthirsty bear is somewhat smaller than the rock dragon, leaving both Hua Ziqing and his mount completely enveloped in the toxic mist. The combined toxicity of the heavenly poison vine and the hellish heavenly demon bamboo cannot be evaded by mere breath-holding. Only the rock dragon's massive size and formidable defenses allow it to endure for a short while. However, soon enough, Hua Ziqing and the bloodthirsty bear can no longer withstand it. Rock, lift us up. As a creature of the earth attribute, the rock dragon is capable of mastering earth manipulation. As the ground quakes, it elevates both itself and Hua Ziqing, simultaneously filling the toxic pit with soil. Observing that Hua Ziqing and the bloodthirsty bear have become disoriented, Jin Jun hastily places a detoxification pill into their mouths, utilizing his spiritual energy to assist in its refinement. Having anticipated the martial spirit's expertise in toxins, he had ensured they were well stocked with detoxification pills. Phew, that was close. We nearly faced annihilation. Jin Jun and Jin Xia exclaim. However, almost immediately, they experience a wave of dizziness, and the rock dragon beneath them falters. Damn, we've fallen for a trap. The two quickly ingest detoxification pills themselves, feeling somewhat better. Nevertheless, a general-purpose detoxification pill cannot entirely negate the toxicity resulting from the combination of two heavenly-grade poisons. It merely suppresses it temporarily. The martial spirit's cunning in crafting traps and manipulating human psychology has become increasingly sophisticated. Brother, I suspect Sister Kalina is also in grave danger. Jin Xia remarks. I have no concerns about Kalina's strength, but if the martial spirit is plotting against us, I fear that others in her team may also be adept at such schemes, which would complicate matters. We should reunite swiftly. They are likely nearing us. They do not blame the martial spirit for employing underhanded tactics, for it is well known that she is not skilled in direct combat. Intellect is also a form of combat prowess. In Chapter 64, it ultimately comes down to relying on teamwork to resolve the situation. A person's vigilance diminishes not only when distracted, but also when they mistakenly believe they have resolved an issue. During such moments, their alertness may momentarily wane, rendering them vulnerable to ambush. As Jin Jun and Jin Xia command the rock dragon to fill the pit the martial spirit dug, concealing the toxic mist she had laid, they fall into complacency, believing they have narrowly escaped danger. The rock dragon employs earth manipulation to fill the pit, not conjuring earth elements from thin air, but displacing the surrounding soil into the martial spirit's excavation. However, the martial spirit did not confine her toxic deployment solely to the pit. Toxins pervade the surrounding soil as well. When the rock dragon displaces the topsoil, the toxins embedded in the lower layers, exposed to sunlight, vaporize and are inhaled by Jin Jun and Jin Xia. As a master of toxins, the martial spirit has undoubtedly studied how to make her poisons colorless, rendering them even more insidious. Previously, the dark purple toxic mist was merely a ruse, subtly suggesting to Jin Jun and Jin Xia that the poison must possess a distinct hue. Consequently, upon noticing the absence of the blackish-purple fog, their vigilance was not immediately aroused. Ultimately, under the myriad stratagems of Wu Ling, Jin Jun, Jin Xia, and the colossal rock dragon fell victim to the poison. However, certain steps necessitated the cooperation of Jin Jun and Jin Xia. Without adherence to the anticipated sequence, success would remain elusive. Wu Ling remained indifferent to this, asserting that even if their plan ultimately failed to ensnare the duo, it mattered little, for the individual named Hua Ziqing was inescapable. In truth, Wu Ling's primary target had always been Hua Ziqing, with Jin Jun's capture being an unexpected boon. Given the formidable defenses of the rock dragon, Wu Ling was uncertain about successfully poisoning it, thus opting to weaken its companions first. Once Jin Jun and Jin Xia were eliminated, the might of the rock dragon would be rendered futile against a 5-member team. With Jin Jun also afflicted by the poison, matters became considerably more manageable. Nevertheless, it was time to regroup with his allies. Speaking of regrouping, Qiao Yang and his companions should be arriving shortly. Since Lin Hao was together with Qiao Yang and Jiang Li, and Qiao Yang had the assistance of the dark spirit for positioning, it was only natural for the trio to seek out Wu Ling and Wu Song. The initial strategy had proven exceedingly successful, and now it was time for the team battle. Qiao Yang never believed that mere tactics could secure victory over their opponents. That would be a gross underestimation. After all, the opposing 5 were all distinguished representatives of their respective academies, specifically chosen for the arena battle, and would not yield easily. Ultimately, their side had merely benefited from the reconnaissance provided by the dark spirit. In a direct confrontation, they were not particularly advantageous. Having previously weakened the enemy through their detection methods, the odds of success in the ensuing team battle had greatly increased. Reflecting on his own strength, Qiao Yang lamented that if he could break through to the silver level and upgrade Dominator to the 9-cannon array, such elaborate maneuvers would be unnecessary. Indeed, were there a trio of floating cannons comprising the 9-cannon array, devious tactics would be rendered redundant. A single shot would suffice to dispatch each adversary. It seemed the opposing team had also gathered. The sonar of the dark spirit conveyed information indicating that the vibrations of the enemy had coalesced. However, one could surmise that the opposing team would be filled with fury upon seeing each other. To be fair, if Qiao Yang witnessed Jiang Li and Lin Hao being so thoroughly beaten, he too would feel a surge of anger. While he could comprehend the differing positions of both sides and knew that no real harm would come to them in the void illusion, it did not preclude Qiao Yang from feeling irate. After all, emotions are an intrinsic aspect of humanity. Furthermore, if he were to witness his girlfriend in such a state without feeling anger, he would question the strength of their relationship. Nevertheless, anger aside, Qiao Yang understood the outcome when he took action. However, that did not imply he would show mercy. Were Jin Jun in a similar situation, he would not hesitate to strike decisively. In this era, the notion of aiding kin over righteousness is not particularly unusual. Judging by their formation, the opposition clearly exhibited a charge-oriented strategy, whether it be the rock dragon, the bloodthirsty barbarian bear, or the ironclad black bull, all were adept at charging. Yet, wasn't the rock dragon's earth element skill rendered unusable in such a tactic? Wu Ling posed this question. Why would it be unusable? Just envision it as Dominator. They could charge while simultaneously unleashing elemental abilities. Indeed, prior to their charge, they could even initiate a ground collapse. Qiao Yang replied with a smile. Jin Jun, as the prominent figure of the younger generation of the Jin family and a prodigy of the Beastmaster Academy, would not likely commit the blunder of accidentally harming his allies. So, how shall we counter this? The ground collapse is indeed a formidable challenge to contend with. We shall let Wusong's ancient iron treant bear the brunt of the assault. Being rooted is instinctual for treants. They would not succumb easily to a collapse. Very well. They are approaching. In the distance, Jin Jun and his entourage could be seen making their way over, albeit with visibly diminished spirits. Clearly, each of them had yet to fully recover. There was no customary exchange of threats before battle. The two sides were not particularly familiar with one another. Had it not been for the arena contest, they might never have crossed paths in their lifetimes. Thus, there was no need for harsh words or threats. They would simply commence the battle. Just as Qiao Yang had anticipated, with a command from Jin Jun, all the spirit beasts on the opposing side lunged towards them, leaving only Jin Xia and the mysterious illusory spirit dragon behind. Although uncertain of her intentions, it was prudent to engage first. 5 ancient iron treants emerged from the earth, joining Lin Hao's 3 spirit beasts to intercept the charging adversaries, while the little shield transformed into a wall to block the rock dragon's assault. Dominator assembled into a secondary floating cannon, seizing the opportunity created by the halted charge to unleash a powerful shot against the ironclad Black Bull. This shot was infused with lightning elements, which are known for their penetrating power. The ironclad Black Bull, clad in iron armor, could not withstand the electric onslaught, especially after being weakened by Lin Hao's prior pursuit, leading to its immediate incapacitation. An old adage states that injuring 10 fingers is less advantageous than severing one. Rather than spreading damage evenly among all, it is more effective to decisively eliminate a single opponent. At the very least, they could take down the severely weakened foe. However, Yi Yun, being at the advanced bronze level, would not possess merely one spirit beast. His other 2 were also ironclad Black Bulls. This was a method of contracting. Some individuals deliberately choose to contract the same type of spirit beast to maximize a particular advantage. In the absence of a notably outstanding spirit beast, this contracting method serves as a commendable alternative. The principle of quantitative change leading to qualitative change often holds true. Chapter 65, Battle Situation. Merely sending away a severely weakened opponent would not significantly impact the battle's outcome, as that ironclad Black Bull's fighting capability was already severely diminished due to exhaustion. Even had Qiao Yang not dispatched it, it would likely have succumbed after a brief period of combat. Nonetheless, Qiao Yang's shot served more as a psychological tactic, instilling a sense of caution in the opponent upon witnessing the might and speed of Dominator. Recognizing that their team harbored an ability capable of incapacitating an opponent in a single strike was sufficient. Of course, the opposing team might become frantic and seek to eliminate Qiao Yang, as they would not wish to allow such a threat to linger. However, the 5 members of the Jin family primarily employed direct physical attacks. While their charge was formidable, targeting a specific individual proved to be a more complex endeavor. Firstly, Qiao Yang's teammates were no fools. Qiao Yang was their main source of output, making him a crucial figure to protect. Additionally, the protective capabilities of the little shield were formidable, making it difficult to breach their defenses and directly reach Qiao Yang. Furthermore, while the Jin family's charge was indeed powerful, it also meant that once the charge was interrupted, their combat effectiveness would be significantly reduced, and Qiao Yang's side possessed numerous spirit beasts capable of disrupting that charge. Therefore, in a certain sense, Qiao Yang's formation had a substantial advantage over the opposing 5. Ultimately, the key lay with the siblings Jin Jun and Jin Xia. Jin Jun's spirit beasts wielded broad elemental damage skills that could inflict harm upon Qiao Yang, while the capabilities of Jin Xia's spirit beasts remained a mystery, leaving uncertainty regarding their specific abilities. Among Jin Jun's spirit beasts, the Ice Storm Dragon posed the greatest threat to Qiao Yang, even surpassing that of Jin Jun's strongest spirit beast, the Rock Dragon. The capabilities of the colossal Rock Dragon are indeed formidable. However, its skill range is excessively vast, making it exceedingly easy to injure its own allies. The Icy Tyrant Dragon possesses a breath of frost that can alter the ambient temperature and inflict direct harm on Qiao Yang through protective barriers. In contrast, the colossal Rock Dragon's earth element attacks are primarily physical damage, which can be somewhat mitigated by a minor shield. You are fortunate, as Ian remarked after examining with the Eye of Truth. Colossal Rock Dragon. Level, Pinnacle of Bronze. Qualification, Earth. Attribute, Soil. Skills, Rock Skin, Dragon Breath. Earth Control, Rock Missile. The Rock Missile skill is the precursor to the legendary ability of the colossal Rock Dragon to summon meteors from the sky, evolving alongside the dragon's growth. You should consider yourself lucky that this colossal Rock Dragon is not of a higher level and has yet to master gravity control. Otherwise, a single encounter could lead to your annihilation, Ian stated. Indeed, should it acquire gravity control, it could double the gravitational force within its vicinity, resulting in an immediate surrender from your quintet. An increase in gravity by such a magnitude is far from trivial. It would not merely feel like carrying a heavier burden, as every aspect of the human body, including internal organs and blood, would be subjected to heightened gravitational pressure. The human body is adapted to its existing gravitational environment, and an increase in gravity would be unbearable. However, do not overly concern yourself. Gravity control is one of the highest tier skills within the Earth attribute. And even for spiritual beasts like the colossal rock dragon, it remains unattainable until they reach the diamond or lord level. Yet, I cannot remain idle for long. It is time to unleash a barrage. To prevent the adversaries from launching an all-out assault and sealing his fate, Qiao Yang sought a concealed position as the battle commenced. Nonetheless, one cannot remain idle. Applying pressure periodically is the rightful approach. Qiao Yang took aim at the icy tyrant dragon, allowing Dominator to charge fully before unleashing another shot. This time, it was infused with fire elements. Icy tyrant dragon. Level, Advanced Bronze. Qualification, Profound. Attribute, Ice. Skills, Frost Armor, Dragon Breath, Dragon Roar. The frost armor of the icy tyrant dragon boasts formidable defensive capabilities. However, it is less effective against the high-energy density attacks of fire elemental rays that penetrate surfaces. Yet, conversely, such point-penetrating attacks often yield minimal damage to the icy tyrant dragon's massive frame. Qiao Yang was well aware of this fact. Thus, he targeted the knee of the icy tyrant dragon. Unlike the four-legged colossal rock dragon, the icy tyrant dragon stands upright on two limbs. If it were to sustain an injury to one leg, it would be unable to continue its fight. Given the icy tyrant dragon's reflexes, it would be unable to evade this strike. Under the force of Dominator's fully charged shot, the icy tyrant dragon could not dodge in time, collapsing with a roar, and was subsequently sent into the void by the Fire Lion King and the Diamond Tiger King. Well, another one dealt with. Time to change locations. In truth, Qiao Yang wished he could summon a torrent of steel to crush the opposition, rather than having to shoot and shift positions constantly. Unfortunately, the array of Dominator's 81 cannons was still a distant prospect. Where could Qiao Yang conjure the funds for such a steel tide? As he pondered this, he signaled Zhang Li, who had just dispatched Hua Ziqing, to summon the Shadow Butterfly and invoke the Shadow Realm, allowing Qiao Yang and Zhang Li to conceal their figures together. Dispatching Hua Ziqing was not a challenge for Zhang Li, as he had already been rendered incoherent by the poison from the martial spirit, and the detoxification pill merely offered minimal suppression. The proud blood barbarian bear and the mountain-moving violent bear beside him had limited protective capabilities, though they boasted high defense. The proud blood barbarian bear grew stronger the lower its health became, and Zhang Li was uncertain whether he could eliminate it outright. Thus, sending the beast tamer away was the optimal choice. Conveniently, Hua Ziqing, hindered by poison, was swiftly dispatched by Zhang Li, leaving Jin Xia beside him utterly bewildered. Zhang Li then utilized the Star Flash Pearl to depart, awaiting the completion of the landing's rigidness within the Shadow Realm before departing leisurely, leaving the opposition in a state of utter confusion. Although Qiao Yang's side lacked a substantial front line, it was evident that, compared to the opposing team's pure charge composition, a diversified professional combination often conferred greater potential and operational space. Of course, this also implied that some individuals might prove ineffective at certain moments. For instance, the martial spirit, who had previously shown with traps, had since the commencement of the team battle, due to a lack of combat power, sought concealment like Qiao Yang. Before departing, however, he left behind some nine-headed rice, infused with the essence of the revitalizing grass, for everyone. Having cleared the low-health foes, only the tough battles remained. Qiao Yang assessed the situation. Relying solely on Lin Hao and Wu Song to hold the front line had been sufficient. Thanks to Wu Song's ancient Iron Tree demon summoning 5 treants, along with the Soul Guardians continually disrupting the enemy, preventing Jin Jun's colossal rock dragon from focusing on combat, thereby allowing for a prolonged stalemate. Thus, Qiao Yang determined it was time to join the fray. Chapter 66. Is this it? Although Qiao Yang and Zhang Li had seized the opportunity to send Yi Yun's armored Black Bull and Hua Ziqing into the void, along with incapacitating the icy tyrant dragon, Qiao Yang did not feel the situation had become easier. Jin Jun's colossal rock dragon still loomed. Jin Xia's secret phantom spirit dragon had yet to reveal its abilities, and a mysterious spiritual beast remained unaccounted for, while the colorful phantom dragon had not displayed its potential. Moreover, Yi Yun still possessed 2 fully operational armored Black Bulls. Beside them, Kailina, though injured, was not entirely devoid of combat capability. Overall, while their early maneuvers had yielded some results, it was premature to claim victory. Yet, often in life, dramatic twists emerge when least expected. We concede, just as Qiao Yang summoned Dominator, infused with lightning attributes to unleash a series of strikes. A voice rang out. Both Qiao Yang and Zhang Li, as well as the martial spirit, were momentarily taken aback. Who was this? Surrendering before the battle had truly begun? Upon closer inspection, the one who had uttered those words was none other than Jin Jun, and his companions appeared to have no objections. As Qiao Yang and the others stood bewildered, having prepared for an epic showdown, Qiao Yang even ready to draw his blade for close combat. They were met with this unexpected turn of events. Although they had won, it felt somewhat strange. Just as he contemplated the reasoning behind Jin Jun's concession, he felt a sudden disorientation, only to find himself expelled from the void by the illusory beast. Then came the bewildering announcement of victory. The Jin family seemed entirely disinclined to dispute the outcome, willingly conceding and transferring the wager to the martial spirit's family. In summary, after all that build-up, it concluded in such a manner? Indeed, 3 celestial-grade spiritual herbs were involved, yet only one was usable by the martial spirit. As previously mentioned, the 9 heads of the 9-headed rice correspond to 9 types of plants: flower, grass, vine, wood, fruit, leaf, bamboo, mushroom, and algae. The martial spirit's strain of 9-headed rice had already absorbed the essences of grass, vine, and bamboo, meaning that if the acquired spiritual herbs were among these 3, they would be of no use to the martial spirit. 3 days later, in the tavern owned by Qiao Yang and his companions, the Beast Tamer shop had increasingly taken on the atmosphere of a restaurant or tavern. Heartfruit, celestial bamboo, Yellow Springs flower? Does the Jin family have some ulterior motive towards your family? How benevolent of them. After hearing Wu Ling's account, Qiao Yang found the Jin family increasingly inscrutable. Although the celestial-grade spiritual herbs remain beyond Qiao Yang's reach at present, he has acquired some understanding of their intrinsic worth, which is not uniformly consistent. The least expensive varieties may even fall short of certain high-tier terrestrial-grade herbs, while the pricier ones can command exorbitant prices without limit. It is evident that the 9 types of flora that Zhou Sui he can absorb do not share equal value. For instance, the spiritual tree possesses a markedly higher worth. Conversely, fungi and algae-based spiritual herbs tend to be relatively less expensive. Among the 3 spiritual herbs wagered by the Jin family, the Fanxin fruit and Tongtian bamboo are comparatively affordable, yet the Huangquan Bianhua is an exceedingly precious spiritual herb, leaving Qiao Yang puzzled as to why the Jin family would put it forth. Do you believe that 3 random celestial-grade spiritual herbs can be equated to the value of the mineral vein my family offers? Wu Ling scoffed. It is precisely because of the presence of this Huangquan Bianhua that our family consented to the exchange. In truth, the absorption of plants by Zhou Sui he is contingent upon a concealed criterion. If the spiritual materials rely solely on their inherent properties, absorption by Zhou Sui he yields no benefit. For example, Tongtian bamboo, while lacking any extraordinary effects, boasts excellent hardness and toughness, making it suitable for forging. It is ideal for crafting gun barrels or bow bodies and can be employed as a weapon in its own right. However, should Zhou Sui he absorb it, the results would be ineffective. The Huangquan Bianhua, however, stands apart. Despite its name suggesting a poisonous nature, it functions similarly to the Huaitian grass as a restorative spiritual herb. Huaitian grass aids in wound recovery and detoxification, while Huangquan Bianhua possesses the ability to mend spiritual injuries, dispel curses, and restore spiritual strength. Furthermore, its efficacy extends to spiritual beasts. For instance, if Zhang Li's night candle soul suffers damage, the Huangquan Bianhua can effectuate direct healing. Spiritual herbs associated with the soul are rare and generally possess a high grade, with Huangquan Bianhua ranking among the more esteemed within this category. This is merely a glimpse of the Huangquan Bianhua's intrinsic effects. The implications of its integration with the 3 spiritual herbs already absorbed by Wu Ling's Zhou Sui he remained untested. However, I am still perplexed as to why Jin Jun suddenly conceded that day. Qiao Yang voiced a long-held question. It was evident that Jin Jun and his companions still retained considerable combat capability. Should a confrontation ensue, Qiao Yang's chances of victory were not particularly high. I did inquire about this from Jin Jun, Wu Ling admitted. On that day, she went to collect the wager herself and seized an opportunity to pose this question to Jin Jun, out of her own curiosity. Kalina's injuries are far more severe than we initially presumed. The dark elements adhering to the dominant cannon fire were overly concentrated and corrosive. In her haste to escape, she expended too much of her luminous energy, ultimately leading to her inability to contain the damage. Did you notice that during their charge, Kalina not only refrained from participating, but did not even cast a single halo? Qiao Yang recalled, indeed. If Kalina had bestowed a courage halo or a swift halo upon her allies at the outset of their reunion, it would have rendered their situation considerably more challenging. The void illusion is not a tangible realm. The void beasts that manipulate it adhere to specific rules. Only those deemed to face death are expelled from the void illusion, upon which they discover their injuries are illusory. Kalina's condition precariously teetered on the brink of non-death, compelling her to endure the agony and await the end of the illusion. Qiao Yang found himself at a loss for words, observing the formidable appearance of the angelic armament. Kalina had yet to ascend to the silver tier. Her survival, without being directly dispatched by Dominant, was a testament to the strength of the angelic armament coupled with the results of her own efforts. Initially, Jin Jun intended to conclude matters swiftly, intending to whisk them away in one fell swoop. Yet he did not anticipate that the combination of the small shield and the defense capabilities of the ancient Iron Treant would so effectively interrupt the first wave of assault. Undoubtedly, it was Zhang Li's surprise attack that ultimately shattered the opposing side's psychological defenses, making them realize that a swift conclusion was unattainable. Within the regulations of the arena battle, it is stipulated that if both parties still have participants within the void illusion after 3 days, the side with the greater number of survivors is declared the victor. Zhang Li's use of the Star Flash Pearl served as the final straw that broke the camel's back. The combination of the Star Flash Pearl and the Dark Domain allowed them to play hide-and-seek at will. Without Kalina, their adversaries were unable to locate them. Chapter 67. Should we procure a means of transportation? Yet, it seems Jin Xia has yet to make an appearance, Qiao Yang pondered, suspecting that she might have been the one who coasted through to the end. As for Jin Xia, it appears the Jin family has experienced a bit of a misunderstanding, Wu Ling remarked, her tone tinged with bemusement. Indeed, Wu Ling's comment took Qiao Yang by surprise. What prompted this statement? For a long time, people have misunderstood the capabilities of the Rainbow Illusion Dragon. The Rainbow Illusion Dragon lacks the ability to transform the unreal into the real. Such a spiritual beast would not be limited to merely the bronze tier. Its unique power lies in the ability to harvest the souls of deceased spiritual beasts, storing them, and when needed, crafting a temporary body from elemental materials, akin to the ancient Iron Treant birthing trance, though the Rainbow Illusion Dragon possesses a broader array of attributes. However, the souls collected by the Rainbow Illusion Dragon have a shelf life and will dissipate after a period. Thus, its typical use occurs when casualties among both sides' spiritual beasts arise, allowing for an instantaneous reversal of fortunes or a chance to pursue victory. This ability is highly sought after on the starry frontline and proves exceptionally effective in battle. Oh, does this imply? Qiao Yang began to grasp the implications. Indeed, the capabilities of the Rainbow Illusion Dragon are rendered moot within the Void Illusion, Wu Ling replied, her incredulity evident. Jin Xia discovered this only upon entering the Void Illusion. Life forms within the Void Illusion do not genuinely perish. Upon being deemed dead, they are expelled by the Void Beasts, making it impossible for the Rainbow Illusion Dragon to collect souls. What of the hidden spiritual beast belonging to Jin Xia that we speculated about? Qiao Yang inquired, intrigued by the notion that it might allow the Jin family to exchange one or two of their own for their advantage. From my observations during my visit to the Jin family, Jin Xia indeed possesses such a spiritual beast. However, both Jin Jun and Jin Xia are reticent about it, merely asserting that this spiritual beast cannot alter the course of events. This statement left Qiao Yang in a haze. Did you manage to glean any additional information? He queried, skeptical that Wu Ling's prowess would yield no further insights. I did inquire and learned but a fragment. Should it come down to a one-on-one scenario with only 2 left standing, Jin Xia would undoubtedly prevail. However, in a team battle, even in a 2-on-2 situation, her spiritual beast would be of no use. Thus, Jin Xia typically pairs with Jin Jun to ensure at least a one-on-one opportunity. Yet, during the arena battle, our combination of tactics effectively neutralized 2 of their most critical combatants. All right, Qiao Yang concluded, acknowledging that the arena match had been a matter of unfortunate circumstance. There is also an additional point of importance. Jin Jun himself does not seem particularly eager to engage in this arena battle, though he did not elaborate. Who knows what convolutions lie beneath? In any case, we emerged victorious, as per our agreement. A portion of the exploration benefits from this new dimension will be shared with you, Zhang Li and Lin Hao. Wu Ling. Wu Song is inherently part of the Wu family, so any division among family is inconsequential. Would a distribution ratio of 5% suffice? Would you prefer materials or a cash equivalent? Each individual's circumstances differ, and thus their demands will naturally vary. The proportions are satisfactory. However, we will need materials. As you are aware, my affinity for spirit beasts necessitates a diverse array of materials. After a moment of contemplation, Qiao Yang found that Wu Ling also nodded in agreement, recognizing the appropriateness of the situation. Ultimately, one's own strength takes precedence above all else. As for the bulk of simpler materials, Qiao Yang and his companions found no use for them and preferred to relinquish them to Lin Hao's family for sale, as it is indeed challenging for ordinary individuals to find channels for bulk purchasing low-grade materials. Regarding the previously mentioned rewards, What do you seek? The agreed-upon division of mining profits constitutes an additional compensation for triumphs in the arena, with a basic participation reward for entering the competition. By the way, are there any options available? The standard reward we have prepared is 1 spirit beast per person, with the criterion being the ability to participate in the auction at the Glorious Treasure Pavilion. Naturally, equivalent items may suffice as well. Wu Ling and Lin Hao have already made their selections, but your spirit beast is somewhat unique, and we are unable to find a mechanical spirit beast suitable for your contract. What would you prefer to exchange it for? Should the arena battle result in failure, such rewards would naturally be forfeited. However, upon success, Wu Ling's family would certainly consider increasing the compensation. Could you assist in procuring a mode of transportation? Qiao Yang pondered for a moment before asking. His request for a vehicle was not born from avarice. Rather, he recognized that a mechanical vehicle holds far greater value than a spirit beast that could be auctioned at the Glorious Treasure Pavilion. Presently, the truly costly means of transportation are spirit carts drawn by equivalent spirit beasts. Qiao Yang's desire for a vehicle stemmed from the increasing inconvenience caused by the lack of transportation. Furthermore, as part of his future plans, aside from upgrading the Dominator array, acquiring a mode of transportation would be the next spirit beast he sought to contract. However, the construction of a mechanical vehicle is a manifestation of industrial prowess that Qiao Yang currently cannot realize independently. Thus, his interest in the vehicle was not solely for transportation, but also to study its design and structure. Mechanical transportation? No problem. I will provide you with a card. You can directly swipe for any vehicle you desire, and the expenses will be consolidated under my family's account, Wu Ling replied, likely understanding Qiao Yang's intentions and refraining from further discussion. After all, they would need to team up for future explorations, and having an additional vehicle would certainly enhance Qiao Yang's comfort, who would willingly endure the elements when a more pleasant alternative exists. Spirit carts drawn by spirit beasts are luxuries, impractical for use in the wild unless one possesses absolute confidence in their own strength. In contrast, mechanical vehicles are usable, yet few adventurers opt for them, not due to an inability to afford fuel, as they operate on spirit-gathering formations, merely varying in power output. The reality is that most hunters cannot afford such mechanical transportation, and the maintenance costs can be exorbitant. It is only due to Qiao Yang's recent avenues for earning that he felt confident in making such a purchase. Moreover, nearly all hunters who venture into the wilderness have their contracted spirit beasts equipped with transportation capabilities, and for storage, they can utilize empty dimensional stones. Who would spend money on a mechanical vehicle? Furthermore, mechanical vehicles are unsuitable for many terrains. It is not merely a matter of whether they can traverse hills or swamps, but rather that in densely vegetated areas like rainforests, driving carelessly may lead to overlooking valuable spiritual materials. Yet, despite these considerations, Qiao Yang resolved to invite Zhang Li the following day to the Glorious Treasure Pavilion to seek a suitable mode of transportation, realizing that when the need arises, the absence of such equipment could prove detrimental. Chapter 68, Glorious Treasure Pavilion Car Dealership. In Qiao Yang's previous life, purchasing a vehicle was a matter of significant importance, arguably second only to acquiring a home or ensuring children's education, and it often served as a source of contention. Of course, in this era, vehicle purchasing might be somewhat more manageable, as spirit carts drawn by spirit beasts are typically custom-made, while mechanical vehicles attract fewer buyers. Qiao Yang generally preferred to establish his requirements prior to visiting the treasure pavilion, which would save considerable time and effort. Thus, he found himself discussing essential vehicle features with Zhang Li. Firstly, without question, adequate defensive capability is paramount, since they opted for vehicular travel into the wild. Ensuring safety is a priority. Undoubtedly, a vehicle cannot maneuver as nimbly as a person over short distances. Hence, inadequate defenses would lead to dire consequences. Indeed, Zhang Li nodded in agreement, suggesting that armament could be somewhat deprioritized. Typically, mechanical vehicles intended for outdoor use are equipped with some degree of weaponry. However, both Qiao Yang and Zhang Li felt this aspect was somewhat superfluous, as relying on a single vehicle to challenge gold-level spirit beasts would be unrealistic. After all, this is not a military vehicle. One should not expect mechanical vehicles to possess superior armament compared to combat-type spirit beasts of the same level and being human-operated. Their agility pales in comparison to that of spirit beasts. Thus, in most cases, individuals prefer vehicles with enhanced functionality, at least allowing for some utility during combat. By the way, Zhang Li, do you know if current mechanical vehicles possess multi-terrain adaptability? Qiao Yang inquired, as his family's financial situation had never afforded him the luxury of a transportation vehicle, having primarily invested his earnings into creating spirit beasts. In contrast, Zhang Li's family was considerably better off, and while they specialized in assassins, they still possessed a few vehicles. Indeed, as long as the terrain is not excessively rugged, typical muddy areas and swamps can be traversed. Naturally, water surfaces or clouds remain impassable, Zhongli explained, showing familiarity with the subject. Mechanical vehicles are designed with considerations for traversing special terrains, so they are equipped with tracks rather than wheels. The term cloud refers to a unique terrain, where some dimensional portals lead to locations where the ground is not solid, but rather composed of materials akin to clouds. While it is feasible to traverse such areas, it is quite arduous, akin to walking through waist-deep snow, albeit slightly softer. Cloud environments are characterized by strong winds and are primary sources of exotic wind elements, yielding unique flora, so despite the harsh conditions, some individuals reside there. Considering all that, high defense, robust power, and multi-terrain adaptability are the key aspects. By the way, how comfortable are mechanical vehicles? Qiao Yang admitted his ignorance on the matter. In truth, the primary issue with mechanical vehicles has always been their discomfort, which is a significant reason many prefer using spirit beasts over riding in vehicles. Mechanical vehicles ultimately consist of a steel structure, and the complexity of outdoor terrains makes it impossible to avoid bumps and jolts, no matter how effective the shock absorption may be. Very well then, Qiao Yang conceded, resolving to prioritize those three features while maximizing comfort within those parameters. Shall we visit the glorious car dealership tomorrow? He proposed. Absolutely. Zhang Li's eyes sparkled with delight, a stark contrast to Qiao Yang's perception of vehicle purchasing as a tedious endeavor. The Glorious Treasure Pavilion stands as the largest commercial center in Glorious City and the entire Glorious Federation, encompassing a car dealership among its many establishments. While the Glorious car dealership may charge slightly higher prices than others, it guarantees quality. There is a considerable selection available. Qiao Yang and Zhang Li walked side by side through the Glorious car dealership. Although this place is called the Auto Shop, much like the other sections of the Glorious Treasure Pavilion, it is essentially a sales area for various vehicle manufacturers. However, vehicles sold here must undergo an expensive inspection fee. This arrangement signifies that the Glorious Treasure Pavilion vouches for the manufacturers with its own credibility, ensuring that the quality of the vehicles available here is beyond reproach. Consequently, the prices of vehicles in the Glorious Auto Shop are higher than those in other dealerships. Nonetheless, the customers here are all intent on using their vehicles in the wilderness, and no one would skimp on this expense, as the cost of a vehicle breakdown in the wild far exceeds the inspection fees. Excuse me. Is there anything I can assist you with? I am a sales representative from the Glorious Auto Shop, and you may inquire about anything you wish to know. Approached a courteous female sales assistant, who appeared to be of a similar age to Qiao Yang and Zhongli. The classic scenario of condescension was unlikely to occur here. Mechanical vehicles are not luxury items that one would purchase without intention. Those who visit are at least interested in making a purchase. If a salesperson were to lose a customer due to poor service, the consequences would be dire. I am primarily looking for a vehicle with strong defense and powerful performance. Do you have any recommendations? Qiao Yang inquired directly. Upon hearing Qiao Yang's request, the sales assistant inwardly sighed in relief. Customers who articulate such needs typically have a high likelihood of completing a purchase. For robust defense, I would recommend this HT model all-terrain transport vehicle. Its chassis is constructed from star frost crystal, encased in a shell forged from frost iron, and equipped with the latest shield generator and gravity runes, capable of withstanding direct attacks from silver-grade high-tier spirit beasts. However, the assistant quickly added, this direct attack refers to physical strikes or elemental projectiles. Environmental manipulations, such as causing the ground to collapse, cannot be defended against. Moreover, the shield possesses a durability limit. Relentless assaults from silver-grade high-tier spirit beasts could potentially breach it. If you seek powerful performance, you might consider the LT model. While its defensive capabilities are not as formidable, it can withstand attacks from silver-grade mid-tier spirits, and its speed rivals that of the silver-grade high-tier Gale Spirit Tiger. It seems a bit challenging to choose, Qiao Yang pondered, as he was somewhat familiar with both companies. HT Company is known for its high defense, while the other has always focused on vehicle performance. Perhaps limited defense would be wiser. Speed may not be fully utilized in the wilderness, Zhongli suggested. Indeed, you raise a valid point. What is the price of the first model? Qiao Yang contemplated, recognizing that while its defense is substantial, various obstacles in the wild could hinder speed. It costs 100 glorious coins, and if paid in full, we offer a 20% discount. Chapter 69, A Drive in the Breeze, though it hardly qualifies as a mere leisure drive. So, 100 glorious coins, then, even with the discount. It amounts to 80 glorious coins. The thought of having previously considered building a vehicle by hand seemed absurd now. Had he possessed that 80 glorious coins, he would have opted to purchase materials for upgrading his Dominator instead of a vehicle. If it weren't for the card given to him by Wu Ling, the sight of such wealth would have pained him. Then, I shall take this one. Let us proceed to payment. Qiao Yang promptly produced the card given to him by Wu Ling. Certainly. Please hold on a moment while I prepare the detailed introduction and purchase contract. The sales assistant had not anticipated such a swift decision from the customer and was still preparing for any subsequent inquiries. Zhangli, could you assist with the inspection? Given Qiao Yang's modest background, purchasing a vehicle had previously been beyond his reach, and he had invited Zhangli along today to help ensure he did not fall into any traps. Everything appears in order. The inspection certificate is valid, and all paperwork is complete, Zhangli reported after her examination. While he trusted that the glorious treasure pavilion would not tarnish its own reputation, it was prudent to remain cautious. From the documentation, Qiao Yang discovered that the HT all-terrain transport vehicle was additionally equipped with a signal relay, which pleasantly surprised him. This feature would facilitate communication among teammates when venturing into the wilderness, albeit within a limited range around the vehicle. However, it was regrettable that vehicles could not be brought into the academy for exchanges. There was no sufficiently large spatial stone to accommodate one. Nevertheless, Qiao Yang made a mental note to incorporate this functionality into his own designs in the future. Moreover, a basic outdoor kitchen is standard in every mechanical vehicle. In contrast, Spirit Beast vehicles often come with more than just a kitchen. They may include a bedroom and a lounge. After inspecting the vehicle's interior, Qiao Yang found the comfort level satisfactory. The seats were quite cushy and could recline. Beyond that, there was little else to note. After the inspection, he felt quite pleased. With a swipe of Wu Ling's card, he could drive the vehicle away. However, this brought to light another reason for inviting Zhangli. A tad awkwardly, Qiao Yang admitted, "I don't really know how to drive." Having distanced himself from such matters previously, he had not anticipated needing this skill anytime soon, leading to his lack of practice. Now, with an unexpected opportunity arising, he found himself in a bit of a predicament. Zhangli, whose family circumstances allowed her some privileges, had included driving various vehicles in her assassin training, rendering her quite skilled behind the wheel. The rationale for this training was straightforward. If an assassin completed a mission and needed to retreat, they must utilize any available mode of transportation. Not knowing how to drive could squander their chance for escape. Thus, for the time being, Qiao Yang would have to rely on Zhangli to drive the vehicle out. Zhangli, visibly excited, noted that the mechanical vehicles made by HT Company were of high quality. She had never driven one before. "What do you say we find a grassy expanse to drive around?" Zhangli inquired, curious if Qiao Yang had any plans to race across the grasslands. Her personality was clearly not one of quietude. However, the training involved in assassin skills often revolved around darkness and silence, which could be quite stifling. Thus, Zhangli frequently sought opportunities to explore the wild with Qiao Yang to alleviate the pressures of her training. Sure, but does Glorious City have a dimensional passage to the grasslands? Qiao Yang pondered, realizing that while grasslands were common terrain, he had not considered whether a route to them existed near Glorious City. "There is one, conveniently located at either end of Glorious City, which is why you might not have heard of it," Zhangli replied, clearly familiar with the area. "My father took me to the grasslands for training once, so I've been there before." Zhangli seemed to recall some less pleasant memories. I apologize. I remember your father mentioning that," Qiao Yang replied, as he and Zhangli had grown up together, making him well acquainted with her family. That particular training session was designed to enhance Zhangli's stealth capabilities in open areas like the grasslands, though he was uncertain who had conceived such a scheme. Essentially, she was tasked with traversing an area teeming with detection spirit beasts, where triggering an alert would lead to a barrage of attacks from the Crimson Flame Fire Sparrow above. The outcome remains uncertain. Nonetheless, Zhangli has consistently refrained from mentioning that training session, and Qiao Yang has not inquired further. "How come your father confides everything to you?" Zhangli remarked with a slight curl of her lip, deciding to dismiss those memories. "Let us go for a drive." "Hold on, stop up ahead." Qiao Yang interjected at a certain intersection. "I will visit the store in front to procure some ingredients and simultaneously test the kitchen capabilities of this vehicle. Are we having an outdoor barbecue? I would love that. Please buy extra chicken wings, preferably from the Snow Feather Golden Pheasant," Zhangli replied with a hint of excitement, as her profession made her particularly fond of such culinary delights. Qiao Yang's idea aligned perfectly with her tastes. It had been a while since she had felt this relaxed. Her recent days had been consumed by outdoor endeavors, and this was a rare opportunity to unwind completely. The exterior of Qiao Yang's vehicle resembled a fusion of an armored exploration vehicle from a game of a previous life and a modern RV. Although it traversed on tracks, its speed was surprisingly brisk. Thanks to advancements in rune technology, it did not jolt as severely as the tanks from Qiao Yang's past. In fact, it was more stable than the majority of vehicles he had previously encountered. Reflecting on the past weeks, Qiao Yang pondered whether he had been overly preoccupied. It seemed he had not taken the time to truly enjoy himself. In retrospect, he realized he had indeed spent a considerable time being rather lethargic. However, even during those idle days, he did not venture out for leisure. Instead, he lingered in taverns, daydreaming. Of course, this was a behavior that emerged only after the establishment of the tavern, as prior to that, he would typically find himself lost in thought in the dormitory. The vast plains offered no obstructions, and beneath the blue sky and white clouds, a sense of comfort enveloped them. Moreover, this particular area had been thoroughly cleared by the Radiant Federation, rendering it devoid of danger. The two selected a picturesque spot, set up their makeshift kitchen, and retrieved the prepared stones to test the outdoor cooking capabilities of the vehicle. Chapter 70. Outdoor Barbecue and the Imminent Mishap. Both Qiao Yang and Zhang Li were adept at cooking. Zhang Li, due to her passion for food, had studied culinary arts extensively, while Qiao Yang had merely practiced out of academic necessity. In this era, cooking is a fundamental skill, intricately tied to outdoor survival. Failing to procure and process ingredients, or to cook food swiftly in the wild, could lead to dire consequences. Thus, although Qiao Yang was not an expert in culinary arts, he was proficient in basic grilling techniques. It was inherently challenging to find food in the wild, and it would be quite embarrassing if their grilling skills resulted in charred or undercooked fare. Therefore, Qiao Yang had practiced diligently regarding the timing of cooking. With both parties being skilled in the culinary arts, the preparation proceeded swiftly. The vehicle's rudimentary outdoor kitchen eliminated concerns about starting a fire, and Qiao Yang had purchased pre-prepared ingredients from the store. The chicken wings were of the snow-feathered golden pheasant variety, known for their succulent tenderness compared to other types. The owner of the store had already butchered the wings, but they remained unseasoned, as they had been procured on short notice. Naturally, a barbecue would not consist solely of chicken wings. A variety of other ingredients had also been obtained, with a substantial quantity of wings purchased. Both Qiao Yang and Zhang Li were unabashed carnivores. Qiao Yang's rigorous daily training in forging and alchemy consumed considerable energy, while Zhang Li's training as an assassin necessitated a high-energy diet. Hence, expecting the two to enjoy vegetarian fare was rather unrealistic. Nevertheless, to maintain a balanced diet, Qiao Yang had also acquired some lettuce to wrap around the grilled meat. In addition to chicken wings, Qiao Yang procured steaks from the Ling mountain cattle and legs of the thick earth sheep. As for pork belly, neither of them had much of a taste for it, so they settled on regular Ling pig meat, purchasing only a modest amount. Condiments were, of course, essential. The crux of grilling lies in the seasonings. Grilling meat without any condiments would only be palatable in dire circumstances, such as extreme hunger. The ingredients Qiao Yang obtained were notably fresh, necessitating marination before grilling could commence. The only dipping sauces prepared were cumin, salt, and chili powder, as Qiao Yang had a distaste for barbecue sauce. Thanks to modern food processing, marinating agents could be conveniently purchased at the store, making it far simpler than concocting them from scratch. After sprinkling the chicken wings, steaks, and lamb legs with marinade to allow them to soak, Qiao Yang and Zhang Li collaboratively threaded the meat onto skewers. A portion of the lamb leg was diced into smaller pieces for lamb skewers, as barbecuing without these felt somewhat lacking. The actual grilling was the easiest step. Qiao Yang took charge of grilling the lamb skewers and steaks, which cooked relatively quickly, while Zhang Li monitored the lamb legs, occasionally accepting the skewers and steaks from Qiao Yang to enjoy. The meat was, of course, served hot off the grill, with the sauces readily prepared. Although Qiao Yang was not particularly tolerant of spicy food, he always preferred to add a touch of chili powder to his grilled meat. It is worth noting that the sensation of spiciness is essentially a form of pain, to prevent those with higher cultivation levels from being impervious to spicy food. Contemporary chili peppers are classified into tiers, akin to the ranks of black, iron, and bronze. The evaluation standard is based on the ability to elicit a noticeable reaction from individuals of corresponding ranks, further categorized into low, medium, and high degrees of intensity. The chili powder Qiao Yang purchased fell into the category of low-grade bronze, representing a peculiar dichotomy. He was deemed timid for enjoying chili yet, as a high-ranking bronze, he only dared to buy low-grade varieties. After savoring a few bites of meat and taking a sip of a nearby beverage, Qiao Yang gazed upon the boundless grasslands and the azure skies, contemplating that the allure of life perhaps resides in such fortuitous moments. Alcohol was also available in the present day. Brewers and bartenders were recognized professions, akin to spiritual chefs and apothecaries. However, in the wild, drinking was ill-advised, a lesson learned from bloodied experiences. Zhang Li was skilled in mixology, as assassins greatly benefited from such dexterous skills in close quarters. She had practiced diligently and could now toss 277 glass cups without dropping a single one. As for her proficiency, Qiao Yang had sampled her concoctions once, ultimately downing them due to their exorbitant prices. Qiao Yang had dabbled in brewing as well, as both brewing and alchemy required mastery over heat control. Thus, he had practiced a bit. This scenery reminded Qiao Yang of past adventures, reminiscing about gathering around a campfire with friends after hunting mammoths in the snowy wilderness. Relishing in meat and drink. How nostalgic, he thought wistfully. Qiao Yang nodded, acknowledging the resemblance. It was indeed refreshing to unwind after a period of intense labor. Alas, joyous moments are fleeting, and soon they encountered the all-too-familiar scenario of a spiritual beast stampede. Just as Qiao Yang and Zhang Li were comfortably seated, sated and engaged in conversation, Dark Spirit sensed the ground trembling, akin to a horde of spiritual beasts surging towards them. Utilizing sonar, he confirmed that a substantial group of spiritual beasts was indeed racing in their direction. However, the two-seated companions displayed no signs of alarm, continuing their leisurely conversation beneath the shade of the umbrella, each holding a glass of chilled beverage. Having indulged in a bit too much meat, their drinks primarily consisted of lemon and orange juice to cleanse their palates. Gradually, their keen eyesight allowed them to discern the distant stampede of spiritual beasts approaching their location. It is indeed the herd of prairie bulls, Zhang Li remarked thoughtfully. I find it rather perplexing how a beast riot could occur in this region, which has been thoroughly swept by the federal government on multiple occasions. However, if it is the prairie bulls, then it is not surprising at all. The prairie bull, a spirit beast, exhibits riotous behavior much like a postprandial indulgence, occurring with a certain regularity. Qiao Yang harbored grave suspicions that the gatherings of these creatures, stampeding wildly, were merely a form of entertainment for the prairie bulls. After all, their frequency is difficult to rationalize otherwise. Yet, the reality is quite different. The upheaval instigated by the prairie bulls is a genuine frenzy, undeniably true. Perhaps akin to a locust plague, there seems to be a specific pheromone released at certain intervals, inciting the herd into chaos. Qiao Yang pondered. It is highly probable that Yin is aware of Qiao Yang's transmigration, which could elucidate why these spirit beasts riot daily without being entirely eradicated. The prairie bulls are of low rank, with the highest only reaching bronze level. Considering the sweeping efficiency of the Radiant Federation, their periodic congregations are almost akin to a delivery service. Yet, Qiao Yang has yet to encounter prairie beef for sale in the market. Now, a plausible hypothesis has emerged. During the riot, the prairie bulls' bodies accumulate toxins due to the pheromones they produce, rendering the meat inedible, at least unpalatable. This world does not only suffer from locust plagues. Many insects with unique abilities, if they exhibit a tendency to swarm, can also be classified as certain disasters. For instance, magma earthworms can gather fire elements around them. While an individual worm may absorb only a small quantity of fire element, millions or even billions converging can result in sufficient elemental absorption to create magma, thereby altering the ecological balance of a region. Of course, such disasters are not solely limited to insects. The current situation could aptly be termed a prairie bull disaster. Nonetheless, even this occurrence seems excessively frequent. Qiao Yang could not help but complain. Even a locust plague typically occurs once a year, whereas the prairie bulls engage in minor riots on odd days and major riots on even days, culminating in a grand riot on Sundays. Although the prairie bulls are indeed swift, the time he spent grumbling has already brought them before him, yet neither he nor Zhang Li has risen. Zhang Li reminisced about their high school days. When we ventured into the wild for training, encountering a riot of prairie bulls was quite troublesome. Now, we can face them directly while leisurely sipping our drinks. Back then, they had no contracted spirit beasts and relied solely on their levels, which proved quite challenging. Qiao Yang recalled their previous team outings with Zhang Li, and he vividly remembered their encounters with the prairie bull riots during each training session in the grassland. Yet, even now, without this shield generator, we cannot afford to be so relaxed, can we? Qiao Yang questioned. Previously mentioned, the shield of this vehicle can withstand direct attacks from high-ranking silver spirit beasts, while the prairie bulls barely reach bronze level, incapable of even shaking the shield. Indeed, this shield is quite thoughtfully designed. It even blocks the dust kicked up by the stampeding herd. Otherwise, having that dust flung upon us, while it may not be catastrophic, is still rather unpleasant, wouldn't you agree? Qiao Yang remarked. Certainly, having dust on our faces is a minor inconvenience. But if it were to fall into our cups and dirty our drinks, that would be quite another matter. Given Zhang Li's nature, it is evident that the drink holds more importance than her appearance. After finishing the barbecue, they still had some entertainment left, which was delightful. However, one must wonder if the Federation would even intervene in such minor disturbances. The reason Qiao Yang had not stood up earlier was due to the sonar revealing the riotous spirit beasts moving at a rather sluggish pace. If they were indeed silver-level beasts capable of breaching the vehicle's shield, they should not be moving so slowly. Well then, we have finished our meal, and the vehicle has been tested. Shall we head back? It would be a perfect opportunity for me to teach you how to drive, Jiangli proposed. Absolutely. The journey back posed no obstacles. They could simply drive slowly and wait for the herd to pass. Such disturbances at this level have become somewhat routine in the Radiant Federation. Even Qiao Yang felt little interest in the matter, as there was nothing to consume nor any valuable materials to be gained. Chapter 71. Plans for the Silver Level. Although Senior Ling Ji previously mentioned that achieving high bronze or peak bronze would suffice for academy exchanges, Qiao Yang believed it prudent to strive for the silver level instead. This conviction stemmed from the rather awkward physical capabilities of the 5 members in his team. Zhang Li, being an assassin spirit beast, is of the Spectre type, while the martial spirit is merely a single plant, and Qiao Yang lacks a mountable spirit beast. As for Senior Ling Ji, without even discussing the genius idea of using a tortoise as a mount, the cumbersome protrusions on the armored tortoise would deter most individuals. Of course, there might be those with peculiar preferences. Lin Hao's spirit beast can indeed carry passengers, but while it can sprint short distances with passengers, its combat effectiveness diminishes significantly with prolonged carrying. Even with Qiao Yang's Dominator, Lin Hao remains one of the primary offensive forces. For the time being, Qiao Yang's Dominator requires a charge to ensure it can inflict damage on more resilient enemies. If he were to reach the silver level, acquiring level 3 or 4 floating cannons and allowing Dominator's soul power to grow further would enable each combat unit to wield silver level strength without the need for charging, which would be immensely beneficial. Furthermore, Qiao Yang contemplated that upon reaching the silver level, he should be able to contract another spirit beast. This would allow him to contract a mechanical vehicle for transportation, sparing him the burden of driving himself, thus facilitating their excursions into the wild. However, such aspirations hinge on first attaining the silver level. Without that, all is rendered moot. Additionally, crafting the vehicle may prove to be more arduous than the Dominator itself. I can assure you, with your current bronze level soul power, even if I provided you with complete design schematics, merely examining the blueprints would be enough to leave you dizzy. Let alone designing the schematics yourself, Yin had said. Thus, it is preferable to focus on breaking through to the silver level first. The transition to near silver level is neither wholly simple nor excessively difficult. The most significant distinction between silver and bronze levels is the ability to externally release spirit energy to inscribe runes. At this point, the Beast Masters can enhance their combat capabilities, enabling them to participate in battles between spirit beasts. However, unlike the golden level, silver level practitioners cannot inscribe rune formations from thin air to obtain formidable ranged attack capabilities. The external release of spirit energy for rune inscribing still relies on their physical bodies. Nevertheless, this is a marked improvement compared to the bronze level, where spirit energy could only be externally released for defense. Furthermore, it ensures that Beast Masters are not merely spectators during spirit beast battles. Therefore, to ascend to the silver level, enhancing soul and physical strength is one aspect, while mastery over spirit energy is equally crucial. Even so, the path to silver level remains a formidable challenge. Even Ling Ji is currently stalled at the pinnacle of silver level, though he has recently been attempting to reach the golden level. It remains uncertain whether he has succeeded. As for the silver level, I too find it necessary. Merely being at the bronze level, even at its peak, renders academy exchanges rather precarious. Ascending to the silver level, even if just newly attained, would significantly improve our circumstances. That day, Qiao Yang, Jiang Li, and Martial Spirit Lin Hao convened around a tavern table, discussing their shared belief that advancing to the silver level would yield considerable benefits. Even a modest ascent to silver would enable them to engage in combat with runes, introducing a substantial variable into their endeavors. However, such discussions often encounter unexpected turns. Do you all know how to advance? Lin Hao suddenly inquired. The advancement of beast tamers is a phenomenon steeped in mystique. Under no circumstances does the probability of success and promotion reach a full 100%. Rather, it is merely a question of how significant the chances of failure may be. For instance, the transition from iron rank to bronze rank, while generally low in failure probability, is not devoid of risk, as historical records attest to instances of unsuccessful promotions. However, encountering a failed advancement poses no dire consequences. It is simply a matter of remaining at one's current rank, akin to how a department head, like Qiao Yang in his previous life, does not demote to a mere clerk upon failing to ascend to a director position. Nevertheless, similar to job promotions, a failure in advancement raises the stakes for future attempts, making subsequent promotions more challenging. The underlying mechanisms remain elusive, as inspections yield no discernible issues. The only plausible explanation appears to be psychological factors. The preparations undertaken by beast tamers for promotion aim to maximize the likelihood of success, yet this probability can never truly reach absolute certainty. Previously, the chances of failing the transition from iron to bronze rank were minimal, provided one Han-Ti incurred the wrath of fortune by, say, driving under the influence in a prior life. However, the probability of failure in moving from bronze to silver rank is considerably higher, thus necessitating adequate preparation. Fortunately, advancements in the study of foundational training for beast tamers have yielded relatively robust methodologies, enabling them to ascertain the most suitable preparation strategies based on attributes, chosen professions, and individual temperaments. Take, for example, a martial spirit whose attribute is botanical, profession is apothecary, and who favors utilizing traps and poisons in combat while exhibiting a cautious demeanor. This combination can lead to an optimal preparation plan for advancement. This involves the martial spirit engaging extensively in potion crafting and practicing the arrangement of spiritual traps, which simultaneously hones their soul's power while familiarizing them with rune applications. Through sufficient practice, they may eventually attain promotion. Chapter 72. Qiao Yang's Promotion Method. The preparatory work for beast tamers is not static. The preparations for advancing from bronze to silver rank differ markedly from those required for moving from silver to gold rank. Due to the variance in foundational probabilities, the necessary preparatory measures are also distinct. Moreover, during this time frame, it is implausible to have no new spirit beasts contracted. New contracts introduce variables that cannot be simply replicated. I am aware of how I should prepare, yet I find myself reluctant to proceed, Zhongli mumbled. For those, like Zhongli, with dark attributes seeking advancement, the Dark Moon Academy, a prestigious institution specializing in dark arts, possesses a comprehensive protocol. The preparation for an assassin's promotion generally encompasses two primary aspects: honing the five senses in darkness and engaging in combat practice within the shadows. Though this is a rather simplistic summation, in reality, transitioning from bronze to silver rank is relatively straightforward for assassins, as their combat effectiveness hinges primarily on their innate abilities. Thus, the Dark Moon Academy offers alternative methods to replace runes prior to achieving silver rank, making the formal transition to rune mastery comparatively accessible. This holds true for various melee professions as well. However, the process can be somewhat monotonous, which is why Zhongli harbors a distaste for it. As for Lin Hao, a student of the Barbarian Beast Academy, he remains silent. It is well known how students from this institution approach their promotions. Typically, these students favor close combat, placing their faith in physical prowess over reliance on spiritual energy. As such, they often utilize the blood of spirit beasts corresponding to their attributes to solidify a rune upon themselves, typically one that enhances ferocity, strength, or swiftness. In battle, this equates to a constant augmentation of their natural abilities, sacrificing the versatility of other runes in pursuit of raw melee power. Therefore, their methods lack the flexibility of typical beast tamers, yet one cannot deny their overwhelming potency. As for the procurement of spirit beast blood, it naturally requires venturing into relevant territories to hunt. It is said that the Barbarian Beast Academy has an achievement for those who ascend ranks without employing weapons or armor during their hunts. Currently, the record holder achieved this feat while advancing from gold to platinum rank without utilizing any equipment, not due to cowardice, but because they have yet to meet the threshold for ascending to diamond rank. The tradition upheld by the Barbarian Beast Academy is commendable, and I hold it in high regard, Silver remarked. But what about you, Yangzi? Are you aware of your preparation method for advancement? Lin Hao inquired, and Zhongli expressed concern as neither of them had previously encountered Qiao Yang's unique attributes and were uncertain if an appropriate method existed. Indeed, I stumbled upon a document in the library of the Radiant Academy, Qiao Yang revealed, having previously felt troubled by this very issue. However, upon consulting with the Academy's instructors, he discovered that the Radiant Academy possessed relevant materials. That is fortunate, though I doubt I will comprehend the underlying principles. We shall see when the time comes. Zhongli replied. Before parting ways, the group requested a feast from Uncle Zhang to fill their stomachs before returning. By the way, Silver, have you figured out what you need to do? Once the other three departed, Qiao Yang's true demeanor was revealed, and his expression fell. He had only partially conveyed his findings. Although he did locate the materials, he had not mentioned that he was utterly unable to comprehend them. It was rumored that even professors from the Radiant Academy struggled to put them into practice. You see, my brother, as the founder of the alchemical era, restoring such materials should be a trivial task for me, Silver responded confidently. However, on the flip side, the impracticality of this document is to be expected. It likely originated from an individual who fortuitously discovered the spirit gold method from the alchemical era and subsequently modified it to suit their own era. Silver's voice was tinged with confusion. The fusion of techniques from two different eras undoubtedly leads to some dissonance in application. Originally, the spirit gold method drew inspiration from technologies of a prior era, and having been altered by this individual, it is remarkable that it could adapt to their era at all. That it remains usable at this level is indeed astonishing. So what should I do then? Modify it further? Am I perhaps overestimating my capabilities? Although Qiao Yang considered himself a genius, he found the task daunting. Fear not. With my guidance, there is no need for such convolutions. I shall impart the original spirit gold method directly to you. Rest assured, given your adaptability, you will learn swiftly. Silver asserted with confidence. However, is this spirit gold method still applicable today? Qiao Yang inquired with concern, recalling that even the predecessors required modifications. He doubted whether his era could utilize it directly. Originally, it was not applicable, but you, my friend, are an exception. Silver's words lifted Qiao Yang's spirits. The spirit gold method does not involve any manipulation of the laws of nature, so the question of its applicability does not arise. Just as individuals from the alchemical era could wield a hammer with their hands, so too can contemporary individuals handle a hammer, Silver clarified. The previous assertion of inapplicability stemmed from the present generation lacking the attributes necessary to connect with the metal's soul, rendering the spirit gold method unusable, akin to a person without hands being unable to employ a hammer. The individual from before essentially developed a method to use a hammer without hands, a notable achievement in its own right. But you need not worry about that. Since you possess hands, why complicate matters by learning such a method? Silver's tone carried a hint of amusement. Chapter 73, The Spirit Gold Method. In fact, we used to refer to it simply as spirit manipulation back in our day. However, to distinguish it from the spirit manipulation of your era, we temporarily dubbed it the Spirit Gold Method, Silver remarked nonchalantly. Qiao Yang was left speechless, wondering if such a casual approach was befitting for a founder. Of course it is, Silver replied without hesitation, for I am indeed the founder, and I wholeheartedly approve. All right, possessing a patent grants one a certain degree of freedom. The so-called spirit communication technique is essentially a variant of the beast summoning contract. However, it lacks the definitive assurance that a standard beast summoning contract provides. In essence, it involves summoning spiritual beasts from other realms and forging a contract with them. This process is akin to opening a runic array that connects to another world, subsequently signing a contract with the first spiritual beast encountered. Thus, spirit communication remains a form of beast summoning, merely augmented by an additional summoning phase. While it may sound grandiose, one should not hastily conclude that the spirit communication technique is inherently superior. In truth, this method is often employed as a last resort when all else fails. The spiritual beasts summoned through this technique are, in over 99% of cases, utterly useless. Among the few that possess any utility, a staggering 99% are only marginally better than being completely ineffectual. And the remaining fraction is typically comparable to ordinary wild spiritual beasts. This is precisely why the spirit communication technique has not gained traction within the Radiant Federation, especially following the implementation of government safeguards, which further diminished its usage. After all, the vast majority of beasts summoned through this technique cannot compete with the standardized spiritual beasts provided by the government, naturally resulting in a decline in practitioners. Nevertheless, the reason the probabilities are not absolute is due to the existence of exceptions. Although the spirit communication technique predominantly fails to summon formidable spiritual beasts, there is indeed an exceedingly slim chance of conjuring something terrifying. The presiding judge of the Supreme Court of the Radiant Federation is said to have summoned his spiritual beast, a dark flame demon, from the depths of the Nine Nether Hell, using this very technique. Records even suggest that some individuals have managed to summon the phantoms of deities through spirit communication. However, the consequences are likely predictable. Contracting with a divine phantom may grant one immense power in the short term, yet it often leads to madness shortly thereafter. However, according to Een, while deities do exist, such tales are largely fabricated. The spirit communication technique cannot bridge the divide to the divine realm, and the soul contracts of the Radiant Federation have no efficacy against deities. Thus, the narrative should be regarded as a post-facto embellishment, and as for the so-called deities, Een asserts that they lack any mystical qualities. Confronting and communicating with a deity does not necessarily lead to insanity. As for how I came to know this, I must ask, do you not think, to some extent, I could be considered a deity? This statement from Een momentarily stunned Qiao Yang. Indeed, as the progenitor of the alchemical era, it would not be unreasonable to regard him as a god. The notion of divine phantoms is entirely unfounded. Deities are unlikely to engage in frivolous pursuits like creating phantoms, as such entities possess no real power, much like how humans do not occupy themselves with crafting life-sized figurines of themselves. Enough digression. Let us return to our subject, the spirit gold technique. Een expressed that discussions regarding deities could wait for another time, as the urgent matter at hand was addressing Qiao Yang's level. In essence, the spirit gold technique bears a striking resemblance to spirit communication. The former connects to another realm to summon metallic materials, while the latter summons spiritual beasts. This methodology was conceived when we required special materials that were not available in our dimension, thus resorting to spirit communication to obtain the necessary materials. It is now ideally suited for you to hone your soul power. You can sense metallic materials without the need for a contract, and during the summoning process, you can practice controlling your spiritual energy. Does this not suit you perfectly? The summoning of metals through the spirit gold technique is not entirely random. There exists a degree of selection involved, allowing for effective training of soul power. To elaborate, the spirit gold technique involves delineating a runic array and utilizing soul power to manipulate the runes in order to search for the desired connection to an alternate world. Subsequently, one employs their sensitivity to metals to locate suitable ore, selecting based on the feedback received. However, due to the inability to assess on-site, the search must occur within a broad rough range, such as attributes like fire or darkness, high density, or considerable hardness. Ultimately, whether the summoned materials are usable remains to be determined post-summoning. This process significantly enhances one's ability to control spiritual energy and runes, aligning well with Qiao Yang's affinity as a beast master. Most importantly, this practice is not entirely futile. The metals summoned can be retained for personal use or sold, thereby augmenting one's income. Qiao Yang is in need of both financial resources and materials, so if the summoned materials can be utilized personally, that would be ideal. If not, trading them still constitutes a profitable venture, as it is essentially a risk-free transaction. Chapter 74. The First Spirit Communication. The runes of the Spirit Gold technique are rather intricate, but I personally advise you to delve deeply into the study of the runes associated with this secret art. After listening to Ian's previous explanations, Qiao Yang has recently begun practicing under Ian's guidance. This particular rune pertains to concepts of space, time, fate, and causality, which are relatively rare. Thus, a thorough exploration would be beneficial. Ian remarked seriously, noting that while concepts of space are more frequently employed than others, the runes concerning fate are exceptionally scarce. In my recollection, during the alchemical era, there existed a handful of runes related to time, space, causality, creation, destruction, and reincarnation, but only a couple concerning fate. Ian reflected. Regardless, since the spirit gold technique pertains to space, it is imperative that you study it diligently. Qiao Yang nodded in partial understanding, acknowledging that Ian's reasoning was sound. The ability to distill the power to transcend space into a single rune warrants thorough investigation. After all, there is an age-old adage, time is of the essence, though I seem to have forgotten the remainder. In any case, amidst your practice, take the time to explore the principles underlying this rune. After all, days pass one after another, and both Qiao Yang and several others began preparing for their breakthroughs. However, Wuling appeared somewhat exceptional. Due to the unique nature of her contracted spiritual beast, she had yet to reach the pinnacle of the bronze level, remaining merely at the advanced bronze tier. Hence, prior to her ascension preparations, Wuling needed to elevate herself to the pinnacle of the bronze tier. However, given Wuling's background, this task was not particularly daunting. Utilizing potions for advancement nowadays typically incurs no adverse side effects, only the challenge of assimilation. Generally speaking, individuals are somewhat reluctant to resort to potions for leveling up, as this could lead to suboptimal results. In contrast, using them at advanced stages is often deemed acceptable. And given Wuling's spiritual beast and professional role, she does not require exceedingly high levels of soul power or physical strength. In recent days, based on Qiao Yang's research into the runes of the Spirit Gold technique, it has become apparent that the spatial components of the runes are not merely conventional boundary-breaking runes as understood by the Radiant Federation, but rather a combination of spatial folding runes and boundary-breaking runes. To illustrate, envision a sheet of paper. Traversing space resembles overlapping 2 points on the paper. The approach of the boundary-breaking rune involves sequentially piercing through these 2 points with a skewer, allowing individuals to traverse the distance between them. In contrast, the spatial folding rune entails folding the paper, thereby allowing the 2 points to naturally coincide. However, both pure boundary-breaking and spatial folding runes face a common challenge. As Ian elucidated his design, if the distance between the 2 points is excessively vast, the consumption of both runes becomes particularly severe, resulting in the connected worlds being less than remote. As the distance increases, whether through spatial channels or spatial folding, the consumption escalates exponentially. This results in a disproportionate relationship between the growth of spirit summoning techniques and the practitioner's cultivation. Thus, I sought to amalgamate the 2 runes, akin to bending a piece of paper slightly before threading them together with a skewer, which significantly reduces the distance each rune is responsible for. This ensures that the effective distance of the spirit summoning technique correlates proportionately with the user's spiritual energy and soul power. Qiao Yang grasped the concept. But resolving this issue was merely the foundation. The more pressing concern was how this rune facilitated the opening of spatial channels and spatial folding. In truth, it is not overly complex. If one comprehends the essence of space, it becomes rather simple. However, it must be noted that grasping the nature of space at the bronze level is quite challenging. To be precise, I merely wish for you to experience space in advance. I do not expect you to fully understand the principles underlying this rune at present. What you must do next is to inscribe this rune and, during its application, sense how it rends the fabric of space. This will deepen your understanding of space. Do not aspire to achieve too much too soon. Recklessly delving into the essence of space at your current level will yield more harm than benefit. Qiao Yang nodded. After several days of study, he was able to meticulously inscribe the rune, albeit with some lack of finesse. Upon advancing, Qiao Yang activated the rune he had inscribed, and he immediately felt the surrounding space ripple like water, as a spatial fissure manifested before his eyes. Subsequently, he utilized his soul power to sense the responses from several sources on the other side of the fissure, selecting one at random to draw it closer. At that moment, Qiao Yang had no particular need for materials. He did not expect anything of great value on his first attempt, so any item would suffice. Chapter 75, regarding the matter of drawing cards. In truth, Qiao Yang had not fully comprehended the rune of spirit summoning. Yet this did not hinder him from emulating its execution. Runes were originally developed to enable individuals of lower ranks to wield abilities of a higher caliber. Those who inherently understood space could construct spatial channels or fold space without the aid of runes. However, this does not imply that those who master space refrain from using runes. Conversely, in high-level battles, the utilization of various runes becomes increasingly prevalent. Even for those adept in spatial manipulation, constructing spatial channels or folding space incurs expenditure, which runes like the boundary breaking or space folding runes can mitigate. Regardless of rank, the aspiration remains the same: to achieve greater returns with lesser expenditure, and runes facilitate this, establishing their role as a cornerstone of contemporary technology. A novice's first successful activation of a rune should not be expected to yield significant efficacy or connect to distant realms. However, as Silver mentioned, this rune was later augmented with a safeguard to prevent connections that are too close, which could harm nearby individuals or pilfer from others. Thus, even though Qiao Yang's activation of the rune was not overly distant, it was not so close as to retrieve materials from the adjacent warehouse. Observing the inky black material that tumbled from the spatial passage, Qiao Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment. If he were certain that neither his vision nor his mind was faulty, this substance would likely be charcoal. Although he did not anticipate acquiring anything of great worth, this was rather absurd, given that it was called the spirit summoning technique. One would expect to find metal at the very least. Qiao Yang had never held high hopes for his luck in drawing cards. But surely it could not be this dismal? Although termed the spirit summoning technique, it was fundamentally based on the affinity attributes of alchemists during the era of leveling. If one's attributes encompassed non-metallic refining materials, it would naturally resonate with non-metallic entities. Silver had his own explanation for this. Attributes? Qiao Yang keenly seized upon this term. If it pertains to attributes, it seems that my affinity attributes must align with refining materials of the entry level to establish a connection. By that reasoning, this piece of charcoal must at least qualify as a mundane material. Qiao Yang found some solace in this notion, as it provided a semblance of assurance that he had not completely drawn rubbish. Is this material a lightning-struck wood? Qiao Yang examined it closely, though uncertainty lingered. It contained a trace of lightning element, resembling lightning-struck wood. However, not all trees struck by lightning can be classified as such. Primarily, the tree must be of a certain grade, and it must possess an exotic lightning element that fuses with the wood element, hence qualifying as lightning-struck wood. Similarly, there are fire-burnt wood, water-sunken wood, wind-eroded wood, and others following a similar principle. Thus, lightning-struck wood also possesses a grade, primarily determined by the original wood element or exotic wood element's grade, as well as the degree of fusion with the exotic lightning element. The criteria for judgment tend to be relatively lenient, as long as the grades are roughly aligned. As for its application, it is akin to that of charcoal, utilized in forging alloys when added to metals. If the wood is particularly precious, it may also serve as incense or firewood. Although using lightning-struck wood for such purposes often leads to explosions, thus, fire-burnt wood is typically preferred for these methods. The lightning-struck wood Qiao Yang summoned this time was the most ordinary kind, with a lackluster foundation and fairly common exotic lightning elements. In this case, considering the fusion degree holds little significance, as it is unlikely to exceed the mundane grade. Furthermore, Qiao Yang had Silver verify that he had not misjudged. It indeed held negligible value. If sold, it would barely suffice to settle a transaction with radiant coins, worth around 4 to 500 federal coins. Thus, it was best to place it on the shelves of a shop. Should someone wish to purchase it, that would be splendid. If not, it mattered little. Never mind. Let us continue to connect. Given Qiao Yang's current reserves of spiritual energy and soul power, employing this rune 3 to 4 times a day would be the limit. Exceeding that would adversely affect his mental state, which poses considerable risk for a beastmaster. The process was rather mundane. Let us cut to the results. Qiao Yang successfully employed the spirit summoning technique 2 more times, summoning a piece of cold iron on one occasion and a piece of void stone on the other. Naturally, Qiao Yang was well acquainted with cold iron, as his journey as a beastmaster commenced with it. However, there was little to reflect upon. If he began to ruminate over every instance, he would find himself overwhelmed with sentiment in the foreseeable future. The frequency with which Qiao Yang summoned cold iron would not diminish. Meanwhile, in the adjacent card drawing, it took 90 attempts to yield a guarantee, let alone Qiao Yang, who had no concept of a guarantee whatsoever. As for the void stone, Qiao Yang also inspected it. The spatial essence contained within was not substantial and, in terms of grade, merely mundane. Yet the void stone is relatively more valuable than the previous 2, as it is sought after for crafting storage devices. Chapter 76. Which arrives first, the shipment or the advancement? Although the spirit summoning technique does not possess the exceedingly high probability of summoning waste, as contemporary summoning techniques do, the likelihood of obtaining valuable items is indeed minimal. For instance, Qiao Yang maintained a routine of performing the spirit summoning technique 3 times daily, with the overwhelming majority of results likely yielding him additional pieces of cold iron or a few blocks of dark iron. While Silver's assertion holds considerable truth, it is indeed a transaction devoid of capital. One must candidly admit that the profits garnered from such an endeavor may merely suffice to procure some sustenance. Relying on this venture for wealth or to cover the subsequent expenses of mechanical spirit beasts would be more prudent if one were to purchase a couple of lottery tickets instead. Furthermore, one should not harbor illusions that ascending to the silver tier can be accomplished in a mere day or 2. Such a feat is far from simplistic. Had it been so, Jin Jun and Jin Xia would have undoubtedly attained silver long ago during the arena battles. These individuals lack for resources. If rapid advancement were feasible, there would be no reason for them to remain stagnant at the pinnacle of bronze. Thus, one must approach breakthroughs with patience, dedicating only a portion of each day to practice, while leading a normal life and attending classes. The cultivation of a beast tamer should prioritize steadiness over haste. An insatiable desire for everything will ultimately yield nothing. Those who previously sought to substitute sleep with cultivation learned this lesson through blood and tears, as many with commendable talent found themselves stagnating at the pinnacle of bronze. Fundamentally, while cultivation may alleviate feelings of fatigue, it does not address the true essence of exhaustion. The restorative processes during sleep and cultivation differ significantly, resulting in certain aspects of the body remaining deprived of rest. Prolonged engagement in this practice can lead to physical and spiritual harm, ultimately diminishing one's innate talents. Hence, since the Federation officially prohibited the substitution of sleep with cultivation through formal documentation, there has been a growing emphasis on the importance of rest and mental acuity, with individuals refraining from excessive exertion. This principle applies equally to cultivation. Once fatigue sets in, it may be too late to rest, making the prudent management of physical and spiritual energy an essential lesson for every beast tamer. However, on another note, Qiao Yang finds himself curious as to whether he will first summon a remarkable spirit beast or achieve a rank advancement. You will summon something exceptional first, Silver interjects, his tone earnest. Silver, must you always be so startling? It's rather unnerving. Qiao Yang complains before inquiring, why are you so confident? While ascending to the silver tier may not be swift, if you set your standards for exceptional items sufficiently low, the likelihood of conjuring something remarkable remains quite high. Although Silver's reasoning is sound, Qiao Yang finds himself at a loss for a retort, sensing an inherent inconsistency. For instance, the void stone he previously conjured could, in a certain sense, be deemed extraordinary. While its internal space might be slightly smaller than that of a bowl used for serving ribs, it still holds value for crafting storage items. The grade of the void stone is determined by the size of its internal space. One that is smaller than a basin is, in truth, barely worthy of even the most mundane classification. Typically, such void stones are grouped together to form a categorization and storage box. Speaking of which, Silver, since we are currently unoccupied, why not contemplate how we should manufacture our next spirit beast? Qiao Yang suddenly suggests, as he has no classes for the next few days and his companions, Jiang Li and the others, have retreated to their own seclusion. Recently, he has entrusted the orders to the furnace, rendering his summoning practice somewhat monotonous. That is indeed a feasible notion. Although you cannot conduct specific research and design at present, conceptualizing a general framework poses no issue, Silver concurs. I can also assist you in finding references. The spirit beasts we create differ fundamentally from ordinary machinery, as they possess their own souls and can control their actions. Hence, could we not simplify the operating system? Qiao Yang muses. In the wilderness, the primary function of a vehicle is to provide shelter, thus its defensive capabilities must be robust. Now that I have attained the silver tier, why not utilize some Earth-grade materials this time? That said, the proportion of Earth-grade materials will undoubtedly be modest due to one simple reason. Qiao Yang lacks sufficient funds. He must also reserve some finances for expanding the Dominator array. For the foreseeable future, this may be my sole means of transportation, allowing us to transcend the conventional limitations of ground vehicles. Both wheels and tracks are inherently restricted by the terrain they can traverse, and areas such as water or clouds are off-limits. Inspired by a certain game from my past life, Qiao Yang intends to create a hovering vehicle. Chapter 77. Conceptualizing the vehicle now that I think about it. Our vehicle need not be confined to the ground, Qiao Yang reflects. Numerous games and animated series in my previous life featured floating vehicles. A particularly vivid memory comes from an animated series entitled Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century, where vehicles soared through the skies. Although this series is quite dated and has long ceased broadcasting, the concept of flying vehicles remains etched in Qiao Yang's memory. Many floating vehicles he has seen involve modifying four wheels into jet propulsion systems, enabling the vehicle to hover. However, Silver, is such a modification truly feasible? Qiao Yang inquires, a hint of skepticism in his voice. If so, the task would become significantly simpler. He already possesses a vehicle. If this modification proves effective, he could replicate it one-to-one, merely installing propulsion systems atop it. Moreover, with the control system being simplified, many structural components would not require duplication, saving considerable effort. Regrettably, the world does not operate in such an ideal manner. This approach will not work. Silver promptly dismisses the proposal. While the vehicle may indeed float and move forward, how will it turn? After careful consideration, Qiao Yang realizes there seems to be no method for executing a turn. Would one need to outfit the entire circumference of the vehicle with propulsion systems? This would lead to a more critical issue, as Silver elaborates. Floating in the air is fundamentally different from traversing the ground. The latter occurs on a two-dimensional plane where the Earth provides some degree of stability. In contrast, a vehicle hovering in the air operates within a three-dimensional space, relying entirely on its own balance, and it is unfeasible to install propulsion systems in all directions. Consequently, should the vehicle lose balance in midair, how will you adjust its orientation to regain stability? This indeed presents a quandary. The design of conventional vehicles is tailored for terrestrial movement. Imposing such a framework onto aerial navigation is untenable. Qiao Yang finds himself deep in thought. In his previous life, various aerial transportation modes existed, primarily aircraft. However, passenger jets and other jet-powered aircraft are entirely unsuitable, as their flight relies on the differential air pressure created by varying airspeeds above and below the wings at high velocities. This principle cannot be applied to Qiao Yang's needs, as he requires a transportation solution readily deployable in the wilderness, without the luxury of a runway. While there are aircraft capable of hovering and taking off from stationary positions, such as helicopters, they are notoriously intricate designs. They sacrifice all other functionalities to achieve the hovering capability. The stability of their balance system is exceedingly precarious, lacking any defensive capabilities. Even a slight external force can lead to catastrophic failure. The most rudimentary of mechanisms dictates that the destruction of the tail rotor's balance on a helicopter would precipitate a catastrophic failure. The cabin would succumb to the counter-rotational forces of the propeller, resulting in a loss of equilibrium and an inevitable descent. In the wilderness, one is never short of formidable spirit beasts, rendering the helicopter, an apparatus with insufficient defensive capabilities, an ill-suited mode of transport. After a considerable pause, Qiao Yang was suddenly struck by an idea and began to rummage through the resource section of the Radiant Academy within the Spirit Network. Eureka! His spirit surged with excitement. What are you searching for? Ian inquired, following Qiao Yang's gaze. Wind element condensation runes? Indeed, Qiao Yang replied, ready to elucidate his concept. I had previously been constrained by the ideologies of my past life, fixating on a mere replication of bygone transportation methods. Yet, the present differs vastly from the past. While humanity once had to adapt to the laws of nature through various means, we now possess the capacity to alter certain rules through runes or other methodologies. In my previous existence, there existed a mode of transport known as a submarine, capable of navigating underwater while maintaining stability, commendable defensive capabilities, and respectable speed. Air and water share numerous similarities. Both are fluids and possess buoyancy, and the flow of air in the sky can be likened to the currents of the ocean. The sole drawback is that the buoyancy produced by air is significantly less than that of an equal volume of water. To enable a submarine to float in the air, one must either reduce its weight or augment the volume of its air sacs, akin to the various airships of my past life. However, we return to our initial concern. The defensive capabilities of airships are not markedly superior to helicopters, not to mention their lamentable speed. Yet, with the wind element condensation runes at our disposal, we can artificially create an environment around the submarine that enhances buoyancy, harmonized with gravity nullification runes, thus allowing the submarine to levitate. This approach is indeed feasible, and acknowledged, as the submarine possesses its own balancing mechanism to adjust its orientation. Conceptually, it is sound. I can compile the relevant materials regarding submarines and commence preparations once you attain silver rank. The complexity of submarine construction far exceeds that of an automobile, and thus, you are not yet equipped to fully comprehend it. Chapter 78. A delivery, yet not quite a prophet. Qiao Yang possessed a modest understanding of submarines, limited mainly to the mechanics of ascension and descent, and the principles ensuring stability without capsizing. In fact, concerning submarine speed, the velocity of a faster submarine parallels that of a conventional automobile. However, submarines in my past life often sacrifice speed for stealth. Nevertheless, such considerations are moot now, for this vessel will be airborne, rendering stealth irrelevant. Hence, there is no need for Qiao Yang to fret over this. He can simply increase the power as required. A significant impediment to submarine speed is that, while water provides considerably greater buoyancy than air, it also presents substantially greater resistance when advancing. For this reason, Qiao Yang refrained from relying solely on air buoyancy for the submarine's ascent, opting instead to utilize a combination of gravity nullification runes to mitigate air resistance during movement. Additionally, it is essential to note that air differs from water in that it is not flammable. Thus, while submarines in water continue to rely on propellers, those in the air can employ jet propulsion. Ultimately, Qiao Yang's endeavor is merely to mimic the ascension and descent processes of submarines to achieve levitation for his mode of transport, without necessitating complete adherence to submarine design. As for the rationale behind not exclusively employing gravity nullification runes, it is straightforward. Qiao Yang requires an external force to facilitate rapid vertical movement for the submarine. Unlike Dominator, which operates solely on self-control, this submarine necessitates Qiao Yang's physical presence, akin to managing not just his own body, but also bearing an additional weight. Understanding the principles is merely the first step. Translating those principles into tangible objects is the more pivotal undertaking. However, it is worth noting that the vessel Qiao Yang intends to construct is not akin to military submarines from his past life, alleviating concerns regarding the placement of torpedo or missile compartments. According to Qiao Yang's vision, an internal space equivalent to that of a car suffices. Even considering living necessities such as sleeping, bathing, and restroom facilities, a space akin to that of a recreational vehicle would be adequate. Thus, the sole solace for Qiao Yang is that this aerial vessel, let us provisionally name it thus, may not necessitate the extensive dimensions of submarines or airships from his previous existence. I have conducted a rough calculation, Qiao Yang said, engaging in discussion. Throughout my entire silver rank period, my primary endeavors will revolve around this aerial vessel and the expansion of Dominator. Qiao Yang had previously contemplated this matter. Completing these two tasks during his silver rank would be commendable, as his soul power does not permit him to undertake more, unless he can procure elixirs that enhance soul strength. For instance, soul-boosting wood, yin-yang soul jade, or oceanic soul fruit possess properties to augment soul power. Yet these elixirs share two significant traits. They are exorbitantly priced. The costs associated with these items likely exceed those of the celestial bamboo previously acquired by the martial spirit, placing them within the same category as the Hell's Flower. Despite the seeming ineffectiveness of the celestial bamboo, it remains a heavenly grade spirit herb, and its affordability cannot be underestimated. Alas, let us not dwell on such matters for now. It is prudent to complete today as practice of the spirit gold technique. However, during today's practice, Qiao Yang sensed an unmistakable difference. One signal source was responding with extraordinary intensity. Previously, while the spirit gold technique would yield several signal sources, they were often comparable, leading Qiao Yang to select arbitrarily among them. It was akin to transitioning from random equipment drops to selectable options, yet if all choices were identical, the selection process becomes trivial. This time, however, one signal source distinctly stood out. Could it be, had he struck gold? A surge of joy coursed through Qiao Yang as he hastily summoned this signal source with his soul power. The outcome, it indeed constituted a delivery, albeit not quite a profitable one. The material was superior to the previous Qian iron, manifesting as a piece of flame crystal. Not all materials possess flamboyant capabilities. This world remains predominantly filled with conventional, fundamental materials. The flame crystal is a solidified embodiment of fire elements, a crystal formed from pure fire energy, serving a multitude of purposes. For instance, when refining elixirs or crafting tools, should an immediate surge of intense heat be required. The flame crystal is often employed to temporarily amplify the firepower when the standard capabilities of a fire array fall short. Furthermore, in fire attribute formations, the flame crystal can enhance their effectiveness. Moreover, numerous metallic materials, when combined with powdered flame crystal, can yield new properties, differing significantly from direct fire forging. In summary, it is a consumable with extensive applications. The quality of the flame crystal correlates with the concentration of fire elements within. The current piece likely ranges from spirit to Qian grade, a commendable find indeed. The spirit gold technique facilitates sensing within a designated area, allowing for the attraction of objects that resonate with one's own energy, compared to the other signal sources in that vicinity, which were notably weaker in both quantity and quality. This flame crystal appears to encapsulate the essence of the surrounding area's resources. Chapter 79. Delight often arrives unannounced. Regardless of the circumstances, today has at least brought an unexpected delight, far superior to the previous days of acquiring merely 3 pieces of dark iron. Moreover, this statement corroborates Silver's earlier assertion that the arrival of goods precedes the advancement in rank. Although the flame crystal is only of the spirit level, it can indeed be considered a successful acquisition. As Silver predicted, as long as one sets the standards for valuable items sufficiently low, the manifestation of exceptional treasures occurs with remarkable rapidity. This has left me with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Ever since the successful acquisition, Qiao Yang has felt an extraordinary sense of ease throughout the day. Even the subsequent engraving of runes has felt considerably more effortless, leading to a notable increase in efficiency. Congratulations, you've reached the silver rank, Silver's voice suddenly echoed. Silver rank? Qiao Yang's tone was laced with uncertainty. I had no inkling that I would break through without any forewarning. What did you envision a breakthrough to be like? Silver inquired. Did you imagine that you would first gather a plethora of materials, then announce the commencement of the breakthrough, channeling all your spirit energy to breach a barrier? Or perhaps you thought that when breaking through, a heavenly tribulation would descend, traversing through inner demons and causal relationships, with resplendent rays of light and auspicious colors heralding your success? Silver's voice carried a hint of teasing. Actually, I did think along those lines, Qiao Yang admitted, slightly embarrassed. It's just that it seems odd to achieve a breakthrough without enduring some form of tribulation. I'm curious if you've ever inquired with your teacher or senior about their experiences during breakthroughs, Silver asked. You may not have seen a pig run, but you should have at least eaten pork, right? If this were an animated series, a few dark lines would have appeared above Qiao Yang's head at this moment. I did ask, including Senior Lingji, and I received 10 different answers from 10 people. Why the extra answer? This time, it was Silver who appeared puzzled. For the sake of sample accuracy, I even consulted a senior who had failed their first breakthrough. Alright, actually, our definitions of breakthrough failure and success may differ from what you imagine, Silver elucidated. You may have noticed that the classifications between dark iron, bronze, silver, and gold are not merely based on the magnitude of one's spirit energy or soul power. Throughout, these ranks are primarily focused on your application of spirit energy. Indeed, the advancement among beast masters across various ranks represents an evolution of life levels. But this evolution does not occur through some sudden, intense stimulus as depicted in the cultivation novels of your previous life. The transformation that spirit energy imparts on the human body is subtle and gradual. Your spirit energy increases with practice or other activities, and even lying still and sleeping can enhance it, albeit at a sluggish pace. The bottlenecks experienced when ascending from bronze to silver, or within the subdivisions of each rank, arise when the body cannot adapt to the influx of spirit energy, prompting a temporary halt. This is what is meant by physical talent. Those endowed with greater aptitude adapt swiftly, perceiving no bottlenecks in their progression. Although a significant advancement will invariably encounter obstacles, the true constraints on their ascension stem from their inability to master spirit energy adequately. For instance, failing to externalize spirit energy when advancing from dark iron to bronze, or collapsing the rune structure when moving from bronze to silver. Thus, various preparatory measures for advancement have emerged. Now that you can inscribe runes using your soul power with a mere thought, it is only natural that you have succeeded in your advancement. This also explains why those who substituted cultivation for sleep often find themselves stagnating at the pinnacle of the bronze rank. Excessive physical fatigue hinders the growth of spirit energy, resulting in the soul being unable to complete the rune construction thereby impeding advancement. Silver provided a thorough explanation, covering everything from the essence of advancement to the rationale behind preparatory activities. Additionally, emotions indeed have a tangible impact on advancement. Although even I am not entirely clear on the underlying principles, the successful acquisition earlier has uplifted Qiao Yang's spirits significantly, which has inadvertently expedited his rune practice, thus facilitating his advancement. However, upon experimenting, Qiao Yang discovered that his soul power and spirit energy were nearly depleted after completing 3 runes under strenuous conditions. Generally, to ensure mental acuity, he could only manage to complete 2 runes before needing to cease. Unless faced with dire circumstances, depleting soul power to exhaustion is exceedingly perilous. Doing so in the wild is akin to courting death. Now let us go out for a meal to celebrate this successful advancement. What shall we eat? Qiao Yang pondered as he made his way toward the cafeteria. He had returned to the school specifically for the breakthrough, as the institution offered various facilities conducive to practice, making the breakthrough process more manageable. Furthermore, even after the breakthrough, one cannot immediately venture out. Continued practice of runes within the school is imperative. After all, although Qiao Yang has now attained the ability to inscribe runes using soul power, the specifics of how to engrave each rune still require learning. The runes inscribed with tools differ from those generated directly with soul power in significant ways. Chapter 80. After the advancement, new concerns arise. Alas, reflecting on my responsibilities, I realize I have a multitude of matters to attend to. Just moments ago, I indulged in a sumptuous barbecue feast at the cafeteria, but now, upon returning, it dawns on me that I seem to have a plethora of tasks awaiting my attention. Nonetheless, the flavor of the salt-baked lobster I had earlier was indeed delightful. I noticed that the cafeteria has introduced a considerable number of new offerings, likely a result of the recent large-scale explorations by the Shanghai Academy into maritime territories. It is rumored that seafood has become noticeably more prevalent in the cafeterias of various academies lately. However, despite this substantial supply, the prices of seafood have not diminished, which I find rather amusing. It is worth mentioning that the esteemed institutions of the Radiant Federation do not receive as many subsidies from the federal government as the schools in my previous life, resulting in cafeteria prices that do not differ significantly from those of external restaurants. Consequently, the school cafeterias have invested considerable effort into flavor and nutritional balance to attract students. In some respects, the higher academies of the Radiant Federation bear a resemblance to the sects depicted in my previous life's novels, or can be viewed as evolved forms of such sections. Thus, the higher academies of the Radiant Federation enjoy considerable autonomy compared to the institutions of my previous life. Just as Shanghai Academy can independently explore marine territories, and Iron Smelting Academy can undertake the extraction and refinement of mineral veins, the cafeterias within these higher academies also operate largely on a self-sustaining basis. If prices do not decrease and quality does not improve, they risk incurring significant losses. Particularly with the existence of takeout options, the advantage of proximity offered by cafeterias has been largely neutralized. The only competitive edge they possess lies in their affiliation with Radiant Academy. Nutritional experts frequently visit the cafeterias, allowing them to tailor student meal offerings and the nourishment for student spirit beasts to best suit their needs. Of course, Qiao Yang himself does not place much importance on this aspect. His interest in nutritional meals is rather limited. However, a portion of the cafeteria is operated by spirit chefs. According to intelligence gathered by Jiang Li, the newly recruited spirit chef's specialty is seafood, which prompted Qiao Yang to sample the dishes earlier, yielding positive results. Yet, having savored this delightful meal, I now face the impending concern of my spirit beast. Just as Qiao Yang was relishing the memories of his barbecue feast, this thought suddenly cast a shadow over his expression. As I ponder, I must first attend the Rune Academy to study the runes suitable for the silver tier, then proceed to design my airship, and subsequently expand the array of Dominator's floating artillery. Let us not forget that I also need to venture into the Soul Refining Tower. The power of Dominator has yet to be fully realized. Ain, on the side, continues to provide support. Alas, do not speak further. The more I contemplate, the more overwhelming the tasks become. Qiao Yang's expression grew increasingly grim. Do not fret, inconsoled. It merely appears daunting. You have constructed the floating artillery array several times. Your forge can automate that process. As for the Soul Refining Tower and learning the runes, these will not consume much time daily. The more troublesome aspect is that once you enter the Soul Refining Tower, all other matters will be postponed. The training within the tower is exceedingly draining on one's soul power, and maintaining a stable mental state is crucial for a Beastmaster. Therefore, after visiting the tower, you must ensure ample rest for the following days. The only significant inconvenience lies with the airship, which you must still undertake. You need not learn all the runes for the silver tier. Mastering a select few that are beneficial to you will suffice. Runes are the technological foundation of our era, and the sheer volume of runes available is indeed beyond description. To expect Qiao Yang to master all the runes would be preposterous, even if he were to exhaust himself. He could not achieve that feat. The runes for the silver tier are, in fact, simplified to ease the complexity of soul construction, differing significantly from the runes Qiao Yang previously inscribed with tools. I shall outline the necessary runes for the silver tier for you, sparing you the effort of deliberation. It would be futile to squander your energy on this. At this juncture, Yin readily agreed. Firstly, there is no doubt that the Tranquility rune is essential. It is the cornerstone of a beast master's existence, and lacking this rune could lead to significant complications in the future. When the soul power of a beast master is excessively depleted, the Tranquility rune effectively prevents fainting, underscoring its importance. Next, for you, the Overload rune is also quite necessary. The Overload rune is akin to the Berserk rune used by spirit beasts, yet it is applied to machinery, allowing for a substantial temporary increase in the power output of the gathering array. However, this comes at the cost of potential damage to the machinery. The infrequent occurrence of life and death battles among silver-tier beastmasters is largely attributable to this. When a contracted spirit beast stacks the Berserk rune, it can unleash formidable power, often resulting in mutual destruction in such engagements. Subsequently, the Hardening rune is vital for self-protection. While the Teleportation rune is indeed useful, it is not something that a silver tier can learn just yet, so let us set that aside for now. If you still have energy, consider learning the Charge rune, which can instantaneously enhance the strength of your arms and legs, proving advantageous in short-range skirmishes or during escapes. Yin concluded, for now, let us focus on these few runes. You can gradually learn the rest at a later time. How does that sound? With that, Yin laid out Qiao Yang's forthcoming study plan. Although the number of runes is vast, and some possess remarkable effects, not all runes are accessible to the silver tier. For instance, the Teleportation rune, as Yin mentioned, has clear implications in combat, and is among those that must be learned if possible. Yet, regrettably, the ability to teleport involves the mysteries of space, which are beyond the reach of the silver tier. Moreover, the Teleportation rune is not merely a single rune but a complex rune formation. It is true that a silver tier can utilize soul power to construct runes, yet their spiritual energy and soul power have not yet reached the requisite magnitude for such advanced constructs. Thus, the runes that a silver tier can create with soul power must have a medium. Simply put, they are various enhancement runes. The capability to construct runes and rune formations entirely independent of the human body is reserved for the golden tier. Despite the joy of transcending the silver tier, it is still a commendable rank, yet numerous levels still exist beyond it. Speaking of which, it has been some time since Qiao Yang's breakthrough, yet he has yet to receive news from Jiang Li and the others. He can understand the delay with Wu Ling, as Zhou Sui he had not absorbed new plants, preventing the spirit's level from reaching the pinnacle of bronze. Therefore, her breakthrough requires time. However, Jiang Li and Lin Hao have both attained the pinnacle of bronze, and their breakthroughs should not be excessively delayed. While Qiao Yang has always considered himself a prodigy, he acknowledges that Jiang Li and Lin Hao's talents are not inferior to his own. He feels that even if they progress more slowly, it should not be by such an extent. Thus, the process of advancement is quite an enigmatic matter. Yin interjected. It is akin to drawing cards. Breakthroughs necessitate an opportunity. Yet, what that opportunity entails remains a mystery. Hence the phenomenon where asking 10 individuals yields 11 different answers. Their inability to break through thus far may simply indicate that they have yet to encounter their own unique opportunity. Each person possesses their own destiny, and such matters cannot be forced. Previously, that Jin Jun reached the pinnacle of bronze even before you, yet he still has not advanced to the silver tier, which illustrates how elusive such opportunities can be. This phenomenon is influenced by personal experiences, mindset, character, and profession. One might break through tomorrow or remain at the pinnacle of bronze for an extended period. Very well, I shall not wait for them any longer. I will first learn those runes. The most critical ability distinguishing the silver tier from the bronze tier is the capacity to construct runes using soul power. Thus, the study of runes is imperative. In the coming days, the expansion of Dominator's array can also commence. Having gained prior manufacturing experience, the process should be swift this time. However, one crucial point must be considered. Unlike the initial manufacturing, this time, to prevent the creation of an additional soul, it is essential to integrate the materials into Dominator's system. This way, when Qiao Yang proceeds with the manufacturing, it will effectively be an upgrade to Dominator itself, avoiding the emergence of another soul. The issue of creating an additional soul does not stem from difficulties in information reception, but rather from the complications that arise when attempting to synchronize it with Dominator. Anyone who has dealt with either side of a partnership knows that coordinating with two individuals is far more challenging than with one. This time, let us expand Dominator into a 9-cannon array, and perhaps even develop 2 9-cannon arrays, enabling the formation of 2 level 3 floating artillery units. As for the 27-cannon array, given Qiao Yang's recent breakthrough, it would be unwise to take such a significant leap at this juncture. It is prudent to maintain a buffer. Contracting spirit beasts is ill-advised when one's soul power is entirely depleted. Such a reckless approach leaves no margin for error and is fraught with potential issues. With the matters of the runes and the expansion of Dominator's array addressed, we now turn to the issue of the airship, which is the more substantial endeavor. Learning and reiterating existing knowledge is always relatively simple. The true challenge lies in creating something entirely new from scratch. Fortunately, Qiao Yang is not starting from ground zero in this airship project. Had he possessed such skills before his crossing, he might have achieved the status of an academician. Moreover, thanks to the advancements of the present age, had it been the agrarian era of swords and sorcery, requiring Qiao Yang to ascend the technological tree from the steam engine by hand would have been a futile endeavor. Ian has already compiled detailed information on submarines, airships, and mechanical vehicles, meticulously listing everything from materials, structures, pipelines to engines and equipment. Certainly, in Qiao Yang's previous life, such intricate matters could not be resolved by a single individual. No matter the exertion, it would be utterly exhausting. Even the blueprints could not be comprehensively reviewed by one person alone, as expertise varies greatly among individuals, with each discipline as distinct as mountains apart. Moreover, the materials compiled by Ian were not limited to a single copy. Should Qiao Yang be tasked with perusing them alone, he would find himself occupied for the remainder of his life. Thus, Ian proposed an alternative method to convey the information to Qiao Yang. Chapter 82. Psychological Suggestion. It is a well-established fact that submarines, airships, and automobiles, aside from the initial prototypes, are typically the fruits of collective intellect. The power of the individual often pales when confronted with such complex machinery, even though individual capabilities have significantly improved compared to Qiao Yang's past life. And the advancements in runic technology have considerably simplified the structures of submarines and automobiles. The blueprints provided by Ian remain far from something that can be swiftly comprehended. Furthermore, upon briefly glancing at the materials Ian presented, Qiao Yang was genuinely taken aback by their level of detail. In Qiao Yang's past life, the production of a single automobile was often a collaborative effort, with various components such as the engine, keel, and shell crafted by different artisans, each employing their own techniques. Minor components, such as custom screws and steel fabrication, were typically outsourced and then assembled by the primary team. Throughout this process, as long as the tolerances among the various components fell within acceptable limits, the final assembly could be successfully completed. Each industry possesses its own standards for such tolerances, along with practical experience to guide operations. However, in Qiao Yang's current predicament, he must single-handedly construct this airship, and it is impossible for him to possess comprehensive knowledge and experience across all facets. Therefore, Yin's materials encompass this necessity as well. Without even considering the sheer volume of blueprints, the compilation of all specifications represents a staggering figure, and this information is imperative for Qiao Yang to review, as it pertains to whether the final product can be assembled cohesively and whether it will function effectively upon ignition. Moreover, as he is the sole knowledge bearer for the construction of this vessel, every component must be crafted by Qiao Yang himself. To provide ample reference and to avert any oversights that could affect Qiao Yang, he meticulously documented the dimensions, permissible tolerances, materials, manufacturing methods, and every conceivable detail for all components. Theoretically, by following the descriptions outlined in these documents page by page, one could assemble a vehicle or submarine identical to that in the specifications. Additionally, Ian thoughtfully included color illustrations to ensure that even an illiterate individual could successfully complete the assembly. Hence, it is easy to imagine the extent of the materials Ian offered, as he remarked that sending them directly to Qiao Yang's personal terminal could potentially overload it. Transmitting this information directly into Qiao Yang's mind would likely result in his demise. There is no doubt. Consider the overwhelming experience you encountered while studying the blueprints for the forging furnace. Transmitting that information directly to your brain would be akin to completing a research volume hundreds or thousands of times greater than your previous endeavor. A fate that would indeed be a conservative estimation of your demise, Ian stated gravely. Thus, I will employ a different method for transmission this time. What method? Qiao Yang inquired, intrigued. It's quite simple. If the local hard drive cannot accommodate it, we will store it in the cloud, and you can download it as needed. The cloud? Qiao Yang questioned, puzzled about the origin of this concept in relation to memory. I will package all the materials and send them to you, but I will instill a psychological suggestion for you to forget about it. Each time you reach a relevant section, a fragment will come to mind. In this way, you will only absorb a small amount of knowledge at a time, recalling information you already knew, thus preventing an overload, Yin declared with pride. Well, that does sound quite good. Let's begin, Qiao Yang responded, feeling reassured. However, after a brief wait, he noticed nothing had occurred. Yin, why haven't you started? Qiao Yang asked. Puzzled. It's already done, Yin replied cheerfully. Done? I didn't feel anything. Of course not. You don't remember me sending you anything. And I essentially transmitted a compressed file to you, which you haven't viewed. The compressed file remains on an external hard drive, not occupying your own memory. So you wouldn't perceive it, Yin explained matter-of-factly. Well then, where shall we begin? Although Qiao Yang could not recall the materials Yin had transmitted, he distinctly remembered his goal of constructing an airship. Let's start with the keel and the shell. While what we create may not be operational, at least it will have other applications. Such a large shell, even if not suitable for transport, could serve to shield against a few attacks in the wild. Or it could function as a campsite, eliminating the need to carry a tent, he mused. Strangely, upon mentioning the keel, Qiao Yang instinctively recalled a case study regarding the keel structure of the Virginia-class attack submarine's bow area. It felt quite remarkable, although this example was somewhat unsuitable. Perhaps a more conventional case would suffice. Indeed, Qiao Yang then thought of another example, the design of a manned submarine created by a foreign craftsman in his past life, with detailed dimensions and shapes for each component. One thing you need to keep in mind is that the materials I provided are all existing designs. But you cannot merely copy them. You must design your own blueprints based on these cases, Yin emphasized at last. Understood, Qiao Yang replied glumly, his expression one of resignation. Chapter 83. One must eat a meal one bite at a time, and take each step along the path. Do not rush. I understand your eagerness to construct an airship that will dominate during the academic exchange, Yin's voice interjected at an opportune moment. However, such endeavors cannot be hurried. Did not your senior also mention that the configuration you had during your initial meeting would suffice for the academic exchange? This airship is merely an additional venture. Thus, there is no need to rush. Take it one step at a time. All right, Qiao Yang conceded, still feeling a twinge of impatience as he had numerous matters to attend to. How about this? You come by every morning to work on the design, and then in the afternoon or evening, you can focus on expanding the dominant array, Yin suggested, laying out a plan for Qiao Yang. Remember, it is absolutely essential not to spend all day working. Ample time must be reserved for rest. Moreover, there is an ironclad rule that must be adhered to, absolutely no staying up late. To this day, Yin understood that the current era's demands on mental state were somewhat akin to those during the alchemical age. In the past, that era had seen a significant glorification of relentless study, with individuals being evaluated based on their capacity to work day and night. As long as you put in the effort, you will reap rewards. If you do not, simply work even harder, was a popular saying of that time. Yin acknowledged that there was some truth to this adage, but he also recognized that a society operating under such a principle was problematic. History bore witness that this period was among the weakest in the alchemical age. Not only was progress in alchemy sluggish, with significantly fewer results, but even advancements in cultivation faced substantial challenges. The difficulty of breakthroughs skyrocketed, nearing the catastrophic end of the era. The number of individuals achieving the eternal realm was fewer than in any other period. While this might have been understandable in the early stages of the era, it was perplexing that a time so far along in the alchemical age could still be plagued by such stagnation in both alchemical practices and cultivation advancements. Ultimately, the conclusion drawn is that effort serves merely as a means, rather than an ultimate goal. During that period, effort was mistakenly perceived as the final objective, resulting in what appeared to be relentless research devoid of substantial outcomes. Furthermore, excessive exertion prematurely drained individuals' energies, leading to their untimely demise before they could fully realize their innate potential. For instance, a person who could have cultivated themselves to the golden level, potentially living for 3 to 4 centuries, might, through a steady and methodical approach, achieve a breakthrough around the age of 150. Even if, due to innate limitations, further advancement was unattainable, they could still engage in research for an additional 100 to 150 years. However, should they choose the path of relentless toil from the outset, they might find their talents compromised, becoming stuck at the silver level, which offers a mere 200 years of life. Even if they were to break through to silver at 50, their research duration would only extend to 150 years, and the efficiency of research at the silver level pales in comparison to that of the golden level. This synergy of circumstances rendered the most industrious era of the alchemical age paradoxically the slowest in terms of progress. Of course, the causes are manifold. Yet there exists a significant correlation between these factors. The present day mirrors this reality. Although beast tamers and alchemists differ in numerous respects, the essence of soul power remains the most pivotal element, and unnecessary soul damage must be meticulously avoided. Nevertheless, Silver has yet to broach this topic with Qiao Yang. Now, with tangible lessons from the Beast Taming era, it is believed that Qiao Yang will not repeat such mistakes. Returning to the present, Qiao Yang sat before his personal terminal, gesturing animatedly at a plethora of floating models and data panels. A model was gradually taking shape. The advent of runic technology has rendered many tasks significantly simpler. Qiao Yang had only witnessed such scenes in sci-fi films in a past life, where a protagonist, with a mere tap amidst a building adorned with floating screens, could conjure a model into existence. With just a few gestures and vocal commands, the protagonist could modify the model effortlessly. Now, Qiao Yang found himself able to do the same. He had installed a similar setup in his dormitory, proving to be exceedingly convenient. This apparatus, while costly, was somewhat offset by the fact that the mechanical vehicle Qiao Yang had previously selected was less expensive than the compensation prepared by Wu Ling's family, prompting Wu Ling to gift him this equipment. Combined, its value was roughly equivalent to that of a spirit beast capable of auctioning at the illustrious Guanghui Wanbao Pavilion. Moreover, there were now corresponding plugins available to assist in model construction and evaluation, alleviating Qiao Yang from the arduous task of manually adjusting dimensions. The model he was currently developing was merely a rudimentary version. In simple terms, it possessed only a form without specific parameters. Materials, junctions, and connection methods remained unconsidered. As previously mentioned, this endeavor required Qiao Yang to design many components himself, including the dimensions and strength of screws. Even the degree of tightness necessitated careful contemplation. Let us press on. This is merely the first step of the first step, Silver summarized. The airship is a grand undertaking. We are just commencing this venture. In Chapter 84, the true challenges of hands-on work began to unveil themselves. Although it was previously stated that Qiao Yang was designing the keel, he was not merely constructing the shape of an airship from steel pipes and rebar. The keel determines the airship's inherent strength. While the outer shell serves primarily a protective function, the airship's structural integrity cannot rely solely on this outer layer. After all, the thickness of such a shell cannot be excessively substantial, as the increase in weight outpaces the growth of thickness, while the enhancement of defensive capability does not escalate at a commensurate rate, rendering it an imprudent investment. In truth, designing the keel is quite intricate. It must accommodate internal operational space while allowing for various structural components, all the while ensuring that the mechanical structure remains sound. This is the most vexing aspect, as any minor alteration necessitates a complete reconfiguration of the keel structure. Fortunately, Qiao Yang had recently discovered a peculiar plugin on the Spirit network, capable of automatically generating keel structures and requisite strengths based on the external form and the shapes and weights of internal components. However, the generated keels occasionally appeared peculiar, and the indicated required strengths and hardness levels were often absurd, necessitating bizarre materials, which led to proposals with poor cost-effectiveness. A simple example, for a silver-level beast tamer, expecting widespread utilization of low-level or even heavenly-grade materials would indeed be exorbitant. Thus, Qiao Yang's current task is to first establish an exterior shape and dimensions, subsequently filling in the details, and then gradually modifying based on the generated data. The initial data produced left Qiao Yang somewhat dumbfounded. According to those figures, his airship would necessitate a complete composition of heavenly-grade materials, yin-yang xian iron, to meet the specifications. Should the entirety of the airship be constructed from yin-yang xian iron, even selling himself would not suffice to cover the costs. This is merely a matter of price. A more pressing concern lies in the fact that the yin-yang xian iron available on the market is woefully insufficient for constructing an entire airship. Wait, Silver remarked, equally astonished by Qiao Yang's data. I have consistently stated that the information I provided is for reference only. You must design based on actual conditions. Could you explain why you require a concert hall inside? An 80-meter cockpit? Silver said, exasperated. I suddenly realized that perhaps a refresher course on human scale is in order before you embark on your design. When designing spaces for human use, various human dimensions must be taken into account, which is the basis for the dimensions presented in the blueprints I provided. For instance, a corridor, 1 meter, is easily traversable. 60 centimeters can be squeezed through, 30 centimeters allows for a sideways passage, but 1 or 2 centimeters would be impassable for most individuals. Submarines necessitate space-saving designs. Hence, corridors are typically kept narrow, yet they must still be navigable. Similarly, width has its limits. Crowded areas require sufficient width for evacuation, but cannot be excessively broad. Due to Qiao Yang's lack of prior experience in related work, he had not delved into matters of human scale, leading to his inability to comprehend the origins of the dimensions on the blueprints. Thus, he resorted to mere imitation. Nevertheless, if you must imitate, at least find a reliable model, Silver sighed, perplexed. Why choose to replicate a submarine? Following its dimensions necessitates heavenly materials, doesn't it? Consider the size of your RV from your past life. It was less than 6 meters long, over 2 meters wide, and nearly 3 meters high, comfortably accommodating 8 or 9 people, even allowing for cooking and bathing. What need do you have for such vast dimensions? The cockpit could be designed around that size and might even need to be smaller, as the RV's dimensions include the fuel tank, water tank, wiring, and drive mechanisms. The actual internal space would undoubtedly be less. Making it a bit elongated would enhance stability, Qiao Yang pondered. Both airships and submarines are designed to be longer vertically and shorter horizontally, resembling an eggplant. This design choice simplifies the research object. Though Qiao Yang's airship is primarily intended for land use, it borrows from submarine principles, as the working environment utilizes wind element condensation runes to increase air density, making it akin to water, thus allowing for design inspiration from submarines. Submarines and vessels navigating through water must also take into account the prevention of capsizing, which is governed by a principle known as stability. This refers to the vessel's capacity to tilt under external forces and subsequently return to its original equilibrium position once those forces dissipate. Both submarines and ships typically possess lengths that far exceed their widths, allowing for a focus on lateral stability alone, which simplifies the considerations compared to addressing both longitudinal and lateral stability simultaneously. During the initial design phase, it is crucial to calculate the relationships among the various centers of force acting on the vessel. As a ship sways from side to side, the shape of the water displaced alters, causing a shift in the effective point of buoyancy. Regardless of the angle, buoyant forces will always direct toward a singular point. Hence, maintaining the vessel's center of gravity below this point is essential for it to regain its original position when swaying. The computation of these factors is a monumental task, but the assistance of computers mitigates potential errors. Moreover, Qiao Yang is not engaged in solving problems. He merely needs to ascertain whether the shape he has designed meets the requisite standards. In Chapter 85, it is articulated that design is not a simple endeavor. Qiao Yang's airship ascends and descends by utilizing wind elemental condensation runes to increase the surrounding air density, while simultaneously employing gravity obscuration runes to diminish or enhance gravitational forces. This method allows the airship to float and sink in a manner akin to navigating through water. The foremost advantage of this approach is the liberation from terrain and obstacles, eliminating the need for runways and concerns about ground impediments, all while preserving its defensive capabilities. Furthermore, should the day arise when Qiao Yang's airship needs to traverse water, no modifications would be necessary. The concentrated wind elements would displace the water, making navigation through liquid and air fundamentally indistinguishable. However, the notion of traveling underground is impractical. Rocks are not fluid, and the wind elements gathered around the airship lack any offensive capability to shatter or displace them. The sole complication arises from the jet propulsion system, which cannot be employed directly, as the high-density air would ignite instantaneously upon contact with the flames of the jet, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. The shockwave from such an explosion would devastate everything in the vicinity by propagating through the surrounding water. Thus, additional constraints are required to prevent the jet propulsion system from directly interacting with the high-density wind elemental layer. Nonetheless, Qiao Yang devised an alternative solution. Ultimately, the jet propulsion system operates based on the principle of thrust generated by the expulsion of air or water, rendering the medium irrelevant. While airborne, the surrounding air is ample, allowing the jet propulsion system to function normally. Underwater, the air pressure surrounding the jet propulsion system is less predictable. Therefore, drawing upon the surrounding water elements for propulsion suffices, as the airship's ascent and descent do not rely solely on the jet propulsion system. This extraction process is quite straightforward. Although Qiao Yang does not fully grasp the intricacies of spatial mysteries, utilizing spatial boundary stones does not necessitate an in-depth understanding of such complexities. However, this raises another issue. Automobiles maintain stability on solid ground through the earth, but air is a fluid medium. No matter how effectively the wind elemental condensation runes operate, they cannot replicate the solidity of a solid object. The thrust provided by the jet propulsion system consistently aligns along the airship's longitudinal axis. During high-speed travel, even a slight disturbance, such as a passenger turning to retrieve a beverage or a minor fluctuation in elemental extraction speed, can send the entire airship careening chaotically. Thus, a method to counteract such vibrations must be implemented. Merely employing anti-vibration runes is insufficient. The limited space for rune carving on the airship precludes comprehensive coverage with anti-vibration runes. Qiao Yang, scratching his head in frustration, feels as if he is losing hair over these insurmountable challenges. After all, this endeavor is a pinnacle of advanced technology. Consider the academician from his previous life who developed nuclear submarines. How long did that take? Silver, meanwhile, expresses helplessness, noting that even in Qiao Yang's former world, there were fantastical works featuring such technologies, one of which was called the Nautilus. Moreover, the airship's capabilities extend beyond mere underwater functionality to aerial navigation, making the challenges inherently understandable. If Silver had a physical form, he would undoubtedly be shrugging at this moment. There's a tinge of envy for protagonists in novels who possess systems that can conjure submarines from thin air. Upon personal engagement with this endeavor, Qiao Yang realizes the immense advantage of acquiring desired items through monetary means. Despite having Silver's assistance, which is akin to having a cheat code, Qiao Yang still encounters significant obstacles. The prospect of a system marketplace, where one could simply focus on earning money without additional worries, becomes increasingly appealing. At this juncture, Qiao Yang recalls something. Silver. How about I craft you a mechanical body? As a being from the alchemical era, you shouldn't harbor any aversion to this concept. The mention of Silver having a physical form sparks an idea in Qiao Yang's mind. If Silver had a corporeal presence, it would provide him with an additional ally. While Zhongli shares a good rapport with him, she cannot offer substantial assistance. However, Silver's vast knowledge could be invaluable. Purchasing a golem from outside would not match the intelligence of Silver, and crafting one himself would demand a contract that would consume his own soul power, rendering it inefficient. I am not opposed to such an idea. In the alchemical era, it is quite common for individuals to replace their original bodies with mechanical ones. As a pioneer of this era, I regard the distinction between carbon-based and silicon-based bodies as inconsequential. However, a vessel capable of containing my power requires standards far exceeding what your airship can currently achieve, Silver responds. Given Qiao Yang struggles to construct a single airship, the ambition of creating a form that could house Silver's essence is indeed overly ambitious. What requirements do you have for such a body? Please share them with me, so I can have a direction to work towards, Qiao Yang inquires, recognizing that while he may not be able to create it now, having a clear goal is still beneficial. Disclosing this information does not pose any detriment. I do not engage in cryptic riddles about knowledge that would not benefit you. At the very least, only materials of celestial tier or above, related to life and soul, can hope to contain my power without destruction. Once you are capable of utilizing materials of this caliber, crafting me a body will not be a daunting task, Silver assures, confident that by that time, Qiao Yang's skills will have improved significantly, making the creation of a mechanical form considerably simpler. For now, however, it is imperative to focus on perfecting the airship. Let me guide you through the necessary steps. Silver concludes. In Chapter 86, it becomes evident that the claims made in the news regarding substantial technological breakthroughs are far from exaggerated. As Qiao Yang navigates the complexities of airship construction, he encounters one issue after another, often finding himself in a situation where resolving one problem leads to another. The challenges faced during actual fabrication surpass those he has already encountered. In the news reports from his previous life, discussions surrounding inventions often included phrases about research teams tirelessly engaging in technological breakthroughs. These statements, though seemingly light, fail to convey the true difficulty of such endeavors. Even Qiao Yang's current experience cannot be deemed a complete technological breakthrough, as he still has Silver to lean on, alongside a wealth of case studies for reference. True technical breakthroughs often occur in circumstances where one is utterly oblivious to the methodology, uncertain of the feasibility, and even doubtful of the existence of the objective itself. In such a state of ignorance, one must rally a group and boldly choose a path, pressing forward despite the uncertainty. Along this journey, one might encounter an immediate obstacle, a wall inscribed with the words "no passage," which, while disheartening, would be among the more favorable outcomes, second only to ultimately finding a viable route. More commonly, one would endure countless trials, only to rise from failures, forging paths through mountains and bridging rivers, only to discover at the final juncture that a misstep has been made. At present, Qiao Yang is merely addressing problems, aided by Yin, whose mere presence provides invaluable guidance. Even without extensive reference materials, the assurance that this path is navigable, coupled with the knowledge that solutions exist, serves as a profound boon to countless researchers. The myriad challenges confronting Qiao Yang, while occasionally driving him to the brink of frustration, at least affirm that this route is indeed correct and that the issues at hand are solvable, with Yin always willing to assist. Yin elucidated that the issue of vibration in the airship is not insurmountable and can be addressed alongside the problem of vertical tilting. When a submarine is at the surface, its longitudinal tilt is generally negligible. However, upon submersion, this tilt can become significant. Sometimes even a mere individual traversing from bow to stern can induce an angle of approximately 1 degree. To mitigate this, submarines incorporate 3 primary ballast tanks located at the bow, midsection, and stern, along with specialized tanks for longitudinal balance. By utilizing pumps, pressurized air, and conduits to redistribute water among these compartments, equilibrium can be maintained. In relation to your airship, beyond the lifting wind element condensation runes, it would be prudent to establish several buoyancy runes for balance. Once constructed, your airship will undoubtedly possess a spirit that can manipulate its form far more adeptly than any submarine pilot from your past life. Our task is to bestow upon it the capacity for self-regulation. However, this method alone will not entirely resolve the issue. It resembles a scale, where adding weights to one side merely induces oscillation rather than genuine stability. In the high-speed context of an airship, time is of the essence, leaving little room for corrections. Thus, the focus must shift from merely addressing vibrations post factum to preventing them altogether. The rejection of shock absorption runes is prudent, as the airship's surface area is limited, with wind element condensation and buoyancy runes occupying most of the available space. What, then, is to be done? Qiao Yang pondered, realizing he was indeed at an impasse. The airship's rapid velocity means that even slight vibrations can have substantial repercussions, a luxury not afforded by the slower submarines. If internal adjustments are insufficient, consider incorporating external constraints. After all, this feature would only be engaged during specific scenarios, such as in emergencies or long-distance travel, where speed is paramount. Therefore, maintaining a constant high-speed vibration prevention feature is unnecessary. External constraints? Qiao Yang was perplexed. One method involves integrating stabilizing devices akin to aircraft wings, a concept also present in submarines, including structures around the command bridge that serve a balancing function. Additionally, one could employ flow-stabilizing runes to ensure the air currents surrounding the airship remain steady. The advantage of these runes is that they need not be distributed uniformly, but can be concentrated in critical areas. There is also the option of utilizing a shield generator. Ian added, a shield generator? Qiao Yang was confused. How could a defensive tool relate to stability? Ian explained that the shield generator is a remarkable invention capable of providing rigid defense to physical matter through energy. Upon this revelation, Qiao Yang grasped that encircling the airship with a shield generated by this device would effectively constrain any vibrations. Moreover, the generator could also serve a defensive purpose, thus not wasting functionality. Understood, Ian. With this strategy, the primary structural issues may be resolved, allowing us to progress to the finer details. Nevertheless, Qiao Yang decided to take a brief respite. Having just tackled a significant challenge, he intended to retreat to the Soul Refining Tower for a few days of cultivation, while also expanding his dominator. Chapter 87. Long-term research necessitates relaxation. Although Qiao Yang's current inquiry proved far more daunting than his previous experience with the forge, he did not encounter the same debilitating exhaustion that rendered him speechless. The root cause lay in his previous immersion. He had been so engrossed that he failed to heed even Ian's reminders. Reflecting on this, he found it hard to believe he had once been capable of such intense concentration. You may not be solely interested in mechanics. While indulging in a large serving of ice cream in the dining hall, Qiao Yang was surprised by Yin's sudden remark. Yin, who often enjoyed conversing and possessed a youthful voice, frequently led Qiao Yang to unconsciously perceive him as a peer. What do you mean? Qiao Yang inquired with curiosity, noting that he rarely engaged in activities with such fervor. Upon reflection, he recognized that he had indeed become somewhat obsessed, nearly jeopardizing the essential mental state required of a beast tamer. Success can indeed evoke pleasure, Yin chimed in with a cheerful tone, possibly recalling a recent triumph, such as defeating the opposing red buff. Success? Qiao Yang queried, puzzled that he had not achieved any notable breakthroughs during his research. Not in the narrowest sense, Yin clarified, explaining that understanding a principle, conceiving an idea, or grasping a structure can all be defined as success. Essentially, it pertains to the exertion of intellect leading to the resolution of a current dilemma, which elicits a sense of relaxation and, consequently, pleasure. This phenomenon was particularly prevalent during his previous research on the forge, as the framework was relatively simpler, with blueprints available for reference, making comprehension easier. This led to a continuous cycle of gratification, ultimately resulting in physical exhaustion that necessitated an abrupt interruption. Thus, Qiao Yang began to comprehend. Indeed, the airship posed an immense challenge, preventing him from relying solely on his own faculties and compelling him to frequently pause to recall cases, seek out resources, and engage in discussions with Ian, circumstances far removed from the previous scenario where he neglected to eat despite reminders. Do not be disheartened. This is not a grave matter, Ian reassured him, perceiving a hint of despondency in Qiao Yang. Future machinery will only grow more complex, and the more advanced the technology, the less likely it is that one can achieve it alone. Even I could not single-handedly create a spacecraft from scratch. Consider the analogy of a hammer. A primitive individual could craft one with relative ease, contingent upon materials. However, constructing a supercomputer would be beyond the capabilities of even the most skilled engineer from your past life. Rest assured, Ian, I am fine. I was merely contemplating how to manufacture mechanical spirits in the future. Faced with increasingly intricate machinery, Qiao Yang felt increasingly overwhelmed and was pondering future strategies. There is no need for immediate concern. This aspect is still relatively distant, and I have solutions. Silver kept the suspense, choosing not to elaborate further. All right, go ahead and relish your rare leisure time. Aren't you supposed to be expanding Dominator this afternoon? It was unclear whether Silver was being intentionally cryptic or not. But Qiao Yang's previously uplifted mood, buoyed by the ice cream before him, soured in an instant. Ugh, can't you let me finish my lunch before bringing this up? He lamented, suddenly reminded of the myriad tasks awaiting him. Yet, in a fleeting moment, a thought seemed to illuminate his expression, transforming his frown into a smile. If I place the order for Dominator's materials now, they should arrive this evening, allowing me to commence work tomorrow. This means I can indulge in half a day's laziness. How delightful. Silver was somewhat speechless at this turn of events. But seeing Qiao Yang's resolute determination to take a day off, he refrained from further comment. Moreover, Silver himself did not entirely oppose the notion of laziness. In his view, it was perfectly normal for individuals to seek respite. Research is not merely about poring over texts or outpacing others in hours worked. Sometimes, a brief respite can be far more beneficial to one's scholarly pursuits. Additionally, being a beast master encompasses more than just research. Social interactions and necessary rest are indispensable aspects of human existence. As the pioneer of the alchemical era, Silver had witnessed that very few individuals with a singular focus ever reached the pinnacle of their potential. Even among the few exceptions, many eventually adapted their dispositions over time. Those who only knew to toil without lifting their gaze to the broader path had never achieved eternal greatness within the entire alchemical era. As for Qiao Yang today, if he wished to indulge in a bit of laziness, so be it. It would hardly impede any significant matters. If taking a day or two off could lead to setbacks, it would merely indicate a flaw in the path one had chosen. Furthermore, the array technology of Dominator had been thoroughly researched. The next steps merely involved systematic production. Chapter 88. Expansion of the Dominator Array. It is entirely understandable, even justifiable, for a person to occasionally take a break and rest. After all, humans are not machines. Even machines require occasional downtime for maintenance and repair. However, one cannot afford to take holidays every day, especially since Qiao Yang still had tasks at hand. A brief respite now and then is beneficial, but continuous idleness could become detrimental. Unlike others, who could directly contract a spirit beast upon leveling up, a tangible enhancement, Qiao Yang's elevation felt rather superficial. During this period post-advancement, his combat prowess had not markedly improved. This was a characteristic inherent to mechanical spirit beasts, and there was little Qiao Yang could do about it. Moreover, until he successfully transformed the knowledge he had acquired into a concrete spirit beast, his learning would remain unexploited. Mechanical creations possess a significant trait. Their power remains constant. For instance, whether a child or an adult operates a handgun, the weapon's force remains unchanged. However, the child may be at risk of injury due to recoil. Earlier, Dominator had not been able to unleash its full potential due to its soul not having matured to its complete form. Otherwise, given the vast array of materials Qiao Yang had prepared, it was rather implausible for it to only exhibit bronze-level offensive capabilities. When beast masters contract spirit beasts, they ideally wish for lower-tier beasts to manifest higher-than-expected offensive power, rather than higher-tier beasts that can only contend with lower-tier ones. Qiao Yang's previous decision to forego kinetic projectiles stemmed from this reasoning. While kinetic projectiles did possess decent lethality against the beings he encountered, they essentially amounted to constructing a high-level spirit beast to combat the low-level ones he faced. Utilizing firearms may indeed be exhilarating, but against slightly stronger opponents, they proved ineffective. Upgrading firearms is a daunting challenge. Compared to directly harnessing spiritual energy, the efficiency of utilizing elements becomes considerably diminished. Presently, Qiao Yang's soul power had significantly increased, and the array artillery of Dominator should now be capable of unleashing its full potency. Qiao Yang's earlier calculations were accurate. The current level 1 floating artillery of Dominator, without charging or elemental attachment, should possess power equivalent to that of a pinnacle low-silver spirit beast. This pinnacle low-silver benchmark corresponds to the elemental projectiles of spirit beasts adept at elemental manipulation. Despite both being categorized as low-silver, different spirit beasts exhibit vast disparities in their attack capabilities and methods. Some excel at armor penetration, others at charges, some at elemental manipulation, and others at curses. Differentiating which attack is superior is inherently complex. Thus, the Radiant Federation employs the full force attacks of certain qualified spirit beasts as a benchmark to delineate levels of offensive power. Among these benchmarks, the standard for long-range elemental or spiritual attacks is represented by the elemental projectiles of the Flame Lion King. Qiao Yang's Level 1 floating artillery's instantaneous attack corresponds to the maximum elemental projectile power that the pinnacle low-silver Flame Lion King can unleash. Should a 9-cannon array fire simultaneously, it might even inflict some damage on mid-silver defensive spirit beasts. Over the past few days, Qiao Yang had gradually assembled a 9-cannon array. There was no need to anticipate difficulties, as the technology had already been tested. Qiao Yang's task was merely to replicate the process. This is the advantage of mechanical systems. Once the technology is perfected and materials are secured, mass production becomes remarkably convenient. After completing the expansion of Dominator, Qiao Yang assessed his soul power and realized he could indeed expand another 9-cannon array. However, he decided against it. Expanding another 9-cannon array would excessively deplete his soul power, rendering him less effective in subsequent battles. Thus, he resolved to expand only a 3-cannon array, allowing himself some leeway. Since Qiao Yang possessed only Dominator as his offensive spirit beast, the additional 3-cannon array would serve to ensure that when the 9 Level 1 floating artillery were combined into a Level 3 floating artillery, he would not be left defenseless against other attacks. Originally, Qiao Yang intended to consult Senior Ling Ji to test the power, but regrettably, Senior Ling Ji was preoccupied with his own advancement. Nevertheless, Qiao Yang estimated that even a Level 3 floating artillery might not pose a threat to Senior Ling Ji's heavily armored tortoise. Previously, when confronted by a swarm of spirit beasts, which included several gold-tier beasts, Senior Ling Ji managed to withstand the onslaught for over an hour without facing life-threatening danger, showcasing the formidable defense of the heavily armored tortoise. Admittedly, the Level 3 floating artillery, based on calculations, is capable of inflicting damage or even fatal injuries to high silver or pinnacle silver-tier spirit beasts. However, it is evident that Senior Ling Ji's heavily armored tortoise far exceeds its own level in terms of defense. The specifics remain uncertain. Similar to offensive spirit beasts, when contracting defensive spirit beasts, beastmasters hope they can withstand attacks from higher-level foes, rather than merely being satisfied with fending off lower-level assaults. Regardless of whether it concerns offense or defense, hypothetical enemies have never been those of lesser rank. Even if it cannot inflict harm, at the very least, it should be able to distract Senior Ling Ji and force him to focus on defense, Qiao Yang speculated. At the very least, the current offensive capability of Dominator could not be dismissed lightly by Ling Ji. He would need to concentrate on defense. Perhaps I should seek a professor from the academy to conduct a test? Qiao Yang pondered. It felt somewhat unsettling not to ascertain the precise strength of Dominator's attacks. Chapter 89, Testing Dominator. Testing the power of weaponry is a meticulous endeavor. The target's defensive capability must neither be too weak nor too strong. Whether overly strong or weak, neither scenario can accurately reflect the disparity in power when compared to others. After all, when evaluating the attacking prowess of an offensive spirit beast, one often considers a relative value rather than an absolute one. It is indeed a rare phenomenon for a black iron tier spirit beast to possess the attack strength of a bronze tier. Expecting a black iron tier spirit beast to exhibit the offensive power of a platinum tier is rather unrealistic. However, it is evident that a silver tier offensive spirit beast with only bronze tier attack capability is decidedly inadequate. The attack power referenced here pertains to standard attack power, which corresponds to the attack potential generated by skills of spirit beasts at their respective levels. For instance, high-level bronze elemental attack power refers to the might of a flame lion of high bronze tier utilizing its fireball to the fullest. Other abilities, such as curse capabilities, physical attack power, and impact potential, each have designated standard spirit beasts and skills. Without a defined standard, comparisons become muddled, even among high bronze tier spirit beasts. Some may inflict damage on silver tier beasts, while others might not even be able to defeat a mid-bronze tier spirit beast. Consequently, the defensive capabilities of spirit beasts also vary in strength. It is not uncommon for a mid-bronze tier spirit beast to exhibit superior defense compared to a silver tier beast, which leads to chaotic comparisons. The absence of a definitive evaluation standard is quite inconvenient. Thus, the concept of standard spirit beasts was established, enabling a universally understandable assessment of a spirit beast's attack and defense levels, thereby avoiding disputes. When Qiao Yang crafted Dominator, he utilized profound-grade materials, which theoretically would allow a level 1 floating cannon to achieve the attack power of a low silver tier. A level 3 floating cannon could reach the pinnacle of silver tier attack power. However, this is merely an ideal scenario. as the accumulation of Dominator's combat units gradually incurs energy loss. The depletion from the level 3 floating cannon would likely have manifested by now, potentially preventing it from reaching the silver tier apex, resulting in slightly diminished power. Theoretically, with sufficient combat units, the power of the floating cannon should be infinitely augmentable. In practice, however, this is unfeasible. Beyond level 5 floating cannons, the efficiency of utilizing spiritual energy decreases significantly, and further accumulation would actually reduce power due to losses. Ideally, a fully charged level 5 floating cannon should attain the attack power of high gold tier or even apex gold tier, but due to excessive self-depletion, it may fall short. Qiao Yang initially intended to seek assistance from Ling Ji for testing, but as Ling Ji was still in the midst of a breakthrough, he had to turn to the instructors at the Radiant Academy for support. The training grounds of the Radiant Academy offer assistance for testing spirit beasts, whether it be attack power, defense power, healing abilities, curse capabilities, or even aura abilities, providing objective evaluations. After waiting a short while at the training ground, a teacher approached him, a strikingly charismatic female instructor clad in a jacket and knee-high leather boots. "Hello, are you Qiao Yang?" the teacher inquired. "Yes," Qiao Yang replied, presenting his student ID. "May I know your name?" "I am Yenyu. You may call me Teacher Yenyu. I see you have booked a session to test your spirit beast's attack capabilities, correct?" Teacher Yenyu glanced at the information on her personal terminal. "Indeed, it is this spirit beast, Qiao Yang summoned Dominator. A most peculiar spirit beast. I have not encountered a beast master like you before." Teacher Yenyu remarked with a smile. "Shall we commence? I will assist you." With that, Teacher Yenyu summoned her spirit beast, a colossal figure standing 20 meters tall, onto the training field. Titan Stone Guardian. Level, Platinum Peak. Qualification, Heavenly. Attribute, Earth. Skills, Titan Might. Repair, Heavy Shield. Stone Guardian Summon. Earth Control. Qiao Yang recalled that during his high school days, when he first collaborated with Jiang Li Lin and Hao, the instructor who assisted him, Teacher Wen Yan, also had a Stone Guardian, yet its size was far inferior to the Titan Stone Guardian before him. "I will have this Titan Guardian summon Stone Guardians of varying levels to help you assess your spirit beast's attack power," Teacher Yenyu's voice echoed. The summoning ability of the Titan Stone Guardian surpasses that of the Rock Giant, capable of summoning a Stone Guardian of at least low Platinum tier, albeit only one at a time. To summon in bulk, the maximum would only reach high gold tier. As the ground trembled, several Stone Guardians appeared on the field, with Teacher Yenyu thoughtfully marking them with numbers. "We shall not test those of too low a level. Let us begin with the mid-silver tier Stone Guardian," Teacher Yenyu commanded. Qiao Yang unleashed a level 1 floating cannon without charging or applying any elemental enhancements, directly striking the Stone Guardian, which immediately bore multiple dents but remained intact, neither shattered nor pierced through. "Quite impressive," Teacher Yenyu remarked after inspecting the results. The Stone Guardians summoned by the Titan are shielded by Titan power, making their defense superior to that of standard mid-silver tier defensive spirit beasts. The fact that you can inflict damage upon it is commendable. "Oh, is that so? If that's the case, then the base power of the level 1 floating cannon is approximately equivalent to that of a low silver tier offensive spirit beast," Qiao Yang replied. "Continue." A fully charged level 1 floating cannon pierced through the mid-silver tier Stone Guardian, yet only left a shallow mark on the high silver tier Guardian. The concentration of spiritual energy is exceptionally high, allowing it to exceed its own level significantly. A commendable design. However, the disparity between the high silver tier and mid-silver tier Stone Guardians is stark. The latter is no longer so easily penetrable. "Is there anything else, Qiao Yang?" Teacher Yenyu inquired with a smile. Chapter 90. The Power of the Level 3 Floating Cannon. For defensive spirit beasts. The transition from mid-tier to high-tier within a major realm brings about a monumental shift in defense, which is not difficult to comprehend, as the hypothetical adversary changes. Mid-silver tier defensive spirit beasts typically defend against high silver tier or even platinum tier threats, while high silver tier defensive spirit beasts generally contend with initial gold tier adversaries. The Stone Guardians before them exemplify this. While the material hardness of the Titan Stone Guardian may be unremarkable, it possesses an inexplicable force that enhances its defense. This is likely what Teacher Yenyu refers to as Titan power. To draw a parallel with MOBA-style games, the Titan Stone Guardian, while lacking in exceptional armor and magic resistance, inherently possesses high damage reduction and substantial shields, rendering it particularly resilient. Ultimately, this is merely the unique ability derived from its Titan lineage, nothing extraordinary. It is no surprise to see such strength. There are certain races in this world that defy logic, and Titans are among them. Teacher Yenyu refrained from elaborating further, as allowing Qiao Yang to remain in stunned silence for too long would be somewhat disrespectful. "Please prepare," Teacher Qiao Yang stated, prompting a glimmer of interest in Teacher Yenyu's eyes. Initially, she believed Qiao Yang's mechanical spirit beast was already commendable, yet he had more surprises in store. It is always delightful to discover a student capable of providing unexpected revelations. Under the astonished gaze of teacher Yenyu, 3 components of Dominator's floating cannon disassembled and, amidst crackling sparks, reassembled into a significantly larger barrel. Teacher, let us begin, Qiao Yang urged. With this shot, the high silver tier stone guardian was obliterated, while the pinnacle silver tier barely withstood the impact, teetering on the brink of collapse. Excellent. Can the power be further enhanced? I noticed you were able to charge previously. And you must have a larger form as well? Teacher Yenyu inquired. Indeed, I can. Please prepare, Qiao Yang affirmed. As his primary goal for this session was to test the level 3 floating cannon. Very well, let us proceed with the high gold tier stone guardian. Teacher Yenyu was remarkably forthright, directly summoning a low-level golden stone golem. True to its golden grade, the golem withstood the full force of a level 2 floating cannon, which was capable of shattering peak silver defenses, leaving no trace upon it. Even when imbued with dark elements, the golden stone golem's body remained impervious. The level 2 floating cannon proved inadequate, prompting a swift transition to the level 3 variant. Instantly, 9 level 1 floating cannons combined, marking the debut of the level 3 floating cannon. However, the golden grade is indeed formidable, despite the considerable increase in power of the level 3 floating cannon. It merely left a modest dent on the low-level golden golem. Only the fully charged level 3 floating cannon inflicted a relatively significant amount of damage. Yet it still failed to penetrate through. Is that all? Teacher Yenyu inquired. That's all. This is the maximum output. To further enhance the power, we would require overload runes, Qiao Yang replied, feeling no need to conceal anything from the esteemed faculty member. Very well, let us summarize. Teacher Yenyu said as she retracted the Titan golem and approached with a smile. Firstly, the attack form of your spirit beast is quite intriguing. The high concentration of spiritual energy bestows it with formidable offensive capabilities. As it stands, the cannon formed by the 9 barrels is entirely capable of breaching the defenses of typical low-level golden, and even some mid-level golden defensive spirit beasts. Do not be disheartened by the inability to pierce the golem's defenses. The Titan golem possesses one of the highest defensive capabilities among defensive spirit beasts, exhibiting strong resistance to both spiritual and elemental assaults. The damage you inflicted upon the low-level golden golem suggests that, barring a select few spirit beasts with extraordinary defenses, most should not withstand such an onslaught. I wish to inquire further. I noticed that your spirit beast can combine 3 smaller units into 1 larger form. Can it continue to combine further? Does the power increase follow a similar pattern? Indeed, it can combine, Qiao Yang responded, recognizing this as a valuable opportunity to delve deeper into high-level spirit beast data. However, the increment in power will diminish with each combination. Calculations suggest it can combine a maximum of 2 more times. I see, Teacher Yenyu mused. That is still commendable. However, you must be aware that the disparity between each realm in the golden grade is significantly greater than that in the silver grade. Even with the current power increase, the output from 27 small barrels combined would likely exceed the standard attack power of mid-level golden by a slight margin. The ultimate form may approximate or slightly surpass the standard attack power of high-level golden. Teacher Yenyu concluded based on her extensive experience. That aligns closely with my expectations. The voice in Qiao Yang's mind echoed. However, the power of the first, second, and third level floating cannons exceeded my predictions, while the 4th and 5th level floating cannons match my expectations. Is there anything else? Teacher Yenyu inquired. None. Thank you. Teacher, Qiao Yang said, preparing to take his leave. Wait a moment. Could I request your assistance? Chapter 91. Teacher Yenyu's Commission. May I ask what you need, teacher? Qiao Yang replied. Aware that commissions between faculty and students were quite common, akin to the tasks assigned by elders and sects found in novels from his past life. The instructors possessed formidable strength. For instance, Teacher Yenyu employed a Titan golem at the peak of platinum for Qiao Yang's tests. It was even possible that she herself might attain diamond grade. Nevertheless, teachers, despite their prowess, could only accomplish so much alone and often sought students' assistance for various tasks. Qiao Yang, you are to participate in the Academy Exchange, correct? Teacher Yenyu asked. Qiao Yang nodded, as this information was readily available. The Academy Exchange would be held on the Yunhuan continent, where a mineral known as purple blood dragon crystal was located. Teacher Yenyu requested Qiao Yang's help in collecting this resource. The purple blood dragon crystal, a mineral of earth grade, with some specimens reaching heaven grade and a rare few even attaining saint grade, is a local specialty of the Yunhuan continent. The precise formation process remains a mystery, though it is assuredly linked to dragon-type spirit beasts, though the specific type remains unknown. Weapons forged from this mineral possess a draconic might. capable of instilling fear in spirit beasts with bloodlines inferior to that of dragons. More importantly, this draconic might can be further enhanced through the absorption of dragon blood imbued with battle intent. Dragon battles in the wild, their blood mysterious and yellow. The dragon blood imbued with battle intent is, in essence, what is termed as mysterious yellow blood. While Earth-grade purple blood dragon crystals can be found in the market with some diligence, heaven-grade specimens must be sought directly from the Yunhuang continent, a process fraught with difficulty, resulting in a chronic scarcity. As for saint-grade purple blood dragon crystals, their existence is merely theoretical. Even those rumored to have found such crystals have not been able to procure them. Teacher Yanyu had also searched for them herself. Yet her solitary efforts yielded very little, further compounded by the fact that the Yunhuang continent is seldom visited, necessitating reliance on students during the academy exchange for assistance. That is feasible, but may I pose a question? Qiao Yang asked, fully aware of the challenges in collecting heaven-grade purple blood dragon crystals, yet confident due to his unique attributes. Please do, Qiao Yang, Teacher Yanyu encouraged, sensing his interest. Many seniors participate in the academy exchange, correct? Why not post a message on the Spirit Network? Qiao Yang suggested, noting that several seniors, like Ling Ji, possessed considerable strength. Why not enlist their help? I did post a message and even paid to have it pinned in the relevant area for a time, yet not a single response was received, Teacher Yanyu explained. I had previously inquired with other students, but they were all engaged with other teachers' commissions. The academy exchange inherently carries a degree of danger. So a group of students typically only accepts one commission at a time to avoid hindering their primary tasks. Teachers are aware of this. Hence, they proactively secure assistance and prepare compensation in advance to avoid being left without help at the last moment. Qiao Yang's group, having formed later, had not yet accepted any commissions. I understand that heaven-grade purple blood dragon crystals are hard to come by. Teacher Yanyu had not even considered saint-grade specimens, knowing that even if found, no one would be willing to trade them. Would offering thick earth soul fruits as compensation suffice? I propose a standard volume of heaven-grade purple blood dragon crystal in exchange for one thick earth soul fruit. I will accept any quantity. And for any volume less than standard, I shall trade one thick earth soul fruit as well. Teacher Yanyu stated her terms. The density of minerals varies significantly, with differences in size and weight varying by dozens or even hundreds of times. Thus, when collecting minerals, volume is typically the standard measure. Thick earth soul fruits. You are confident in your offer? It appears this teacher is quite formidable, Qiao Yang thought to himself. That is certainly acceptable. My teammates have also agreed. Although they are currently in seclusion, they keep an eye on their personal terminals and are quick to respond, indicating that their seclusion is not overly rigorous. Qiao Yang pondered the possibility of acquiring a potion to expand soul capacity, and this opportunity seemed to present itself perfectly. Thick earth soul fruits and ocean soul fruits have similar effects, both capable of enlarging a beastmaster's soul capacity. However, thick earth soul fruits not only enhance spiritual strength, but also bolster physical resilience, while ocean soul fruits increase spiritual affinity. In Qiao Yang's team, only Wu Ling might be indifferent, as Lin Hao, Jiang Li, and even Ling Ji all had a need for such elixirs. Let us finalize our agreement. This is the letter of authorization for your perusal. The letter must be uploaded to the Spirit Network, though it does not possess any binding force. Its primary purpose is to inform other instructors that this team has accepted the commission. No issues arose as Qiao Yang conducted a brief inspection. Excellent. For this exchange with the Radiant Academy, I will be leading the team, and I can divulge a few insider details to you. Chapter 92. The Insider Information of the Academy Exchange. Oh, what exclusive insights do you possess regarding the Academy Exchange, Teacher Yanyu? Qiao Yang's curiosity was piqued upon hearing Teacher Yanyu's words. He never anticipated that merely scheduling a spirit beast test would lead him to such significant revelations. In truth, it is not particularly classified information. I share what I learn with anyone participating in the Academy Exchange. Teacher Yanyu appeared quite nonchalant. You must be aware that the Cloud Desolation continent is divided into the outer, middle, inner, and core regions, correct? The exchange will take place in the outer region. Qiao Yang nodded, recalling what Senior Ling Ji had mentioned. Furthermore, Ling Ji added that there are multiple core areas, each serving as a center from which inner and outer regions can be delineated. The inner and core regions are explored by the federal government's pioneering army and remain inaccessible to outsiders. However, after all these years, only a few core areas have been thoroughly explored. I participated in the pioneering army back in my day, so I naturally acquired knowledge that others are unaware of. Teacher Yanyu remarked, explaining her selection as the leader for the Academy Exchange. As for the map of the Cloud Desolation continent, that is hardly confidential information. One can easily find it on the Spirit Network. Although competition exists among higher academies, in this current era, they maintain a modicum of integrity and do not stoop to petty sabotage. The so-called core regions of the Cloud Desolation continent are, in fact, the habitats of the Beast Kings. Teacher Yin Yu's initial statement left Qiao Yang momentarily taken aback. Spirit beasts of diamond grade and above are referred to as lords, while those of lord grade and higher are known as Beast Kings. If the core regions are indeed the dwelling places of Beast Kings, does this imply that there are at least a dozen Beast Kings on the Cloud Desolation continent? At the level of Beast Kings, they can influence their surrounding environment and spirit beasts to a considerable extent, with only 3 confirmed Beast Kings to date. However, the realm of the Beast Kings is far beyond your reach. Any of them could extinguish you with a mere breath. If you are interested, I can later provide you with their profiles. Yet, I must inform you that it is precisely because Beast Kings can alter their surroundings that the intersection of their powers often gives rise to rare elemental materials and treasures. This principle has proven consistently effective. Not only Beast Kings, but lords and even diamond-grade spirit beasts can exhibit similar effects. Thus, one need not solely seek fortunes in perilous high-grade spirit beast nests. Exploring the convergence of spirit beast territories on the map can yield substantial rewards as well. This was the first time Qiao Yang had heard such insights. Indeed, the perspectives of those with experience are invaluable. Additionally, aside from the widely known collective spirit beast riots on the night of the full moon, there are specific other days when certain spirit beasts exhibit unusual behavior. I will send you the detailed schedule. Take note, as spirit beast riots often herald the presence of valuable items. Understood? Thank you, teacher. As for other matters, let me think. Ah, yes. Teacher, Yin Yu suddenly recalled something. There are indigenous tribes on the Cloud Desolation continent, and I shall provide you with a token. If you encounter any tribe members adorned with spirit snake tattoos, you may present it to them. I once assisted them during my time with the pioneering army, and they will be able to offer you considerable aid. This was an unexpected boon. Qiao Yang was astonished to discover that this teacher had such a rich history. Even being acquainted with the indigenous peoples of the Cloud Desolation continent, their assistance could alleviate numerous challenges. There's nothing else of significance. The remaining information is merely a not-so-secret secret. Exercise caution with the Spirit Witch Academy, teacher Yin Yu concluded. Due to previous encounters with Wang Yang, Qiao Yang had a relatively favorable impression of the Spirit Witch Academy. Hearing teacher Yin Yu's admonition to remain vigilant was indeed surprising. The Spirit Witch Academy cannot be wholly classified as a higher academy of the Radiant Federation. The Federation's oversight of this institution is not particularly stringent. Each year during the Academy exchanges, the Spirit Witch Academy tends to create some disturbances, nearly becoming a tradition. It is not to say that there are no good individuals from the Spirit Witch Academy, but for reasons unknown. At least 1 or 2 teams from their academy always seem to encounter issues during exchanges. Teacher Yin Yu also expressed some confusion regarding this matter. Moreover, our academy maintains an excellent relationship with the Frost Academy. Should you encounter teams from the Frost Academy, you may assist each other. They are generally willing to lend a helping hand in times of difficulty. After imparting her advice, teacher Yin Yu handed Qiao Yang a box. This is a protective talisman I have crafted. Each one can withstand attacks from diamond-grade spirit beasts. With 5 members in your team, each of you will receive 3. After all, as you have accepted my commission, I must provide you with some measure of safety. Crafting these talismans is quite challenging, and I am unable to produce many. That will be all. You may return now. Thank you, teacher. Qiao Yang bowed sincerely. The gifts from teacher Yin Yu were already considerable, to be candid. Just the 15 talismans capable of withstanding attacks from diamond-grade spirit beasts could fetch a substantial reward if auctioned off. No need for thanks, just remember my commission. Chapter 93. Despite acquiring a wealth of knowledge, one must still endure the arduous process of experimentation. Upon exiting the training hall, Qiao Yang felt somewhat dazed, clearly overwhelmed by the abundance of information imparted by teacher Yin Yu. However, there was no cause for concern. Ample time remained for him to digest this knowledge. With matters concerning Dominator resolved, Qiao Yang would now resume his research on his airship, allowing himself to gradually consult materials on the Spirit Network whenever fatigue set in. Previously, he had addressed the primary theoretical issues, but what lay ahead was of even greater significance. As we know, theoretical problems are merely one facet. Akin to an architect who fails to transform plans into tangible projects, merely sketching on paper does not constitute true architecture. Once a proposal is put into practice, myriad challenges invariably arise. Perhaps the foundation requires reworking, columns fail to align, construction precision falters, or funds run dry mid-project. Investment follows a similar pattern. Generating ideas is relatively easy, yet actualizing them often encounters various forms of friction. This is an unavoidable reality. Thus far, Qiao Yang had only resolved the theoretical issues surrounding the airship. The subsequent steps of practical implementation were paramount. For instance, to maintain balance and prevent capsizing. It is essential to ensure that the airship's center of gravity remains consistently lower than the center of buoyancy. This critical point has a specialized term, stability. Consequently, how to achieve this becomes the crux of the matter. Even a preliminary issue presents considerable difficulty, given the size and structure of the airship. It cannot be forged as a single unit within a furnace. Therefore, how does one ensure the airship remains symmetrical during assembly? This represents merely the most fundamental of challenges. The airship, modeled after submarine designs, is inherently closed off. How to navigate from within poses yet another conundrum. While there are corresponding runes available, the challenge lies in the fact that one cannot rely solely on runes for every solution. The range available for inscribing runes on the airship is limited. The wind element condensation rune and gravity shield rune occupy the majority of the space, leaving insufficient room for Qiao Yang to inscribe these auxiliary function runes. As for the issue of drainage and standing water, it is rather convenient. Such a straightforward spatial requirement poses no challenge when faced with the void stone. Regarding seating, it is inconsequential, as one can readily procure prefabricated options and merely secure them in place. A cockpit is unnecessary since, ultimately, the airship relies on the spirit of the mechanism for flight. Qiao Yang need only issue commands. With this realization, matters became significantly simpler. Upon listing all the tasks at hand, Qiao Yang discovered that there were not as many tasks as initially perceived. After all, the existence of the spirit mechanism alleviates the complexity of the control systems, whether for submarines or airships, thereby reducing the workload considerably. Ian remarked on this fact. Indeed, in his past life, the dizzying array of dials and controls in submarines occupied a substantial portion of space. Eliminating that aspect would significantly free up room within the entire vessel. Nevertheless, the airship's design must still adhere to a streamlined form akin to that of a submarine, resembling a shape similar to an eggplant. This is due to pragmatic considerations. The operational environment of the airship is akin to that of a submarine, where a streamlined shape encounters relatively less resistance, which is crucial during high-speed travel. Furthermore, the elongated shape is essential for maintaining longitudinal balance. Are we nearly done with the issues? Have I overlooked something? Qiao Yang tapped his head, sensing an oddity. The most critical aspect has been neglected, Ian reminded him. Materials. Materials, materials. My friend, you have overlooked the most pivotal component. There is a saying that all technological advancements ultimately stem from innovations in materials. For any technology, materials are of paramount importance. Let me think. The Star Spirit steel cannot be utilized. Star Spirit steel is a specialized material, designed specifically for floating artillery, lacking versatility. Floating artillery is merely a weapon, whereas an airship is a vehicle, with entirely different requirements for defense and durability. The Star Spirit steel, used as the primary material for floating artillery, does not meet the demands for the keel and hull of the airship. Thanks to the advancements of modern technology, embarking on a trial-and-error approach would indeed be perilous. As mentioned previously, there exists a database for related materials on the Spirit Network, which Qiao Yang utilized when he previously crafted floating artillery. The Spirit Network plugin he employed for designing the keel is capable of calculating the necessary hardness, toughness, and other relevant data for the keel material. Armed with this information, he can search the database for potentially suitable materials. Subsequently, Qiao Yang will only need to test these few materials. Chapter 94, Commencing Work. The progression of modern technology has rendered many tasks simpler, such as material selection. Through years of development within the Glorious Federation, the data in this regard has become quite mature. Under normal circumstances, one should not need to forge a new alloy from scratch as Qiao Yang once did. If a student, newly entered into higher education, could achieve groundbreaking advancements in materials science, it would suggest that this era is rather inept. Moreover, strictly speaking, Star Spirit steel is not a product of Qiao Yang's own research. It is more accurately attributed to Ian. Furthermore, the performance of Star Spirit steel is not particularly remarkable. It merely meets the requirements for floating artillery. In terms of practical value, the three metals used to forge Star Spirit steel are likely superior on their own. From the outset, Qiao Yang understood that with Yin's knowledge, developing a mystical-grade material to meet his specifications would not be an insurmountable task. However, during times when his own research was necessary, he never directly provided him with answers. He merely organized a plethora of case studies for Qiao Yang's reference. Only when specific questions were posed would Ian offer explanations. This is inevitable, Ian sighed, not intending to deny this point. If he were akin to a system found in novels, he could easily deflect inquiries by attributing the unavailability of higher-level items to the host's insufficient level. However, Ian is not that way. As the pioneer of the alchemical era, he possesses the knowledge of an entire age of alchemy. Even with the transition to a new era, It would be a grave underestimation of Yin's capabilities to suggest that a mere mystical-grade material could pose a challenge to him. One day, you will encounter a material that even I cannot handle. If I were to provide you with direct answers now, it may very well lead to your detriment in the future. Yin genuinely wished to assist Qiao Yang in resolving all his issues. Yet, some matters cannot be resolved merely by perception. The alchemical era has seen such instances. Each time a master directly provided answers to their disciple, it resulted in the disciple encountering a material known as mystic shadow agate. Of course, it may not have been called that at the time. The disciple, not fully comprehending the nature of this material, inadvertently fused it with a piece of radiant sun agate. On the surface, the resulting attributes appeared favorable. But issues arose when it came time for application. Radiant sun agate is not the same as mystic sun agate. Indeed, there are inherent differences. Mystic sun agate harmonizes with mystic shadow agate, while radiant sun agate and mystic shadow agate combine in a manner that leads to chaos and rebirth. Such discrepancies may not be apparent at first, but the underlying implications are fraught with complexities that could spell disaster at critical moments. My current focus is more on imparting to you the general methods for handling materials, as I cannot guarantee that I will not make mistakes. If, in the future, you have not learned, relying solely on me might very well lead to both our undoing. Very well, I understand this point, which is why I have never voiced complaints. Qiao Yang replied nonchalantly. He was aware that Yin could conceive of matters he too could ponder. Although Qiao Yang does not rely solely on his own convictions, it is equally unwise to depend entirely on Yin for solutions. In fact, I have a hunch that among these materials, the diamond dragon scale should suffice. Qiao Yang had already identified several materials through the database, and the remaining task was merely to verify them. The diamond dragon, akin to the previously encountered steel-armored black bull, absorbs various metals in its natural state, nurturing them through its own bloodline, which it subsequently integrates into its scales, rendering them increasingly resilient and imbued with extraordinary properties. However, the diamond dragon does not share the steel-armored black bull's drawback of poor durability. This dragon species boasts formidable melee capabilities and seemingly endless stamina. The strongest members of the diamond dragon lineage can even engage in combat with legendary titans. The scales of the diamond dragon are shed, and individuals often seek to acquire these scales, as the diamond dragons are more than willing to trade. Given that humanity possesses many valuable items that the dragons covet, the scales Qiao Yang procured are not particularly high-grade. They are essentially shed scales from juvenile diamond dragons. Yet they are sufficient for use as the shell of the airship. Since dragon scales naturally cover the bodies of these colossal beasts, little forging is required. However, Qiao Yang faced challenges in determining the appropriate material for the keel, as dragon scales alone cannot be used for the keel. Genuine dragon bones are necessary. The bones of authentic dragon spirit beasts cannot be employed for the keel of the airship for a simple reason. They do not match in shape and cannot be processed accordingly. Thus, it is rare to see dragon spirit beast bones utilized for constructing such complex machinery. They are typically reserved for simpler items like swords and staves. The specific process need not be elaborated upon, as the range of options is limited, and the procedure is not particularly intricate. The testing instruments are readily available. In the end, Qiao Yang opted for a metal known as Earth Spirit Ice Hard Iron. Ultimately, the materials selected were quite comparable in terms of various attributes. But this particular choice was made because Earth Spirit Ice Hard Iron is the sole material with a cold affinity among all options. In the confined space of an airship, even a slight reduction in temperature is advantageous. Now, everything is truly in place, and the work can commence. Chapter 95. Trouble arises at the start of work. While it may sound straightforward, completing the blueprints for Qiao Yang's project could not be accomplished in a single day. Considering the intense overtime endured by draftsmen in his previous life, having Qiao Yang personally draw the entire blueprint for such a large airship would likely lead him to abandon the task entirely. Fortunately, modern technology has provided a plethora of plugins that significantly ease his workload. One such plugin can automatically generate detailed schematics for various parts and components based on a model, seamlessly integrating with the virtual modeling equipment Qiao Yang had previously purchased. Thus, he finds himself grateful for contemporary technology. Had he been in an era dominated by swords and sorcery, the situation would have been considerably more challenging. One must acknowledge that technological advancements have indeed alleviated many burdens. In Qiao Yang's past life, developing an airship of this magnitude would have required hundreds of specialists and several years of dedicated effort. Yet, in this current time, only a few months have elapsed since the endeavor began. In fact, as observed, the research and development capabilities of this era do not significantly surpass those of his former life, Silver remarked. When it comes to new technologies, this era also necessitates specialized teams and extended periods for progress. Ultimately, the rapid development stems from the fact that the technology for constructing airships is already well established. Both the runes and materials are readily available, and the spirit of the machine has eliminated the need for a control system, facilitating successful design. Without that, merely handling the operating system would be a daunting challenge. Indeed, biological entities remain the most intricate of creations. Fully replicating the soul of a living being is no small feat. Just consider Qiao Yang's initial inability to detect the affinity attribute of a spirit beast, which illustrates the current state of research on souls. Now, with all essential technologies in place, the time to commence work has arrived. Consequently, even the commissions from the Beast Tamer's shop have been put on hold. Recently, Qiao Yang's income has significantly increased, making the acquisition of materials no longer a burden. He decided to purchase an ample supply to prevent any shortages later on. However, upon officially beginning the work, Qiao Yang discovered that numerous challenges remained. Staring at the pile of materials in the warehouse, he felt somewhat at a loss for where to start. How should he proceed? He lamented the realization that he seemed unable to commence work. The issue of material processing was not overly daunting. Even though the materials were relatively large, they posed no significant problem for the furnace, requiring merely the addition of a Qianquan rune. The Qianquan rune is another application of spatial manipulation, capable of enlarging or shrinking a designated area, akin in some respects to the Void Stone. At present, Qiao Yang's cultivation and soul power do not allow him to inscribe the Qianquan rune himself, but fortunately, such rune discs are available for purchase in the market. If necessary, he could even enlist the help of instructors from the academy to assist with the engraving. However, assembly and welding present a more complicated challenge. Lacking any assembly line equipment, Qiao Yang could only resort to manual welding. This method compromises precision, and more critically, he lacks experience in welding. It is not that Qiao Yang is unfamiliar with using a welding gun. Such a tool is a fundamental skill for handcrafted machinery, but when it comes to large and intricate mechanisms like an airship, he has never attempted welding before. This situation is akin to placing an untrained worker on their first day of work directly into a task, significantly increasing the likelihood of error. Moreover, the ramifications of a mistake in the airship's skeletal structure could necessitate the complete reconstruction of the vessel. Coupled with the absence of various fixtures found on a production line, all components must be manually calibrated, resulting in considerable margin for error. In truth, the problem is not insurmountable, Silver remarked nonchalantly. Once you manufacture the spirit of the machine, you can seek assistance from others for modifications. You need not handle everything yourself. That is indeed the case, Qiao Yang conceded, though he still felt an aversion to relying on others for such matters. You are somewhat fixated on this notion, Silver observed, her tone gentle. There are many individuals in the alchemical era who share this mindset. However, consider this. If spirit beasts cannot be attended to by others, then spirit beast hospitals would be rendered obsolete. And what of the profession of alchemists? That is not the same, Qiao Yang countered. Both spirit beast hospitals and alchemists provide services after issues arise or when ascension is required. Even in cases of congenital issues, they are merely a matter of luck and uncontrollable circumstances. However, my situation is preventable. Any problems stem from my own inadequacies. To some extent, it is akin to injuring someone and then sending them to the hospital. I understand now, Silver replied, visibly pleased. Honestly, I appreciate your perspective. You do not view mechanical creations merely as objects, but as entities with genuine life. If one were to regard mechanical constructs as mere items, Qiao Yang could easily delegate such responsibilities to others. Yet, he possesses no such inclination, as he does not wish for his spirit beasts to be born with disabilities. Such issues can indeed be resolved, Silver assured, finding no difficulty in addressing them. Moreover, training Qiao Yang on these matters would not yield significant benefits. So she proceeded to provide the answer directly. Have you heard of the baseline space rune array? Chapter 96. Baseline space I have not, Qiao Yang replied candidly. Had he been familiar with this particular rune array, he would not have needed to inquire. Actually, it's quite simple. In the software you used in your previous life, didn't various layout programs have a reference line feature? Silver explained. Qiao Yang nodded, even though his immediate acknowledgement might appear peculiar to outsiders. In his past life, programs like Photoshop and InDesign featured a reference line function that allowed images dragged near the line to snap into alignment, facilitating easy alignment between images. The baseline space operates on a similar principle, translating this function into three-dimensional space. With this explanation from Silver, Qiao Yang grasped the concept. It could also be understood as analogous to manipulating virtual three-dimensional models in the air. The baseline space allows him to treat actual objects as if they were virtual models, enabling direct manipulation for alignment. This would simplify the process of securing or welding components. If I still manage to err in this process, Then I shall have no face left to continue at the Radiant Academy, Qiao Yang thought, still retaining a modicum of self-assurance in his abilities. Do not be hasty. This rune array is not trivial, Silver cautioned. The ability to manipulate real-world components as if they were virtual models is a rarity even in the science fiction films of your past life. It is evident that this rune array is complex. In summary, the baseline space rune array encompasses various elements, including gravity, buoyancy, space, and will. Silver began her explanation. Silver, could you clarify whether this rune array is something I can inscribe? Not at all, Silver replied succinctly. Moreover, it is impossible for you to acquire it on the market. Silver continues to elaborate. The instructors at the academy could not possibly be familiar with this rune array. Silver adds a third point. Then why are you being so detailed? Qiao Yang finally couldn't contain himself. You elaborate so much and I still can't grasp it. What is the purpose of all this? The intention is for you to master it, or rather, to commit it to memory, and then relay this rune array to your teacher for assistance in its engraving. As a way of securing a favor from him, Silver finally articulated his objective. Unfortunately, it is simply unfeasible to accomplish such tasks entirely on one's own. Ultimately, assistance is required. Qiao Yang understood that attempting this solely by himself was overly ambitious. Thus he refrained from any protest. There was no reason to decline assistance in creating a supportive software. For instance, a person who could have cultivated themselves to the golden level, especially since he had previously relied on various plugins and databases that others had developed. Qiao Yang, we meet again. What brings you here? The ever-stylish teacher Yan Yu greeted Qiao Yang, clad in her signature leather attire. Indeed, Qiao Yang had sought out teacher Yan Yu, who had previously assisted him. For among the instructors he knew, her prowess was unparalleled, and they shared a relatively closer rapport. I wish to create a new spirit beast, but I cannot operate such large components on my own, hence I seek your help with not just one rune array, Qiao Yang explained candidly. Oh, what kind of rune array is it? So mysterious, teacher Yan Yu remarked. Understanding that Qiao Yang's return indicated that this rune array was not only complex, but also quite rare. Otherwise, he could have simply purchased a formation plate with a modest expenditure. It is a rune array known as the baseline space, Qiao Yang responded, commencing his explanation to teacher Yan Yu. Since he was unable to inscribe this rune array himself, the explanation proved to be quite arduous. Teacher Yan Yu grew increasingly astonished. Where did you acquire this rune array? Are you truly willing to teach it to me? She questioned, bemused by the sudden bounty of such a formidable rune array being offered to her. In response, Qiao Yang could only attribute it to a chance discovery in the wilderness. Noticing that Qiao Yang was reluctant to elaborate further, teacher Yan Yu chose not to press the matter. As a purely combat-oriented beastmaster, she could discern the formidable capabilities of this rune array in battle. It could freely partition a space and manipulate objects within that realm, allowing teacher Yan Yu to disrupt and suppress her opponents at will. As long as she could create even a minor obstruction, victory was assured. Imagine if, instead of mechanical components, one could manipulate the bodies of adversaries and their spirit beasts within this space. Upon reaching the golden level, beast masters can conjure rune arrays from thin air using their soul power. Given teacher Yan Yu's cultivation, with minimal practice, she could effortlessly manifest an immense baseline space in the blink of an eye, rendering her unafraid of adversaries of equal rank. This could even enable her to engage in battles at higher levels. In truth, teacher Yan Yu was not mistaken. The true name of this rune array was not baseline space, but rather dominant space. Chapter 97. After much toil, they were finally ready to commence. Although it should correctly be referred to as dominant space, considering that neither Qiao Yang nor teacher Yan Yu knew this true name, they would continue to call it baseline space. This rune array was decidedly intricate, resulting in a notably slow progress in Qiao Yang's instruction of teacher Yan Yu in rune inscribing. Within this rune array, the runes pertaining to space and willpower were advanced runes. Willpower is a higher conceptual branch of the soul, and the concept of the soul is on par with time and space in terms of hierarchy. Thus, even as a branch, it constitutes a formidable power. Qiao Yang, being merely at the nascent stages of the silver level, found it quite remarkable to have any comprehension of concepts such as space and willpower. Fully grasping the runes in this domain was simply beyond his capabilities. Consequently, Qiao Yang resorted to rote memorization of the rune's appearance and sketching a rough outline, leaving the rest for teacher Yan Yu to discern. As a peak platinum beastmaster, teacher Yan Yu possessed a significantly deeper understanding of these runes and could deduce the true form of the runes from Qiao Yang's rough sketches. However, this process was slow, inevitably involving trial and error, which further hampered progress. Additionally, the act of inscribing runes was incredibly taxing, and beastmasters needed to maintain their mental acuity. Thus, the actual time available for teaching each day was limited. Fortunately, they ultimately succeeded in establishing the rune array, despite the considerable time invested. "I owe you a favor for this, teacher," Yin Yu stated solemnly. This rune array was exceptionally powerful, with numerous potential avenues for further exploration. Therefore, teacher Yin Yu's gains were far from limited to a mere combat technique. Runes are the foundation of technology in this era. And a beast master's fundamental ability is the construction of runes. Thus, a basic requirement for beast masters is the capacity to study runes. Runes that pertain to time, space, and soul each possess significant research value. Should one thoroughly understand their principles, it would greatly aid in genuinely mastering these concepts. For teacher Yin Yu, the aspects of gravity, buoyancy, space, and willpower encompassed within this rune array held immense research potential. With meticulous study, she might even create runes uniquely her own. Qiao Yang's willingness to unconditionally share this rune array was an exceptionally altruistic act, while the exchange of consumables like rare materials was commonplace. The trading of runes was exceedingly rare. Even in trade, it typically involved the exchange of engraved formation plates. The authentic rune arrays were seldom bartered. For Qiao Yang, although he sought her assistance, the effort involved in helping him establish a rune array was negligible compared to the value of the rune array itself. "Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I reside in the faculty dormitories behind the experimental grounds," teacher Yin Yu suggested, at a loss for what to offer in return for the rune array, leaving the choice to Qiao Yang. In truth, this was somewhat unfair, as it essentially placed the burden of reciprocity back on Qiao Yang. However, teacher Yin Yu could not conceive of any other solution at that moment. And to avoid an impasse in their conversation, she simply stated it. "For now, I have no pressing needs," Qiao Yang contemplated, realizing that his immediate priority was to swiftly construct the airship for the upcoming academic exchange. While having teacher Yin Yu's assistance would expedite the process significantly, Qiao Yang was reluctant to rely on others, particularly since he was unsure if his ability to nurture the spirit tool had any unique limitations. If someone else's involvement hindered the birth of the spirit tool, it would spell disaster. "Let me first assist you in arranging this rune array, and then we shall discuss other matters," teacher Yin Yu proposed. The mechanical construct in question was substantially large, and the academy's dormitories were insufficient for its accommodation. Moreover, the construction required considerable vertical maneuvering, rendering the academy an impractical venue. Therefore, the fabrication site was relocated to the tavern's warehouse, which also helped mitigate noise disturbances. As Qiao Yang's tavern was situated on the outskirts of the 8th ring, far from any residential areas. "Your tavern is quite commendable. I shall consider it for entertaining friends in the future." Teacher Yin Yu expressed her satisfaction with Uncle Zhang's culinary skills, though she pondered why their establishment, ostensibly a beast supply store, increasingly resembled a restaurant. In the warehouse, a grand benchmark spatial formation was laid out, and at last, Qiao Yang could commence his work. However, Yin suddenly found herself beset by doubts regarding the prospects of this undertaking. Qiao Yang's expression betrayed a hint of anxiety. "Oh, what brings this on?" he inquired. "We haven't even started, yet we've already encountered such a significant problem that's consumed several days. Do you truly believe we can finish before the Academy's exchange?" "Who knows?" Yin wished to shrug her shoulders, yet she had none. Chapter 98, A Fortuitous Commencement. "Well, let us leave it at that for now." Frankly, Qiao Yang had declared a fortuitous commencement several times before, yet each instance had ultimately proven to be merely a celebration of champagne. From resolving the balancing issues of the airship, to procuring materials, and now to inviting a teacher to inscribe the runic formation of the benchmark space, Qiao Yang had repeatedly proclaimed his auspicious beginnings. Of course, the main event was that each time he declared an auspicious start, he would ceremoniously prepare an entire roasted cow, a whole lamb, and a whole pig as a gesture of reverence towards the heavens, along with a hope to shift his fortunes. Ever since the last summoning of a flame crystal through the spirit summoning gold technique, Qiao Yang returned to his routine of drawing 3 pieces of mysterious iron daily. This occasion was no exception. He still ordered the same 3 dishes. However, this time, teacher Yin Yu was present and consumed just as much as Qiao Yang. Influenced by spiritual energy, people nowadays could eat quite heartily. The higher one's level, the more one could consume. Not only in quantity, but also the quality of food they could enjoy. Hence, given teacher Yin Yu's cultivation, coupled with her contracted spirit beast being a Titan stone man, there was no need to question her appetite. Moreover, it is noteworthy that the influence of spiritual energy extends beyond mere appetite. It manifests in various facets of life. For instance, Qiao Yang had yet to encounter any of those antagonists from his past life's novels who, enamored by Jiang Li's beauty and their amicable relationship, would approach him to flaunt their muscles. Due to their training, people nowadays generally possessed pleasing appearances, beast tamers, during their advancement. would undergo subtle transformations that rendered them increasingly perfect. In this context, those who remained unattractive typically did so due to neglect of their appearance. Consequently, society's resilience against superficial beauty had significantly heightened. While Zhongli still stood out amidst the cultivated populace, most individuals would not foolishly approach her solely based on looks. Returning to the present, Qiao Yang was engrossed in forging various components around the smithing furnace. Previously, he had utilized his soul power to impart an understanding of dimensions to the furnace. And with the aid of his soul power and various structures he had meticulously designed for the furnace, its precision in processing large components did not fall short of the ultra-precision manufacturing standards from his previous life. With the benchmark space in place, assembly became considerably more straightforward, as concerns regarding support and component swaying were no longer factors. This made both welding and securing components exceedingly convenient. After all, the blueprints lay before him, and the furnace would process them without issue. However, a lingering concern was that, until the entire dragon skeleton was assembled, no spirit had manifested, leaving Qiao Yang somewhat perturbed. The assembly of the dragon skeleton proceeded swiftly, and next, it was time to lay out the internal space and the power source. The power source, once again, was a spirit-gathering formation, but this time, Qiao Yang sought to innovate. Typically, spirit-gathering formations existed in a two-dimensional plane. This time, he envisioned transforming it into a three-dimensional sphere. However, this enhancement would significantly accelerate the accumulation of spiritual energy, which could adversely affect those within, prompting Qiao Yang to install a spiritual energy shielding device. Essentially, this involved utilizing materials that were not conducive to spiritual energy. A shield generator crafted from these materials could effectively block spiritual energy. Speaking of which, gyroscopes proved to be incredibly useful, particularly in submarines. A gyroscope is a device that detects angular motion around one or two axes orthogonal to its axis of rotation, utilizing the momentum of a rapidly spinning body. However, standard sensing gyroscopes and indicating gyroscopes could be seamlessly replaced by the functions of a spirit. After all, the sensory feedback from the spirit was far more direct than that provided by a gyroscope, and relying on a gyroscope to gauge the airship's rotation was less convenient than receiving messages via a soul contract. Therefore, Qiao Yang opted not to install a gyroscope. Instead, he planned to incorporate a gyroscopic stabilizer based on gyroscope principles to ensure the airship's stability during transit. Ultimately, the principle of the gyroscopic stabilizer was akin to that of the previous method, which maintained balance through the relationship between the center of mass and stability. It utilized its own torque to realign the ship's body when swaying occurred. However, since he was at it, he decided to go all out. In his past life, he had encountered an enhanced version of the gyroscopic stabilizer known as the Sperry active stabilizer. This involved adding a small control gyroscope, with its rotor aligned along the ship's transverse axis. Should the ship tilt, the small gyroscope would rotate along its vertical axis, activating the control motor on the main gyroscope's frame, applying a primary torque in the same direction as the original gyroscope's torque, thereby reinforcing the stabilizing effects produced by the frame's rotation. With this addition, typical swaying would no longer be a cause for concern. Once the spirit-gathering formation and gyroscope were in place, Qiao Yang finally sensed a new soul contract forming, indicating that the airship had finally birthed a spirit. The weight on his heart lifted, and he realized, it seemed that to give birth to a spirit, he must personally engage in the manufacturing process. Mere assembly would not suffice. Qiao Yang had always struggled to comprehend the mechanism behind birthing a spirit, which had rendered him hesitant to mass produce. Well, truthfully, a more pressing reason was the lack of funds. Yet even now, Qiao Yang remained uncertain. The sample size was too small to draw any conclusions. However, did this mean the spirit born was a product of the spirit-gathering formation or the gyroscope? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Chapter 99. Zhongli emerges from seclusion. Qiao Yang's inquiry was, to be honest, rather incisive, even causing his own CPU to momentarily overload. If a spirit had not emerged during the crafting of the dragon skeleton, yet one appeared after the installation of the spirit-gathering formation and gyroscope, what kind of spirit was it? Was it the spirit of the airship or that of the gyroscope? In truth, this question held little significance. Ian appeared rather indifferent. It depends on your definition of machinery. What constitutes a car to you? Is it the seats, the four wheels, or perhaps the starry ceiling? After pondering for a moment, she provided an example, noting that the earliest automobiles were merely three-wheeled vehicles equipped with engines. If you were to argue that a car possessed a spirit, would you consider it to be the spirit of the tires, the cabin, or the engine? Even if we entertain the idea that this spirit is indeed that of the spirit-gathering formation, it can control the entire airship, thus negating the need for any other spirits to emerge. You may as well regard it as the spirit of the airship without overthinking it. A new spirit's approval echoed in Qiao Yang's mind, although he questioned whether it truly grasped Yin's meaning. Regardless, it was best to assign a name. Let's call it. Qiao Yang often struggled with naming spirits, finding it a rather arduous task. Moreover, once a name was declared, it could not be casually altered. Even repeating the name while pacing would lead the spirit to interpret the latter part as its name. Let us call it Wind Soul, Yin suggested. Wind Soul. It seemed the spirit indeed responded to this name, and at last, Qiao Yang could set aside his apprehensions of uttering a misstep. The advantage of possessing a spirit companion is that Qiao Yang can retract the prototype of this airship into the space of the soul contract, allowing him to summon it at will in the future. Regardless of its transportation capabilities, it can still serve as a means of defense. A notification. A message alert appears on the personal terminal. It is from Zhongli. Qiao Yang, I have exited seclusion. Hurry to the tavern. I am in the warehouse behind the tavern. Qiao Yang replies, having observed Zhang Li's intense longing for the delicacies after several days of assassin training. She is eager to indulge as soon as she emerges from her retreat. However, it is worth noting that Qiao Yang initially thought Lin Hao would be the first to break through, only to find that Zhang Li surpassed him in speed. Lin Hao's method of breakthrough involved directly solidifying runes on himself using the blood of spirit beasts, which bypassed the need for the conventional approach of constructing runes with soul power, thus eliminating the possibility of failure. Any errors during the solidification of runes could simply be erased, avoiding the repercussions associated with the collapse of runes built with soul power. The downside is that this method deprives the practitioner of an opportunity to strengthen their soul power, rendering future advancements reliant on the same technique of rune solidification. Such beast tamers essentially relinquish their soul power, relying solely on their physical abilities. It cannot be said to lack strength. It seems that the current director of the Spirit Beast Research Institute of the Glorious Federation advanced in this manner. However, this advancement style is not suitable for someone like Qiao Yang. Perhaps Zhang Li possesses a certain innate wisdom, discovering her unique spark of enlightenment. Qiao Yang is momentarily perplexed by Yin's comment. Yin, why have you taken to monastic life? This world indeed harbors organizations akin to the Buddhist and Taoist sects of Qiao Yang's previous life, though they now exist in the form of academies known as the Silence Academy and the Supreme Academy. These two academies do not specialize in unique spirit beasts, but offer beast tamers the opportunity to cultivate some rather extraordinary abilities, albeit Qiao Yang has yet to witness them. It is said that certain spirit beasts are quite common within these two academies. To borrow the phrasing from Qiao Yang's previous life, the state of these academies mirrors that of the Buddhist sects, seclusion during times of chaos, and seclusion during prosperous eras. In essence, one rarely encounters people, possibly only during inter-academy exchanges. I am not speaking out of turn, Yin explains. I have some understanding of Zhang Li's training as an assassin. During their practice, they engage in something referred to as stillness, allowing them to attune themselves more closely to the darkness, thereby achieving a state of unity with the shadows. This is why the runes constructed by those in the assassin profession often intertwine with the power of dark elements. Given Zhang Li's temperament and her usual speed in responding to messages, it is difficult to ascertain how long she can maintain such a state of stillness. For her to emerge from seclusion so early, could one question her wisdom? Qiao Yang finds himself at a loss for words. But since Zhang Li has emerged, you should take a moment to rest and assist Uncle Zhang, Yin suggests. Very well. It is said that Uncle Zhang was once a chef in the cafeteria of the Glorious Academy, but due to limited talent and cultivation, he could not become a spirit chef. As he aged and could no longer bear the responsibilities of the cafeteria, he left the academy. Eventually, he was lured by the salary offered by the Beast Tamer shop, where he now lends his skills. Thus, Uncle Zhang's culinary prowess is exceptional, and Qiao Yang need not assist him. However, insistent on contributing, Qiao Yang prepared 2 dishes himself, ultimately assembling a feast of 12 dishes, 1 soup, and 4 desserts for Zhang Li's arrival. Chapter 100, Zhang Li's New Spirit Beast. As Zhang Li hurriedly arrived at the tavern, she was greeted by a lavish spread of prepared dishes. With a joyful exclamation, she dashed to the table. Yet, Zhang Li did not immediately sit down to eat. She understood the importance of etiquette. First, she expressed her gratitude to Uncle Zhang and Qiao Yang, then presented a small gift she had prepared, inviting both of them and Zhang Ying to join her for the meal. Zhang Li's gift was not particularly extravagant. It was a self-constructed invisibility rune. Of course, it was not of high sophistication, akin to the principle behind Xiao Ying's realm of darkness. Finally, indulging in some relatively normal food, Zhang Li remarked, "You have no idea what I have been subsisting on these past few days." She spoke while eating, showing no concern for her image, although, in Qiao Yang's presence, she had little regard for such matters. "What have you been subjected to these past few days?" "If my memory serves me correctly, The dining conditions at the Dark Moon Academy are quite decent, Qiao Yang inquired. Although he had never visited the Dark Moon Academy, he had perused forums where many praised its cafeteria, and I refuse to believe you didn't bring any snacks. Ah, that was the norm, Zhongli replied, taking a hearty bite of a massive roasted leg of lamb. These past few days, I was supposed to engage in stillness to seek a breakthrough. My mentor advised that excessive indulgence could disrupt my mindset, forcing me to subsist on rations instead. Furthermore, my snacks were confiscated. Zhongli pouted, taking several more large bites of the roasted lamb leg. Qiao Yang found himself at a loss for words and remained silent. Given the caliber of instructors at the Dark Moon Academy teaching assassin training, Zhang Li's modest abilities seemed insufficient for any meaningful pursuit. Nevertheless, this restricted diet has heightened my craving for delicious food, allowing me to complete the rune construction in a fervor, resulting in my breakthrough, Zhang Li continued. Withdrawal symptoms? Perhaps not the most accurate term, Qiao Yang conceded, unable to find a more fitting description at the moment. He could only affirm Yin's observation. Zhang Li indeed possessed a spark of wisdom, though it is also possible that her instructors at the Dark Moon Academy had been guiding her quietly. Uncle Zhang and Zhang Ying, both of modest cultivation levels, soon finished their meals and chose to leave the space open for Qiao Yang and Zhang Li. Have you contracted a new spirit beast since reaching silver rank? Contracting a spirit beast is a matter of personal privacy, and inquiring about a stranger's contracted spirit beast is generally considered taboo. If two individuals were to freely discuss their contracted spirit beasts, their relationship would be quite evident. You can see for yourself. Zhang Li did not elaborate further. After spending considerable time together, she realized that Qiao Yang seemed capable of discerning spirit beast data, so she opted not to introduce them herself. Instead, she summoned a pair of black puppets while continuing to attack the lamb leg before her. If one were to disregard their color, these puppets were quite adorable, resembling a boy and girl in childlike form, each holding a lotus leaf umbrella. Symbol: Emohi Lo. Level: Intermediate Bronze. Aptitude: Profound. Attributes: Darkness, Soul. Skills: Qiao. Dark Puppet. Where did you find such peculiar spirit beasts? Qiao Yang inquired, noting this spirit beast was indeed quite rare, although it may not possess overwhelming strength. He had only encountered it on the spirit network. Zhang Li smiled at Qiao Yang but did not respond, merely taking another bite of her large elbow. The symbol is a specific classification of spirit beasts, akin to the categories of birds and beasts, referring to those items imbued with special significance. For instance, this pair of dolls, named Emohi Lu, symbolizes the act of seeking cleverness, enhancing a beast tamer's control over spirit power and physical capabilities. However, this entity is not particularly powerful. While the classification may sound esoteric, it lacks formidable beings within it. For example, the similarly classified Qi doll symbolizes weather alteration but does not possess the power to change the weather. Ultimately, these spirit beasts are still of the soul type. However, the soul power of Emohi Lu can be temporarily lent to the beast tamer, allowing for a short-term enhancement of their soul power and thereby enabling more precise control over their spirit power and physical form. The soul power of the Qi doll possesses defensive capabilities, enabling the formation of a protective shield, nothing particularly extraordinary, after all. Thus, Qiao Yang found it somewhat perplexing that Zhang Li had contracted such a spirit beast. I am, after all, an assassin, Zhang Li elucidated for me. A spirit beast serves merely as an auxiliary. The true combat prowess is provided by the shadow killer. Everything else is merely to serve the assassin's profession. The skill Emohi Lu, which enhances control, is remarkably useful, and I need not elaborate further. The abilities of the dark puppet augment my reconnaissance capabilities. Qiao Yang comprehended that some individuals do not rely on spirit beasts for combat. Instead, they tend to contract functional spirit beasts. And it was evident that Zhang Li belonged to this category. And you? What have you been tinkering with recently? Zhang Li, well acquainted with Qiao Yang, noted his lack of communication over the past few days, suspecting he was engrossed in some mechanical endeavor. I'll tell you after dinner. Chapter 101. Although Zhang Li found it impressive, she could only offer peripheral support. Previously, Qiao Yang had informed Uncle Zhang that this meal was specially prepared to celebrate Zhang Li's return from her seclusion, and he emphasized that she likely had not indulged in any fine cuisine during her time away. Consequently, Uncle Zhang prepared 10 dishes, while Qiao Yang contributed 2, each portion generously sized, fearing that Zhang Li might not have enough to eat. This foresight proved prudent, as Zhang Li devoured all 12 dishes, a soup, and 4 desserts in their entirety. I've never seen you go silent for so long. What have you been up to? After satisfying their appetites, Qiao Yang led Zhang Li to the warehouse behind the tavern. This is it. Without further ado, he summoned the wind spirit, albeit incomplete. Zhang Li found herself at a loss for words. It felt somewhat surreal to witness Qiao Yang harboring such a grand project after their time apart. "We are about to engage in an academic exchange at the academy." Qiao Yang excitedly introduced his design, but none of us possess significant physical prowess. So I considered whether I could create a means of transportation myself. After all, my vehicle is unsuitable for the academic exchange, and I am not particularly skilled at driving. Impressive, truly impressive. Although Zhongli could not grasp the intricacies of Qiao Yang's design, it did not diminish her appreciation for its aesthetic appeal. However, I cannot offer much assistance. I can only cheer you on from the sidelines. Zhongli indicated that she would not be undertaking any new training courses in the near future, so she would be spending the next few days at the tavern, assisting Qiao Yang while nurturing her spirit beast. The spirit beast skill Mo is indeed practical, but its innate quality and potential are not particularly strong, resulting in a relatively low intensity of its skills. For instance, the skill that enhances soul power may augment it by 10%. Yet an ability that doubles it is clearly of a different caliber. The Dark Puppet operates similarly, being limited to a single summon, unless the original's combat strength is formidable. The puppet's power will merely mirror that of its progenitor, making it somewhat lacking. However, the ability to summon 100, even if the Dark Puppet holds no combat efficacy, would be a remarkable feat. A lack of strong potential leads to a lower skill intensity and makes subsequent training quite arduous. However, Zhongli appeared not overly concerned. After all, she had managed to acquire a black iron-level spirit beast capable of memory retrieval, the Night Candle Ghost. One might wonder who would believe she lacked any secretive methods. Nonetheless, this did not impede the camaraderie between Qiao Yang and Zhongli. Just as Zhongli never inquired about the source of Qiao Yang's intricate rune formation known as the baseline space, she considered herself sufficiently studious, yet had never encountered such knowledge. She only knew that this rune formation was exceptionally powerful. Had her team possessed anyone capable of utilizing it, they would undoubtedly excel in the upcoming academic exchange. Although Senior Ling Ji was likely to break through to the golden level this time, Zhongli was aware that even he would struggle to wield such a complex rune formation. Perhaps opportunities would arise post-platinum level, or if they could gather 4 golden level individuals, each utilizing a portion of the formation, they might achieve its function. Yet, if her team were to possess 4 golden level members, they would likely excel even without the rune formation during the academic exchange. Digressing, Qiao Yang's primary task in the coming days would be to complete the installation of the outer shell. The chosen material for the outer shell was diamond dragon scales, and Qiao Yang's responsibilities extended beyond mere installation of the materials. The shapes of the diamond dragon scales varied, necessitating that Qiao Yang first cut and polish the larger scales into the required shapes, followed by affixing a base to the airship's keel to accommodate the scales, and finally, installing the rune-carved scales. This method ensured that even if a scale were shattered, it would break into pieces rather than disintegrating entirely, which could render the airship's wind element condensation runes ineffective, causing it to lose buoyancy and mobility. Furthermore, this approach would simplify repairs, requiring only the replacement of damaged scales rather than the complete overhaul of the airship's exterior. To be frank, this was a monumental undertaking. Each rune was minuscule, and covering the entire surface of the airship with individual runes would be a time-consuming endeavor. Thus, for the next few days, the predominant scene involved Qiao Yang and Zhongli working in silence within the warehouse, each absorbed in their tasks. Occasionally, Zhongli would pass tools or materials to Qiao Yang, but little else was exchanged verbally. The monotony of the work rendered it unsustainable for Qiao Yang to persist alone for long. Perhaps he could endure a few hours at most. Thankfully, Zhongli's timely return from seclusion ensured that he could maintain his efforts for a longer duration. Meanwhile, Zhongli quietly nurtured her spirit beasts while Qiao Yang inscribed runes, speaking little, only assisting when called upon, presenting a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Chapter 102. The project was largely complete and capable of flight. Beastmasters typically choose spirit beasts with high potential. However, that statement requires nuance. Borrowing terminology from certain competitive spirit games, one might accurately state that they opt for spirit beasts with high base stats. While individual spirit beasts may vary in innate quality, such qualities can often be developed. However, if the species ceiling is predetermined, then the potential for enhancement is likewise capped. For instance, a rabbit-type spirit beast, no matter how diligently nurtured, will yield limited strength compared to an elephant or bear-type spirit beast, even if the latter has not undergone specialized training. Conversely, rabbit-type spirit beasts exhibit rapid gains in speed or agility, exemplifying the impact of base stats. Spirit beasts of dragon or tiger lineage possess high stats across the board, thus enhancing their training efficiency. Hence, beastmasters attuned to dragon or tiger spirit beasts generally exhibit commendable strength, subject to financial constraints. In contrast, despite their pronounced shortcomings, elephant or turtle-type spirit beasts possess significant strengths that can overshadow their deficiencies, rendering them popular among many beastmasters. However, spirit beasts like Zhang Li's Mo, which rely on functional advantages, often have lower base stats. This necessitates careful consideration of base stats when training such beasts. Typically, the approach involves evolution or regression. For instance, the green serpent encountered by Qiao Yang and Zhang Li could be directly trained, albeit with minimal returns. However, upon awakening its bloodline to become the Xinming serpent, subsequent training would yield far more rapid improvements. However, this is not feasible for the Mo, as Zhang Li's pair of Mo, in a certain sense, are merely puppets shrouded in dark energy, devoid of any lineage, rendering evolution irrelevant. Although Qiao Yang is aware of the existence of such spirit beasts, he has seldom encountered anyone willing to form a contract with them. His curiosity piqued. He wonders what methods Zhang Li employs to nurture this pair of Mo, for he simply cannot fathom it. Zhang Li's approach is rather peculiar. She does not utilize any spiritual materials or elixirs, and these puppets lack mouths. Instead, she incessantly whispers something to the pair. Of course, in order not to disturb Qiao Yang, Zhang Li conveys information to them through a soul contract. Qiao Yang can discern that Zhang Li is indeed using the soul contract to communicate. During a break, the two engage in a conversation regarding this matter, and Qiao Yang, filled with curiosity, inquires, "What exactly are you incessantly telling this pair? Are you delivering a sermon?" It is said that the Taishang Academy hosts a special event known as a sermon, which sounds rather mystical. High-level sermons are reputed to evoke awe and even cause stones to nod in agreement. Thus, Qiao Yang's question arises. "Certainly not. I am not one of those charlatans from the Taishang Academy or the Jimmy Academy," Zhang Li retorts, fully aware of the sermon activity at Taishang Academy. Although she has never encountered individuals from either institution, it does not inhibit her from labeling them as charlatans. "Then what are you continuously discussing?" Qiao Yang presses. "Well, it wouldn't hurt to tell you." Zhang Li muses on how to explain. "You should understand that the potential of symbolic entities like the Mo is rather limited. They cannot evolve or awaken their bloodlines, correct?" Qiao Yang nods, acknowledging that if not for the limitations inherent in symbolic entities, the practical utility of the Mohla skill would have already induced a frenzy among practitioners. What I just did was instruct them on their cultivation methods, enabling them to ultimately transcend their external constraints from within and transform into a pure soul form akin to the Lingzhu. Lingzhu is the name of Zhang Li's night candle soul. Is that truly achievable? Qiao Yang questions, skeptical. If symbolic entities possessed such capabilities, they would not be deemed to have low potential. Moreover, considering the Mohli's history likely predates that of beast tamers, it seems improbable that such abilities would have gone unnoticed over the years. Certainly, relying solely on themselves is insufficient. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so obscure. It requires additional means. Allowing them to cultivate on their own is merely the first step. Zhang Li replies with a mysterious smile. "Very well then, I shall await the outcome. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Rest assured, if such a time arises, I will not hold back." Given the rapport between Zhang Li and Qiao Yang, as long as the requests are not excessively demanding, both are quite accommodating. "By the way, I have completed the installation of the outer shell. Would you care to give it a try?" Zhang Li has been preoccupied with guiding the Mohlu in their cultivation, while Qiao Yang has been tirelessly engaged in the installation of the outer shell. The outer shell of the airship is substantial, while each rune is minuscule. Furthermore, the outer shell requires not only wind element condensation runes, but also gravity disruption runes. The positions of these runes have been meticulously calculated and must be precise. To prevent errors, Qiao Yang installed a projection device in the warehouse, converting the rune diagrams into holographic projections to align with the airship located in the reference space, ensuring accuracy for each rune placement. The test results aligned with expectations. The airship indeed floated. However, the strong winds generated during the condensation of wind elements proved somewhat uncomfortable for both. Chapter 103, Basic Completion. Currently, the airship is merely capable of floating. It cannot yet be deemed capable of flight. To achieve aerial movement, jet propulsion systems must be added. As for the riding experience, Qiao Yang has yet to lay down a floor or install seats within, making it feasible to test its buoyancy, but not particularly comfortable for sitting. The next phase involves the installation of various propulsion systems. In his previous life, Qiao Yang categorized propulsion systems into two main types, both based on relatively simple principles. Though sourcing the materials can be challenging. The first is the air jet engine, commonly used in various aircraft. It generates jet streams by utilizing the atmosphere. For instance, it can burn fuel using oxygen from the atmosphere as an oxidizer, producing gas streams, or heat air within a nuclear heat exchanger before expelling it through a nozzle. However, It is evident that Qiao Yang cannot directly employ such engines, as his airship may need to operate underwater, where water cannot serve as an oxidizer. The second type is the rocket engine, which incorporates its own oxidizer, allowing it to function independently of surrounding mediums, operational under any condition. Additionally, the thrust of such engines is not limited by atmospheric pressure, allowing for consistent output. The challenge, however, lies in the fact that both the oxidizer and the propellant contribute to weight. Rockets face a classic dilemma: to lift the weight of the fuel itself into the sky. More fuel is necessary, leading to an endless cycle of increased weight. This is why Qiao Yang opted for a multi-stage rocket design in his previous life. Even with this approach, the fuel requirements remain high. The power source for Qiao Yang's airship is a spirit-gathering array. Thus, the jet propulsion system cannot rely on chemical fuels. Although using void stones effectively addresses fuel storage issues, Qiao Yang is reluctant to carry a multitude of void stones each time he ventures out. Therefore, this jet propulsion system will continue to center around rune arrays, driven by the spirit-gathering array. In essence, it combines the burning flame array, the storm array, and the purple thunder array, using the energies of heavenly lightning and earthly fire to propel the airship. However, for aquatic navigation, these three alone are insufficient. The electric elements of the purple thunder array would disperse in water, inflicting catastrophic damage on the surrounding ecology, while the burning flame array struggles to concentrate fire elements. Thus, Qiao Yang has also incorporated a wave array. Nevertheless, the fuel propulsion method will still be retained, albeit not as a standard practice, in cases requiring a temporary power boost. Additional fuel can be added to the propulsion system, combined with overload runes for a sudden burst of speed. As for this fuel, Qiao Yang has previously encountered flame crystals and lightning crystals, both of which can annihilate elements like those in elemental arrays to release energy, thus powering the jet propulsion system. The spatial capacity of void stones above the Shen rank is sufficiently vast, allowing for prolonged storage of elemental crystals. Moreover, according to Qiao Yang's design, the airship's speed should be adequate to handle most situations, minimizing the need to utilize elemental crystals. Not only does the propulsion system at the rear of the airship need to be configured, but also around the periphery, facilitating sharp turns and allowing for adjustments in mid-air posture. The complication arises from the challenging operational nature of this setup. Continuous turns can result in a floating sensation. Although the airship's control relies on the vessel spirit, inertia is beyond its influence. Just as a person running at high speed requires time to brake, attempting to halt abruptly would result in a fall. Additionally, inertia is solely dependent on an object's mass, unaffected by gravity, volume, or density. Given the airship's mass, its inertia is considerable, making alterations to its state of motion quite challenging. The side propulsion systems, lacking substantial power, paired with the airship's mass, inevitably result in a degree of drifting during turns. In reality, after the installation of the propulsion systems, the airship foam pool is already operational. While sitting inside may not be particularly comfortable, and it may even be impossible to sit at all, it is certainly sufficient for a hasty escape in times of urgency. After all, when one's life is hanging by a thread, concerns regarding comfort become trivial. As for issues of comfort, items such as seating can be readily ordered from the glorious treasure pavilion, and fixtures for bathrooms and kitchens can be directly purchased, as there are companies that specialize in this. Moreover, there is currently a promotional event offering not only attractive discounts, but also complimentary installation, making it quite a worthwhile investment. Beyond the standard features of these mobile homes, there exists a crucial element. Due to the flight mechanics of the airship, it is completely enclosed. It is unfavorable to be unable to see the surroundings within a closed space. Hence, Qiao Yang arranged several sets of perspective rune displays to facilitate observation of the environment. In fact, Qiao Yang even configured the displays to be panoramic, aligning more closely with human habits. The remaining functionalities can be gradually added later. However, although the project is essentially complete, Qiao Yang still needs to conduct tests, should any malfunction occur during the exchange with the Academy. It could spell disaster for him and his companions. Chapter 104. Gradually emerging from seclusion. The manufacturing of the airship, Wind Spirit, is nearing its conclusion, with the subsequent steps primarily involving the installation of accessories and the verification of technical issues. Over the past few days, Zhongli has been assisting Qiao Yang while incessantly instructing her two spirit beasts, He and Lu. It is worth mentioning that He and Lu appear as a pair, and according to Zhongli, they indeed are two distinct spirit beasts. Frankly, Zhongli's daily mutterings to He and Lu resemble a sermon, though she adamantly denies such a notion, even going so far as to admit that she feels somewhat mentally unstable. Qiao Yang does not quite understand, as it seems that the reputation of charlatans in this world is even worse than that of the mentally unstable. Zhang Li would rather confess to insanity than acknowledge any resemblance to a charlatan. Thus, Qiao Yang has always been curious about the true nature of the Jimmy Academy and the Taishang Academy, as it appears that the general consensus regarding these two long-secluded institutions is not particularly favorable. Even the Tianji Academy, which specializes in the mystical arts and rigorously studies spiritual communication and astrology, serious esoteric knowledge, is merely regarded as somewhat eccentric rather than charlatan-like. In truth, these two academies are not particularly objectionable. They are, in fact, commendable institutions. In a casual conversation with Zhang Li, when this topic arose, she elucidated that the students within these academies are quite pragmatic, and their reputation is generally positive. Due to the unique nature of the cultivation path, students from both the Jimmy Academy and the Taishang Academy are required to engage in charitable deeds. Thus, it can be said that the students from these two academies are indeed recognized for their genuine efforts. Wasn't it said that they are secluded in their cultivation? Qiao Yang inquired, puzzled. According to her understanding, secluded cultivation should entail daily meditation, seemingly contradictory to the notion of performing good deeds. It's not quite like that. Zhang Li clarified. These two academies differ from our way of life. Secluded cultivation is commendable, yet there are many residents on the mountain. We students venture into the wilderness to explore, convert our findings into federal currency, and subsequently exchange them with others. However, both schools are dedicated to purification. Their daily sustenance relies on alms or cultivating and foraging. In exchange, they serve as teachers to the surrounding residents. Consequently, while the number of students in these two schools is limited, the local populace holds them in high regard. Then why does it seem that you all harbor some discontent towards these two schools? Why is Zhang Li so averse to the term sermon? This is somewhat unrelated to the two academies. Although the Jimmy Academy and the Taishang Academy do conduct sermons, they would never do so outside of their institutions. However, many individuals have exploited the names of these two academies to preach for profit, leading to many being deceived due to the public's unfamiliarity with them. Since then, the term charlatan has been specifically associated with these individuals, and the concept of sermon has evolved accordingly. Qiao Yang grasped the situation. So these two academies have not investigated this matter? Such a serious issue affecting the school's reputation should warrant their attention, right? Upon mentioning this, Zhang Li expressed her helplessness. The village lacks internet access. Qiao Yang was left bewildered. Both academies are nestled deep within the mountains, where the residents seldom use mobile phones and never log onto the spiritual network, hence they are completely unaware of these occurrences. Their essay message. Is it Lin Hao? Has he emerged from seclusion? Qiao Yang noticed a notification on her personal terminal. I thought he would be the first to come out. Yet so many days have passed. Lin Hao's method of breakthrough involves leveraging external forces to enhance his physical form, which is relatively easier. Who knows? Let us ask him. Qiao Yang sent Lin Hao a message, inviting him to the tavern. This guy upon seeing Lin Hao's response. Qiao Yang found herself at a loss. Lin Hao indicated that he would first take some time to rest until Wu Ling emerges from seclusion, and then they would gather. Upon reflection, it makes sense. Lin Hao must have just returned from a battle in the wilderness and needs to readjust his mental state. Although he is likely to pursue the path of physical cultivation henceforth, maintaining mental fortitude is equally crucial. In this world, methods of mental assault do exist. However, due to the generally robust soul strength of beast tamers, they tend to avoid using mental attacks unless they are confident. There is only one exception when facing students from the Barbarian Beast Academy, who specialize in physical cultivation, due to their lack of spiritual refinement in their advancement. Students from the Barbarian Beast Academy often possess vulnerabilities in soul defense. Thus, they typically wear accessories designed to withstand soul attacks. Yet even so, they still need to train their mental fortitude. It's akin to a person wearing armor that certainly enhances defense. However, if their innate strength is too feeble to support the armor's weight, they ultimately suffer the consequences. Chapter 105. Lin Hao and Wu Ling's new changes. The disparity between silver and bronze tiers is indeed significant. In fact, the differences between each major rank of beast tamers are substantial within the same major rank. Instances of lower-tier silver defeating mid-tier silver are rare but not unheard of. Yet, crossing major ranks, such as a bronze defeating a silver or a silver defeating a gold, has never occurred. Although Qiao Yang's Dominator can slay gold-tier spirit beasts, this merely signifies her capability to injure or defeat gold-tier beast tamers. It does not imply that she can triumph in a direct confrontation with a gold-tier beast tamer. This is because Qiao Yang relies solely on the offensive power of Dominator to reach gold-tier standards, while her own defensive capabilities remain at silver tier. The standard for gold tier is the ability to construct a complete rune array in a single thought, with powerful attacks being their forte. Conversely, the runes constructed by silver tier are fundamentally reinforcement types, Whether enhancing oneself or augmenting pre-existing items, there is always a limit. And their offensive power can never compare to that of rune arrays. Fortunately, possessing gold-tier offensive capabilities lays the foundation for potentially overcoming gold-tier adversaries, perhaps under specific circumstances. Aided by favorable conditions, Qiao Yang might achieve the feat of a silver-tier triumphing over a gold-tier opponent. However, unless absolutely necessary, Qiao Yang would not voluntarily seek to challenge a gold-tier adversary. She is not foolish enough to gamble against a potential genius. Such endeavors, where victory yields no benefit but defeat incurs substantial losses, are not endeavors Qiao Yang wishes to pursue. According to Senior Ling Ji, it would be prudent for Qiao Yang and her companions to reach at least high bronze or even peak bronze. He stated that this would provide a more secure footing. Thus, it can be inferred that the spirit beasts encountered during the Academy exchange will likely be around high bronze or peak bronze tier, with other teams from the Academy having similar configurations. Certainly, this does not imply that once Qiao Yang and his companions have advanced, they can swagger through the Academy exchanges with impunity. Based on Qiao Yang's extensive reading of novels, he has observed that whenever a protagonist levels up in preparation for a competition, they often find their opponents inexplicably stronger than in previous years, resulting in a far more intense contest than before. This phenomenon is nothing short of the so-called involution. Therefore, Qiao Yang has ample reason to surmise that during this academic exchange, they may encounter adversaries boasting a configuration of 1 gold level and 4 silver level participants. Although the Academy exchange operates on a meritocratic rather than a ranking basis, requiring the collection of a certain number of items or the fulfillment of specific criteria for selection, Qiao Yang has heard that the standards for success are exceedingly stringent, making it nearly impossible to rely solely on collection efforts. It is not difficult for anyone to guess what the solution to this predicament might be. Indeed, it is to resort to theft. Unlike the previous arena battles, the Academy exchange lacks the illusionary beasts that create phantoms. Hence, the stakes are considerably higher, with a notable mortality rate. From past experiences, Qiao Yang's team configuration should theoretically pose minimal risk, yet he is acutely aware that historical precedents can often be misleading. Thus, he resolves to diligently complete his airship and subsequently enhance the Dominator. 2 arrays of 9 cannons should suffice for now. The formidable 27-cannon array required to form a level 4 floating cannon is still beyond his current capabilities. Lin Hao has emerged from seclusion. 2. Qiao Yang mused as he perused the messages on his personal terminal. It appears that Lin Hao has been visiting the martial spirit. Lin Hao is charting a path focused on physical combat, but despite the unique nature of the spirit beasts he contracts, his advancement remains aligned with the conventional progression of beastmasters. The sight of Feng Pe is likely to astonish them, Qiao Yang thought. As anticipated, upon encountering Feng Pe, the martial spirit's initial reaction was to rub her eyes before directing her gaze towards Qiao Yang and Zhang Li, who were assisting staff in installing various configurations. "Have I been secluded for too long?" she inquired, incredulously. "Indeed, it seems you and Lin Hao have been in seclusion for quite some time," Qiao Yang replied earnestly. "That's not what I meant. I was merely expressing astonishment at the fact that you managed to construct such a sizable vessel in just a few days." The martial spirit remarked, still somewhat incredulous. "Yes, I felt our mobility was rather inadequate. Previously, we relied on information asymmetry to gain an advantage in the arena battles, which is why I created this airship to facilitate rapid movement for everyone," Qiao Yang explained. "By the way, do you have any new developments?" Qiao Yang inquired, knowing full well that the martial spirit had many questions, but he took the initiative to ask first, intending to discuss the airship later. As for Lin Hao, ever since he ventured to the Savage Beast Academy, he has become increasingly taciturn. Yes, indeed," the martial spirit began, organizing her thoughts. "You should know that I can only contract with the 9-spike grain spirit beast, so my capabilities are entirely reliant on the plants absorbed by it." Qiao Yang nodded. Understanding this point well, "I have thoroughly tested all the abilities, combinations, and effects produced by the 9-spike grain's absorption of plants during this time, and now I can prepare them in bulk." "Oh, is that so? That's wonderful," Zhang Li interjected. "This means we need not worry about healing issues. Pharmacists and healing professions each possess their distinct advantages. Healing professions yield rapid results, yet are constrained by their own spiritual energy and soul power, whereas pharmacists may not provide immediate effects but can prepare remedies in advance. As for runes, I have just emerged from seclusion, and I haven't studied many. I have only learned a calming rune and a flourishing rune. The calming rune is essential for every beastmaster, while the flourishing rune corresponds to the ferocity rune for animal types and the overload rune for mechanical types, enhancing the healing capabilities of plant spirit beasts and accelerating fruiting or blooming, albeit at the cost of potential damage to the spirit beasts in the long run. Chapter 106, The Willpower Rune. The martial spirit, as a Beastmaster, does not possess particularly high combat prowess. One cannot expect a Beastmaster who has contracted with a stationary plant like the nine-spike grain to exhibit extraordinary combat capabilities. The contributions of Beastmasters like the martial spirit are primarily manifested through the pre-preparation of an extensive supply of medicines, the deployment of traps in positional warfare, and various forms of supplementary damage. Furthermore, due to her limited number of contracted spirit beasts, her soul power remains abundant. And since she does not require much soul power to summon her spirit beasts, she can employ several runes to support her teammates without depleting her reserves as quickly as Qiao Yang and Zhongli might. And you, Lin Hao? I have long been curious about the rune you selected. Qiao Yang and Zhongli turned their attention to him. Many students at the Savage Beast Academy, where Lin Hao studies, rely on physical combat, and these students have a shortcut to advancement. They can solidify a rune on themselves using the blood of spirit beasts. This method allows them to level up, albeit with limitations on rune diversity in the future, but as long as their combat skills are sufficient, it poses little issue. Lin Hao's affinity for spirit beasts lies with felines, known for their agility and strength, thus making this method a fitting choice for him. However, Lin Hao's spirit beasts are imbued with elemental attributes, complicating matters during close combat, as elemental attacks can interfere with Lin Hao's own fighting style. In this regard, he faces certain disadvantages. So, the willpower rune? Qiao Yang expressed surprise. Do you possess such confidence in your combat abilities and endurance? The solidified runes significantly influence the combat style of melee-oriented Beastmasters. Once a Beastmaster decides to pursue this path, they will select corresponding runes based on their fighting style. For instance, choosing a ferocity rune would emphasize aggressive assaults, while selecting a healing rune or ironbone rune would lean towards endurance in battle. The Eagle Eye rune enhances observational skills during combat, enabling better detection of opponents' vulnerabilities. The willpower rune is a rather unconventional choice, as it enhances resilience against negative sensations and emotions such as fear, pain, fatigue, heat, and cold. Qiao Yang understood that Lin Hao's selection aimed to mitigate the elemental skills of his spirit beast's effects on himself. However, this rune does not enhance one's combat strength. If a Beastmaster's fighting skills are lacking, it merely transforms them from a punching bag into a slightly more resilient punching bag. Yet, if a Beastmaster possesses exceptional combat skills, this rune can maximize their fighting potential. When a person experiences pain, their instinct is to recoil, and even with healing or ironbone runes, this reaction persists. However, the willpower rune circumvents this instinct, allowing the Beastmaster's combat capabilities to remain at their peak. In summary, this rune has a high upper limit, yet a low lower threshold, making it a choice that those lacking confidence in their combat abilities would hesitate to employ. Thus, your prolonged period without advancement was dedicated to finding a spirit beast whose blood could be used to inscribe the willpower rune. Another reason for the rarity of the willpower rune is that the blood of spirit beasts suitable for solidifying this rune is quite challenging to procure. The type of spirit beast blood used for rune solidification is critical. It cannot be randomly selected. The overarching principle is that the spirit beast must possess a correspondingly high attribute. Generally, the ferocity rune is associated with spirit beasts capable of entering a frenzied state, while the ironbone rune is typically selected for those with robust defensive capabilities. The situation regarding the perseverance runes is somewhat convoluted, as it encompasses two distinct aspects. The ability to endure pain, as well as extremes of heat and cold, is derived from the steadfastness of the proud spirit beasts, whereas the endurance against fatigue is attributed to creatures with superior stamina, such as camels. However, the proud spirit beasts are rather scarce, and camel-like spirit beasts are predominantly found in desert regions, resulting in Lin Hao requiring a considerable amount of time to gather the blood of spirit beasts necessary for the Guhu rune. Yangzi, I've heard you've also practiced close combat techniques. Shall we engage in a friendly spar? Lin Hao replied, evidently brimming with confidence in his combat abilities. Chapter 107, the sparring match, the outcome of which is easily predictable. Interestingly, Qiao Yang was completely unaware of how Lin Hao learned that he had trained in close combat skills, as he believed he had not disclosed this information. However, upon reflection, it seemed he had mentioned it before, having showcased his proficiency in close combat prior to the arena competition, stating that he could engage Lin Hao in melee combat. Yet, he had been so preoccupied with the airship affairs over the past few days that it had slipped his mind. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous, as he was in dire need of some physical exertion after the intense work on the airship, which was nearing completion. Very well, shall we engage barehanded or with weapons? Qiao Yang readily agreed, fully aware that he might not stand a chance against Lin Hao, yet this did not deter him from accepting the challenge. The reasons for Qiao Yang's certainty in his likely defeat were glaringly obvious. Lin Hao was a student at the Beast Academy, where his primary curriculum revolved around grappling with various opponents and spirit beasts. In contrast, Qiao Yang's main occupation involved blacksmithing, making it rather peculiar if he were to emerge victorious over Lin Hao. After all, mastering combat skills is not akin to cultivating cabbage, sprouting forth after mere days. Qiao Yang was certainly not the type to effortlessly grasp unparalleled martial arts from a mere tome, relying on just a few days of training to overcome Lin Hao, who was consistently engaged in battles, was indeed an overestimation of Qiao Yang's capabilities. Although he had received guidance from Yin, it was not the kind that could instantly elevate Qiao Yang's combat prowess to an elevated level. Moreover, Lin Hao's natural talent could be deemed commendable. If he were unable to best Qiao Yang under such circumstances, it would reflect poorly on his regard for others. Despite these considerations, Qiao Yang accepted the challenge. As he had articulated, he was simply too busy of late and required an outlet to relieve his pent-up energy. Furthermore, the spirit beasts he had contracted were mechanical creations, which invariably provided him with a portion of enhanced physical strength, leading Qiao Yang to believe that defeat was not a foregone conclusion, even if it were to occur. It would not be a thorough trouncing. Weapons. Are you courting disaster? Qiao Yang wielded a ship-slicing blade, while Lin Hao brandished a hefty axe. The clash of these two weapons posed no concern, but a single misstep could only be salvaged by divine intervention. Well then, let us proceed barehanded. Do you wish to utilize an octagonal cage? After careful consideration, Qiao Yang concluded that their weapons were more suited for the battlefield than for sparring. An octagonal cage? What is that? Lin Hao inquired, somewhat puzzled. Typically, sparring occurs within a confined space, does it not? The enclosed space refers to a rune formation commonly employed during sparring to isolate the combat area from the surroundings, thus preventing accidental injuries. However, this rune does not pertain to space. It merely serves as a makeshift barrier. Never mind, let us begin. Truth be told, Qiao Yang had not engaged in such a release for quite some time. As soon as the match commenced, he charged forward, disregarding his stamina, unleashing a torrent of punches upon Lin Hao. Qiao Yang was not particularly adept at utilizing his legs for offense. Although it is often said that one's arms cannot outmatch one's thighs, the legs are essential for maintaining balance, and standing on one leg can lead to complications. Regrettably, while Qiao Yang's assault was indeed ferocious, Lin Hao merely needed to guard his head, as receiving a few blows elsewhere was inconsequential. Lacking systematic training in unarmed combat, Qiao Yang's attacks, though wild, consumed substantial energy. Thus, when Lin Hao seized the opportunity to strike unexpectedly, Qiao Yang was unable to defend himself as he had moments before, resulting in a hit to the inner side of his forearm. Consequently, his punch veered off course, leaving his torso exposed, allowing Lin Hao to land a clean blow to his chest. In a real confrontation, that strike could have easily found its way to Qiao Yang's head, followed by a series of powerful punches. However, this was merely a sparring session, not a life-or-death struggle. There was no need for excessive force. Lin Hao intended to hold back. And while the strike to Qiao Yang's chest was sufficient to cause a rush of blood and momentarily destabilize him, Lin Hao quickly sensed something amiss. Qiao Yang's physique was surprisingly resilient. While it wasn't as exaggerated as striking a steel plate, Lin Hao could distinctly feel that Qiao Yang seemed hardly affected. Haha, Qiao Yang grinned. Don't underestimate me, Haozi. Though I am not a combat specialist, my combat prowess is no trifling matter. Let us go again. Lin Hao's enthusiasm visibly surged. This kind of battle was engaging, devoid of a one-sided affair. In a shift from his previous defensive stance, Lin Hao actively advanced toward Qiao Yang, who, relying on his physical robustness, decided to meet Lin Hao head-on rather than adopt a defensive posture as Lin Hao had. As a trained fighter with extensive real combat experience, Lin Hao possessed a skill in distance control that Qiao Yang lacked. Such an ability is typically beyond the reach of non-professionals. Although Qiao Yang had undergone some training, it could not compare to Lin Hao's specialized practice. In other words, it frequently occurred that Lin Hao could strike Qiao Yang while the latter found it difficult to reach Lin Hao. Moreover, Qiao Yang's approach demanded considerable stamina, and it was not long before he exhibited clear signs of fatigue. I can't do it anymore. I can't match you, Lin Hao. Observing his dwindling energy while Lin Hao remained sprightly, Qiao Yang conceded. After all, losing to a professional was nothing to be ashamed of. Chapter 108, Testing the Airship. There is a saying that each profession has its specialties. After all, Qiao Yang had not dedicated himself to close combat training, and losing in such a sparring match was not humiliating. If weapons had been employed, the outcome of their sparring might have been even less certain. There's no point in discussing that. If you used weapons, you would have been finished even quicker. Yin interjected suddenly in Qiao Yang's mind. Lin Hao is far more adept at weaponry than you are, and once weapons are introduced, you can no longer rely solely on your physical strength as you did before. All right, Qiao Yang conceded, feeling somewhat helpless. Human energy is finite. Once a path is chosen, it becomes challenging to balance other aspects. Having opted for the mechanical route, he naturally could not excel in close combat like Lin Hao, who specialized in it. However, this was not an acceptable situation. Thus far, he had not fully leveraged the advantages of the mechanical system. Yin stated earnestly, "Is that so?" Qiao Yang questioned, perplexed. "Other spirit beasts surely do not possess golden-level attack power at the silver level like I do. That is but one aspect. Have you forgotten the greatest advantage of the mechanical or technological path?" Yin countered. "What is it?" Qiao Yang, having just completed a match, found his mind muddled and unable to grasp the concept. "Mass deployment, my friend," Yin revealed. "The mechanical system can create an army from a single individual. The technological path excels in brute force over finesse. While individual strength may not surpass that of the adversary and lacking flashy abilities, the relentless tide of reinforcements can overwhelm the opponent. This is the essence of mechanical calamity. I have considered this as well, Yin." Qiao Yang finally began to grasp the situation, but the stark reality of their financial constraints weighed heavily on him. Indeed, Yin remained silent. The lack of funds was a significant impediment. If it were during Yin's prime, he would undoubtedly have had strategies to navigate this dilemma. Yet that was not the case now. Moreover, Qiao Yang questioned the relevance of this discussion to his need to master close-quarters combat. He understood that Yin would not speak without purpose. His words implied that there was a distinct advantage to be gained from this approach. If they were to amass an army, it was imperative to diversify their forces, while artillery and aircraft could obliterate numerous foes. At times the objective was not to devastate an area, but to eliminate enemies without causing collateral damage to the surrounding environment. In such scenarios, a unit capable of swiftly neutralizing adversaries in close combat became essential. Additionally, in a world predominantly focused on exploration and resource gathering, melee units might very well become the future backbone of their military. This melee force would necessitate training, particularly for the initial model, which would require Qiao Yang's direct involvement. Although Qiao Yang comprehended Yin's intentions, the thought of future responsibilities sent a shiver down his spine. This is merely the first step. We shall address other matters in due course. After all, progress is made step by step, and you have only just begun, Yin spoke gently. Your ultimate goal is to explore the cosmos, and the machinery you will require will become increasingly peculiar. There must be no weaknesses. Feeling overwhelmed, Qiao Yang's expression fell. "It's all right, take your time. There's no need to rush these matters. In fact, you have already made significant strides." "Very well, but for now, let us proceed to test the performance of the wind spirit," Qiao Yang said, attempting to shake off his worries as life must continue. The airship, Wind Spirit, had just been completed, and he decided to invite Jiang Li and a few others to join in the testing. Naturally, they opted not to pilot the airship within the city. The potential for loss of control was too great. Instead, they traveled by vehicle to the grassland region where they had previously conducted tests. Jiang Li took the wheel again. Although she had taught Qiao Yang to drive after their last outing, he was still not proficient. Upon reaching the grassland, Qiao Yang initially intended to test the airship alone, but Jiang Li insisted on joining him. Considering her ability to merge with the shadow assassin, rendering her impervious to harm, Qiao Yang acquiesced. Lin Hao and Wu Ling had also expressed interest in participating, but testing required someone to assist from outside and another to remain in the vehicle to drive, leaving them unable to join. Wu Ling, possessing limited combat prowess, was more suited to remain with the vehicle, while Lin Hao was tasked with assessing the airship's defensive capabilities against attacks. Wu Ling's driving skills, however, were not a concern. As the leader of her generation in the Wu family, she was well versed in handling vehicles and could confidently accelerate without incident. Chapter 109. Indeed, there are issues. The evaluation of a vehicle-like transport such as the airship boils down to its defensive capabilities, speed, agility, and comfort. Qiao Yang had not equipped it with any additional features. Hence, they began the testing process with the most fundamental aspect, motion. The airship boasted side-opening doors, akin to the rear doors of a van, which conformed to its streamlined design and facilitated effective sealing. It must be said that the seating was quite comfortable. The seats Qiao Yang had ordered were designed to fit the contours of the human body and could be adjusted according to individual physique, ensuring that prolonged sitting would not result in discomfort. Once Jiang Li and Qiao Yang were seated, he issued a command to Wind Spirit, which caused the surrounding air elements to gather and gradually lift the vessel into the air. "Wind Spirit, can we accelerate a bit quicker?" Qiao Yang inquired through the soul contract, recognizing that such a starting speed would be insufficient in the wilderness when an escape was necessary. Jiang Li, hold on tight. I want to test the maximum ascent and descent speed, he stated, receiving a positive affirmation from the soul contract before proceeding with the experiment. As Jiang Li braced herself, the sudden surge of acceleration pinned her firmly against her seat. This is quite fast, she exclaimed to Wu Ling and Lin Hao, who stood outside. They were grateful not to have joined, as they could only imagine the discomfort Qiao Yang and Zhongli were experiencing. Wu Ling understood the immense pressure those inside must endure under such acceleration, and she felt a wave of relief for her decision to remain behind. The descent would similarly be challenging. However, Qiao Yang discovered that the maximum speed of descent equated to free fall, which did not present a means of faster descent. Thus, the landing was manageable, feeling more like a complete weightlessness, at least for Zhongli, who was accustomed to jumping around throughout the day. At least they wouldn't be slammed against the ceiling due to downward acceleration. Those familiar with elevators know that during descent, there is an initial sensation of weightlessness, followed by a brief period of increased gravity as it slows near the ground. The airship's descent operated on a similar principle to avoid a harsh landing. It had to decelerate as it approached the ground. Although the experience was not particularly pleasant, Zhongli recognized that the airship was not primarily designed for comfort. Thus, she sought solace in her beverage. The airtight integrity had been previously verified by a professional agency, confirming there were no issues. Next on the agenda was to test speed and agility. Qiao Yang had specifically informed Zhongli to prepare herself mentally before he issued a command to wind spirit. When evaluating vehicles, one often encounters the term pushback sensation, referring to the feeling of being propelled against the seat during acceleration. A strong pushback sensation indicates excellent instantaneous acceleration performance. However, the airship's performance seemed excessively powerful. "This is too much," Zhongli exclaimed as she was once again pressed hard against her seat by the ferocious acceleration. This time, the force was significantly more intense due to the use of jet propulsion. Qiao Yang's enhancements to the spirit-gathering formation showcased their might, as this speed far surpassed that of the vehicle he previously purchased. Yet, this led to the first predicament. Under such explosive acceleration, agility became a non-issue. Those who have driven know the consequences of making sharp turns at high speeds. Additionally, another complication arose. The braking system Qiao Yang had originally designed seemed inadequate under such propulsion, as it struggled to halt the airship effectively. Qiao Yang's braking method involved shutting down the propulsion while increasing the energy supply to the wind element condensation runes, thereby elevating the density of the surrounding air elements to enhance the resistance acting on the airship. This principle was sound. However, reality often diverges from plans. Qiao Yang realized that with the power of the upgraded spirit-gathering formation, the airship's speed was too swift, and its streamlined design rendered increased air resistance ineffective, resulting in a protracted braking distance. "This won't do," Qiao Yang remarked as he and Zhongli disembarked from the airship, observing the furrows carved into the ground behind it. Just moments ago, as they struggled to stop, they had been forced to allow the airship to land on the ground, dragging along for a considerable distance before finally coming to a halt. Fortunately, the shield generator corrected the airship's posture, preventing it from rolling due to the sudden friction upon landing. Thanks to the vastness of the prairie, had there been a mountain, would we not have collided headlong into it? While the formidable exterior of the Diamond Dragon scale would undoubtedly remain unscathed, even the dragging across the ground earlier would not mar it with a single scratch. How would we extricate ourselves from a mountainous predicament? Should I consider installing a reverse mechanism? It dawned on Qiao Yang that his airship had a significant design flaw. He had neglected to incorporate a reverse function. Chapter 110. The problem is resolved, but how do we return? Qiao Yang found himself in a state of bemusement. He had accounted for nearly everything except the most fundamental aspect of reversing. The absence of a reverse function imposes considerable limitations on the operational areas of the airship. In the expansive prairie, where there are no obstacles, this oversight is not immediately apparent. However, should one wish to navigate through a valley or a forest, it becomes imperative to ascertain whether there is sufficient room for turning. Otherwise, encountering a dead end could lead to an awkward predicament. Elevating the airship is not always a viable solution to being trapped. Overhead in the woods, branches frequently intertwine, while protruding rocks loom above in the valleys, both of which would hinder the ascent of the airship. Furthermore, the wind elements that gather around the airship are non-aggressive, and Qiao Yang has not equipped the vessel with any weaponry to eliminate these obstacles. Although Qiao Yang could employ Dominate to clear obstructions, it would be a cumbersome task. Dominate's pursuit of power results in an excessively concentrated energy output, rendering it slow for clearing branches. In a valley, he would hesitate to fire indiscriminately, as the uncertain geological structure could trigger landslides, resulting in misfortune for Qiao Yang himself. Thus, after much contemplation, it becomes evident that adding a reverse function would be the most convenient solution. Furthermore, implementing such a feature is not overly complex. It does not necessitate altering the airship's structure significantly. Essentially, it bears resemblance to the braking method Qiao Yang previously devised, creating a sealed space at the front of the airship using a shield generator. then condensing wind elements within to push the airship backward. All that is required is to enhance the shield generator with a function to shield against elements. Currently, shield generators come in 3 varieties: those that shield against physical attacks, those that shield against elemental attacks, and those that shield against spiritual energy. The shields can also operate in 2 modes: fixed in place or moving with the generator. Naturally, the shield generator installed on the airship is of the highest grade, encompassing all these features. Although Qiao Yang is not particularly wealthy, he has never skimped on such matters. This modification is straightforward. He simply needs to make adjustments upon returning. Then there is the issue of braking. The existing braking method lacks efficiency. Qiao Yang requires a more effective braking solution. Typically, ships utilize anchors, but clearly, there is no place to deploy an anchor here. He discussed potential solutions with Zhongli. If mechanical means are inadequate, they might have to resort to runes. Zhongli suggested casually, a slowing area rune formation should suffice. Qiao Yang was familiar with the slowing area rune formation. Within the area enveloped by the formation, fluids such as air and water become more viscous, thereby hindering the movement of individuals or objects within that space. It is a highly practical rune formation. Unlike the baseline spatial formation known only to Yin, the slowing area is a commonly used rune formation, available for purchase on the market. As it serves as an auxiliary, it is not overly expensive. Many beast masters below the gold tier gather funds to buy 1 or 2 as backups. The most pressing issue seems to be this. Indeed, practical testing is essential to uncover problems. After concluding discussions with Zhongli, Qiao Yang recalled another matter. Speaking of Dominate-S attack methods, he pondered whether to enhance it with a ranged attack mode, not requiring immense power, but sufficient to clear various obstructions. He suddenly voiced this thought, not just for Zhongli but also for Yin, who resided in his mind. It is necessary. He recalled the swarms of mosquitoes they encountered in the dusk rainforest. Had they been able to incinerate them instantly, they would not have ended up so disheveled. Yin remained silent, allowing Qiao Yang to decide, while Zhongli firmly asserted the necessity of this enhancement. The reasoning was clear. Often, when faced with swarms of weak but numerous spirit beasts, the lethality of Dominate-S spiritual energy rays would be significantly diminished. A broad area attack method would undoubtedly prove advantageous. Within the esteemed academies of the Glorious Federation, there exists an academy of spiritual sorcery, where insect tamers form a crucial branch. Each year, these insect tamers pose considerable challenges. Coincidentally, in his previous life, Qiao Yang had encountered a weapon with a somewhat similar function, known as a flamethrower, capable of directly attacking enemies within bunkers through a compact design. It would also be effective for clearing insect swarms. This is not a difficult task. The spiritual energy rays of Dominate are produced when the spiritual stones are activated by spiritual energy. By allowing the gathered spiritual energy to bypass the spiritual stones and directly merge with the energy expelled from the cannon, it can be achieved. Thus, this is settled. These are minor issues that will be easily resolved. Qiao Yang clapped his hands. Now, the question is, which direction should we head? Both Qiao Yang and Zhongli gazed at the endless prairie, feeling somewhat despondent. Chapter 111. Unexpected discoveries on the journey back. Earlier, Qiao Yang intended to test the acceleration capabilities of the airship, Feng Pua, but inadvertently pushed its speed too far, leading to their current predicament. Having no idea where they had ended up, navigation exists within the Glorious Federation, but it is limited to its borders. Currently, Qiao Yang and Zhongli find themselves in the wilderness, beyond the reach of navigation systems. What to do? I didn't even catch a glimpse of how fast we were going, Zhongli remarked, exchanging perplexed glances with Qiao Yang. Although the airship's interior is equipped with a perspective rune display, allowing Zhongli to see outside, as though through a window, the acceleration of Feng Pa had pressed her firmly against her seat, rendering her unable to observe her surroundings. Given the speed at which Feng Pa had just traveled, they could now be quite far off course. What should we do? Should I ask Feng Pa to retrace its path slowly? Qiao Yang inquired. But Feng Pa could only recall a rough direction. Based on the distance they had traveled, even a slight deviation in direction could lead to a significant divergence. However, given Feng Pa's acceleration, Qiao Yang could not rely on a compass either. Fortunately, the final segment of their path was relatively easy to identify. Feng Po's abrupt stop had carved a deep furrow in the ground, and following that trail would suffice. Beyond that, however, they were at a loss. To prevent the airship from crashing into a swarm of spirit beasts or any obstacle while operating at full power, Qiao Yang had previously instructed Feng Pa to ascend to a considerable height before activating the jet propulsion system. Thus, there were no identifiable tracks on the ground. For the time being, both Qiao Yang and Zhongli had no viable plan. They could only remain aboard Feng Pa, moving slowly in a general direction. This was preferable to walking, as they could let the sonar of the dark spirit and the biological magnetic field radar assist them. This would also provide an opportunity to test other functionalities of the airship. Qiao Yang had designed the internal features of Fengpe akin to a camper van, including beds, a bathroom, a shower, and a simple kitchen. However, given that the airship is a closed environment, it is advisable to refrain from activities that generate significant smoke and grease inside. While Fengpe would not mind, the other occupants surely would. When Qiao Yang was selecting the bathroom fixtures, he opted for the most expensive variety in that category, which assured a certain level of quality. The water flow and heating efficiency of the bathroom were beyond reproach. However, in order to conserve space, the inclusion of a bathtub was out of the question. During the installation, the workers did not inquire about the purpose of such a sizable vessel, as nowadays, there are plenty of skilled craftsmen who modify vehicles themselves. And the installation personnel had seen many peculiar designs. Although the shape was rather unconventional, it was not entirely difficult to accept. The rudimentary kitchen was indeed just that, a rudimentary kitchen, suitable for heating bread and milk or chilling watermelon drinks. But far too limited for more elaborate tasks such as frying or baking, it was ultimately meant for outdoor use. And one could not expect it to offer the same convenience as a home kitchen. As for the barbecue grill, Qiao Yang possessed one as well. But that was unrelated to the airship. Qiao Yang, could you slow down, wind spirit? Zhongli called out as she retrieved a drink from the freezer, sipping it while gazing out the window. Suddenly, she exclaimed Qiao Yang's name. What is it? Qiao Yang inquired while signaling wind spirit to halt. I've made an unexpected discovery. Zhongli enthusiastically pointed in a particular direction for Qiao Yang to see. Her words startled Qiao Yang. Could it be that this practitioner of the transcendent gold method, who effortlessly mined 3 pieces of mysterious iron a day, had finally encountered a stroke of fortune? Was it possible to stumble upon good fortune merely by casually landing anywhere? Or perhaps Jiang Li was the hidden lucky one? Upon following Jiang Li's gesture, Qiao Yang realized he had overthought it. Indeed, there was an unexpected find in the area she indicated, but it had little to do with luck. It was a local specialty of the grasslands, chive flowers. Jiang Li pointed to a vast expanse of chive flowers, which, to someone with her culinary inclinations, was indeed a delightful surprise. With the height of the chive flowers, it was fortunate that Jiang Li had such keen eyesight. One could only commend her as an assassin. Her observational skills were remarkably sharp. Although Qiao Yang's wish to discover extraordinary treasures with every casual descent went unfulfilled, the chive flowers were still a valuable find. By grinding the unopened chive flowers, fresh chili peppers, ginger, and salt into a fine paste using a stone mill, and sealing it in a jar for a few days, one could create a delicious chive flower sauce, perfect for pairing with stewed lamb. As an assassin, Jiang Li possessed incredible speed. The moment Qiao Yang opened the airship's hatch, she darted out like a shadow, plucking chive flowers at a pace that left Qiao Yang dazzled. In mere moments, nearly half of the expansive patch of chive flowers had vanished before Qiao Yang could even reach her, attesting to Jiang Li's remarkable dexterity. The preparation of chive flower sauce was straightforward and required little time. During the interval of their journey, Qiao Yang had prepared some ingredients in the airship's rudimentary kitchen. Jiang Li had jars for sealing, as she mentioned that she always brought some whenever she visited the grasslands, ready to collect chive flowers if encountered. Although Qiao Yang did not consider this collection to be merely a bit. Chapter 112. A long-awaited reunion with Ling Ji. The chive flower sauce required several days of sealing before it could be consumed. But a more pressing issue arose. Qiao Yang and Jiang Li seemed to have strayed quite far off course. This was precisely why Qiao Yang had taken the vehicle he purchased into the wilderness. He greatly appreciated its unique feature as a signal-based station, allowing communication devices to function even in remote areas. Being a vehicle-based signal station, its coverage area was significantly vast. If it were too small, there would be no point in installing it. Thus, after contacting Wu Ling and Lin Hao, Qiao Yang and Jiang Li realized they had unwittingly veered quite a distance off their intended path. Such occurrences were predictable, without reference points. Many individuals struggle to ensure they retrace their steps accurately, and it is even challenging to guarantee they are walking in a straight line. Many who become lost in the desert do so for this very reason. Over considerable distances, even the slightest angular deviation can result in a significant divergence from the intended route. Qiao Yang could not help but feel fortunate that he had managed to maintain his course without a hint of deviation. However, since they could establish communication, reuniting was merely a matter of time. After all, both Qiao Yang and Jiang Li had undergone wilderness survival training since childhood. If they lacked even this basic skill, they would not have qualified for higher education. Qiao Yang, why are you driving so fast? We can't keep up. Wu Ling and Lin Hao complained upon reuniting with Qiao Yang. The vehicle Qiao Yang had purchased was not particularly fast, comparable to a mid-tier silver spirit beast, and could never catch up to wind spirit, which soared through the air. Wind Spirit-S gathering formation has been modified. I didn't anticipate its power would be so formidable. I just pushed it to full throttle, and it turned out like this, Qiao Yang explained sheepishly. It's fine. I'm not blaming you. Did you discover any issues during the test? Wu Ling shifted the conversation away from the previous topic. The problem is quite serious. Qiao Yang scratched his head. The brakes need further improvement, and I'll need to install a reverse function when we return. It's all right. Discovering issues now is better than finding them during the academy exchange, Wu Ling reassured him. Shall we head back? By the way, we found some chive flowers on the way back. I'll share some with you. Zhang Li produced several jars to hand to Wu Ling and Lin Hao, suggesting they could dip them into the lamb stew when they cooked. Originally, they intended to test the defensive capabilities as well. But Wind Spirit's exterior was made from indestructible dragon scales, and Qiao Yang had purchased the best shield generator available in that tier. Ordinary attacks could hardly even rattle the shield generated, let alone leave a mark on Wind Spirit-S exterior. Thus, Qiao Yang planned to seek assistance from teacher Yanyu, as her Titan Stone Golem-S summoning ability was exceptionally suited for Spirit Beast testing, which might explain why she was consistently responsible for battlefield evaluations. However, before that, it was best to return and have a meal. They could invite Wu Ling and Lin Hao for a barbecue next time. I'm out of seclusion. The long-absent Senior Ling Ji sent a message to the group. Senior has emerged from seclusion. It seems he must have broken through to the gold level. Qiao Yang did not entertain the possibility of failure. After all, Ling Ji was a genius of the Glorious Academy, and it would be somewhat disrespectful to assume he could fail so easily. Qiao Yang promptly messaged Ling Ji, inviting him to meet at the tavern, and made arrangements for 16 dishes, 2 soups, and 8 desserts. Ling Ji possessed the highest cultivation among them, and as the primary combat spirit beast, the massive armored black turtle, his appetite was undoubtedly considerable. When did you open this establishment? It's quite unique, Ling Ji remarked shortly after gathering with the others. Having sensed the opportunity for a significant breakthrough to close his seclusion, he had only sporadically communicated with Qiao Yang and the others through his personal terminal. By the way, Senior, do you have any new spirit beasts? After enjoying a hearty meal, the 4 of them encircled Ling Ji as the most accomplished among them. All of Ling Ji's spirit beasts would serve as the main combat force for the team, and Qiao Yang and the others were keenly interested in knowing what new spirit beasts he had acquired. Yes, the extended duration of my seclusion was largely due to nurturing this spirit beast. However, it's too cramped in here. Let us head to the back courtyard for a look. Fuyu Ancient Turtle. Level, low gold. Quality, earth. Attribute, soil. Skills, Herculean strength, steadfast. Divine turtle roar, turtle longevity. Earth control. Before them was a colossal turtle, nearly 5 meters tall, with protrusions on its shell resembling mountain peaks. It was likely that the name Fuyu derived from this very characteristic. No, Yin firmly refuted this assertion, explaining that the creature known as the Fuyue derives its name from its lineage of the Basya, a mythical beast capable of bearing the weight of a mountain when it reaches its zenith. Qiao Yang was taken aback. Indeed, the legendary Basya is reputed to possess the extraordinary ability to carry the 3 mountains and 5 peaks. Thus, it is not surprising that a beast with such a bloodline could shoulder a mountain. Although this ancient tortoise, the Fuyue, stands only 5 meters tall, seemingly smaller than teacher Yanyu's Titan Stone Man, this height does not account for the protrusions on its back. Nor does it consider that the tortoise is in a prone position while the Titan Stone Man is upright. The significance of their heights varies greatly. Moreover, this ancient tortoise is merely of low gold rank, and its future growth remains uncertain. Nevertheless, Qiao Yang felt an oddity, despite the creature's strength. The time it would take to reach its pinnacle raised concerns. The skill known as turtle longevity, which implies a lifespan of a millennium, indicates just how slowly this beast matures. Chapter 113. Should we rehearse before the academy exchange? Qiao Yang observed that among his team, only Lin Hao's familiar seemed relatively normal. The other contracted beasts exhibited rather peculiar characteristics. Ling Ji's new familiar, indeed powerful enough to bear a mountain, evoked awe. Yet Qiao Yang harbored doubts about whether Ling Ji could await the Fuyue's full maturation to fulfill its potential. The saying "a turtle lives for 1,000 years" aligns with the Fuyue's name and its skill, highlighting the longevity of this creature. This brings both benefits and drawbacks. On the one hand, the creature's nurturing could extend the Beastmaster's life, with increased longevity benefits as its level rises. On the other hand, its growth would be exceedingly slow, a common trait among legendary bloodline tortoises. Although reaching their peak is immensely powerful, few can afford the time required for them to mature fully. The challenges of cultivation carry multiple meanings. Some, like the unique spirit magpie of the Radiant Academy, are deemed too risky to nurture, while others, like the Fuyue, demand high cultivation standards. Naturally, Beastmasters are not devoid of means to hasten this growth process. Yet accelerating the development of a legendary bloodline beast could deplete resources significantly. Are you certain you wish to nurture this beast, Senior? Qiao Yang's inquiry felt somewhat superfluous. He understood that Ling Ji was well aware of the creature's drawbacks. Yet, Ling Ji's choice to contract the Fuyue indicated he had deliberated thoroughly. To be frank, I too am uncertain whether this choice is wise or foolish, Ling Ji confessed, revealing his lack of confidence. This creature is my first familiar, but it remained unhatched until I ascended to the gold rank. You all know my strongest familiar is a heavy armored mystic tortoise, which has also been influenced by this beast, given the significance of its bloodline. Qiao Yang recognized that each senior who excelled in the academy possessed unique qualities, leading him to ponder the undisclosed secrets of Wang Yong, a peer of Ling Ji's. I suppose I shall not need to contract any other beasts. Ling Ji's subsequent declaration startled Qiao Yang. However, Ling Ji promptly clarified, my combat system is already established. I do not require additional familiars. Moreover, the cultivation of my heavy armored mystic tortoise, the Xianming demon python, and the Fuyue is already enough to give me headaches. The foundation of a familiar is but one aspect. The subsequent cultivation is of paramount importance. Each familiar's development demands a significant investment, especially for those with noble bloodlines, as inferior materials serve merely as sustenance rather than catalysts for growth. Yet, seeing Ling Ji's determination, Qiao Yang refrained from further inquiries. Each individual has their own choices, and the journey of a beastmaster is fraught with decisions. One cannot definitively declare a choice as right or wrong, but must resolutely pursue the path they have chosen. In that case, may the dragon god bestow his blessings upon you, Senior, Qiao Yang remarked, recalling the legend that the Basya is the progeny of the dragon god. In the foreseeable future, Ling Ji would undoubtedly be occupied with his familiars. Perhaps, for him, establishing a military would prove to be a commendable choice, though that remains a distant prospect, reliant upon Ling Ji's own decisions. By the way, Senior, which rune formation did you utilize for your breakthrough? The standard for a gold-ranked beastmaster is the ability to conjure rune formations with a mere thought. Since Ling Ji had successfully ascended to the gold rank, it indicated he could indeed summon at least one formation instantaneously. The Iron Wall rune formation aligns well with my combat characteristics and is quite suitable for protecting you. Ling Ji responded. The Iron Wall rune formation is a foundational defensive array of the gold rank, akin to the previously mentioned sealed space. Yet it boasts superior defense and encompasses a spherical range, devoid of the vulnerabilities characteristic of the sealed space. This made sense. Ling Ji was renowned for his formidable defensive capabilities, and the Iron Wall formation could maximize his defensive prowess. That being said, since their last team up, Qiao Yang and his group had not collaborated with Ling Ji even once, whereas Qiao Yang and his three companions had worked together several times. Thus, Qiao Yang inquired, Senior, should we not practice our coordination? According to Qiao Yang's understanding, rehearsing for an academy exchange, which carries evaluative significance, would necessitate some form of tactical preparation. However, to his surprise, Ling Ji gently asked, Junior Qiao Yang, what do you mean by coordination? Just as Qiao Yang was about to explain, he suddenly froze. Indeed, the four of them had no established coordination with Ling Ji. Chapter 114. Since coordination is a non-issue, let us continue our individual tasks. Qiao Yang's thoughts were not misguided. Had everyone possessed similar cultivation levels, coordination among team members would have played a significant role in the competition. However, in this academy exchange, the disparity in cultivation levels between Qiao Yang's group and Ling Ji was too vast, rendering any practice for coordination moot. If they faced silver-ranked opponents, Ling Ji would not need to intervene. Otherwise, Qiao Yang and his companions would miss the opportunity for practical experience. If they encountered gold-ranked adversaries, even Ling Ji would need to exert himself fully, leading to Qiao Yang's group being swiftly overwhelmed, unable to contribute to such a confrontation. Thus, in the face of gold-ranked familiars, it would be Ling Ji's responsibility to ensure the others retreat, making the notion of Qiao Yang's group coordinating their attacks alongside him rather absurd. The same logic applies when confronting teams of comparable configurations. Ling Ji would engage with an opposing gold-ranked member, leaving coordination solely to Qiao Yang and his companions. Once this realization dawned upon him, Qiao Yang felt less burdened and resumed his individual tasks. He needed to adjust the runes and structures of Feng Pa, while Zhang Li continued cultivating her pair of Mohilis. Wu Ling intended to study additional runes, as her combat capabilities were lacking, necessitating greater effort in auxiliary skills. As for Lin Hao, he had just returned from the wilderness without having contracted a new familiar, and these days would be spent seeking potential candidates. Lin Hao had already set his sights on a familiar that could synergize with the Flame Lion King and the Xianbing Lion King, the Storm Saber-Toothed Tiger. As previously mentioned, elemental combinations can yield fruitful results. The thermal expansion and contraction between the Flame Lion King and the Xianbing Lion King can impart a penetrating effect upon hard surfaces. The elemental affinities of the storm saber-toothed tiger harmoniously intersect with both the fire and ice elements. By the way, since the group established their alliance, they have scarcely met, having been embroiled in various forms of seclusion. Thus, there are numerous matters requiring discourse, particularly regarding that commission. We must deliberate on it. Do you have anything to contribute? Senior? Previously, this commission garnered unanimous agreement among us. Yet if it were so simple, Master Yin Yu would not have offered to exchange the Earth Soul Fruit for it. Ultimately, we accepted this commission primarily due to the allure of the Earth Soul Fruit as compensation, Ling Ji remarked with a wry smile. This is quite understandable. The Earth Soul Fruit, a rare treasure capable of simultaneously enhancing both spiritual and physical strength, holds immense significance for our quintet. The augmentation of spiritual strength is essential for nearly all beast masters, while the enhancement of physical strength is crucial for Ling Ji, who specializes in defense, Jiang Li, who relies on her own prowess, and Lin Hao, who engages in close combat as a beast master. For martial spirits, even a slight increase in physical strength can bolster their safety. However, it must be said that the difficulties associated with this commission are considerable. Ling Ji continued. Given that Master Yin Yu is at least a peak platinum-level beast master and a leader in the Academy's exchanges, her necessity to issue this commission underscores its formidable challenges. By the way, Senior, are you familiar with this? Perhaps due to the rarity of the celestial-grade purple blood dragon crystal. It has scarcely appeared even in the illustrious glorious treasure pavilion. According to Qiao Yang's research, it seems it has only manifested a handful of times over the past few decades. Moreover, Master Yin Yu evidently requires a substantial quantity. Its rarity likely contributes to the scarcity of guides on forums for seeking such an item. I indeed possess knowledge of this. As the five of them settled into a tranquil lounge, each with a drink in hand, Ling Ji began to elaborate in detail. First and foremost, the purple blood dragon crystal can potentially manifest in various locales, but it is most abundant on the Dragon Clan battlefield. The precise mechanism of its generation remains elusive, yet it is certainly linked to dragon blood. Thus, the battlegrounds of the dragon race, where their blood is most prevalent, are likely the richest sources. However, dragon gathering spots will yield significantly fewer crystals. This is not difficult to comprehend. While dragon gathering sites are teeming with dragon-type spirit beasts, only a handful, primarily those healing their wounds, will bleed, resulting in a diminished likelihood of dragon blood pooling to foster the emergence of purple blood dragon crystals. Conversely, the probability of dragon-type spirit beasts bleeding on the battlefield is considerably higher, and the dragon blood there is unlikely to be deliberately collected, thus enhancing the chances for the crystallization of the purple blood dragon. This represents the first significant challenge, Ling Ji stated. The dangers of the Dragon Clan battlefield are self-evident. Aside from a few exceptionally docile species, most dragon-type spirit beasts are notoriously aggressive, with skirmishes occurring frequently. Given that these beasts typically possess high levels, the associated risks are substantial. Qiao Yang and the others nodded in agreement. Yet the primary concern transcends mere danger. If it were solely the peril of the Dragon Clan battlefield, Master Yin Yu would have no need to delegate this task, as she could handle it herself. If she, with her formidable prowess, cannot resolve it, then entrusting it to students would be futile. Thus, there exists a second significant challenge, and high cultivation cannot rectify this issue. Ling Ji continued. Chapter 115. After the breakthrough, a brief respite is in order. Following the meeting, apart from Jiang Li, who remained at the tavern, both Wu Ling and Lin Hao departed for their respective endeavors. Wu Ling to study runes and Lin how to contract spirit beasts. Even Ling Ji needed to learn a few more rune formations. Jiang Li, on the other hand, could foster her spirit beasts anywhere, hence her decision to stay at the tavern. However, it appeared that her primary motivation for remaining was the prospect of 3 meals a day. Nonetheless, it mattered little. The tavern was equipped with various facilities for nurturing spirit beasts, and Jiang Li's spirit beasts, including Little Shadow and Ling Zhu, could be cultivated there. Only the Shadow Assassin seemed to require specific conditions, but seeing Jiang Li unfazed, Qiao Yang felt indifferent. Though Jiang Li's nature was somewhat capricious and her fondness for food was apparent, she had received assassin training from a young age, so her focus on her tasks remained intact. Her apparent lack of urgency might be attributed to certain objective factors that currently precluded her from cultivating further. Qiao Yang, however, needed to ponder the matters surrounding the purple blood dragon crystal. During their prior discussions, Ling Ji had elucidated the most significant challenges in locating the purple blood dragon crystal, which were also the reasons Master Yin Yu issued this commission. While the Dragon Clan battlefield is inherently perilous, Such danger alone does not account for the rarity of the purple blood dragon crystal. After all, this world has never lacked those willing to gamble everything in pursuit of overnight fortune. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the purple blood dragon crystal is typically encased within an egg-shaped shell, which, due to its dragon blood composition, possesses an aura sealing effect. This complicates the ability to ascertain whether a purple blood dragon crystal exists within the shell or the grade of any such crystal. Consequently, even if one were to discover a location conducive to the growth of purple blood dragon crystals, the process of unveiling them resembles a game of blind boxes, fraught with frustration. It is likely that Master Yin Yu's own frustrations prompted her to issue this commission. Silver. Can my perception of refining materials detect the purple blood dragon crystal? Master Yin Yu had provided Qiao Yang with a sample of the purple blood dragon crystal. Yet it was certain that she would not leave behind the shell. Qiao Yang had never encountered the purple blood dragon crystal encased within its shell, leaving him uncertain whether the shell's aura-sealing properties would affect his spirit-beast-soul connection. It is unlikely, Silver conjectured, as I have never seen the initial form of the purple blood dragon crystal. Moreover, the affinity properties of spirit beasts can only determine the presence of potential contracts, without the ability to specify what is present. That shell can be considered a type of refining material. Thus, it should not be discernible within your soul connection. I see. Qiao Yang mused. Then perhaps the dark spirit's energy radar could work. If the entire scenario is perceived as a whole, it is evident that the shell encapsulating the purple blood dragon crystal is not of the same material as one without it. Consequently, the energy fields would differ, allowing the dark spirit to discern them. This should certainly be feasible, Silver affirmed Qiao Yang's assertion. Even if it cannot be distinguished, it is likely that Zhang Li would find materials capable of shielding energy fields quite intriguing. Indeed, thus far, the Glorious Federation has yet to comprehend the concept of energy fields. Should a material capable of shielding energy fields emerge, it might very well surpass the value of the purple blood dragon crystal. That is reassuring. If we discover the location of the purple blood dragon crystal, we can utilize the dark spirit for detection. With that, Qiao Yang felt a sense of relief, embodying the notion that technology transforms life. To be candid, the recent period has been quite hectic. Now that the airship wind spirit has been successfully recalibrated, Qiao Yang can afford a brief respite and observe how Zhang Li nurtures her pair of spirit beasts. Frankly, he was quite curious, as breakthroughs in racial potential limits are a rarity. Recently, Zhang Li had been incessantly guiding her spirit beasts through soul contracts, supplementing their training with various potions to enhance spiritual strength. In essence, these practices remained within the realm of standard operations. Yet, it was evident that these were insufficient to enable a spirit beast to transcend its racial limits. If it were that simple, the Glorious Federation would have discovered it long ago. One must first reach the racial limit before surpassing the level cap, as Zhang Li explained. Beyond this point, Qiao Yang struggled to comprehend Zhang Li's methods. He observed her frequently traversing the tavern with the shadow assassin possessing her, or summoning Ling Zhu to weave through the air with her spirit beasts. Qiao Yang was somewhat uncertain about the utility of the proposed method. According to Zhang Li, it was intended to allow Mo He Lu to experience a sensation akin to that of a soul leaving the body, facilitating subsequent soul separation. Yin, do you think this method is effective? Qiao Yang inquired of Yin. Perhaps, Yin replied, albeit with uncertainty. Yet I believe the crux of the operation lies elsewhere. The true means to enable Mo He Lu to take that pivotal step will not stem from this approach. Noticing Zhang Li's unconcerned demeanor, Qiao Yang speculated that she might possess some extraordinary strategy. In truth, Yin also had methods to help Mo He Lu transcend its racial limitations, but seeing Zhang Li's confidence, he decided to let her proceed first. Chapter 116. The method for Mo He Lu's breakthrough. The quest to enable spirit beasts to surpass their racial confines has long been a focal point of research within the Radiant Federation. Granting inherently weaker spirit beasts capabilities comparable to those of their inherently stronger counterparts holds immense significance, a fact well acknowledged by all. Even a fraction of the abilities possessed by the latter, perhaps 80 or even 50%, would suffice, as inherently strong spirit beasts are rare. While methods for weaker ones to surpass their racial boundaries can be replicated, a slight deficiency in power can often be compensated for through sheer numbers. Regrettably, despite extensive research, the Radiant Federation has made little groundbreaking progress in this area. The aspiration to elevate inherently weak spirit beasts to the level of inherently strong ones, or even divine beasts, remains a daunting challenge, as the bloodlines of such divine entities or ancient beings defy conventional understanding. For example, the Titan Stone Man, previously taught by Master Yin Yu, was not particularly remarkable in various aspects, yet its Titan bloodline afforded it exceptional resistance to elemental, spiritual, and physical attacks. The underlying principles of this phenomenon remain elusive, making it impossible to conceive of research capable of matching the Titan bloodline. While the Titan bloodline is considered among the higher echelons of legendary bloodlines, it is understandable that research into it remains unfeasible. However, even the more fundamental bloodlines of various demonic beasts have yet to be fully comprehended. Nonetheless, this research is not entirely devoid of merit. One of its most notable outcomes is the safety net program established by the Radiant Federation. Under this initiative, beast tamers facing difficulties may receive a standard spirit beast from the government, a byproduct of this research. Although these standard spirit beasts may not match the strength of those with unique bloodlines, they are significantly more potent than their wild counterparts, representing a distinctly viable option, largely attributable to the achievements of the Spirit Beast Research Project. Yet, entities like Mo-He-Lu, which serve as symbolic representations, are not even considered worthy of study by the Radiant Federation's Spirit Beast Research, as the researchers cannot fathom any principles that would enable Mo-He-Lu to transcend its limits. Thus, despite the practical utility of such symbolic spirit beast skills, the prospects for research in this area remain dim, almost negligible. Consequently, Qiao Yang felt a deep curiosity about the methods Zhongli would employ to enable Mo-He-Lu, a symbolic entity, to surpass its racial boundaries. If successful, it would mark a groundbreaking achievement for the Radiant Federation. Zhongli's fundamental approach involves allowing Mo-He-Lu to evolve into a form akin to the Night Candle Soul, a pure soul manifestation, thereby greatly simplifying the subsequent enhancement of its qualifications. However, this remains an exceedingly challenging endeavor. The mysteries of the soul continue to elude complete understanding within the Radiant Federation, and the concept of the soul ranks among the most elevated notions, comparable to time and space. The prospect of solidifying Mo-He-Lu's soul into a tangible entity akin to the Night Candle Soul, thus liberating it from the constraints of its physical form, currently appears utterly unattainable within the Radiant Federation's framework. Zhongli's current capabilities are insufficient to grasp the concept of the soul. As Qiao Yang observed Zhongli's actions, he failed to discern any extraordinary elements, which only deepened his curiosity about her next steps. This process is expected to take a considerable amount of time, and ultimately, I will require your assistance, Qiao Yang. Could you share your thoughts on this matter? Qiao Yang, intrigued, prompted. There's nothing particularly secretive about it, Zhongli replied candidly. I plan to engage in continuous communication between the Night Candle Soul and Mo-He-Lu's spirit, allowing Mo-He-Lu to familiarize itself with the concept of a soul body. Subsequently, I will utilize the Void Soul Fruit to solidify Mo-He-Lu's spirit, culminating in the final step aided by the Night Candle Soul's soul-capturing skill. Given that Zhongli was nurturing her own spirit beast rather than conducting research, she did not need to calculate costs, even employing the Void Soul Fruit in her endeavors. The Void Soul Fruit. You can procure such a rare item? Qiao Yang expressed astonishment, as Ian acknowledged the plan but pointed out that the Void Soul Fruit was the linchpin of the entire scheme. Without it, all efforts would be in vain. However, the training method Zhongli had previously imparted to Mo-He-Lu was also crucial, known as the Void Soul Cultivation Method. Without it, Mo-He-Lu would be unable to withstand the power of the Void Soul Fruit. Additionally, leveraging the Void Soul Cultivation would allow Mo-He-Lu to reach the upper limits of its racial abilities. Soul fruits are a category of fruits that nourish the soul, with each attribute represented, and the Void Soul Fruit is among the rarest varieties. Even the Earth Soul Fruit requires the stringent conditions provided by the purple Blood Dragon Crystal for exchange. Now, Zhongli spoke of utilizing the even rarer Void Soul Fruit, leaving Qiao Yang astounded at her apparent connections. I cannot obtain it. It is far too rare, Zhongli admitted straightforwardly. Such items are snatched up by various powerful individuals the moment they appear, leaving someone like me without a chance. However, I have received word that there may be Void Soul Fruits on the Cloud Desolation continent, so I intend to search for them. You've received such intelligence? Do those powerful beings not know? Qiao Yang expressed skepticism. There's no need for concern on that front. My information comes from a different source. However, I would like to request your company on this venture, as it may be quite perilous, Zhongli implored. I can assist you, but I do not believe we, as silver rank individuals, are qualified to seek such an item, Qiao Yang replied candidly. Of course, not at this moment. We are still too weak. We can wait until our strength has grown before embarking on this quest. The cultivation of Mo-He-Lu is not an urgent matter. Chapter 117. Sometimes, what one wishes to do is not always feasible. Ian, do you have any suggestions for improvement? The thought of the elusive Void Soul Fruit sent a shiver down Qiao Yang's spine, prompting him to inquire if Ian had any alternative methods. I do have a solution. Yin's tone turned solemn, but my approach is not significantly easier to execute than obtaining the Void Soul Fruit. In comparison, Zhang Li's method could be considered relatively stable. Even you cannot devise a better plan? Qiao Yang found this revelation surprising, as he had always viewed Yin as omnipotent. Now, Yin openly acknowledged his limitations. Certainly, there are superior methods, such as the Yin-Yang Soul Gathering Array or the Void Soul Gathering Array. However, Yin's voice bore a hint of rueful amusement. These are not within your current capabilities. Once you truly comprehend these concepts, the Void Soul Fruit will not pose a significant challenge for you. Given the present understanding of the mysteries of the soul, the principles of the Soul Gathering Array are beyond your grasp. In fact, to some extent, you may struggle to comprehend whether the spirit of a spirit beast remains the same before and after the condensation of the soul entity. Once you are able to master the concept of the soul, the Void Soul Fruit will no longer seem an insurmountable challenge. Yin gestured with exasperation. For you personally, Zhang Li's approach is already quite commendable. It merely lacks broader applicability. In this present era, we find ourselves at a juncture where being half a step ahead of the times is deemed the mark of genius. However, the Yin-Yang Soul Gathering Array and the Void Soul Gathering Array transcend this time by a significant margin. Ultimately, the Void Soul Gathering Array merely emulates the effects of the Void Soul Fruit through the means of array formations. Silver, after all, is not an unreasonable existence like those systems found within novels. He imparts only knowledge to Qiao Yang. Yet, if this knowledge surpasses the capabilities of the current era by too great a degree, Qiao Yang may find himself at a loss to implement it. Whether it be the floating artillery or the airship, the technologies are readily available. Qiao Yang merely introduces a degree of innovation in their application. Even if there are some novel elements, the overall innovation is not particularly groundbreaking. However, Zhang Li's ideas belong to the realm of the fantastical. Thus, the realization of such concepts will undoubtedly prove to be quite challenging. The silver lining is that there is no immediate urgency for Mok Lu to break through. Its capabilities are entirely sufficient for Zhang Li at present, even in the event of a promotion to the gold tier. The Void Soul cultivation imparted by Zhang Li will remain applicable. As for what lies beyond that, both Qiao Yang and Zhang Li's strengths will be adequate to pursue the Void Soul Fruit. By that time, it is plausible that Qiao Yang may have devised the Void Soul Gathering Array. In summary, there is no need for haste. Cultivation is a matter of careful planning and gradual progression. Continuously striving to achieve feats beyond one's capabilities at any given stage is bound to lead to difficulties. Do you have anything planned for today? Zhang Li inquired after concluding her training. To maintain her mental acuity, Zhang Li could not dedicate all her time to nurturing spirit beasts. Rest is an inevitable necessity. Of course, as an assassin, there are times when consecutive sleepless days are required, and as a student of the Dark Moon Academy, Zhang Li possesses methods to sustain her energy. However, in non-essential moments, she refrains from resorting to such means. Moreover, this method merely keeps her alert during missions. Sleep must eventually be restored, and it is impossible to use this strategy to extend training time. Actually, I don't have much to do lately, but I'd like to engage in some small crafts. Qiao Yang pondered. Attack, defense, detection, movement, logistics. He has all these aspects covered. In the short term, he cannot produce new spirit beasts. So Qiao Yang plans to undertake some minor crafting. How about we visit the glorious treasure pavilion and see if we can find a new restaurant we haven't tried? Zhang Li suggested eagerly. She enjoys exploring new dining establishments during her leisure time. Sounds good, Qiao Yang readily agreed. In many respects, Zhang Li shares his interests, albeit for different reasons. While he refers to it as small crafts, the device he is working on is important, particularly concerning the future manufacturing of his spirit beasts. This so-called small craft is known as self-regulating machinery, which assists in mechanical production. To some extent, Qiao Yang's previous life experience with assembly line robotic arms could be considered a form of self-regulating machinery. However, it is evident that the self-regulating machinery Qiao Yang intends to create cannot be of that nature. It would be too impractical. In the future, Qiao Yang's spirit beasts will increasingly incorporate large-scale machinery that will become progressively more complex. Relying solely on his own efforts to manufacture everything is clearly unfeasible. Therefore, he must develop auxiliary machinery to assist him. Repetitive tasks such as welding and assembly can be entrusted to the self-regulating machinery, as well as the maintenance of large-scale machinery. Otherwise, if all such responsibilities rest on Qiao Yang alone, he would surely exhaust himself. Chapter 118, Self-Regulating Machinery. Let us first have a meal. The concept of self-regulating machinery is prevalent in various novel settings, as maintenance of large vessels invariably requires such devices. The cockpit of an airship, akin in size to a motorhome, measures approximately 10 meters in length and 3 to 4 meters in width, even accounting for specially designed structures to reduce drag. Yet, even this size is sufficient to overwhelm Qiao Yang, as issues have persisted from the very design phase. The manufacturing process necessitates the use of advanced rune formations like the reference space. Reluctantly, Qiao Yang must seek assistance from his mentor, teacher Yanyu. As the machinery becomes larger and more intricate, such as spaceships measuring dozens or even hundreds of meters long, the complexity far surpasses that of an airship. It is uncertain how long it would take for Qiao Yang to complete such a task alone. Self-regulating machinery can assist with assembly and welding tasks, and the production of simpler mechanical components can also be directly delegated to it. More importantly, self-regulating machinery can facilitate mass production for Qiao Yang. He can create a multitude of self-regulating machines that can rapidly manufacture disposable devices during combat, equipped with explosives to strike at the enemy. In summary, self-regulating machinery will serve as an essential aid in Qiao Yang's future endeavors. Therefore, it is indeed necessary. However, those considerations are for a later time. There is no immediate urgency, especially given Qiao Yang's current soul capacity. At present, both Qiao Yang and Zhang Li's primary objective is to unwind. So they stroll side by side through the spiritual materials section of the glorious treasure pavilion, hoping to discover something they need or perhaps stumble upon a hidden gem. After all, the opportunity to create machinery is ever present, but the leisure time for such indulgence is not an everyday luxury. Zhang Li does not require many items, as materials of the caliber of the Void Soul Fruit are unlikely to be found in the glorious treasure pavilion. Thus, she purchases a few consumables, such as star flash pearls, along with several materials required for the dark arts, including dark crystals. As for Qiao Yang, he is naturally in search of materials for the self-regulating machinery. In truth, the primary materials do not necessitate extensive searching. The fundamental materials for auxiliary machinery cannot possibly be more demanding than those for floating artillery or airships. The same primary materials used for floating artillery will suffice. The only high-demand components are those related to operational tools, such as engineering cutting tools or welding guns, which have existing products to reference. No specialized research is needed. After placing a deposit for the materials, they simply need to provide an address for delivery, as the express delivery industry is quite advanced nowadays. For larger purchases, even free shipping is often available. There is no need to occupy personal storage space with materials, allowing them to reserve that space for essentials, such as food or other goods. If customers were to cease their purchases due to full storage space, it would significantly impact the revenue of the glorious treasure pavilion. Both Qiao Yang and Zhang Li share a common passion for seeking out various delightful dining establishments in their leisure time. It is unnecessary for every dish to be spectacular. As long as one dish surprises them, it suffices. Naturally, they have no intention of becoming food critics, as both have limited energy. Qiao Yang must frequently engage in manufacturing, while Zhang Li, as an assassin, should not often appear in public. However, when they come across a commendable restaurant, they will recommend it to friends or simply choose it for their next gathering. Though both Qiao Yang and Zhang Li have a great fondness for barbecue, there are countless delicious options available. Thus, they endeavor to explore different establishments each time they go out. On a previous occasion, Zhang Li discovered a dessert shop that she found particularly delightful, which is why she invited Qiao Yang to try it this time. You must try this. The best items here are their pineapple puffs and the fruit medley ice cream, Zhang Li remarked, eyeing the enormous ice cream before her and swallowing hard. Before offering Qiao Yang a spoon, please do not misunderstand. Given the appetites of these two individuals, it is certainly improbable that one ice cream suffices for both. That would leave them wanting. Personally, I must admit I have a greater fondness for their towel rolls, although the cream puffs are undeniably delectable. In contrast to ice cream, Qiao Yang has a pronounced preference for the texture of various cakes, which are also not excessively sweet. Where shall we dine for our main course? The previous desserts can merely be deemed as appetizers, and they were brought to Qiao Yang by Zhang Li from a place she had previously scouted. Their primary mission, exploring a restaurant they have not yet visited, remains unfulfilled. Let us try that establishment ahead. It appears quite popular. The simplest method to assess a restaurant's quality is to observe its patronage. A bustling venue is unlikely to disappoint. Even if it does, there is always the option of not returning. As it stands, the food is rather mediocre, lacking anything particularly remarkable. After Qiao Yang and Zhang Li entered the restaurant and ordered several signature dishes, they found the food palatable but not exceptional, leaving them puzzled as to the source of its popularity. I must admit, I find their braised eggplant to be commendable, and the braised pork rice is also satisfactory. The rest, however, is rather ordinary, Zhang Li expressed, differing slightly in her opinion. Nevertheless, that is the extent of it. This establishment will not grace Zhang Li's list of recommendations, though it may be considered for takeout in the future. Chapter 119, The Joy of a Lucky Find. On this rare day of respite, one cannot simply conclude with a single meal. Thus, having satiated their hunger, Qiao Yang held a rather low opinion of the earlier restaurant, deeming it merely adequate. Subsequently, Qiao Yang and Jiang Li ventured into the trading market area. The Glorious Treasure Pavilion stands as the largest commercial hub in Glorious City, and indeed ranks among the most prominent commercial districts across the entire Glorious Federation, encompassing a plethora of trading zones. Similar to the physical store area where Qiao Yang and Jiang Li previously procured spiritual materials, those who can establish physical shops within the Glorious Treasure Pavilion typically possess some financial backing and maintain stable sales and procurement channels. For instance, the Wu family, along with the Jin family, who previously competed against them in a tournament, both operate their own stores within the Glorious Treasure Pavilion, with the Wu family's specialty being various plant-based spiritual materials. It is worth mentioning that after Qiao Yang and his companions aided the Wu family in winning the tournament, aside from the rewards originally prepared by the Wu family, Wu Ling privately bestowed upon Qiao Yang and the others a discount card, allowing them to shop at their stores at cost price. However, neither Qiao Yang, Jiang Li, nor Lin Hao had yet taken advantage of this opportunity. It was not out of embarrassment, but rather due to the recent multitude of events. After the tournament, the group had gradually retreated into seclusion, leaving little time for excursions. Moreover, their need for plant-based spiritual materials was not particularly pressing. At most, they would purchase a few when needing to concoct pills. As for sourcing materials from the Wu family for personal alchemy and subsequent sales, Qiao Yang's boldness did not extend that far. Furthermore, alchemists possessed their own prestige. Those seeking Qiao Yang's alchemical services had never insisted that he procure the materials himself. In areas designated for physical shops, there are also spaces for street vendors, where many solitary hunters or family units conduct trade, primarily benefiting from the safety it affords, free from the threat of coercive sales. However, the Glorious Treasure Pavilion merely guarantees an orderly trading environment. It bears no responsibility should one fall victim to counterfeit goods. Consequently, the street vendor area is a mixed bag, with the quality of what can be purchased entirely dependent on individual discernment. In fact, the Dark Moon Academy even sends aspiring assassins to the Glorious Treasure Pavilion street vendor area to hone their eye for quality. As for Jiang Li's performance, she has never encountered counterfeit goods in this area. Her luck with fortunate finds tends to vary. At the very least, in Jiang Li's perspective, not acquiring counterfeit items is already a commendable outcome, let alone finding something worthwhile. That said, Qiao Yang interjected with a grin, asserting that there are indeed valuable items to be found. With the eye of truth, neither fake goods nor genuine treasures can elude Qiao Yang's scrutiny. Come and see. A Millennium Ice Mountain Snow Lotus, only 30 glorious coins. Once this village passes, there will be no shop left. Jiang Li observed as Qiao Yang approached a stall where the vendor was hawking several Ice Mountain Snow Lotuses. Frankly speaking, Qiao Yang did not even need to examine them closely to recognize them as fakes. If they were truly Millennium Ice Mountain Snow Lotuses, then 30 glorious coins would be a bargain. Even 300 would be reasonable. The Ice Mountain Snow Lotus is the premier enhancement elixir for ice attribute spiritual beasts, capable of elevating their qualifications by an entire tier. A Millennium Ice Mountain Snow Lotus could even advance a beast of heavenly grade further. Thus, if it were indeed a Millennium Ice Mountain Snow Lotus, there would be buyers willing to pay 300 glorious coins. The vendor's claim of 30 glorious coins virtually guarantees it to be counterfeit. Moreover, an Ice Mountain Snow Lotus requires the absorption of spiritual energy and fortune from hundreds, if not thousands, of miles around to reach a millennium age. How could so many exist simultaneously? Sir, may I take a look at that Snow Lotus? Qiao Yang feigned ignorance. A Millennium Ice Mountain Snow Lotus, 30 glorious coins, no bargaining. If you don't intend to buy, don't touch, the vendor retorted coldly. Very well, pack all of these for me, Qiao Yang replied decisively, exuding an air of extravagance. Upon hearing this, the vendor's demeanor immediately shifted, adopting a fawning expression as he asked, "All right, young sir, will you be paying in cash or by card?" By card, Qiao Yang produced his card. At 30 glorious coins per piece, for a total of 5, although Qiao Yang and Jiang Li did not possess such funds on hand, it was certain that Wu Ling would be more than willing to cover the cost. Jiang Li, standing beside him, recognized that Qiao Yang had surely discovered something valuable, otherwise he would not be so forthcoming. Although the vendor had clearly realized he had misjudged the situation, it was unfortunate that once spoken, words could not be retracted, lest he be expelled from the Glorious Treasure Pavilion. Qiao Yang had no penchant for ostentatious displays or public humiliation, so he calmly accepted the box containing the Snow Lotuses and departed the Glorious Treasure Pavilion with Jiang Li. Qiao Yang, what remarkable treasure have you uncovered to be in such haste to borrow so much money from me? Wu Ling and Lin Hao had long awaited their return at the tavern, and upon seeing them arrive, Wu Ling eagerly inquired. 150 glorious coins is not a trifling sum, even for Wu Ling, and she would need to explain such a significant expenditure to her family. Pregnancy Spirit Wood, along with a 50-year Ice Mountain Snow Lotus, Qiao Yang revealed as he presented the box. Chapter 120. The mechanism of self-discipline begins to manufacture. Although the vendor's wares were certainly not Millennium Ice Mountain Snow Lotuses, they were not entirely worthless either, of the 5, for were over a decade old, while one had indeed reached 50 years. Although a 50-year Ice Mountain Snow Lotus is still not worth 30 glorious coins, it is not as grievous a loss. The Ice Mountain Snow Lotus grows exceedingly slowly due to its environmental requirements. In fact, there is little visual distinction between those aged 10, 50, or even 100 years. The vendor displayed some skill in locating a 50-year Ice Mountain Snow Lotus, which is no small feat. However, it was evident that Qiao Yang's focus lay elsewhere. He would never have borrowed such a sum for a mere 50-year Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. Thus, Wu Ling's attention turned to the pregnancy spirit wood that Qiao Yang had mentioned. Truth be told, as someone from a family of botanists and a pharmacist herself, Wu Ling had never heard of the term pregnancy spirit wood. She was genuinely curious about how Qiao Yang had come to know of it. That name is one I invented, Qiao Yang casually remarked. It is derived from the unique spiritual beast, pregnancy spirit bamboo, of the Tianqing Academy. The spirit of Wu Ling swiftly became focused, for as a member of a family renowned for its botanical prowess, it was impossible for her to be unaware of the unique spirit beast known as the pregnant spirit bamboo at the Tianqing Academy. The ability of this remarkable entity to generate high-purity spiritual energy naturally would undoubtedly elicit envy from all alchemists. Since Qiao Yang referred to this spiritual material as the pregnant spirit wood, it was certainly worth a thorough discussion. Could you elaborate on this? Today, Jiang Li and I ventured to the street market area of the glorious treasure pavilion, hoping to stumble upon a hidden gem. While Qiao Yang began recounting the day's events to Wu Ling, it was then that he noticed an individual selling Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. Wu Ling nodded, acknowledging that such occurrences were relatively common. The seller claimed to offer a millennium-old Ice Mountain Snow Lotus, yet priced it at 30 glorious coins. Upon hearing this, Wu Ling couldn't help but let out a chuckle. It was obvious that the claim was spurious. However, I surmised that the seller was intentionally presenting his wares as counterfeit to attract those seeking a bargain, hoping that they would mistake the box itself as the treasure that could preserve spiritual energy without loss. Many individuals, in their quest for a deal, often assume that the box is the valuable item, leading them to purchase such objects, and numerous merchants exploit this psychology. In reality, the seller had covertly inscribed spirit gathering and purification runes within the box, going to great lengths to conceal this fact, thereby enhancing the illusion that the box could retain spiritual energy. Qiao Yang paused at this juncture, and Wu Ling instantly grasped that the crux of the matter was approaching. However, the runes inscribed by the seller were fundamentally flawed. The spiritual energy purification array of the Glorious Academy could not be simplified further, and the runes he etched possessed no actual purifying effect. Before he could finish his sentence, Wu Ling, employing the fastest speed she could muster, cradled several of the boxes in her arms. Qiao Yang had made it abundantly clear, if the efficacy did not stem from the runes, it must be attributed to the material of the boxes themselves. Acquiring such materials would warrant not merely 150 glorious coins, but even 150 Tianlong coins would necessitate significant sacrifice from the Wu family. In the Glorious Federation, only the pregnant spirit bamboo could purify spiritual energy. If this material could achieve a similar outcome, even an imbecile could discern the profit margin involved. While it may not yet rival the pregnant spirit bamboo of the Tianqing Academy, given that the bamboo is a spirit beast capable of growth, whereas this was merely a spiritual material, it was nonetheless sufficient for the Wu family. If they could unravel the secrets of this plant, it would effectively provide them with a lower-tier version of the pregnant spirit bamboo, thereby significantly reducing the costs associated with training alchemists. Overjoyed, Wu Ling returned home with the boxes, leaving the subsequent matters to her elders. Although it might require decades or even centuries of research and cultivation due to the scarcity of material samples and the fact that they had already been fashioned into boxes, it was undoubtedly worth the effort. Meanwhile, Qiao Yang contemplated the next steps for his self-regulating machinery. The reason it was deemed a minor craft was that, unlike the previous airship which required Qiao Yang's own design, the self-regulating machinery already had a well-established design methodology. Moreover, certain critical technological transitions had already been accomplished in his prior research, so the blueprints provided by Yin this time contained these transition technologies. In other words, Qiao Yang merely needed to follow the blueprints step by step, without the need for additional research, making the task both effortless and enjoyable for him. The self-regulating machinery would also necessitate frequent levitation. However, due to the complexity of their structures and the requirement for magnetic forces to operate, Utilizing magnetic fields for levitation was impractical. Instead, the self-regulating machinery could entirely employ gravity-shielding runes for levitation. Relying on the reactive forces from its appendages interacting with other objects for movement, akin to an astronaut's spacewalk in Qiao Yang's past life. Although the speed was slow, such rapidity was not a necessity for the self-regulating machinery. Chapter 121. The early commencement of the Academy exchanged the manufacturing of the self-regulating machinery posed no significant challenges, as there was no need to consider intelligence issues. In no time, Qiao Yang completed the creation, which was not particularly complex for him, given his previous achievement of crafting the airship Feng Pe. The final product resembled an octopus, comprising a head and several tentacles, with the tips of the tentacles designed to accommodate various attachments, such as grippers, suction cups, welding tools, cleaning devices, cutting instruments, and more. The spirit gathering array was situated at the head, supplying energy to the entire structure. This was the prototype, and due to Qiao Yang's personal craftsmanship, it manifested as spirit entity, which he named Jiangzhua, a reference to the ancient craftsman of his former life, signifying the machinery's function in production. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Such creations, with their well-established technologies, were quite simple to fabricate. The more pressing concern was whether the self-regulating machinery could replicate itself and produce new machines with their own spirit entities. This capability would be pivotal in Qiao Yang's ability to amass a mechanized army, as it was impractical for him to manufacture every single self-regulating machine or to form contracts with them all. Otherwise, in light of the vast numbers required for a mechanized army, he would be unable to contract with any other spirit beasts. Thus, it was essential for the subsequent self-regulating machines to be capable of self-replication, with the newly created machines also able to produce additional machines, allowing for the rapid mobilization of a large number of self-regulating machines when needed. However, if the self-regulating machinery could not replicate itself and lacked spirit entities, it would be utterly mundane, for without the intelligence provided by the spirit entity, the machinery would be rendered inert. Without the support of spiritual power, even the spirit gathering array could not be activated. Yet, due to the limitations of Qiao Yang's own spiritual power, it was impossible to allow Jiangzhua to utilize its own spiritual strength to convert materials into part of itself, as was the case with Dominator's array enhancement. To process materials, this would result in the self-regulating machinery's spiritual power growing stronger with an increasing number of units, and given the exponential growth of the self-regulating machinery, Qiao Yang's spiritual capacity would prove insufficient. Therefore, Qiao Yang drew inspiration from the ancient iron tree demon model used by Wu Song, instructing Jiangzhua to allocate a portion of its own spirit to control the newly manufactured machinery. The downside was that the intelligence of these new self-regulating machines would be rather limited, only capable of performing basic operations. The advantage, however, was that high intelligence was not a necessity. As long as they could execute fundamental tasks, the sheer number would compensate for any deficiencies. Nonetheless, prior to this, Qiao Yang needed to teach Jiangzhua how to replicate itself, how to allocate a fragment of its spirit to control the new self-regulating machinery, and how to create disposable mobile machines capable of carrying explosives. However, Qiao Yang felt constrained in what he could impart, as he suddenly received news that the Academy exchange had been advanced. It was set to commence next month. Was there yet another remarkable discovery? Qiao Yang was not particularly surprised. It was not uncommon for Academy exchanges to be rescheduled, and candidly, if everything proceeded as planned, that would be the anomaly. Allegedly, a new secret realm had been discovered, prompting several academies to act prematurely, as Lingji mentioned to a few individuals in the tavern. A so-called secret realm is essentially a dimension of its own, but it specifically refers to spaces abundant in rare resources. While secret realms may feature adverse environments or peculiar regulatory constraints, it is certain that they yield considerable rewards. Senior, what is the nature of this secret realm? Qiao Yang inquired. I do not know, Lingji replied, shaking his head. Where is this secret realm located? Wu Ling followed up. I do not know. Lingji continued to shake his head. When will this secret realm open? Lin Hao asked. I do not know. It will be sometime soon, Lingji replied, still shaking his head. Then how do we know that a secret realm is about to open? Zhongli finally inquired. If we remain ignorant of this matter, it would be quite inexcusable. I am somewhat informed, Lingji replied. It is said that the news originated from a Phoenix Beast King, who has maintained a favorable relationship with our Federation. Allegedly, some offspring of the Lords are also set to embark on an exploration. However, without knowledge of the secret realm's location and the timing of its opening, how can one hope to explore? Qiao Yang questioned with a furrowed brow. I am uncertain. According to the Phoenix Beast King, once the secret realm descends, its location will inevitably be revealed. It seems there are hidden circumstances, Lingji shrugged. Hidden circumstances? Could it be a conspiracy? Qiao Yang pondered, recalling numerous similar plots in novels where secret realms lured individuals into traps, only to have the protagonist heroically turn the tide. It may indeed be a conspiracy, Ling Ji stated with a calm demeanor. Yet, we must vie for the opportunity, for secret realms are inherently perilous. It depends on whether one dares to take that gamble. Indeed, Qiao Yang conceded. Such is the nature of secret realms. Even when aware of potential pitfalls, one must still leap into the fray. I shall contemplate devising a contingency plan in the coming days. Silver is quite experienced. I intend to seek his counsel. Chapter 122. Arrival at the Cloud Desolation Continent. The Cloud Desolation Continent, located within the Clear Wind domain, is at the heart of the Cloud Desolation Star. The exact size of the Cloud Desolation Star remains unknown. The Radiant Federation can only ascertain that they tread upon a planet. Yet no one has ever managed to circumnavigate the entirety of Cloud Desolation Star. Furthermore, the very boundaries of the Cloud Desolation Continent have eluded all who have sought them. The names Cloud Desolation Star and Cloud Desolation Continent were not coined by the Radiant Federation, but rather discovered during their explorations of ancient relics, with the indigenous inhabitants referring to their land as the Cloud Desolation Continent, leading to the Federation's formal recognition of the name. Traveling from the Radiant Federation to the Cloud Desolation Continent is not accomplished by ship or train. Rather, it is facilitated through a spatial passage established by the Council of Elders of the Federation. This passage permits direct access to the Cloud Desolation Continent. One certainty remains. The Cloud Desolation Continent is indeed quite distant from the Radiant Federation, separated by a vast sea, though the precise distance is undetermined. The establishment of this spatial passage does not rely on specific coordinates, but rather on anchor points previously deployed by the exploration forces. The Radiant Federation's exploration of the Cloud Desolation Continent has been rather limited. As Teacher Yin Yu previously stated, the exploration forces have yet to delve into several core areas. Remember what I have consistently emphasized. As long as you do not succumb to excessive greed and act within your means, you will certainly return alive. Teacher Yin Yu addressed the teams she was leading before their official departure. However, if you insist on pursuing opportunities beyond your capabilities, your fate will be uncertain. Nonetheless, Teacher Yin Yu added a few final words. If you encounter insurmountable troubles, use a signal flare, and I will hasten to your aid as swiftly as possible. However, whether you can endure until my arrival is contingent on your own fortune. Ultimately, regardless of the outcomes, my foremost wish is to see each of you return safely. As a teacher of the Academy, Yin Yu prioritized her students' safety above their achievements. Participants in the Academy Exchange are, after all, the cream of the crop, each equipped with life-preserving items bestowed by their instructors. As Teacher Yin Yu mentioned, as long as one does not harbor excessive greed, their lives should be secure. The Clear Wind domain is one of the few areas thoroughly explored by the Radiant Federation's exploration forces, with dangers in the vicinity having been largely eradicated. The term Clear Wind aptly describes this area, which is now as benign as a gentle breeze. Undoubtedly the center of Cloud Desolation Star. The concentration of spiritual energy here surpasses that within the Radiant Federation. It is likely that cultivation in this region will yield swifter results. After selecting a direction, Qiao Yang and his companions set forth, with Jiang Li remarking on their surroundings. They found themselves amidst a forest where the trees were not particularly dense. This doesn't seem right, Qiao Yang mused, sensing that this locale was unsuitable for cultivation. However, he noted that during combat, spiritual energy recovery would indeed be swifter. In terms of sensitivity to spiritual energy, Qiao Yang conceded that he could not compete with the already golden-ranked Ling Ji, indicating that this perspective likely stemmed from silver. Indeed, this place is ill-suited for cultivation, Ling Ji concurred. The spiritual energy here is relatively more conducive to spirit beasts, as it contains greater impurities for humans. Qiao Yang had previously instructed Dark Spirit to ascend and survey the area, discovering some spirit beasts nearby, albeit of low rank. These creatures offered little assistance for the Academy Exchange's collection tasks. The Academy Exchange operates on a pass-fail basis. As long as sufficient task materials are collected, a corresponding number of teams will be selected for success. Qiao Yang's team was tasked with gathering 50 different types of celestial-grade spiritual materials or their equivalents, marking their collection points on the map. To be candid, relying solely on collection efforts would render success nearly impossible. Hence, the latter stages of any Academy Exchange often devolve into a frenzied competition for resources. Moreover, Qiao Yang not only required task materials, but also sought to fulfill Teacher Yin Yu's commission for the celestial-grade purple blood dragon crystal. Comparatively, he would prefer to search for the 50 types of celestial-grade spiritual materials instead. Shall we ride the wind spirit? Qiao Yang proposed. Having refrained from summoning the wind spirit earlier due to the crowd, he now felt it safe to do so, as dark spirit's sonar indicated the vicinity was devoid of others. Oh, if such convenience is at hand, we must certainly take advantage of it. This marked Ling Zi's first encounter with the wind spirit, and he marveled at Qiao Yang's progress during his seclusion. Shall we head directly to the Dragon Clan battlefield? Qiao Yang inquired, as the wind spirit had been created for such occasions. Furthermore, during this period, Qiao Yang could have his autonomous machines produce some mechanical soldiers. Of course, Qiao Yang also recalled teacher Yin Yu's advice that unexpected treasures may lie at the borders of beast kings, lords, or diamond-level spirit beast territories. Thus, he would remain vigilant for opportunities as they traveled. Chapter 123, A Distinctive Journey of Academy Exchange. The most frequently uttered phrase by Qiao Yang's teacher in his past life was, "To shine before others, one must endure hardship behind the scenes." While this assertion may not universally apply, it certainly holds true in certain circumstances. Recently, Qiao Yang had toiled tirelessly to develop the airship, intending for it to be operational before the Academy Exchange, thus easing their experience during the event. Currently, the 5 of them sat comfortably within the airship, each holding a cup of juice filled with ice, and while other beverages could have been prepared, Qiao Yang had specifically requested the formula for cola from silver. However, the taste seemed somewhat off. Ultimately, the juice proved to be a simpler and more enjoyable choice. Qiao Yang had stocked the airship with an abundance of fruits, all high-quality provisions supplied by the martial spirits, sufficient to last them until the conclusion of the Academy Exchange. Surely, no one else is more comfortable than we are, Zhongli remarked, lounging in her seat with little regard for decorum. That is indeed true, Ling Zi replied, maintaining a formal posture. I must admit, these seats are remarkably comfortable, and there is no fear of missing anything. He continued, both heavenly materials and earthly treasures possess spiritual energy magnetic fields, which cannot be concealed from dark spirits' radar. Even the Dark Moon Academy, renowned for its expertise in stealth, has failed to comprehend the intricacies of spiritual energy fields. No natural material possesses the ability to evolve and conceal its spiritual energy field. If such a material existed, it would be undesirable. Of course, the wind spirit lacked functionalities akin to a harvesting machine. It did not possess a device capable of emitting green light to scan materials and draw them into the airship. Such features had not been included in Qiao Yang's original design. Thus, every time the dark spirit detects spiritual materials, it is either Ling Zi or Zhongli who descends to procure them. Ling Zi possesses formidable defenses, while Zhongli is adept in the art of concealment. The wind spirit cannot approach the location of the spiritual materials, for it relies on the wind elements that gather around it to float. Although these wind elements are non-aggressive, the pressure they generate could potentially obliterate the spiritual materials. The question remains, when will they be able to gather 50 varieties of heavenly-grade spiritual materials? Lin Hao's expression bore a hint of concern. To be fair, the recent endeavors of Qiao Yang and his companions have yielded commendable results, having discovered numerous spiritual materials, albeit all of them being at the spirit or mysterious grade, with not a single earth-grade material in sight, let alone heavenly-grade ones. You truly intend to rely on collection to pass the test, don't you? Ling Zi and Wu Ling exchanged glances, a mixture of exasperation and admiration in their expressions. In this era dominated by wilderness exploration, the ambition to fulfill the Academy's exchange requirements through personal collection, even as a mere notion, is undeniably commendable. While the Academy Exchange is ostensibly based on task completion, thus allowing passage upon fulfilling the requirements, the reality is that it operates on a taotajur, or elimination system. This quantity cannot be achieved solely through personal collection. Ultimately, it necessitates seizing from others. Ling Zi elucidated to Lin Hao. Of course, opportunities do exist. If we could slay a diamond-grade spirit beast, or even a lord, we would undoubtedly complete the task. Qiao Yang jested, though the truth of the matter was known only to him and Yin. The body of a lord could certainly yield 50 varieties of heavenly-grade spiritual materials. Indeed, capturing a diamond-grade spirit beast would suffice as well, Zhongli added. Laughter ensued among them, with the banter serving merely as jest. Zhongli, however, pondered the potentiality of the situation. Understanding Qiao Yang reasonably well, she realized he would not casually mention such a matter unless he had contemplated it seriously. Thus, she remained vigilant, considering the possibility with earnest thought. The conclusion was that she found it utterly inconceivable, whether it be a lord or a beast king. The mere breath of such entities could reduce Qiao Yang and his companions to mere ash. The power wielded by these beings is beyond their capacity to contend with, and they would scarcely be regarded by such entities. Therefore, it would be prudent to abandon this far-fetched notion and proceed earnestly to the Dragon Clan battlefield. Regardless of the outcome of the Academy Exchange, the priority remains to fulfill teacher Yan Yu's commission. Seizing what can be grasped is of utmost importance. Even if they ultimately fail to pass the Academy's selection, acquiring some thick Earth Soul fruits would not be in vain. The speed of the airship Wind Spirit is remarkable. Within 2 days, it traversed from the Qingfeng domain to the Dragon Clan battlefield, also known as the Dragon War domain. Along the way, they encountered spirit beasts. Yet truth be told, without the presence of the airship Wind Spirit, these beasts might have posed some trouble for Qiao Yang and his companions. Regrettably, the indomitable exterior of the airship, clad in adamantine dragon scales, deterred any such thoughts from the spirit beasts. Is this truly the Dragon Clan battlefield? Zhongli cautiously peered out, feeling a sense of discomfort, as though an invisible force was influencing her. Chapter 124, The Dragon Clan Battlefield. The Dragon Clan is a remarkable species of spirit beast. Any creature bearing the name dragon possesses extraordinary qualities. The Dragon Clan battlefield, a venue for conflicts among dragon spirit beasts and their tribes, is replete with wonders. For instance, the scattered mysterious yellow dragon blood that permeates the area renders even the weeds here akin to a form of spiritual herb. Alternatively, it could be that the weeds are indeed spiritual herbs, enabling them to withstand the battle-laden dragon blood shed by the dragon spirit beasts. Genuine wild grasses, however, could not endure the fierce dominance of the Dragon Clan's mysterious yellow blood, leading to their extinction in this battlefield. Moreover, there exists the legendary battle spirit of the Dragon Clan, which refers to those dragons who perished in battle, some, upon their demise, were so imbued with fighting spirit that even in death, their fervor lingers, continuously affecting this space. Zhang Li's sensations mirrored the influence of these unwilling battle spirits. As she had previously remained within the airship, shielded by the adamantine dragon scales that insulated her from this battle intent. Now that she had emerged to explore, she felt the discomfort acutely. But it shouldn't be. I felt nothing. And Zhang Li, you of all people shouldn't feel anything either, Qiao Yang remarked. Zhang Li's strength is beyond question, and as an assassin, she had undergone rigorous training to bolster her mental fortitude. If Qiao Yang felt nothing, then Zhang Li should be untroubled as well. Oh, it isn't the influence of the legendary dragon battle spirits. Zhang Li finally discerned her predicament. It was merely hunger. Earlier, she had felt a bit anxious. It was indeed time for a meal. Reflecting on it, it was only fitting, as meal time had arrived. Though Zhang Li's admission left Qiao Yang somewhat speechless, she was correct. It was time to eat. Come, senior, let us try the kitchen that the wind spirit provides. The interior of the airship was designed akin to the RVs of Qiao Yang's past life, naturally equipped with a kitchen, albeit with only basic amenities. Heating milk, brewing coffee, and toasting bread were within its capabilities. However, cooking dishes that produced significant smoke, such as stir-frying or barbecuing, would be ill-advised in such a confined space. Much like eating chives on a bus. Furthermore, barbecuing in the wild is also not particularly suitable. The aroma easily attracts spirit beasts, necessitating that food preparation be conducted far from camp to avoid attracting formidable beasts. However, Qiao Yang and his companions bore no such concerns, as the airship could easily flee, rendering the threat of a camp attack a non-issue. How delightful! Lingji took a bite of the toasted bread, the slightly charred slice exuding a fragrant aroma of wheat, the warmth elevating his spirits. There is nothing more comforting in the wild than indulging in a warm meal without a care in the world. Previously, even the desire for a warm bite was a source of anxiety. In truth, I believe the greatest benefit is the ability to take a hot shower, Zhang Li remarked, reclining in her chair while nibbling on bread. Previously, she could only wash with cold water, but now, a hot shower was within reach. I, on the other hand, find great pleasure in not having to trek under the scorching sun. Sitting in the air-conditioned airship while chatting is the most enjoyable experience. Qiao Yang shared his perspective. The group exchanged glances, collectively marveling at how technology transforms life. Within the Dragon Clan battlefield, spirit beasts also thrive, having undergone some evolution or mutation influenced by dragon blood or dragon breath, thus acquiring the dragon lineage. Among them is the close relative of Ling Ji's armored black tortoise, the armored dragon tortoise, affected by the dragon lineage. The armored dragon tortoise exhibits features more akin to dragon spirit beasts, such as dragon horns adorning its head, fins on its tail, and sharper claws on its forelimbs. Its attack power surpasses that of the armored black tortoise, yet its defense has diminished, and unlike the armored black tortoise, the armored dragon tortoise cannot retract its head, tail, or limbs into its shell. This, in fact, undermines the potential of this spirit beast, Ling Ji assessed, and in Qiao Yang's mind, concurred. Tortoise-type spirit beasts inherently possess far superior defensive capabilities than offensive ones. Even with an increase in attack power, it would not surpass that of offensive spirit beasts. while their inherent advantages are diminished. Furthermore, the most critical aspect is that the bloodline of tortoise-type spirit beasts is already considered noble. Now, with the addition of dragon blood, it paradoxically restricts the development of their own lineage. The battlefield of the dragon clan unfolds in such a manner that the scattered blood of the Xian Huang dragons has imbued the local spirit beasts with the essence of dragon lineage. However, the infusion of dragon blood is not universally beneficial. For spirit beasts already possessing a commendable bloodline, this can manifest as a form of bloodline pollution. Thus, my earlier counsel to the group of dragon turtles was to either forsake their dragon lineage and start anew, or to endeavor to consume the dragon blood with their own lineage. Some higher-tier spirit beasts exhibit a degree of sentience, allowing them to communicate with individuals such as Qiao Yang and his companions. The inherently lethargic nature of the turtle spirit beasts renders the dragon turtles relatively docile, even when tainted by dragon blood. Meanwhile, Qiao Yang and his companions are eager to forge friendships, leading to a beneficial exchange where both parties attain their respective desires. The heavily armored dragon turtles discovered a path to advancement, while Qiao Yang's group received the dragon turtles' generous offerings, epitomizing a win-win scenario. Chapter 125. News of the Purple Blood Dragon Crystal. The collection of the Purple Blood Dragon Crystal is an arduous task. The battlefield of the Dragon Clan is vast, and the crystals do not necessarily flourish in any particular location. Even upon locating a potential growth site, identifying the crystals amidst a multitude of stone eggs is no easy feat. Even when a purple blood dragon crystal does appear, the majority are of the earth grade. Consequently, fulfilling teacher Yan Yu's commission proves to be quite the challenge. It involves not only locating the growth sites of the purple blood dragon crystals and extracting them from the surrounding stone eggs, but also doing so expeditiously. The primary concern for Qiao Yang and his companions remains the completion of their academic exchange, making it impractical to dedicate all their time to the commission. Thus, acquiring intelligence regarding the purple blood dragon crystals becomes paramount. Previously, Qiao Yang and his companions aided the heavily armored dragon turtle clan in discovering a means of advancement. And in gratitude, the dragon turtles divulged several known growth locations for the purple blood dragon crystals. Although these dragon turtles possess commendable strength, their understanding of bloodlines and advancements pales in comparison to the knowledge held by Qiao Yang and his scholarly peers, a testament to the extensive research conducted by the Radiant Academy over the years. In contrast, the methods of advancement within spirit beast clans tend to be rather rudimentary, often revolving around the simple principle of consuming whatever enhances their strength, without regard for future consequences. This frequently leads to diminishing returns in their growth, making it increasingly challenging to progress. This is also why spirit beasts are generally quite willing to form contracts with humans. The cultivation standards of humans significantly surpass their own. Much like parents aspiring for their children to attend prestigious schools for superior education, spirit beasts share a similar desire. According to the directions provided by the heavily armored dragon turtles, 3 of the identified growth sites for the purple blood dragon crystals are relatively close to Qiao Yang and his companion's current location. These are the primary areas the dragon turtles frequent in their search for the crystals. The pursuit of purple blood dragon crystals, particularly those of high quality, is an arduous endeavor for humans. However, for the languid dragon turtles, endowed with lengthy lifespans, it poses no issue whatsoever. If they fail to find them today, they can simply try again tomorrow or even next year. The dragon turtles harbor a lesser urgency for strength enhancement. Thus, their quest for purple blood dragon crystals or other spiritual materials is often leisurely, with days of searching followed by periods of rest. Unfortunately, the purple blood dragon crystals remain a rare treasure to them, leading to their immediate consumption upon discovery rather than saving them for trade. Zhongli sighed, lamenting that for most spiritual materials, consuming them outright is a grievous waste. Yet, spirit beasts typically disregard this, as they possess no knowledge of alchemy. According to the dragon turtles, the growth site located in the southeast is particularly suitable, albeit somewhat distant. Lingji examined the map, noting the 3 growth sites for the purple blood dragon crystals that are relatively close. Due to the dragon turtles' long-term scavenging there, many crystals have already been harvested over the years. The more distant sites, however, have seen less exploration, largely because the dragon turtles are generally quite lazy. Consequently, fewer crystals have been extracted from those locations. Nonetheless, reports from a few dragon turtles that have ventured there suggest that the quality of the purple blood dragon crystals in the southeastern site is slightly superior to those found elsewhere. Should Qiao Yang and his companions seek heavenly-grade purple blood dragon crystals, their chances are somewhat higher there. However, this remains a mere conjecture. The dragon turtles have never encountered heavenly-grade crystals throughout their long existence. let alone the theoretically rare, holy-grade purple blood dragon crystals, of which they are entirely unaware. With a general direction established, the prospects become significantly clearer. Qiao Yang envisions that a growth site ought to yield at least one heavenly-grade purple blood dragon crystal. The earth-grade crystals should not be dismissed either, as they are still valuable spiritual materials. In previous excursions, Qiao Yang had yet to encounter any earth-grade materials in the wild. Furthermore, he reasoned that with the detection capabilities of the dark spirit, any purple blood dragon crystals within a growth site would not evade his notice. Should he stumble upon a heavenly-grade crystal, it would naturally be retained for task completion and exchanged with Teacher Yenyu for the coveted thick earth soul fruit. However, the majority of the harvested purple blood dragon crystals are likely to be of the earth grade. These crystals might facilitate exchanges with the heavily armored dragon turtles or other spirit beasts for precious items. It is evident that even earth-grade purple blood dragon crystals are regarded as highly valuable by the dragon turtles. Although their inherent lethargy has rendered them less proactive in gathering these crystals, they would certainly be willing to negotiate should someone present them with purple blood dragon crystals. Despite the previous discussions with Ling Ji and others indicating that they would no longer consume the crystals to enhance their strength, it remains a significant waste to do so. These materials possess numerous other applications. Chapter 126. The arduous yet not overly burdensome collection process. On board the airship, Qiao Yang and his companions gathered around a table to deliberate their upcoming plans. It must be said that with the introduction of the airship Feng Po, the previously exhausting journey has become significantly more pleasant. Although the design causes a slight drift in steering, the individuals present possess sufficient cultivation to avoid any motion sickness. Let us take a moment to rest, Ling Ji suggested. We shall face ample challenges when collecting the purple blood dragon crystals. I must remind everyone that if negative emotions such as annoyance, fatigue, or agitation arise during the collection process, it is imperative to cease all activities immediately and engage in something that can restore your spirits. Ling Ji was prepared for an extended stay, understanding that dedicating 10 days, half a month, or even a month for the sake of the thick earth soul fruit reward was worthwhile. However, beast masters must maintain a vigilant mental state, which encompasses not only abundant energy and physical stamina, but also emotional stability. Repetitive, monotonous, and unrewarding labor is most likely to evoke negative emotions, thus necessitating Ling Ji's reminder to the group to uphold their mental fortitude. It is preferable to accomplish nothing than to allow oneself to be influenced by negative sentiments. Senior, Qiao Yang interjected, raising his hand. Perhaps we need not invest so much time. He had no intention of concealing the capabilities of the dark spirit's power detection radar. In fact, there was nothing to hide regarding mechanical functions. The mechanical path is one of brute force overcoming cleverness, straightforward and transparent, designed to ensure that the opponent is fully aware of the information at hand without the need for secrecy. Does Junior Qiao Yang have any solutions? After all, Ling Ji is a formidable beast master of the golden rank, a prominent figure in the outside world, and his intelligence is naturally not to be underestimated. The moment Qiao Yang mentions Ling Ji, he is likely to comprehend Qiao Yang's intentions. You are referring to the dark spirit? Wu Ling has also participated in the arena competition alongside Qiao Yang and is undoubtedly aware of the dark spirit's detection capabilities, though he may be unfamiliar with the term spiritual magnetic field. Qiao Yang, are you planning to use it? Zhang Li looked at Qiao Yang, and he understood her unspoken question, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, the dark spirit's spiritual magnetic field radar should be capable of detecting whether the purple blood dragon crystal is present within its shell and can conduct a range detection. Zhang Li, as an assassin, has studied various methods of stealth and counter-surveillance, yet she had never encountered the concept of a spiritual magnetic field before. When Qiao Yang first introduced the idea to her, she was genuinely taken aback for a considerable time. After obtaining Qiao Yang's consent, she conveyed this concept to the Academy's instructors, only to discover that even the Dark Moon Academy, renowned for its expertise in the assassin profession, had never heard of such a phenomenon. Upon learning that someone could utilize a spiritual magnetic field for investigation, the professors at Dark Moon Academy urged Zhang Li to bring that individual to their institution. However, due to Qiao Yang's numerous commitments, this plan was never realized. As expected, Ling Ji is also unfamiliar with this concept, but it does not impede his understanding that Qiao Yang possesses a method capable of extensively detecting the proximity of purple blood dragon crystals. Although surprised, Ling Ji chooses to place his trust in Qiao Yang. Soon, please guide us, Junior. The speed of the wind spirit is swift, and within the time it takes to have a meal, they arrived at the location on the map where the purple blood dragon crystals grow. This location can be considered a cave or a mining pit, as it is devoid of light, illuminated only by faint glimmers from some spiritual ores. Qiao Yang summoned the dark spirit, and as he anticipated, there were indeed anomalies detectable within the nearby spiritual magnetic field. He instructed Ling Ji to summon the heavy-armored Xian turtle and the Fuyu ancient turtle to employ earth control, excavating the stone eggs buried deep underground. Without a glance, he collected them into his storage space. The psychological state of individuals within a cave can be significantly affected, making it unsuitable for directly opening blind boxes in such an environment. Thus, all the stone eggs Qiao Yang unearthed were taken outside for opening. The current situation is that Qiao Yang and Ling Ji are leading the way, with Qiao Yang directing Ling Ji to unearth one stone egg after another, while Zhang Li and the others simply gather the eggs. This is quite different from what I envisioned. I thought we would be laboriously cracking open each stone egg. Ling Ji chuckled. Although most individuals searching for purple blood dragon crystals follow a similar process, or even carry a pile out to open one by one, technology has transformed life. Without a radar, one must crack them open individually. With a radar, one still has to crack them open one by one. Wouldn't that render my research futile? Qiao Yang felt quite pleased. Generally speaking, searching for purple blood dragon crystals is a rather vexing endeavor, as it is labor-intensive, troublesome, and yields minimal returns. However, if it merely involves collecting stone eggs containing the crystals, it becomes inconsequential. After all, gathering wealth is one of life's greatest joys. Chapter 127. The thrilling moment of unpacking blind boxes. Let us mark this spot for now and return later. Even though the current task is merely to collect the stone eggs from the ground into the storage space, Qiao Yang and the others decided to exercise moderation. The growth site of the purple blood dragon crystals can be considered a rocky environment, where conserving stamina is paramount. In such environments, the greatest threat to stamina is excessive excitement, leading one to overlook fatigue. Once exhaustion sets in, it becomes too late to recover. As at least silver-ranked beast masters, and with Ling Ji having reached the golden rank, they are not easily fatigued. Yet the cave's inherent darkness can negatively impact one's mental state. All right, Qiao Yang admits. The aforementioned reasons are merely excuses. He is simply tired. The expanse of the purple blood dragon crystal growth site is considerable. The Dark Spirit's spiritual magnetic field radar effectively functions as an extensive soul secret technique, and after changing the materials for the technique's vessel, the detection range has now extended to approximately 800 meters. However, after nearly a day of exploration, they have yet to cover the entire area. After all, the Dark Spirit's function is limited to detection. Actual excavation requires Ling Ji's direct involvement. Although self-disciplined machines could be manufactured for excavation and collection due to time constraints, Qiao Yang has yet to teach them how to create such machinery. Self-destruct robots are essentially mobile bombs, requiring only leg movement for operation. But excavation entails significantly more complex actions. Therefore, to rapidly generate combat capabilities, Qiao Yang has taught them to replicate themselves and create self-destruct robots, while the creation of excavation robots remains unaddressed for the time being. Additionally, the stone eggs containing the purple blood dragon crystals are not only quite heavy, but some are buried beneath a considerable pile of other eggs, quite deeply. Even if a machine could be developed for excavation, it might not suffice to unearth them due to the depth. Gathering spiritual herbs is a meticulous task. Typically, plant-based spiritual materials grow independently and do not necessitate robotic assistance for collection. Thus, robots designated for gathering are primarily used for mining, which is not particularly common, rendering the necessity for such machinery rather minimal. I'm hungry, let us eat. Inside the airship, Zhang Li laid out bread and soup on the table. The vastness of the world pales in comparison to the importance of a meal. Although everyone eagerly anticipated the moment of cracking open the stone eggs, dining remains the foremost priority. The kitchen aboard the airship is fairly simple. Aside from baking some bread, the only other operation possible is boiling soup. Fortunately, Zhang Li procured some seasonings and pre-prepared ingredients before their departure. Otherwise, relying solely on ingredients found in the wild would yield rather unpalatable results. Regardless, they have now arrived at the most exhilarating segment. All their efforts ultimately lead to this moment. Zhang Li and the others piled up all the collected stone eggs and announced, "Let us begin." Opening the stone eggs containing the purple blood dragon crystals is rather straightforward. They can simply be smashed without worry of damaging the crystals within, as these are at least earth-grade spiritual materials and unlikely to be so fragile. Qiao Yang, do you know what distinguishes earth-grade from heaven-grade purple blood dragon crystals? Zhang Li inquired, gazing at the heap of crystals with a hint of confusion. The detection capabilities of the Dark Spirit are indeed impressive. Each stone egg is enveloped by a crystal. However, the pressing question remains, which ones are earth grade and which are heaven grade? Or rather, which is the purple blood dragon crystal? Zhang Li and the others initially believed that the purple blood dragon crystal was akin to a purple, transparent polyhedron, but to their surprise, these crystals resemble jade in various colors and are completely opaque. How does one discern the quality of these items? Is it similar to jade, where the clearer the crystal, the higher the grade? Zhongli queried. Teacher Yin explained this to me, Qiao Yang replied, flipping through the information sent by Teacher Yin. No. While the purple blood dragon crystal resembles jade, it remains a crystalline substance. The quality of the purple blood dragon crystal is still assessed based on the brilliance of its crystalline glow. The operational methodology bears resemblance to the principles of the dominant spirit ray. Once infused with spiritual energy, it emits a radiant glow, the intensity and hue of which can be utilized to ascertain its grade. Similarly, the method for determining whether a crystal is a purple blood dragon crystal is akin, as Qiao Yang had employed such techniques in his previous life to classify gemstones, using a laser beam to measure the refractive index. If the refractive index falls within a certain range, it suffices. Upon exposure to spiritual energy, Earth-grade purple blood dragon crystals emit a faint red luminescence, while those of heavenly grade radiate a white brilliance. As for the saint-grade purple blood dragon crystal, no one possesses knowledge of its characteristics, for none have ever encountered one. Thus, its crystalline glow remains an enigma. The examination revealed that this batch of purple blood dragon crystals was exclusively of the Earth grade, devoid of any heavenly grade. Chapter 128. The Transaction with the Spirit Beast Clan. Although the detection range of the Dark Spirit is considerable, it remains relatively limited in the context of the growth area of the purple blood dragon crystals. One need only consider that the heavily armored Dragon Tortoise clan has been collecting for countless years, yet has still not fully explored a single growth site of these crystals. Given the collection speed of Qiao Yang and his companions, it is improbable that they could completely harvest this growth area. Despite the arduous nature of the Academy Exchange tasks, they still wish to make an earnest attempt. The Academy Exchange is, in fact, a selection competition aimed at identifying the most suitable teams for wilderness challenges at a higher level. Qiao Yang and his companions harbor a keen interest in this elevated competition, as it is likely that Qiao Yang's ambitions hinge upon that very contest for the construction of a spacecraft capable of traversing the cosmos, a feat far too daunting to achieve solely within the confines of the Radiant Federation. Their objective is to secure 5 standard-sized heavenly-grade purple blood dragon crystals, ensuring each of them can obtain a thick earth soul fruit before ceasing their endeavors to pursue other tasks. The temporal constraints of the Academy Exchange do not permit them to linger excessively in this area. Thus, after deliberation, Qiao Yang and his companions resolved to exert themselves, extending their daily hours by an hour to gather more purple blood dragon crystals. In truth, the daily collection routine lacks noteworthy anecdotes. They ascend the mountain by day, return to their flying vessel to rest at night, maintain regular meals, and forego midday naps. And so it goes. Silver, do you believe in the existence of protagonists in this world? After several days of diligent effort, Qiao Yang and his companions had amassed 5 standard-sized heavenly-grade purple blood dragon crystals. Yet, unlike the protagonists from novels Qiao Yang had previously read, there was no unexpected revelation of a saint-grade purple blood dragon crystal upon their discovery. The existence of such protagonists is undeniable. Throughout every epoch, there have always been individuals who ascend to the eternal realm. However, it is hard to believe that these individuals are not indeed protagonists. Yet, not all of them are graced with fortune. Many who ultimately ascend to the eternal realm have, throughout their lives, experienced little luck. The eternal realm? Qiao Yang keenly noted a novel term. Well, do not ask me what the eternal realm is. I cannot elucidate it for you. However, suffice it to say that once you ascend to the eternal realm, you will comprehend its essence. I merely feel that, in some regard, I embody a protagonist archetype, reincarnated and encountering a mentor like you, Silver. Surely that qualifies as a protagonist journey. Why then do other narrative elements from novels remain unfulfilled? Why must one insist on being a protagonist? Silver's voice remained unhurried. Is it not sufficient to strive for personal betterment? In this world, there will always be individuals of extraordinary talent and fortuitous fate. But how does that pertain to you? Your goal is not to overshadow everyone else. Very well, thank you. Silver. With Silver's response lifting his spirits, Qiao Yang resolved to proceed with the next phase of their plan. Qiao Yang and his companions had no particular desire for the purple blood dragon crystals. Ultimately, they intended to trade them at the Radiant Federation's Radiant Treasure Pavilion. Therefore, it would be more prudent to engage in trade with the local Spirit Beast clan. This clan possesses a plethora of valuable items. Although they tend to consume materials beneficial to themselves, they do retain those that are of no use to them. And given the generally long lifespans of spirit beasts, they have accumulated a wealth of materials over the ages. The first target for Qiao Yang and his companions' trade was the previously encountered heavily armored Dragon Tortoise clan. Following their discussions with Qiao Yang and his group, the Dragon Tortoise clan had ceased using purple blood dragon crystals to enhance their bloodlines. Yet these crystals, as a form of Earth-grade spiritual material, undoubtedly possess multiple uses beyond mere enhancement. For instance, purple blood dragon crystals can be integrated into the shells of the heavily armored dragon tortoises, augmenting the shell's hardness and allowing for the imbuement of dragon might. In dire circumstances, the power extracted from these crystals could unleash a formidable breath attack, serving as a crucial trump card for survival. In summary, their applications are numerous. Thus, upon learning that Qiao Yang and his companions wished to exchange purple blood dragon crystals, the Dragon Tortoise clan was understandably exhilarated and began preparations in earnest. One cannot help but remark on the abundance of treasures possessed by the Dragon Tortoise clan. The following day, as Qiao Yang and his companions beheld the items the Dragon Tortoise clan had gathered for trade, they were left speechless. While Qiao Yang and his companions had anticipated certain items for trade, they were astonished to discover that the Dragon Tortoise clan had even presented the Water-Fire Golden Lotus for exchange. The Water-Fire Golden Lotus can be classified as a heavenly grade material, suitable for direct consumption, capable of refining the body through its unique properties, facilitating the concoction of yin-yang pills, and serving as a medium for cultivating the Lotus Secret technique, with a slim chance of imparting the concept of yin and yang. However, the specimen of the Water-Fire Golden Lotus was of inferior quality, missing several petals, indicating that the Dragon Tortoise clan lacked the expertise to preserve spiritual materials adequately. Although its grade had diminished, its value still surpassed that of the majority of Earth-grade spiritual materials. Chapter 129. Trading is far more efficient than searching. Despite the spirit beast clans possessing intellect comparable to that of humans, their unique racial attributes and sheer numbers mean they often lag behind humans in numerous aspects. This is a perfectly natural phenomenon. Even among humans, technological advancement varies widely. For instance, various primitive tribes exist near the Radiant Federation, and their technological levels are clearly not on par with those of the Federation. Given the vast population of spirit beast clans, it is unrealistic to expect them to develop technology equivalent to that of the Radiant Federation. Take, for example, the preservation of spiritual materials. Were the inhabitants of the Radiant Federation tasked with preserving something like the Water-Fire Golden Lotus, as Qiao Yang and his companions would, they would surely employ specially crafted jade vessels for storage, which would not only prevent damage to the materials, but also concentrate spiritual energy, thereby enhancing their efficacy. In contrast, the Dragon Tortoise clan lacks such awareness, casually placing the materials in random locations, inevitably leading to deterioration. However, relying on Qiao Yang and his companions to locate a Water-Fire Golden Lotus independently would be exceedingly challenging, as this material belongs to a category that is typically found only in dreams, not in reality, due to its stringent growth conditions. Legends hold that the Water-Fire Golden Lotus thrives at the confluence of water and fire, necessitating specific qualities in both elements. Yet, the precise environmental requirements remain unknown to Qiao Yang and his companions. Such materials are beyond the current research capabilities of the Radiant Federation. Of course, materials of similar caliber, such as the Ice-Fire Golden Lotus, are also rare and elusive. The Dragon Tortoise clan is unlikely to possess many. Nevertheless, there are still a considerable number of materials at slightly lower grades available. The purple blood dragon crystal, being an Earth-grade spiritual material, would certainly not be exchanged for anything below the level of an Earth-grade spiritual material. The value of spiritual materials varies significantly, even among those classified as Earth-grade or Heaven-grade. The worth can differ vastly. Some Earth-grade spiritual materials may surpass their Heaven-grade counterparts in value, while certain Heaven-grade materials might be less valuable than some Earth-grade ones. Despite conveying the same concept, the 50 types of Heaven-grade materials required for the Academy exchange pertain to those of relatively lower price within the Heaven-grade category. While they may not be less valuable than Earth-grade materials, they certainly do not match the worth of complete water, fire, and metal lotus. Ultimately, the Academy exchange remains a selection process. It cannot be the case that all teams are eliminated, and thus it is improbable for the tasks to be insurmountable. Consequently, there exists a glimmer of opportunity within the challenges of the Academy exchange. Although Heaven-grade materials are rare, in the resource-rich expanse of the Cloud Wilderness, one can typically find one or two if willing to seek them out. The participants in the Academy exchange are all outstanding students from various academies within the Radiant Federation. Having spent their formative years exploring the wilderness, it would be quite disrespectful to assume they could not locate even a single type of material in such a bountiful region. However, the advancement criteria for the Academy exchange necessitate 50 distinct types of Heaven-grade materials, with each requiring a standard volume. In other words, not only must their values be comparable, but their varieties must also differ. Thus, if a single team can eliminate 24 other teams, they would likely be able to amass the requisite 50 distinct types of heaven-grade spiritual materials. Of course, if luck is unfavorable, they might need to eliminate a few more teams. If materials of the caliber of the water, fire, and metal lotus were required, the Academy exchange would be rendered unnecessary. For no team would be able to compile 50 materials of comparable value. In fact, in some of the poorer cities within the Radiant Federation, it remains uncertain whether they even possess 50 types of materials that can rival the value of the water, fire, and metal lotus. Expecting a group of students to gather the resources of an entire city in such a short time is rather implausible. It is worth noting that the spiritual materials obtained during the Academy exchange do not need to be surrendered. No team would willingly part with 50 types of heaven-grade materials. Exchanging such a cost for a ticket to a higher-level competition would indeed be exorbitantly steep. Soon, the Armored Tortoise Group and Qiao Yang's team completed their transactions. Although they did not acquire any heaven-grade materials, the incomplete water, fire, and metal lotus, along with some earth-grade materials they exchanged for, amounted to the equivalent of one heaven-grade material. Coupled with the heaven-grade purple blood dragon crystals previously collected by Qiao Yang and his companions, they had now gathered 2 types of task materials that met the requirements, which was far more efficient than seeking them out individually. On board the airship, Qiao Yang and his companions gathered around a table, discussing their recent acquisitions, while the airship, Wind Spirit, soared towards the next spiritual beast congregation. During the previous transaction, they had not fully traded their purple blood dragon crystals, and thus had a considerable surplus remaining for further exchanges with other spiritual beast groups. Following the suggestion of the armored tortoise, Qiao Yang and his companions chose to head towards the gathering place of the water spirit white deer. Hey, can we just keep digging for purple blood dragon crystals every day and trade with the spiritual beast groups one by one? Zhang Li inquired, her mood buoyant after successfully trading for a piece of Prajna stone, which was particularly suitable for nurturing her ghostly companion. That 1T work, we still lack sufficient time. Qiao Yang calculated and replied. Chapter 130. While trading is exhilarating, ultimately, strength prevails. I've assessed the situation. While trading with the spiritual beast groups is considerably faster than collecting materials individually, we still want to be able to gather enough within the stipulated time. Purely exchanging materials does indeed expedite the process, yet the time consumed in traveling is a significant factor. Only those groups located near the habitats of the purple blood dragon crystals can facilitate trades. Moreover, although Qiao Yang and his team are collecting materials at an accelerated pace compared to the norm, they are still lacking the time required to examine each stone egg. The inherent scarcity of the purple blood dragon crystals further hampers their collection speed. Furthermore, not all spiritual beast groups are amenable to trading. Only those more straightforward and honest, like the armored tortoise, can engage in transactions. In truth, Qiao Yang harbors no desire for conflict. Engaging in battles implies the risk of failure, which would render all efforts futile. Thus, if he could complete the task without resorting to conflict, he would certainly prefer that route. Unfortunately, it seems the Academy exchange has anticipated such possibilities. Even when dealing with indigenous groups, of which the spiritual beast clans could be considered a part, the trading speed is several times faster than self-collection, yet it remains insufficient. The Academy exchange requires 50 types of heaven-grade materials. Even if they manage to collect a few through direct gathering, trading with indigenous groups might yield only a few more, still far from meeting the exchange's demands. As for the notion of black eating black, waiting for others to eliminate several teams before capitalizing on the situation, this is indeed a possibility. However, one must also consider that those teams capable of eliminating multiple opponents are unlikely to be weaklings. Attempting to seize opportunities from such teams necessitates a readiness for potential failure. This is why Qiao Yang consistently avoids conflict. He lacks confidence in overpowering all opponents, especially after witnessing the prowess of senior students like Ling Ji and Wang Yong, which instilled a sense of reverence towards other teams from the Radiant Academy. Who knows if there exists a beast master as formidable as Wang Yong, charging forth like a rampaging elephant. Moreover, there lies a considerable challenge. If one solely focuses on black eating black, the vast expanse of the cloud wilderness, with each team embarking in different directions, makes it difficult to locate vulnerable teams to prey upon. It is possible that predecessors have completed the Academy exchange tasks through transactions with indigenous groups, but the current volume of tasks has rendered such methods nearly impossible to accomplish through trading or self-gathering. Therefore, while trading to collect materials is indeed swift, it ultimately does not suffice. Alternatively, as previously mentioned, if Qiao Yang and his companions could eliminate a single leader, the materials obtained from such a leader would undoubtedly equate to the worth of 50 types of heaven-grade materials. Nevertheless, regardless of the scenario, That is of little relevance to Qiao Yang and his team at present. For now, they should proceed with their plan to engage and trade with the Water Spirit White Deer congregation. The Water Spirit White Deer, in truth, is simply referred to as the White Deer. As it embodies the essence of water, it is designated as the Water Spirit White Deer. Being a water spirit, the White Deer possesses a pure disposition, which is why Qiao Yang seeks to engage and trade with them. As the embodiment of water, the White Deer naturally gravitates towards water sources. Thus, their congregation can be found near rivers and lakes. Humans, what brings you here? Qiao Yang and his companions were keen to avoid startling the White Deer congregation, so as they neared the lake, he instructed Wind Spirit to decelerate and proceed slowly. Approaching their destination, they even disembarked to walk the remaining distance. The White Deer, while possessing a simple nature, are inherently sensitive and can discern good from evil. Naturally, they could sense the respect that Qiao Yang and his companions extended towards them. The White Deer, being of pure heart, reciprocated the courteous demeanor of Qiao Yang's group. Greetings, we are friends introduced by the Armored Tortoise clan, and we wish to engage and trade with you. Qiao Yang presented the token given to him by the Armored Tortoise clan to the White Deer leader. Indeed, you are recognized friends of the Armored Tortoise clan. They have always maintained a good rapport with our tribe. Friends of theirs are also friends of ours. The White Deer leader acknowledged upon inspecting the token and validating Qiao Yang's assertion. What do you all intend to exchange, and what will you offer in return? With that question, Qiao Yang produced a piece of purple blood dragon crystal, of course, of the earth grade. As for what to exchange, there is no fixed item. You merely need to offer something of equivalent value. Indeed, it is the purple blood dragon crystal. After inspection by the chief of the White Deer clan, it was determined that this item is of great utility to our tribe, and we will prepare something of equal value for the exchange. However, preparation will take some time. So we kindly ask everyone to stay for the night, and we shall commence trading tomorrow. Chapter 131. The first principle of trade is fairness. The efficiency of the Water Essence White Deer clan is commendable. They gathered early the next morning to prepare for the trade. We have sufficient rare materials ready. How many pieces of purple blood dragon crystal do you intend to exchange? The chief of the White Deer clan appeared quite confident. As the embodiment of water's essence, the White Deer clan enjoys a long lifespan. Moreover, their habitat is rich in humidity, ideal for the growth of spiritual materials, resulting in a considerable accumulation of such resources over the years. Furthermore, the White Deer clan possesses a gentle disposition, unlike the clumsy, heavy armored Tortoise clan. Therefore, although they lack the sophisticated storage methods of the Glorious Federation, their innate talent, coupled with meticulous preservation, ensures that many of the spiritual materials they present are in excellent condition. How about 30 pieces of standard-sized purple blood dragon crystal? Qiao Yang calculated the value of these spiritual materials and proposed a reasonable price. Such a large piece constitutes a standard size. He demonstrated by holding up a piece of purple blood dragon crystal. Within the realm of earth-grade spiritual materials, the value of purple blood dragon crystal is relatively high. 30 pieces of standard-sized purple blood dragon crystal is essentially equivalent to one standard-sized heavenly-grade material, aligning well with the value of the materials offered by the White Deer clan. The White Deer clan's intentions are simple, and Qiao Yang and his companions do not intend to deceive them, fostering a positive impression of humanity. The price you offer is quite fair. We agree to this exchange. After a brief discussion, the chief of the White Deer clan nodded in approval of Qiao Yang's quote. Then, please examine the purple blood dragon crystals we offer, as we too require to inspect your spiritual materials. Qiao Yang presented a sufficient quantity of purple blood dragon crystal and gestured to the chief of the White Deer clan. The inspection was conducted by the chief, while Qiao Yang's side was represented by Wu Ling, a pharmacist. There are no issues. The quality of the purple blood dragon crystals you provided is exceptional, and the quantity is ample. The chief of the White Deer clan expressed satisfaction with the trade. The spiritual materials are in good condition, having been preserved with great care. Wu Ling completed the inspection and signaled for Qiao Yang and the others to pack away the spiritual materials. If you have any extra purple blood dragon crystals, we would be open to further exchanges, as our White Deer clan has an abundance of spiritual materials. Following the trade, the chief of the White Deer clan hosted a banquet for Qiao Yang and his companions. After the feast, the chief remarked, however, to be candid, the food of the White Deer is not suitable for human consumption. The so-called banquet is merely a pleasant term, as the White Deer clan does not build nests. So the gathering takes place by the lakeside. The White Deer clan feasted heartily, while Qiao Yang and his companions could only watch in envy. Indeed, Qiao Yang and his companions possessed some purple blood dragon crystals, having worked diligently to gather 5 standard-sized heavenly-grade purple blood dragon crystals. Thus, they still had a fair quantity remaining. In that case, I would like to inquire, Chief, do you have any shed antlers available for exchange? I am interested in acquiring some. Before coming, Qiao Yang had consulted the heavy armored tortoise clan, and trading shed antlers with the water essence white deer clan was not considered taboo. The shed antlers of the white deer clan, akin to the shed scales of the diamond dragon clan, are often used for trade. For the purple blood dragon crystal, as long as the quantity is sufficient, the white deer clan is willing to exchange it for shed antlers. After all, the primary purpose of the purple blood dragon crystal for the white deer clan is to enhance their antlers and hooves, which would naturally be shed after the enhancement. Oh, young friend, you are well informed. Indeed, we can exchange our shed antlers, but may I ask how many purple blood dragon crystals you possess? The value of spiritual materials produced by spiritual beasts varies according to the strength of the beast. The shed antlers from a powerful chief like the one before them could be worth several times their weight in heavenly grade materials. Qiao Yang presented nearly all of his purple blood dragon crystals, keeping only a few as samples. How do you propose to exchange, chief? Since there are not many spiritual beast clans that can offer suitable exchanges, it seemed prudent to complete the trade with the water essence white deer clan. I propose to trade one pair of my shed antlers, along with a water heart celestial lotus. Strictly speaking, the two items offered by the chief of the white deer clan are indeed of higher value than the remaining purple blood dragon crystals Qiao Yang possesses. While the market value may be roughly equivalent, the chief is offering high-grade spiritual materials in exchange for lower-grade ones. Previously, when Qiao Yang and Zhongli tested the dark spirit, they encountered a water heart lotus, and as its name suggests, the water heart celestial lotus is a heavenly grade variant. Its value is self-evident. That is agreeable. However, chief, you may find yourself slightly at a disadvantage. Therefore, I shall also include a secret method for enhancing the antlers using purple blood dragon crystal, which will yield superior results compared to your direct use of the crystals. This secret method was provided by Yin, and Qiao Yang had requested it for such occasions. The combination of the purple blood dragon crystals and this method equates to the value of the two spiritual materials offered by the chief, ensuring that neither party suffers a loss. Chapter 132, the first team encountered by Qiao Yang. Upon reflection, Qiao Yang and his companions had already located nearly 10 types of task materials thus far. The heavenly grade purple blood dragon crystals, the water fire gold lotus acquired from the heavy armored tortoise clan, and various miscellaneous items, each counted as one type. The water heart celestial lotus traded with the water essence, white deer clan, and various earth-grade spiritual materials can be considered two types, while the antlers shed by the chief could account for 4 or 5 types. The Academy's exchange regulations are somewhat humane. The requirement is for 50 types of heavenly grade spiritual materials. If one attempts to substitute with materials of lower grades, the total value can only count as one type, without repetitions. For instance, using a portion of a single type to offset another is not permitted. However, if one collects materials of a higher grade, they can offset multiple types based on value. For example, a Saint grade material valued at 10 times the specified weight can offset 10 task materials. After all, the prevailing view within the Glorious Federation is that the significance of a single high-grade material surpasses that of multiple lower-grade materials. The chief of the White Deer clan is quite formidable. His shed antlers could equal 4 or 5 times the weight of specified materials, effectively covering 4 or 5 types of required materials. To be honest, perhaps the Academy's exchanges are not as smooth as our team's progress. Even Ling Ji remarked that Qiao Yang possesses an extraordinary talent for exploration and collection in the wild. If the task had required 30 types of heavenly grade materials, it might have been feasible to complete through trading. Alas, the requirement stands at 50 types. Thus, Qiao Yang and his companions must continue their quest for additional spiritual materials, as time does not permit them to linger in mining endeavors. The purple blood dragon crystal, unless under the commission of teacher Yanyu, is not a profitable endeavor to devote time to. Qiao Yang's detection can only ascertain whether purple blood dragon crystals are present within the stone eggs. If not, there is little he can do to conjure them from thin air, as such creation is a divine power. The preceding quest for the amethyst dragon crystal, even with the elimination of the tedious selection process, was indeed rather vexatious in its gradual and methodical search. This was under the circumstance that the dark spirit's energy field radar could only explore a radius of 800 meters. One can only imagine the frustration of those who, without the aid of the dark spirit, had to individually open each stone egg in their search. Were it not for this arduous task, the amethyst dragon crystal would not command such exorbitant prices, nor would the heavy armored dragon tortoise and the water spirit white deer tribe be willing to exchange heavenly grade spiritual materials for it. Overall, it could be said that Qiao Yang and his companions reaped a bountiful harvest, as the transaction was mutually beneficial for both parties involved. As for the secret technique Qiao Yang provided to the white deer tribe, according to Yin, it was certainly not a mere trivial matter. Nor was it simply a low-level technique that could only utilize the amethyst dragon crystal. In fact, if the materials were suitably aligned, this technique could be employed to enhance every part of the body with any material. Somewhat akin to the capability of the Diamond Dragon clan to fortify their scales with metal, albeit at a more advanced level as presented by Yin. This particular technique was capable of integrating botanical materials, placing it among the higher echelons of enhancement techniques. Hence, the chief of the White Deer tribe readily agreed to the trade. Although the water spirit White Deer tribe is known for its gentle disposition, any tribe that has survived in the arena of dragon warfare must possess considerable strength. With the addition of this technique, the White Deer tribe may very well grow even stronger. Under the watchful gaze of the White Deer tribe, Qiao Yang and his companions embarked on their next destination aboard the Wind Spirit. By the way, Senior, we've been traversing this area for quite some time and have only managed to locate a single material that meets the task requirements. At this rate, how long will it take us to gather 50 types of heavenly-grade spiritual materials? A petite girl, her face etched with concern, addressed the leading senior. She was not complaining, merely expressing her anxiety. After all, she was quite aware of her own limitations, and she was sincerely grateful for the senior's care throughout their journey. This pace was indeed normal. Typically, at this juncture, one would have collected at least one task material, with a slightly accelerated pace yielding two. The pace of Qiao Yang and his group was decidedly unorthodox. Most members of this team hailed from the second and third tier academies, their abilities slightly inferior to those of Qiao Yang's group, while the leading senior was from the Cloud Sea Academy, possessing strength at the high silver level but yet to reach the pinnacle of silver. In contrast, institutions such as the Radiant Academy, where Ling Ji studied, and the Savage Beast Academy, home to Wu Ling Lin Hao, along with the elemental specialized academies like the Dark Moon Academy and the Sacred Spirit Academy, belong to the first tier. However, several second and third tier academies surrounded these first tier institutions, which struggled to attract the most elite talents due to a lack of competitive advantages. The leading senior's innate talent was slightly inferior to that of Ling Ji, and his professional attributes leaned more towards support, lacking the combative prowess of Ling Ji. While he was secure in self-preservation, managing a team of several mid-level and lower-level bronze teammates proved somewhat challenging. There was little that could be done if these teammates had exceptional talents. They would not be attending second or third tier academies. As students of an academy, they naturally paid attention to the pairing of spirit beasts, and despite the team's average talent, they did manage to find one type of heavenly grade spiritual material, thanks to the detection capabilities of their spirit beast. Junior, do you truly believe that academy exchanges are merely a test of your collection skills? The leading senior remarked with a wry smile. In fact, our pace in seeking spiritual materials is not considered slow among all teams. He was not impatient. He recognized his own limitations and thus focused on strategy. His diligent planning throughout the journey did not go unnoticed by several team members, who held him in considerable respect. Ultimately, the academy exchange was a selection process based on strength, and the senior wore a bittersweet smile. After all this time, we've only found one, while others, even if they are twice or thrice as fast, have merely gathered 2 or 3. We are still far from the 50 required by the academy. Thus, to meet the academy's demands, they would ultimately have to rely on their strength to seize materials from others. Oh, so we are out of luck then? The others responded in unison. While students admitted to advanced academies might vary in talent, none were oblivious to their own limitations. For those who had survived in the wild since childhood, being cautious and self-aware was imperative. Otherwise, survival until gaining admission to a higher academy would be quite difficult. Yet, opportunities were not entirely absent. The leading senior asserted his capabilities. As long as the opponent's cultivation does not far exceed mine, I am confident I can hold them off. With my assistance, you all should possess some capability to fight beyond your level. If we can injure 1 or 2 of them, we will have room to maneuver. In a place like the Cloud Wilderness, everyone would strive to avoid injury. Otherwise, even if they won a skirmish, they would likely forfeit their chance at the academy exchange thereafter. Senior, we are approaching a target, one of the team members, responsible for detection, noted. His spirit beast was of a bat type, known for its echolocation abilities. Thanks to this member's detection prowess, their team successfully found a plant that met the task requirements. While bats could not search for spiritual materials like the dark spirit through an energy field, they could identify locations inhabited by various spirit beasts, which often signified the presence of spiritual materials. Now, that member's spirit beast sensed a sizable elongated object approaching them, which puzzled the team, as they could not immediately conceive what such a shape could be. There is a team ahead. The bat contracted by the member could detect what the dark spirit could also sense, and the dark spirit's detection was even more detailed. The leader's cultivation was at the high silver level, while the others were at most at mid-level bronze. The next time the dark spirit was upgraded, A method must be devised to project the images it perceives. Otherwise, Qiao Yang would constantly need to find ways to describe what the dark spirit sees. Oh, it seems the leader of that group is Yang Su from Cloud Sea Academy. After Qiao Yang described the appearances of a few individuals, Ling Ji made a judgment. The reasoning was simple. The cultivation level of the team member was evidently below the norm, indicating that this group hailed from the second or third tier academy. Among the ranks of students composed solely of second and third tier academies, only Yang Su from Cloud Sea Academy matched this description. In truth, Yang Su possessed decent capabilities. His strongest spirit beast was an Icewind Snow Crane, which had commendable support abilities, though his innate talent for cultivation was somewhat lacking. However, despite this, he still had a fair chance of entering Cloud Summit Academy. Notably, Cloud Sea Academy was somewhat unique, as it had a promotion and demotion system in place with the first-tier Cloud Summit Academy. Students who performed well at Cloud Sea Academy could apply for assessments, and upon passing, gain admission to Cloud Summit Academy. Oh, by the way, I have a favorable impression of this person. Perhaps we could do them a kindness? Although Ling Ji had an idea, he still sought the agreement of his teammates. Oh, is that what you mean, senior? Qiao Yang, Jiang Li, and the others, all of considerable intellect, quickly grasped his intent. Are you suggesting we set them up? Precisely, Ling Ji affirmed. I have a good impression of this individual. Assisting them at this juncture may yield unforeseen rewards in the future. Relying on Qiao Yang and his companions to provide support with the spiritual materials they have collected is, of course, quite unrealistic. However, offering them a ride is certainly not an issue. More importantly, even if they were to seize something from them, the potential yield would be minimal. Considering the strength of this team, managing to locate a single task material would be a remarkable achievement. Conversely, should they forge a bond of goodwill, if they were to subsequently encounter a team of similar strength, Yang Su's abilities could sway the balance of victory. Chapter 134, Companionship. The imposing shape and size of the foam genuinely startled Yang Su and his companions. Being such a long, elongated object floating in the air, any reconnaissance beast sent to investigate would describe it in the most peculiar terms. Thus, although they could not comprehend precisely what they were dealing with, Yang Su's team promptly summoned their spirit beasts and arranged themselves into a battle formation. Soon after, they observed a long, eggplant-like flying craft, its surface enveloped in scale-like armor, gliding toward them, with swirling gusts of air indicating the richness of the wind elements surrounding the vessel. Be cautious. The scales enveloping it are made of diamond dragon scales. I cannot even begin to breach that shell. Truth be told, upon seeing Feng Pe, Yang Su felt a sinking sensation in his heart. A flying craft entirely encased in diamond dragon scales posed a formidable challenge. Should it retreat inside, Yang Su's team would be rendered utterly helpless. The most skilled among them, Yang Su, was not particularly adept at offense, and his teammates' attacks would likely fail to even dent the shield generator's defenses. Naturally, he could not harbor any illusions that the craft's creator had neglected to install such a protection mechanism. Based on his understanding of the current technology surrounding shield generators, he remained pessimistic. This negativity transformed into despair when Yang Su witnessed Ling Ji and his companions disembarking from the flying vessel. It was evident to Yang Su that Ling Ji had reached the golden level of cultivation. Ling Ji's reputation for his steadfast shield protection was well known. It was all too easy for him to annihilate Yang Su's team single-handedly. Moreover, with Ling Ji present, there was no hope for Yang Su's group to inflict harm upon the opposing team. After all, even when Ling Ji was at the pinnacle of the silver level, he could effortlessly protect his allies from a horde of golden-level spirit beasts. Now that he had ascended to the golden level, Yang Su's attacks would barely be a drizzle to him. Just as despair began to take root in Yang Su and his companions, Qiao Yang was also observing the spirit beasts summoned by Yang Su's team, particularly the Ling Feng Shui Yuhi. Ling Feng Shui Yuhi. Level: High Silver. Qualification: Profound, Earth. Attribute: Wind. Skills: Wind Control, Enhancement, Suppression, Weakening, Aggregation. It is a classic auxiliary spirit beast, serving as the standard model for such creatures. Ling Feng Shui Yuhi can manipulate wind elements to invigorate ally spirit power, thereby enhancing their combat capabilities, and can also suppress the spirit power of opponents. Additionally, it can disperse or redirect elemental attacks from foes through wind manipulation or consolidate the elemental attacks of its own team. This represents the quintessential skills of an auxiliary spirit beast, devoid of any extravagant embellishments, solely focused on group enhancement and weakening. While Yang Su and his companions were still contemplating how to preserve their lives, Ling Ji spoke up. After such a long journey, we finally meet living beings. How about sharing a drink together? It was surprising for Yang Su and his companions. They had anticipated an aggressive approach, yet the other party greeted them with such warmth. Ah, how refreshing. While Qiao Yang and his companions might not have felt it, Yang Su and his group, having traversed the arid Gobi Desert, were parched. The interior of Fengpe, with its abundant cool air, felt like paradise to them, especially after Wu handed each of them a glass of iced juice. Naturally, Yang Su's team had no fear of poison from Qiao Yang, as Ling Ji's strength rendered such intricacies unnecessary. Furthermore, Yang Su had observed that aside from Ling Ji, the other four were also at the silver level, leaving no chance for Yang Su's team. After exchanging names, both sides became acquainted with each other's identities. The petite girl was named Chu Xing from the Lingxin Academy, while the other three were called Chu Chun, Wei Yin, and Wei Yu, all from the Soul Sound Academy. The four of them could only sip their drinks in silence, as the world of the powerful left little room for others to interject. May I inquire if you summoned us for a specific purpose? Yang Su understood well the principle of not receiving favors without reciprocation. Ling Ji and his companions, with such strength, would not extend such warmth without reason, so it was prudent to clarify. In truth, there is nothing pressing. I invited you simply because it has been a long time since I have encountered others. I wanted to share a drink and converse, Ling Ji replied sincerely. So please, do not feel constrained. Yang Su and his companions found themselves bewildered by such profound sentiments. Chapter 135. Not everyone deserves kindness. Qiao Yang and his companions initially aimed to cultivate a bond of goodwill with Yang Su's team, harboring no intentions of demanding anything from them. Thus, Ling Ji's statement held truth. They were genuinely excited to see others after a prolonged solitude. Of course, Yang Su's usual conduct was commendable, otherwise. If they had encountered selfish individuals who repay kindness with malice, Ling Ji and Qiao Yang would have been less inclined to engage. While Ling Ji's words did not entirely alleviate Yang Su's suspicions, they did provide some comfort. Ling Ji was well regarded among students across the academies, and one who could face a horde of golden-level spirit beasts alone would hardly possess malevolent intentions. It was reasonable for Yang Su's team to remain cautious. In the wilderness and amidst competitors, it is wise to keep one's guard up. After all, given Yang Su's team's strength, being careless could have led to dire consequences. In summary, the conversation was pleasant for both parties. For Qiao Yang and his companions, although Yang Su's team tried to avoid discussing their destination, they could glean hints from the snippets of casual conversation. Meanwhile, for Yang Su's team, being able to sip on a couple of glasses of iced juice in the scorching Gobi Desert while riding in an air-conditioned vehicle was hardly a misfortune. So when Ling Ji proposed to escort Yang Su's team for part of their journey, despite lingering doubts, they readily agreed. After all, Ling Ji and Qiao Yang had shown ample sincerity towards them, and further suspicion would be the act of a small-minded individual. However, Yang Su's group did not suggest leaving the Gobi Desert just yet. Instead, they stopped in a canyon. After expressing their gratitude to Ling Ji and the others, they disembarked from Fengpe. While Yang Su's actions might have signaled that the canyon held treasures, Qiao Yang and his companions showed little interest. The information regarding potential treasures was a stroke of fortune for Yang Su's team, although Qiao Yang's group could have followed them to seize the treasures. They deemed such a course of action beneath their dignity, and the inefficiency of such a strategy was glaring. Who could predict the myriad troubles that lurked within the canyon? After enduring numerous challenges, the likelihood of obtaining merely a single task material made the endeavor seem utterly futile. Previously, the White Deer Clan leader had expressed gratitude for the secret method Qiao Yang had provided, and as a token of appreciation, had shared information about a region rich in spiritual materials, though they had not personally explored it, merely passing along the information. Nonetheless, it is perhaps for the best. The question of how much spiritual material would remain if the water spirit White Deer Clan were to arrive is still uncertain. Although Qiao Yang and his companions are aware that relying solely on this method of collection is unlikely to satisfy the Academy's exchange requirements, at this juncture, there exists no swifter means of gathering materials. Given the current collection progress of each team, even if they were to engage in a competition to seize resources, how many types of spiritual materials could they possibly obtain? It is crucial to note that even with Qiao Yang and his companions possessing a nearly supernatural radar for collecting resources, the number of materials meeting the task's criteria has not exceeded 10. To fulfill the task set by Zuifugia, they would need to compete against 5 or 6 teams comparable to their own. This undeniably presents a rather despairing task. More importantly, initiating such a competition at this moment would easily render Qiao Yang and his companions the adversaries of all teams participating in the Academy exchange. A thankless endeavor only a fool would undertake. Thus, it is wiser to first engage in endeavors with higher returns. Collecting more spiritual materials should take precedence. This way, even if they fail to pass the selection, they can still bring back a greater quantity of materials. However, as the saying goes, a man with no malice may still provoke a tiger's heart. Although Qiao Yang and his companions are reluctant to stir up trouble or engage in unnecessary conflicts, some individuals will inevitably seek them out. Stop. Hand over all the spiritual materials you possess. Suddenly, as they made their way to their destination, a group of individuals leapt out, summoning their spirit beasts and assuming an aggressive stance. In truth, these individuals could not possibly evade the detection of the dark spirit's radar. Their attempts at concealment were laughably inadequate, as they clearly lacked the stealth of Zhongli. Initially, Qiao Yang and his companions assumed these individuals were avoiding them and had no intention of engaging further. To that end, he even directed Fengpa to take a detour, only to find the group encircling them once more. Fengpa could not operate at maximum power during its flight, and among these individuals were several feline spirit beasts. However, Qiao Yang and his companions were curious as to how such individuals managed to gain admission to a prestigious academy with such limited perception. Even if they could not discern the cultivation levels of Qiao Yang and the others, surely they could recognize the formidable exterior of the skyship Fengpa, adorned with its diamond dragon scale shell. Perhaps it was their relatively privileged upbringing that had led to a life devoid of hardship until now. Zhongli responded nonchalantly. Although the Beast Master registration examination has been designed to minimize the emergence of pay-to-win warriors, it cannot entirely eradicate such occurrences. Furthermore, it is worth noting that the survival trials for the Beast Master registration examination are optional. One can gain entry to a prestigious academy relying solely on academic performance and their skills as a Beast Master. Nevertheless, it matters not. Some lessons the Academy does not impart will be taught through the Academy Exchange. Chapter 136. Time is of the essence. It is best not to squander it. The Dark Spirit's detection capabilities are formidable, enabling it to ascertain not only the location and number of individuals, but also their levels of cultivation. From the very outset, Qiao Yang was aware that these individuals were certainly no match for his group. Among the obstructing individuals, the leader possessed the highest cultivation level at the peak of silver rank, which is commendable compared to other teams. If Ling Ji had not sensed an opportunity for breakthrough, he would be at this level as well. However, Ling Ji evidently held this individual in lower regard than the previously encountered Yang Su. In Ling Ji's view, although Yang Su's talent in cultivation is not exceptionally high, especially when compared to the Academy's elite, he still ranks above average among all students. More importantly, his understanding of wilderness exploration and his profession far surpasses that of the current leader. To illustrate, Yang Su was capable of leading a team comprising members whose cultivation levels might be the lowest among all teams while maintaining a collection rate comparable to others, which speaks volumes of his leadership abilities. While the members of this group are not lacking in strength, aside from the leader, most are at the advanced bronze stage, with one member at the low bronze stage standing out awkwardly. Yet, despite this, the current team boasts a significantly superior cultivation level compared to Yang Su's team. Moreover, the Dark Spirit's sonar revealed that this group has yet to gather a single task material. Given their cultivation levels, this is entirely unacceptable. Presently, the value of the spiritual materials they have collected amounts to roughly half a standard volume of heavenly tier materials. And this is contingent upon the presence of a geomantic demon leopard among their spirit beasts, known for its exceptional speed. All feline spirit beasts are notably swift, but this comes at the cost of lower endurance compared to other spirit beasts. The geomantic demon leopard, however, is an anomaly among feline spirit beasts. Not only does it possess the typical speed associated with its kind, but its endurance has significantly increased due to the nurturing effects of geomantic energy. A team with a geomantic demon leopard enjoys a natural advantage in searching and traveling. Utilizing the speed and endurance of the geomantic demon leopard to scour an area is a simple task. Therefore, it is rather disheartening that this team has managed to gather so little over such an extended period. As for the reason behind this, Qiao Yang and his companions could hardly be bothered to speculate, although it is highly likely due to that low bronze member. Given the pressing time constraints, Qiao Yang and his companions had no intention of stopping. Frankly speaking, these individuals do not even possess sufficient value to warrant being robbed. Thus, Qiao Yang instructed Fengpa to disregard the obstruction ahead and accelerate directly forward. Although Qiao Yang had not equipped Fengpa with any offensive weaponry, the weight of Fengpa combined with its diamond dragon scale shell, along with the power of the gathering array, means that the sheer force of a collision would be beyond what these individuals could withstand. Otherwise, why would Qiao Yang exert such effort and utilize such fine materials? The assailants never anticipated that the flying vessel would charge through without even a moment's pause. Faced with the terrifying speed provided by Fengpa's thrusters, they could scarcely react, let alone evade. The turbulent air currents surrounding the airship indicated the immense concentration of wind elements converging around it. Before Fengpa could truly collide, the rolling waves of air rendered these individuals incapable of standing. At this moment, the quality of the individuals within the group became apparent. Faced with the rapidly approaching Fengpa, those with higher cultivation levels managed to summon spirit beasts to block while simultaneously attempting to evade. Only the low bronze female member's first reaction was to scream in terror. However, it is unfortunate that neither Qiao Yang nor Ling Ji would take pity on her simply because she was a girl and slow down Fengpa. As for the other three, Zhongli, hailing from an assassin background, Lin Hao, who daily engaged in brutal combat with both humans and spirit beasts, and Wu Ling, who studied poisons and traps, were hardly the benevolent characters one might hope for. Thus, Fengpa barreled forward, or rather, one might say it crushed its way through. Had it not been for the leader's desperate use of a spirit energy blast to propel the girl away, she would likely have met her demise. Nonetheless, that spirit energy blast still resulted in several broken ribs, and one should not presume that merely avoiding a direct collision with Fengpa guarantees safety. In Qiao Yang's past life, train platforms always featured a cautionary line, as the air currents generated by a speeding train would decrease air pressure, potentially drawing nearby objects toward the train, posing a risk to individuals standing too close. This is precisely the situation at hand. Although these individuals narrowly escaped a direct collision with Fengpa, the violent air currents produced by its passage still pulled them toward the vessel. However, since Fengpa is not as lengthy as a train, the actual effect resulted in these individuals being dragged along the ground for a considerable distance. The others fared relatively well. Although slightly disheveled, they managed to maintain their footing. However, the unfortunate girl fared much worse, having just been struck by a burst of spiritual energy, leaving her unable to regain her balance and consequently dragged across the ground for a considerable distance. Meanwhile, the airship, Fengpa, soared onward without a backward glance, leaving the subsequent outbursts of anger and potential discord among the group unheeded by Qiao Yang and his companions. Chapter 137. The designated site for the collection of spiritual materials recommended by the White Deer clan. While the preceding events were indeed exhilarating, they transpired in a remarkably brief span of time, as Qiao Yang and his comrades had no desire to squander moments. Throughout the ordeal, Fengpa maintained its speed without the slightest deceleration. Moreover, the group remained largely unfazed by the incident, a testament to their formidable characters, as evidenced by their respective professions. The individuals they had just encountered were now topics of disinterest. Instead, they turned their attention to discussing more palatable matters, such as the optimal combinations for fruit juices. Earlier that morning, Zhongli had concocted a rather unconventional blend of banana juice mixed with bean juice, a combination that none dared to sample. Only after fervent objections from Qiao Yang and the others did Zhongli abandon the idea of adding coffee to her peculiar mixture. Ultimately, Wu Ling suggested to Zhongli that experimenting with fruit juice combinations was a sensible approach, insisting that as long as the fruits were not exceedingly bizarre, the results would likely be agreeable. As for the durian, Qiao Yang was adamant that it would never find its way aboard Fengpa. The effect of consuming durian in a confined space would be no better than that of eating chive buns on a crowded bus. Similarly, he had no intention of storing bean juice within Fengpa, yet he was taken aback to discover that Zhongli had brought some along. Nevertheless, these were mere trifles. The speed of Fengpa was commendable, and it swiftly reached their intended destination. Is this truly the place described by the chieftain of the White Deer? Qiao Yang pondered, gazing at the vast, barren expanse before him, somewhat at a loss for words. There was not a single hair in sight within the visible area. Could this truly be the gathering place for spiritual materials as the chieftain had claimed? If there was nothing on the surface, it must lie beneath, suggested Ling Ji. Given the apparent desolation, the most probable explanation was the presence of various minerals beneath the ground. I'll take a look, Qiao Yang declared, summoning his dark spirit to sense the spiritual energy field. Indeed there is. After a brief assessment, he announced, let us commence our excavation. The task of digging would naturally fall to Ling Ji, as he possessed the greatest strength and was the only one adept in earth manipulation. Time was of the essence, and they could only rely on the expertise of their senior. However, upon summoning the heavy armor Xian turtle, Ling Ji quickly realized something was amiss. The soil here was an order of magnitude more challenging to control than elsewhere, even for a golden-level spirit beast like the heavy armor Xian turtle. It was a miscalculation. If Ling Ji couldn't discern the unique properties of this soil, then his golden-level cultivation would be rendered meaningless. The soil here was Xianshan soil, intermingled with a trace of Su Mi soil, both highly beneficial for the heavy armor Xian turtle and the Fu Yu ancient turtle. I may require a few days of your patience. The materials here are of great importance to me, and I need time to refine the Xianshan and Su Mi soils. Of course, during this process, I can also extract various mineral materials from beneath the surface. Not a problem. Take your time, senior. However, we must retain a standard volume of Su Mi soil as a sample, Qiao Yang stated, fully aware of the implications for the cultivation of Ling Ji's spirit beast. Moreover, Sumi soil was inherently a heavenly-grade spiritual material. It possessed a peculiar attribute, its weight. As the saying goes, a mustard seed can encompass Mount Meru. A single grain of Sumi soil weighed as much as an entire mountain. Xianshan soil, while lighter than Sumi soil, was still classified as a profound-grade material and considerably heavy, proving effective for training the Fu Yu ancient turtle's strength. The land of this barren expanse was rich in Xianshan soil, with a sparse distribution of Sumi soil, explaining why controlling the heavy armor Xian turtle was so arduous. However, a standard volume of Sumi soil could potentially collapse the spatial integrity of the Kongjia stone. No worries, I can have the Fu Yu ancient turtle transport the Sumi soil. Beasts of divine lineage like Basya possess extraordinary abilities, including the capacity for spatial manipulation. Chapter 138. Efforts may not always bear fruit, but that is of no consequence. The significance of Sumi soil to a spirit beast like the Fu Yu ancient turtle is self-evident. Yet it was abundantly clear that the weight of such material rendered it impossible to store within a spatial pouch. This was a matter beyond the purview of the Academy's exchanges. The logistics of transporting spiritual materials were inherently part of wilderness exploration. Fortunately, spirit beasts like the Fu Yu ancient turtle, endowed with the ability to move mountains and cross seas, share a common trait known as the mountain and sea within. This means such spirit beasts can create their own internal space for storing items, akin to the way dominates expand their own arrays. Items consumed by these spirit beasts are integrated into their bodies, allowing them to be collected via the soul contract. This process resembles a spirit beast consuming food, once ingested. The contents are not left outside, for the soul contract is not a cumbersome affair. When the time comes to extract Sumi and Xianshan soils from the earth, they will rely on the Fu Yu ancient turtle's ability to store materials within its internal space. By having the Fu Yu ancient turtle absorb the surrounding soil, it will expel impurities, leaving only the Sumi and Xianshan soils. Thus, the coming days will hinge on Ling Zhi's efforts, as Qiao Yang and his companions could offer little assistance with such challenging materials. Even Ling Zhi found it arduous to work with these soils, rendering them far beyond the capabilities of Qiao Yang and the others. Although Qiao Yang had acquired golden-level destructive power through various technological means, he had yet to attain the unique abilities associated with the golden level. As for the minerals buried in the soil that had been detected earlier, they would have to be extracted gradually during Ling Zhi's refinement of the Xianshan and Sumi soils. Nevertheless, Qiao Yang and Zhang Li were not idle during this time. Previously, they had discovered a wealth of ingredients near the residence of the water spirit white deer. Though certain items were deemed unsuitable for cooking in front of the white deer clan, this presented an excellent opportunity for experimentation. As for the beverages, it was best to leave that to Wu Ling, as it fell within her expertise. In a sense, beverages can also be considered a form of medicine. For instance, cola was once sold in pharmacies before it became a common drink. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Wu Ling, as an apothecary, to explore the formulation of beverages. Cola? What a peculiar name. Wu Ling remarked upon hearing Qiao Yang mention this strange term, puzzled that it referred to a drink. Orange tree leaves, coca leaves, cinnamon, and vanilla bean. Are you certain these are used to make beverages? Qiao Yang, having longed for cola, had specifically requested the complete recipe from Ian. It was not overly complicated. Yet the final product he concocted bore a significant divergence in flavor from that of his previous life. Confident in his technique, he surmised that the discrepancy likely stemmed from the ingredients, as he had substituted contemporary spiritual materials for those in the original cola recipe. The end result, devoid of toxicity or explosive tendencies, had genuinely surprised Qiao Yang. However, as Wu Ling noted, the ingredients did not seem particularly suited for beverage creation, resembling more the components of a marinade. Nonetheless, Wu Ling agreed to conduct her own experiments after the Academy's exchange, as Qiao Yang had described. Even if it could be marketed as a medicinal product, it would be commendable. If it could indeed be sold as a beverage, the potential profits would be substantial. Yet, it is worth noting that such endeavors do not guarantee outcomes. If success were a mere product of effort, life would be far simpler. However, it is not unreasonable to ask Wu Ling, as an apothecary, to assist in experimenting with the cola recipe, especially since Qiao Yang does not hold any concerns regarding the patent of the formula. If Wu Ling successfully develops it, what harm would it cause to pass it on to her? As for the ingredients, they consist of various meats, such as beef, fish, and pork. The water spirit white deer clan primarily consumes plant-based foods, rendering these meats unsuitable for preparation in their presence. Thus, during their stay with the water spirit white deer tribe, Qiao Yang and the others endured several days of a strictly vegetarian diet with minimal seasoning. It is therefore understandable that Zhang Li harbored a sense of retribution, having previously consumed meals so bland that she resorted to drinking bean juice. Qiao Yang felt it inappropriate to comment on the matter. out of a sense of compensation. While Ling Ji was engaged in refining Xian mountain soil and Shumi soil, Qiao Yang prepared several days' worth of pure meat dishes for Jiang Li, Lin Hao, and the others, including grilled fish, boiled fish, and roasted lamb legs, experimenting with every available culinary tool. Finally, after several days of indulgence in sumptuous meats, Jiang Li expressed her contentment with a satisfied smile, exclaiming how she had been yearning for this. To be candid, the ingredients on the Yunhuan continent are indeed superior in taste to those near the Radiant Federation. The absence of any vegetables over the past few days has not rendered the meals monotonous, and Qiao Yang felt equally gratified. The meat dishes were not solely for Jiang Li's sake. Qiao Yang, Lin Hao, and Wu Ling, along with Ling Ji, were also nearing their limits. As they were accustomed to 4 meals a day that included meat, given that they typically indulge in barbecued snacks even late at night, it is no surprise that their spirits were low after several days of bland vegetarian fare. After the 5 had feasted to their heart's content, Ling Ji's work was nearing completion. Chapter 139, Delivering the Buddha to the West. Although the Xian mountain soil in this desolate area is abundant, and the quantity of Shumi soil contained within is quite promising, Ling Ji halted after extracting only 2 standard volumes of Shumi soil. According to prior discussions, it was necessary to retain 1 standard volume of Shumi soil as a sample. After some deliberation, Qiao Yang and the others decided to have Ling Ji extract 1 more standard volume of Shumi soil for the ancient turtle of the Negative Mountain to utilize on their journey, thereby preventing any potential interruptions in their enhancements due to a lack of materials at a critical moment. While Qiao Yang and his companions were eager to fulfill the Academy's exchange task, their ultimate goal remained their own advancement. And with Ling Ji's opportunity for enhancement so readily apparent, they could not let it slip away. Nevertheless, they could not afford to waste too much time. The previous purple blood dragon crystals were pursued to fulfill teacher Yen Yu's commission, and the earth soul fruits offered by teacher Yen Yu were of significant importance to Qiao Yang and the others. Moreover, the other earth-level purple blood dragon crystals found during the search for the sky-level ones could also be used for trade. Hence, they had spent some extra time. Currently, the Shumi soil was only useful to Ling Ji, while the excess Xian mountain soil could not be traded at the moment and would have to wait until after the Academy exchange to be taken to the Radiant Treasure Pavilion. In this situation, Ling Ji naturally felt it inappropriate to keep Qiao Yang and the others waiting for too long. So he ceased refining after extracting 2 standard volumes of Shumi soil. Nevertheless, even this amount of Xian mountain soil and the standard volume of Shumi soil would suffice for a considerable duration. Additionally, during this period, apart from refining Shumi soil, Ling Ji had also discovered some peculiar minerals, which had undergone certain changes under the prolonged pressure of the Xian mountain soil. However, the majority of these minerals were of low quality, with only one being somewhat rare, a tree root. Its grade is difficult to ascertain. If this tree were whole, it could potentially reach earth or even heaven level, but as it stands, it is merely a segment of a root. Thus, determining its precise level is quite challenging. The root of the Populus euphragtica is likely the only plant capable of thriving in such an environment. An ancient proverb captures the resilience of this species. The Populus euphragtica lives for 1,000 years, does not fall for 1,000 years after death, and remains uncorrupted for 1,000 years after falling. It is precisely because of this tenacity that the symbol of Ming Sha City in the Radiant Federation is a withered Populus euphragtica. The presence of this tree root indicates that, long ago, trees grew here. Few plants can take root in the Xian mountain soil's immense pressure, aside from the Populus euphragtica. As for the utility of the Populus euphragtica, it is quite versatile. A plant capable of rooting in Xian mountain soil cannot be without use. However, with only a fragment of a root in hand, its practical applications are significantly limited. Well, I shall consider its uses at a later time. For now, its primary purpose is merely to count towards material statistics. Qiao Yang took it in stride and stored the tree root away. By the way, should we not pay a visit to Senior Yangsu next? Lin Hao inquired. They had exhausted all current intelligence, and the next steps depended on Qiao Yang and the others' choices. Indeed, let us first visit the canyon where Senior Yangsu and the others went. I have a premonition they will encounter trouble, and we might as well assist them thoroughly, delivering the Buddha to the west. Qiao Yang instructed Feng Pa to fly along the path they had come. To this, Ling Ji and the others had no objections. Already aware of the reasons behind Qiao Yang's intuition, long before Ling Ji had invited Yang Su and his companions aboard the airship, and Ling's radar had detected someone tailing them. Once Yang Su's team separated from their own, it was illogical to assume that those trailing them would simply give up. However, Qiao Yang and his companions did not disclose this information to Yang Su. Should Yang Su discover it, that would be ideal. If he remained unaware and was eliminated, it would simply reflect his inadequacies. After all, the Academy Exchange is a selection competition, and how far one can go is contingent upon individual fortune. Qiao Yang and his friends were not bodyguards. If one lacks vigilance and strength, even if Qiao Yang and his companions forcibly helped them succeed in the academy selection, they would face dire consequences in higher-level competitions. Moreover, if Yang Su's team were to falter and be eliminated in the coming days, Qiao Yang and the others would harbor no ill feelings, for they were not bound by kinship and were merely two chance encounters. Thus, their current visit was merely a supportive gesture, ultimately relying on Yang Su and his team's capabilities. As expected, I knew that Senior Yang Su's team possessed relatively low cultivation. As the leader, Yang Su leaned toward an auxiliary role. With limited combat prowess, yet capable of achieving decent results, they would undoubtedly attract attention. Just as they approached the canyon, Ling detected two groups in confrontation. However, based on Ling Ji's sensing and the movement trajectories displayed on Ling's sonar, it appeared that one group was on the offensive while the other was in defense. Chapter 140. A single word ends the battle. Upon arriving at the battleground, Qiao Yang and his companions were met not with the anticipated one-sided combat scenario, but rather a balanced exchange, with Yang Su's team holding their ground in defense without showing signs of fatigue. Clearly, they could sustain themselves for quite some time. Yang Su's Lingfeng Snow Feather Crane served dual functions as both an auxiliary spirit beast and a defensive one. Currently, the wind element domain of the Lingfeng Snow Feather Crane was fully expanded, dispersing all elemental attacks from the opposing side through the swirling foreign wind elements within the domain. Moreover, the opposing team hesitated to engage in close combat within the wind element domain, as none could ascertain the extent of the Lingfeng Snow Feather Crane's enhancement capabilities for allies or its suppressive power against foes. Recklessly entering could lead to disastrous consequences. Regardless, Yang Su was ultimately a silver-level beast master, having emerged from a prestigious academy. He must have undergone special training with his spirit beast. The swirling foreign wind elements within the Lingfeng Snow Feather Crane's domain stand as testament to this fact. The erratic winds of the exotic elemental nature disrupt the flow of spiritual energy in those afflicted, akin to the chill of a cold wind, rendering the construction of runes through spiritual power increasingly arduous for both humans and spirit beasts. The invigorating sound of this peculiar wind element resembles a charge's trumpet, subtly accelerating the flow of spiritual energy in those who hear it, thereby enhancing their combat prowess for a brief period, albeit at the cost of hastened energy consumption. Both types of these exotic wind elements are remarkably practical, and it is reasonable to surmise that a substantial portion of Senior Yang Su's worth is likely concentrated in the Frostwind Snowfeather Crane. As for the Frostwind Snowfeather Crane's technique of dispersing elemental attacks from opponents, it entirely relies on its mastery over the wind element, utilizing rapid air currents to destabilize the elements within the adversarial assaults. However, limited by its cultivation level, the Frostwind Snowfeather Crane is unable to completely dismantle the incoming attacks. Its opponent, Wenfeng, boasts a pinnacle silver cultivation level and hails from the Spirit Jade Academy, renowned for its expertise in jade nurturing, where students tend to possess a plethora of strategies. Wenfeng has been persistently challenging Yang Su, leveraging an array of spirit jades to keep him in a strenuous battle. Wenfeng's spirit beasts predominantly exhibit fire attributes, and their strength is relatively balanced, primarily focusing on long-range elemental assaults. Ling Ji, a gold-tier beast master, possesses substantially greater insight, especially regarding the more renowned students within these academies, compared to Qiao Yang and his companions, who remain oblivious to such circles and their information. Friend, could you lend a hand? We could split the spoils evenly, Wenfeng proposed, his frustration mounting after prolonged attacks. Do you believe I require assistance? With your current strength, I could easily eliminate both of your teams and claim the spoils for myself, Ling Ji replied with a serene smile. His reputation among the academies is formidable, and upon hearing Ling Ji's words, Wenfeng felt a jolt of apprehension. He was acutely aware that Ling Ji's golden tier cultivation was no mere facade. In this gorge, Ling Ji could effortlessly command the heavy armor Xian Turtle to collapse the rock walls on either side, burying both parties without concern for his allies' safety. Recognizing Ling Ji's arrival, Yang Su instructed the Frostwind Snowfeather Crane to halt. He could clearly perceive the current situation. Ling Ji held absolute control over events. There was no need for him to maintain a combative stance. As Ling Ji had stated, he could effortlessly eliminate both teams, and since he refrained from attacking, it was evident that he had other plans. Truth be told, I harbor little interest in you. We are all from academies, and we may cross paths again in the future, Ling Ji mused. I shall forego the heavenly tier spiritual materials on you. Let them remain for academy exchanges. Surrender all below heavenly tier. Certainly, Yang Su promptly acquiesced, fully cognizant that Ling Ji was extending a helping hand. While he could barely hold his ground against Wenfeng, He lacked any offensive capability, and prolonged defense would inevitably lead to defeat, resulting in the loss of all his spiritual materials. Thus, with Ling Ji's salvation, a token of gratitude was only fitting. Agreed, when Feng hesitated briefly before conceding. Ling Ji's leniency was evident, as it was commonplace for the stronger party in academy exchanges to claim everything. For Ling Ji to allow him to retain the task materials was an extraordinary act of kindness. After readily accepting 2 storage spaces without inspection, Ling Ji declared, "You may leave now. Farewell," when Feng said, bowing to Ling Ji before departing. "Thank you, Brother Ling, for aiding us once more." Yang Su expressed his gratitude after when Feng had distanced himself. "No need for thanks. You should take your leave as well," Ling Ji waved dismissively. "Wait a moment. Brother Ling," Yang Su called out, stopping Ling Ji. Chapter 141, Yang Su's Discovery. "Oh, are you implying that there exists a river in this gorge inhabited by the star shells?" Ling Ji inquired, intrigued by Yang Su's account. Although star shells are not the most favorable choice for contracted spirit beasts due to their complete lack of combat capability and absence of any supportive or unique abilities, contracting them does require the consumption of soul energy, rendering it a rather unwise transaction. However, as production-type spirit beasts, star shells are indeed remarkable, for one can never ascertain what they might yield. For instance, the star flash pearls that Jiang Li frequently purchased were birthed from the star shells consuming fragments of spatial attributes spiritual materials. During the arena battle, Jiang Li had utilized the star flash pearls to deliver a minor shock to the participants from the Jin family. Nonetheless, this does not guarantee that consuming spatial materials will always result in star flash pearls. Void pearls often emerge as well. As the name suggests, void pearls, akin to void stones, can create a space to contain items, but like star flash pearls, their spatial generation function is also one-time use, and once created, the void pearls will shatter. Thus, the items placed within the void pearls cannot be retrieved and will be irrevocably destroyed alongside the collapse of the space. Consequently, the Glorious Federation has yet to adopt the practice of using shredders, relying instead on void pearls. Indeed, some children, fearing punishment for failing exams, may resort to using void pearls for trivial schemes, which are not expensive. However, as they mature, they soon realize such tactics are futile, as survival courses in the wild are of paramount importance in every school, and there is no room for shortcuts in such endeavors. The pearls produced by the star shells consuming fragments of spatial materials are not limited to just these 2 types. Some pearls possess functions so bizarre they defy comprehension. Moreover, the fragments consumed by star shells are not restricted by attributes, meaning that the variety of pearls they can produce far exceeds common assumptions, with functions that are peculiar yet share the common trait of being one-time use. Thus, in the Glorious Federation, although star shells are considered spirit beasts, they are also regarded as strategic resources, with every family of some standing collecting and nurturing a few. Indeed, it is the star shells, Yang Su affirmed, and the ones here are somewhat different, capable of reaching silver or even golden tiers in their wild state. "Oh," Ling Ji raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Are you certain there are golden tier star shells?" Typically, wild star shells are merely black iron tier. Achieving higher tiers necessitates additional resources for cultivation. The presence of golden tier star shells in the wild here indicates the likelihood of treasures nearby. "I am well aware of this," Yang Su, being from an academy himself and possessing considerable capability, naturally arrived at the same conclusion. "However, Brother Ling, do you truly believe such high-tier treasures are within our grasp?" That is indeed a valid point. I merely mentioned it." Ling Ji scratched his head, somewhat exasperated. The mere presence of wild star shells in the river that could attain silver or even golden tiers raises questions about the actual tier of the treasures involved, a notion that Ling Ji found difficult to fathom. Moreover, the higher the tier of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the more likely they are to attract higher-tier spirit beasts, which explains the difficulty in the prolonged growth of high-tier spiritual materials. In this instance, it would not be unreasonable for diamond-tier spirit beasts or even a lord to be drawn to them. While Ling Ji was undeniably tempted by such treasures, he was not foolish enough to gamble with the lives of himself and his companions. Nevertheless, the existence of wild star shells capable of reaching golden tiers certainly warranted a journey for him and his team. "Then let us embark together," Ling Ji called to Yang Su and the others as they boarded the airship. "We shall not impose too much," Yang Su replied, feeling no shame in joining Ling Ji for a warm bowl of soup, especially since they were in need of task materials. The high-grade Tianqing shells were considered a valuable currency. Accumulating enough could be classified as task materials. Upon their reunion, the 2 groups were less restrained than before. Jiang Li and Wu Ling approached the 3 girls, Chu Xing, Wei Yin, and Wei Yu, while Qiao Yang and Lin Hao engaged in conversation with Chu Chun. "Oh, so you are Chu Xing's brother," Why didn't you attend the same academy as her? It was evident from their names that Chu Chun and Chu Xing were siblings. To be precise, it was Chu Xing who chose not to attend the same academy as me. Her musical talent surpasses my own, Chu Chun explained. The Seoul Music Academy specializes in the profession of musicians, but due to its niche appeal, it only ranks in the second and third tiers. Speaking of music, might I perform a piece for you all? Chu Chun offered. Absolutely. Would you mind if I recorded it? Qiao Yang mused, contemplating whether to install a music player on the Wind Spirit for added enjoyment during their travels. Chapter 142. Unexpected news. The people of the Radiant Federation do not merely engage in daily outdoor collection and trade. In fact, their cultural and recreational activities are quite abundant. Pursuits such as music, chess, calligraphy, and painting have developed remarkably well, with some predecessors even discovering methods to integrate these activities with the cultivation and combat techniques of beast masters. Each of these 4 activities has dedicated academies, albeit with lower rankings, and the calligraphy and painting disciplines have merged due to their similarities, resulting in a slightly larger corresponding academy. Therefore, Qiao Yang and the others were quite eager for Chu Chun's performance. By all means, please proceed, they urged. Chu Chun produced an ancient guqin. Let us enjoy high mountains and flowing water. The benevolent revels in the mountains, while the wise delights in the waters. The Radiant Federation, having arisen from the wilderness, possesses a unique sentiment toward mountains and rivers. High mountains and flowing water is the most exquisite depiction of the vast mountains and mighty rivers in all of the Federation's musical compositions. As the melody began, although Qiao Yang was not well versed in musical theory, it felt as if he stood atop a towering peak, surveying the flowing rivers below. The winding waters cascaded down, crashing against the cliffs with a thunderous roar. When the performance concluded, the imagery gradually faded, prompting Qiao Yang and Lin Hao to applaud enthusiastically. The musical phenomena from the Seoul Music Academy are indeed extraordinary. They can truly manifest the essence of high mountains and flowing water, Qiao Yang exclaimed in genuine admiration. I never anticipated you possessed such a remarkable talent for music, Qiao Yang. Even without utilizing spiritual energy, you could discern the imagery within the piece, Chu Chun remarked, astonished. Wait, you didn't use spiritual energy? The unique secret techniques of the Seoul Music Academy could indeed evoke phenomena through music, but only when powered by spiritual energy. The fact that Chu Chun played without it, yet Qiao Yang could still perceive the imagery, indicated Qiao Yang's innate sensitivity to music. That's a positive sign. You now have another means to cultivate your soul's power. The voice in Qiao Yang's mind chimed in. Listening to music, engaging in games, practicing calligraphy, and painting can enhance one's spiritual strength, forming the very foundation for such esteemed academies. However, many lack the talent and appreciation for music, rendering them unable to resonate with the melodies, making it futile to rely on such methods for soul enhancement. Well, we have arrived, Chu Chun announced shortly after finishing his performance. Based on my memory, the area where the Tianqing shells grow is nearby. As a shell-type spirit beast, the Tianqing shell could not thrive in overly turbulent waters, leading Qiao Yang and his companions to a serene pool. The water was deep and murky, invisible to the naked eye, though not to the sonar of the dark spirits. Indeed, they are golden-grade Tianqing shells, Lingji asserted with authority, being a golden grade himself. Tianqing shell. Grade, golden intermediate. Qualification, earth. Attribute, none. Skill, nurturing pearls. Qiao Yang could discern, or rather, Silver could discern, that these Tianqing shells not only had elevated in grade but also retained their qualifications, indicating they could be further cultivated. This suggests we should collect some of the pool water for analysis. Perhaps it contains valuable components, Qiao Yang proposed. Upon hearing this, Ling Ji abandoned the notion of seeking the treasure's source upstream. Only a few exceedingly rare spiritual materials and the blood of high-grade beast spirits could enhance qualifications while increasing grade, according to the records of the Radiant Federation. Considering the size of this canyon, it was remarkable that golden-grade Tianqing shells could thrive in a river, implying that at least a Lord-level beast's blood was involved. Nonetheless, gathering some water is still feasible. If we can analyze its unique components, we might be able to cultivate Tianqing shells in bulk, Ling Ji mused. If we discover that the treasures upstream are particularly valuable, we shall inform teacher Yen Yu and let her handle it. Though the Tianqing shells were of golden grade, it must be noted that these spirit beasts lacked significant combat abilities. Their hard shells and advantage in water were merely aspects of their nature. Ling Ji effortlessly subdued the golden-grade Tianqing shell and stored it within the Spirit Master Pearl, while Qiao Yang and his companions did not overlook the silver and bronze-grade shells, gathering them as well. Thank you all. We shall take our leave now, as we must continue exploring this canyon for some time, Yang Su said, bowing slightly to Qiao Yang and the others. Although they had only acquired one golden-grade Tianqing shell, They were quite satisfied with the silver and bronze variants they had also obtained. Farewell, take care, Qiao Yang and his companions echoed, feeling content with their haul. However, they still needed to search for additional task materials, leaving no time for further conversation. On their journey, however, Qiao Yang and the others stumbled upon a surprising piece of news. Chapter 143. The indigenous tribes. The bloodthirsty savage wolf clan intends to attack the water spirit white deer tribe. Do they possess the capability for such an undertaking? Qiao Yang questioned, skepticism evident in his voice. The situation was such that Qiao Yang found it hard to envision seeking task materials in that direction. Celestial-grade spiritual materials were not as ubiquitous as cabbages or radishes. Do you not see that, even with Wu Ling's esteemed lineage? He has only managed to procure 4 celestial-grade spiritual herbs for Wu Ling's 9-leaf rice. Thus, Qiao Yang resolved to venture towards the Dragon Clan battlefield, hoping to simultaneously locate the indigenous tribe that teacher Yanyu had mentioned. With the assistance of the natives, the endeavor would surely proceed more smoothly. Since teacher Yanyu had provided Qiao Yang with a token, she had also indicated the whereabouts of the indigenous tribes. Her encounter with the natives of the Cloud Wasteland had occurred near the Dragon Clan battlefield, which had subsequently prompted her interest in seeking the violet blood dragon crystal. While teacher Yanyu was not privy to the exact location of the indigenous tribes, her amicable relations with them suggested they would possess means to conceal their precise whereabouts. However, with the speed of the wind spirit and the dark spirit's sonar detection operating at full capacity, locating the hunting natives should pose no challenge. In truth, it was not overly complicated. Although the Cloud Wasteland was home to numerous spirit beast clans, most of these creatures moved on 4 limbs, differing significantly from human locomotion. Moreover, the Academy's teams comprised 5 members each, while the hunting indigenous tribes were far more populous. In conclusion, it boils down to this. Locating a source of vibrations from a human group comprising no fewer than 5 individuals near the Dragon Clan battlefield is not beyond the capabilities of the dark spirit sonar. Once identified, catching up to this group with the swiftness of the wind spirit is a trivial endeavor. However, as per customary practice, it is essential to present a token of goodwill when meeting the indigenous inhabitants. One cannot prioritize personal convenience at the expense of their hunting pursuits. To save time, Qiao Yang and Ling Ji directly captured a silver-peaked dragon blood mammoth, which they presented to the hunting team, consequently earning the gratitude of the local tribesmen. A living mammoth holds far greater value than a deceased one. It is precisely for this reason that, upon presenting the token from their mentor, teacher Yanyu, Qiao Yang and his companions were regarded as the most esteemed guests by the indigenous tribe and were offered warm hospitality. It was during this gathering that Qiao Yang learned of the unfolding situation. Indeed, the bloodthirsty rampaging wolves and the aquatic crystal deers have long been adversaries. Recently, our dispatched hunting teams have observed a sporadic movement of bloodthirsty rampaging wolves towards the habitat of the aquatic crystal deers, indicating that an official conflict may erupt within the coming days. The tribe's leader, named Odor, which is said to signify a warrior or hero, remarked, "Teacher Yin, you had previously taught this tribe the language of the Glorious Federation, thus enabling effective communication. Should we inform the deer chief of this development?" Given that Qiao Yang and his companions had maintained amiable relations with the aquatic crystal deer tribe, Qiao Yang naturally felt inclined to side with them. To be frank, Chief Odor stated, the leader of the bloodthirsty rampaging wolves possesses strength comparable to that of the aquatic crystal deer leader, perhaps even slightly inferior. It is the gentle nature of the aquatic crystal deer that has prevented any significant conflict until now. The onset of war likely indicates a newfound breakthrough. I concur that we should relay this information, Ling Ji mused, considering the closer ties between the deer tribe and themselves. In that case, I shall accompany you. Chief Odor readily agreed. Although he had no personal relations with the deer tribe, he was willing to assist Qiao Yang and his companions in aiding the deer side. The tribe's expedition ceremony is quite distinctive. The young members undergoing the coming-of-age trials adorn their faces and bodies with various patterns using colorful juices. Yet these designs are only permitted to remain after successfully completing the trials. The specifics of each individual's patterns are determined by the tribe's priests and elders. According to Chief Odor, these patterns symbolize the blessings of the deities. During the trials, they invoke divine blessings for the young participants, and if they succeed, they gain the deity's approval and thus permanent blessings. Should they fail, Chief Odor added, on their second attempt, they must undertake the trials without the blessings. And if they fail again, they will be forever denied such grace. Then, let us embark. Chief Odor declared as he led the young individuals destined for the coming-of-age ceremony aboard the Wind Spirit. Given the considerable distance and time constraints, traveling by Wind Spirit was necessary. However, Chief Odor mentioned that this posed no issue, as the mode of transport does not impact the trials. They had previously traveled in the pioneering army's exploration vehicles during another coming-of-age ceremony. Chapter 144. The initial appearance of the mechanical army on the airship. Qiao Yang observed the solemn and poised young indigenous individuals awaiting their coming-of-age ceremony, and a momentary sense of oppression enveloped him. Yet, considering their current demeanor, he felt it inappropriate to initiate conversation. Thus, Qiao Yang sought out Chief Oda for a discussion. By the way, Chief, Qiao Yang discerned that this leader was quite loquacious, having previously interacted with the pioneering army, and was not particularly rigid in demeanor. What is it? Chief Oda held a favorable impression of Qiao Yang, not solely due to his introduction by teacher Yanyu, but also because Qiao Yang's character and manners resonated well with his temperament. There's a question that might be inconvenient to discuss. Qiao Yang hesitated, uncertain if he might inadvertently breach tribal taboos. But do not worry, Chief Oda replied, quite magnanimously. What is the nature of your tribe's coming-of-age trials, if it is not too much trouble to share? There is nothing inconvenient about it, after all. The coming-of-age ceremony is a divine test bestowed upon us, and I am more than willing to divulge it. Chief Oda smiled. Oh, by the way, even if you do not inquire, I will need to inform you of certain matters that warrant your attention. What matters? Qiao Yang inquired. The coming-of-age ceremony is a trial for the tribe's youth to prove their capability for independence, primarily revolving around hunting and repelling enemies. Qiao Yang nodded, recognizing that, despite any embellishments, it ultimately pertained to those two tasks. They must independently slay 10 bloodthirsty rampaging wolves of a higher level than themselves during the impending conflict, as this pertains to the future prowess of the tribe's warriors. Therefore, I kindly ask that you refrain from intervening, even if you witness them in peril. Understood, Qiao Yang solemnly affirmed. Although it sounded somewhat harsh, it was an unavoidable reality, such is the nature of the Yunhuang continent. Should they seek shortcuts this time, it could potentially lead to the demise of the entire tribe in subsequent encounters. However, Chief, Qiao Yang recalled something and continued. We will undoubtedly participate in the battle as well. Our spirit beasts possess skills with extensive destructive ranges. What if some bloodthirsty rampaging wolves are inadvertently injured by our spirit beast abilities? Chief Oda, having previously interacted with the Glorious Federation's pioneering army, was aware that individuals like Qiao Yang could summon spirit beasts with broad-area lethal skills. That should pose no issue, Chief Oda replied. As long as you do not intentionally assist them, I will ensure they engage at a distance from you. Additionally, we will train combat pets and employ various traps during the tribe's battles. If the tribe truly encounters adversaries, they will not be unscathed. So this concern is not overly stringent. Traps? Wu Ling, who was listening nearby, perked up and began discussing the matter with Chief Oda. The distance from the indigenous tribe to the aquatic crystal deer gathering place was somewhat considerable. However, with the full effort of the wind spirit, the journey would not be overly lengthy. Oh, have the bloodthirsty rampaging wolves grown restless? Upon hearing the accounts from Qiao Yang and Chief Oda, the leader of the aquatic crystal deer visibly displayed some irritation. Thank you both for the information. There shall be substantial rewards once this matter is resolved. No need for formality. May I inquire if we can take the corpses of the slain bloodthirsty rampaging wolves with us? Naturally. We have no use for such things in our tribe, the aquatic crystal deer leader replied. As embodiments of water, they instinctively recoil from the putrid scent of corpses, eagerly welcoming Qiao Yang's assistance in clearing the forest. Chief Oda, your tribe's youth is welcome to use this opportunity for their coming-of-age ceremony. However, war is war. We fear that we cannot afford to specially accommodate the tasks of your tribe's youth. You need not worry, as I fully understand this, Chief Oda reassured him. In warfare, one cannot afford to be overly considerate. Chief Oda recognized that it was unrealistic to expect him to leave unscathed foes for the trials of his young warriors. Then that poses no issue. I must prepare and arrange certain matters. The ensuing events may disrupt this forest, so I kindly ask for your understanding, Chief. Qiao Yang stated as he prepared to unveil the items he had long been readying. Certainly, war is a relentless endeavor, and at such a juncture, to remain wary of this, and that is a misfortune that befalls oneself. The chief of the White Deer tribe was equally intrigued by the tactics employed by Qiao Yang and his companions. Let us prepare as well. The coming-of-age ceremony of the Oda tribe is not merely a foolish confrontation with the enemy. Had that been the case, their tribe would have long faced extinction. Setting traps and similar endeavors are vital tests for the youth. The items that Qiao Yang presented left both the chief of Oda and the chief of White Deer in awe. In a rush before the academic exchange, Qiao Yang had hastily crafted an initial model of a self-regulating automaton, yet due to time constraints, he had only taught it to replicate itself and create self-propelled bombs. Afterward, owing to the smooth progress of the academic exchange, it had remained unused. Now, however, it finally found its purpose. After such an extended period of continuous production, the quantity of self-propelled bombs had become quite considerable. Incidentally, these self-propelled bombs do not count as spirit beasts, thus they can be stored within the spatial realm stones. Upon inspection, Qiao Yang found that during this time, the automaton had filled no less than 7 peak-level spatial realm stones with self-propelled bombs. Chapter 145. The War with the Blood-Savage Howling Wolves. Wu Ling, you seem to be trembling, Zhang Li remarked as she and Wu Ling set about laying traps, while Qiao Yang prepared the self-propelled bombs. Observing Wu Ling's somewhat awkward gait, she couldn't help but comment. Of course, Wu Ling replied irritably. Have you forgotten that we've been sleeping among a heap of bombs these past few days? The thought of it still sends shivers down my spine. The bombs crafted by Qiao Yang were designed for maximum potency, being one-time use. Durability was not a concern, and their effects were indeed quite terrifying. But aren't you all afraid? Wu Ling questioned, noticing Zhang Li's composed demeanor, which piqued her curiosity. Oh, you see, as an assassin, I have undergone extensive training in this regard, so my psychological resilience is quite robust. Sleeping among bombs is nothing to me, Zhang Li replied nonchalantly. I truly admire the mental fortitude of those in combat roles, Wu Ling mused, recognizing that as an apothecary. Her training in psychological resilience paled in comparison to that of combat professionals like Zhang Li and Lin Hao. In truth, Qiao Yang had installed safety mechanisms on the bombs. As such devices inevitably encounter collisions when stored within spatial realm stones, and an explosion would likely exceed the capacity of those stones. The formula for the explosives was not derived from the gunpowder of Qiao Yang's past life. The potency of such concoctions would scarcely harm spirit beasts reinforced by spiritual energy in this era. Hence, Qiao Yang utilized various high-purity elemental crystals and spiritual energy essence, resulting in explosions akin to those created by the collision of thunder and fire elements. In a bid to enhance the potency, he incorporated exotic elements into some of the bombs, albeit in limited quantities. Regarding the bomb's mobility, he designed a tracking mechanism whereby they would automatically pursue targets exhibiting fluctuations of spiritual energy, rendering these self-propelled bombs indiscriminate in their attack. In summary, Qiao Yang was utterly confident that these bombs would provide the blood-savage howling wolves with an indelible memory. After a flurry of preparations, one morning, the sonar of the dark spirit suddenly detected a multitude of vibrations. They've come. The little wolves can no longer restrain themselves, the chief of the White Deer tribe remarked calmly. It appears that the blood-savage howling wolf leader has gathered several clans. No wonder they feel emboldened to attack us, the White Deer chief observed. However, they are unaware that you will come to our aid. In conflicts among spirit beast clans, the battle is waged king against king, general against general, soldier against soldier. If the highest tier of combatants fails, there is no need to continue the fight. However, if the top-tier forces remain locked in a stalemate, it becomes a matter of which side's foundational combatants can vanquish the other. In terms of strength, the White Deer chief was confident that he was no less formidable than the blood-savage howling wolf leader, yet at present, the number of blood-savage howling wolf clansmen far exceeded that of the White Deer tribe. Without the assistance of Qiao Yang and the others, the situation would indeed be dire. Let us begin. As they awaited the blood-savage howling wolves to approach the forest, the scene that unfolded before them would be etched in their memories forever, though, for the vast majority among them, this lifetime would not last much longer. From the forest around them, an overwhelming swarm of disc-like objects emerged from all directions, seemingly legless, yet advancing with remarkable speed. Upon nearing a certain distance, as if commanded by some unseen force, an explosive roar echoed, akin to a battle horn, and the air was filled with the cacophony of explosions. More importantly, the endless barrage of explosive devices showed no signs of abating. The 7 peak-level spatial realm stones, filled with self-propelled bombs, were not so easily depleted. The intense elemental collisions instantly shredded some of the weaker blood-savage howling wolves into mere fragments, and this was merely the beginning. It was not only the explosions resulting from the collision of thunder and fire elements, but also the annihilation caused by the clash of light and dark elements. Much like the cloudburst bombs of Qiao Yang's past life, the collision of light and dark elements would create a vast vacuum in the surrounding area, with the residual elements producing detonations several times more potent than conventional explosives. I hope the final outcome will compensate for my expenditures. Qiao Yang sighed as he surveyed the explosive scene before him, having spent a considerable sum and even incurred significant debts to achieve this spectacle. Witnessing the chaos, the leader of the blood-savage howling wolves could no longer restrain himself, unleashing a crimson aura that enveloped him. Blood rule. This was the ability of the blood-savage howling wolf leader, enabling allies within the rule's domain to enter a bloodthirsty state, significantly diminishing their sensations of pain and fear, albeit at the cost of their rationality. Simultaneously, enemy units within the rule's domain would be affected, turning on one another. This exemplifies the dominion of a leader's rules. The absolute suppression exerted over enemies of lower rank stems from this very source. Under the blood rule, it mattered not how many enemies of lesser rank approached. The outcome would be the same. However, regrettably, the self-propelled bombs were designed for indiscriminate attacks, rendering the blood rule ineffective against them. This rule merely facilitated the blood savage howling wolf's swift passage through the explosive zone. Thus, the bloodthirsty wolf leader exerted additional force, forcibly suppressing the explosions of the self-propelled bombs with overwhelming spiritual power. "Am I not present?" A furious shout resonated, as a pale blue light emanated from the chief of the White Deer. Chapter 146. The outcome is decided. The water spirit White Deer is the embodiment of water, and thus undoubtedly possesses water attributes. The rule power of the White Deer tribe's leader is also intrinsically tied to water. The White Deer chief's rule power is that of pure water. Under the pure water rule, all forces outside of water elements undergo purification. More critically, the definition of non-water elements is rather flexible. Even if the opponent is genuinely water-affiliated, the White Deer chief could forcibly categorize it as outside the realm of water elements. Therefore, within the domain of the pure water rule, all powers, including spiritual energy, elemental forces, and even soul energies, would be eradicated by the White Deer chief. However, the blood rule, being a rule power in its own right, cannot be eliminated by the pure water rule, at least not in the short term. The White Deer chief's pure water rule appears to be of a slightly higher tier than the blood rule. Thus, if he were to engage the blood savage howling wolf leader in a one-on-one confrontation, the White Deer chief would ultimately prevail. Prior to this, both sides' powers had remained in a stalemate. Therefore, the outcome now hinged upon the battles of the respective tribesmen. Had it not been for the reminders and assistance of Qiao Yang and others, the Bailu clan might have found themselves in a precarious situation. Caught off guard by the blood fury savage wolves, with their overwhelming numbers, there was a genuine possibility that they could have annihilated the Bailu clan before the blood fury rules were subdued by the pure water rules. However, thanks to Qiao Yang's relentless bombardment, a significant portion of the blood fury savage wolves had been eliminated, and the remaining ones were mostly injured, making the ensuing battle considerably more manageable. Although the spiritual pressure exerted by the leader of the blood fury savage wolves was countered by the leader of the Bailu clan, Qiao Yang's onslaught continued unabated. During this interval, several blood fury savage wolves had already breached the blockade of the thunderous zone. "Engage!" With a commanding shout from the leader of the Bailu clan, the Bailu warriors confronted the blood fury savage wolves that had traversed the bombardment zone. Naturally, those who managed to penetrate the bombardment zone while retaining their combat capabilities were elite among the blood fury savage wolves. Nevertheless, even they bore several wounds, and upon collision, an unsettling feeling arose. The water spirit Bailu, apart from its usual water-calling attacks, exhibited a new, extraordinary ability. Some possessed antlers or hooves that transformed into a bluish-purple hue, crackling with electricity. Others displayed a crystalline purple armor, endowed with a peculiar repulsive force. Previously, the water spirit Bailu clan had exchanged a substantial amount of purple blood dragon crystals with Qiao Yang and had acquired a secret technique to enhance themselves using these crystals. Having completed the transaction, the water spirit Bailu clan was not idle and had made commendable progress in a short span. The original secret technique, despite being of silver grade, was not particularly challenging to cultivate. Thus, the current combat prowess of the water spirit Bailu clan was markedly superior to that of the past, granting them a significant advantage against the injured blood fury savage wolves emerging from the thunderous zone. However, the sheer number of blood fury savage wolves still posed a daunting challenge, compelling each Bailu to contend with multiple adversaries simultaneously. "Let us assist." Noticing that several young warriors from the Oder tribe had already commenced their engagement, Qiao Yang beckoned his comrades. "No problem." Ling Ji summoned a heavy armored Xian Gui, while the Fuyu ancient turtle continued to absorb Xian mountain soil and Sumi soil, opting to remain unsummoned for now as he charged forward. Jiang Li and Lin Hao also rushed into the fray. Only Wu Ling, lacking combat prowess, was encircled by a protective barrier formed by Little Shield. "Then I shall join as well." Dominator possessed a total of 18 level 1 floating cannons, each capable of penetrating the silver mid-tier Titan stone golem with its energy rays. Qiao Yang did not require Dominator to combine. Scattered firing would suffice. He was not focused on sheer lethality. Merely causing some disruption to the blood fury savage wolves would enable the Bailu clan to secure victory against them. If he were to pursue destructive power, charging each of the level 3 floating cannons would prove inefficient. As for the platinum and even diamond-grade blood fury savage wolves, those would be left to the elders of the water spirit Bailu clan, as the blood fury savage wolves of such caliber were relatively few, with the more pressing concern being the multitude of lower-tier members. Damn it, the classic line uttered when the antagonist realizes something is amiss. Yet the current situation left no room for retreat. The pressure exerted by the Bai Lu clan leader's pure water rules was too formidable. Any lapse in vigilance could endanger even him. Now, the Oder tribe leader, who had refrained from participating until now, manifested a spear in his hand and hurled it with all his might towards the leader of the Blood Fury Savage Wolves. Although the Oder leader was not yet a lord and stood only at the diamond level, the runes inscribed on the spear had been etched by a previous leader who had attained lordship. While it was still unlikely to inflict fatal damage on the leader of the Blood Fury Savage Wolves, it was sufficient to shatter the current stalemate. Faced with the incoming spear, the leader of the Blood Fury Savage Wolves had no choice but to divert his attention to intercept it. However, his strength was inherently weaker than that of the Bai Lu leader, and now being distracted, the Bai Lu leader's pure water rules surged forth, decisively suppressing the leader of the Blood Fury Savage Wolves. I regret to inform you, but this war has been won by us. Chapter 147, Post-War Cleanup and Reconstruction. The conclusion of warfare between Spirit Beast clans may result in two scenarios. One where the top-tier combatants determine the victor, and another where the lower-tier forces conclude their battles prior to the resolution among the top tier. The Blood Fury Savage Wolves initiated their assault on the Water Spirit Bai Lu clan with the intention of swiftly ending the conflict using their superior numbers before a decision could be reached among the leaders, allowing them to retreat without concern for vengeance from the Bai Lu leader. Alas, due to the involvement of Qiao Yang and others, the plans of the Blood Fury Savage Wolves were utterly thwarted, affecting both their upper and lower combat tiers. For the Bai Lu clan, this was an unequivocal victory. With no fatalities reported among their ranks, most were merely injured. Even the most severely wounded among them, the Bai Lu leader, could be saved. However, preparations for the reconstruction of this area must now be initiated. Qiao Yang's use of explosives had been entirely devoid of consideration for the aftermath, with mini-bombs aimed at obliterating entire regions. The territory inhabited by the water spirit Bai Lu could aptly be described as a scorched earth, as the fierce elemental clashes had not only torn apart the invading Blood Fury Savage Wolves, but had also devastated the flora entrenched in the area. Moreover, the soil had suffered extensive damage, with remnants of elemental residues from the numerous detonations littering the land. It seems this area will require significant effort for reconstruction over the foreseeable future. The leader of the water spirit Bai Lu expressed no discontent. In warfare, it is impossible to incur no losses, with the distinction lying solely in the extent of those losses. Nonetheless, for a leader of the Bai Lu clan's caliber, purging the residual elements from this land would be a trivial task. Erasing such remnants under the pure water rules is exceedingly simple. Restoring the trees destroyed by Qiao Yang's bombs, however, would prove more challenging. Only elemental properties like water or wood could not achieve such restoration. The ability to accelerate tree growth lies within the domain of the life attribute, while the capacity to conjure trees from nothing is a divine ability. Yet, as the saying goes, water is the source of life. As embodiments of the water element, the water spirit Bai Lu clan excel in nurturing plant life. Furthermore, some trees had not been entirely obliterated, retaining vestiges of their roots. These trees, still bearing a hint of life, were amenable to healing. Fortunately, they had been kept at the forest's periphery, with the sacred lake at the center remaining unscathed. According to the Bai Lu clan leader, the lake where they congregated possessed a certain mystical quality, though neither Qiao Yang nor the Oder tribe leader had delved deeply into it. Having been thrust into turmoil, the clan had little leisure to accommodate guests, but if anyone desired anything, they were welcome to voice their requests. We will certainly fulfill what we can, stated the Bai Lu leader. About the earlier agreement regarding the body of the Blood Fury Savage Wolves leader, may we take it with us? We are currently participating in a competition that requires this as a task item. Qiao Yang candidly communicated this matter to the Bai Lu leader. There was no need for subterfuge with the water spirit Bai Lu. Such tactics would only yield adverse effects. We are here primarily for the coming-of-age ceremony of the younger generation in our tribe. Since the Bai Lu leader has mentioned it, we will take the other Blood Fury Savage Wolves' bodies as our spoils of war, declared the Oder tribe leader. Compared to a few spirit materials, the Oder tribe leader was far more concerned with the growth of the younger members within the tribe. He was thoroughly pleased with their performance during the coming-of-age trials. Moreover, it was primarily the water spirit Bai Lu clan that had contributed to this endeavor, and the substantial number of Blood Fury Savage Wolves' bodies could yield resources sufficient for the tribe's needs for an extended period. Seeing that Qiao Yang and his companions did not make any further requests, the chief of the White Deer clan was somewhat taken aback. Do you not wish for anything more? No, this is sufficient. Qiao Yang, Ling Ji, and Chief Oder simultaneously shook their heads, acknowledging that greed is not a virtue. Then, I thank you for your assistance. You shall forever remain our esteemed friends, the chief of the White Deer clan said with a slight nod. A bluish light shimmered, and several azure stone tablets gradually took shape, each adorned with the emblem of antlers, which then fell into the hands of the individuals. This token embodies my power. Wherever you may be, as long as you present this token to a member of my clan, you shall receive their utmost assistance. Then, may I ask you to clear the battlefield? The chief of the White Deer clan nodded once more. Thank you. Qiao Yang and his companions expressed their gratitude for the chief's gift before setting off to search for the items they needed, as well as dismantling the traps that had not been triggered on the battlefield. Some of these traps were laced with the toxins of the heavenly poison vine and hellish bamboo, which posed no threat to the chief of the White Deer clan, but remained perilous for the younglings of the White Deer clan. For Qiao Yang and his companions, the task was relatively simple. The corpse of the Blood Fury Wolf clan leader was nearby, easily recoverable, primarily aiding Chief Oder and his kin. Chapter 148. The early completion of the Academy exchange mission. Collecting the spoils was a considerable endeavor. The invading Blood Fury wolves were numerous, likely due to several surrounding tribes participating. In truth, many of the corpses had already diminished in number, and those remaining were generally of higher rank. The lesser beings had been obliterated by Qiao Yang's explosives at the onset of the conflict, leaving nothing behind as spoils. What remained were those who had managed to traverse the minefields and perished in battle against the Crystal White Deer clan. Additionally, some were eradicated of their vitality directly by the chief of the White Deer clan using pure water rules after the death of the Blood Fury Wolf leader. Though the White Deer clan possessed a gentle disposition, it was inconceivable that a race capable of surviving in the Dragon clan battlefield would fear slaughter. The Blood Fury wolves had many potential uses. Their pelts could be tanned into leather armor, and their bones could be fashioned into weapons. Given the number of corpses present, it was feasible for Chief Oder's tribe to equip each member with a set of leather armor and a weapon, with surplus to spare. As for the meat, the ongoing process of crafting leather armor meant they need not venture out for hunting. Regarding the various elemental forces infiltrating the flesh, Qiao Yang and his companions requested the chief of the White Deer clan to eliminate them using pure water rules, a minor task that the chief was more than willing to assist with. Take care, everyone. You will still need to ride the wind spirit back, otherwise transporting so many Blood Fury wolf corpses will be unfeasible. However, at least there is no fear for the martial spirit. Previously, the empty spatial stones used for the bombs had become available, perfectly suited for storing the Blood Fury wolf corpses. Those self-propelling bombs had indeed cost Qiao Yang a considerable fortune, yet the harvest proved satisfactory. With a wry smile, Qiao Yang remarked, "Detonating bombs is exhilarating for a moment, but the ensuing bills are a different matter entirely." A total of 7 mystic-grade spatial stones had been utilized for the self-propelling bombs, and he couldn't even be bothered to calculate the number of elemental crystal stones used. Suffice it to say, he had borrowed a significant sum from the martial spirit before his arrival. However, this was merely jest. The martial spirit had long declared that all expenses related to the Academy exchange would be covered by them, requiring only that Qiao Yang and his companions sell their task items to them when the time came. Mr. Oder, how did the results of your tribe's coming-of-age trial turn out? Qiao Yang, feeling somewhat bored, initiated a conversation with Oder. Extremely well. Their performances far exceeded my expectations, each individual surpassing the task requirements, Chief Oder proudly proclaimed. For the tribe, young talent represented the future, and witnessing their youth excel brought great joy to the tribal leader. "Ah, the journey is quite dull. Let us play some music," Jiangli suggested, sharing the sentiment of boredom. "Sure. Whose playlist shall we use? I must warn you, my taste is rather eclectic, and you may not find it to your liking," Qiao Yang responded first. "My playlist consists entirely of girl groups," the martial spirit chimed in, "which I use to lighten the atmosphere during my experiments, though Lin Hao certainly doesn't appreciate it. I seldom listen to music," Lin Hao succinctly stated. "I do enjoy music, but my playlist comprises exclusively slow songs, which might not align with your preferences," Ling Ji remarked, noting that his primary spirit beasts were turtle-like, suggesting a similar demeanor in himself. "Then let us use yours, Qiao Yang. Any will suffice," they agreed, clearly favoring Qiao Yang's playlist for its broad appeal. "This song is quite good," remarked Chief Oder suddenly as Qiao Yang's personal terminal began to play. Their tribe also had music, predominantly war songs, and those used for rituals. Yet truly entertaining songs were relatively scarce, and the instruments used were rather primitive. "Are you not staying a little longer?" After assisting Chief Oder in unloading the spoils, Qiao Yang and his companions politely declined the chief's invitation to extend their stay. "No. We are still in competition and cannot afford to waste time." In truth, after acquiring the corpse of the Blood Fury Wolf leader, Qiao Yang and his companions had completed their mission. Yet they wished to engage in further activities during the remaining time. Even if they achieved nothing else, gathering additional materials would still be beneficial. Then I shall refrain from saying more. Take these fruits with you for the journey, Chief Oda instructed, having someone bring over a bounty of fruits that Qiao Yang and his companions had enjoyed in the past few days. And this as well, for you. You are always welcome to return. Chief Oda presented each of them with a golden pendant. Take care. After expressing their gratitude once more, Qiao Yang and the others boarded the wind spirit and departed. Now our task is complete. What plans do we have for the time ahead? A Lord-level spirit beast's body was undoubtedly worth as much as 50 varieties of heavenly materials. Moreover, since the Academy exchange involved crafting, there was no need to worry about rankings. I have already devised a plan. We shall return to our original profession, while also seeking new materials along the way. Chapter 149, Qiao Yang's Plan. What do you mean by your plan? Ling Ji and the others were curious about Qiao Yang's arrangements, with only Zhang Li having an inkling of what he might propose. I suggest we engage in passenger transport to earn some income. Qiao Yang articulated his idea, and we could also assist others in passing their trials. Assisting others in passing their trials? While the concept of passenger transport was easily understood, akin to a taxi service, Qiao Yang could utilize the wind spirit to seek out those in need of transportation and collect materials as payment. There would always be those in a hurry who would agree to such arrangements. Even if they declined, Qiao Yang and his companions would incur no loss, merely taking the opportunity to gather materials along the way. As for ensuring their safety from potential threats, Ling Ji's golden-level prowess served as assurance. Even opponents of the same rank would hesitate to engage a beast master with such formidable defenses. Moreover, with the dark spirit present, Qiao Yang could avoid seeking out groups that might pose a danger. As for this notion of assisting others in passing their trials, this is what I envision. I would appreciate your counsel on its feasibility. Qiao Yang explained his plan, which was easy to comprehend. In the final stages of the Academy exchange, certain teams might only require 1 or 2 materials to fulfill their mission requirements. And it would be a pity if they failed to qualify simply due to those few materials. What I propose is this. There are a total of 50 materials. If we can collect 48 or 49, it would still demonstrate our caliber. We could lend them 1 material to help them succeed in their assessment, and then request double the return. Qiao Yang would not allow those significantly weaker teams to pass through forcefully, for even if they reached a higher level of competition, it would merely lead to their demise. Thus, the standard he ultimately established was to collect at least 48 types of task materials. The idea is commendable. Yet the question remains, how do we find such individuals? And how can we ensure safety? Ling Ji raised 2 pivotal concerns. Finding people is relatively straightforward. Since Qiao Yang proposed this notion, he must have contemplated it. The competency levels of teams participating in the Academy exchange are generally public knowledge. So we merely need to inquire with a few of the more formidable ones. As for the concern of being robbed, there is no need for worry. Our strength places us among the top tier of all teams. Anyone attempting to rob us must prepare for failure, as they would need to gamble on not encountering a setback while securing the final type of material that everyone knows how to select. This indeed is feasible. The more materials one collects, the greater the fear of encountering misfortune, so having a reliable method to fill the last gap is certainly welcomed. Ling Ji mused. The essence of outdoor exploration can be encapsulated in a single word: stability. The notion of taking reckless risks is to be avoided. If a team has only a few materials, they may be more daring, but those with just 1 or 2 missing types would pursue stability even more fervently. Ultimately, Qiao Yang's greatest confidence stems from the protective charms bestowed upon him by Ling Ji, Dominator, and teacher Yin. Ling Ji, even at the pinnacle of silver rank, could ensure the safe retreat of his teammates from an assault by a group of golden-tier spirit beasts, and now that he has reached the golden rank, no team within the Academy poses a threat to Qiao Yang and his companions. Moreover, the charm given by teacher Yin can withstand attacks from diamond-tier spirit beasts. Even if they were to encounter an unbeatable foe, Qiao Yang and his team would have ample time to escape on the wind spirit. Regarding the concern of someone borrowing spirit materials and not returning them, the Radiant Federation has long had a corresponding solution: the Soul Oath. The Soul Oath is akin to a vow in Qiao Yang's previous life, where one swears that if they lie, they would be struck by divine retribution. The difference is that in the Radiant Federation, violating the Soul Oath indeed results in such consequences. Additionally, once a Soul Oath is made, an omen manifests, ensuring that deception is not an option. In fact, Qiao Yang has no intention of using the materials they have collected to lend to others. He plans to use the fare collected from their transportation to help others complete their final missing materials. Thus, even if they truly do not return the items, Qiao Yang incurs no loss. However, those matters can wait. There is still ample time for the Academy exchange. The 5 of them can first seek to gather additional materials. Earlier, the leader of Oder not only provided Qiao Yang with food and tokens, but also informed him of other locations where spirit materials grow. Ling Ji decided to head in that direction first. Even after they finish gathering these, Qiao Yang and his team can also excavate some purple blood dragon crystals to exchange with teacher Yin for thick earth soul fruits. In short, there are numerous tasks to undertake. Chapter 150, A Leisurely Academy Exchange Exploration. Although there was never much urgency in the past, aboard the airship, the five of them sat around the table as usual, but this time the juice on the table was freshly squeezed from the fruits gifted by the leader of odor. Additionally, there was a fruit platter prepared by Jiang Li, with each fruit cut into unique shapes. Regardless of taste, they were visually appealing. So sweet. Qiao Yang remarked after sipping the juice, the natural sweetness of the fruit lingering on his palate. If only we had some fries to accompany this. No fries. How about sandwiches instead? Jiang Li suggested. It's inconvenient to use an oil fryer on the airship, so we can't make fries. They're best when freshly fried. But making a sandwich is certainly doable. Yes, drinking without a bite to eat feels lacking. Speaking of which, Qiao Yang, did you foresee using this method to complete the academy exchange from the very beginning? While Jiang Li prepared the sandwiches, Wu Ling inquired. I had a similar thought. It's half planning and half luck. I didn't expect it to turn out this way. When venturing out, it's impossible to rely solely on one plan. I was spurred into action upon hearing about the blood fiend Violent Wolf attacking the White Deer clan. A lord's body, huh? I've never witnessed one before. Wu Ling mused, still in disbelief that a casual joke about defeating a lord could actually lead to fulfilling the mission. We may not have seen one, but Wu Ling, with your family background, haven't you encountered one? Jiang Li, handing Qiao Yang a sandwich, placed the platter on the table and asked. No, Wu Ling shook his head. There are very few beings of lord rank or above in the Radiant Federation. The strongest in my family, my great-grandfather, barely reached diamond rank. In larger cities like Radiant City and Sky Blue City, the governors might attain lord rank. The strongest in smaller cities aren't much stronger than my great-grandfather. It's only in the Yunqiang continent that lords are somewhat more prevalent. How many lords exist in the wilds or in alternate dimensions near the Radiant Federation? Qiao Yang was curious, knowing Wu Ling's family background provided him with greater knowledge in this regard. At least there must be lord-level beings in the dusk rainforest adjacent to Sky Blue City, and even beast kings exist there. The dark woods near Radiant City might harbor a lord as well, and the frigid plains surrounding Cold Star City definitely have lords. As for the seas, there are even more lord-level beings. However, only at the Songhai Academy do they occasionally engage in trade with sea lords. Whether there are beings above beast kings, I cannot say. Considering the number of beast kings on Yunqiang continent, it would not be surprising to find one above that level. But the probability is relatively low near the Radiant Federation. By the way, what is the rank above beast kings called? I don't know, Wu Ling replied succinctly. There are only one or two beings that have reached that level, and there's no need to name it. Whether anyone has actually achieved it is another matter. Alright, enough of the idle chatter. This sandwich tastes delightful, Qiao Yang said, finishing his sandwich in a few bites. Let us go ask the team ahead if they need a ride. Hey everyone, need a lift? Drinks are also available. To be candid, all teams in the Academy Exchange are competitors, and the initial meeting is often marked by caution. Thus, Qiao Yang was not surprised by the guarded demeanor of the five opposite him. He understood that such a sudden greeting might raise suspicion. What do you want? If it weren't for noticing Ling Ji's golden tier strength, the student from the Frost Academy would have already attempted to take action. Nothing much. If your destination is rather far, we can give you a ride. There will be drinks on the way, and the fare is merely one piece of Earth tier material. If it were a Mystic tier material, there would be no need for such effort. Even if the others were unwilling, it wouldn't matter. Business is about mutual consent. If it were forced, why wouldn't Qiao Yang and his team simply resort to robbery? They could arrive even faster that way. If any of you are injured, we also provide healing. Wu Ling added. The fare for one piece of Earth tier material is quite substantial, so offering some services within their means is only proper. The opposing team, perplexed by this high-level maneuver, couldn't quite grasp it. Given Ling Ji and Qiao Yang's strengths, they could easily resort to robbery, yet here they were, presenting it as a voluntary offer. If you prefer not to, we can leave right now, Qiao Yang said with a smile. Wait, I believe you. Chapter 151. This method of making money is indeed delightful. It turns out you are from the Frost Academy. Before our arrival, our instructor mentioned that the Frost Academy has a cordial relationship with us, urging us to assist one another if the opportunity arises. Within the airship, Wu Ling tended to a young woman, while Qiao Yang, Ling Ji, and the team leader engaged in conversation. I recognized Ling Ji, which is why I chose to trust you. The amicable relations between the Radiance Academy and the Frost Academy are well known, and as the team leader, she is undoubtedly aware of this. The team leader, Shen Qiuyan, is a relatively renowned student from the Frost Academy, a name Ling Ji had heard before. With her peak silver-level prowess, her strength is comparable to that of Ling Ji prior to his breakthrough, albeit lacking the opportunity for advancement that Ling Ji has perceived. The Frost Academy specializes in ice attributes, and without a doubt, senior sister Xin Qiaoyan possesses the ice affinity. Her strongest spirit beast is an ice leviathan, adept at wide-area ice elemental assaults and fierce physical collisions. The ice leviathan can navigate through ice as effortlessly as it would through water. Thus, its combat abilities remain unhindered even on land. The injured young woman, named Lilin, hails from the Forged Iron Academy, which specializes in fire attributes. Originally located near Radiant City, they relocated to Cold Star City upon discovering a geothermal vein on the frigid ice plains nearby. This team encountered a horde of shadow hyenas during their exploration. Although senior sister Xin Qiaoyan effortlessly dispatched the hyenas, an unfortunate incident occurred while gathering materials. These shadow hyenas not only possess dark attributes, but have also evolved a poisonous trait due to their prolonged existence in miasma. Lilin, unfortunately careless, was injured by a dying hyena's final attack while dismantling materials. Consequently, the peculiar toxicity of the shadow hyena has rendered her wound unhealable, with continuous bleeding. And the antidotes commonly used within the Radiance Federation have proven ineffective against this mutated toxin. Thus, they are left grappling with the question of whether they can even proceed to their next exploration site. Although Qiao Yang's initial remarks struck them as peculiar, they had little choice. It is also my fault. I should have exerted more caution while dealing with the shadow hyenas. Had I been more vigilant, this predicament might have been averted. Fortunately, we encountered you. Otherwise, Lilin's injury would have become quite troublesome. Despite the shadow hyena's troublesome toxin, the efficacy of the celestial great spirit herb, the returning heaven herb, can indeed restore her strength without concern for the principles of toxic interactions. Do you have a specific destination in mind for your next endeavor? Ling Ji inquired, noting that their primary role remains transporting passengers, with healing services being supplementary. Yes, we do. Xin Qiaoyan indicated a location on the map. Understood. You may take some time to rest. Ling Ji gestured towards the nearby beds. Given that Lilin has been tormented by the toxin for an extended period, she must be quite fatigued. Alternatively, you could have something to eat. My apologies for the intrusion. Xin Qiaoyan recognized the poor state of her team and did not hesitate to accept the suggestion. By the way, is it just my imagination? Or are there remarkably few female team leaders among the various factions in the academy? After Xin Qiaoyan and her team retired to rest, Qiao Yang posed this question to Ling Ji. To date, Xin Qiaoyan is the only female team leader Qiao Yang has encountered. That's not quite accurate. In fact, among all the teams in the Academy's exchanges, the ratio of male to female leaders is approximately equal, Ling Ji clarified, having familiarity with the leaders of various teams. As for why we only seem to meet male leaders, I cannot say. Ling Ji shrugged. Who can truly ascertain such matters? Xin Qiaoyan's indicated location is somewhat distant. However, the wind spirit's speed is commendable, enabling swift arrival at the destination. Without this assurance of speed, how could Qiao Yang dare to accept a form of Earth-grade material as fare? Thank you for your assistance. Here is the fare, along with compensation for the treatment. Xin Qiaoyan produced 3 types of Earth-grade materials. No need for that. One will suffice. The treatment is considered a complimentary service, which is a matter of principle. Regardless of whether there are additional services rendered, the fare will always be one form of Earth-grade material. Very well. Then let us settle on 2, with the additional 1 serving as a deposit. In 5 days, we will require you to return here to collect us. Xin Qiaoyan contemplated before retracting one of the materials. No problem. These few days, we also need to seek out other spirit materials. Qiao Yang and the others plan to inspect several spirit material growth sites mentioned by the leader of the Odor tribe, and afterward, they intend to mine some purple blood dragon crystals. As for the Xin Mountain soil and Sumi soil, they can inform teacher Yanyu, who can procure sufficient amounts of both materials, as they are readily found in that wasteland, unlike the purple blood dragon crystals that rely on luck. However, it must be said, taxi drivers earn far more swiftly than we do in our search for spirit materials. Chapter 152, The Spirit Materials Abandoned by Qiao Yang and Others. The leader of the Odor tribe is indeed a sincere individual. After inspecting several spirit material growth sites indicated by the leader, Qiao Yang indeed discovered some spirit materials. Some of them are quite impressive, with the highest grade being a 6th-tier Xianyin Lotus, which reaches the celestial level. The classification of Lotus-type spirit materials is fundamentally based on the number of layers. 3 layers correspond to a 1st grade, while 12 layers constitute a single unit, with 12-layered lotuses capable of serving as materials for a new body of silver. However, materials of the caliber of a 12-layered lotus have a more specialized term known as spirit roots, which are destined to undergo a tribulation, not necessarily a lightning tribulation. but possibly other esoteric calamities. This was conveyed to Qiao Yang by Yin, who explained that such extraordinary spirit roots are deemed too defiant, and the balance of iron will not permit their existence without various tribulations causing their grade to diminish. Therefore, Yin suggested that finding an 11-tier lotus or a 10-tier yin-yang lotus would be ideal. The previously found water heart lotus, while also a celestial grade spirit material, does not measure up to the 6th-tier Xianyin lotus in terms of its lotus classification. To draw a comparison, it might be akin to the distinction between the heavy armored Xian turtle and the Fuyue ancient turtle, both classified as golden-level spirit beasts. Regarding the balance of iron that Yin mentioned, it was explained that this is not a force akin to the rules of a lord that can be wielded. Rather, it is merely a phenomenon. In essence, it signifies that overly defiant spirit roots will inevitably face tribulations, and those who cultivate the heartless path will certainly encounter emotional tribulations. These matters are collectively referred to as the balance of iron by Yin and others. Straying from the main topic, the balance of iron remains too distant for Qiao Yang, as Yin merely shared it as an anecdote. Returning to the spirit materials at hand. Among the growth sites indicated by the leader of the Odor tribe, there are indeed rare spirit materials like the 6th-tier Xianyin lotus. But a few others only yield Xian-tier spirit materials. It is evident that the leader of the Odor tribe was entirely unaware of the specifics of what grows here. In any case, he relayed everything he knew to Qiao Yang. However, such wild celestial-grade spirit materials are invariably guarded by spirit beasts. It would be implausible for Qiao Yang and the others to harvest them so easily. Spirit materials of a purely Yin nature, like the Xian-Yin lotus, are sure to be protected by extreme Yang attribute spirit beasts, for they cannot withstand the Yin energy of the Xian-Yin lotus. Among the extreme Yang attribute spirit beasts, dragons are the most renowned. Regardless of the type of dragon, they are classified as possessing the utmost Yang attribute. Even ice or water attribute dragons are not of a Yin nature. However, the harmonious balance of Yin and Yang is the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. Solitary Yin cannot give rise to life, and solitary Yang cannot thrive. Even the dragon-like spiritual beasts require various methods to achieve this equilibrium, and for them, the mystic Yin lotus serves as the finest material for harmonizing Yin and Yang. Guarding this celestial-grade mystic Yin lotus is a diamond-tier Holy Sun Dragon. Qiao Yang and his companions are utterly no match for it. Holy Sun Dragon. Level, High Diamond. Qualification, Sacred. Attribute, Fire. Skills, Dragon's Roar, Sacred Sunfire, Annihilation Flame. Holy Dragon's Might. The information relayed by the Eye of Truth instilled despair, facing this Holy Sun Dragon. It was uncertain whether the protective talisman provided by Teacher Yenyu would prove effective. As for negotiation, that was out of the question. For the Dragon Clan, achieving harmony of Yin and Yang is of paramount importance, and it would never relinquish the mystic Yin lotus. Thus, Qiao Yang and his companions opted to turn away, choosing not to engage further. There is no merit in fixating on something utterly unattainable. After all, celestial-grade materials are not easily acquired. Chapter 153, perhaps being a taxi driver would yield quicker profits. Are we fortunate or unfortunate in this regard? To say we are fortunate is due to our relatively easy discovery of the 6th-grade mystic Yin lotus. Conversely, our misfortune lies in the fact that this invaluable material is right before us, yet we are powerless to obtain it. Who could have anticipated that a Holy Sun Dragon would guard this mystic Yin lotus? Ling Ji shared the same sense of helplessness. If it were another type of spiritual beast, Qiao Yang and his companions might have devised a plan, but the Holy Sun Dragon left them completely at a loss. For ordinary spiritual beasts, perhaps the protective talisman from Teacher Yenyu might have offered some leverage. However, the offensive power of the Holy Sun Dragon undoubtedly far exceeds its own tier, making it uncertain whether the talisman could withstand such might. Most critically, Ling Ji and Qiao Yang could not afford to experiment. A failed gamble could spell doom for the entire team. Moreover, if it were another spiritual beast, such as the water spirit white deer, Qiao Yang might have considered negotiating. After all, the water spirit white deer is known for its gentle temperament and has lesser demands for the mystic Yin lotus. Yet, with the Holy Sun Dragon before them, this approach was futile. In fact, the temperament of the Holy Sun Dragon is among the more temperate within the Dragon Clan. It is the Ice Dragon and Earth Dragon that tend to be more volatile. Even the mere mention of the mystic Yin lotus could provoke its wrath. Thus, Qiao Yang and his companions chose to depart, recognizing that while the mystic Yin lotus is indeed a remarkable material, spending time here for something unattainable would yield no benefit. In academic exchanges, such occurrences are commonplace. Celestial-grade materials are often guarded by unbeatable spiritual beasts, and acquiring such materials under their protection is part of the challenge itself. Similar to Qiao Yang's previous attempts to exchange for materials that spiritual beasts could not refuse, this method is one of the few available, though such exchanges are rare, as not everyone can procure a substantial quantity of purple blood dragon crystals. Due to their inherent value and scarcity, purple blood dragon crystals do not depreciate in worth, allowing Qiao Yang to confidently trade them all away. Speaking of materials suitable for trading with the Holy Sun Dragon, there is indeed one, the antlers relinquished by the White Deer clan leader. However, unless Qiao Yang were to suffer an unfortunate accident upon disembarking the airship, he would not consider using this to barter for the mystic Een Lotus. Qiao Yang and his companions had no particular need for the mystic Een Lotus. It was merely a task material for their academic exchange, not worth the trade-off. In truth, they had fared reasonably well, as they managed to acquire several fire dragon saliva fruits, one of which could almost be classified as Earth tier. Lingji maintained a positive outlook. Furthermore, this journey had not been without its rewards. The fire dragon saliva fruit, as its name suggests, is commonly used in various medicinal treatments and can also be refined into advanced health tonics. Naturally, the fire dragon saliva fruit is of the fire attribute, and its presence here is easily inferred. With the Holy Sun Dragon nearby, other spiritual beasts dare not approach. Zhang Li was the one who ventured to collect the dragon saliva fruits. Equipped with the protective talisman from teacher Yanyu and aided by the phasing ability of the Shadow Assassin, though the process was fraught with trepidation, they ultimately encountered no significant danger. Notably, the dragon saliva fruit is one of the few medicinal herbs that exhibit no difference in efficacy, whether grown in the wild or cultivated artificially, meaning even at the Earth tier. Its market value within the Radiant Federation is lower than that of other Earth tier materials. It is said that Jin Jun's family specializes in dragon saliva fruits. By the way, has it already been 5 days? It's time to pick up Shen Qiuyan and the others, Lingji remarked. Having accepted their deposit, they were bound to fulfill their promise. Integrity is paramount in business. I must admit, having you all assist has proven quite convenient. On the airship, Shen Qiuyan sipped her juice and smiled at Qiao Yang and the others. With nothing to worry about, they could simply relax, and by the time they finished resting, they would have reached their destination. Securing an Earth-tier material is certainly worthwhile. In truth, Senior Shen Qiuyan could summon the Ice Extreme Whale to ferry her teammates as well. However, being only at the peak of Silver Tier, she found that traversing the vast expanse of the Cloud Wilderness for distant materials would drain her spiritual energy excessively, hindering her ability to maintain combat readiness. Now, however, they need not expend any energy, allowing them to reach their destination in a short time and collect materials much more efficiently. Nevertheless, Qiao Yang refrained from inquiring about Shen Qiuyan's findings. She was astute enough not to divulge her gains. It was not a matter of doubting Qiao Yang's discretion, but rather an understanding that in the wild, especially during academic exchanges, one must be cautious about sharing information too freely. As a first-tier student of the Frost Academy, Shen Qiuyan had grown up with experience in wilderness survival, and she would not err in such matters. Well then, we shall part ways here. The next few destinations are relatively close, so there is no need to trouble you further. Upon disembarking the airship, Shen Qiuyan bid farewell to Qiao Yang and the others. One must admit, being a taxi driver is far quicker than searching individually, Qiao Yang mused. In fact, it seems that Shen Qiuyan might be one of our potential targets for borrowing materials, Ling Ji remarked seriously. Her strength ranks among the top in the academic exchange teams and could indeed fulfill the requirements of the task. Chapter 154. 3 days of fishing, 2 days of sunbathing. Whether it be Qiao Yang, Jiang Li, or even Lin Hao, Wu Ling, and Ling Ji, at their core, they are all rather lazy, as evidenced by their slumped figures aboard the airship. Typically, they appear more active due to the tasks at hand, but if given the choice, they would prefer to lie back and wait for their next meal. Unfortunately, not only do they require sustenance, but Qiao Yang also harbors aspirations that reach for the stars, leaving no room for complacency. Speaking of that ambition, Qiao Yang had discussed it with Jiang Li, and her eyes had sparkled with a peculiar light as she expressed her desire to accompany him on his cosmic adventures. Regarding her family, she felt little concern. As a scion of an assassin clan, the traditional views on family bonds were rather weak, and her parents did not overly interfere in her affairs. They had all long since distanced themselves from their family. Moreover, Qiao Yang and Jiang Li share a bond that goes beyond mere childhood friendship. They are, in fact, betrothed, with Jiang Li's parents having acknowledged this arrangement long ago. Thus, Jiang Li felt no apprehension about facing potential familial opposition regarding this decision. Even if she were to miss home, by that time, Qiao Yang would surely devise a means of long-distance spatial transportation. However, those matters lie in the future. One must eat a meal bite by bite and tread a path step by step. In terms of progress, Qiao Yang and his companions have already achieved commendable results. Furthermore, the advent of the airship phone Pua and the self-regulating machinery has allowed Jiang Li to glimpse a glimmer of hope for navigating the starry skies. Presently, During the academic exchange, having recently completed their assigned tasks, they find themselves in a position to relax a bit and no longer feel the pressing tension. As for now, their daily routine consists of piloting the airship Phone-Pa on excursions to ascertain whether anyone requires transportation, thereby collecting a modest fare. Given Phone-Pa's speed, these trips do not consume much time. Moreover, any group needing a ride typically requires at least 2 trips, resulting in quite a reasonable fare. Nevertheless, Qiao Yang has discerned that the exchange teams are increasingly approaching the frenzied battle domain. In the final stages of the academic exchange, those teams lacking sufficient task materials will need to begin seizing materials from other teams, a process that generally unfolds within the frenzied battle domain. This area is characterized by a relative scarcity of wild spirit beasts, alleviating concerns that conflicts between teams might disturb higher-level wild beasts. If they were to battle in locations they had previously visited, such as provoking the White Deer Clan's leader or the Tianyang Sacred Dragon, it would surely be a perilous situation indeed. Hence, the final skirmishes are set in regions well explored and known for their minimal wild beast presence, thus earning the moniker Frenzied Battle Domain. After collecting fares, the group typically proceeds to the Dragon Clan's battlefield to gather purple blood dragon crystals. Although this time they approach the task with less urgency, a leisurely stroll serves as a digestive after their meals. Excessive purple blood dragon crystals hold little significant value for Qiao Yang and his companions, apart from Lin Hao, who may find them slightly more useful. The machinery crafted by Qiao Yang relies less on these crystals. Consequently, the primary utility of the purple blood dragon crystals for them lies in trading with teacher Yanyu for thick earth soul fruits, or alternatively, selling them for profit. Their previous transaction with the water spirit White Deer Clan yielded an ample supply, making it challenging to procure anything of substantial value in the near term. As for trading with other clans, the options are rather limited. The water spirit White Deer Clan, being an embodiment of water, is known for its gentle and unpretentious nature, which is why Qiao Yang and his companions feel at ease conducting trades with them. Upon reflection, only other elementally embodied spirits seem to inspire similar confidence. Before departing from the White Deer Clan, Qiao Yang had inquired with the clan leader about the locations of the other 4 elemental spirits. The response indicated that the Golden Phoenix resides in the ancestral land of the Phoenix. The Wood Spirit Green Bull lacks a clan. The Fire Spirit Red Camel inhabits the lava fields, and the Earth Spirit Yellow Goat's dwelling remains unknown. This reply effectively extinguished Qiao Yang's aspirations to seek out those for trade. It seems wiser to rely on Teacher Yanyu for their rewards. However, this matter is not particularly pressing. As Teacher Yanyu stated, she will accept whatever they bring. If she still requires more, they can accompany her back to the Cloud Desolation continent, not necessarily during the academic exchange, but alongside the pioneering army. In summary, life continues at a languid pace. Yet, Qiao Yang and his companions remain vigilant, deliberately observing each team's material shortages while serving as drivers. Those willing to pay for rides typically possess ample materials, as only such teams would disregard the fare for a type of Earth-grade material in their haste. For those with limited resources, such material could prove devastatingly costly. Chapter 155, The Reservation of the Academic Exchange. Have we forgotten something? Suddenly, Zhang Li posed a question as Qiao Yang and his companions idled through their days of sporadic work. What is it? Qiao Yang could not recall anything amiss, and upon reflection, it seemed they had fulfilled all their obligations. The secret realm. We came to the Cloud Desolation continent so early precisely because of this matter. Zhang Li exclaimed. Ah yes. The group collectively remembered that the academic exchange was initially expected to commence much later. But due to a proclamation from a Phoenix Beast King regarding the opening of a secret realm, it had been hastily advanced. Yet now, as the academic exchange nears its conclusion, the secret realm remains elusive. I am unsure why this is the case. All that was mentioned was that everyone would know when the secret realm opens, yet there has been no word so far. The information about the secret realm had originated from Ling Ji, but he too was vague about the details. From the very beginning, this situation had been shrouded in mystery. No specifics were provided. Only the announcement of a secret realm opening during the academic exchange, leading to the hurried commencement of the event. Qiao Yang found himself suspecting some ulterior motive might be at play. To make matters more absurd, Qiao Yang and his companions had diligently completed their tasks ahead of schedule, and now they awaited news of the secret realm, perplexed by the plans of the higher-ups in the Radiant Federation and the Beast Kings of the Cloud Desolation continent. I don't know. Perhaps the opening of the secret realm requires meeting certain conditions? Ling Ji pondered for a long while, ultimately shrugging in defeat. However, regarding the matter they had seemingly overlooked, Qiao Yang suddenly recalled another issue. Before our arrival, Teacher Yin, you advised us to be cautious of the Spirit Witch Academy during the exchange. To this day, however, He had yet to observe any actions from the Spirit Witch Academy. According to teacher Yanyu, this esteemed institution possesses an air of enigma. It is not entirely governed by the Radiant Federation, which exercises limited control over it. While most students from the Spirit Witch Academy are relatively benign, each academic exchange tends to see one or two teams causing significant disturbances, making their antics almost a tradition. Prior to their journey to the Cloud Desolation continent, a forum on the Spirit Network even hosted a betting event speculating on the mischief the Spirit Witch Academy would conjure this time. Yet now, the absence of any involvement from the Spirit Witch Academy has left Qiao Yang and his companions feeling utterly bewildered. Actually, something feels off, Ling Ji interjected suddenly. We have been operating as taxi drivers for quite some time. Have you noticed that we have yet to encounter a single team from the Spirit Witch Academy? The group reflected on this and indeed realized that, regardless of the passengers they picked up or those they encountered along the way, even those detected by dark spirit sensing, there were no teams from the Spirit Witch Academy. Their teams are easily identifiable as students from the Spirit Witch Academy, with the exception of Wang Yang, who is an anomaly, bear various strange patterns on their faces that evoke discomfort. In contrast, the tribal members led by the Chief of Odor, who adorned their faces and bodies with designs, could even be described as aesthetically pleasing. Moreover, within the Spirit Witch Academy's teams, there are no members from other academies. For instance, in Qiao Yang's group, he and Ling Ji represent the Radiant Academy, Wu Ling and Lin Hao belong to the Savage Beast Academy, while Jiang Li is affiliated with the Dark Moon Academy. However, despite the Spirit Witch Academy being situated in the same region as the Tianqing Academy and the Shanghai Academy, they do not team up with students from other academies. Their entire team is marked by bizarre and distinctive patterns, making them easily recognizable. If I recall correctly, during the last academic exchange, the Spirit Witch Academy was responsible for the calamity of witchcraft, right? Ling Ji reminisced. The most notorious professions within the Spirit Witch Academy include witches, insect masters, poison masters, and curse masters, each possessing uncanny abilities that render them formidable foes. The last academic exchange had indeed been marred by the chaos wrought by the curse masters of the Spirit Witch Academy. Chapter 156. Because everyone was prepared, it was, in fact, not a significant matter. The various professions within the Spirit Witch Academy are predominantly characterized by their enigmatic and unpredictable methods, many of which may appear rather sinister, if not exceedingly malevolent, to outsiders. Furthermore, although the Spirit Witch Academy is ostensibly a higher educational institution, it fundamentally operates on a master-apprentice system, distinctly different from the lecture-based format of the Radiant Academy. Additionally, the Spirit Witch Academy never collaborates with other academies for joint endeavors, rendering it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to comprehend the specific techniques employed by its practitioners, thus cloaking the academy in a shroud of mystery. However, based on the inter-academy exchanges over the years, as well as the annual reports from the academy, it has become evident that the number of students enrolling in the profession of curse weaver has dwindled significantly, with no new applicants in recent years. Discussions on the Spirit Network regarding the curse weaver profession suggest that it is not only arduous to cultivate, but also exceedingly challenging to master. More critically, even upon achieving mastery, its combat prowess is often inadequate to compete with other professions, relying more on the element of surprise. Consequently, this profession has gradually fallen out of favor, becoming largely an elective course pursued out of mere interest. In contrast, the professions of sorcerer or spellcaster and poison master have consistently remained popular within the Spirit Witch Academy. However, in a vast forest, one can find all kinds of birds, and among them, the Spirit Witch Academy boasts a particularly diverse array. Each time the academy engages in exchanges, it tends to introduce novel and unexpected elements. For instance, during the last inter-academy exchange, the academy orchestrated what became known as the calamity of witchcraft and poison. This calamity, in essence, involved summoning the 5 poisons, centipedes, spiders, scorpions, toads, and venomous snakes on a full moon night, combined with the 5 plagues of miasma, pestilence, epidemic, pox, and malaria to concoct a king of poison. As the academies gathered in the battlefield of frenzy during the final stages of the exchange, a frenzy of slaughter ensued. The golden-tiered king of poison was not only incredibly venomous and immensely powerful, but its body was impervious to blades and projectiles, and it carried the 5 plagues. Any proximity would result in affliction by disease, rendering combat infeasible. Initially, this was not a matter of great concern. The final phase of the inter-academy exchange typically involved a scramble for task materials, and if the king of poison were merely manipulated to seize spiritual materials, no one would have raised an objection. Even in the event of fatalities, it would not have elicited any remarks. As participants in such exchanges accept the inherent risks of life and death, it is not uncommon for those lacking skill to perish. And not everyone possesses the congeniality of Qiao Yang, who seeks fortune through amicability. The crux of the issue, however, lay in the conduct of the Spirit Witch Academy's member, who seemed to be engaging in a form of performance art, uncertain whether due to lack of skill or some other reason. They could not withstand the ferocious toxicity surrounding the King of Poison and succumbed on the spot. This led to the King of Poison spiraling out of control, rampaging through the crowd of participants, leaving them utterly defenseless, as the golden-tiered king had proven to be beyond the capabilities of any Academy's team during the previous exchange. The result was not only significant casualties among the exchange teams, but also a lingering miasma that enveloped the battlefield of frenzy for an extended period. As for how the King of Poison was ultimately dealt with, no one cared. It merely perished on its own. Thus, it was evident that the Spirit Witch Academy's student had not mastered their craft. The 5 poisons and plagues are inherently ferocious entities that cannot coexist. The presence of the 5 plagues disrupts the balance among the 5 poisons, leading to the king's collapse. Nevertheless, the calamity of witchcraft and poison left a profound impression on all attending academies. Yet, no institution voiced any significant grievances, as such occurrences are not deemed particularly severe in the annals of inter-academy exchanges. Although the reported casualties appeared substantial, the majority were injuries. The actual number of fatalities did not exceed those from past exchanges. Despite the King of Poison's golden status, it was not a true spirit beast. The 5 plagues it bore originated from transcendental-level spiritual herbs, and while their combination was formidable, those afflicted would not necessarily perish on the spot. Given the medical capabilities of the Radiant Federation, treating such ailments posed no insurmountable challenge. Furthermore, the King of Poison lacked sentience, merely crashing about without the ability to control its skills, meaning that the poison suffered by the students was merely the natural toxicity emanating from the king, far from overwhelming. To truly assess the severity of the situation, the highest-tier silver or newly golden-level students participating in the exchange were still inferior to the advanced spirit beasts native to the Cloud Desolation continent. The most catastrophic incident occurred during the final phase of a prior exchange, where the combative actions provoked a spirit beast comparable to the celestial sun dragon encountered by Qiao Yang. Consequently, the majority of students from that exchange were annihilated. Thus, it was only after that incident that the final phases of inter-academy exchanges were relocated to the current battlefield of frenzy. To this day, discussions on the Spirit Network regarding the calamity of witchcraft and poison predominantly revolve around jesting at the inadequacy of the Spirit Witch Academy student. However, the recurring nature of such incidents raises eyebrows. Well, here we go again with the Spirit Witch Academy, sighed Lingji. To be frank, the element of surprise is paramount in the realm of conspiracy. When others are aware of your intentions, the difficulty of executing your plans escalates significantly. Thus, I wonder, do the senior members of the Spirit Witch Academy not engage with the Spirit Network? Are they oblivious to their own public image? Chapter 157. The times have changed. Each inter-academy exchange sees the Spirit Witch Academy instigating trouble, prompting everyone to remain vigilant. However, mere vigilance does not always suffice. For instance, during the previous exchange's calamity of witchcraft and poison, everyone anticipated some unexpected maneuver from the Spirit Witch Academy. Yet there was little that could be done to prevent the crafting of the King of Poison. The 5 poisons summoned were native to the Cloud Desolation continent, and when their migration occurred under the cover of night, no one noticed. By the time the King of Poison was fully formed, it was too late to intervene. Now, it is evident that the Spirit Witch Academy is once again up to mischief. Are the members of the Spirit Witch Academy taking turns to orchestrate chaos? Last time it was a poison master, and this time it appears to be an insect master. Lingji felt a chill run down his spine as he beheld the swarming mass of insects before him. The term insect master does not refer to a specialized profession like that of a curse weaver or sorcerer. Rather, it describes a beast master who contracts insect-type spirit beasts. Typically, such beast masters form a pact with a female insect, which then produces swarms during battle. Should the insect master successfully sustain the swarm's growth phase, their combat capability becomes formidable, as sheer numbers can overwhelm an adversary. After all, insect swarms are notorious for wreaking havoc, rivaling mechanical disasters in their destructiveness. Of course, with great power comes great sacrifice. The primary advantage of the insect master lies in their capacity for widespread destruction, yet they lack formidable single-target combat prowess. However, if the opposing side lacks the ability to rapidly eliminate the swarm, they will inevitably witness their surroundings being laid waste. The current swarm appears to have been initiated by the Spirit Witch Academy's insect master, who likely began breeding the female insect for egg-laying at the onset of the exchange. And now, as the conclusion approaches, has finally issued commands for the eggs to hatch. Gluttonous worm. Level, low black iron, high black iron. Qualification, common. Attribute, none. Skill, none. Soul Eating Locust. Level, low black iron, high black iron. Qualification, common. Attribute, none. Skill, none. These two types of insect-type spirit beasts are rather repulsive, as per Qiao Yang's assessment. There may be additional varieties, but the sheer quantity of insects renders the true eye incapable of capturing them all. Generally, insect-type spirit beasts, barring a few exceptions, lack any significant skills and rely solely on their inherent instincts. The instinct of the voracious worm is solely to consume. It possesses no dietary restrictions whatsoever, devouring everything from flora to fauna, and even resorting to soil and stones when sustenance is scarce. Despite being classified at the black iron level, the boundless multitude of voracious worms cannot be easily eradicated by those of merely bronze rank from the Academy, also known as gem worms. They are encased in a crystalline shell that affords them considerable defense. Their only drawback is their relatively slow movement, for had they been swifter, the ground of the berserk battlefield would have been plowed multiple times over. If the voracious worm represents the ground's devourer, then the soul-eating locust is the airborne calamity. Unlike the indiscriminate voracious worm, the soul-eating locust exclusively preys upon targets imbued with spiritual energy, including humans. Moreover, the locusts are not slow in flight, and their vast numbers pose an even greater threat than that of the voracious worms. Perhaps having learned from past encounters, these two species of spirit beasts do not consume one another. Rather, they prioritize more advantageous targets when available. Such behavior seems almost sentient. Yet it raises the question of why the Academy of Spirit Sorcery consistently attracts such peculiar individuals. Qiao Yang finds himself pondering this anomaly. He observes Senior Wang Yong in the distance. Indeed, Ling Ji has also arrived. How could the renowned Senior Wang Yong miss this? He valiantly battles the swarm atop his dragon-scaled giant elephant. However, despite Senior Wang Yong having attained the golden level, he seems to be making little headway against the endless tide of voracious worms and the obscuring cloud of soul-eating locusts. While it is true that individuals of the golden level can employ wide-ranging attacks through rune formations, both Ling Ji and Wang Yong are newly initiated into this rank and lack the spiritual energy and soul power to sustain multiple formations, rendering their efforts futile against the current swarm. Nevertheless, Qiao Yang feels a sense of joy. At least these seniors are able to set aside personal feelings in the face of such adversity and join forces to combat the insect horde. Previously encountered seniors like Shin Xiuyan, Wen Feng, and Yang Su, along with many teams that have boarded Qiao Yang's airship, have laid aside their tasks to confront the swarm. In light of this, it seems rather unreasonable for them to refrain from joining the fray. While Qiao Yang possesses means to contend with the insects himself, the swifter the resolution, the better. There is no need to insist on single-handedly resolving the matter. A cold snort reverberates through the skies, and a pale blue aura suddenly expands outward. To the astonishment of all present, every voracious worm and soul-eating locust is obliterated without a trace. In Qiao Yang's hand lies the stone tablet bestowed upon him by the White Deer Clan leader. Chapter 158. The final sprint. During his farewell to the White Deer Clan leader, Qiao Yang broached the subject of the Academy of Spirit Sorcery, to which the leader responded dismissively, deeming it a trivial matter. The leader informed Qiao Yang that the stone tablet he gifted him also serves as a communication device. By channeling spiritual energy into it, Qiao Yang can establish contact. The White Deer Clan leader even encouraged Qiao Yang to converse with him frequently about the glorious Federation and assured him that he could seek assistance whenever necessary. Previously, when encountering the Celestial Sun Sacred Dragon, Qiao Yang hesitated to request the leader's intervention, as that situation was their own affair, and the dragon merely guarded the mystic Een Lotus. Qiao Yang found it hard to believe that a diamond-level Celestial Sun Sacred Dragon would not detect their presence. However, the current circumstances warranted the leader's involvement, which proved to be immediately effective. Under the regulation of pure water, all voracious worms and soul-eating locusts were eradicated. The insect master, witnessing Wang Yong and his comrades desperately attempting to thwart the swarm, had barely begun to boast of his prowess when he was struck by an incomprehensible force that annihilated the entire horde. His expression froze in disbelief, and Qiao Yang had no intention of giving him a chance to speak. He simply informed the White Deer Clan leader that the pure water regulation had expunged the insect master along with his swarm. As a being of lordly caliber, it seemed somewhat excessive for the leader to deal with such black iron-level pests. The voice from above, tinged with a hint of ire, declared a warning to the humans. Return and inform your elders. I shall not interfere with your affairs among yourselves. However, should you seek to ravage this land, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. This proclamation was relayed by Qiao Yang, for the White Deer Clan leader's temperament would not typically lend itself to such threats. Qiao Yang remains indifferent to why the Academy of Spirit Sorcery frequently finds itself embroiled in such chaos. A warning is all that is necessary. Thus concluded the matter. And as Qiao Yang prepared to depart, Jiang Li raised the question of the secret realm. What is the status of it? The Academy exchange should be concluding soon. I do not know, Qiao Yang replied with a shrug, sharing in her curiosity. However, as we are nearing the end, we can proceed with our plans. Their prior strategy entailed lending out surplus materials to teams that had collected 48 or 49 task items, as it had become increasingly difficult to gather the remaining items in the final stretch. Even if they attempted to seize them, finding suitable teams was a challenge. In such instances, Qiao Yang and his companions could temporarily extend their excess items, with the expectation of receiving double the amount in return after the Academy exchange concludes. Since the Academy exchange essentially serves as a selection competition, Qiao Yang and his group would not forcibly allow teams that clearly lacked the requisite strength to progress. Teams falling short by 1 or 2 items might be excused, but those missing 10 or more would only be sending themselves to certain doom. Even if they could afford to pay double for the materials, selecting candidates proved to be a straightforward task. Anyone who had previously boarded Qiao Yang's airship had the potential to succeed, as only those individuals would prioritize the cost of a single Earth-level material to expedite their journey. Moreover, due to the Insect Master's interference, those capable of contributing to the defense against the swarm were likely to possess commendable character. Ultimately, however, the pool of suitable candidates was limited. Senior Wang Yong had successfully gathered 50 types of materials, a feat not overly challenging for him given his prowess and spirit beast configuration. Senior Yang Su had only managed to collect a little over 10 types, making it impossible for Qiao Yang to assist him in advancing. Senior Shin Xiuyan met the criteria, which came as no surprise. Her spirit beast thrived under the semi-survival, semi-combat conditions of the Cloud Wilderness. As anticipated, she gladly accepted Qiao Yang's offer to exchange for her final required task materials. As for the others, only 2 met the requirements, and both were willing to trade. In the end, the outcome was mutually beneficial. The seniors secured tickets to a higher-level competition, and Qiao Yang and his group acquired additional spiritual materials. Just as Qiao Yang thought they would soon return to the Glorious Federation, they received unexpected news. The secret realm has opened? Why now of all times? Chapter 159. The secret realm. The so-called secret realm is akin to the other dimensional spaces near the Glorious Federation. It constitutes an independent domain. The distinction lies in that the other dimensional spaces are naturally occurring, while the secret realm is artificially created. It remains unclear which tier of existence is capable of creating a secret realm. Can a Beast King conjure such a phenomenon? It is uncertain. The Glorious Federation currently boasts few Beast Kings, and those of the Cloud Wilderness maintain a tenuous relationship with it. Whether a Beast King can indeed create a secret realm remains a mystery, and at least the Beast Kings of the Glorious Federation do not possess this ability. The nature of the secret realm is distinctly unlike that of naturally formed spaces. Within it, unique rules impose constraints, alongside specially designed treasures and mechanisms. It appears that these realms were deliberately crafted by some superior entities. As for the reasons behind the creation of these secret realms, opinions vary widely. Some believe they exist to test the younger generation, others assert they are meant to seek successors, while some posit that they are designed to gather specific spiritual materials. There are countless theories, and examples supporting these claims can be found within the discovered realms. However, the purpose of the current open realm remains shrouded in mystery, and the rules governing it are unknown. After all, the realm does not communicate. What is certain is that this realm will not harbor any overlords or beast kings. The highest tier attainable will be the platinum level for spirit beasts, while humans are limited to the gold level. This information has reached Ling Ji and his companions. Under such circumstances, does this not provide a significant advantage to spirit beasts? Indeed, it does. Ling Ji nodded, affirming that we can at least ascertain that a spirit beast must have created this realm. However, if this is the case, why wouldn't it simply prohibit human entry? Given the power of the entity that crafted this realm, such a feat should not be insurmountable. Qiao Yang remained perplexed. Indeed, this is quite a puzzling aspect. Ling Ji continued to elucidate that despite this limitation, the realm stipulates that it will not open without human participation. Qiao Yang found himself at a loss for words. The rules of the realm are inferred from various occurrences either upon its arrival or after its activation. There are no explicit written regulations, hence our current understanding is limited. It feels as though this realm was prepared in advance, opening just after the academic exchange concluded, Qiao Yang quipped. That is a possibility. Ling Ji responded with a sense of calm, asserting that such an occurrence is not beyond reason. The capabilities of entities that can create realms are likely far beyond our imagination. Regardless, we can certainly venture forth. Although spirit beasts are capped at the platinum level, it seems that no platinum level spirit beasts are entering this time, suggesting that there might be additional restrictions beyond mere levels. Greetings. At that moment, several water spirit white deer approached. We will be relying on your assistance during this upcoming venture into the realm. The water spirit white deer entering this time is the son of the white deer clan leader, possessing a mid-gold cultivation, perilously close to achieving the high gold tier. In this exploration, he hopes to benefit from the prowess of Qiao Yang and his companions. By the way, why does it seem like you, who are on the verge of high gold, are trying to take advantage of us? Qiao Yang had previously encountered the clan leader's son during the war with the water spirit white deer and the bloodthirsty violent wolf clan and had formed a lasting impression. Throughout the battle, this clan leader's son had fought valiantly at the forefront, suffering the most injuries among the younger generation of the white deer clan post-war. Thus, Qiao Yang harbored a favorable impression of him, and they maintained a good rapport. The clan leader's son is named Wu Yu, devoid of any particular significance. Merely a name for convenience in communication, Qiao even speculated that it should actually be Wu Yu. Hey, compared to you, I'm merely slightly more adept in cultivation. In terms of exploration, I am far from your level. I cannot possibly find so many purple blood dragon crystals in a short span. While having a higher cultivation in wilderness exploration does provide some advantage, the ability to detect resources is not solely determined by one's cultivation level. Very well, we appreciate your support. Qiao Yang and his companions, not lacking in acumen, recognized that having an additional ally close to high gold was undoubtedly beneficial. Count me in. A heavy armored dragon turtle approached, and Ling Ji could discern that his cultivation was at the high gold level. However, Ling Ji did not recognize him. Allow me to introduce him. He is the son of the heavy armored dragon turtle clan leader, and you may refer to him as Yun Gui. In terms of cultivation, he is slightly above me. But in terms of combat prowess, we are quite comparable. The heavy armored dragon turtle is not particularly skilled in offense, thus finds himself at a disadvantage in battles. We appreciate your assistance to our clan. Ling Ji wondered if it was just the heavy armored dragon turtle and the water spirit white deer clans that were this courteous, or if all spirit beasts behaved similarly, as he felt they were overly gracious towards them. Enough of this. The realm is about to open. The method of entering the realm is akin to the void illusion experienced in the previous arena battles, as they are actively drawn inside. Chapter 160, The Journey into the Realm. Upon entering the realm, Qiao Yang and his companions felt no discernible difference from the outside world. They had imagined that this realm, supposedly created by legendary beings to train the younger generation or to select successors, would be fraught with peril or teeming with treasures. Yet, upon their arrival, they discerned no distinction from their previous environment. In fact, it bore a striking resemblance. Were it not for Yun Gui and Wu Yu's emphatic assurances that they had indeed entered a realm, Qiao Yang might have doubted that they had crossed the threshold at all. This type of realm is typically used for selection. Wu Yu explained to Qiao Yang and his companions. Although they hailed from an academic institution, their knowledge of realms was limited to coursework, and they had never ventured into one. In contrast, the spirit beasts of the Yunwan continent primarily honed their skills within various realms, so their understanding of such places certainly eclipsed that of Qiao Yang and his friends. However, a particularly vexing aspect is that the criteria for selection remain unknown. Wu Yu expressed his frustration, noting that once the realm concludes, those chosen will receive a secret boon. The selection criteria seem to hinge on mere whim. It is not necessarily the one who triumphs most, possesses the highest cultivation, boasts the strongest bloodline, or gathers the most resources. Yun Gui added, revealing his own exasperation regarding the selection-type realms. Well then, let us begin. After all, this realm exudes an air of peculiarity from start to finish. Qiao Yang, unable to fathom any further, resolved to dismiss the matter from his mind. What truly mattered was securing the spiritual materials at hand. This object holds some intrigue. Upon summoning a 12-faced polyhedron adorned with crimson patterns, approximately a meter tall, which housed a transparent hemisphere beneath it, Yun Gui and Wu Yu found themselves intrigued. It is called Dark Spirit. We primarily rely on it to locate purple blood dragon crystals. To date, the materials for Dark Spirit have undergone several upgrades, evolving far beyond the initial blood-patterned iron. However, Qiao Yang remained highly satisfied with the patterns and properties of blood-patterned iron. Hence, for subsequent upgrades, he utilized superior materials. Aptly named Dark Blood-Patterned Crystal, Qiao Yang released Dark Spirit, allowing it to float independently, and commenced his search. I misjudged the creator of this realm. Upon initiating the search, Qiao Yang detected a multitude of potent signal sources, not only nearby, but also resonating quite strongly. Thus, he promptly acknowledged his error, realizing that this realm indeed offers opportunities at every turn. It's not that simple, Yun Gui interjected, shaking his head. Logically, With the perceptive abilities of both myself and Wu Yu, we should not have overlooked such strong signals at such close proximity. Initially, we both assumed this place was devoid of resources. Does this imply that the spiritual materials here conceal their own auras? Ling Ji interjected. Precisely, moreover. The ability of these spiritual materials to mask their energies is remarkably potent, even managing to deceive us. It can only be said that your spirit beast possesses exceptional capabilities. Even the glorious Federation has yet to grasp the concept of the spiritual energy magnetic field, so it is normal for the realm's creator to be unaware. Enough talk. Let us investigate what spiritual materials we can find. Qiao Yang chose not to elaborate further on the issue, but beckoned the 4 companions and 2 beasts to explore the available resources. Halt, there is something amiss. Contemplating with a degree of caution, it is evident that this place harbors some inherent dangers. Regrettably, the magnetic field of dark spirit energy has already uncovered everything. This magnetic field bears a striking resemblance to the sinister death spirit vine. Qiao Yang clicked his tongue, urging vigilance. Be careful not to awaken it. Let us swiftly procure the spiritual material and depart. Yin suggested that finding an 11-tier lotus or a 10-tier yin-yang lotus would be ideal. The death spirit vine is renowned as one of the most infamous entities among plant-type spirit beasts. Those ensnared by the vine, at the same level, find themselves facing death without exception. To date, Qiao Yang has yet to hear of anyone managing to escape its grasp. Despite the long history of the Radiant Federation, not a single soul has ever successfully contracted with the death spirit vine. Not even in fictional narratives is such a scenario depicted. Fortunately, it appears that the death spirit vine is also constrained by the so-called laws of balance. It neither reproduces nor evolves easily. Otherwise, the entire Yinhuan continent would have long been overrun by this malevolent plant, and this very difficulty is likely the reason behind the lack of contracts. Given its rarity and the arduous task of cultivation, who would choose to contract such a spirit beast? Moreover, these plants typically remain dormant and will not awaken unless disturbed by significant commotion. The spiritual material here is well worth the risk Qiao Yang is willing to take. This material, known as Tree Dragon, is a unique spiritual resource nourished by dragon blood and is classified within the exotic wood element. Its effects are strikingly straightforward. When ground into powder and blended with various elixirs, it can enhance their efficacy by over 30%, as is widely acknowledged. A mere increase in potency correlates with a 10-fold rise in price. The value of Tree Dragon, therefore, requires no further elaboration. Despite being in proximity to the perilous death spirit vine, Qiao Yang and his companions effortlessly collected the Tree Dragon and fled without a backward glance. Chapter 161. What is the purpose of this secret realm? Hey, Wuling, do you think this Tree Dragon could be absorbed by your 9-headed grain? I believe its capacity to enhance potency could prove quite advantageous, Zhang Li inquired during their midday meal after they had chosen a relatively safe area. In fact, it could be absorbed. As a member of a family of botanists and a skilled apothecary, Wuling possesses a deeper understanding of plants than Zhang Li. However, since the Tree Dragon belongs to the tree category of plants, which inherently possess varied potent effects, utilizing it for the 9-headed grain seems rather wasteful. The value of spiritual materials varies greatly, with tree-type materials ranking among the highest. Among the 9 ears of the 9-headed grain, the one that absorbs tree-type materials is the most crucial, thus necessitating Wuling's caution. One cannot help but acknowledge that human food surpasses ours in quality, albeit in limited quantity. Yun Gui and Wu Yu sampled some and offered their candid commentary, but given their sizes, they could only indulge in modest portions. What do you suppose the secret realm is intended for? Although the creators of the secret realm do not appear to reveal their purpose, it does not hinder Qiao Yang and the others from speculating. I'm uncertain. Initially, I thought it was a selection arena, but now it feels more like a pure reward stage, Yun Gui remarked, exchanging a glance with Wu Yu before expressing his resignation. Most importantly, I cannot discern what is being tested, nor have I encountered any other participants. By the way, I heard that the highest spirit beasts in this realm can reach platinum level. How is this determined? The rules of the secret realm are not inscribed plainly. All limitations must have been tested through experience. To clarify, this secret realm restricts participants to those with a bone age under 150 years and a maximum level of platinum. Wu Yu explained to Qiao Yang that among the participating spirit beasts was a golden feather vermilion bird, which had attained platinum level. The bone age of spirit beasts can be quite peculiar. For instance, some are oviparous, and their bone age includes the time spent hatching within the egg. Oh, but we didn't see it before. I've only heard of it. I haven't seen it myself. Given the number of people and spirit beasts that have entered, we should have encountered someone by now. Yet, despite gathering so much, we have not seen a single soul, utilizing the radar of dark spirit energy. Qiao Yang and his companions adeptly evaded various traps to procure the spiritual materials, to the extent that Yun Gui felt as though they were in a reward stage. So, are the others in a different space than us? If so, what is the significance of the cultivation divisions? Qiao Yang questioned, though he considered that the entirety of this secret realm had deviated from normality, rendering such concerns somewhat moot. Perhaps the challenges differ according to cultivation levels? When one reflects, the potential dangers we've avoided are not insignificant. The Death Spirit Vine, the Emperor Flower Demon, the Toxic Domain Ghost Spring, each poses a lethal threat to us. Yet, we have managed to sidestep them all thanks to that inexplicable radar of dark spirit energy. The creator of the secret realm likely hasn't heard of such a thing. Silver interjected in Qiao Yang's mind. Even if they have, it is of no consequence. Wherever there is spirit energy, a magnetic field will exist. Just as any object above absolute zero emits infrared radiation, this phenomenon cannot be concealed. However, I suspect there will be a final trial, Yun Gui posited. Given the capabilities of the secret realm's creator, it is improbable that they would overlook the possibility of someone evading the trials. Thus, the ultimate test should be unavoidable. Qiao Yang understood that matters are unlikely to be so straightforward. To presume otherwise would be to underestimate the intellect of the secret realm's creator. Chapter 162. What is meant to come will come. In truth, had it been an option, Qiao Yang and his companions would have preferred to retreat directly. The spiritual materials they had collected were nearly sufficient for each of them. There was no need to continue risking it all for a legacy that remained uncertain. To speak candidly, the secret method previously traded to the Water Spirit White Deer clan was already quite formidable. Presently, that clan does not particularly require another legacy. The Radiant Federation boasts a well-established legacy system, whereby one can easily acquire a legacy for a modest fee or some spiritual materials. Wuling and the others are not in dire need of obtaining a legacy from this place. Thus, it seems only Yun Gui's clan might have a genuine need for a legacy. Yet given his current circumstances, he is not particularly enthusiastic about this so-called inheritance. As he articulated, a legacy obtained through life and death struggles may prove to be of dubious utility. Regrettably, the nature of the secret realm does not permit any option for mid-course withdrawal. One must await the conclusion of the realm to exit collectively. Well then, since we're here, we might as well make the best of it. If it becomes unusable, we can always trade it, Qiao Yang reassured himself. The Radiant Federation has designated areas for the acquisition of legacies, and each legacy holds considerable value. Moreover, the Radiant Federation permits private transactions of legacies, as their oversight is not excessively stringent, nor can it be effectively enforced. Nevertheless, the prices in private transactions rarely exceed those offered by the official procurement of the Radiant Federation, making the latter the more lucrative option. In truth, when the need arises, Qiao Yang could indeed request a secret method from Silver for trading and monetary exchange. Yet, to be candid, such an approach is not particularly efficient. The vast majority of Silver's secret methods require conversion to be applicable in the present, and the time and effort expended in this process would be better invested in earning a living through conventional means. Furthermore, Silver is not keen on fostering a mindset of unearned gains in Qiao Yang, who likewise does not wish to rely on such methods. Thus, the matter was not broached. Nevertheless, it remains that Qiao Yang and his companions have now effectively reached the final boss of this realm, not a singular entity, but rather a collective awakening of the previously avoided plant spirit beasts. I knew the creator of this secret realm would not allow us to acquire these treasures so easily, Yun Gui exclaimed. Gazing at the encroaching death spirit vines and emperor flower demons, his frustration erupting into expletives. The toxic domain ghost spring has begun to erupt. Although turned to spring, it is, in fact, a spirit beast known as the spirit of spring water, and this particular entity originates from a toxic domain ghost spring. Previously, Qiao Yang and his companions had acquired 5 varieties of spiritual materials, each of which was associated with a spirit beast similar to these. Additionally, there were 2 other entities, the soul-devouring tree and the life calamity Taisui. Essentially, all of the most malevolent plant-like spirit beasts reside here. Perhaps the creator of the secret realm had considered this as well. It must be said that Qiao Yang and his group had no particularly effective means to contend with these plant-based spirit beasts. Their team, consisting of 5 individuals and 2 beasts, was not known for their offensive prowess. Ironically, the most effective approach against plant spirit beasts is to deliver extremely powerful single-point attacks to eliminate them. This explains why Qiao Yang and his team had previously opted to avoid confrontations with these plant spirit beasts whenever possible. However, it now appears that the creator of the secret realm intends to test Qiao Yang and his companions' abilities to combat targets with which they are not well versed, rendering their evasion futile. What to do? Yun Gui does not blame Qiao Yang for the earlier decision to avoid combat. Even if they had fought these spirit beasts, the ensuing disturbances would have awakened other entities. If the creator of the secret realm was determined to force Qiao Yang and his companions to confront these five, there would be no escape. Direct confrontation is not realistic. They must resort to a strategy of driving the tiger and devouring the wolf. Qiao Yang quickly devised the only viable plan. For what other options did they have? Would they truly face the most ferocious of these plant spirit beasts all at once? Regardless of how formidable these spirit beasts may be in combat, they remain wild creatures. And the primary issue with wild spirit beasts is their inability to coordinate effectively with one another. Rather, they tend to hinder each other. If these spirit beasts were well trained, Qiao Yang and his companions would be resigned to their imminent demise, with no chance of victory. The soul-devouring tree possesses a distinct advantage over the spirit of spring water, which is a purely spiritual entity, Qiao Yang reasoned. However, as a tree, it is vulnerable to the death god's demon vine's grasp. The death god's demon vine, as a plant spirit beast, has virtually no natural enemies, with the life calamity Taisue's calamity being the only force capable of inflicting harm upon it. As for the final entity, the Emperor Flower Fairy, it is one we can defeat. In a remarkably short time, Qiao Yang clarified his fundamental strategy. The next challenge was its implementation. Let us abandon the first option. Zhongli interjected, the toxic domain ghost spring does not move, and we cannot lure the soul-devouring tree there. Its speed is simply too slow. As an assassin, Zhongli was adept at the art of using others as instruments of death, and given the urgency of the situation, there was no time for meticulous guidance. We shall head directly toward the soul-devouring tree and lure the death god's demon vine over. Having an additional toxic domain ghost spring will also aid us. Yun Gui and Wu Yu, it might be necessary to impose upon you both to enter the spirit control pearl. Qiao Yang expressed his apologies to the two spirit beasts. No problem, the two beasts readily acknowledged, understanding the gravity of the situation. Their slower pace could only hinder the team, thus they consented. Chapter 163, Driving the Tiger and Devouring the Wolf, or Borrowing a Blade to Kill. The Spirit Control Pearl is a commonly utilized item by the Glorious Federation for capturing spirit beasts, containing a vast space within, capable of accommodating any spirit beast that is not excessively large, such as an entirely matured Fuyue ancient turtle. However, as the Spirit Control Pearl is mass-produced, the interior space is not particularly stable, unable to withstand the tumultuous movements of spirit beasts within. Therefore, the pearl also possesses a function to soothe the spirit beasts inside, inducing them into slumber. Naturally, Qiao Yang and his companions could not allow Yun Gui and Wu Yu to sleep, as they needed to remain prepared for battle. The previously found Water Heart Lotus, for the two were there, while also a celestial mid-grade spirit in combat for material. Thus, Qiao Yang modified the runes within the Spirit Control Pearl meant for calming spirit beasts, ensuring that upon entering, Yun Gui and Wu Yu would not fall asleep. This technique is taught in schools, though rarely employed. After securing Yun Gui and Wu Yu, Qiao Yang and the others mounted the wind spirit and sped forth. This phrase may not be entirely apt, as their journey was characterized more by starts and stops. After traveling a short distance, they had to halt to lure the death god's demon vine. Ultimately, the demon vine, being a plant, could not match the speed of the wind spirit's flight. Moreover, the demon vine does not reproduce, which inherently limits its attack range during its propagation. The main body must also move, further slowing its pace. The Emperor Flower Fairy can reproduce, but the offspring grow slowly. And the Emperor Flower Fairy itself also fears the strangulation from the death god's demon vine, so its spread is not as swift as one might imagine. This granted Qiao Yang and his companions the time needed to lure the death god's demon vine. The speed and agility of the wind spirit undoubtedly surpassed both the death god's demon vine and the Emperor Flower Fairy, making it entirely feasible to entice both toward the territory of the soul-devouring tree. As the flower sea of the Emperor Flower Fairy approached the edge of the soul-devouring tree's domain, it hesitated to advance further. The reproductive principle of plant spirit beasts is similar. They implant a thread of spirit into the offspring they produce. However, these entities, with their souls and bodies not tightly bound, stand little chance against the soul-devouring tree. They would perish without the opportunity to retaliate. Although the Emperor Flower Fairy itself is not particularly fearful of the soul-devouring tree, the death god's demon vine, however, is devoid of such trepidation, and the soul-devouring tree cannot withstand the demon vine's grasp and strangulation. Thus the demon vine's main body followed suit. The wind spirit, being a metallic construct, emits an aura of high-concentration wind elements, which is certainly not as potent as that of the soul-devouring tree. So upon entering the tree's territory, The death god's demon vine immediately redirected its focus toward the soul-devouring tree. This exemplifies the distinction between wild spirit beasts and humans. Wild spirit beasts operate independently, with no possibility for collaboration. They prioritize eliminating stronger adversaries first. At this moment, the soul-devouring tree was evidently far superior to the wind spirit. Thus, the death god's demon vine quickly ensnared the soul-devouring tree. The outcome was inevitable. The soul-devouring tree's skill of soul-devouring inflicted less damage than the strangulation and absorption from the death god's demon vine. And soon the soul-devouring tree was reduced to a withered trunk before being pulverized. Moreover, the death god's demon vine did not sustain any significant injuries. As for whether the death god's demon vine could learn the soul-devouring tree's soul-devouring skill, that remains unknown. However, even if it did, it would be of little consequence, for the death god's demon vine is already sufficiently formidable. It is akin to eradicating the ruffians of urban-rural fringes. Whether employing a Tsar Bomba with a yield of 50 million tons or 100 million tons is entirely irrelevant. One benefit is that the presence of the death god's demon vine precludes the Emperor Flower Fairy's flower seed from manifesting. Therefore, during the process of luring the death god's demon vine, they would be free from interference. As for the life calamity Taisui, this plant spirit beast, akin to the unique spirit beast of the Glorious Academy, the spirit magpie, pertains to the ethereal concept of fortune. However, while the spirit magpie embodies blessings, the life calamity Taisui represents misfortune. The Glorious Federation has long held the belief in the calamity of the Taisui, implying that crossing paths with the Taisui results in misfortune. This Taisui refers specifically to the life calamity Taisui. Previously, Qiao Yang had refrained from crossing over the life calamity Taisui when gathering spiritual materials nearby, as disturbing the earth beneath the Taisui is inherently symbolic of misfortune. Yet, the death god's demon vine clearly paid no heed to this, and during its writhing motion, it tore the life calamity Taisui into fragments. The life calamity Taisui, aside from its enigmatic and unpredictable calamity power, is not particularly strong in its physical form. However, this provoked a significant calamity. Even the mere act of encountering the Taisui could bring misfortune. And now the death god's demon vine had directly shredded the Taisui. Consequences were inevitable. Indeed, a blue-purple vortex suddenly materialized on the horizon, and the energetic fluctuations of the world were thrown into disarray in an instant. The magnificent might of heaven, accompanied by blue-purple lightning, descended directly upon the main body of the death god's demon vine. The might of the heavens is inescapable and unbearable, and even the death god's demon vine could not evade it. Fortunately, we did not confront the life calamity Taisui head-on, Zhongli remarked, observing the charred remains of the death god's demon vine, wiping away a cold sweat that was, in fact, non-existent. Now, we must rely on our true strength. The formidable opponent, the death god's devil vine, has been vanquished. The imperial flower demon can still be defeated with the combined might of a few individuals. As for the poison domain ghost spring, being a spring, it lacks mobility and thus cannot offer assistance. Chapter 164. It is time to conclude. The fundamental ability of the imperial flower demon lies in the sea of blossoms formed by its offspring, yet its own petals and stamens possess formidable offensive power. There is no clever way to attack the imperial flower demon. One must directly assault its body with powerful strikes. Should the body be destroyed, the offspring will wither instantly. The main body of the imperial flower demon stands extraordinarily tall, at least 7 to 8 meters high, making it relatively easy to identify. However, attacking the body is no simple task, as the sea of flowers has fully spread, engulfing several kilometers and leaving no place to stand. Apart from Qiao Yang's mechanical spirit beast, none of the others possess the ability to float. Directly stepping onto the sea of flowers risks being injured by the thorny vines, and injury or death amidst the imperial flower demon's floral expanse is synonymous. Unfortunately, we cannot draw upon the poison domain ghost spring for aid. Qiao Yang sighed, recognizing that the eruption of the poison domain ghost spring would transform the surrounding area into a toxic domain, one that the imperial flower demon's offspring could not withstand. Regrettably, neither could Qiao Yang and his companions. Nevertheless, Qiao Yang had a plan to deal with the sea of flowers. With 3 Earth attribute Golden Grade Spirit Beasts at his disposal, their coordinated use of Earth Mastery could clear a patch of land devoid of flowers. Ling Ji's Xianming Demon Python, utilizing the skill named Xing1, could repel the floral expanse without harming allies. After being possessed by the Shadow Assassin, Zhongli exists in a phantasmal state, rendering her impervious to the Imperial Flower Demon's attacks, yet her offensive capabilities remain ineffective against it. Thus, The current situation transforms into 3 turtles encircling the Xianming demon python, with Ling Ji, Wu Yu, and Qiao Yang remaining within the wind spirit, while only Dominator floats outside. The third-tier floating cannon S charged attack could inflict severe damage on a low-level Golden Titan Stone Man. Although the Imperial Flower Demon S main body is of a higher level, likely at the peak of Golden Grade, its defense pales in comparison to that of the Titan Stone Man of the same rank. Therefore, Dominator S Assault should be capable of injuring the Imperial Flower Demon, distracting it from constructing rune arrays to hinder Ling Ji and the others. If they were human, the optimal choice at this juncture would be to risk being injured by Dominator to unleash a large-scale rune array attack against Ling Ji and the others. However, as a plant, the Imperial Flower Demon is particularly sensitive to external attacks and would undoubtedly defend against Dominator S strike. In summary, the alignment of favorable conditions has finally allowed Ling Ji, Wu Yu, and Yun Gui to reach a position from which they can launch an attack. To be cautious, Yun Gui activated his trump card, expending all the power of the purple blood dragon crystal in a breath attack. Wu Yu mirrored this action, his dual horns turning a bluish-purple, crackling with electricity. For this, Ling Ji employed a spirit gathering array to maximize the beast's power. At this moment, there is no need for hesitation. We shall unleash our full strength. Qiao Yang steeled his resolve and directly activated the overload rune. Under the hyper-operation of Dominator S Spirit Gathering Array, a spirit energy ray transcending limits was unleashed. Of course, the consequence of this action was that Dominator S Spirit Gathering Array, elemental rune plates, spirit stones, and magnetic restraints all sustained varying degrees of damage, rendering them unusable until repaired. Not to worry, we will replace everything upon our return, Qiao Yang reassured, sensing Dominator S aggrieved emotions through their soul contract. Even though the Imperial Flower Demon is of high golden grade, it could not withstand these assaults, merely watching helplessly as its body was obliterated. However, contrary to expectations, the sprawling sea of flowers did not wither as anticipated. We still must clear this sea of flowers. The Imperial Flower Demon can conceal its main body within the offspring. As long as one offspring remains, it can be reborn. Qiao Yang lamented, yet felt powerless. With the dark spirit present, there was no worry about any remnants left unaddressed. By the way, have you thought about how to deal with the final poison domain Ghost Spring? Wu Yu inquired. Qiao Yang and the others possessed no means to dispel the toxic domain. Do you remember the explosives we used during our previous conflict with the Blood Fiend Howling Wolf clan? I've manufactured some more during this time. We can simply drop them from a height, Qiao Yang proposed, recognizing this as the only viable solution. It is difficult to ascertain whether Qiao Yang's bombs could inflict any damage on the spirit of the spring, but the elemental collisions from the explosions could disrupt the waters of the poison domain Ghost Spring, causing it to contract, allowing Ling Ji and Yun Gui to strike at the spring's source. However, Qiao Yang then pondered, should we consider subduing the poison domain Ghost Spring? He suddenly raised an intriguing notion. After all, the poison domain Ghost Spring is merely a manifestation of the spring water's properties as a water spirit. It lacks the aggressiveness of the other 4. Furthermore, the spring water itself can be regarded as a type of spiritual material. Chapter 165, Subduing the Poison Domain Ghost Spring. In truth, the water spirits are relatively gentle beings. The spring water spirit's temperament is similar to that of the white deer of water essence. However, the crux of the matter lies not in the nature of the water spirit, but rather in the perilous nature of the spring that generates it. The toxic domain produced by the poison domain Ghost Spring is so treacherous that even the Imperial Flower Demon dares not enter, let alone Qiao Yang and his companions, who lack any means to resist or cleanse the toxic domain. Moreover, Dominator is now damaged and cannot launch further attacks. Fortunately, since their last battle, Qiao Yang discovered the effectiveness of self-propelled bombs, leading him to have a batch manufactured after the skirmish with the Blood Fiend Howling Wolf clan. However, it remains uncertain how much power the self-propelled bombs can exert within the toxic domain of the poison domain Ghost Spring, as its toxicity is not only terrifying but also corrosive. It is unclear whether the bomb's casing can withstand the corrosive effects long enough to detonate. As for how to transport the poison domain Ghost Spring, it is not particularly difficult, since the poison domain Ghost Spring can spawn water spirits. There must be a water spirit essence present within it. By capturing both the water spirit essence and the water spirit into the spirit conduit pearl, the poison domain Ghost Spring can be recreated simply by placing the water spirit essence into another spring. The water spirit itself is an independent entity. It merely lacks power when separated from the poison domain Ghost Spring. We can address subsequent issues later. The immediate priority is to find a way in. Similar to the pure water rules of the White Deer clan, the water essence White Deer possesses certain abilities to summon water and cleanse impurities. But these abilities seem trivial in the face of the poison domain Ghost Spring's toxic domain. I have a solution. The transparent martial spirit, who had been silent since the battle began, finally spoke. The detoxifying capability of the Return to Heaven grass can barely contend with the toxic domain of the poison domain Ghost Spring. Therefore, if the domain contracts, Zhongli can rely on the Return to Heaven grass to forcefully approach the poison domain Ghost Spring. The Return to Heaven grass is the first plant absorbed by the martial spirit, the nine-spike grain, providing restorative abilities. Furthermore, with Zhongli in a phantasmal state after being possessed, she can remain unaffected by the domain's corrosion. Coupled with the Return to Heaven grass to eliminate residual toxicity, Zhongli should be able to successfully reach the vicinity of the poison domain Ghost Spring. However, all of this hinges on the poison domain Ghost Spring's contraction. Otherwise, the Return to Heaven grass would be ineffective. In this manner, I shall cast the self-propelled explosive from a great height. The poisonous domain's Ghost Spring, agitated by elemental forces, will concentrate its power to resist the impending detonation. Once it has expended a portion of its strength, I will utilize the wind spirit to propel you inside. However, Qiao Yang cannot guarantee that the diamond dragon scales of the wind spirit's shell will withstand the toxicity of the Ghost Spring. The primary concern is that should the shell fail to endure, the wind element gathering runes inscribed upon it will also become ineffective, leading to dire consequences. If we can wait until the power of the poisonous domain diminishes slightly, it may become manageable at the speed of the wind spirit. It should suffice to deliver Zhongli to the vicinity of the Ghost Spring. It appears we have no other choice. Qiao Yang ascended alone on the wind spirit to deploy the explosive, while the martial spirit began preparing rice grains, relying purely on quantity, greatly aided by Zhongli's substantial appetite. Soon, the distant sounds of explosions echoed, accompanied by intense elemental fluctuations. Behold, the poisonous domain indeed began to contract. The elemental collisions generated by the explosions temporarily disrupted the waters of the Ghost Spring, rendering it incapable of maintaining the poisonous domain. The explosions ceased, and Qiao Yang returned to beckon Zhongli aboard the wind spirit, which surged forth towards the heart of the Ghost Spring. Truly, the Diamond Dragon lineage takes pride in their prowess. The dragon scales indeed withstand the currently weakened toxicity of the domain. Why do you remain silent, Qiao Yang? Since his return, he had not uttered a word, and Zhongli found his pallor curious. Upon glancing back, she noticed Qiao Yang's ashen face, silently gesturing towards her. Then I shall proceed, she inferred, bidding him farewell before invoking her shadow killer, charging toward the Ghost Spring. Moments later, Zhongli swiftly returned. All done, we must retreat. Upon his return to where the others awaited, Qiao Yang dashed aside, purging uncontrollably. After what felt like an eternity, he felt slightly better. Qiao Yang, what ails you? Although Zhongli had her suspicions, she was the first to inquire. Do not mention it. Even now, my complexion has not improved. While I aimed to drop the explosive from above, the wind elements swirling around the wind spirit thwarted my efforts. I had no choice but to cease the accumulation of wind elements during the throw, activating them immediately afterward. The turbulence nearly unsettled my stomach. The group fell silent, unsure of how to respond, save for Zhongli, who offered him a bottle of water in consolation. And you, Zhongli, how fare you? Noticing Qiao Yang seemed to recover, the martial spirit turned to her. Of course I succeeded. Do you still doubt my abilities? While others might harbor doubts, none would question Zhongli's prowess. Moreover, Qiao Yang had verified with the eye of truth that Zhongli remained unharmed by poison. Chapter 166, The Bestowal of the Secret Realm. By the way, Zhongli, how did you manage to subdue the spirit of the spring so swiftly? Once Qiao Yang and Zhongli had both sufficiently rested, the group gathered to inquire. Despite Zhongli's insistence on her well-being and Qiao Yang's confirmation of her safety, concern lingered, prompting him to administer a significant quantity of the resurrection grass and the yellow spring flower-s rice grains to her. Should any issues remain, even the finest hospitals of the Luminous Federation would likely prove ineffective. Naturally, upon returning to the Luminous Federation, Qiao Yang would insist on taking Zhongli for a checkup at the prestigious hospital of the Luminous Academy, renowned for its superior diagnostic techniques, even if its medications paled in comparison to those of the Celestial Blue Academy. In the face of something as treacherous as the Ghost Spring, caution was paramount. In truth, subduing the spirit of the spring is rather simple. One merely needs to ensnare it within the spirit command orb. Once removed from the Ghost Spring, the spirit lacks any power to disrupt the internal space of the orb. The subsequent task involves merely soothing the spirit, which poses no challenge to someone of my exceptional charm. Zhongli couldn't resist a moment of self-adulation. However, as a seasoned assassin accustomed to infiltration, Zhongli had received professional training in forming bonds with both humans and spirit beasts, Thus, calming a spirit that had little interaction with others would be well within her capabilities. The more challenging aspect lay in extracting the essence of the spring while contending with the ghost spring's toxicity. Fortunately, the protective talisman bestowed by teacher Yin proved invaluable. No matter how formidable the ghost spring, its attacks could not rival those of a diamond-grade spirit beast, and teacher Yin's talisman would undoubtedly suffice to shield them. Previously, he had provided Qiao Yang and the others with 15 talismans. After reserving one each for the remaining 4 members, the rest were entrusted to Zhongli. Finding a secluded spot, Zhongli set about soothing the spirit of the spring. Considering Qiao Yang had just expelled his stomach's contents and was still feeling unwell, the task of preparing dinner fell to the martial spirit and Lin Hao. In this era dominated by wilderness exploration, culinary skills are among the most fundamental abilities, and there was no need to worry about their cooking prowess. Moreover, as an apothecary, crafting medicinal dishes was the martial spirit's forte. Lin Hao, who engaged in hand-to-hand combat daily, placed great emphasis on his energy supply and had honed his culinary skills, particularly in preparing meats. Although Qiao Yang had recently purged his stomach, it was not the appropriate time for porridge, while such fare suits those with digestive discomfort. Its low energy density would fail to sustain them adequately in the wilderness. The primary reason, of course, was the lack of rice. Now that we completed this final challenge, should we not expect a reward? During dinner, the group engaged in conversation regarding the secret realm. That should be the case. However, typically, rewards are granted only after all participants have completed their tasks. Yun Gui, having entered numerous secret realms, was evidently well-versed in such protocols. Shall we explore other areas then? Qiao Yang inquired. Though he lacked offensive capabilities, his dark spirit's detection remained functional. And with 3 primary combatants in the team sustaining minimal damage, they could continue their exploration. Searching is certainly an option, though I doubt we shall yield further rewards. Wu remarked. Qiao Yang, did you not notice that the spirit beasts emerging from the final challenge are precisely those we previously encountered but chose to avoid? In the eyes of the secret realm's creator, our rewards have already been determined, which implies that even if we venture further, the creator will not bestow additional treasures upon us. I see. If that is the case, then there is little sense in exerting ourselves further. Let us take a moment to admire the scenery. Jiang Li, a commendable student of the Dark Moon Academy, had swiftly endeared the spirit of the spring. Now clinging to her arm with unyielding affection. Has this spirit of the spring truly only just come into being? Qiao Yang pondered, observing the spirit's youthful, girl-like form and questioning how such a nascent entity could possess golden grade status. Not quite. Jiang Li clarified on behalf of the spirit, whom she had named Yuquan. It appears that spirits of this nature adhere to certain peculiar rules regarding their appearance, yet Yuquan has existed for quite some time. For the remainder of their time, the group wandered aimlessly, preparing meals whenever they encountered water. Jiang Li also stumbled upon the fact that Yuquan seemed particularly fond of the night candle phantom flame, leading to many playful moments between them. Eventually, the conclusion of the secret realm arrived, a brilliant light enveloping them, and Qiao Yang and his companions were unceremoniously expelled from the realm. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a surge of new information in his mind. Chapter 167, Accounting for Gains, then returning to the Luminous Federation. One must admit, fortune has truly smiled upon me. Qiao Yang, after reviewing the information within his mind, expressed his satisfaction. The power of the realm creator is such that it is effortlessly simple to impart a message to Qiao Yang without causing him any harm. Moreover, with Yin residing in his consciousness, there is no way the realm could inflict any damage upon him. It seems there is no need for Jiang Li to be concerned about her Li's advancement issues. The boon bestowed upon Qiao Yang by the realm is none other than the rare Void Soul Fruit, which will enable Li to transcend its racial limitations. It is likely that the realm creator inferred from my mastery over various mechanical spirit beasts that I had contracted a spirit of tools. Given the realm creator's perspective, discerning such details isn't particularly challenging, yet it probably does not realize that my spirit beasts and tools were all born postnatally. The Void Soul Fruit holds immense value for everyone. Indeed, all soul fruits are significant, let alone the exceedingly rare Void Soul Fruit. However, it is evident that facilitating Jiang Li's breakthrough in racial limitations takes precedence. As for Qiao Yang himself, Yin had previously mentioned that either the Yin-Yang Gathering Soul Array or the Void Gathering Soul Array could serve as substitutes for the Void Soul Fruit. Should the need for the fruit arise, he would do well to learn from Yin about these 2 gathering arrays. Clearly, the realm creator determines the level of bestowal based on each individual's performance within the realm, tailoring the type of gifts according to their unique characteristics. Seeing Qiao Yang command the spirits of tools in battle, it chose to grant him the Void Soul Fruit, which enables the spirits to break through. However, Since Qiao Yang spirits are of postnatal origin, the notion of qualifications is moot. To him, the precious void soul fruit holds a similar value to other soul fruits. Qiao Yang had also inquired about this supposition with Jiang Li, who received a secret technique allowing her to channel all her spiritual power into a single strike, thereby achieving an extraordinarily fearsome burst of energy. Of course, after this strike, she would be left utterly depleted, rendering it a method of life and death combat. While the Dark Moon Academy possesses similar techniques, it is evident that the realm creator's secret art surpasses them. As for Lin Hao and Wu Ling, they seem to have received no gifts, as they had scarcely participated in the battles throughout the realm. Nevertheless, the two harbored no regrets, for they had already obtained sufficient rewards. Although Jiang Li offered to share the secret technique with them, both declined. "What need have I for such things as a pharmacist?" remarked Wu Ling. Lin Hao stated that he followed a path of close combat and was particularly wary of such ruthless methods. This secret technique is specifically designed for assassins. Ling Ji and Yun Gue each received a secret method for body refinement, albeit at the cost of some agility, while Wu Yu acquired enhanced control over lightning. Overall, the group was quite pleased with the treasures gleaned from this expedition. The 5 individuals and 2 beasts divided their spoils, with Yun Gue and Wu Yu's clan not practicing alchemy. Thus, they did not take the tree dragon's share. Accordingly, the remaining spiritual materials were generously distributed to them as compensation, after which they parted ways. "I have heard of your exploits, my dear students," remarked teacher Yanyu, observing the returning team. "What brings me the greatest joy is that all of you have returned alive. As for how many passed or what treasures you acquired, nothing is more important than your survival." With that, teacher Yanyu led the team into the spatial passageway. Upon returning to Radiant City, Qiao Yang did not hasten to exchange his rewards with teacher Yanyu. Instead, he first shared his collected spiritual materials with Ling Ji and the others, after which they each returned home for a much-needed rest. In truth, their rest during their time at the academy had been quite comfortable. After all, they had slept within the wind spirit, not on the ground, and enjoyed warm showers daily. Yet, it was still not quite the same as being at home. Reflecting on his upcoming tasks, Qiao Yang found his mind somewhat foggy after such prolonged rest. Thus, he sat in a tavern, carefully contemplating his next steps, exchanging rewards with teacher Yanyu, processing the spiritual materials, repairing Dominator, and assisting Jiang Li in facilitating Mo. Li's breakthrough. Earlier, during their exchange of findings, Qiao Yang had mentioned his own acquisitions to Jiang Li. To his surprise, she resolutely declined his generous offer. "This is far too precious. I possess nothing of equal worth to trade for it." Despite their close relationship, Jiang Li felt embarrassed to accept a gift of such significance as the Void Soul Fruit. Eventually, Qiao Yang proposed that they first focus on Mo. Li's breakthrough, and during their next expedition to seek the Void Soul Fruit, all findings would belong to him. This arrangement barely persuaded Jiang Li to accept the fruit. Nevertheless, she still expressed her reluctance, stating that she would share half of her portion of teacher Yanyu's reward with Qiao Yang. He agreed, as he could tell that without his consent, Jiang Li would not accept the gift. Fortunately, after their exchange at the academy, Qiao Yang and the others had collected some additional purple blood dragon crystals, ensuring that each received an extra standard-sized share. Chapter 168. A multitude of tasks remain. "Qiao Yang, might you enlighten me on how you procured so many purple blood dragon crystals?" Teacher Yanyu inquired, astonished by the crystals Qiao Yang produced in the combat arena of Radiant Academy. Teacher Yanyu sought the purple blood dragon crystals for the advancement of her Titan Stone Golem, as the Titan bloodline can fully absorb these crystals to enhance its lineage level. However, elevating such a bloodline is no trivial matter. Teacher Yanyu had discovered methods to utilize the purple blood dragon crystals for enhancement in ancient texts, yet the quantity required is substantial. Previously, despite her exhaustive efforts, she had only managed to obtain less than 2 standard-sized heavenly-grade purple blood dragon crystals. Now, Qiao Yang had returned from the Cloud Desolation continent with 10 standard-sized crystals, prompting teacher Yanyu to question the authenticity of her own cultivation level. As for the holy-grade purple blood dragon crystals, their existence is merely theoretical, with a probability of being non-zero, and whether they actually exist on Cloud Desolation Star remains in doubt. It is merely a unique method of searching. The most challenging aspect of collecting purple blood dragon crystals lies in identifying them amidst a plethora of stone eggs. The rest is not particularly difficult. It is akin to drawing cards. If luck is on your side, pulling 6 golds and 10 draws is not an insurmountable feat. The remaining effort is merely manual labor. The crux of the challenge lies in that condition of good fortune. It is not that Qiao Yang wished to conceal the matter regarding the spiritual power magnetic field from teacher Yanyu. He had previously discussed it with her, and she had sought counsel from Dark Moon Academy, receiving no clearer answers. Moreover, Qiao Yang himself was not particularly knowledgeable about the principles of the spiritual power magnetic field. The initial solidification of the soul's secret method had been facilitated by Yin's assistance. I see, Teacher Yin acknowledged, recognizing her limitations in learning about the spiritual power magnetic field. Then I shall provide you with your due rewards. According to their agreement, 10 standard-sized purple blood dragon crystals equate to 10 thick earth soul fruits, with the surplus counting as an additional fruit, totaling 11. Please verify. Ultimately, the Eye of Truth confirmed that they were indeed thick earth soul fruits of commendable quality, well preserved. Shall we consider our commission concluded? Teacher Yin inquired. Absolutely. Teacher Yin, by the way, I have a matter I'd like to request your assistance with. Qiao Yang recalled the agreement he had reached with Ling Ji. Feel free to ask, Qiao Yang. Teacher Yin, feeling somewhat indebted to him regarding the earlier rune array matter, readily agreed to his request. Indeed, Teacher Yin, you must possess a means to traverse to the Cloud Desolation continent. Teacher Yin nodded. As the leading instructor for the academic exchange, she undoubtedly has special channels at her disposal. During our previous explorations, we discovered a barren beach where the soil was a blend of Xian mountain soil and Sumi soil, and I wish to request your assistance in retrieving a small quantity. As a beast master of diamond rank or above, Teacher Yin surely has the capability to accomplish this. Oh, where is it? For those who have undergone outdoor exploration training since childhood, marking the location of discovered spiritual materials on the map is a fundamental skill. Qiao Yang would naturally not overlook this detail. No problem. Qiao Yang indicated the position on the map to Teacher Yin, who readily agreed. How much do you require? 4 standard volumes of Sumi soil and 40 standard volumes of Xian mountain soil. That should suffice for Ling Ji's ancient tortoise, which is a burdensome creature. Although the heavy-armored Xian turtle is also of the earth attribute, it is incapable of absorbing Sumi soil. Understood, I will need approximately a month. Come back to the battlefield in 30 days, and I shall provide you with the materials. For Teacher Yin, this matter was hardly significant. I shall await the good news from you, teacher. After departing from the battlefield, Qiao Yang still needed to visit Wu Ling's residence. Today, he had arranged with others to handle spiritual materials and subsequently required repairs for the Dominator. As for the physical examination, that had been completed upon returning from the Cloud Desolation continent, as it is a customary procedure for the pioneering army. A detailed health check is mandated after every exploration to ensure no harmful organisms detrimental to the ecology of the Radiant Federation are carried back, as well as to prevent chronic diseases that may arise from differing environmental conditions. Indeed, Qiao Yang and his companions had amassed a considerable bounty during their time in the Cloud Desolation continent, all of which were of heavenly rank, and in addition to this, the spiritual materials lent to other teams had gradually been returned. There was quite a bit to handle. Not to mention, there was also the corpse of a lord, which could only be effectively processed by someone from Wu Ling's family. It was highly probable that Wu Ling's great-grandfather would have to intervene personally. Despite the precious nature of heavenly ranked spiritual materials, Qiao Yang had no immediate use for them and needed to liquidate a portion to finance the repairs for the Dominator. Chapter 169, The Dominator's 27 Cannon Array. Visiting Wu Ling's home to manage the spiritual materials was a rather uneventful affair, as it was a straightforward task. However, it is worth mentioning that Qiao Yang encountered Wu Ling's great-grandfather. Contrary to the image of a venerable elder with snow-white hair, Wu Ling's great-grandfather appeared as a middle-aged man with still dark hair, though the corners of his eyes bore visible wrinkles. As a diamond-ranked beast master, his longevity was remarkable. Despite Wu Ling's family now being in its 5th generation, with peers of Wu Ling having already started families, Wu Ling, although a prominent figure of the younger generation, is not the eldest, while his great-grandfather still does not appear particularly aged. Currently, the head of the Wu family is not Wu Ling's father, but rather his uncle. The family member with the highest cultivation talent does not manage family affairs, but rather focuses on training and outdoor exploration. This model is prevalent among the larger families in the Radiant Federation. The corpse of the bloodthirsty savage wolf lord is indeed a rare find, even for Wu Ling's family. Wu Ling's great-grandfather had to exert significant effort to barely dismantle it. According to their prior agreement, aside from the portion of spiritual materials that Qiao Yang and his companions wished to retain for their own use, they entrusted the rest to Wu Ling's family, who offered a purchase price at least 10% higher than that of the Radiant Treasure Pavilion. In truth, while other spiritual materials were manageable, the most valuable were the remains of the bloodthirsty savage wolf lord and the antlers relinquished by the white deer patriarch. It is not to say that the other spiritual materials lack value. Rather, these two were the most precious and involved distribution issues. The final distribution resulted in Qiao Yang receiving the skeletal remains of the bloodthirsty savage wolf lord, Jiang Li claiming its claws and teeth, and Lin Hao obtaining a portion of its blood. while Ling Ji found the materials from the bloodthirsty savage wolf lord unsuitable for his needs and thus opted not to take any. To compensate Ling Ji, Wu Ling's family offered their proprietary medicinal bath, effective in enhancing spiritual energy recovery and physical strength. The remaining internal organs, flesh, and hide were all entrusted to Wu Ling's family, as they would undoubtedly benefit from it. The body of a Lord-level spiritual beast is exceedingly rare and can be utilized for numerous purposes. Ultimately, after successfully completing the exchange of various spiritual materials, both parties were thoroughly satisfied. Wu Ling's family even willingly covered the costs for Qiao Yang's repairs and expansions for the Dominator, as well as Jiang Li's cultivation materials. Such expenses were trifling for a family that had traded so many heavenly materials. For a long time, an unwritten rule has existed within the Radiant Federation. When trading spiritual materials for currency, unless there is a significant price disparity, it is always profitable. Similarly, trading lower-tier materials for higher-tier ones is invariably advantageous. Therefore, it would be somewhat unbecoming for Wu Ling's family to be overly meticulous about minor details after engaging in such substantial transactions. Well then, that is sufficient. Let us proceed to the Radiant Treasure Pavilion. It is no wonder that everyone is so attentive to academic exchanges now. Qiao Yang feels considerably more confident in his endeavors. There is a saying that as long as the code runs, one should refrain from meddling with it. The same principle applies to machinery. The previous design and materials of the Dominator have proven effective through numerous battles, so there is no need to contemplate optimization carelessly. It is not to say that higher-tier materials are inherently superior. At least for the Dominator, the current materials and runes are the most compatible. Should one opt for higher-tier materials, subsequent runes and structures would require adjustments as well. Optimizing the Dominator will indeed be necessary in the future, but at present, Silver has indicated that such optimization is unwarranted. The priority is to expand the Dominator's array to its maximum capacity. Silver has promised Qiao Yang a significant enhancement soon. Finally, the Dominator has been appeased. After suffering damage previously, it had caused quite a stir, but now that it has been repaired, tranquility has been restored. As for the subsequent 27 cannon array, that too is relatively straightforward, as the Dominator originally possessed 12 cannons, and adding 15 level 1 floating cannons will suffice. In reality, Qiao Yang could directly expand the Dominator to a perfect array of 81 cannons. Both his current finances and the spiritual power he gained from consuming the thick Earth Soul Fruit could fully support the expansion. However, Qiao Yang is unable to work continuously for extended periods and requires breaks in between. As the number of floating cannons needed increases exponentially with each level, so too does the time required, making it difficult for Qiao Yang to maintain such prolonged focus. Thus, he needs to rest periodically. It is the perfect opportunity to take a stroll and contemplate his next spiritual beast. Chapter 170. The next level of academic exchange competition. We often refer to academic exchanges as a selection process, and during this time, Qiao Yang and his companions must strive to enhance themselves. Now that we have gathered for a meeting, or perhaps a meal, let us discuss what the next level of competition entails after we pass through this stage. When it comes to academic exchanges, many are aware that nearly all students participate at least once, whether by joining a seniors team or by organizing their own as seniors. Participation in academic exchanges is a rite of passage for all. However, after the academic exchange, many remain oblivious to the subsequent higher-level competition, and for a multitude, it appears that they are fated to be estranged from that contest. The glorious Federation has, on several occasions, managed to advance to the next level of competition. Yet this time, with Qiao Yang's team included, there are a total of 5 teams. In retrospect, Qiao Yang's group did employ a bit of cleverness, leveraging the acquisition of a lord's corpse through the chief of the Bailu clan. Otherwise, they would have had to rely on plundering to amass task materials, which would have introduced a considerable degree of uncertainty. This academic exchange may well be a rare instance where only Wang Yong's team has genuinely gathered 50 types of task materials. Had it not been for Qiao Yang's strategic planning, merely 2 teams would have entered the next level of competition, possibly a maximum of 3. The remaining teams that borrowed spiritual materials from Qiao Yang would find it exceedingly challenging to collect their requisite task materials in such a short span of time. Historically, it has been commonplace for teams to be entirely eliminated during academic exchanges, with none advancing. Undoubtedly, the next tier above the academic exchange is the competition between federations, where we will engage in battles against teams from other federations. Moreover, this competition not only assesses our gains, but also necessitates the annihilation of rival federations' teams. Wu Ling has certainly acquired knowledge from various sources about this. You should be aware of the neighboring Star Federation, right? Qiao Yang nodded. For even if he had not heard of the Star Federation, the term Starshine Frontline was familiar to him. The so-called Starshine Frontline is, in fact, The juncture between the Glorious Federation and the Star Federation, a site marked by continual friction between the two federations, hence its designation. In reality, it is not just these two federations. There are many more involved in the Federation exchanges, some akin to the Glorious Federation, while others are not significantly larger than Glorious City. No one truly knows the full extent of Yunhuang Star, judging by the scale of the Federation exchanges. It is far grander than Qiao Yang had envisioned. So where does the Federation exchange take place? Is it still on Yunhuang continent? Qiao Yang posed a crucial question. If it were still on Yunhuang continent, it would be somewhat manageable, but if not, they would face an entirely unfamiliar environment. Uncertain, Wu Ling shrugged, stating that Yunhuang Star is too vast to ascertain whether it is indeed Yunhuang continent. There hasn't even been an opportunity to inquire with a local native. After all, relying solely on the power of spiritual beasts, how much can one explore in such a brief time? By the way, how do they know whether participants are selected from the academic exchange? Jiang Li raised a question. After such a long period, who could say if they had covertly added individuals? According to the information available on the Spirit Network, it appears that only the victors of the academic exchange can participate in the Federation exchange, with no exceptions thus far, a rule that other federations have consistently adhered to, likely due to some special restrictions. No need to speculate further, Ian interjected. Previously I was unaware, but at least you all bear the mark of the secret realm. When you entered the secret realm, you were marked, which likely serves this purpose. However, this also implies another matter. There must be realms beyond the Beast King, otherwise, your Glorious Federation's Beast King could easily forge such a mark. I understand. Qiao Yang naturally trusted Ian, though he refrained from voicing it. Such matters were neither urgent nor easily explicable. Well then, let us toast. Ling Ji raised his glass, emphasizing that today's primary focus is to celebrate the success of the academic exchange, while other matters can be addressed later. After all, there is still ample time before the Federation exchange. Chapter 171. It is time to consider the next spiritual beast. By the way, Zhongli, aren't you going back to cultivate? Qiao Yang found it somewhat odd that Zhongli lingered at the tavern, indulging in food and drink. Once the gathering concluded, Ling Ji, Lin Hao, and Wu Ling planned to enter seclusion. Lin Hao would utilize the blood of the bloodthirsty wolf lord he had exchanged to enhance his strength, and Ling Ji also needed to absorb the benefits after his medicinal bath. Wu Ling, having amassed so many tiered spiritual materials over the days, intended to expand the plant configuration of the nine-headed grain. Jiang Li's lack of cultivation puzzled Qiao Yang a bit. I previously used the claws and teeth of the bloodthirsty wolf lord I exchanged to forge daggers. Enhancing my skills does not necessitate a specific location. As for other matters, I can cultivate anywhere. Jiang Li seemed quite nonchalant about it. The crux of the matter is that I am currently uncertain about how to accommodate Yu Quan. Bringing her to the academy could easily incite rumors. The water spirit, Yu Quan, is still adapting to this unfamiliar environment, and the training of an assassin requires specific conditions. It is not simply about practicing diligently every day. Qiao Yang was confident that Jiang Li would not be careless in such matters and decided to let her be. Moreover, Jiang Li was not idly wasting her days. Qiao Yang had indeed observed her engaging in various practices and nurturing her spiritual beast. Since my teammates are all striving diligently, I too should attend to my own responsibilities. The expansion of Dominator can proceed methodically. It is time to contemplate what the next spiritual beast should be. Offense, defense, crafting, transportation, these aspects are nearly covered. What should I create next? How about a factory? Ian suggested in his mind, his voice tinged with a hint of amusement. Don't jest. Ian. Qiao Yang had grown accustomed to Yin's whimsical ideas. I'm not joking. Ian's tone was quite earnest. As your level rises, you cannot continue to solely manufacture individual weaponry. A single flying vessel has already left you frazzled, and what will you do when faced with larger ships in the future? Most importantly, when creating autonomous machinery, you have already experienced the challenges of handcrafting intelligent designs. You will need a facility capable of mass-producing intelligent cores. Although Yin's words might initially sound absurd, upon deeper reflection, they indeed hold merit. Qiao Yang could still craft individual weapons by hand, but the construction of flying vessels involves rune arrays that exceed his current capabilities. Creating even larger machinery in the future would pose even greater challenges. Speaking of factories, Qiao Yang had an idea. There exists a concept known as a base vehicle, which can be compacted into a car when not in use but can expand into a base when needed. Primarily, Qiao Yang could not realistically manufacture a factory, as such an establishment would be immobile, risking the loss of a spiritual beast during combat, and considering the size of a factory, the spiritual energy it would consume would be considerable. Thus, while Qiao Yang aimed to create a spiritual beast with factory-like functions, the end result should ideally resemble a base. Qiao Yang found the idea of a base vehicle to be quite promising. However, Ian, there is one thing I have never quite comprehended. You mentioned that the base vehicle appears to be roughly the size of a semi-trailer. How does it expand into such a vast base, from which even a semi-trailer-like mining truck can emerge? Is there a possibility regarding this matter? Ian had indeed contemplated this issue. It was merely a display issue, and the base vehicle should be much larger in reality. For instance, that transport vehicle also seems to be about the size of a mining truck, yet it can accommodate several mining trucks within. However, you are right. Even if this base vehicle is sizable, relying solely on the vehicle itself would not suffice to create a defensively strong base. Let me ponder how to resolve this. Qiao Yang did not continue to question Ian, but began to deliberate on potential solutions. Observing Qiao Yang deep in thought, Ian chose not to interrupt, but patiently awaited the conclusion of his contemplation, believing that this process of reflection was of paramount importance, with Yin's role merely to assist Qiao Yang in realizing his aspirations. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Qiao Yang finally concluded his thoughts. You see, many novels feature systems with personal storage spaces that can effortlessly accommodate an entire army. Is it possible for us to create something akin to that? Ian was somewhat taken aback by Qiao Yang's leap in logic, yet upon further reflection, he realized that Qiao Yang was indeed addressing the matter at hand. A vehicle as substantial as a base cannot be completed in one fell swoop. It must be constructed step by step. It is abundantly clear that advancements in spatial expansion technology are of paramount importance. Future machinery cannot simply have external dimensions that correspond with internal space. The demand for internal space is boundless, while external dimensions cannot infinitely expand due to material constraints. The system storage Qiao Yang envisioned is evidently not akin to an oversized spatial stone, but rather a realm encompassing sky, earth, and air. Such a space would be crucial within the base, serving as a means of transporting soldiers and thus augmenting Qiao Yang's combat capabilities. Even if the base vehicle itself cannot be realized. To be candid, if the goal were merely to enlarge internal space, the Qinquan rune could suffice. Qiao Yang didn't need to complicate matters. Yet what he desired was evidently a space reminiscent of a miniature secret realm, which the Qinquan rune alone could not achieve. In fact, the Qinquan rune is no longer classified as a fundamental rune. Runes pertaining to space cannot be categorized as basic. However, it is not a particularly advanced rune either. It merely manipulates space itself without delving into its essence. If one were to explore the essence of space, the array plate for the Qinquan rune would be far beyond Qiao Yang's financial reach. Truth be told, with your current cultivation, it is nearly impossible. Ian said with a hint of wry amusement. Consider this. Even the Beast King might struggle to create a secret realm, and you are merely at the silver level. Expecting you to conjure a secret realm at this stage is quite the tall order. Despite Yin's past as a pioneer of the alchemical era, such an endeavor, far exceeding Qiao Yang's current capabilities, was beyond even his reach. What about the spirit control pearl? Qiao Yang inquired, sensing a glimmer of hope. Isn't it essentially a space capable of housing living beings? Do you know why the spirit control pearl requires calming the spirit beasts to slumber? Yin's voice retained its wry tone. Even when not in slumber, the spirit beasts within the pearl dare not move at all. Moreover, do you know why no one has ever used the spirit control pearl to subdue more than 2 spirit beasts? Why is that? Qiao Yang asked, intrigued, as he had never heard this before. Because, strictly speaking, the interior of the spirit control pearl is not a true space. It can only be termed spatial fragments. Yin explained earnestly. Spatial fragments lack the stability of genuine space, and even the spirit energy emitted from 2 spirit beasts colliding can disrupt these fragments. If you are hoping to use something like the spirit control pearl to transport troops, you are indeed overestimating its capabilities. 1 or 2 spirit beasts might be manageable. But what of an army of thousands? How many spirit control pearls would you require? Not to mention, your soldiers cannot even carry weapons, as the collision of spiritual weapons and the fluctuations of energy within the soldiers could also destroy these spatial fragments. Then, Ian, do you have a solution? Qiao Yang persisted, unwilling to concede. Since Ian had shared so much, it was evident that he must possess a way forward. If there were truly no solution, Ian would likely have dismissed the notion altogether. Indeed, I do have a solution, Ian replied cheerfully. While I cannot assist you in creating a secret realm, there is no necessity for us to generate one. We can simply fabricate a secret door. A secret door? Qiao Yang echoed, intrigued by this new concept. Essentially, a secret door is a portable gateway to a secret realm, Ian clarified. Since our primary aim is merely to find temporary refuge or store an army, we do not need to create a labyrinth. We simply require a means to access an existing secret realm. I see, Qiao Yang responded. His spirits lifted momentarily before they sank again. Yet, ultimately, we cannot evade the dimensional rune, can we? Moreover, will utilizing an existing secret realm alert its creator? This was the crux of Qiao Yang's concern. The creator of a secret realm possesses absolute control over it, and attempting to infiltrate could easily attract their attention. Given the creator's power, the army Qiao Yang could muster would be reduced to naught in an instant. This is not a significant concern, Yin reassured him. Clearly having contemplated this issue, I used the secret realm merely as an example you could comprehend. In reality, it is not a true secret realm. I possess an excellent coordinate that can directly connect to a naturally occurring extra-dimensional world. Once your secret door is complete, you will be able to utilize it. Is that so? Then, Yin, how do we go about creating this secret door? The pivotal question had finally arisen. Until they could produce something tangible, all prior discussions were moot. Well, fundamentally, a secret door is still a door. Since it is a door, it must have a frame and a door leaf. Yin began detailing the design of the secret door, which was a well-established technology, at least in his view. Thanks to modern rune technology, otherwise, this concept would elude your understanding entirely. In essence, the construction of a secret door involves utilizing materials with spatial attributes to absorb spatial energies, then employing boundary stones to stabilize the space. These two elements are the core components that ensure the stability of the spatial passage. As for the door leaf, it functions as a rune switch responsible for opening and closing the portal. As for the notion of a personal space, it has finally been resolved. Qiao Yang's future creations will primarily revolve around production facilities akin to factories, yet he cannot carry a factory with him. Without a personal secret realm, the armed forces produced by the factory would not count as Qiao Yang's spirit beasts, rendering him incapable of utilizing them effectively or replenishing them in a timely manner. By the way, Yin, you mentioned the army a long time ago. What exactly will my army consist of? Qiao Yang mused. Individual strength is always limited. He had long heard Yin speak of the mechanical system's greatest advantage, a fearless army, terrifying mass production capabilities, and individual combat prowess that far surpasses that of insectoid species. The autonomous explosive devices you previously manufactured can be considered a part of the army, albeit the most rudimentary type of unit. Naturally, what we envision as an army extends beyond this. And what do you mean by an army? Constructed puppets, Yin replied, revealing a new term without reservation. These are humanoid machines assembled in factories. In truth, humanoid forms are not particularly suited for combat, especially for larger machines. For instance, in Qiao Yang's previous life, there was a type of colossal robot known as Gundam. The rationale is quite simple. The muscle power of machines or humans correlates with the cross-sectional area of their power units, while weight relates to volume. Assuming the body proportions remain constant, the cross-sectional area grows quadratically, while volume increases cubically. In other words, the rate of increase in mechanical power lags far behind the rate of growth in weight. Clearly, once a certain size is reached, the mechanical strength cannot withstand its own weight and will collapse unless more power units are added. Thus, the larger the combat robot, the more cumbersome it becomes, making it increasingly difficult to engage in battle. Furthermore, humanoid robots are bipedal, meaning all weight is concentrated on the ankles, posing a significant challenge to the strength of mechanical joints, not to mention whether the ground can bear such immense pressure. Thus, the constructs that Qiao Yang creates are approximately the same size as ordinary humans, perhaps slightly larger, as they are mechanical entities. The reason they retain a humanoid form is that the current spiritual techniques of the Radiant Federation are designed based on the human physique. Should a different shape be chosen, Qiao Yang would have to devise a new spiritual technique. Sacrifices must be made for the sake of diversity within the military, Qiao Yang mused. An army cannot consist solely of melee combatants wielding swords and blades. It must also incorporate ranged units and forces capable of large-scale assaults. It is impractical for Qiao Yang to create a corresponding combat technique for every new unit he manufactures. He does not consider himself omnipotent. Therefore, the combat capabilities of the army will necessitate self-acquisition of knowledge and skills. Silver, how do we resolve the issue of intelligence within this army? I cannot manually forge each individual to produce a spirit of the machine, he pondered. Setting aside whether factory-produced constructs can generate such spirits, even if they could, Qiao Yang would be unable to contract with so many. He is well aware of this. Utilizing an intelligence core is essentially a runic computer. However, it is limited to processing simple commands and cannot comprehend intricate concepts, given its mass production nature. Qiao Yang understands this technology. Reminiscent of a game from his previous life where soldiers in a barracks were actually produced through cloning techniques combined with the implantation of intelligence cores for mass manufacturing. That technology is undoubtedly more advanced, one which Qiao Yang currently cannot access. Shall we prioritize the construction of the secret gate, Silver? Regardless of the army's composition, having a personal secret realm is certainly necessary, he suggested. Chapter 174, An Introduction to the Essence of Space. While Qiao Yang would like to summon countless troops as depicted in numerous novels, Both factories and base vehicles cannot be completed in a mere day or two. The preparatory phase alone is a daunting endeavor. Moreover, various bases or deployments require designated locations. Without a secret gate, it becomes exceedingly troublesome. Acquiring a substantial piece of land within the Radiant Federation is quite challenging, and Qiao Yang cannot simply establish factories in the wilderness. Furthermore, with the secret gate in place, the Poison Domain, Ghost Spring, and Jade Spring would finally have a suitable location. Given the current circumstances, it would be highly inappropriate to situate the Poison Domain anywhere, as the virulent toxins naturally emitted from the spring are beyond the tolerance of ordinary life forms. Of course, extraordinary beings can endure it. Previously, during their time in the secret realm, there were plants thriving around the Poison Domain, which exists to protect a certain spiritual material. This means that there are indeed plants capable of withstanding the noxious emanations of the Poison Domain. The plant safeguarded by the Poison Domain is known as the Qianjia Spirit Tree, which, unlike most celestial-grade spiritual materials that have high environmental requirements, possesses an incredibly robust vitality, enabling it to survive in extreme conditions. Its vitality surpasses that of the rock poplar, which can take root in the soil of Xinshan, as it is a celestial-grade material. Once a suitable location for the Poison Domain is found, the surrounding environment must be restored, as the Qianjia Spirit Tree will be utilized. Moreover, keeping the spirit of the spring detached from its water source is not particularly beneficial for such spirit beasts. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, the construction of this secret gate must be prioritized. Where shall we commence the construction of this secret gate, Silver? Qiao Yang inquired. While it sounds simple, creating such a portal is far from easy. Let us begin with an introduction to the essence of space, Silver replied earnestly. The secret gate embodies the concept of space. Without a foundational understanding of space, it cannot be constructed. Qiao Yang comprehends that this does not require him to master the essence of space entirely. Otherwise, Silver would have provided him with a detailed explanation of the essence of space instead. Given the current level of development in the alchemical era, research on space has progressed sufficiently to articulate its essence in written form. However, considering Qiao Yang's current level, expecting him to grasp a detailed explanation of the essence of space is indeed an unreasonable demand, akin to expecting a middle school student from his past life to master relativity. A popular science series on relativity is still within reach. A popular science series on the essence of space is fundamentally akin to the disparity between a popular science series on relativity and relativity itself. Nonetheless, Silver had never anticipated Qiao Yang would master the essence of space at the Silver level. A basic understanding suffices. Similar to enabling a middle schooler to comprehend high school level relativity formulas, Silver's objective is essentially achieved. As for more profound knowledge, that can be deferred to the future. Silver's intention for Qiao Yang to grasp the essence of space is straightforward. He does not expect Qiao Yang to fully master the concept of space, but rather to attain a certain understanding of the dazzling array of space-related runes necessary for this secret gate, rather than merely imitating them. How should I approach reading this book? Qiao Yang queried. Silver, being merely a soul, cannot directly materialize the physical book. As with last time, I will transmit it to you as a compressed file, and you can read it bit by bit. This time, the book differs from the previous one. While the last was predominantly knowledge-based or experiential, this one is purely theoretical. Knowledge can be memorized, but theoretical concepts require understanding, which means Silver will need to explain them, provided Qiao Yang genuinely engages with the text. Isn't there a classic saying? You cannot read mathematics as if it were a novel. If you take less than an hour to read a page, you might be skimming too quickly. Essentially, the description of space translates into a myriad of mathematical issues, which is quite similar in nature. Thus, this book demands Qiao Yang's diligence. It is not merely about reading. It requires repeated study and note-taking. So, when Zhongli came to summon Qiao Yang for dinner, she was taken aback by the sight of a table strewn with calculation papers and notes. Just picking up a chapter made her feel dizzy. Hey, Qiao Yang, what are you reading? I feel quite dizzy, she remarked. I'm not quite sure what I'm reading either. I feel dizzy too. Qiao Yang pressed his temples. Is it time for dinner? I need some sugar. Wobbling, Qiao Yang went to fetch his snack jar, leaving Zhongli to organize the mountain of manuscripts. Fortunately, Qiao Yang had labeled which was the first sheet and which was the second. Although Zhongli could not comprehend the content, as an assassin, she often had tasks involving intelligence gathering, and quickly organizing necessary information is fundamental. Chapter 175, Constructing the Secret Gate. Qiao Yang, may I ask you something? Zhongli inquired as Qiao Yang munched on a roasted lamb chop, his mouth glistening with grease. There's nothing we cannot discuss between us. Go ahead, Qiao Yang replied. Given their relationship, he certainly had no secrets from Zhongli, and he could easily surmise what she wished to ask. What is written on all those calculation papers on your desk? After receiving Qiao Yang's affirmation, Zhongli posed her question directly. They shared a rapport that did not necessitate formality. The essence of space, Qiao Yang uttered for words that made Zhongli's scalp tingle. The term space holds significant implications in this era. To grasp the essence of space signifies a preliminary mastery of spatial concepts. Subsequently, mastering spatial alterations would lead to a complete understanding of the concept of space. As one of the highest level concepts, mastering it would bring about an unimaginable enhancement in power. Certainly, it is not the true essence of space, merely a synopsis, Zhou Yang supplemented. Were it a comprehensive treatise on the essence of space, one could indeed assert it to be the genuine nature of space. However, what we have now is merely a popular science publication. Nonetheless, it is quite impressive. Zhang Li sincerely marveled, for the ability to articulate the essence of space through language and text is already unfathomable. According to common understanding, matters involving concepts are often grasped only intuitively, eluding verbal expression. In reality, by the end of the alchemical era, only the concept of fate remained beyond research. All else had established complete avenues for study, though mastery ultimately depended on the individual. This was Silver's assertion. Could I perhaps take a look? Zhang Li inquired, aware that her request might be excessive, yet she was willing to exchange something in return. Everything involving advanced concepts is highly coveted. Even Zhang Li found it difficult to suppress her curiosity regarding something that could directly articulate the essence of space. There is no need for us to engage in such discourse, Zhou Yang replied. He was not particularly averse to sharing the material with Zhang Li. However, it was not that he would not show it to her, but rather that he had stumbled upon this information by chance and had not yet grasped it himself. Zhou Yang candidly expressed his current predicament, revealing that he had only gleaned the notes on his scrap paper and had nothing more substantial to share with Zhang Li. If you truly wish to see it, you may peruse my draft. Zhou Yang felt somewhat helpless. By the way, what prompted you to suddenly delve into this topic? Zhang Li did not press Zhou Yang on the source of his information. After all, he had secrets beyond this one, and she had grown accustomed to it. A secret door? Upon hearing Zhou Yang's account, Zhang Li, though not entirely comprehending, grasped the essence of his thoughts. I cannot offer much assistance. I can only help you procure materials. In fact, I can accompany you to buy the materials, Zhou Yang remarked, picking up a lamb chop. I find myself dizzy from gazing at such things and seek to find something to alleviate it. Shall we visit the Radiant Treasure Pavilion tomorrow? She suggested. Shopping necessitated a visit to the Radiant Treasure Pavilion, as monopolistic enterprises had become prevalent in this era. Sounds good. Spatial spiritual materials and boundary stones are relatively rare commodities, particularly the latter, as materials that stabilize space are scarce, and Zhou Yang required a considerable quantity. This was imperative for constructing a portal, which, considering the transportation of troops, could not be too small. The value of spatial spiritual materials varies significantly. For instance, the spatial dust often fed to the celestial star shells for producing star flash pearls is categorized as a low-level material and thus is not costly. Conversely, the time-space meteorite, which Zhou Yang needed this time, falls into the medium-value category. Time-space meteorite, a terrestrial-grade spatial metal, can autonomously accumulate spatial energy. This is the primary material required for Zhou Yang to fabricate a secret door. Naturally, the materials needed for the secret door are far more than this, but the others serve merely as auxiliary materials. For instance, the 5-element spirit crystal is used to stabilize the 5 elemental forces, assisting the boundary stone in maintaining spatial energy. Moreover, Zhou Yang fortuitously encountered a peacock tail feather. The peacock, a spirit beast embodying all 5 elements, bestows its tail feather with potent elemental energy. Additionally, there is the space energy stone, akin to the spirit energy stone, which transforms into spatial power upon exposure to spiritual energy, allowing the secret door to communicate over greater distances. Given the uncertainty regarding the coordinates associated with silver, it is prudent to prepare more. In reality, crafting the secret door is quite straightforward, as it merely entails constructing a doorframe. The true essence lies in the runes to be inscribed thereafter. The materials for the doorframe primarily serve as an energy source. While the secret door may be constructed, it remains merely a frame, appearing rather unremarkable. The spirit of the door, named Kong Kong, has emerged, yet, at present, it possesses no power, as the crucial runes have yet to be inscribed. Chapter 176, A Life of Learning. The creation of the secret door is currently at a standstill, with the most critical rune segment awaiting Zhou Yang's completion of the book Introduction to the Essence of Space. He found himself contemplating simply transcribing the information. Yet upon seeing the intricate details provided by Silver, the dense array of runes on the secret door dissuaded him from such a notion. Compounding his frustration, This was Qiao Yang's first encounter with three-dimensional runes. The spherical gathering array on Feng Pu is technically not a true three-dimensional rune, but rather a superimposition of numerous planar gathering arrays, with vertical runes also forming gathering arrays. However, the spatial runes on the secret door are indeed authentic three-dimensional runes, their complexity far surpassing that of two-dimensional runes. Three-dimensional runes imply that not only do the planar rune shapes influence their effects, but the depth of each rune's engraving and its spatial configuration also affect the expression of rune information, resembling the difference between barcodes and QR codes. Were I to allow you to transcribe, I would not permit you such early exposure to the essence of space. Utilizing elementary knowledge at a junior high level is still manageable, but employing knowledge that requires a doctorate at an elementary level is truly detrimental. Silver, too, found himself at a loss. In truth, Silver had already endeavored to simplify matters as much as possible, ultimately resulting in Qiao Yang employing high school level knowledge at an elementary stage, which was Silver's utmost limit. If you could reach the gold or platinum level, comprehending space would become significantly easier. However, for now, you must proceed at this pace. Take your time. There's no immediate necessity for this knowledge. Silver was anxious, but urgency bore no fruit. If one could not overcome this hurdle, all subsequent efforts would be in vain. However, there is no need for haste. You are not currently in dire need of this material, so proceed at a leisurely pace. Presently, Qiao Yang's spiritual power is ample, fully capable of accommodating the secret door. Furthermore, as the secret door remains merely a frame without inscribed runes, it occupies little spiritual energy. Qiao Yang's academic pursuits are not solely confined to textbooks, particularly with Zhang Li at his side, for the essence of space remains enticing. Yet, Zhang Li's cultivation level is not significantly higher than Qiao Yang's, and her comprehension abilities do not surpass his by much. Other necessary tasks must continue. In fact, the primary tasks are twofold. One is to gradually complete the expansion of the Dominator's array, and the other is to assist the Dark Spirit in memorizing a display screen. As for signal transmission, it is rather simple. The Dark Spirit merely needs to incorporate the display screen into itself, controlling it to generate corresponding images during detection. Manufacturing a liquid crystal display akin to those from Qiao Yang's previous life is not particularly challenging, fundamentally revolving around liquid crystal materials. Many artisans from his past could certainly craft a liquid crystal screen. Fortunately, materials similar to liquid crystals still exist today, coincidentally bearing the same name, albeit differing in that this material can alter the arrangement of molecules within the liquid crystal through spiritual energy, achieving both translucence and opacity. The next step involves adding a filtering layer to enable the display of colored images. Operationally, there is no difficulty, and the materials are readily available. It is fundamentally a straightforward endeavor. The sole challenge lies in teaching the Dark Spirit to operate this display screen to exhibit images. Yet considering that the Dark Spirit has already learned to analyze signal sources, mastering the operation of a display screen should not pose too significant a challenge. Let me think. Teacher Yanyu has gone to the Yunhuang continent, and Senior Ling Ji is in seclusion. Well, in reality, Senior Ling Ji may not be able to assist me in testing the weapon either. Who should I seek to help me test the Dominator? Ever since the completion of the 27-cannon array of the Dominator, Qiao Yang has been eager to find someone to test it. Yet he has discovered that the suitable individuals are all occupied. Chapter 177. The efficacy of learning since the Dominator's power was augmented with the addition of the 4th-level floating cannons. Qiao Yang has longed to find someone to test its might. Regrettably, Teacher Yanyu has taken up Qiao Yang's request and journeyed to the Yunhuang continent. Meanwhile, Senior Ling Ji has retreated into seclusion, and as the Dominator's potency escalates, it has become increasingly uncertain whether Senior Ling Ji could withstand such force. Though Qiao Yang firmly believes in the defensive capabilities of the heavy-armored Xiangui, the most complete 5th-level floating cannon cannot be recklessly deployed. The accumulation of runic arrays has resulted in severe energy depletion, an inevitable consequence of machinery. Based on Qiao Yang's calculations, given the materials of the Dominator, even a momentary firing of the 5th-level floating cannon could inflict damage upon the machine itself, and if charged, the harm would be even more considerable. Should the 5th-level floating cannon be coupled with overload runes, it could potentially lead to the complete destruction of the Dominator after just a single shot. Thus, even with the full array of 81 cannons, Qiao Yang typically engages in combat with 3 4th-level floating cannons, reserving the 5th level for desperate measures. Perhaps it is best to first study the secret gate. After all, there is little need to venture into the wilderness for the time being. The recent exchanges at the academy have filled Qiao Yang and his companions' coffers, allowing them a reprieve from the necessity of outdoor expeditions for profit. It is imperative to prioritize self-improvement. Regarding the tome on the essence of space, Qiao Yang recently discovered a book titled Deconstruction of Space Runes in the library of the Radiant Academy. The relationship between the two is akin to that of a textbook and its corresponding exercises. Hence, Qiao Yang promptly borrowed the latter. Learning is not a mere matter of continuously poring over a single text. One must also seek additional resources. Otherwise, even Silver's explanations could become rather convoluted. To speak candidly, books such as Deconstruction of Space Runes are certainly within Silver's possession. However, Silver has intentionally refrained from informing Qiao Yang of certain matters. Presently, Qiao Yang relies predominantly on pre-existing knowledge, naturally depending on Silver for guidance. Yet, there will come a day when Qiao Yang needs to delve into realms even Silver does not fully comprehend. At that juncture, he will have to rely solely on his own research and exploration of the unknown. Though Silver is the progenitor of the alchemical era, the present age is no longer that era. While foundational concepts may still hold true, the divergence only grows with time. The same problem may be approached with entirely opposite methods in the alchemical era versus now. Therefore, it is imperative for Silver to teach Qiao Yang the importance of independent inquiry and learning, rather than waiting for Silver to provide everything. That said, Silver is genuinely pleased that Qiao Yang has taken the initiative to seek out information and engage in self-directed learning. Without such a habit, it would be exceedingly challenging for Silver to instill this mindset in him, for changing a person's nature is no simple feat as the days pass. Qiao Yang's studies have finally begun to yield results. Now, the runes that must be inscribed on the secret gate are no longer incomprehensible to him. Ultimately, the secret gate operates by first establishing a coordinate, then transmitting a spatial signal to that coordinate, utilizing the signal to forge a spatial passage. However, coordinates necessitate the prior establishment of a coordinate system, which includes identifying an origin point and defining 3 axes and unit lengths. Since Qiao Yang does not intend to manipulate time in this instance, a 3-dimensional coordinate system suffices, providing a foundation to address the coordinate issue. In reality, the majority of the runes inscribed on the secret gate serve the purpose of constructing this coordinate system. The coordinates provided by Silver come with a specialized coordinate system, which is not entirely congruous with the contemporary standard. A conversion is thus required. Through his recent studies on the essence of space, Qiao Yang has managed to grasp the transformation of these spatial coordinates. Once the coordinate system is established, incorporating Silver's coordinates will allow him to ascertain the final destination. The spatial signal is essentially a mass of spatial elements imbued with information. The second challenge posed by the runes on the secret gate lies in how to embed this information within the spatial elements. The previous 3-dimensional runes were designed for this very purpose. Next comes the transdimensional runes, which will guide this mass of information-laden spatial energy to the final coordinates, with the information left along the way to indicate the direction. Subsequently, the secret gate must utilize this information to open and stabilize the spatial energy left by the transdimensional runes, thereby constructing the spatial passage. This is akin to boring a hole in a slab of butter and reinforcing the walls of the aperture. The remaining runes on the secret gate are intended for this purpose. Aside from enhancing energy supply, they primarily serve to bolster the strength of the spatial passage and maintain spatial stability. It is crucial to understand that space is not immutable. Many high-density energy objects can impact space, even altering the coordinate system. Merely strengthening the spatial passage will not suffice. Changes in space will lead to corresponding alterations in the coordinate system, ultimately affecting the coordinates of the intended destination. When this coordinate becomes unstable, the logic behind constructing the spatial passage collapses, rendering the entire passage untenable. Hence, runes that ensure spatial stability are evidently essential. Only upon comprehending the meanings of these runes can Qiao Yang truly commence the process of inscribing them. Chapter 178. Refining the Secret Gate Scheme for Qiao Yang. A persistent issue looms. The chasm between understanding the principles and achieving tangible results is akin to the divide between life and death. At present, Qiao Yang has merely begun to grasp the runes on the secret gate, yet he remains leagues away from the ability to inscribe them himself. A particularly disheartening aspect is that, in light of the later need for troop transport, the secret gate Qiao Yang envisions is far from the modest 2 to 3 meter tall doors of a typical home. Such a gate would only allow one person to pass at a time, which would be utterly impractical given the thousands of soldiers anticipated. Consequently, the frame Qiao Yang intends to construct measures nearly 10 meters in width and 5 meters in height, accommodating not only human passage, but also allowing for larger war machines to traverse. Of course, he need not concern himself with colossal star battleships or aerial carriers, as such vessels are not intended for personal secret gates. Nevertheless, the task of inscribing a multitude of runes onto such an expansive secret gate is daunting. requiring meticulous attention to detail across a span of 50 square meters, with each rune demanding flawless execution. Any error would necessitate a complete overhaul of the work. Qiao Yang does not possess the confidence that he can guarantee absolute accuracy. Not only must the runes be inscribed without flaw, but their placement on the secret gate must also be impeccable. Despite the gate's grand dimensions, there is little room to spare. Every inch of space is precious. A misplaced rune could disrupt the subsequent inscriptions, leading to compounded errors and ultimately resulting in insufficient space. Thus, from the outset, Qiao Yang has not intended to undertake the inscribing of these runes himself. He has never relied solely on his own recklessness. Instead, he contemplates whether he can depend on the ultra-precision machining capabilities of the furnace to produce rune plates, subsequently assembling the final secret gate from these mass-produced components. What other options are available? Would it truly be feasible for Qiao Yang to inscribe runes one by one across an area of 50 square meters? However, this matter is quite arduous. The proposal put forth by Yin is one of internal self-adaptation. In other words, it constitutes a holistic entity. And altering a single component is akin to re-envisioning the entirety of the design. For Qiao Yang, having already exerted every ounce of effort to comprehend the runes inscribed on the secret door, the prospect of reconstructing these runes is indeed a formidable challenge. Consequently, the initial iteration of Qiao Yang's modified runes appears as a chaotic jumble, utterly unrecognizable. In truth, given your capabilities, I am already pleasantly surprised. Yin offered a candid assessment. I have been observing your efforts closely. Although your work is far from presentable, it is evident that your understanding of spatial concepts has progressed significantly. This is truly beyond the scope of your current abilities. The rest now rests upon my shoulders. Yin's voice carried a hint of amusement. Given the advanced state of alchemical technology, there are indeed industrial methods available for the mass production of rune plates to facilitate the creation of secret doors. However, I intentionally refrained from revealing that version to you at the outset, as I wished for you to cultivate your own insights through research. Now, it appears that your results are already beginning to reflect the essence of a final version, which is commendable in itself. Despite Yin's extensive commentary, Qiao Yang found no connection between his own version and the one provided by Yin. It remained uncertain whether Yin was merely offering consolation or if he genuinely discerned something of value. I am not being courteous, Yin clarified. In fact, the original version was not quite like this. I made slight modifications to adapt it to the specifications of your forge, resulting in this final effect. Very well then. Qiao Yang, somewhat bewildered, decided to accept it as truth, unable to discern the veracity of the claims. The new version provided by Yin was even more intricate than before, as it resembled a process of mass-producing a rune that originally required individual engraving, particularly as it needed to align with the specifications of the furnace's rune plate. It was initially intended to be more streamlined. If Yin were capable of physical gestures, he might well have been seen scratching his head, as the current adaptation was necessitated solely by the constraints of your processing conditions. Yin's abilities, after all, are not boundless. The secret door is inherently a complex mechanism, and even the modifications he can effectuate at this level are limited. Let us commence, he declared. At the very least, with this version as a reference, Qiao Yang could finally begin his work. Chapter 179, The Coordinates Provided by Yin. Although Yin had taken great care to accommodate Qiao Yang's level while designing this version of the runic scheme, the secret door remains an intricate undertaking. Thus, the manufacturing difficulty remains considerable, with the most challenging aspect being the creation of the three-dimensional runes. Typically, these three-dimensional runes are hand-engraved, while other components can be completed through industrial methods. However, Qiao Yang was unable to ensure that he could handcraft these three-dimensional runes within the acceptable margin of error. Therefore, Yin's approach was to first create a mold for the three-dimensional runes, which would then allow for mass production using this mold. Over the past few days, the forge has been operating at full capacity, and given its efficiency, it will not be long before all the required rune plates are produced. So, this is the secret door you mentioned? Jiang Li inquired, gazing at the ancient yet intricately patterned massive door before her. Indeed, this is the secret door. By inputting the coordinates, one can generate a spatial passageway leading to that location. However, Jiang Li, do you know of a location where we can securely place the secret door? Once activated, the secret door simultaneously exists at both the origin and destination coordinates, allowing Qiao Yang to retract it from either side. Nonetheless, the initial activation necessitates a location that is relatively undisturbed, as the spatial energy and aura fluctuations generated by such a large door when opened are likely to attract attention. It would be unfortunate if we inadvertently transported others along with us. What about at Wu Ling's house? Our relationship with them is quite amicable. In both the academy and taverns, there are simply too many strangers, but at Wu Ling's residence, We could just ask someone to stand guard outside to prevent any accidental intrusions. That sounds agreeable, provided they do not mind. Qiao Yang was unconcerned about the exposure of his secret door. It was something he would eventually need to utilize, so its visibility held little significance. Very well. I shall message Wu Ling now. Wu Ling responded with enthusiasm, expressing her eagerness to witness the fruits of Qiao Yang's labor after such a long separation. Let us task your uncle with guarding the area outside. We must ensure that no one enters, lest we forget someone upon our return. After inputting the coordinates to activate the secret door, Qiao Yang reiterated his instructions to Wu Ling's father, who was stationed beside the door. Rest assured, no one shall enter. Qiao Yang, along with Lin Hao, who had recently become increasingly inseparable from Wu Ling, entered the secret door, after which Wu Ling's father witnessed the enormous door vanish into thin air. Yet, caution remained necessary, for Qiao Yang had mentioned that the door would reappear upon their return, so the area could not be accessed by anyone until then. Is this the final destination? What an expansive space. Upon crossing through the secret door into this alternate dimension, Wu Ling marveled at the vast emptiness before her. The boundless wilderness stretched out, sparsely dotted with vegetation and devoid of any large wildlife, while a winding river could be seen in the distance. The air composition was strikingly similar to that of the Radiant Federation, which was rather unusual. After all, the ordinary is often the most extraordinary. Everyone can comprehend how exceptional an environment must be to support life. Even the alternate worlds discovered by the Radiant Federation are not universally habitable. Is this the highly useful alternate dimension space you spoke of? Qiao Yang inquired mentally. Indeed, this is it. It was discovered by the alchemical era quite by accident. If fortune smiles upon you, you may even stumble upon the remnants of the alchemical era. Chapter 180. The world on the other side of the secret door. Honestly, this place feels so desolate. It seems devoid of any vitality. Qiao Yang lamented as he surveyed the endless wilderness. This is understandable, considering that the alchemical era has long since elapsed, and it is difficult to ascertain how many epochs have passed since. To be candid, the mere fact that this space has not perished along with the epochs is astonishing. When this alternate dimension was first discovered, there was considerable astonishment, as it was determined that this space predates even the alchemical era. The mystery surrounding its preservation was a source of intrigue. Furthermore, when this alternate dimension was initially discovered, it bore a striking resemblance to the form you see before you now, and it has scarcely changed over the years. Yin's words concealed certain elements of information. For instance, the origins of this alternate dimension are undoubtedly extraordinary. While the early alchemical era may have been oblivious, those who later ascended to the eternal realm certainly possess knowledge of its history. However, since Yin did not divulge this information, Qiao Yang felt no inclination to pry. Some secrets are not meant for one to uncover. Knowing too much can be detrimental, and since Yin chose not to share, it must not have significant implications. However, you might want to conduct an inspection. This space is not entirely devoid of various forms of life. Prior to his arrival, Qiao Yang had prepared such examination tools, and Wu Ling's home was replete with such items, making it quite simple to conduct tests. Without needing Yin to prompt him, Qiao Yang was already aware that, although this was a barren expanse, it was not entirely devoid of plant life. An ecosystem cannot consist solely of producers. It must also encompass the presence of decomposers. Therefore, within this otherworldly dimension, various bacteria, fungi, and even a multitude of protozoa and small invertebrates, as well as heterotrophic organisms, undoubtedly exist. Otherwise, this ecosystem would have long since collapsed. Given the presence of producers and decomposers, the existence of consumers is certainly a possibility. In other words, even if they are not immediately visible, it is entirely plausible that small vertebrates and even large mammals inhabit this space. This place is truly remarkable. The soil and air are exceptionally conducive to establishing a solid foundation for growth. With some subsequent improvements, it could support the cultivation of the vast majority of spiritual materials. The Wu family has a long-standing lineage devoted to the study of plants, and they possess unique insights into soil enhancement. Qiao Yang, are you planning to construct a factory here? Qiao Yang had already briefed Wu Ling and Lin Hao about the conditions of this area prior to his arrival, and Wu Ling was privy to his plans. To be precise, it is likely that future mechanical spirit beasts will need to be situated here, Qiao Yang expressed. In the future, aside from some exceptional circumstances, it is improbable that individual combat machines will be manufactured again. The focus will likely shift towards establishing various production lines. Could you allocate us a portion of land? I wish to cultivate spiritual materials there, Wu Ling implored with hands clasped in reverence. The Wu family requires a substantial amount of spiritual materials for cultivation, but their production capacity has always been constrained by limited land. The rights obtained from the arena battles only granted them priority for exploration, not ownership. Now that such a space has been discovered, Wu Ling naturally wishes to take advantage of it. However, since Qiao Yang is the one who unearthed this space, his opinions must be respected, especially as it involves using his secret portal. Our family also wishes to utilize this area for breeding spirit beasts. Lin Hao interjected succinctly. I have no objections, Qiao Yang replied, but if you wish to come here, you must pass through my secret portal. He shrugged. Given the assistance Wu Ling and Lin Hao had previously provided him, it was only natural for Qiao Yang to acquiesce to their request for land. Yin had also assured that this otherworldly space would remain free from external interference, allowing Qiao Yang to use it as he sees fit. However, Yin had cautioned against expecting any spiritual materials from this place, as the alchemical era had already surveyed it. Aside from destruction crystals, nothing else was found. Destruction crystals are remnants from the cataclysmic epoch. Their grade and purpose remain uncertain, and even during the alchemical era, their utility was not fully understood. Thus, for Qiao Yang, these crystals currently hold little value. Nonetheless, the opportunities presented by a completely isolated space are immensely abundant. Qiao Yang summoned Feng Pa to lead several individuals in surveying this realm, simultaneously searching for a suitable location to house the poison domain's ghost spring. It would be unwise to simply locate a pond to deposit it into. Many water systems are interconnected, and the toxicity of the ghost spring could easily contaminate various water sources, given that the biodiversity here is already not particularly robust. Further pollution would have a devastating impact on this ecosystem. Therefore, a location with less direct connection to surrounding water systems is required, where plants capable of purifying toxins can be cultivated, thus enabling the safe placement of the ghost spring. Such plants that can neutralize the potent toxins of the ghost spring are rare, but the luminescent federation, having developed over many years, is not without solutions. The celestial purity lotus can accomplish this task. The toxicity of the ghost spring not only threatens water sources, but also contaminates the soil. The toxins present on land can be absorbed by the previously mentioned Thousand Calamities spirit tree. Qiao Yang's assistance to the Wu family in this matter has been substantial, and Wu Ling readily agreed to secure several celestial purity lotuses, confident in her family's ability to resolve any issues. Additionally, the area surrounding the ghost spring could also be utilized to breed some poison attribute spirit beasts, as the high-level toxins of the ghost spring would serve as a significant enhancement for many such creatures, ensuring that the spirit of the spring does not remain excessively mundane. Chapter 181. Preparing to commence construction in the world beyond the secret portal. By the way, Qiao Yang, what is the name of this world? Wu Ling suddenly posed this question. She did not inquire what name Qiao Yang intended to assign to this world, for it was evident that he was well prepared when inputting the coordinates, suggesting that he was already familiar with this dimension. Since Qiao Yang had agreed to open this otherworldly space to her and others, Wu Ling's inquiry about its name seemed entirely reasonable. What is this place called? Wu Ling had not anticipated that Qiao Yang genuinely did not know the name of this world. Yin had not mentioned it to him either. When the alchemical era discovered this otherworldly dimension, it was referred to as the Diamond Realm. Yin explained, noting that it was unwise to keep Qiao Yang pondering for too long. Diamond Realm? Why is it called that? Wu Ling could not discern any connection between this place and diamonds, especially since, as previously mentioned, it lacks substantial spiritual materials. The alchemical era had a saying, diamonds endure through time, a gem that remains eternal, symbolizing this dimension's resilience despite the cataclysmic era. This was Yin's explanation. Qiao Yang found it challenging to extract the term alchemical era, yet he managed to mask it with some pretexts. It would not be accurate to say he was deceiving, for it indeed conveyed the intended meaning. Furthermore, the saying about diamonds having eternal value does have modern equivalents, making it relatively easy to conceive a similar phrase in a short span. Previously, regarding the need to find a suitable aquatic environment for the ghost spring spirit, the criteria were stringent. Not only should the surface water systems have minimal connection, but the subterranean waters should also be similarly isolated. Nonetheless, Qiao Yang and his companions successfully identified a suitable spring for housing the essence of the ghost spring. It must be noted that before proceeding, Wu Ling must first prepare the celestial purity lotuses and the Thousand Calamities spirit trees necessary for toxin purification before the essence of the ghost spring can be safely placed. I will return home to inform my family that we will prepare these spiritual materials shortly. Let us focus on developing around the ghost spring for our initial phase. Wu Ling agreed readily upon reviewing Qiao Yang's plan. Such endeavors cannot be executed instantaneously. There must be a sequence to the undertaking. The celestial purity lotus, being a superior variant of the dust-cleansing lotus, often has its rank included in its nomenclature due to its unique properties, and as a spiritual material. Beginning with it is perfectly acceptable. I shall return home as well to prepare the first batch of spirit beasts, Lin Hao added. for a spirit beast breeding ground. Raising them in the wild confers an inherent advantage in quality compared to those raised in captivity. The exact reasons for this phenomenon remain unknown. Even when identical conditions and feeding methods are employed, and some have attempted to simulate the wild environment, the spirit beasts bred in the wild invariably exhibit superior quality. However, in the Luminescent Federation, the wild is fraught with danger, making it uneconomical to breed in nearby wilderness due to low yields. Consequently, some have proposed breeding spirit beasts in suitable otherworldly dimensions. The Luminescent Federation officially recognizes this endeavor, as it is challenging for private individuals to establish breeding facilities in other dimensions. Some breeding farms are pursuing this venture, albeit at a steep cost. Given the scarcity of appropriate otherworldly spaces, now that a suitable dimension has been discovered, it presents a remarkable opportunity for Lin Hao and his family, one that must be seized with unwavering determination. However, Lin Hao had previously communicated with his father, Lin Chonggong, and learned that his father was still in Tianlin City, necessitating a special trip home. In that case, I shall return to your abode a week hence to unlock the secret portal. In the interim, I kindly request that you prepare the various necessities, including the construction of residential facilities. Let us first establish the foundations here. Rest assured, among my esteemed elders, as long as they remain lucid, none shall take frivolous liberties with such matters. Much like the ethereal beasts, the cultivation of botanical spirit materials frequently necessitates a natural environment. Possessing a unique outdoor setting would enable the Wuling family to effectively establish a monopolistic channel, akin to erecting a bastion beyond the illustrious treasure pavilion. A fact not lost on anyone regarding the ensuing profits. Thus, the elders of the Wuling family shall undoubtedly approach this task with utmost diligence. It is even conceivable that Wuling's great-grandfather might personally oversee the operations. Chapter 182. The Wuling family's magnanimity. Indeed, the Wuling family is both vast and prosperous, with an efficiency that is commendable. By the time Qiao Yang returns to prepare for your endeavors a week later, the Wuling family will have meticulously arranged every detail. Qiao Yang took stock, noting not only the purifying heavenly lotus and the 1,000 calamity spirit tree intended for cleansing the toxic domain, but also a variety of other plants aimed at enhancing the ecological resilience of the entire region. It is evident that the Wuling family, renowned for generations of botanical research, possesses a far more intricate thought process than Qiao Yang. To improve the ecosystem, one cannot rely on a singular plant species, as such an approach would render the area's ecological resilience alarmingly low. In the event of pestilence or predation from natural adversaries, this could spell disaster for the entire ecological environment. Typically, restorative planting aims to rejuvenate approximately 15% of the area, allowing the remainder to recover naturally. However, as the current objective is to purify the toxic dominion and time is of the essence, a more intensive planting strategy has been adopted. The Wuling family, after years of research, has developed a thoroughly matured and comprehensive response plan. While it may not be as effective as relying solely on natural recovery, it sufficiently addresses the vast majority of scenarios. Regarding construction materials, the Wuling family has evidently conducted extensive considerations. It is clear that the construction of the Diamond Realm will not be a brief endeavor. Therefore, the materials prepared are not merely for temporary housing, but are meant for long-term habitation. As Qiao Yang had anticipated, this undertaking represents an unparalleled opportunity for the Wuling family. Hence, the elders are placing immense importance on the construction of the Diamond Realm, with Wuling's great-grandfather personally overseeing the building of residences. Given that the subsequent builders will be residing in a desolate and uninhabited dimension, the psychological impact is significant, prompting the Wuling family to opt for tree houses instead of conventional structures. The term tree house here does not refer to merely planting a tree and constructing a wooden dwelling atop it. Rather, it denotes the manipulation of a tree's characteristics to grow into a habitable space. For Wuling's great-grandfather, who has reached the diamond level and devoted his life to the study of plants, this is a feasible endeavor. The tree house is modeled after a weakened variant of the Springwell Phoenix tree, possessing the innate ability to gather spiritual energy, thus providing a soothing effect for its inhabitants while promoting physical well-being. The Wuling family has indeed spared no expense, as all furniture will be crafted from celestial camphor wood, known for its indescribable fragrance that evokes a sensation of transcending to the heavens. Prolonged use of implements made from celestial camphor would greatly enhances the soul's strength for beast tamers. Furthermore, Wuling's great-grandfather intends to complement the camphor wood with water agarwood for all residents of the Diamond Realm, as the former's scent is already potent enough that the latter serves merely as an enhancement. Frankly, the lavishness exhibited by the Wuling family has even left Qiao Yang astounded. However, Wuling's great-grandfather remarked that, in comparison to the assistance the Diamond Realm will provide to their family, these expenditures are merely a drop in the bucket, making them entirely worthwhile. Yet, due to concerns about confidentiality, the builders entering the Diamond Realm will not be permitted to exit for the foreseeable future. Daily provisions, entertainment items, and other necessities will be personally delivered by Wuling's great-grandfather. This arrangement is likely to persist only during the initial phase. Thereafter, self-sufficiency in food is assured. And as Qiao Yang's factory gradually comes to fruition, a steady supply of other essentials will follow. It is even conceivable that the interior may gradually evolve into a new small town or even a city. Chapter 183. Preliminary results in the present societal context. Comparing technological advancements to Qiao Yang's previous life yields no clear superiority. However, one undeniable truth remains. The individual power within this society surpasses that of Qiao Yang's past. The advantages of such enhanced individual strength manifest in significant savings of both time and manpower in various endeavors, provided that the strong are willing to lend their efforts. For instance, the construction of the Diamond Realm, which would typically require an extensive workforce for tasks such as planting tree houses and nurturing the Heavenly Lotus and Thousand Calamity Spirit Tree, is expedited considerably with Wuling's great-grandfather's involvement. After a few days of collaborative effort, Qiao Yang learned the esteemed elder's name, Wu Wenchang. The pace at which these tasks are completed is remarkable, attributable to Wu Wenchang's diamond-level mastery, which enables the application of conceptual powers. It is important to note that not all concepts are as lofty as time, space, fate, or reincarnation. Many derive from elemental attributes, representing practical capabilities devoid of esotericism. For example, Wu Wenchang's concept revolves around life, a seemingly elevated notion. However, the actual manifestation of such a concept can vary significantly in potency. While some individuals may wield the ability to manipulate life and death, reviving the deceased with but a thought, others may only hasten the maturation of a plant. Although the disparity in combat capabilities is vast, conceptually, both are equivalent in their focus on augmenting or diminishing vitality, albeit the former incorporates additional elements. This conceptual power serves as the embryonic form of Lord-level rules, as the abilities governed by Lord-level entities typically extend from the concepts mastered at the Diamond level. The potency of conceptual abilities may influence the strength of rule-based powers. However, absolutes are elusive. There have been instances where individuals transitioning from Diamond to Lord level have undergone significant transformations, emerging stronger than their predecessors. The Glorious Federation is not abundant in Lords. Yet within its limited number, such examples emerge, suggesting that this scenario may not be particularly challenging. As a side note, the aforementioned ascending Lord-level Beast Tamer currently holds the position of Chief Commander of Glorious City. Although his Diamond-level conceptual prowess is not particularly distinguished, his rule-based capabilities post-ascension rank among the highest within the Glorious Federation. Returning to the present, while Wu Wenchang's concept of life may not be weak, it does not extend to the resurrection of the dead, a notion largely derived from public perception of the term life. His capabilities allow for the acceleration of plant growth and the enhancement of root establishment and survival. This practical ability is especially beneficial for the Wuling family. Renowned for their generations of botanical research, even if their direct combat prowess may not be overwhelmingly formidable. Certainly, this capability is particularly suitable for the present moment. It proves to be exceptionally beneficial for the purification of the toxic domain's ghost spring through the use of the pure world Heavenly Lotus and the Thousand Calamity Spirit Tree, alongside various other spiritual materials that can be cultivated in tandem. What originally required an extensive duration for cultivation can now be achieved in just a few days. Here lies a new home. Given the intelligence of the water spirit, mastering the language of the Radiant Federation should not pose a significant challenge. In fact, the vast majority of spirit beasts possess sufficient intellect to grasp the language of the Radiant Federation. Their limitations stem from their vocal apparatus, which differs from that of humans. However, the water spirit, Yuchuan, still struggles with fluency. Indeed, this is the new abode designated for Yuchuan. Zhongli dotes on Yuchuan, and over the past few days, the relationship between this water spirit and the martial spirit has gradually improved. Nevertheless, the bond with Lin Hao remains rather lukewarm. Perhaps it is due to Lin Hao South's frequent close combat with spirit beasts, which leaves him reeking of blood, thus rendering him less appealing to a delicate spirit like Yuchuan. The new home is delightful. Yuchuan is evidently overjoyed, its eyes narrowing in bliss. After handing the water spirit essence to Yuchuan, it is encouraged to secure the area itself, for the toxic domain's ghost spring, once it erupts, poses a challenge that few present could withstand, particularly without a binding contract. To everyone's astonishment, Yuchuan swiftly sliced a small portion from the essence and extended its hand towards Zhongli, signaling her to consume it. What? Everyone was taken aback. Yu Chuan was clearly indicating for Zhang Li to ingest the water spirit essence. However, is it safe to consume? The essence is the very quintessence of the toxic domain S ghost spring, one of the most potent toxins in existence. Ingesting it directly would surely be fatal for Zhang Li, even if she had 10 lives. As Zhang Li hesitated, Yu Chuan grew anxious, reiterating its gesture. Ultimately, she decided to take the leap. After all, Yu Chuan would not wish her harm. Moreover, Zhang Li had received a nod of approval from Qiao Yang, which bolstered her trust in Yu Chuan. Upon witnessing Zhang Li ingest the small piece of water spirit essence, Yu Chuan radiated joy, beaming with delight. Is everything all right? After consuming it, Zhang Li discovered that not only was she unharmed, but she also felt a newfound connection with Yu Chuan, though this sensation was not a soul bond, rather a profound synchronicity of minds. Chapter 184, Incursion. Yu Chuan, why did you urge me to eat this? Zhang Li inquired with curiosity about Yu Chuan's sudden gesture, asking gently. Yu Chuan seemed to ponder how to articulate its thoughts, and finally, with a cheerful demeanor, simply uttered 2 words, no fear, no fear. Are you implying that by consuming this, I need not fear the toxic miasma surrounding the spring? Zhang Li comprehended, as her instincts as an assassin allowed her to decipher this riddle with remarkable accuracy. After all, assassins often hone their skills in eavesdropping for various intelligence. Yes, Yu Chuan proudly lifted its chin, exuding an expression that seemed to beckon praise. Impressive. Let us secure the water spirit essence together, Zhang Li said, affectionately stroking Yu Chuan's head before leading it to the designated area for the essence. This was the first time Zhang Li learned of such a function of the water spirit essence. The martial spirit marveled at Zhang Li's fortune. The toxic domain S ghost spring appeared rarely, and the manifestation of a water spirit was unique in the world. If I had ingested it myself, it would have been fatal, Qiao Yang commented, noting that the water spirit essence possessed unparalleled toxicity among all spiritual materials of its tier, with few higher-tier materials exhibiting greater toxicity. Given this context, Zhang Li's ability to consume it without consequence could only be attributed to Yu Chuan's intervention. Before long, Zhang Li returned, observing the toxic domain's ghost spring erupting in the distance, enveloping the surroundings in a miasma, yet thankfully not encroaching upon the area where Qiao Yang and his companions stood. No issues. The water quality and soil remain unaffected. After exerting such effort to avoid impacting the ecology of the Diamond Realm, Qiao Yang and his companions were still uneasy. But following examinations revealed no toxins present in either the water or the soil. Oh, by the way, this is a gift from Yu Chuan. It wishes for you to visit and play with it often, Zhang Li said, handing several vials to the martial spirit. What is this? The martial spirit hesitated to open the vials, acutely aware that Yu Chuan's gifts were likely toxic, and even inhaling the gases emitted could lead to irreversible harm. This is the raw essence of the toxic domain S ghost spring, extracted directly without dilution. It may prove useful for you, Zhang Li explained. Indeed, it is quite valuable. Yu Chuan's offering demonstrated complete trust in the martial spirit, as this substance could enable the crafting of an antidote to shield against the toxic domain S ghost spring. Consequently, Yu Chuan would be entirely defenseless in the presence of the martial spirit and its companions. Zhang Li, perhaps you should retain this. While I can assure you of my unmalicious intentions toward Yu Chuan, I cannot vouch for the elders of my family, who prioritize familial interests. The martial spirit solemnly returned the vials to Zhang Li. When I require this substance for research, I will consult you. All processes will be conducted under your supervision, and the outcomes will be entrusted to your care. I guarantee no harm will come to Yu Chuan. Often, the martial spirit family members do not intend to harm Yu Chuan. Yet obtaining an antidote could diminish their constraints, potentially leading to Yu Chuan's sacrifice in certain circumstances. Though this statement may imply a lack of trust in Zhang Li, the martial spirit had no choice but to proceed with caution. When familial loyalties clash with personal emotions, the martial spirit finds itself at a loss, opting to avoid such dilemmas altogether. An incident has occurred at the Starlight Frontline. While Qiao Yang was fervently developing the Diamond Realm, his group unexpectedly received alarming news. Multiple dimensional rifts had suddenly opened on the battlefield at the Starlight Frontline, unleashing countless Dark Realm demons, who were now recruiting teams to exterminate these malevolent entities. The term Dark Realm demons refers to a classification of special beings native to the Dark Realm, akin to demons from environments such as the Abyss or Hell. Their appearances and abilities are strikingly similar. Interestingly, demons birthed from the Dark Realm, Abyss, and Hell are not of the same species, exhibiting no biological relation whatsoever. By the way, Qiao Yang, are you interested in joining? Zhang Li asked. She had received a notification from the Dark Moon Academy. where professors expressed a desire for her involvement, believing that hunting Dark Realm creatures could significantly enhance her understanding of darkness. As a notoriously lazy individual, Qiao Yang generally preferred to lounge about. I shall go. It presents an excellent opportunity to test the power of the perfected Dominator. At long last, Qiao Yang had ceased utilizing the 81 cannon array of the Dominator, yet had lacked the occasion to assess its true might. Chapter 185, Starlight Frontline. In the realm of Cloud Wasteland, numerous federations, both large and small, exist, among which the Radiant Federation and the Star Federation stand out as some of the largest and most formidable. Both federations cover similar areas, yet their characteristics are markedly different. The Radiant Federation primarily consists of land, with only a handful of coastal cities, while the Star Federation is predominantly composed of various islands, each functioning as an individual city. Trade between the islands largely relies on maritime vessels. Due to certain circumstances, friction frequently arises at the borders of these two federations, occasionally erupting into conflict, leading to the region being colloquially referred to as the Starlight Frontline, due to the frequent battles that have transpired in this area. The very fabric of space has been permeated and influenced by various elements, resulting in an unstable environment where countless interdimensional rifts often manifest. The contention over these interdimensional portals has become a quotidian affair for the two major federations. The Glimmering Federation stationed forces at the Starlight Front are divided into two categories. One comprises the regular army, composed of professional soldiers whose primary duty is to vie for and explore these interdimensional entrances. The other consists of teams like Qiao Yang and his companions, who are either temporarily conscripted or voluntarily come to hone their skills. Students from esteemed academies within the Glimmering Federation frequently travel to the Starlight Front, enticed by relatively generous remuneration. However, high school students who have not participated in the Beastmaster registration examination are strictly prohibited from coming here. This rule is ironclad and violations are met with severe punishment. Songming City, the closest urban center of the Glimmering Federation to the Starlight Front, stands in proximity to the battlefield. Yet, due to the influx of students from various academies seeking practical experience and the multitude of interdimensional spaces at the Starlight Front, this city has unexpectedly flourished within the Federation. The situation appears rather dire. What a coincidence that so many Dark Realm fissures have simultaneously opened. Qiao Yang, Zhongli, and Wu Linglin Hao stand atop the watchtower in Songming City, gazing at the massive interdimensional rifts in the distance, their expressions grave. The emergence of interdimensional rifts at the Starlight Front is quite commonplace. It is not unusual for several to open simultaneously. However, based on historical statistical probabilities, even when multiple rifts open at once, they typically remain unrelated, with similar interdimensional rifts rarely appearing together, let alone the Dark Realm fissures, which are inherently rare. I am aware that it seems someone has deliberately induced this phenomenon. The perpetrator has already been apprehended, although the motives behind their actions are unclear. A soul-rending punishment is certainly in order, Zhongli responded. Beyond that, her level of understanding does not extend. The intelligence apparatus of the Glimmering Federation is quite competent. Investigating this matter within a short time frame poses no challenge. However, the rifts that have already manifested cannot be easily sealed. The soul-rending punishment is one of the most severe penalties within the Glimmering Federation, far graver than a mere death sentence. It is well known that the essence of a Beastmaster lies within their soul, and the soul-rending punishment essentially entails cleaving a person's soul in twain. Never mind. Those matters likely bear little relevance to me, for I am here to experiment with Dominatus. I shall visit the hospital. Wu Ling, whose combat prowess is not particularly formidable, primarily comes to render aid to the wounded. Chapter 186, Demons of the Dark Realm. Wu Ling, along with other pharmacists from various academies, frequently supports the Starlight Front. In comparison to other healing professions, pharmacists possess distinct advantages for treating the injured at the Starlight Front. There are far too many casualties on the battlefield, and healing professions are constrained by their physical and spiritual capabilities, rendering them unable to ensure a rapid healing pace. Conversely, while the effects of a pharmacist's treatments may be somewhat slower, they can tend to a greater number of individuals concurrently, as medications can be prepared in advance. Thus, the overall healing speed of pharmacists might be more efficient. Other healing professions are better suited for small team operations. Wu Ling's family has a long-standing tradition of researching plants and has consistently collaborated with the Starlight Front. A significant portion of the medications used there is sourced from their family. Prior to her arrival, Wu Ling had prepared various pharmaceuticals specifically for treating the injured. The recent openings of Dark Realm interdimensional rifts have resulted in a dramatic surge in the number of wounded in Songming City, leading to an unprecedented demand for medications and medical equipment. Wu Ling proceeded to the Casualty Treatment Center, which is conveniently located near the watchtower, the closest point in Sangming City to the Starlight Front. This proximity allows for immediate medical attention following withdrawal from the battlefield. Due to Sangming City's closeness to the Starlight Front, it harbors the highest number of casualties in the entire Glimmering Federation, and correspondingly, the level of surgical care here ranks among the finest in the Federation. Then let us make our way to the Starlight Front. However, departing the city is not as simple as just leaving. One must first report to the Starlight Front office at the governing hall before exiting. I may need to split up from you, Qiao Yang. Zhang Li expressed a hint of regret. She had hoped to remain alongside Qiao Yang. Nevertheless, she explained, this journey is for personal cultivation, and acting independently will yield better results. Understood. Please exercise caution. Zhang Li's participation in the eradication of the Dark Realm demons is aimed at deepening her understanding of darkness, thereby enhancing her skills as an assassin. This is something Qiao Yang fully comprehends. Some matters are unavoidable. Moreover, do not fret excessively. I am not entirely without means of self-preservation. Assassins are not mere killers. While killers operate on the principle of striking within 3 steps, exchanging one life for another, the assassin's doctrine emphasizes evasion and retreat at the first failed strike. The arts of self-preservation and escape are also within my repertoire. As a prodigy of the Dark Moon Academy, Zhang Li's capabilities are undoubtedly commendable, and Qiao Yang harbors full trust in her strength. Do not set such a flag, Qiao Yang said gravely, echoing Silver's words. Your instructor's intent in sending you to further experience darkness is to have you truly feel the trepidation of traversing alone in the shadows. Only through profound encounters with darkness can one genuinely understand it. Thus, you must not engage in trivial fights. You must confront demons that surpass your own cultivation level. The alchemical era also features assassins, though the term killers may be more fitting. Their typical approach is to remain hidden in the shadows, seeking the opportune moment for a lethal strike, which indicates Silver's understanding of the matter. I understand. Zhang Li nodded earnestly, fully aware of the perilous nature of this undertaking. Indeed, cultivation is inherently fraught with danger, and there exists no method that guarantees absolute safety. Not only Zhang Li, but Lin Hao too must engage in solitary combat. Demons possess an innate affinity for battle, particularly excelling in close-quarters combat. They exhibit unique combat insights whether in one-on-one or multiple adversarial situations. Moreover, the anatomical structure of demons bears a striking resemblance to that of humans, making their combat techniques amenable to imitation. The Glimmering Federation possesses martial arts akin to those described in Qiao Yang's previous life novels, many of which have been developed through the study of beings like demons. However, the interdimensional spaces that give rise to demons are relatively rare, with the Dark Realm being particularly uncommon among them, resulting in a scarcity of combat data on Dark Realm demons. Thus, Lin Hao must endeavor to learn the combat styles of Dark Realm demons, leaving no room for retreat. In such conditions, his focus will be intensified, yielding greater rewards. Conversely, Qiao Yang does not require such knowledge. His objective is to gather intelligence, necessitating that he safeguard himself. Dark Realm Demon. Level, Bronze qualification. Attribute, Darkness skills, Ethereal Dark Blade, Elementalization, Shadow Realm Note. Exceptionally adept in close combat. Combat capabilities maximized, yet lacking in coordination. Qiao Yang previously learned from Silver that certain instincts of spirit beasts are not classified as skills. Thus, when Silver employs the true eye, he annotates these instincts accordingly. Whether Dark Realm demons, Hell demons, or Abyssal demons, all exhibit maximized close combat capabilities. And a shared characteristic among these types of demons is their utter lack of coordination. They will often prioritize each other as targets. The qualifications of demons are not fixed. With each act of slaughter, their inherent qualities elevate, and with sufficient carnage, they may even evolve. The only notable distinction lies in the fact that the shadow demons are purely of the dark element, manifesting ethereal blades composed of spiritual energy and shadows during combat. They possess the ability to elementalize, thereby evading physical assaults. The Shadow Realm shares the same skill as the dark domain of Zhang Li's little shadow. Conversely, the Hell demons combine fire and darkness. They rely on the scales adorning their bodies in battle, lacking any capacity for elementalization, and depend solely on their physical resilience and defense. However, injuries inflicted by their scales result in a burning effect from flames. The Abyss demons, also dark in nature, similarly cannot elementalize, yet their scales harbor a peculiar property that deflects various elemental attacks, and any wounds they inflict will corrode the victim's spiritual energy. Thus, while these 3 types of demons may exhibit similar appearances and capabilities, they are not biologically classified as the same species. Chapter 187. Full Firepower. Regardless of the type of demon, once they reach maturity, they are at least of the bronze level. The silver-level demons are considered somewhat higher in rank, while those of the gold level seem to transcend ordinary demons, having evolved at least once. However, in practice, the ranking of demons does not entirely align with that of the Radiant Federation. Regardless of their level, demons do not utilize runes. It is entirely normal for demons to refrain from employing human runes, including subsequent concepts and rules. It is noteworthy, however, that while demons may lack the ability to use rules, Lord-level demons can operate unaffected by the domains of other Lords' rules. This ability has been thoroughly researched by the Radiant Federation and is now practically applicable. The Behemoth Academy has achieved this capability, allowing its students to ascend to Diamond or Lord levels even in the absence of rune usage, thus securing their position among the foremost academies. Jiang Li and his companion have already engaged in battle. Thus, it is time for me to commence as well. Qiao Yang summoned his small shield and dashed toward the Starlight front line. He refrained from attaching the shield to himself as armor, given the power of the demons. Even without breaking the armor, the sheer force could cause internal bleeding. Furthermore, wearing armor would restrict his movements, rendering it impossible to strike the elementalized shadow demon. He also could not allow the shield to form a protective sphere around him, as the shadow demon's elementalization could penetrate any observation holes he left. Engaging in combat with a shadow demon in such a confined space would be tantamount to certain death. Therefore, Qiao Yang opted to let the shield float nearby, wielding his weapon, ready to block when necessary. The good news, however, was that shadow demons do not specifically target for assassination. Otherwise, he would indeed find himself in a predicament. Along the way, Qiao Yang observed numerous individuals retreating from the Starlight front line, yet none acknowledged him. Let the battle commence. Qiao Yang summoned the meticulously refined Dominator, its 81 cannon array unfurling across the sky, saturating the atmosphere with concentrated waves of spiritual energy and elemental forces, even manifesting colorful halos between the floating cannons. The grand spectacle attracted the gaze of countless retreating combatants, including the shadow demons, who began to turn their attention toward him. Fire. Following the command of the soul contract, the 81 floating cannons unleashed brilliant rays of spiritual energy. Their speed so remarkable that even the demons renowned for close combat could not react in time. The overwhelming firepower swiftly engulfed the shadow demons before him, with those struck vanishing instantaneously, their elementalization proving futile against the elemental-infused rays of Dominator. The beams of spiritual energy cleared a significant area around Qiao Yang, momentarily leaving him in a state of astonishment. Upon reflection, it was indeed astonishing. Even a basic floating cannon could penetrate the defenses of silver-tier Titan stone golems. So it was absurd to think that these generally bronze-level shadow demons could withstand such force, regardless of their proficiency in close combat. The disparity in levels remains a tangible reality. Might I venture elsewhere to clear the battlefield? Unfortunately, shadow demons leave little in terms of materials. This was rather peculiar. Hell demons leave corpses upon defeat, and abyss demons at least shed scales. Yet, shadow demons, upon being vanquished, leave little more than a rare shard of scale or feather behind. With his blade in hand, Qiao Yang cautiously advanced deeper into the battlefield, his small shield hovering around him while Dominator continued its relentless bombardment. Even silver-tier demons posed no threat. They could not evade the detection of dark spirits, and Dominator required only a simple alignment to obliterate them in an instant. The battlefield was predominantly occupied by the lowest-tier bronze demons, who could not withstand the onslaught of Dominator's spiritual rays. Qiao Yang proceeded with caution, wary of the potential for a shadow demon to suddenly evolve and attempt an assassination, thus refraining from becoming overly audacious. Chapter 188, Blocking the Door to Kill. Reflecting on his initial intention to test the power of Dominator, Qiao Yang suddenly recalled something. Shouldn't I be seeking opponents of equal strength? However, seeing even high-ranking silver shadow demons reduced to mere sieves, he pondered for a moment. Perhaps I shall indulge in some easy victories today. After all, I have toiled for so long. Why not enjoy a day of respite? Summoning his spirit beast incurs no additional consumption of the Beastmaster's spiritual energy, a fundamental requirement for combat-related professions. If summoning a spirit beast necessitated drawing from the Beastmaster's energy, then there would be no purpose in engaging in battle at all. Thus, the relentless bombardment of Dominator above did not affect Qiao Yang. Rather, due to the gathering spirit formation, the spiritual energy concentration around him was even more potent, invigorating to the mind. Have I already arrived at the dimensional rift? He marveled, gazing at the rift not far away. This was merely one among many, with shimmering points of light within, indicating the radiance of the spatial passage. From an external perspective, this is how the spatial passage appears. Although the dimensional rift continued to release shadow demons, they could not venture far from the rift itself. Who is that? asked the chief administrator of Songming City, observing from a distance. With one source of demons diminished, the pressure on the battlefield significantly reduced, and as the chief administrator, he certainly could not overlook this development. He could not intervene directly. With his lord-level strength, clearing these shadow demons would be effortless. However, as the space at the Starlight front line was inherently unstable, and with several dimensional rifts to the Shadow Realm now opened, displaying the Lord's rule power here could potentially lead to the collapse of the Starlight front line. Thus, the dimensional rifts at the Starlight front line had always been contested, with the two opposing administrators typically refraining from direct intervention. "I'm not sure. It's not a standing army," replied one of the aides. The standing army all wear uniforms, while Qiao Yang appears to be in casual attire, likely a student from an academy here to provide support. Yet he is merely at the silver level, and he can unleash such a powerful attack. Even high-ranking gold shadow demons cannot approach him, the aide remarked in admiration. Suddenly, someone relayed a message to the aide, who glanced at it and reported to the chief administrator. His name is Qiao Yang, a student from the Radiant Academy. "Someone here for support." "Oh." The chief administrator did not elaborate further, lost in his own calculations. "That will be enough, Qiao Yang, withdraw." The voice of Silver echoed in Qiao Yang's mind. "Oh, very well." Although unaware of the reason behind Yin's statement, Qiao Yang instinctively retreated, knowing that hesitation could lead to peril on the battlefield. "Yin, why do you suggest a withdrawal?" Once in a secure location, Qiao Yang finally seized the opportunity to inquire about the earlier incident. "The dimensional rift is beginning to close. Should you continue your assault, Dominant's elemental force will interfere with the space's self-repair," Yin elucidated. Qiao Yang gazed upwards, observing that the distant rift appeared to have diminished slightly, though he could not ascertain whether it was merely a trick of his mind. The closure of the dimensional rift was accelerating. Initially, it had progressed slowly, rendering it imperceptible. "Very well. Any messages?" A notification suddenly pinged on Qiao Yang's personal terminal. "The Grand Commander of Songming City wishes to meet me?" Sounds like a scam. I'll delete it. Qiao Yang promptly dismissed the message, pondering whether to seek out Jiang Li and Lin Hao. Chapter 189. Lin Hao's discovery. When Qiao Yang found Lin Hao piloting the Wind Spirit, he was engaged in a desperate battle with a high-ranking Silver Dark Realm demon. Visibly wounded, with one arm already missing, it was evident that Lin Hao was struggling against the formidable foe, though the demon could not overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Otherwise, Lin Hao would likely be in dire straits. As Lin Hao began to falter, a smoke bomb suddenly appeared at his feet, momentarily bewildering the demon, which had undoubtedly never encountered such an object. In that brief moment of confusion, several beams of spiritual energy descended from above, reducing the demon to mere shreds. A flying vessel sped forth, and Qiao Yang leaped down, assisting Lin Hao aboard. "That was close. I nearly lost my life," Lin Hao remarked as he accepted a hemostatic potion from Qiao Yang, tending to his wounds while also sipping a beverage at hand. "How could you be so careless? Given your strength, a high-ranking Silver Dark Realm demon should not pose a problem," Qiao Yang asked, genuinely concerned. However, as long as Lin Hao's life was spared, the current medical capabilities could address the severed arm. Even if the original limb could not be retrieved, regenerative techniques could potentially foster the growth of a new one. It was initially inconsequential. However, a Dark Realm demon, for reasons unknown, had learned the art of assassination and ambushed me while I was gathering materials. Although I ultimately vanquished that demon, the subsequent encounter proved insurmountable. "What of Yan Zi and the others?" Qiao Yang inquired, puzzled. Lin Hao's spiritual beasts possessed formidable restraining abilities. Logically, even with one arm lost, he should not be facing such difficulties. In truth, for beast tamers like Lin Hao, who primarily relied on physical combat, the loss of an arm did not significantly diminish their combat capabilities. They routinely trained in one-armed combat to prepare for potential incapacitation. And while this might create vulnerabilities in human combat, it did not present substantial challenges against spiritual beasts. "They're all injured, so I recalled them," Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. "By the way, Qiao Yang, let's shift topics. Do you know under what circumstances a Dark Realm demon can evolve a brain?" Given the inherent skills of Dark Realm demons, they were born assassins, yet their intelligence was rather limited, making it arduous for them to master the art of assassination. Even the demon that had briefly demonstrated the ability to ambush Lin Hao ultimately reverted to standard combat. Yet, that single ambush cost Lin Hao an arm. If they could indeed learn the art of assassination. "Yang Zi, I have an idea," Lin Hao suddenly interjected. "What idea?" Qiao Yang asked, intrigued. "Do you think Jiang Li could form a contract with a Dark Realm demon? I found this just now." Lin Hao produced a piece of pure black shell. "I was attacked while attempting to collect this." "This is a drop from a Dark Realm demon?" Qiao Yang's interest piqued. Unlike demons birthed from hell or the abyss, which left behind corpses or scales upon defeat, Dark Realm demons typically did not yield materials. However, on rare occasions, they might leave behind fragments of their shells. Such materials were exceedingly rare and expensive, yet ultimately, they were deemed of little utility. Not that they were entirely useless, but the Radiant Federation lacked the knowledge to utilize them properly. It was likely that the infrequency of dimensional rifts from the Dark Realm contributed to this ignorance. Contracting a Dark Realm demon could indeed be feasible. However, Zhongli must carefully consider her own plans for the future. Every beast tamer must possess the fundamental ability to chart their own course. Outsiders may only offer suggestions, but should not interfere. Very well, let us find Zhongli. Although Zhongli was known for her impulsive decisions, the sonar and spiritual radar of the Dark Spirit had long since pinpointed her location. Given the current circumstances, Zhongli appeared to be in a far safer position than Lin Hao. Her primary objective for coming here was to comprehend the essence of darkness, and Qiao Yang feared that he might disrupt her training. Thus, he only set out to retrieve her upon seeing her begin to return. How was your training? Qiao Yang inquired after handing Zhongli a beverage, having detected no signs of injury through the true eye. Quite well, indeed fruitful. What is this drink? It's rather intriguing. Qiao Yang had previously sought Wu Ling's assistance in experimenting with a cola formula, and to his delight, she had demonstrated a certain talent in this area. He had also provided her with the recipes for Sprite and Fanta, which were essentially similar to cola. Fanta could be considered an orange-flavored cola, while Sprite was a lemon-flavored clear soda. Currently, Zhongli was enjoying the cola, and its taste was quite novel. Chapter 190. Seeking the Dark Realm, contracting a Dark Realm demon, you say? That does indeed sound promising. After listening to Qiao Yang and Lin Hao's thoughts, Zhongli pondered carefully and recognized the potential of such a spiritual beast. From a skill perspective, Dark Realm demons were born assassins. Regrettably, they struggled to utilize their abilities effectively. Yet, even so, Dark Realm demons were formidable. Once contracted, a mutual exchange of knowledge could easily elevate their intelligence and teach them the art of assassination. However, Zhongli soon faced a dilemma. The enhancement of a Dark Realm demon's capabilities relied heavily on battles with other Dark Realm demons. How then could she cultivate a contracted Dark Realm demon? This was indeed a significant issue. The dimensional rifts of the Dark Realm were exceedingly rare, making it challenging to enhance qualifications and evolve even after contracting a demon. Bring over the scale I found, and let us analyze it with the secret gate. We can connect the other end of the secret gate to the Dark Realm, interjected within Qiao Yang's mind. Wait, the secret gate has that capability? Qiao Yang exclaimed, astonished. Of course, but if one must know the coordinates first to activate the secret gate, then isn't that a bit impractical? Yin replied innocently. When I designed it, I certainly didn't intend for it to be so impractical. The Dark Realm's spatial coordinates are not like those of the Diamond Realm. They are continuously shifting. From the alchemical era until now, I cannot fathom how they have transformed. Otherwise, I would have simply told you. Is that so? After relaying this information to Zhang Li and Lin Hao, both were genuinely astonished. Who would have thought such a thing existed? Does that mean that as long as we can collect biological materials corresponding to dimensional rifts, we could traverse various dimensional realms at will? No. Upon learning the answer from Yin, Qiao Yang mercilessly extinguished the fantasies of the two. Only the Shadow Realm could suffice. Or perhaps if one could gather the flesh and blood of abyssal demons, then the abyss could be an option as well, but generally, it would not be feasible. Why? Zhang Li and the others were clearly somewhat dissatisfied. If it were truly achievable, it would essentially equate to possessing a dimensionally stable space for production, which would yield immense benefits. This is dictated by the operational principles of the secret gate. Qiao Yang felt quite helpless. In reality, when Shadow Realm demons are slain, they do leave behind physical forms, for they are indeed tangible beings. The truth is that once Shadow Realm demons are defeated, they automatically return to the Shadow Realm, thus leaving nothing behind. Occasionally, a scale or armor might remain because these fragments have mingled with other substances during battle, rendering them unrecognizable to the Shadow Realm, and consequently unable to return. But why don't Hell and Abyssal demons behave in the same manner? Zhang Li and the others inquired with curiosity. Qiao Yang's words indeed piqued their interest. Upon reaching Taming City, let us find a lounge to discuss this further. As they spoke, the group had already returned to Taming City. Qiao Yang decided to seek out a hotel, as lingering in the wind spirit was not ideal. Once settled in the hotel, Zhang Li immediately urged Qiao Yang to continue his explanation, while Lin Hao went to receive some treatment for his severed arm. Since both the Shadow Realm and the Abyss exclusively create demons, they are recognized as part of their respective realms. When defeated, their bodies return to the Shadow Realm, akin to how a human would strive to recover losses after a defeat. This information exceeded the understanding of both Zhang Li and Lin Hao, and indeed, it surpassed Qiao Yang's comprehension as well, as he merely relayed Yin's insights. Conversely, the biodiversity of hell is quite abundant, hence hell demons are not considered integral to hell. They perish without consequence. It is worth mentioning that the scales of abyssal demons are not inherently part of them. Are you implying that these dimensionally distinct spaces possess a form of self-awareness? This notion seemed almost too incredulous. No, Qiao Yang firmly refuted such a claim. Perhaps my articulation led to a misunderstanding. Alternatively, one might say that Shadow Realm demons are tantamount to the Shadow Realm itself. If you annihilate the Shadow Realm, that portion will naturally be drawn back to it. For now, let us limit our understanding to this much. I shall refrain from elaborating further to avoid overwhelming your worldview. Qiao Yang smiled wryly, feeling somewhat dazed himself. And what of the query regarding why the secret gate can only decipher Shadow Realm coordinates? Zhongli interjected. In truth, it is not merely about deciphering Shadow Realm coordinates. The secret gate functions by projecting a sphere of spatial energy infused with information to a destination, thereby creating a spatial passage. When Shadow Realm demons are slain, they automatically return to their realm. Only occasionally do certain parts, mixed with foreign substances, fail to return. Our task is to extricate the foreign elements and implant this segment of scales as information into the spatial energy. Subsequently, this fragment will return to the Shadow Realm, allowing us to construct the spatial passage. Upon reaching the secret gate, we can record the Shadow Realm coordinates, enabling us to traverse at will. Qiao Yang finally elucidated this principle. As for Yin's previous comment regarding the constantly shifting Shadow Realm coordinates, there is no need for concern. Once we have visited it once, it is akin to a tether formed between the secret gate and the Shadow Realm, rendering it immovable regardless of its movements. The crucial aspect is merely to have visited it at least once. Oh, I see, Zhongli acknowledged, appearing to grasp the concept, while Lin Hao remained in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 191, Summons from the Tsangming City Commander. In essence, if I contract a Shadow Realm demon, I need not worry about lacking a place to enhance my qualifications, correct? Regardless of the intervening processes, Zhongli managed to draw a quite accurate conclusion. After all that Qiao Yang had explained, this was the crux of the matter. That's good. Tomorrow, I shall seek to contract a Shadow Realm demon. There was no concern regarding the individual qualifications of Shadow Realm demons, as their potential for enhancement was assured. Zhongli also need not fret over whether her soul power was sufficient. None of the spirit beasts she had contracted were particularly demanding in terms of soul energy. While Zhongli primarily relied on her own abilities in combat, her profession was more about providing various supportive functions, with direct confrontations being relatively infrequent. However, the unparalleled affinity of Shadow Realm demons for darkness should further deepen Zhang Li's understanding of the dark arts, making the contract worthwhile for her. Lin Hao, how is your arm? As Zhang Li's matters were resolved, Qiao Yang inquired about Lin Hao's injuries. Qiao Yang held considerable confidence in the current medical standards, especially the surgical capabilities within Tsangming City. Lin Hao's injuries were not severe by contemporary standards, and healing did not necessitate extensive surgery. In fact, non-fatal physical injuries were now easily treatable, with the vitality of beast masters themselves ensuring effective healing without significant concern for aftereffects. I've already received treatment, and I can distinctly feel the improvement. I should be well by tomorrow, and after a few days of rest, I should fully recover. Lin Hao's demeanor was relaxed. As a combat-oriented beast master, he was acutely aware of his physical condition. Who is it that has sent me over a dozen messages in such a short time? Lin Hao retreated to his room to rest while Zhang Li lingered a bit longer with Qiao Yang. Earlier, you claimed that the commander of Tsangming City wished to see me. Yet I dismissed that individual. How persistent. Qiao Yang observed his terminal. What? Is this the account of the Tsangming City Administrative Center? Zhang Li leaned in to examine Qiao Yang's personal terminal. The message must be genuine. Does this mean I stood up the commander? Despite the implications, Qiao Yang felt no embarrassment whatsoever. Say, did you not even bother to check? Zhang Li could not help but tease, as she had always believed that remembering the local administrative center's account was fundamental upon arriving in any new location. They are too far from me. I was too lazy to seek them out. It was too late today. I'll visit the commander tomorrow. The following day, what business did the commander have with you? Zhang Li noticed Qiao Yang had been out early to the administrative center and did not return until noon, piquing her curiosity about what had transpired. Nothing significant. I was merely commended for sealing an interdimensional rift, alleviating battlefield pressure, and received a few rewards. That was about it. It occupied my entire morning. Qiao Yang, being accustomed to machinery, placed great importance on efficiency and was evidently unimpressed by the commander's verbose style. Yawn. I'll head back for a meal and then catch up on some sleep. Qiao Yang, having risen early, now felt quite fatigued. However, it must be said that the cuisine in Tsangming City was quite to Qiao Yang's liking, as the proximity to the Starshine frontline meant that restaurants catered primarily to the needs of warriors, providing ample meat to replenish their energy. Chapter 192. The rewards are quite pleasing. One could only say that the food in Songming City suited Qiao Yang's palate exceptionally well. As the area was frequented by hunters from various regions arriving at the Starshine battlefield, leading local restaurants to emphasize generous portions. The barbecued meat here is truly delectable. Qiao Yang, unbothered by the specifics of the animal from which the meat originated, approached the grill buffet style, selecting his portion and directly placing a piece into his mouth. Barbecued meat is typically served in a communal manner, but given the current appetite of individuals who could consume a whole pig in a single sitting, the serving plates were insufficient. Delicious. Beside her, Zhang Li's manner of eating was hardly superior to Qiao Yang's. However, her instincts as an assassin compelled her to avoid greasy hands, for the necessity of wielding a weapon in unforeseen circumstances posed a potential hazard. Thus, Zhang Li opted for a pair of chopsticks. Preparing grilled meat is a delicate art, as long as the meat is sufficiently fresh and the heat is skillfully managed. The rest can be entrusted to the seasonings. In Songming City, an influx of hunters indulges in grilled meat daily, ensuring that only the freshest cuts are available. As for its taste, it is indeed delectable, and the ambience of the establishment is perfectly suited for enjoying grilled dishes. Upon returning to the inn, just as Qiao Yang was about to succumb to slumber, Zhang Li eagerly tugged at him, inquiring, "What reward did the commander grant you?" Yawning, Qiao Yang rubbed his eyes, realizing that rising early was not in accordance with his natural rhythm. "Here, it's all in this storage space. Take a look yourself. I'll return to sleep now." "Oh, please rest well." Zhang Li noted that Qiao Yang appeared genuinely fatigued, to the point of being unaware of the rewards he had received. And the administrative hall had indeed been rather dull. Perhaps I should wait to examine it until you awaken, she decided, choosing to wait until Qiao Yang was ready to see it together. She also wished to show him the Dark Realm demon she had recently contracted. Indeed, during Qiao Yang's absence in the administrative hall, Zhang Li had been proactive, capturing a Dark Realm demon on the Starlight front and initiating a contract. Had it been another creature, Zhang Li might have needed Qiao Yang's expertise in identification, having spent considerable time together. She recognized that he possessed unique abilities in signing spirit beasts. However, with the Dark Realm demon, there was no such concern, as all skills were uniform, and the quality depended solely on performance. A brief nap was indeed necessary, but it need not be prolonged. Although Qiao Yang was inherently lazy, he preferred to lounge on a recliner rather than in bed. Thus, it was not long before he stirred awake, instinctively reaching for his personal terminal to check for messages. Whereupon he discovered Zhang Li's note. "Let me know when you wake up." After sending her a reply, he hastily tidied himself up, feeling somewhat awkward in his disheveled state. "Look, I haven't examined it yet. I've been waiting for you to join me." Before long, Zhang Li knocked and entered, casually snatching a piece of pastry from beside Qiao Yang. "All right, I haven't looked yet either. The commander's lengthy and convoluted speech left me dizzy, so I didn't scrutinize the rewards in the storage space. If the rewards are too lackluster, it would seem rather inconsiderate." Although Qiao Yang had come primarily to test the Dominator and not to enlist, the mention of compensation raised concerns about the commander's generosity. However, it appeared that the commander of Songming City was not lacking in vision. The rewards contained within were reasonably satisfactory. While they may not be exceptionally bountiful, they certainly reflected a genuine intent. Aside from a few honorary titles, the most notable reward seemed to be the opportunity to select any one inheritance from the Songming City Heritage Center. Additionally, there was a shopping card for the Songming Treasure Pavilion. The other rewards paled in comparison to these two. The honorary title from the Radiant Federation held certain practical significance, such as discounts on purchases, which were applicable under any circumstances without conflicting with other promotions. The opportunity to select any inheritance from the Songming City Heritage Center carried a certain mystery. It was not merely about obtaining, but rather about choice. If one were to acquire an inheritance through monetary or material exchange, the experience would resemble a lottery draw, only assuring that the final inheritance would somewhat align with one's path, but not guaranteeing its level of quality. However, Qiao Yang's situation was akin to a self-selection opportunity, ensuring not only a perfect fit for his direction, but also a guarantee of high-level inheritance, at the very least. Something comparable to a purple card, with silver backing, eliminating any cause for concern. That is excellent. Oh, by the way, Qiao Yang, let me show you the Dark Realm demon I just contracted. Zhang Li nodded in affirmation. Dark Realm demon. Level: high bronze. Quality: profound. Skills: Spirit Dark Blade, Elementalization. Shadow Realm. Remarks: intelligence significantly increases after soul contract. Impressive. It's evident that it has endured many battles, Qiao Yang complimented. By the way, is this Dark Realm demon male or female? He was curious, for although Dark Realm demons are humanoid, their gender is not discernible by appearance. Unlike humans, demons do not reproduce in the traditional sense, rendering the concept of gender moot. Say, Qiao Yang, would you like to accompany me to the Heritage Center? Of course. But do you have an inheritance opportunity as well? Certainly. I have my own means, Jiangli replied mysteriously, winking. Chapter 193. Songming City Heritage Center. It was evident that Jiangli possessed some special channels to gain entry into the Heritage Center, and this route was quite convenient. Applicable in all cities within the Radiant Federation. Even if Jiangli had prepared tickets for the Heritage Center in advance, she could not have anticipated visiting Songming City, as Qiao Yang and his companion's arrival was entirely serendipitous. Typically, Qiao Yang's primary activities occurred in Radiant City, and any visit to a Heritage Center would naturally be to the one located there. The Heritage Center stands as one of the city's most significant structures, co-equal to the Treasure Pavilion as the two pillars of the city. The Treasure Pavilion supports the city's economy, while the Heritage Center sustains its popularity. However, the nature of the two establishments differs. The Treasure Pavilion serves as a commercial venue where goods are interchangeable throughout the Federation, rendering each city's pavilion largely similar. Conversely, the Heritage Center is unique to each city, with its inheritances not shared among others, making each center a true representation of its city's heritage. In larger cities, the Heritage Center is likely to contain a plethora of valuable offerings, whereas in smaller cities, the quality of items available may be less certain. At that moment, Qiao Yang and Jiangli stood before the grand entrance of the Songming City Heritage Center. Qiao Yang had extended an invitation to Lin Hao, but he opted to accompany Wu Ling instead, leaving only Qiao Yang and Jiangli to explore together. The architecture bore distinctive characteristics, resembling a tower or perhaps an attic. Songming City, being one of the larger cities within the Radiant Federation, boasted a heritage center filled with valuable treasures. Moreover, due to the frequent dimensional rifts opening along the Starlight Front, many prominent figures ventured here to explore, making this heritage center comparable to that of Radiant City. Typically, structures designed in a tower-like form suggest that the higher one ascends, the more valuable the treasures become. Jiang Li, having never visited a heritage center before, shared this assumption. Actually, you're mistaken. The tower or attic design is simply a result of limited land use, necessitating vertical expansion rather than a sprawling layout. In truth, each level of inheritance is relatively similar, Qiao Yang shrugged. To put it another way, when it comes to inheritances, people tend to place greater emphasis on fate. Thus, the inheritances within the Heritage Center are casually displayed, as the true selection relies on a lottery system, negating the need for personal choice, rendering distinctions between the levels inconsequential. Those who have obtained the option to choose their own inheritance, such as Qiao Yang, must gradually seek out a legacy that suits them, should they inadvertently select incorrectly. It merely indicates that fate has not yet aligned, and the Inheritance Center bears no responsibility. Shall we first draw my inheritance before leisurely exploring together? Jiangli inquired, tilting her head towards Qiao Yang. Certainly, Qiao Yang readily acquiesced, considering that they had no pressing matters, allowing them ample time to linger in this space. The Inheritance Center operates 24 hours a day, with some individuals believing in the esoteric, arriving at 2 in the morning to draw their legacies. The specific floor for drawing inheritance is inconsequential. What matters is the availability of space. Of course, if someone insists on drawing from a specific machine on a certain floor due to their beliefs, they must simply wait in line. Qiao Yang and Jiang Li ascended in the elevator until they reached the top floor, where they discovered an unoccupied automatic machine. This arrangement was fortuitous, as it enabled them to search downwards without needing to retrace their steps. Jiang Li, skeptical of the mystical, eschewed any prayers or rituals, opting instead to press the button directly. Third floor, Area B, Shelf 23, 5th level, Inheritance 27. The results swiftly appeared on the screen before Jiang Li. Let us take a look, she said, realizing that they would indeed have to retrace their steps, as some things are inescapable. The inheritance was notably formal, manifesting in the form of an actual book. Unlike other forms of legacy, which can take on bizarre appearances, this one was straightforward. Chapter 194. Qiao Yang and Jiang Li's Inheritance. Jiang Li offered a rather pragmatic evaluation of the inheritance, stating, "It is indeed usable." The legacy originated from a formidable figure, a king whose spirit beast, known as the Beast King, resides above the Lord level. However, the content of the inheritance was, to put it mildly, complex. It is a common occurrence that the strength of a legacy does not correlate with the strength of its originator. The lifelong teachings of a slightly weaker predecessor may hold more value than the casual notes of a powerful individual. In fact, some strong beings, having lived for extended periods, may develop a whimsical disposition, leading them to include titles like postpartum care for sows or 100 ways to prepare instant noodles in their meticulously crafted legacies. To be candid, The strong of this era tend to be more carefree. Many predecessors do not overly concern themselves with whether their lifelong teachings will be inherited. Ideally, they wish to find a disciple they resonate with, but if not, it is of little consequence. Zhongli's inheritance, though bestowed by a king, was not particularly formidable. In essence, it was a method to forcibly convert one's spiritual attributes. For instance, while Zhongli possesses darkness attributes, this technique could compel her to adopt water, fire, or light attributes. Although this capability is inherently powerful, what rendered Zhongli somewhat disillusioned was the inherent cost of the conversion upon transformation. Achieving even a 1/10 retention of elemental affinity would be considered fortunate. Furthermore, using this inheritance to transform attributes would nullify all existing soul contracts, necessitating new agreements with all spirit beasts. It's rather underwhelming, Zhongli remarked. Is there any way to obtain a reference for this inheritance from Zhongli? Perhaps I could devise some improvements. The voice of Yin echoed in Qiao Yang's mind. All right, I'll give it a try when I return, Qiao Yang replied, recognizing that now was not the appropriate moment to delve deeper, especially as he needed to seek his own inheritance. Thus, they truly began their return journey. Gazing at the towering inheritance center, which comprised no less than 28 floors, Qiao Yang felt a twinge of anxiety. Let us go, Qiao Yang, Zhongli noted, aware that they could not cultivate their inheritances here. Although many do so, some legacies are not in book form, but rather encoded within items, requiring the recipient to stay put during the acceptance process. Clearly, Zhongli had no such need. My goodness, after traversing the building multiple times, Qiao Yang finally sank onto a bench. By the way, Yin, after all these trips, haven't you discerned what suits you? Qiao Yang suspected that Yin might be doing this purposefully. You can't fault me. I too need to compare which inheritance is more fitting for you, Yin replied innocently. His assertion held truth. Once an inheritance is accepted, it cannot be altered. However, Qiao Yang, being among the select few with the option to choose, was privy to some brief information regarding the inheritances beforehand, although it could not be overly detailed, as even those at the inheritance center may not fully comprehend the intricacies. Did you find anything in the end? Qiao Yang, after so many rounds, felt that Yin, with his discerning eye, must have found something. Yet he needed a moment to rest. Indeed, I found it. The third inheritance on the 4th shelf in Area A on the 7th floor should be the most suitable for you, Yin declared, revealing his selection. All right, that will do. I won't be picky, Qiao Yang decided, prioritizing reserving it before it was claimed by someone else. Chapter 195. Drawing cards ultimately cannot compare to choosing. If Qiao Yang were to draw cards, the outcome might not surpass Zhongli's. Despite the latter's inheritance being somewhat lackluster, it nonetheless carried technical merit. If Qiao Yang, who casually drew 3 pieces of mysterious iron daily, were to draw an inheritance, he might well end up with a tome titled 100 Ways to Cook Instant Noodles. At the very least, the inheritance selected by Yin, irrespective of its combat potential, was undeniably useful. In fact, even postpartum care has its merits, as some valuable breeds require meticulous attention, making it a useful gift for Lin Hao. The inheritance Yin selected for Qiao Yang was not a conventional book. It took the form of a leaf, which was indeed a stack of leaves. What is this? Qiao Yang initially overlooked its appearance, for inheritances can vary significantly in form, with all manner of bizarre shapes having been encountered. The study of how to decipher legacies from such peculiar objects is, in itself, a scholarly pursuit. Fortunately, leaves serve a similar function to paper, capable of recording text, albeit limited in area, utilizing runes for information storage. Let me see. Divine art. Light? Upon brief contact, Qiao Yang sensed a peculiar message. Divine art. Qiao Yang recalled Yin mentioning it previously, particularly during a casual conversation about spiritual techniques, which touched upon divine matters. In subsequent discussions, Yin elaborated on the nature of deities. According to Yin, a god is not merely a being of immense power. Certain other attributes must also be satisfied, though he did not specify what those were. Qiao Yang inquired if gods are synonymous with the eternal realm previously mentioned by Yin. Yin clarified that while gods must belong to the eternal realm, not all beings of the eternal realm are gods. The term god pertains to a species concept. While eternal realm refers to a level of power, they are not interchangeable. The so-called divine art is a capability wielded solely by gods. Others may study its principles, but only a god can truly utilize it. The divine art, light that Qiao Yang acquired, represents a version derived from genuine divine art, crafted by a predecessor for mortal use. As for how that predecessor encountered authentic divine art, that inquiry is best directed to them. Once upon a time, silver. Why did you choose this? I can't help but feel it's even more useless than Zhongli's, despite the seemingly formidable title of divine technique. Its actual effect is akin to that of a mere light bulb. The skill known as divine light, which Qiao Yang had often heard about in the novel, is merely the formal name for the ability to enhance the illumination within one's current indoor environment. Beyond that, there is nothing more to it. Truly, there are no additional functionalities whatsoever. It does not gather light elements, does not alter the cycle of day and night, nor does it amplify other environmental skills. Aside from increasing indoor lighting intensity, it possesses no other capabilities, and it shall not. Divine techniques are quintessentially defined skills, apart from the abilities outlined in their definitions. They bear no extraordinary features. This matter shall be elaborated upon later, as it is not particularly suitable to dwell on it here. Thus, Silver advised Qiao Yang to await further explanation upon their return, while also suggesting he retrieve Jiang Li's inheritance for further study, to determine if any enhancements could be made. After all, the creator of Jiang Li's inheritance was a formidable figure among the kings, although still quite powerful. Their perspective and realm undoubtedly paled in comparison to that of Silver, the pioneer of the alchemical era. Perhaps Silver could indeed refine that inheritance to render it more practical. In the realm of inheritance centers, reactions varied. Some rejoiced while others lamented. Those unfortunate enough to draw less desirable inheritances would receive consolation from various quarters, while the fortunate ones basked in the goodwill of others. Regardless, although Jiang Li's inheritance may not be particularly useful, it at least holds the promise of potential. Silver, may I speak? Upon returning to the hotel, Jiang Li also retired to her room for rest. Qiao Yang first indulged himself with a generous glass of iced cola, followed by a plate of snacks, before settling onto a recliner to listen to Silver's tale. In truth, the essence of divine techniques lies not in their effects, but rather in the very fact that they are divine techniques. Understanding the principles behind divine techniques will greatly benefit your future cultivation. Cultivation? Qiao Yang inquired, puzzled. What relation does this divine technique have to cultivation? Silver chuckled. If you observe closely, this era bears a striking resemblance to the alchemical era, especially in the final stages where the paths converge. You have long been curious whether there exists a realm beyond Beast King, and I can now confirm that there is, albeit only a few remaining realms. And those realms? You should be aware that the hallmark of a lord is the mastery of the power of rules, correct? The lord's rules can be externalized, forming a domain. Qiao Yang nodded, recalling his encounter with the rule power of the White Deer clan leader, thus familiarizing himself with the concept. The hallmark of the Beast King, however, is the mastery of even more rules beyond that of a lord. Yet, it is crucial to note that even possessing mastery over 2 rules qualifies one as a Beast King, while mastery over 100 rules does not elevate one beyond that title. The realm above Beast King is characterized by the simultaneous existence of these rules, culminating in the formation of a world. Thus, it is evident that secret realms are creations of beings above the Beast King. What is this realm called? Qiao Yang inquired with curiosity. World realm, that is the universal term. I am uncertain how you might refer to it. Chapter 196, the ultimate realm of cultivation. Then Silver. How does understanding divine techniques benefit cultivation? Although Qiao Yang grasped Silver's explanation, it still did not address the prior statement regarding its advantages for cultivation. It is like this. Silver pondered his words carefully, though I speak lightly of it. The leap from Beast King to World Realm is indeed a monumental one. The disparity between a world and a domain cannot be measured lightly. Even the weakest of worlds can effortlessly overpower any Beast King's domain. Silver's tone turned serious. Thus, for a Beast King, the focus should not be on the number of rules comprehended, but rather on the ability to condense those rules into a world. Unlike the novels you have read, where the more rules one comprehends, the stronger one becomes upon reaching the world realm, this notion is fundamentally flawed. Even if one condenses a world with just 2 rules, that world can still be strengthened later. There is no such thing as a weak foundation. However, the transition from a domain of rules to the condensation of a world is exceedingly arduous, leading to the emergence of various methods for world condensation. Silver continued, unveiling the secrets of the world realm. Harboring the notion that knowing too much now may hinder you is misguided, without proper planning for cultivation. How can one expect to reach the end? The methods for condensing a world vary from simple to complex, short to long, and studying divine techniques is one such approach. Silver's voice carried a hint of amusement. According to Silver, due to the inherent difficulty of directly condensing a world, many powerful Beast Kings, unwilling to stagnate in their current realm, have explored various intermediary pathways to further enhance their strength. Some Beast Kings will open a cave heaven before condensing a world, known as the cave heaven realm. Others may create a chaotic sphere from which a world emerges, referred to as the chaotic realm, while some may utilize treasures like world seeds to achieve world condensation. Regardless of the terminology, their actual realm remains that of a Beast King. Only upon successfully condensing a world can one ascend to the next realm. As for the question of which of these realms is superior or inferior, there is no definitive answer. This merely reflects different pathways, with no actual disparity in realms. Strength and weakness are entirely dependent on the individual. Divine beings inherently possess the ability to create worlds. By studying divine techniques, one can glean insights into how deities create worlds, thus bypassing those intermediary pathways to directly condense a world. Your spirit beasts are mechanical creations. I personally believe that the study of divine techniques is quite suitable for you. What do you think? Silver's voice bore a playful note. Is that so? I have no objections, but isn't that a tad too distant? Indeed. Silver conceded with a hint of resignation. Qiao Yang, you are only at the silver level. Contemplating this now is quite premature. However, if you were to encounter a particularly dark room and declared "let there be light," it would undoubtedly appear quite impressive, wouldn't it? That is certainly true. Strength is transient, but style is everlasting. Is there a realm beyond the world realm? Qiao Yang inquired further. There is. Epochs shall meet their demise, and worlds will crumble. The ability to render one's world eternal and everlasting constitutes the next realm, which I refer to as the eternal realm. As for how one ascends to the eternal realm, I cannot say, for each individual's approach varies. What may work for Zhangxin may very well lead to Li Xi's demise. At that juncture, I will be utterly powerless to provide you with further guidance in your cultivation. Everything will depend on you. Silver candidly acknowledged his limitations. That is fine, Silver. My goal is not to attain eternity, Qiao Yang reassured him, as his aspirations lay in exploring the cosmos. Very well, shall we return? It seems you have nearly completed your tasks. Go find Zhang Li and retrieve her inheritance for me. I will assist you in strategizing, to see if we can improve it. The following day, Qiao Yang and Zhang Li wandered the streets of Songming City, embarking on a long-awaited shop-hopping adventure. Initially, it was stated that the dimensional rifts in the area had been largely contained, and preparations were underway to return home. However, Wu Ling and Lin Hao had somehow acquired 2 tickets to the Inheritance Center and wished to test their luck. Thus, today they set out to select a propitious day, with Qiao Yang and Zhang Li seeking out delicious food along the way. This croissant tastes delightful. I should remember it. However, this spicy crab is rather disappointing. The Starry Federation comprises various islands, and naturally, the Starlight Frontline is situated by the sea. Chapter 197, Wrapping Up and the Gradually Forming Diamond Realm Breeding Base. Regarding the final card draw results of Wu Ling and Lin Hao, their expressions provided little insight into their outcomes. However, based on their demeanor over the past few days, Qiao Yang could at least ascertain that Lin Hao's draw was likely superior to Wu Ling's. It does not necessarily imply that Wu Ling's draw was poor, but it certainly fell short in comparison to Lin Hao's. Human happiness often stems from comparison. Nevertheless, Qiao Yang refrained from inquiring about the specifics of their inheritances, as they appeared relatively content with their fortunes. To be candid, while the Inheritance Center possesses a limited number of exceptional inheritances, the truly worthless ones are indeed scarce. Typically, the results of card draws yield at least a satisfactory outcome. One can expect to find green or blue cards, if not gold or red ones. Shall we head back? I've noticed that the standing army has started to gradually return to the battlefield and regain control of the situation, Qiao Yang suggested. The combat strength of the standing army in Songming City remains formidable, having been caught off guard by the sudden opening of a dimensional rift in the Dark Realm. Sure, I've been keen to see how the construction in the Diamond Realm is progressing, Lin Hao replied. During this period, Qiao Yang had been unable to access the secret gate. Hence, prior to their arrival, he had dispatched a portion of personnel into the Diamond Realm for extended construction efforts. I also wish to visit Yuquan, he added. Fortunately, prior measurements indicated that the local flow of time was quite similar to that of the Radiant Federation. For anyone from the Radiant Federation who has completed their compulsory education, their wilderness survival skills should be unquestionable. Especially since Qiao Yang and his companions had previously transported a substantial amount of supplies and accommodation to the Diamond Realm before heading to the Starshine Frontline. If anyone dispatched there were to struggle for survival, it would indeed be a dire situation. Not to mention the presence of the esteemed Beastmaster Wu Wenchang in the area. The intercity trains of the Radiant Federation are remarkably swift, nevertheless. Traveling from the Starshine Frontline to the capital, Radiant City, still requires a considerable amount of time. Thus, Qiao Yang and his companions opted for a sleeper compartment. Just the previous day, Qiao Yang and Zhang Li had explored stores in Songming City and procured several large bags of food, ensuring there would be no boredom on their journey. It seems to be taking shape, Qiao Yang remarked as he and his companions gazed at the sizable breeding center in the Diamond Realm. Well, I must confess, our first batch of Rock Mountain ferns has hit the market, the excited Wu Wenchang announced, detailing their recent harvests, which had garnered a remarkably positive response. with prices soaring 2 to 3 times higher than before. Moreover, the second batch had already sold out. Of course, not all cultivated plants can command such impressive prices, and the profitability of different plants varies within Wu Ling's family. However, overall, the profits have increased by a notable 50 to 70% compared to previous yields. Our animal husbandry is also thriving, Lin Hao noted as he inspected his own farm. According to prior plans, the first batch of animals raised were of the poison attribute, specifically chosen to ensure that Yuquan would not be too dull, selecting those that were relatively adorable spirit beasts. Wu Ling, to be frank, proceeded to the casual. This was no simple treatment sample tender task. While venomous insects are abundant and often fearsome in appearance, finding those with a poison attribute that are also cute is considerably challenging. Nonetheless, Lin Hao's efforts bore fruit, as he discovered creatures such as the Baichan Jade Rabbit and the Yin Guang Spirit Cat, both of which are quite charming. Upon learning of this, Yuquan expressed great delight, significantly warming to Lin Hao. Chapter 198, Time to Cultivate. When it comes to poison attribute spirit beasts, many people's first thoughts gravitate towards spiders, scorpions, centipedes, and toads, creatures that are far from the realm of cuteness. However, the beast masters of the Radiant Federation possess an affinity that does not strictly adhere to logic. One cannot expect to be assigned a spirit beast of a desired attribute simply because one favors the adorable. Thus, many beast masters with a poison affinity have a yearning for charming spirit beasts, prompting some research in this area within the Radiant Federation, creating a potential business opportunity. The primary outcomes of this research yielded the Baichan Jade Rabbit and the Yin Guang Spirit Cat, both of which are mammals and notably cute, albeit the number of poison attribute spirit beasts remains limited. Other options exist, but these two dominate the breeding scene. The Baichan Jade Rabbit possesses a toxicity comparable to that of the Baichan, coupled with remarkable speed. However, it must be said that it is not particularly powerful as a spirit beast. Its appeal lies primarily in its aesthetic charm. The Baichan Jade Rabbit retains the appearance of a typical rabbit spirit beast, adorned only with a few moonlit dark patterns. The Yin Guang Spirit Cat represents a broader category, encompassing all poison attribute feline spirit beasts. Since there are virtually no naturally occurring poison attribute cats, all such creatures have been cultivated over time. The Yin Guang Spirit Cat is characterized by a layer of ethereal glow enveloping its fur, resembling a halo. Like ordinary cats, it includes breeds akin to the ginger cat and ragdoll, though generally, a preference leans towards those with higher combat capabilities. To ensure effective breeding, the initial shipment was modest, comprising only 15 Baichan Jade Rabbits, while the Yin Guang Spirit Cats numbered slightly more at 20, all meticulously selected by Lin Hao and his father, with each one passing stringent evaluations. That evening, Qiao Yang and his companions stayed in the Diamond Realm, nestled within a treehouse cultivated by Wu Ling's family. To be honest, the bed made of heavenly camphor wood was quite comfortable, yet Qiao Yang found it hard to sleep well that night. This discomfort was not due to any specific reason. Regardless of how cozy the bed may be, the Diamond Realm remains a wilderness, and it cannot compare to the tranquility of a city. Once night falls in the wild, an unsettling silence envelopes the surroundings, making it somewhat eerie to dwell there. Though Qiao Yang and his companions have spent their lives exploring the wild, sleep in the wilderness does not afford the same peace of mind as in one's own home. It must indeed have been challenging for those who previously worked in this area. Fortunately, a brief stay would not have significant repercussions. They ventured into the wild as well. However, prolonged habitation might present some issues. According to Wu Ling, her family often cultivates plants alone in the fields, so they are quite accustomed to it. Even Wu Ling herself appears unfazed. Is it my issue then? Qiao Yang pondered. He realized he tends to prefer slightly more lively surroundings, or perhaps places with a bit more human presence. Never mind. Let's return to cultivation, Qiao Yang resolved, temporarily setting aside his contemplations. He decided to return to his tavern for his training, as the Diamond Realm, despite its pleasant environment, lacked the necessary equipment for cultivation and made it inconvenient to obtain essential materials. After a lengthy period of operation, the tavern had undergone substantial expansion, now featuring an additional floor and a plethora of new apparatuses and facilities. Well then, let me first delve into that divine technique Qiao Yang used. He recognized that, in the short term, he would not be producing new spirit beasts, as much of his soul energy had already been consumed. A beast master cannot allow their soul energy to be entirely depleted. It is akin to the C drive of a computer. While the computer remains operational when the storage is full, it becomes incapable of running new software. Currently, Qiao Yang finds himself in a similar predicament. Although his soul capacity remains ample, utilizing runes in battle and conducting research during cultivation necessitates the consumption of soul energy. Thus, Qiao Yang must cultivate sufficient soul power. As for beast tamers, excessive consumption of soul energy can be perilous. Often, damage to the soul is irreversible. Therefore, Qiao Yang resolved to delve into the arcane heritage symbolized by that stack of leaves. To be candid, considering Qiao Yang's current stature, directly studying divine arts is somewhat ambitious. The exertion required to wield divine techniques using mere mortal strength is substantial, and it risks exceeding Qiao Yang's soul capacity. However, this time, Qiao Yang relies on the power of the inheritance, embodied in those extraordinary leaves, which are not ordinary foliage but rather the fabled leaves of the Bodhi tree. Imbued with the essence of a venerable predecessor, capable of aiding Qiao Yang in comprehending this divine art. The Bodhi tree is renowned in many literary works as a symbol of enlightenment. The use of Bodhi leaves in this inheritance serves that very purpose. Speaking of Bodhi trees, one might wonder if they exist on the Cloud Desolation star. Certainly, the Radiant Federation lacks them, had they existed. The Stellar Federation might not have stood a chance against the Radiant Federation. It is likely that the Cloud Desolation star possesses them, or at the very least, something akin to their effects. Ian speculated, considering how thoroughly the Radiant Federation has researched the Beast Tamer cultivation system. Yet no reports of anyone achieving the world realm have surfaced. The presence of world-class spirit beasts on the Cloud Desolation continent suggests that something there must exert an influence on spirit beasts that surpasses the Radiant Federation's studies. With the Bodhi tree being one such phenomenon. These musings occurred during the process of receiving the inheritance. Qiao Yang was not foolish enough to attempt independent research. Despite having recently ascended to the silver intermediate level and benefiting from numerous exchanges at the academy, if his realm did not elevate, it would indeed be illogical. However, the pursuit of divine arts was still beyond his current capabilities. After accepting the inheritance, Qiao Yang realized the wisdom of refraining from researching the divine arts himself. Otherwise, he would have inevitably succumbed to unconsciousness from depleting his soul power. Fortunately, the study of divine arts does not place Qiao Yang's life in jeopardy. When the gods devised divine arts, they anticipated that mortals might wish to explore them and thus instituted protective measures for mortals engaged in such studies. This was Yin's assertion. Qiao Yang found this notion perplexing. He could not fathom how these divine beings ensured human protection throughout the research process, especially since they remained unaware of who would engage in such studies. Yin refrained from elaborating, as he knew that in due time, he would provide Qiao Yang with a detailed explanation, but presently, Qiao Yang was not equipped to comprehend the divine machinations. Returning to the divine art of light. For true deities, this technique succinctly conveys the command, "Let there be light." Through mere words, the gods can manifest power. According to the information from the inheritance, this divine art is typically employed in dimly lit environments. Therefore, it functions akin to a light bulb, devoid of any additional effects. The gods, in their design of this divine art, meticulously eliminated any potential ramifications that might arise from its application. To be precise, divine arts constitute the ability to alter the world. While this sounds exceedingly sophisticated, its actual power may be limited, as the extent of world modification can vary significantly and is often not particularly practical. For instance, the divine art of light, under normal circumstances, would require the gathering of light elements or illumination through other elemental sources to enhance brightness in a room. However, the divine art of light directly modifies the brightness parameter within the area occupied by the caster without altering the concentration of light elements in the room. This encapsulates the essence of world modification, rendering the divine art devoid of combat capability, yet still adhering to the definition of divine arts. Although brightness, as a physical quantity, describes the luminous intensity per unit projection area, it is evident that divine beings do not concern themselves with the intricacies of physics. Having grasped the principle, Qiao Yang recognized that he was still incapable of wielding this divine art, as it fundamentally alters the world itself, an area beyond his reach at present. Nevertheless, should he successfully analyze this divine art, it would greatly aid his future endeavors in world condensation. After all, it embodies the capacity to directly modify the world, and a thorough understanding would undoubtedly enhance his comprehension of existence. Furthermore, it is not without its benefits for Qiao Yang at this moment. The aforementioned predecessor mentioned a form of energy capable of annihilating all, which could significantly assist Qiao Yang in his subsequent advancement of Dominator. Currently, the path to upgrading Dominator faces limitations, even with the densification of spiritual energy and fierce elemental collisions. Confronting the rules of the Lord proves challenging. Should Dominator's rays possess the power to obliterate the rules of the Lord or the world of the world realm, then the journey of ascension could continue unabated. I previously mentioned that upgrading Dominator would entail a substantial leap. It is now time to impart some foundational theories, Ian stated. Chapter 200. The Mechanical Spirit Beasts of the World Realm. Ian, I have long harbored a question. After witnessing the rule powers of the Blood Fiend Wolf Clan leader and the White Deer Clan leader, I have been pondering, Qiao Yang began. Oh, feel free to ask. Ian replied, clearly pleased that Qiao Yang was inquisitive. I now comprehend the hierarchy of spirit beasts, diamond level for conceptual mastery, lord level for rule comprehension, and the world realm for world condensation. However, does the mechanical realm have a corresponding level? Without that, I find myself lacking direction for my mechanical upgrades. It's quite simple. As long as one is not adversely affected by opponents of corresponding levels and can inflict damage on adversaries of the same rank, they qualify as a corresponding mechanical entity. Ian responded without hesitation. Consider the beast tamers at the Savage Beast Academy who cultivate their physical forms. They cannot utilize runes and thus struggle to grasp concepts and rules. Yet this does not hinder their ascension to diamond or lord levels. Their world realm, however, is somewhat different. In what way is it different? Qiao Yang inquired, curiosity piqued. To be candid, given the current developmental state of the beast tamers focused on physical cultivation within the Radiant Federation, it's hard to say how they should approach the world realm. However, a potential direction could be to forge their bodies as if they were worlds, enabling them to withstand the powers of other worlds. In our time, we referred to it as the undying realm or the sanctification of the physical form. Nonetheless, I advise you not to disclose this publicly. I do not wish to stifle the creativity of the Radiant Federation. They may yet discover unique cultivation paths. If necessary, subtle guidance could be beneficial. In truth, Yin's extensive discourse primarily aimed to provide Qiao Yang with a clear direction. For instance, the evolution of the small shield should ultimately enable it to withstand the rule attacks of the Lord, while Dominator must not only resist the influence of the Lord's rules, but also possess the capacity to annihilate their power. Even the constructs and puppets still in the planning stages should ideally exhibit similar capabilities. In regard to defending against the rule attacks of the Lord, achieving this is not particularly difficult. It can be accomplished through methods akin to electrostatic shielding. In his previous life, Qiao Yang encountered a phenomenon known as electrostatic shielding. When a grounded metallic conductor completely envelopes a charged conductor while remaining insulated from it, the outer conductor will prevent any electrostatic induction between the charged entity inside and the outer conductor. Moreover, metallic shielding nets can also produce an electrostatic shielding effect. If one could discover a material capable of shielding against orderly forces, it would allow the small shield to form an encompassing net around itself, effectively blocking these orderly powers. Of course, finding such materials is no simple task. It is widely acknowledged that technological innovation hinges upon material advancements. Without the right materials, any lofty aspirations are merely fanciful musings. As for the ability to annihilate orderly forces, there are numerous methods available. Silver mentioned that a certain energy discovered by a predecessor of the divine arts is one such method, though the specific name of this energy was not disclosed. While the divine arts are not harmful to humans, this energy is far less benevolent. Although that predecessor, wielding formidable strength, did not perish immediately, he lacked the capacity to continue his research, and shortly after leaving behind this record, he passed away without the opportunity to assign a name to his discovery. It is evident that if even that esteemed figure could not engage with this energy, Qiao Yang would be wise to refrain from entertaining such thoughts. As for what Qiao Yang could currently attempt, there exists the concept of the destruction will ruin. Chapter 201, The Destruction Will Ruin. Destruction is a high-level concept, often juxtaposed with creation, primarily manifesting the ability to obliterate all. In practical application, while some individuals can shatter epochs and annihilate worlds, others struggle to even crush a cockroach. It is essential to clarify that a diamond-level mastery of conceptual powers only permits the use of related abilities, rather than a complete grasp of that concept. Otherwise, even concepts like time and space, as well as fire and darkness, would have infinite potential for development. A complete mastery of conceptual powers is something even those at the world level would find challenging to achieve. According to Silver's description, the alchemical era has conducted substantial research into various high-level concepts such as time, space, creation, and destruction. However, it seems there has been little progress regarding the concept of fate. A defining marker of sufficiently deep conceptual research is the development of runes that ordinary individuals can utilize, as well as the capacity to describe these concepts through language. Runes serve as a means to simplify or popularize high-level concepts, which is precisely why they have become a cornerstone of modern technology. Naturally, some foundational concept runes can be employed by individuals of very low cultivation. Yet the tier of the destruction concept remains somewhat elevated. Even though the alchemical era's research is quite advanced, runes pertaining to destruction are still not accessible to everyone. Do not underestimate Qiao Yang's silver-level rank. In contemporary society, this is considered a respectable tier. The ordinary individuals previously mentioned refer to those at the black iron level, who still require the ability to harness spiritual energy. The Destruction-Will rune, as Silver described, is the most fundamental and simplified rune derived from research into the concept of destruction, which is why it is within Qiao Yang's reach for study. In the cosmos, all things tend toward annihilation, as if the universe itself harbors a will that seeks to return everything to destruction. Although this is not the case in reality, it encapsulates the principle underlying the existence of the Destruction-Will rune. After all, it is merely a name. The actual effect of the Destruction-Will rune is to imbue one's attacks with a disintegration effect, causing the structures within the targeted area to collapse under the weight of the assault, ultimately leading to an inability to withstand the attack. This target of assault is not limited to mere matter. It encompasses elements, spiritual energy, runes, concepts, rules, and even entire worlds can succumb to disintegration. Much like the will of destruction itself, wherein all things gravitate toward annihilation, this attack is not confined to any singular object, but rather exerts its influence over everything. One could assert that the Destruction-Will rune serves as a universal solution against all forms of defense. Theoretically, any defense, upon being struck by the Destruction-Will rune, can ultimately be obliterated. However, this raises a dilemma. Qiao Yang astutely sensed that there was something amiss in this description. Indeed, Silver admitted with a hint of resignation. Theory remains merely theoretical. In actual combat, it is not sufficient to merely breach the opponent's defenses to claim victory. Although the Destruction-Will rune can theoretically penetrate all defenses, this process requires time. The opponent is unlikely to remain stationary like a wooden post while one strikes. When faced with high-level defenses, the disintegration time of the Destruction-Will rune can be prolonged. Thus, the Destruction-Will rune is merely a means to slightly enhance dominatus during moments of idleness. True enhancement must await the future. In light of this, Qiao Yang suddenly conceived a rather clever idea. Or at least he believed so. Could they not exchange for higher-level destruction runes when upgrading? If that were feasible, he would not have proposed it. Silver, with far greater experience than Qiao Yang, naturally grasped this notion as well. The higher the tier of destruction runes, the closer they approach the primordial concept of destruction. Silver elucidated why such an approach is unfeasible. This category of runes possesses a rather vexing characteristic. What is it? Qiao Yang was quite curious. As destruction runes seemed rather formidable, what could be so bothersome? Did I not mention before? The theoretical foundation of the Destruction-Will rune posits that all things gravitate toward destruction, thus enabling it to impose that disintegration effect. This disintegration target also includes the rune itself. The Destruction-Will rune is the most basic among destruction runes, and all other destruction runes share this common trait. Moreover, the higher the tier of destruction runes, the swifter their self-destruction rate becomes. If one were to utilize more advanced destruction runes, the self-destruction speed could induce utter despair. Higher-tier destruction runes are generally more suitable for temporary construction during combat, making them less appropriate for mechanical application. In the wild, where one might linger for several days, runes that self-destruct every few days are genuinely impractical. Furthermore, the most basic Destruction-Will rune is not entirely immune to self-destruction. It simply does so at a slower pace, allowing for maintenance and replacement when servicing the machinery. Gurgle. A rather awkward sound emerged, and Qiao Yang suddenly realized that mealtime had slipped by unnoticed. Well then, it is time to dine. Uncle Zhang, could you prepare a meal for me? Qiao Yang rose and stepped outside to call for Uncle Zhang to whip up something delightful. Chapter 202. Qiao Yang's Nonchalance. Although the Destruction-Will rune is merely a rune and not a complete mechanism, the difficulty of this endeavor is not significantly less than the mechanical studies Qiao Yang previously undertook alone. Destruction is a concept of notably high tier. And despite the Destruction-Will rune being the most fundamental and simplest of its kind, the inherent complexity of the concept of destruction renders this study quite challenging. If one were to draw a comparison, researching runes would be akin to Qiao Yang proving a mathematical theorem in his past life. It is difficult to ascertain whether creating machinery or proving theorems is the more arduous task. Adding to the dilemma, delving into runes of the destruction category is inherently perilous. The Destruction-Will rune's disintegration of all things naturally affects the creator as well. Thus, the typical course of action is to concurrently research a rune from the creation category. Balancing both can safeguard the researcher. The creation rune of equivalent rank to the Destruction-Will rune is known as the creation instinct rune. In the vast cosmos, everything, including the universe itself, not only tends towards inevitable destruction, but also instinctively gives birth to all things, including its own genesis. This encapsulates the principle behind the creation instinct rune. However, to speak candidly, this rune is far more challenging to comprehend than the will of destruction rune. The practical application of the creation instinct rune enables one to augment their attacks, incorporating a multitude of forces such as spiritual energy, elemental power, and rules, seemingly out of thin air. According to the law of conservation of energy, a principle that Qiao Yang had diligently studied in his previous life, this notion is utterly perplexing. Thus, grasping it proves to be exceedingly difficult. Some concepts simply cannot be readily accepted. Perhaps a stroll outside would do. Overwhelmed by his research, Qiao Yang resolved to take a break. Indeed, your current state is not conducive to continued study. Let us tidy up and venture out. Where to, though? Upon preparing to leave, Qiao Yang found himself momentarily dumbfounded at the sight of the bustling street before him. Having immersed himself in research, his most frequented destination had been the Radiant Emporium, and now, in the absence of that intention, he discovered he was at a loss for alternative plans. Never mind. I shall message Jiang Li for suggestions. Unable to decipher his own thoughts and unwilling to squander precious leisure time, Qiao Yang decided to consult an expert in this field. As an assassin, Jiang Li's training often entailed associations with darkness and violence, necessitating the pursuit of enjoyable diversions. Clearly, Jiang Li possessed far more experience in this regard than Qiao Yang. Give me a moment. I will be there shortly. Jiang Li's response was nearly instantaneous. I have arrived. Jiang Li's speed was indeed impressive. Despite the considerable distance from the tavern where Qiao Yang and his companions resided to the Dark Moon Academy, Jiang Li had not taken long to arrive. Judging by her demeanor, fatigue was not evident. It was not that there were no taxis in Radiant City. Rather, the taxis on the road could hardly match Jiang Li's swift, ethereal pace, for she could accelerate without the concern of colliding with pedestrians. Impressive, Qiao Yang praised. Hee. By the way, Jiang Li, do you know of any fun places? I've been so consumed with research that my mind is on the brink of explosion. I wish to go out, yet find myself unsure of where to. How about the wilderness? Given your current state, it would be beneficial to clear your mind in nature rather than engage with others, Jiang Li suggested after a moment's contemplation. Interacting with people can be quite taxing, and given Qiao Yang's current mental exhaustion, a retreat to the wilderness seems most prudent. However, typical wilderness can be perilous. It would be unwise to venture into danger while seeking solace. Instead, let us consider the Diamond Realm, Jiang Li continued. At least in the areas currently explored within the Diamond Realm, there are no significant threats, allowing for a worry-free experience. Very well, I trust your judgment in this matter. Jiang Li, I shall prepare some refreshments and snacks. Are you joining me? Of course. Why else would I have come all this way? I've been weary from training and could use a break, Jiang Li replied with forthright conviction. The beverages can be procured from Wu Ling's residence. After she developed Cola, Sprite, and Fanta, they received much acclaim from both elders and peers, and she is currently preparing to launch them commercially. However, snacks would require a trip to the store, as the tavern's offerings are primarily suited for hunters braving the shadowy forest and may not align with Qiao Yang and Jiang Li's tastes. Ah, by the way, Qiao Yang recalled, the silver-haired individual you mentioned, Jiang Li, I have completed the modifications to that inheritance. You can find an opportunity to pass it on to her. Chapter 203, A Day in the Diamond Realm, A Few Days Excursion. In truth, after a period of development, the Diamond Realm has become quite well equipped, with a variety of food and infrastructure readily available. However, snacks and desserts remain elusive for the time being. Beverages are somewhat different. When Qiao Yang and Jiang Li collected ample snacks and sweets to bring to Wu Ling's home for drinks, Wu Ling informed them that a beverage dispenser had already been installed in the Diamond Realm. As long as one replenishes the raw ingredients on schedule, they can enjoy drinks at their leisure. Moreover, it's worth noting that the beverage supply in the Diamond Realm is unlimited, given the robust constitutions of its inhabitants. There is no concern regarding high blood sugar, weight gain, or dental issues. You can simply find an available treehouse to stay in. Each treehouse is equipped with a beverage dispenser. The last time we visited, we delivered a substantial supply of raw ingredients, so there should still be plenty available. In total, there aren't many residents in the Diamond Realm. Qiao Yang had seen the considerable quantity of raw ingredients during their last delivery, and even if they consumed the drinks like water, they would not experience a shortage. Then let us proceed. After summoning the secret portal, Qiao Yang waved goodbye to Wu Ling. Have fun. Wu Ling had several important experiments to conduct during this time. Otherwise, she would have liked to join Lin Hao for a few days of relaxation. These past few days have bin taxing, Qiao Yang thought, constantly on the move without time to truly unwind. In the Diamond Realm, Qiao Yang and Jiang Li each held a large cup of iced cola, strolling side by side through the woods. Rest is an essential aspect for beast tamers. Every beast tamer must learn to balance work and relaxation. Indeed, while I personally prefer more vibrant locales, occasionally changing the environment to calm the mind can be quite beneficial. The tranquility of the Diamond Realm at night can be rather stark. Generally speaking, Qiao Yang does not favor it, but in his current state of mental fatigue, the serene environment proves to be just right for recuperation. Given the nature of their relationship, there was no need for pretense. Hence, the two shared the same treehouse, which resembled a villa internally, allowing them to occupy different levels. The treehouse was inscribed with temperature-regulating runes, ensuring air conditioning in hot weather and heating in cold. Having faced a multitude of matters recently, the two found a patch of grass to sit down, enjoying their drinks while engaging in conversation. A luminous spirit cat ambled over, nudging Qiao Yang's hand before curling up comfortably to sleep. Although the luminous spirit cat possesses poisonous attributes, its fur is devoid of toxins. And even a black iron-level luminous spirit cat poses no threat to either Qiao Yang or Zhongli. It had been quite some time since either had simply sat back and done nothing. Even though Qiao Yang and his companions had enjoyed a relatively relaxed experience during the academy exchanges compared to other teams, it was still mentally taxing. Did they truly believe that negotiating with Lord-level spirit beasts was a simple task? Qiao Yang, I noticed you bought pineapple buns. Could you spare one for me? After sipping their drinks for a while, Zhongli felt that merely drinking was insufficient and requested some snacks to accompany her beverage. Here, Qiao Yang replied, producing an oversized pineapple bun and also taking out a hamburger for himself. Zhongli exclaimed as she bit into the pineapple bun, which was nearly twice the size of her head. By the way, Zhongli, regarding that inheritance of yours, I have made some progress with the modifications. When shall I impart it to you? There's no need to rush. We can take our time during this outing, Zhongli responded while continuing to enjoy her pineapple bun, clearly relishing its size and flavor. Chapter 204, Zhongli's Inheritance Dilemma. Taking time to unwind periodically is truly beneficial, while diligence in cultivation is undeniably important. Both Qiao Yang and Zhongli are individuals first and foremost, rather than mere cultivation machines. Every human inevitably experiences fatigue, not solely of the physical kind, but more so an emotional exhaustion, particularly when engaged in research and professional pursuits. Physical fatigue can be alleviated through rest, whereas the exhaustion of the spirit presents a more complex challenge. Moreover, the consequences of excessive training are well documented within the Glorious Federation. Each individual's physiological limits vary significantly, prompting a cautious approach to training as one strives to avoid surpassing their own boundaries. For instance, Qiao Yang, who previously found the quietude of the Diamond Realm at night somewhat unsettling, has come to appreciate it more amidst the fatigue from his recent rune studies. He now finds himself sleeping more soundly here. In the immediate future, Qiao Yang has no intention of returning, at least not until he has finished the snacks and desserts he purchased. As for regular meals, the Diamond Realm still produces adequate sustenance. Despite Wu Ling being unable to join Qiao Yang and Zhongli due to experiments, he entrusted them with transporting a batch of supplies for the local staff. Desserts serve to quickly replenish energy and induce joy, which is particularly beneficial for the workers at the breeding farm who engage in strenuous labor daily. Consequently, in the Glorious Federation, desserts and beverages are regarded as vital supplies, to the extent that even military mess halls provide a certain quantity of desserts with each meal. The breeding farm in the Diamond Realm has begun to showcase its spiritual materials, receiving a tremendous response in the market. During this period, Wu Ling's family has seen a significant increase in income, resulting in a noticeable rise in dividends for each family member, including Wu Ling himself, who has acquired a substantial amount of pocket money, prompting him to pursue several experiments. This morning, after a leisurely rise, Qiao Yang noticed Zhongli, already dressed and seated in the living room, enjoying her breakfast. Given that there is little to occupy them for the next couple of days, might I share the improved lineage path with you? Their close relationship allows for such exchanges of knowledge, as the lineage obtained from the center is typically considered a deeply personal matter, never to be divulged. Zhongli has only confided in Qiao Yang, never contemplating soliciting assistance from the Academy's teachers, as they too have their own social circles, making absolute confidentiality challenging to guarantee. It is not that the teachers would intentionally leak Zhongli's lineage, but rather that careless remarks or peculiar behaviors could lead to inquisitive individuals piecing together information. And Zhongli harbors no doubts regarding people's intelligence today. Furthermore, given that this lineage is derived from the Beast King, it is unlikely that the Academy's teachers could effectuate any significant modifications. Contrastingly, Qiao Yang is different. Zhongli has faith that he possesses the means to enhance this lineage. Regarding the concern of him disclosing it, given Qiao Yang's current notoriety, there are relatively few who would pay him attention, at least for the time being. The essence of Zhongli's lineage allows one to transform their attributes into another. However, once altered, the elemental affinity is almost non-existent, rendering all contracts with spiritual beasts under the original attribute void, a rather lackluster proposition. As Qiao Yang and Zhongli strolled through the woods, he elucidated the potential improvements to this lineage. Indeed, I previously could only disguise my inherent attribute as another. Zhongli nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the Dark Moon Academy possesses various means of disguise, including the camouflage of spiritual attributes, yet the special effects associated with other attributes are absent. Ultimately, disguise is a facade, merely a deceptive tactic. However, if one can mask their true nature, others may also possess means to unveil the truth, often rendering such strategies ineffective. Furthermore, regardless of how one disguises, the essence remains tied to the original element, lacking the characteristics of other elements. In contrast, the lineage's attribute transformation genuinely alters one's essence into a new attribute. Regardless of how talents shift, the newly formed attribute accumulates elements that genuinely embody elemental characteristics. Thus, in modifying the lineage, the transformative effect is preserved while the scope of transformation is narrowed. The transformation no longer encompasses all attributes, but is confined to the spiritual energy delineated by one's soul power. In other words, one can now convert only a specific portion of their spiritual energy into an alternative attribute. Is that truly the case? That would be immensely beneficial, Zhongli exclaimed, as the ability to wield multiple elemental attributes would be invaluable. Nevertheless, the issue of low conversion rates remains. One still utilizes their original element to metamorphose into a new one, with the conversion rate lingering below 10%. Qiao Yang shrugged, acknowledging that this dilemma cannot be circumvented. No matter, Zhongli expressed her satisfaction. Even a modest quantity would still possess considerable utility. Chapter 205. Don't worry so much. Just enjoy your meal and play. There is one more matter. Qiao Yang seemed to recall another point and reminded Zhongli. Although this rune theoretically remains usable for those at the silver level, its complexity has significantly increased. The perennial challenge lies in bridging the chasm between understanding the principles and realizing them practically. Comprehending the underlying theory is relatively straightforward. Yet translating that theory into a functional rune requires considerable skill. Zhongli, having reviewed the lineage, should be aware that the original transformation attribute was a rune formation that could be meticulously prepared in advance. Zhongli nodded, affirming that it resembled an altar. However, the revised rune must be constructed instantaneously during combat, necessitating rapid assembly. Given the complexity of this rune, which has been adapted from a rune formation, this is no simple task. Qiao Yang scratched his head, concluding that from a silver perspective, further simplification of this rune seems implausible. After all, transforming attributes is no trivial endeavor. If silver deems it insurmountable, it is unlikely that Qiao Yang could effectuate any modifications. That is of no concern. I retain confidence in my own abilities, Zhongli replied, somewhat understanding. As for the transmission of knowledge, I will teach you step by step. Silver, after all, cannot directly intervene, but can relay information to Qiao Yang, who can then interpret it himself. While Zhang Li's Night Candle Phantom possesses memory-reading capabilities, it is essential to remember that the vast array of knowledge previously imparted to Qiao Yang could overwhelm the Night Candle Phantom, potentially rendering Zhang Li confused. Moreover, with Silver's presence still within Qiao Yang's mind, allowing the Night Candle Phantom to directly access Silver's knowledge could yield unpredictable consequences. It is also possible to utilize a soul-sharing rune for this purpose. However, to be candid, it bears little distinction from your current method. Soul sharing resembles memory reading, but transforms it into an output. Yet, given the complexity of this rune, directly transmitting it to Zhang Li could lead to complications, such as soul tremors, which would be disastrous. Qiao Yang cannot replicate the meticulousness of the predecessor who crafted the lineage. Thus, it is best to proceed with gradual instruction. Regardless, Qiao Yang and Zhang Li find themselves with ample leisure, allowing for incremental teaching over the days to come. 2 hours later, Qiao Yang and Zhang Li still found themselves on a grassy slope, one of them clutching a large cup of iced cola while the sun dipped low on the horizon. As for studying, given the current state of their minds, managing even an hour of study would be a considerable feat, especially considering Qiao Yang's explosive mindset that necessitated this retreat. The remaining hour was dedicated to preparing a meal and making their way to the slope. The scenery here was indeed delightful. Zhang Li noted a few cattle grazing in the distance. Contemporary society has quite high expectations for meat, eggs, and dairy. Although the breeding facility primarily raised spirit beasts, they also kept a few dairy cows, chickens, and pigs for free-range farming, thereby diversifying their output. For instance, the breeding farm was preparing to slaughter several chickens for a feast in honor of Qiao Yang and Zhang Li, and they had intended to lend a hand, only to be stopped. The chef at this breeding farm was a highly skilled individual hired at a premium by the Wu family, ensuring culinary excellence. Both Qiao Yang and Zhang Li were eagerly anticipating the meal. Alcohol, however, was off the table. The workers at the breeding farm had a demanding workload, and consuming alcohol could easily lead to mishaps. They lingered on the slope until the sun had nearly vanished before meandering back towards the central treehouse of the residential area, typically used as a gathering hall. The dinner was lavish, and Qiao Yang was pleasantly surprised to discover not only had they prepared several chickens, but had also slaughtered a pig. The ribs on the table looked exceedingly appetizing, clearly from a freshly killed pig. Nowadays, people generally had hearty appetites, even though the workers here were not particularly high-ranking. The table was still laden with whole roast chickens or fried chickens before each person, particularly considering that both Qiao Yang and Jiang Li were of silver rank. Their portions were noticeably more substantial. Chapter 206. The retreat concludes. Time to return. The roasted chicken and ribs from last night's feast were delectable. The following day, Qiao Yang and Jiang Li sat on the sofa in the treehouse, reminiscing about the gathering. It was evident that the free-range chickens and pigs from the Diamond Realm differed significantly in quality from those of the Radiant Federation's breeding farms. Should they be sold, they could easily fetch 2 to 3 times their weight in gold. The wealthy in the Radiant Federation were numerous, many of whom were eager to spend lavishly on food and drink, especially those wishing to provide their children with a solid foundation from an early age, thus placing even greater emphasis on dietary quality. Consequently, there was a strong preference for free-range products in the Radiant Federation, with individuals willing to pay a premium for such delicacies. Of course, the spirit beasts raised in the Diamond Realm were indeed tastier as well. As for whether it was wasteful for a few people to indulge, there was no need for concern. The amount of chicken consumed at the gathering was but a mere fraction of what was available. There was no worry that without the allure of free-range meat, these workers might not find their jobs as enjoyable. Qiao Yang and Jiang Li were here to recuperate, not to explore, so their range of activities would not exceed the areas of the Diamond Realm that had already been surveyed. Thus, the scenario of protagonists discovering treasures under the noses of others, as depicted in novels, would not transpire here. Even the native forests had been thoroughly examined for gourmet ingredients like truffles. Moreover, truffles did exist, but the local conditions were not suitable for cultivation. So they were transported back to the Radiant Federation, where Wu Ling had previously treated Qiao Yang and Jiang Li to a meal featuring them. It was time to return. After enjoying several days in the Diamond Realm, including some time spent with Yu Quan, Qiao Yang had finally handed over the elemental conversion rune to Jiang Li, mentioning that this rune encompassed certain advanced concepts of reincarnation, making it worthy of study. Jiang Li was quite adept at learning. After all, she was no fool. However, mastering the rune was one aspect, while applying it in practice was another. It was not merely about understanding it. The true mastery lay in being able to construct this rune using one's soul power in an instant. Only by deriving other runes based on this one could one claim complete comprehension, though that requirement was somewhat lofty and would be set aside for now. It was time to return to continue researching my 2 runes, Qiao Yang mused, feeling that this time had passed without much incident, as he had already relaxed for an extended period and his mindset had been thoroughly adjusted. Welcome back. As soon as Qiao Yang and Jiang Li stepped out of the secret door, Wu Ling and Lin Hao were already waiting outside, beaming at them. Oh, you 2 came specifically to greet us. Is there something delicious in store? Jiang Li had no intention of being coy with Wu Ling. Their relationship was quite close. Indeed, the yield during this time has been impressive. I have developed several new beverages and desserts and would like your assistance in testing them. Wonderful. I would be delighted. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. Speaking of testers, there is another besides you 2, Wu Ling suddenly recalled, speaking mysteriously. Who is it? Qiao Yang inquired, his curiosity piqued. It's me. A tall, striking woman approached, clad in her familiar leather attire. Teacher Yanyu, you have returned? Yes, I intended to reach out to you, but received no response, so I found my way here, coincidentally encountering Wu Ling, who invited me to assist in testing her beverages and desserts. As one of the few diamond ranks in the Radiant Federation, Teacher Yanyu was acquainted with Wu Ling's great-grandfather, Wu Wenchang. She had a fondness for food and thus did not decline the invitation. By the way, Qiao Yang, could you please open the secret door for me later? Lin Hao and I would like to rest there for a while. With Wu Ling's previous experiments completed, and Lin Hao having finished his current training plan, they plan to take a break in that space. Sure, how long will you be gone? About 5 days. Come to fetch us on the morning of the 6th day. Chapter 207. Tasting Session. It must be said that Wu Ling possessed a certain talent for concocting beverages and creating desserts. At the very least, the drinks she prepared were quite enjoyable. Since Qiao Yang had shared the cola recipe with Wu Ling, soda had become a favored type for her when mixing drinks. Currently, Wu Ling had invited them to sample several beverages, including 2 sodas, 1 juice, and 3 varieties of milk tea, which generally aligned with popular tastes. This milk tea is quite delightful. Is the milk sourced from the Diamond Realm? After finishing the milk tea, Qiao Yang found it significantly better than what he typically consumed. Indeed, and the tea leaves are specially cultivated by our family. To be precise, Wu Ling's costs were relatively low, as Qiao Yang did not charge rent for the farming operations in the Diamond Realm. Strictly speaking, Wu Ling's concoctions could hardly be termed beverages. They were better classified as health products. The costs were nearly comparable to some medicinal pills. After all, Wu Ling's primary profession was as an apothecary, and cost control was not a concern in her mind. These drinks were essentially a family-exclusive version. Should she wish to sell them, she would need to manage the costs. Yet the beverage shop run by Wu Ling's family did not have to consider expenses like rent, labor, or raw materials, making the actual costs quite manageable. Beverages had a broad audience. What do you think of this juice? Wu Ling inquired, while Qiao Yang and the others had all expressed their approval of the soda, which was largely a matter of personal taste. The group surrounding Qiao Yang struggled to identify the issues with their concoction, but it was the esteemed teacher, Yan Yu, who pointed out a particular concern. While the other ingredients were relatively unproblematic, the aroma of the Qiyun flower fruit was exceptionally unique. It not only overshadowed the primary ingredient's flavor, but also failed to harmonize with the other tastes. As a diamond-level expert, teacher Yan Yu possessed a far more sensitive palate than Qiao Yang and his companions. A seasoned beverage enthusiast and a well-known beverage reviewer on the Spirit Network, her insights were undoubtedly invaluable. Additionally, I suggested substituting the Lingfeng honey tangerines in the primary ingredient with locally sourced oranges from Guanghui City, while slightly increasing their proportion. This adjustment would reduce the sweetness a tad and enhance the acidity, as the current blend was overly saccharine. During consumption, it was palatable, yet the aftertaste left a rather cloying sweetness. Upon hearing teacher Yan Yu's observations, Qiao Yang and the others recognized the validity of her claims. Even Wu Ling remarked on her expertise. It's nothing, merely a matter of personal preference, and with my cultivation, such endeavors come easily to me. Teacher Yan Yu replied nonchalantly. Her diamond-level physical prowess enabled her to accomplish feats that would be challenging for those of lesser cultivation. The only distinction lay in her desire to engage in such activities. Beverage evaluation happened to be her personal passion, and Wu Ling had even seen her videos on the Spirit Network and followed her account, which made it fortuitous for Wu Ling to invite her to assess their drinks. As for the desserts, they primarily consisted of cakes, puddings, donuts, and ice cream. Given her professional background, it was implausible that teacher Yan Yu would lack knowledge of confections. The ingredients for the desserts were also of exceptional quality, with cream and eggs sourced from the Diamond Realm, differing significantly from what was available in the markets of the Guanghui Federation. The desserts were delightful, devoid of any unpleasant flavors. With her heightened sensitivity as a diamond-level expert, teacher Yan Yu discerned that the ingredients used by Wu Ling were remarkably pure. She had no intention of cutting costs, opting instead for the finest available options. However, when it came time for the products to be commercially available, cost management would indeed be necessary. Otherwise, one would either incur losses or, using Wu Ling's methods, face exorbitant pricing for the final products. Yet, such matters were left to professionals to navigate, while Wu Ling focused solely on research and development. Personally, I found the chocolate cake to be particularly appealing. The other options were either too sweet for Qiao Yang's palate or excessively greasy. The cake, with a moderate amount of cream, was just right. However, this was merely Qiao Yang's personal preference. Others, such as Jiang Li, favored puddings and ice creams, while Lin Hao seemed inexplicably fond of donuts. Teacher Yan Yu's taste aligned more closely with Qiao Yang's. All done. Thank you for your hospitality, she expressed. Not at all. I must thank you for assisting me with the dessert evaluation, Wu Ling replied, genuinely pleased that her skills were largely recognized. Qiao Yang, I heard you've recently discovered an entrance to another world. Is that true? Qiao Yang had previously discussed this with Wu Ling and her great-grandfather. The consensus was that the existence of the secret door could be disclosed to teacher Yan Yu, provided she took an oath not to reveal it. At least for now. This was the case. In the future, when Qiao Yang's strength increased, secrecy would no longer be necessary. This was unavoidable, as Jiang Li would need to battle in the Dark Realm against the Dark Realm demons, and it was imperative to invite teacher Yan Yu to protect Jiang Li. Given that Wu Ling's great-grandfather, Old Master Wu Wenchang, was not particularly adept in combat, currently, the most suitable choice, familiar to Qiao Yang and the others, was indeed teacher Yan Yu. Exactly, so Qiao Yang did not conceal anything. Teacher Yan Yu, would you like to take a look? Chapter 208, The Inclusion of Teacher Yan Yu. Teacher Yan Yu, do you wish to see it? Qiao Yang's invitation left her momentarily taken aback. In truth, she was curious. Yet Qiao Yang's forthrightness made her feel slightly embarrassed. Everyone understood the immense value of a personal alternate dimension. Allowing an outsider access felt somewhat excessive. I naturally wished to go, teacher Yan Yu admitted candidly, though she questioned whether it was appropriate. It can be done, she acknowledged. Yet she was aware of the importance of this matter and that certain conditions would need to be met. Interacting with straightforward individuals was refreshing. At least it was less exhausting than dealing with those who spoke with veiled intentions. Please, do not hesitate to speak, she encouraged. Teacher Yin Yu was well aware that there was no such thing as a free lunch. One could not expect to reap benefits without offering something in return. First, Teacher Yin, you must pledge that for 5 years, or perhaps 3, she will not disclose the existence of the Diamond Realm. That is not an issue. Teacher Yin Yu promptly agreed, recognizing that the significance of the alternate world necessitated utmost confidentiality. Secondly, Teacher Yin Yu may construct whatever she desires in the Diamond Realm, but I would like a 10% share of any profits generated. This too poses no problem. 15 or even 20% would be acceptable, she replied, noting that even 20% would be relatively modest, as typical rental agreements for outdoor cultivation often demand upwards of 30% in profit sharing. No need for that. 10% is sufficient, Qiao Yang insisted, not wishing to appear greedy. Anything more would be extraneous. Lastly, we will need to venture into the Dark Realm shortly, and I would require Teacher Yin Yu to serve as our protector. Is that all? Teacher Yin Yu inquired, somewhat perplexed. Yes, that is all, Qiao Yang confirmed. Are these conditions not excessively generous? You have me questioning your intentions, she jested. Ultimately, this condition could hardly be called a cost. For Teacher Yin Yu, it was undoubtedly a significant opportunity. The rifts to the Dark Realm had seldom opened within the Guanghui Federation, and even when they did, the surge of Dark Realm demons made exploration nearly impossible. Therefore, everything within the Dark Realm remained a mystery to the Guanghui Federation, and being granted the chance to explore it was akin to a stroke of fortune. Qiao Yang's invitation was a profound gesture of goodwill. As for protecting Qiao Yang and the others, given Teacher Yin Yu's strength, it would be an effortless task. She held no doubts about Qiao Yang's ability to find a way into the Dark Realm, especially after the previous encounter with the purple blood dragon crystal, which had instilled in her a sense of confidence regarding Qiao Yang. Thus, Qiao Yang had proposed merely 2 conditions while offering Teacher Yin Yu 2 immense benefits, which explained her skepticism. Is there a catch? I trust Teacher Yin Yu will discern that, Qiao Yang remarked with a smile. Indeed, if it were so easy to deceive Teacher Yin Yu, she would not have achieved diamond-level cultivation. In commerce, the foundation for mutual satisfaction lies in a win-win scenario. Qiao Yang had little to lose. Delineating a space for Teacher Yin Yu in the vast diamond realm was a trivial task. Moreover, Teacher Yin Yu's formidable strength, unlike old Master Wu Wenchang's auxiliary abilities, endowed her with significant combat prowess, allowing her to explore areas inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Thus, Teacher Yin Yu possessed a wealth of valuable resources, as evidenced by her willingness to trade for the thick earth soul fruit. Regardless of what she intended to construct in the Diamond Realm, a 10% profit share would be more than sufficient for Qiao Yang to reap substantial rewards. Furthermore, with Teacher Yin Yu accompanying them into the Dark Realm, they would access numerous locations previously unattainable. Very well, in that case, I shall not hold back. Teacher Yin Yu, being an educator, maintained a demeanor befitting her role, refraining from overt displays of excessive deference towards Qiao Yang and the others, who were her juniors. What aspirations does Teacher Yin Yu harbor in the realm of diamonds? I can have my family prepare some auxiliary materials, Wu Ling inquired. I wish to first visit that place and assess the situation before making any determinations. Time is of the essence. Thus, Teacher Yin Yu promptly established a soul oath. Subsequently, Qiao Yang summoned the secret door, leading Teacher Yin Yu, Wu Ling, and others to their destination. I must tell you, we have already constructed numerous facilities there. Teacher Yin Yu, you will undoubtedly be astonished upon your arrival, Wu Ling's voice echoed from afar. This holds true. Qiao Yang was confident that the amenities there would meet Teacher Yin Yu's expectations. As for construction, given Teacher Yin Yu's diamond-level prowess, it would be a challenge, and truthfully, Qiao Yang found himself at a loss to assist. Chapter 209, The Enhancement of Dominant. After bidding farewell to Teacher Yin Yu, Wu Ling, and Lin Hao, Qiao Yang and Zhang Li needed to return to their training. Zhang Li intended to delve into her modified inheritance, which Qiao Yang had undoubtedly influenced with the assistance of formidable individuals. Qiao Yang also needed to continue his research on the 2 runes. If he could simultaneously imbue the dominant with the destruction will rune and the creation instinct rune, its power might increase at least 2-fold, potentially even threatening platinum-level targets with a 5th-level floating cannon. It is indeed a significant challenge. The disparity between gold and platinum is considerable, and merely doubling the power will not suffice, Silver calmly assessed. However, the unique properties of the destruction will rune might offer a solution. Despite the formidable nature of platinum level, it still relies on spiritual energy and soul power, without venturing into the realms of conceptual and rule-based powers. Thus, the dissipation speed of the destruction will rune should remain relatively unaffected. Nevertheless, their endeavors could not continue within the tavern, as both Qiao Yang's runes and Jiang Li's inheritance were of considerable complexity. Various issues could arise during their research. Hence, the Academy provided a more suitable environment for their studies, equipped with specialized research facilities that offer high-level protection for students working on runes, a resource the tavern could never provide. Regrettably, this meant that the two would need to part ways temporarily. However, neither Qiao Yang nor Jiang Li were the type to indulge in sentimental farewells. Moreover, with the convenience of modern communication, there was no sense of reluctance. It must be said that the balance of work and rest is indeed the quintessential approach to cultivation. After a period of recuperation in the Diamond Realm, Qiao Yang discovered that upon returning, his speed in rune research had notably accelerated, and his thoughts flowed with much greater agility. Within a few days, he had made substantial progress on both runes. During this time, Qiao Yang did not forget to visit Wu Ling's home to retrieve Wu Ling, Lin Hao, and teacher Yanyu. It was said that teacher Yanyu was exceedingly pleased with the environment there and intended to devise a plan for future constructions. Now, Qiao Yang faced another quandary: how to effectively apply the Destruction Will rune and the Creation Instinct rune to dominate. Destruction and creation are merely a pair of concepts, incapable of influencing one another. However, once these concepts are encapsulated within tangible runes, the dynamics begin to shift. It is not the concepts that are affected, but rather the runes themselves. For instance, if the Destruction Will rune is first affixed to a spiritual energy ray, followed by the Creation Instinct rune, the dissipation effects of the Destruction Will rune will also impact the rune board inscribed with the Creation Instinct rune, thereby diminishing its lifespan. Conversely, the augmentation effects of the Creation Instinct rune would similarly enhance the rune board of the Destruction Will rune, compromising the stability of the runes inscribed upon it. What if both rune effects were to be simultaneously affixed to the spiritual energy ray? Qiao Yang inquired. This poses a significant challenge, as the concentration of the spiritual energy ray is quite high, making it difficult to apply both effects concurrently. Silver replied, his tone slightly grave. Allow me to ponder a solution. There is no need for Silver to resolve this issue. Qiao Yang believed he could manage it. The ultimate solution was not elusive. Logically, it would entail first applying the Destruction Will rune, followed by amplifying it with the Creation Instinct rune. Reversing this order would incur greater costs. To mitigate the dissipation effects of the Destruction Will rune on the machinery itself, a compensatory measure would be necessary. Chapter 210. The Original Battery Effect. The predicament Qiao Yang faced stemmed from the expansive influence of both the Destruction Will and Creation Instinct runes. When utilized, they inevitably affected the machinery itself, while other parts of Dominant could be shielded from contact with the spiritual energy ray, allowing any effects to manifest slowly. Periodic maintenance during the replacement of the Destruction Will runes board would pose no significant issues. However, the Creation Instinct rune board, positioned after the Destruction Will rune, would inevitably come into contact with the spiritually imbued ray of destruction, leading to damage. In the wilderness, such unpredictable damage could prove perilous. The Creation Instinct rune enhances attack power, but should this rune sustain damage, it would lead to misjudgments regarding Qiao Yang's own offensive capabilities, an outcome that could be fatal in the wild. Yet, solutions do exist, akin to methods employed in Qiao Yang's previous life to combat rust on ship hulls. Simply put, the submerged portions of a vessel are prone to rust. And to prevent this, zinc blocks are often affixed to the hull, forming a galvanic cell with the iron of the ship. This allows the zinc to corrode in place of the hull, necessitating only periodic replacement. Qiao Yang's approach to the Destruction Will rune follows a similar principle, connecting a special material to the Creation Instinct rune board, allowing this material to absorb damage in place of the rune board itself. Regular replacements would suffice. As for this special material, the Glorious Federation has a readily available option known as Shi-Rang. This material possesses inherent conceptual creation properties, enabling it to self-replicate indefinitely. Utilizing Shi-Rang to fabricate protective devices, artificial Shi-Rang, of course, as natural Shi-Rang is prohibitively expensive, could effectively counteract the dissipation effects of the Destruction Will rune. Nonetheless, artificial materials can never match the potency of their natural counterparts. Artificial Shi-Rang can merely provide a temporary barrier against the Destruction Will rune. Its structure remains vulnerable to destruction. Therefore, regular replacements are still necessary. Natural Shi-Rang may offer complete resistance, but its rapid self-replication when stimulated by the spiritual energy ray could disrupt the normal operation of Dominant. Additionally, considering the cost of natural Shi-Rang, it's best not to dwell on that. Even with protective measures, it is unlikely that the rune board will be entirely immune to the dissipation effects of the Destruction Will rune. However, after Qiao Yang's calculations, it seems feasible to synchronize the rate of damage between the two runes, allowing for their simultaneous replacement. After all, Qiao Yang did not foresee a scenario in which he would remain in the wilderness for more than half a year. Repairs would certainly be manageable. With these issues resolved, the manufacturing process would be considerably expedited, as it merely involved adding 2 rune boards. The remaining task was to adjust the flow of spiritual energy, a consideration Qiao Yang had anticipated from the outset. This is precisely why he chose to employ floating cannons as his primary weapon of choice. Once the weapon was upgraded, the next step was to find a suitable testing ground. The process was relatively straightforward, albeit involving a rather laborious setup of 81 pairs of rune boards. After all, the characteristics of such things are rather troublesome, making it impossible to have the stove draw them. However, it is feasible to create a pair simultaneously. The challenge lies in the complexity of the molds. Never mind, let us take a leisurely stroll through the Diamond Realm and see what intriguing experiences await us. Notably, during this period, Qiao Yang has made advancements in his research on runes, reaching a breakthrough at the high silver level. Yet, to be frank, it feels somewhat forced. Qiao Yang can clearly sense that the breakthrough is not as smooth as it once was. That's quite normal, Yin explained. Your prior accumulation has essentially brought you to this point. Previously, your foundation was so robust that your breakthroughs occurred effortlessly. However, now your resources are nearly depleted, which is why the breakthrough is slightly more arduous. Is that so? Well, that's not an issue, Qiao Yang replied, unfazed. However, you may find yourself stuck for a while during the upcoming period. Take it easy. First, go and enjoy yourself. Zhongli has yet to emerge from her seclusion. Perhaps her research on the inheritance has reached a critical juncture, which is why she hasn't responded to Qiao Yang's messages. Let us meander through the Diamond Realm and see what Teacher Yanyu is up to. Recently, Teacher Yanyu has been residing in the Diamond Realm, seemingly preparing something of significance. It is rumored to be quite precious, but Wu Ling didn't elaborate, so Qiao Yang decided to investigate for himself. First, let us grab something to eat. This dessert shop is still run by Wu Ling's family. Perhaps they have new offerings? Chapter 211, Setting Off to the Dark Realm. As expected, the items that Wu Ling previously asked us to evaluate have been put on the shelves. Although there are a few that were not developed by Wu Ling's family is renowned for their research on plants, which naturally extends to various food products. A dessert shop would not be solely reliant on Wu Ling as a developer. Wu Ling's involvement is primarily a hobby, after all. What beast master doesn't he enjoy a good meal? However, while Qiao Yang has a penchant for meat, Wu Ling tends to favor sweets. Let us see. I'll take 2 more hot dogs, Qiao Yang decided after some deliberation, selecting items that piqued his interest. It wouldn't do to eat the same thing every time. A little variety is essential, is it not? The existence of the secret door cannot be disclosed for the time being, so each time Qiao Yang opens it, he must do so at a designated location provided by Wu Ling's family. This site is protected by a rune array set up by the elder Wu Wenchang, which conceals the spatial fluctuations caused by each activation of the secret door. Hey, Qiao Yang, long time no see. Upon noticing Qiao Yang's arrival, Wu Ling and Teacher Yanyu, who were crouching in the fields, greeted him. Have you finished your recent research? Yes, Zhongli hasn't exited yet. And I didn't know where to go, so I thought I'd take a stroll, Qiao Yang responded cheerfully. Since discovering the benefits of the Diamond Realm, he has developed a particular fondness for frequent visits. However, this may not be a favorable omen. After all, humans are inherently social creatures, and deliberately avoiding interaction is unwise. Qiao Yang tends to seclude himself in the lab, and whenever he has free time, he heads to the Diamond Realm, which is not a healthy pattern. Over time, such behavior might influence one's character. Yet fortunately, each time Qiao Yang visits the Diamond Realm, he is accompanied by others, so he is not entirely disconnected from society. Teacher Yanyu, what are you working on? Qiao Yang inquired, noticing the 2 of them crouched in the fields, seemingly engrossed in some research. Teacher Yanyu explained. The seeds we found during the expedition to the Yunhuang continent with the exploration team seemed to thrive well in the conditions of the Diamond Realm. So we decided to try planting them. We sowed them a few days ago, and it appears there might be some activity. Activity? Qiao Yang glanced at the barren field, feeling somewhat perplexed. It's quite normal for someone at your cultivation level not to sense it. Teacher Yanyu smiled. These are seeds of the Titan ancient tree, which has a lengthy growth cycle. It has only been a few days since we planted them. If they sprouted now, it would be miraculous. The Titan ancient tree? This is an exceedingly rare species, not a spirit beast, but it can give rise to Titan tree people that possess Titan bloodlines, with strengths comparable to those of Titan stone men of the same level. Of course, the principle of balance prevails. Such extraordinary entities will undoubtedly have a slow growth rate, and even when they reach maturity, their reproduction is equally gradual. However, according to Teacher Yanyu, she possesses methods to accelerate growth, specifically by using wood elements and the essence of the Titan bloodline. With the Titan bloodline in her possession and no shortage of wood elements in Wu Ling's family, This is the current state of affairs. Nevertheless, even so, a few days is too brief a time. For Teacher Yanyu to notice even the slightest indication of activity is already a stretch, especially given her heightened sensitivity at the diamond level. Teacher Yanyu, we may wish to visit the Dark Realm soon. We would appreciate your assistance. Zhongli had previously messaged Qiao Yang, indicating her intention to venture into the Dark Realm post-seclusion, as her demon from that realm is currently too weak to engage in battle. It is essential to enhance her abilities in the Dark Realm. Not a problem. I am ready at any time, she replied. As a beast master accustomed to outdoor explorations, she is always well prepared, with no special preparations required. As for information, the Dark Realm is an unexplored dimension, devoid of any references or data to consult. Zhongli didn't keep Qiao Yang waiting for 10 days or half a month. She was simply practicing the construction of the elemental transformation rune while simultaneously delving into the concept of reincarnation embedded within it. The concept of reincarnation is quite broad, encompassing the cyclical nature of all things in the world. While the details may not be identical, the overall trend remains unchanged. This is what is referred to as reincarnation, a concept that is profoundly elevated, akin to time and space. Elemental reincarnation is merely one aspect. Concepts such as temporal and causal reincarnation are beyond Zhongli's current reach. Moreover, Zhongli has only superficially engaged with the notion of reincarnation. She has yet to attain the genius-level comprehension needed to grasp the complete concept from a single rune. Shall we set off now? Wu Ling and Lin Hao will not accompany them this time, as their presence would merely add to Teacher Yanyu's burden. This expedition is merely to scout the path ahead. Who knows, perhaps the Dark Realm will evolve into another Diamond Realm. As for any necessary instructions, there is no need. Modern individuals have been trained from an early age to survive and explore in the wild, so basic common sense issues are unlikely to lead to errors. As for more intricate details, there is currently no data available. Chapter 212, The Dark Realm. Why does the Dark Realm not align with my expectations? The process of analyzing the teleportation was uneventful. Everything transpired just as Qiao Yang had previously described, with no mishaps along the way. Exiting the spatial passage, Zhongli remarked that the environment here differed significantly from her imagination. Oh, what did you envision the Dark Realm to be like? Teacher Yanyu inquired curiously. A dim sky, rivers of magma, cracked earth, and countless creatures engaged in relentless battles, or perhaps a realm of utter darkness and chaos. Filled with bizarre entities drifting through the void, Zhongli candidly shared her imagined portrayal of the Dark Realm. What you described resembles the realms of hell and the abyss. Teacher Yanyu clarified. Historically, very few have ventured into the Dark Realm, and there is scarce reference material available. When people imagine, they often draw upon their existing knowledge. Much of what Zhongli has seen online pertains to descriptions of hell and the abyss, two other dimensional realms that, while not frequently accessed, have had some exploration. And thus she naturally associates the Dark Realm with such imagery. Conversely, the first impression of the Dark Realm is rather mundane, almost unremarkable. It feels akin to being in the countryside. Indeed, it feels like the countryside, reminiscent of the fields where Qiao Yang and his classmates ventured for school outings, rather than the wild. Though the outskirts may not be as densely populated as the city center, they still fall within the urban sphere, characterized by the presence of municipal projects, typically manifesting as parks, technological parks, or cemeteries. In contrast, the wilderness signifies an area beyond the city's borders, where the spirit beasts reign supreme. The Dark Realm evokes a sensation reminiscent of the outskirts, adorned with mountains and rivers, yet there lingers an inexplicable sense of dissonance. Do you not find this place excessively tranquil? Teacher Yanyu's tone was unadorned, yet she incisively pinpointed the core issue. Given the proclivities exhibited by the demons of the Dark Realm, one would expect an incessant display of chaotic behavior. How could such a picturesque locale exist amidst them? Could it be that the demons of the Dark Realm possess the knowledge to construct cities? If so, the implications would be profound. It is essential to recognize that the ability to build cities marks a monumental divide in the annals of civilization. Only those human settlements adept in city building and metalworking can truly be deemed XX civilization. If the demons of the Dark Realm are indeed capable of urban construction, then, in a certain sense, they would be indistinguishable from the luminescent Federation. However, judging by the current demeanor of the Dark Realm demons, they hardly exhibit the intellect required for such endeavors. Teacher Yanyu shrugged her shoulders, indicating a singular conclusion. Qiao Yang remarked that even within the Dark Realm, demons are not omnipresent. The sheer number of demons pouring forth from the rifts in the Dark Realm would render any assertion of their scarcity implausible. Thus, a singular explanation emerges. The Dark Realm is vast, and these demons congregate in select regions, while this particular area is devoid of their presence. at least as perceived by the dark spirits. One cannot help but note the overwhelming density of dark elements here. The Luminescent Federation employs specialized protective gear when exploring interdimensional spaces, granting resistance to various elements and possessing purification capabilities for air and water. Not every interdimensional environment is conducive to human habitation. The requirements for spirit beasts differ significantly from those of humans. Air suitable for spirit beasts may well be toxic to humans, and airborne elements could pose a threat. Nevertheless, the fundamental training for beast tamers focuses on cultivating soul power, which includes a basic sensitivity to elements, particularly for Zhang Li, a practitioner of the dark arts, who finds it effortless to discern the richness of dark elements. The atmosphere here is decidedly inhospitable for human life, compounded by the absence of a water source. Qiao Yang scrutinized the readings on his protective suit. Though a river flowed nearby, a mere flicker of perception revealed that what coursed through it was not water, but a viscous concentration of dark elements. Similar to solid dark crystals, dark elements also manifest in a liquid form, commonly referred to as dark essence. Though this is not the official designation, other appellations exist. Yet they convey a similar meaning. While the air can be purified, the Luminescent Federation's Botanical Research Institute has achieved results in modifying such environments. Water sources are not an insurmountable issue. Although the river is rich in dark elements, it is not entirely devoid of water. Teacher Yanyu, possessing far greater soul power than Qiao Yang and Zhang Li, is capable of sensing the presence of water within the river, albeit overwhelmed by the density of dark elements, which Qiao Yang may fail to perceive. Regardless, even if this place were barren, its environment, once transformed, would be exceptionally conducive for dark cultivation, Teacher Yanyu opined. Even the Dark Moon Academy lacks the resources to construct a river of dark essence for student training. It is not merely the river. Even the ground beneath their feet is abundant with dark elements. Chapter 213, Future Plans for the Dark Realm. In truth, upon arriving in the Dark Realm, Qiao Yang found little to occupy his time. His daily tasks merely involved allowing Teacher Yanyu to guide Zhang Li in hunting the demons. As anticipated, the area surrounding their arrival was largely devoid of Dark Realm demons, thanks to Teacher Yanyu's formidable soul power and extensive exploration range. Locating them would have been quite challenging otherwise. Yet, the demons of the Dark Realm seem remarkably unengaged, dedicating their days solely to combat. Initially, Qiao Yang accompanied Teacher Yanyu and Zhang Li for several days, returning to express his dissatisfaction. There is no need to evaluate spirit beasts by human standards. Teacher Yanyu smiled, recalling that long ago, the Luminescent Academy had offered a course in spirit beast psychology, which was later discontinued. Why was that? Qiao Yang and Zhang Li inquired, curiosity piqued. Such a course would ostensibly be valuable. Why abolish it? It was discovered that spirit beasts lack any meaningful psychology. Teacher Yanyu shrugged, feigning innocence. While their intelligence is not low, they possess almost no rationality. Only beings with rationality can engage in psychological discourse. Moreover, many spirit beasts operate purely on instinct, rendering the concept of intelligence moot. Those evolved with rationality are scarcely different from humans in psychological terms. They might as well attend standard psychology courses, eliminating the need for a separate spirit beast psychology course. The psychology classes, however, remain consistently popular. Thus, it is difficult to expect the relatively chaotic-minded Dark Realm demons to engage in behaviors deemed significant from a human perspective. One more thing, Teacher Yanyu. What do you suppose the Dark Realm demons consume? Qiao Yang suddenly recalled an intriguing matter. The Luminescent Federation has extensively studied the behaviors of Hell and Abyss demons. Yet the Dark Realm demons remain largely unexamined due to the lack of samples. Over the past few days, no feeding behaviors have been observed among the Dark Realm demons. Teacher Yanyu and Zhang Li exchanged glances, with Zhang Li addressing the query. There are two possibilities. Either Dark Realm demons do not require sustenance, deriving energy through alternative means, or they possess such high efficiency in energy utilization that they can sustain themselves for several days on a single meal. However, we cannot ascertain much from our limited observations over these few days. Qiao Yang had merely surveyed the area and returned to contemplate the future development of this place, considering the absence of enemies in the vicinity. Fortunately, the detection range of the dark spirits has significantly expanded, had it been in the previous range. A higher-level Dark Realm demon might have caught him off guard. Thus, Qiao Yang requested Teacher Yanyu to cast a protective spell over him. Teacher Yanyu commands a conceptual power known as elements, mastered at the diamond level, stemming from the Titan bloodline's exceptional resistance to elements. In practice, Teacher Yanyu can infuse her attacks and defenses with various elemental characteristics, such as the explosive force of fire elements, the vibrations of earth elements, or the penetrating power of lightning elements, among others. This is not merely an infusion of elements, but a manifestation of the abstract characteristics derived from them. Theoretically, each element can yield numerous abstract traits, representing a concept with a high ceiling of potential. Naturally, such a command of conceptual elements is a relatively advanced power within teacher Yenyu's repertoire. Others, even with the same mastery of conceptual elements, cannot wield them with her level of finesse, as she is, after all, a prodigy. Though teacher Yenyu is not significantly older than Qiao Yang and Zhongli, she has already attained diamond-level prowess, underscoring her exceptional talent. Upon reflection, it seems we may be unable to develop this place. Having returned from the Dark Realm, the secret portal allows us to revisit at any time, negating the need to linger there unnecessarily. Even Dark Realm demons require rest. Qiao Yang, Zhongli, Wu Ling, Lin Hao, and teacher Yenyu convene to deliberate on how best to utilize the Dark Realm. To merely utilize Zhang Li for training the Dark Realm demon seems somewhat extravagant. Although Qiao Yang is indifferent to such extravagance, Zhang Li finds it rather regrettable. Indeed, our family's current efforts in developing the Diamond Realm already demand a considerable amount of our attention, leaving us with little to no capacity to further our endeavors in the Dark Realm. As martial spirits cannot afford to be overly greedy, having a single Diamond Realm is already akin to a windfall from the heavens. The prospect of venturing into the Dark Realm for further development feels overwhelmingly daunting. Moreover, unlike the safety of the Diamond Realm, the Dark Realm necessitates the constant protection of teacher Yenyu. While this, in a sense, is advantageous for teacher Yenyu, it undeniably consumes a great deal of energy. Once development commences, the number of individuals requiring protection will multiply significantly. Since we are unable to pursue this development ourselves, might we consider collaborating with the Academy? Teacher Yenyu proposed that the Dark Realm would undoubtedly pique the interest of the Dark Moon Academy. After some contemplation, Qiao Yang deemed it a viable consideration. Chapter 214, Collaboration with the Academy. Qiao Yang finds himself incapable of developing the Dark Realm. He cannot simply open secret doors sporadically to collect entry fees. Thus, collaborating with the Academy represents the most lucrative course of action. However, he inquired, Teacher, does the Academy possess a method to access the Dark Realm without relying on secret doors? For any development in the Dark Realm, a doorway allowing free passage is the most fundamental assurance. Qiao Yang cannot tether himself to the Academy, opening secret doors daily. Even if he were to share the method for creating secret doors with the Academy, it would prove futile, as these doors must be used in conjunction with specific coordinates. And the Dark Realm lacks a definitive coordinate. Qiao Yang's reliance on the scales of a Dark Realm demon was the only means by which he pinpointed its location. The scales of the Dark Realm demon are exceedingly rare, as they return to the Dark Realm upon the demon's demise. Only under very special circumstances might a fragment remain. Previously, Lin Hao was fortunate in this regard. Expecting the Dark Moon Academy to gather Dark Realm demon scales on short notice is unrealistic, as their utility was previously unknown in the Radiant Federation, leading to minimal collection efforts. Additionally, the occurrences of dimensional rifts opening in the Dark Realm are infrequent, making the scales even scarcer. There is a solution, Teacher Yenyu interjected. Are you familiar with spatial beacons? I am aware, Qiao Yang responded. It is said that the journey to the Cloud Wasteland relies on this very mechanism. The history of its exploration is well known among students. The initial discovery of the Cloud Wasteland was a serendipitous spatial transmission, and subsequent voyages relied on the spatial beacon left behind. You could install a spatial beacon in the Dark Realm, connecting it to the one here. The Academy's higher-ups would then be able to establish a spatial passage through this beacon. Based on calculations, the combined strength of several Academy presidents should suffice. The presidents of the Academy possess formidable cultivation levels, possibly surpassing that of the Elder Council of the Radiant Federation, as they are originally members of the Council but chose to pursue educational endeavors instead. Very well, I entrust you, Teacher Yenyu, to facilitate this connection, Qiao Yang stated. It would be challenging for him and his companions to meet the Academy presidents, but given Teacher Yenyu's strength and status, she would likely find it effortless. No problem. As a teacher, I am always invested in matters that benefit my students. While I understood your previous selfishness regarding the Diamond Realm, I am more than willing to support this endeavor. I will contact the various presidents immediately. We should have a response by tomorrow at the latest. Teacher Yenyu hurriedly departed, clearly unconvinced that the presidents would remain composed upon hearing this news. Indeed, Teacher Yenyu's efficiency was remarkable. She had scarcely left for 2 or 3 hours when Qiao Yang received a message instructing him to meet in the office of the president of the Radiant Academy to discuss matters. Shall we go together? Qiao Yang invited Zhang Li and the others, feeling that facing several Academy presidents alone would be somewhat intimidating. Having them accompany him would alleviate some of the pressure. Sure, Zhang Li agreed, understanding Qiao Yang's sentiments. The president's office at the Radiant Academy is not an independent structure, but rather resembles the administrative buildings of Qiao Yang's previous school, with the president's office located within the same building as other teachers' offices. However, the president's office is distinctly different, as it features a separate conference room intended solely for the president, in addition to having a sofa and coffee table. Presently, Qiao Yang, Zhongli, and Lin Hao are seated in this conference room, which boasts a lovely view of the artificial lake behind the school. Yet, Qiao Yang finds little solace in the scenery as the pressure of facing the several presidents weighs heavily upon him. Developing the Dark Realm is of paramount importance to any academy. So after teacher Yan Yu briefed the president of the Radiant Academy on the matter, the presidents from nearby academies quickly gathered in this conference room. The Radiant Academy, Dark Moon Academy, Beastman Academy, and Spirit Academy were all represented. Though the Spirit Academy primarily focuses on light magic, the Dark Realm, as an alternate dimensional space, offers opportunities beyond mere elemental development. Don't be nervous. The president of the Radiant Academy, Ling Yanhui, surveyed the room before speaking on behalf of the other presidents. Would you care for some snacks? It's evident that you seem a bit overwhelmed. Ling Yanhui is a robust man, exuding an air of authority. Yes, Qiao Yang replied eagerly. The snacks provided by the academy presidents are certainly not of ordinary quality. Very well, can you begin discussing the development of the Dark Realm now? Ling Yanhui inquired, observing Qiao Yang savoring several pastries with evident satisfaction. Chapter 215, Meeting with the Presidents. Can you begin, Qiao Yang? Ling Yanhui endeavored to make his voice as warm as possible. In truth, Qiao Yang had little to elaborate on. He had inadvertently discovered a method to access the Dark Realm. After a brief exploration, he realized that he lacked the capacity for further investigation on his own. Teacher Yan Yu then suggested collaborating with the academy, and thus they found themselves in this meeting. It was rather straightforward. A spur-of-the-moment plan with minimal specifics, perhaps only a single page of a PowerPoint presentation. Moreover, the finer details are not something Qiao Yang ought to concern himself with. The presidents undoubtedly possess far greater expertise in this area. That sums it up. There isn't much more to say. Qiao Yang succinctly conveyed his thoughts. As for what I can contribute, it mainly involves assisting in placing the spatial beacon within the Dark Realm. Beyond that, I have little else to offer. Further exploration and development are beyond the resources I currently possess. Were it not for the considerable potential of the Dark Realm, I likely would not have sought collaboration with the Academy at all. Thus, Qiao Yang's phrasing was unstudied. He was indifferent to the prospect of development. Believing that if it were not pursued, then so be it. He was not begging the Academy for assistance. Qiao Yang did not wish to expend excessive mental energy on such matters, preferring to delegate responsibilities and reap the rewards without being taken advantage of, which is why he sought partnerships with familiar individuals. Although he does not particularly care about profits, being deceived is an unpleasant experience. The esteemed principals remained silent for a moment, during which Qiao Yang discerned that they were likely communicating telepathically. Given their cultivation, this was a trivial matter. Unsure of what to do, Qiao Yang quietly picked up the snacks before him. He had only sampled a portion of the pastries earlier, while a plethora of packaged snacks lay untouched. It struck him as peculiar that Principal Ling Yanhui, who appeared to be a serious individual, had produced a copious amount of potato chips from his storage space. Just as Qiao Yang finished a bag of chips and was about to reach for a second, the principals concluded their discussion. Qiao Yang, student of the Dark Moon Academy, began the principal, whom Qiao Yang had not met before but recognized by her uniform. The confirmation from Yan Yu earlier rendered her authenticity indisputable. It must be said that this principal truly embodied the essence of the Dark Moon Academy. Her ability to conceal herself was remarkable, as Qiao Yang could scarcely recall her features, only that she was a female clad in the Academy's attire. The uniform was an odd sight, as it seemed misplaced on her athletic build. "What is it that you require from us?" she inquired. The development of the Dark Realm undoubtedly stood to benefit the Dark Moon Academy the most, hence her evident concern regarding the matter. How should I put this? I'm uncertain, Qiao Yang replied with a wry smile. I merely heard from teacher Yan Yu that she could construct a spatial passage to the Dark Realm using a spatial beacon. And since I happen to be able to place this beacon in the Dark Realm, I came here. As for what I need from the esteemed principals, I am at a loss. The principals exchanged glances, clearly unfamiliar with such a scenario. In the past, they were accustomed to receiving complete project proposals for their endorsement. But now they found themselves in a position where they had to draft a proposal themselves. Nevertheless, the significance of developing the Dark Realm for the Academy's advancement was too critical for them to ignore, especially as Qiao Yang seemed entirely unprepared to contribute to this endeavor. Then, Qiao Yang, what is it that you wish for? In light of the improbability of making progress on the regulations for the Dark Realm's development at this moment, they opted to inquire about compensation. For now, I am not in need of anything, Qiao Yang contemplated. Traditionally, he had intended to negotiate a share, but to be frank, expecting students who ventured into the dark realm to relinquish their gains without compensation seemed implausible. I'm uncertain about what I desire. My intention is to contribute minimally during the ongoing exploration and construction, primarily relying on the efforts of my fellow students and teachers, he admitted without any intention of concealment. I see, the principals exchanged knowing looks. Then, Qiao Yang, you may take your time to contemplate this. We shall also deliberate on the specific details of exploring the dark realm. Then I shall take my leave, Qiao Yang announced, rising from his seat and gathering the snacks from the table into his storage space. Please ask me to return here in 3 days, and we can discuss the final outcome. Chapter 216, The Aftermath. The Glorious Academy operates several guest houses for external receptions, a necessity as many individuals come to the academy for collaborative discussions or academic exchanges. For the past few days, Qiao Yang had not left the academy, opting to stay in one such establishment, the Yunju Courtyard, which was notably surrounded by a sea of bamboo and featured the rare Qingfeng Fuyun bamboo. Although Qiao Yang had his own dormitory at the Glorious Academy, Jiang Li and her companions did not. Thus, Qiao Yang reserved a courtyard at Yunju for the 4 of them to stay without the need to wander elsewhere. The dining arrangements at the Glorious Academy were quite commendable. For 3 days, they rarely left the guest house, taking leisurely strolls in the adjacent bamboo grove and enjoying 6 meals daily, including breakfast, lunch, and dinner, with additional morning snacks, afternoon tea, and late-night snacks. The cafeteria at the Glorious Academy consistently maintained a high standard, and this guest house offered its own unique specialties. For instance, the Yunju Courtyard was renowned for its bamboo shoots, as the nearby bamboo grove often received rainfall, leading to an abundance of freshly sprouted bamboo shoots afterward. The culinary techniques employed for bamboo shoots here were exceptional, and the Qingfeng Fuyun bamboo shoots were delightfully crisp and sweet, exuding a distinctive fragrance, making them perfect for cooking or hot pot. Another notable dish was the dried bamboo shoot pickles, which Jiang Li planned to take with her upon leaving. Hey Qiao Yang, have you thought about how you'll negotiate with the principals when you meet them? Jiang Li asked, having observed Qiao Yang indulging in meals with her for 2 days without apparent preparation. No, Qiao Yang admitted, momentarily taken aback. What? Seeing you so uncharacteristically unprepared raises some concerns, Jiang Li remarked, perplexed. I've thought it over, and I don't need to dwell on how much commission I should ask for. Some things come to mind quickly. I'll just ask for some benefits in a lump sum, Qiao Yang shrugged, determined to keep things simple, as his plan was merely to place a beacon without demanding much in return. As for what benefits he sought, Qiao Yang had already devised a strategy. The principals possessed many valuable items, and he wondered if he could explore their personal treasure vaults. His thoughts were quite ambitious. Qiao Yang, it's good to see you again, Principal Darkmoon greeted him first upon his arrival. Greetings, esteemed principals, Qiao Yang said, feeling less constrained this time. Although he sensed he should have maintained a modicum of formality, which inadvertently resulted in a lack of snacks. This is the proposal we have drafted over the past few days. Take a look, Qiao Yang, the principal continued. Though Qiao Yang was not particularly versed in management, he feigned interest as he perused the document outlining the step-by-step regulations, feeling somewhat bewildered. Ultimately, he decided to return the document, as he did not intend to involve himself in subsequent management. I am simply hoping for additional benefits for the students, he stated, acknowledging his limitations in understanding the management proposals. That poses no issue, as we also depend on this to attract students. The 4 principals smiled. Now, let us discuss your remuneration, Qiao Yang. I don't require a share. I've long heard that the principals possess valuable treasures. May I have the opportunity to see them? Qiao Yang stated directly, eschewing any further preamble. The concept of the principal's treasure vaults was publicly known across all academies, with various circumstances allowing access to them, though the outcome largely depended on individual fortune. Is that all? The 4 principals appeared somewhat incredulous, as such a request seemed rather trivial compared to the significance of the matter at hand. That's all I ask. I'll take 2 items from your vaults. That should pose no problem, considering my contributions are minimal, Qiao Yang responded, exuding a nonchalant demeanor as he sought to conclude the matter swiftly, unwilling to invest excessive effort. Moreover, with silver in hand, Qiao Yang felt confident he would not miss out on any valuable items. Agreed. It shall be settled thus, the 4 principals conceded, recognizing their reliance on Qiao Yang and refraining from attempting to negotiate further. They understood that pushing him too hard might lead to an awkward situation if he chose to withdraw from the undertaking. In this contemporary epoch, the most paramount principle is to never underestimate anyone and to always retain an avenue for retreat. Even if your cultivation vastly surpasses that of your counterpart, you remain oblivious to the potential trump cards they may possess. Thus, despite their elevated cultivation, the several headmasters refrained from attempting to coerce Qiao Yang through their prowess. It was thus agreed upon. An unprecedented collaboration within the scholarly circles of Guanghui City was set into motion. Qiao Yang, do accompany me to the Dark Moon Academy shortly. Numerous professors are eager to meet you, the principal of Dark Moon remarked as the meeting concluded. Qiao Yang had heard of this from Zhongli, who spoke of the spiritual energy field, yet due to an overwhelming multitude of matters, he had not found the time to visit. Since fate had now presented him with the principal of Dark Moon, he resolved to take the trip. Indeed, the treasure vault of the headmasters proved to be replete with astonishing wonders, as the legends foretold. The subsequent collaborations with the Academy bore little significance for Qiao Yang. Although he later ventured into the Dark Realm, where the progress of construction could be likened to leaps and bounds. However, the immediate priority was to secure the promised rewards. Guanghui Academy rightfully earned its reputation as the most comprehensive institution within the Guanghui Federation. The principal's treasure trove encompassed a vast array of treasures. Ultimately, with the assistance of Yin, Qiao Yang selected his desired items, a blueprint for the Celestial Veil battleship, along with the accompanying Eternal Life alloy. Qiao Yang surmised that these were among the most valuable items within the principal's vault. While the Eternal Life alloy was indeed precious, the battleship blueprint did not hold particularly high value. After all, it pertained merely to the atmospheric warship, ball, rather than a spacecraft, Yin remarked. I encouraged you to select it for the sake of reference. The Eternal Life alloy is a material of holy grade, capable of self-regeneration without compromising its strength, making it suitable as the primary material for the Celestial Veil battleship. As for the other three academies, Qiao Yang also visited them. And aside from the selection made for Jiang Li from the Dark Moon Principal's vault, which comprised an exquisite set of assassin gear, including protective garments and an invisibility cloak, he found immense satisfaction in discovering an apparatus named the Heart of the Blazing Sun, along with its schematics, within the treasure vault of the Holy Spirit Academy. This device could serve as a power source. The treasure vault of the Beastman Academy was rather gruesome, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse, predominantly storing various spiritual materials harvested from spirit beasts. Qiao Yang was nearly overwhelmed several times by the sense. Ultimately, he bore through his tears and selected 2 hearts from Lord-level dragon spirit beasts, unsure of their utility, but deciding to keep them for the time being. There was no need to feel pity for the headmasters. With their capabilities, the value of what they could procure from the Dark Realm far exceeded these trinkets. With these acquisitions, once the Federation competition concluded, the construction of my spacecraft should commence. Qiao Yang gazed upon his spoils, filled with contentment. The dream lay within reach. May this journey ultimately lead to the stars. The end. If you enjoyed this, please click subscribe. Thank you for your support.